My father gave me a supermarket to manage well. Unexpectedly, the next day, a general bought a box of compressed biscuits from me for 100,000 taels of gold. Some even exchanged my spicy strips for gemstones. Through this, I discovered that our family's supermarket could lead to ancient and even future worlds. In the old town area of Wanxian, the little duck sensor alerted me that a customer had entered. I lazily shouted from behind the counter, "Feel free to look around. Bring what you want to buy for checkout." A woman blocked my view while browsing, and when I finally looked up to assess her, I was surprised. "Are you filming a movie?" I asked. Lu Ruyan, not understanding the concept of filming, looked at me with a puzzled expression, then quickly turned her head, her ears under the helmet turning slightly red. The man had a handsome face but wore strange clothes. Looking around the shop, everything on the shelves had vivid patterns that even the best artists couldn't replicate. Unseen and unheard of, Lu Ruyan was filled with doubts. In a city destroyed by war, she found a relatively intact alley, but upon entering, she discovered it was a dead-end alley with only this shop she had never seen before. There was definitely something wrong. Lu Ruyan turned her head again to observe the strange-looking man in front of her, seeing curiosity and straightforward liking in his eyes. She had seen many people and could tell at a glance that I had no ulterior motives, and everything was written on my face. I curiously sized her up. This woman was tall and slim, with delicate features, a bun on her head, dressed in heavy, shiny armor, holding a long spear in her hand. She must be filming a movie. It was the height of summer, and I was wearing a t-shirt and shorts, even needing to occasionally nibble on a popsicle in an air-conditioned room. She was dressed for the part and not afraid of heatstroke. Lu Ruyan was puzzled. Was filming a name? I wasn't filming, but oh well, in this world, there are all kinds of people, and making money is the most important thing. What do you want to buy? Lu Ruyan tentatively asked. Do you have any ready-to-eat food here? I looked in astonishment at the rows of instant noodles, snacks, and small bread loaves. Aren't those food? I slapped my head, pulled out 2 boxes from under the counter, all unsold compressed biscuits. They were filling, didn't take up much space, and most importantly, had high calories. I took out the compressed biscuits, pointed to the instructions, and said, "Military compressed rations are the most filling. 1 piece can replace a meal, and there are 2 pieces in each pack. Not expired. 10 coins per pack." Lu Ruyan took it, not recognizing simplified characters but understanding. She was full of curiosity. Could this small pack really replace 2 meals for 10 copper coins? That was quite a deal. Lu Ruyan had never seen this before. Could she open it and take a look? Of course not. But she was pretty and professional. As the words were about to come out, I changed my mind and said, "Sure." Lu Ruyan fumbled with the packaging, and I was dumbfounded. Was she a fool? Didn't she recognize compressed biscuits? I patiently demonstrated and handed it to her after opening it. Lu Ruyan hesitated for a moment, took a small bite. Fragrant, sweet, salty, and crispy. Quite delicious, just a bit dry. I saw her throat rolling, couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and then watched her eat with relish. Without principles, I handed her a bottle of water. "Here, have a drink." Lu Ruyan took it, looking at this transparent thing she had never seen before. How to open it? I saw her about to bite the bottle cap with her mouth. I was shocked. Oh no, she's really a fool. Never even drank mineral water. Not only foolish but also poor. It's a pity for this face and figure, but since I've given it, I generously decided to pay for my lecherousness. I slowly unscrewed the bottle cap, took a sip, and then handed her another bottle, watching her open it, and nodded in relief. Lu Ruyan took a sip. "Ha ha, the water is very clean, without any strange smell." Then, she quickly ate the compressed biscuits, drank all the water, not feeling full. Seeing Lu Ruyan's gaze on the remaining 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, I pressed down on the box. "Those things expand when they meet water. Eating more will make you sick. I heard that fools don't know when to stop eating. Don't ruin your intestines." Lu Ruyan casually threw out a silver ingot. "No need to look for it. If it's good, come back next time." After saying that, Lu Ruyan picked up the 2 boxes of compressed biscuits and left. I looked at the silver ingot in front of me, not knowing if it was real or fake, with a worried look on my face. Should I consider it based on its appearance or try to get it back for the money? I hesitated for 3 seconds, then quickly shouted when I came to my senses. "That's the back door. It's a dead end behind it. You can't get out." I chased after it, looking at the dead end where I could see both ends at a glance, and my back started to sweat. Oh my, where is the person? That's not a fool. Could it be a ghost? I shivered and quickly went back inside. Looking at the fake silver ingot on the counter, I hesitated to pick it up. After much thought, I closed the shop, took the silver ingot, and went outside. At Xinglong Pawn Shop, I smiled and said to the boss, "This was left to me by my grandfather. Please take a good look." The 30-year-old shop owner Dai Hangshin, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, casually picked up the silver ingot. As he held it, Dai Hangshin's expression changed slightly. He looked at me seriously and started to inspect it. When I came out of the pawnshop, I felt like I was dreaming. Not only was that silver ingot real, it was also an ancient 5 liang silver ingot. The pawnshop owner immediately offered 6,000 yuan, and then I received 6,000 yuan in a daze. The cost of 2 boxes of compressed biscuits was only 300 yuan, so I directly made a net profit of 5,700 yuan. It's a windfall. Drug dealers are going to steal business from her when they see this. Thinking of the handsome ghost said next time again, showing Chen in her torn into the goods or not. Seeing ghosts or being poor? She looked at her WeChat balance, made a decisive call, and went straight into 20 cases of mixed flavor compressed crackers and a few cases of water. She put up a fight, just in case the fight turned the bike into a motorcycle. To succeed you must first go mad and move forward regardless. Fu Chainan stood in front of the store holding 2 boxes of cookies, feeling unreal. He looked, the odd curtain was still there, but the scene inside was impossible to see, but it was heavy in his hand. It's not an illusion. Half-heartedly, Fu Chainan returned to the city located at the edge of the desert with the cookies in his arms, and the marquee was set up in the square in the center of the city. This place has been pretty much destroyed by the war. Fu Chainan ordered as he walked, "Have Dr. Nyo come here." After seeing the compressed cookies in front of Fu Chainan, Dr. Nyo was dumbfounded. "This is..." Fu Chainan pulled out a pack of compressed crackers and tore it open and handed it over. "You check if this is poisonous?" Dr. Bull looked confused, but did as he was told. Smelled, licked, and then get a bowl of water to soak open carefully after checking a number of surprises. "Young general, non-toxic, can eat, really tasty, this is where to come from?" Dr. Nyo looked at Fu Chunin with admiration. The army has been filled with yellow sand and lack of water and food since it hit the outskirts of Yangzhou. Follow-up supplies cannot keep up, and Yangzhou cannot fight for a while. The army is in a dilemma. Fu Chainan immediately ordered, "Have the teams collect silver and go with me to pick up such things." The adjutant general turned to carry it out. Dr. Nyo, however, seemed to have heard a heavenly book. "Buy? This thing is bought back?" Fu Chainan nodded. "Yes, bought it in an alley." Dr. Nyo couldn't believe it. "An alley? There are still merchants in this town?" The deputy general looked worried. "General, we've never seen this before. Furthermore, this place has been beaten up long ago. The people have all fled. Where are the merchants? Anything out of the ordinary is a demon. General, be careful." People started to talk it out. Fu Chainan looked at his 2 deputies. "Then do you have any other ways to get food and water?" The vice admiral closed his dry mouth, his silence deafening. The crowd was collectively silent. They could only take a gamble on the current predicament. A sound of footsteps accompanied by the sound of armor scraping came, and the crowd looked out. The marshal had returned. Fu Zhanghai was middle-aged, but his aura was extremely strong, and as soon as he came in, he looked at the cardboard box on the table. "I hear you're having people gather silver to buy things?" Fu Chainan crossed his arms and saluted. "Father Marshal, this is something I just bought from an alley." Dr. Nyo immediately followed up with, "It's edible and non-toxic." Fu Zhanghai looked at the weird cardboard box he had never seen before and the cookies inside, and didn't talk nonsense. "Bring a team of people and go take a look first." "Here." Fu Chainan immediately agreed and walked into that alleyway with 30 people fully armed. Standing in front of that odd curtain, Fu Chainan waved his hand, "Enter." Fu Chunin walked in first, and the 30 people followed. In the next instant, Fu Chainan was surprised that he was the only one who came in. "Where are they?" The generals went in and stood in the ruins, looking at each other. "Where's the promised store? Where are the merchants? No, where's their general?" The generals panicked and searched around, but there was nothing but broken walls. While everyone was anxious, the captain decisively ordered, "Leave half the men here, the other half will go back with me and report to the marshal." "Here." The people were about to act, but they saw Fu Chainan walk out from the head of that door again with a bewildered face. "Why don't you guys go in?" The crowd's collective hair stood on end. The captain gulped and held back his fear. "General, we went in, there are only ruins inside." "No you." Fu Chainan was confused. "How? Try again. Things aren't right." Fu Chainan led the crowd to test it a few more times. He vaguely understood that he might be the only one who could see it. Fu Chainan took the silver and copper plates he found from them and walked in again. He ended up bumping into Xiao Chun. She had just heard the backdoor sensor say welcome several times. Repeatedly, many times, giving her a whole lot of urgency. She got up and went to watch. As a result, he ran into Fu Chainan, and was also startled by the knife in his hand. She laughed dryly and stepped back. You're here." Fu Chainan saw the horror of her eyes falling on the knife and subconsciously explained, "I came to buy something." With that, he placed all the silver and copper wrapped in a gray and yellow sheepskin on the counter. "How much of that last cake and water can you buy?" Xiaoyingchen looked at the broken silver ingots and copper coins scattered away on the counter, and her eyes were drawn to the 2 silver ingots. These 2 silver ingots are bigger than the last one, plus all that broken silver and copper. Xiaoyingchen swallowed and tried to be calm as she pointed to the 20 boxes of compressed cookies and water that had just been delivered in the corner. You take it all, that's all there is for now. Fu Chainan nodded, grasping the point. Then the next time I come, can I have more? 50 boxes each? Xiaoyingchen didn't hesitate. No problem, just come pick it up tomorrow. 20 boxes of compressed cookies, 20 boxes of various brands of mineral water, Xiaoyingchen conscience, and several boxes of instant noodles and a few cans of luncheon meat placed in the back of the storehouse to give him thought, and gave him a bottle of erguotu. Fu Chainan sheathed his sword and moved it several times with long hands and feet before moving it out the back door. When everything was taken away and the people had left, Xiaoyingchen swallowed his saliva. Close the door. Go to the pawn store. 3. Xiaoyingchen had already checked the silver before going, and the silver ingots all had seals on them. There were 3 styles of copper, and she took one of each. She only took a small piece of the broken silver. Numbly, he loaded up his things, other carefully hid them, and set off. Pawnshop owner Dai Hengxin was immediately excited to see Xiaoyingchen, and hurriedly got up to greet her. Mrs. Here? Have a seat. The attitude is very different from the very beginning. May, serve the tea. Xiaoyingchen waved his hand and directly opened the cloth bag to take out the silver ingots. No more nonsense, take a look at these. Dai Hengxin saw her casually throw it away and reminded with some pain, be gentle. Xiaoyingchen. After the boss carefully examined them, he opened his mouth in a rush of excitement. These 2 silver ingots are both 10 taels of silver ingots, and they are also of good quality, according to 10,000 apiece. Is it a good idea? Xiaoyingchen took back the silver ingot as soon as he could and threw out 3 copper coins. You show me these 3 copper coins again. The boss couldn't help but frown as he looked at the copper. He had seen a lot over the years, but the pattern style of these 3 coins was something he had never seen before. The surface of these 3 coins was shiny, as if they had been coiled and played with often, and they didn't look like fakes. Could it have been any dynasty that was short and had no heirloom coins? Things are rare if these coins are real. Dai Hengxin's heart was hot, but on his face he didn't miss a thing, asking as if he didn't mean to. Miss, do you still have this kind of copper money at home? Xiaoyingchen is not stupid. You don't inquire. I can bring. You just feel at ease to see. Suitable for me as you, not suitable for me to take back. Anyway, can't tell you it's from a ghost. Dai Hengxin. The little girl is quite straight. Seriously looked at, Dai Hengxin still cannot get the idea. Simply open the window of the sky to say the truth. Miss, you this thing, I cannot see. You see this is okay. These 2 silver ingots I accept. These 3 copper coins. I'll take a picture and show it to my teacher and I'll get back to you if I hear anything. Your teacher? Speaking of this, Dai Hengxin let out a bitter smile. I graduated in cultural relic identification. Xiaoyingchen revealed 2 points of sympathy when she heard this. Good. It's hard for college students to get jobs. Is this a case of him not being able to find the right job and being forced to start a pawn store? It seemed like something was wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Watching Dai Hengxin go back and forth with his cell phone taking many high-resolution pictures. Only then did he return the copper coins to Xiaoyingchen with great interest. As a result, the next second he saw Xiaoyingchen take out a broken silver. Without waiting for her to speak, Dai Hengxin took it and weighed it in his hand, nodding his head with certainty. This is silver. Xiaoyingchen let go, collected the broken silver and copper coins, pawned the silver ingots, and left the pawnshop with $20,000. On the way home Xiaoyingchen couldn't help but think, looking at this situation, that Ghost General will come back to trade again in the future. A few more times and one's KPIs for the year will be done, so what's the point of looking for a job? There's absolutely no need to make any effort at all. Okay. Passing a store selling safes, she ghosted in and bought a safe, and in just 10 minutes, $2,000 was gone. Homes often have antiques these days and getting a safe is very necessary. The boss's wife said that she would send it over after dinner, and Xiaoyingchen remembered that she hadn't eaten either. I bought some food to carry home and saw the safe delivered. After eating and drinking, she went straight to stuffing all the objects she had gotten today into the safe. Immediately following that, the math started to come in. The Ghost General piece, which earned $26,000 in one day's sales, cost a total of $37,000, counting the giveaways. Net income of 22,300 renminbi. And that's not counting the broken silver and copper left behind. It's a windfall. What's a ghost in front of the yuan? Get the money and be done with it. Tomorrow she'd have to get in more compressed cookies and put in an air conditioner or it would be hot as hell in the middle of summer. Oh yeah, the door needs to be replaced too. It wouldn't cost much to simply redecorate. But on second thought, it mustn't work. What if the Ghost General can't recognize his house? She wouldn't do anything to cut off her own money. It's better to just have air conditioning. Xiaoyingchen discovers that she has fallen asleep, with a smile at the corner of her mouth. But Fu Chenan's side exploded. The cookies and water bought back were tested as usual and were non-toxic and harmless without any problems. But people were curious about Xiaoyingchuan's store. That store seemed to be visible only to Fu Chenan, able to go in and buy and sell goods, and the owner's wife was also a young woman with delicate features and cool clothes. All the onlooker sees is the doorway, which is full of ruins. It can't be an illusion, but with so much stuff piled up here, it's like it's really happening. Between the crowd's strangeness, someone had a brainstorm. Could it be a mirage? The bystander immediately questioned, have you ever seen a mirage? But the legend has always been there, and just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not there. That's true. Fu Zhonghai think then very real. Tomorrow, you bring more people to go, as much as possible to buy all kinds of food and water back, and then see what else she has there to buy more. Ask her how long that store can still be open there. Anyway, it's just to get to the bottom of it. Fu Chenan responded and began to prepare. Fu Zhonghai this time looked to the adjutant general next to him. If we can really bring back a large amount of food and water tomorrow, we will prepare to attack the city. Here. Everyone was overjoyed and went about their business without mentioning it. The next morning, Xiaoyingchun woke up in high spirits and went downstairs to receive the goods. The delivery boss had also been working together for many years, and as soon as he saw Xiaoyingchun, he asked, Maisie, why do you need so many compressed cookies? Are there any big customers? Xiaoyingchun opened his mouth. That's right. Received a large order. To engage in wilderness survival, each person will carry some compressed cookies and mineral water. No wonder. Reasonable reasoning disarmed the other party and quick hands unloaded the stuff down the road. When the stuff was unloaded, Xiaoyingchun also breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally ready. 4. In order to prevent outsiders from coming and bumping into ghosts, we simply don't open the front door today. It's not too late to open the front door after taking the ghost general's order. Not long after, the beep sounded and Fu Chenan walked in. When he saw the pieces of compressed cookies and mineral water by the door, his eyes fixed and he looked at Xiaoyingchun. All prepared? Xiaoyingchun nodded and smiled. So much, is it enough? Fu Chenan was not in a hurry to pay, but strolled around. Of the food you have here, which is the most top-filling? Xiaoyingchun did not hesitate to point to the compressed cookies. This is the one, easy to carry and full of food. This is the military dry food. The soldiers use this kind of field rush march. Fu Chenan nodded. This kind, how much more can you prepare? When Xiaoyingchun heard this, she responded in a domineering manner, as much as you want. Fu Chenan. Looking at Fu Chenan's eyes looking around, Xiaoyingchun followed his gaze to the upstairs and hurriedly explained, the upstairs is where I live, and this thing is not made by me. I am transferring goods from the factory. That is, the workshop. That workshop is huge, it can make thousands of boxes a day. With modern industry, producing this is a matter of minutes. Fu Chenan dished it out last night. With an army of 10,000 men, 2 packets per man per day will keep them from starving. There are 20 packets in a box, and 3 boxes will be enough to feed 40 people for a day. I want 5,000 cases of compressed cookies and 5,000 cases of water. After Fu Chenan finished speaking, he managed to see Xiaoyingchun's wide-eyed look of seeing a ghost. This ghost has a lot of nerve to blow. Open your mouth and say 10,000 cases. Is this the legendary ghost story? At the same time, Xiaoyingchun finally realized that something was wrong. Ghosts also eat dry food? Ghosts aren't incense eaters? Fu Chenan seemed to have anticipated that Xiaoyingchun wouldn't believe it. He held up a garbage bag-sized cloth bag. This is the deposit. You let them do it, and I'll come pick it up tomorrow, okay? With those words, he threw himself at Xiaoyingchun. Xiaoyingchun subconsciously went to pick it up. Who knew that the next second, the cloth bag crashed to the ground. So heavy. She was caught off guard and jumped in shock. Fu Chenan seemed to have anticipated the situation at hand. As soon as he picked up the cloth bag he placed it on the previous counter. Here is 100 taels of gold to act as a deposit. If it works out, I will give you another 200 taels of gold when I pick up the goods. Xiaoyingchun froze, her mind filled with the touch of Fu Chenan who had just helped her catch the cloth bag. The rough, warm touch of their hands accidentally touching each other just now was not a ghost. Completely at odds with what the TV show and the book said, ghosts are cold, but this one in front of me has a temperature. Xiaoyingchun couldn't help but open her mouth, her face full of shock. You're a human? Fu Chenan's eyes suddenly narrowed in disbelief. You think I'm not human? Xiaoyingchun pointed to the back door. My back door is a dead end, you can't pass people inside at all, and you are nowhere to be seen after every time you go out. The message is clear. How did it go if it was a human being? Fu Chenan was also confused, staring closely at Xiaoyingchun. You mean, this is your back door, going out as a dead end, can't go out people at all? Xiaoyingchun nodded and pointed to the front door. This is the front door. Fu Chenan looked at the wall, silent for a few seconds before striding over to touch it. An invisible force nodded in front of his hand. Xiaoyingchun watched dumbfounded as Fu Chenan went to touch the door, then stopped a centimeter away from it. Fu Chenan pushed and shoved hard, but that 1 centimeter distance was never reduced again. Xiaoyingchun. Fu Chenan saw the ghostly look in Xiaoyingchun's eyes, and both of them fell silent. Xiaoyingchun swallowed, pulled over a plastic stool and gestured for Fu Chenan to sit down. I think that we need to talk openly and honestly. Fu Chenan nodded. Good. After some open and honest conversation, both sides were silent again. Xiaoyingchun digested for a moment and spoke in a small voice. So you're a general from Great Liang? You unsuccessfully attacked Yanzhou and are now stuck in a place called Shima Town outside of Yanzhou? Fu Chainan nodded and kept his eyes on Xiao Yingchun, trying to see something from the change in Xiao Yingchun's expression. But all he saw was shock and some inexplicable excitement. Xiao Yingchun continued to confirm, 10,000 of your generals had their supplies cut off and are now short of water and food? Then you found this door by mistake and entered my store, and now you want to purchase enough food and water for your generals through my store? Fu Chainan nodded again. Xiao Yingchun gritted her teeth and pointed at the back door. None of your generals can get in, but only you can? Fu Chainan nodded. Xiao Yingchun's mind was so messed up that she didn't know what else to ask and fell into silence. When Fu Chainan saw that she had finished her question, he began, you mean to tell me that everyone in your town wears your kind of clothes and that there are 14 billion people in your country? Xiao Yingchun nodded. You all have enough to eat and warm clothes on a daily basis? Live in a house like this? Xiao Yingchun nodded. Your country is not at war? Xiao Yingchun kept nodding her head as if she were a chicken nodding its head. After some inquiries, all that was left for Fu Chainan was envy. You guys are too happy. De Liang is disturbed by various countries from time to time, so they need these generals to fight back. Xiao Yingchun couldn't help but bring a look of pride to her face. That's right. But then Fu Chainan looked her up and down. Since you can afford to wear clothes, why do you wear so little? Xiao Yingchun? What do you mean? As soon as Fu Chainan saw Xiao Yingchun's fury, he hurriedly apologized. It's me who said the wrong thing. The kid apologized to the girl, and asked the girl to forgive her. Xiao Yingchun sees his sincere apology, in his capacity as a gold master, and decides to forgive him. Forget it, we're not on the same path. Fu Chainan recognized this, and after thinking about it he got up. Then I'll take my leave. I'll come back tomorrow. Xiao Yingchun nodded and emphasized one item. This gold ingot of yours must be genuine for me to be able to get so much dry food for it. If not, I will receive you here in the future. Miss Xiao, just find someone to investigate. If it is not true, I Fu Chainan neck head twisted down to you as a ball kick. Xiao Yingchun imagined the scene of a human head being kicked as a ball and shivered in fear. You can forget it. I don't want your head, just don't do business with you in the future. Fu Chainan excused himself and left, only to take away the compressed cookies and Waha mineral water that he bought today when he left, and in addition left 52 silver ingots. With the departure of Fu Chainan, the curtain has just regained its calm. Xiao Yingchun suddenly heard a ding-dong sound in the ear. Transtemporal initial transaction reached 3 times. Transtemporal supermarket terminal system activated. System bound host, Xiao Yingchun. System level 1. System storage function on. The system trading function is on. Level 1 system trading time and space, the Great Liang Dynasty. Level 1 system transaction object, one person has been bound, Fu Chainan. A sound of gold coins dinging rang out, followed by an electronic beep. Supermarket turnover 26,000 renminbi, 50 taels of grain silver, 56 copper coins, 100 taels of gold, deposit. Transaction object entry methods. With each prompt, Xiao Yingchun was confused. She then said, how come an ancient general came to buy something? Dare I say that this kiosk in my home has become a cross-time supermarket system? From Xiao Yingchun's years of experience playing the game, this system was capable of being upgraded. Now it's level 1, it can only bind transactions with Fu Chainan. Maybe it can be traded with other people or even other time and space in the future? At the thought of this, Xiao Yingchun was thrilled. I told you why I've been so unlucky lately, but it turns out that all the good luck is waiting here. She turned on the storage function, and when she went in, hey, it's just the same storage room she had at home. This old broken small 2-story building is Xiao Yingchun parents left behind the heritage, covers an area of 80 square feet, the first floor of 30 square feet to do the warehouse, 40 square feet to do the supermarket. The 1-story building is 3 meters high, and the storehouse alone has 90 cubic feet of space. 5,000 boxes of compressed cookies and mineral water each. Even if they can't be filled at one time, should they be divided into 2? Logic ran through. Xiao Yingchun decided to look at the gold in that cloth bag first. The cloth bag opened to reveal a plain, unadorned 10 ingots of gold. The gold ingots are not large, flat in shape, large at both ends and small in the center, sort of like a bow tie mold, with a seal stamp in the center. She looked up the price of gold ingots online. After having a number in mind, Xiao Yingchun picked up 2 gold ingots and put them in her satchel, putting the 3 copper coins from yesterday together. Put the other 8 gold ingots in the safe before heading to the pawn store. Trying to get in 5,000 cases of compressed cookies and water will cost at least $800,000. The volume is too much, wholesale store owners will not credit so much, is required to give a deposit first, cash on delivery. She had no money, so she had to go ahead and sell the gold ingots. By the way, identify if this gold ingot is real. Xiao Yingchun t-shirt shorts carrying a satchel, plain face stepped into the door of the Xinlong pawn shop. Dai Hengxin's eyes lit up for a split second when he saw Xiao Yingchun come in, and he took the initiative to stand up. The beauty is here again, what's the good stuff today? Xiao Yingchun looked at an extra old Mediterranean man with gray hair in the store and didn't answer. Dai Hengxin could see Xiao Yingchun's caution and took the initiative to introduce, this is my mentor and my uncle, the doctoral supervisor of Beijing University's Cultural Relics Appraisal Program, Professor Dai Wangyan. Xiao Yingchun took a closer look at the other party and directly pulled out his cell phone and searched. Official website of North City University, Cultural Relics Restoration, Ph.D. Supervisor, Dai Wangyan. Although the photo is embellished, the eyebrows and baldness show, it's the same person. Xiaoyingchuan's heart's vigilance dropped a lot, which made him sit aside. Dai Hengxin's eyes fell on Xiaoyingchuan's satchel. Xiaoyingchun looked at her satchel and turned passivity into initiative. Is Mr. Dai the teacher that Boss Dai said was looking at copper coins before? Dai Wangyan also reacted at this time and looked at Xiaoyingchun in surprise. You're the owner of that copper coin? Xiaoyingchun nodded, cautiously not saying anything. Dai Wangyan is old enough to see Xiaoyingchuan's nervousness. I don't mean anything else, and I'm also preparing to let Hengxin contact you to see if I can take a look at the physical object. I've never seen this kind of copper coin before, and after checking the literature, I was curious to see it in the flesh. Xiaoyingchun thought for a moment and pulled out 3 copper coins from her satchel and placed them on the coffee table. Dai Wangyan immediately picked one up and examined it carefully. Not only looks, he smells. There is no earthy odor, and like the previous silver ingot, it is not unearthed, but looks like it was collected and often coiled. The look is right, the shine is right, the feel is right, and there's nothing wrong with scrutinizing. The only thing that didn't match up was this style of De Liang Tong Bao, and the inscription on that silver ingot from before showed a silver number that he had never seen before. But just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it's a fake. It's likely that it's not in the historical documents or that very few exist. Xiaoyingchun waited patiently for him to finish reading, and then heard Dai Wangyan give a price of $2,000 apiece. Dai Wangyan's tone and demeanor were sincere. The market's Daliang Tongbao are usually 1,000 yuan apiece. But the style of this one has never been seen before, it will be more expensive. But there is wear and tear. I can only give you $2,000 apiece, please can I cut it? Xiaoyingchun thought about the fact that there was still a large handful of this kind of copper coins in the safe at home and nodded painfully. Success! Dai Wangyan was instantly happy and was busy asking Dai Hengxin to pay. Dai Hengxin just saw with a sharp eye that there was something else wrapped in toilet paper in Xiaoyingchuan's satchel. After giving the money, he tried to speak. Does Ms. Shaw have any other goodies for us to grow on? Xiaoyingchun thought about it and took out a pile of toilet paper and put it on the coffee table. With the previous 3 transactions, Dai Wangyan and Dai Hengxin were both very careful, and after looking at each other, Dai Wangyan carefully opened the pile of toilet paper. When the golden and shiny piece of gold ingot appeared in front of the eyes of the duo still stared in shock. This is a gold ingot? Xiaoyingchun nodded. Dai Wangyan was excited. Gold ingots are not the same as silver ingots. Even in ancient times, ordinary people do not use gold ingots for trading, and there is very little circulation in the market. He asked Dai Hengxin to take the scale while carefully picking it up and looking. After looking at it carefully, it was weighed again and weighed 362 grams. It's 10 taels of gold ingots all right. Dai Wangyan's whole body was excited and took the initiative to become a teacher for Xiaoyingchun. Ancient scales were 16 taels to the pound, so 1 tael was almost as much as 31 grams to 36 grams. As Dai Wangyan explained, Xiaoyingchun nodded frequently. After a long time, Dai Wangyan stopped talking. You want to sell this too? Xiaoyingchun nodded her head, fervently. I'm in desperate need of money, I can't help it. Dai Wangyan didn't pursue the truth or falsehood of the reason. He pulled Dai Hengxin to discuss it, and came back to ask, this gold ingot, is it okay to give $800,000? Xiaoyingchun was stunned. $800,000? She nodded decisively and agreed, pulling out another. I have 2. Dai Wangyan and Dai Hengxin. Only when Xiaoyingchun left did Dai Hengxin sigh with a helpless face. Uncle, I'm a pawnshop, you can't charge the market price. If Dai Hengxin had bid, one would have been given at most $600,000. This is the line price of 10 taels of gold ingots. But Dai Wangyan was serious. The inscription on this gold ingot has never been seen before, and it is likely to be from a previously unseen dynasty. The same 10 taels of gold ingots, but the price can be more than 10 times different. I'm counting this as giving low. How can you bully her for not understanding? What's more, this little girl must have other good things at home. Aren't you afraid that she'll wake up and find another channel to sell her good things in the future? Dai Hengxin wanted to say which pawnshop cannot give 800,000 himself to 600,000 are considered more. But thinking of his eldest uncle's bookishness, Dai Hengxin had the sense to shut up. As soon as Xiaoyingchun left the pawnshop, he called Uncle Liang, the owner of the wholesale store, to place an order. Mineral water is not a problem, it's always available. The trouble is the compressed cookies. 5,000 cases of compressed cookies were requested to be transferred within 1 day, and it was estimated that they would have to be transferred all over the city or even across the city. Fortunately, Xiaoyingchun has a number in mind, so relax the requirements. Brand is not limited, packaging is not limited, as long as enough to get 5,000 boxes of compressed cookies on the line. After getting an affirmative promise from his boss, Xiaoyingchun put down his mind and began to think about his next plan. The store could not be renovated until this large transaction was completed for fear of disrupting business. The storeroom needs to be organized and cleared out of all those things that won't be used for a while, to make it easier to put the compressed cookies in mineral water that will be delivered in a while. Take this great deal and realize wealth freedom. Xiaoyingchun gave himself a shot of chicken blood, directly soaked a packet of instant noodles and ate it. and then prepared to go into the warehouse to work. There is some of everything in the warehouse, in bits and pieces. Clean out the empty cartons, put the ones that can go on the shelves directly on the shelves, and the ones that can't go on the shelves are regulated in a box. Xiaoying-chun had only organized part of it, and her back ached. Can't this system be automated for stocking? How tiring would it be to carry it all by hand? Xiaoying-chun had just finished his thought when he heard a crisp electronic voice in his head. Is the automatic stocking function turned on? At the same time, two options appeared before Xiaoying-chun's eyes. Yes/RMB 10,000, no/RMB 0. $10,000? Xiaoying-chun's first reaction was hesitation, too expensive. But when she thought that in the future, the system can always help to take care of the goods, this money is spread over a long timeline. That is equivalent to hiring a reliable and cheap temporary worker. Cost effective. Xiaoying-chun nodded yes crisply. WeChat beeped, she opened a look, and really deducted 10,000. The system's automatic stocking function is also turned on as promised. Xiaoying-chun decisively chose the automatic stocking function. Miraculous scene happened, the original warehouse in a mess of paper shells, plastic bags or as if growing legs, automatically change shape, move position. Automatic stacking and crating of various goods. All goods that can be put on the shelves are automatically placed neatly on the shelves. The ones that don't fit on the shelves are regulated in cardboard boxes and are also placed on top of the shelves. Not only that, but the shelves, which were a bit dusty, were surprisingly clean and spotless. Even the storeroom is as neat and clean as a dog licked it. Cow! Xiaoying-chun looked at the unprecedentedly clean shelves and storehouse, and was in a happy mood. Xiaoying-chun sat behind the counter, ready to drink some water and take a break, but the phone rang. It was the owner of the wholesale store. Uncle Rio? What is it? Xiaoying-chun thought there was a problem with the compressed cookie transfer. Uncle Liang on the other side of the phone, however, hesitated. Ing-chun there's a thing, I don't know if I should tell you. You say. Xiaoying-chun tensed. It's this store of yours, didn't you let your aunt run it before? Your aunt seems to have a lot of goods out there on credit. A couple of them have come to ask me about it. What? Xiaoying-chun was taken aback and straightened her back in shock. I'm not going to transfer your goods, just contact the various bosses around. When they heard I was supplying you, they asked me about it, and when they heard that you had given a deposit, they were relieved to give me the goods. Listening to Uncle Leon talk about the situation, Xiaoying-chun was stunned. Ever since Xiaoying-chun's parents passed away in a car accident a year ago, her aunt Guchunyu has volunteered to guard Xiaoying-chun's store. Xiaoying-chun really didn't want to keep the supermarket, so she agreed. However, the two sides signed a contract at that time. Guchunyu was responsible for the profit and loss during the operation. Whoever thought that a month ago Xiaoying-chun was counted by the leadership layoffs, after coming back to live, Guchunyu in front of her all kinds of complaints. She said the supermarket is not profitable at all, but also lose money. To Xiaoying-chun to give her a salary she is willing to continue to do. Xiaoying-chun didn't believe it. How can parents lose money when they have been supporting a family of 3 for over 20 years on this supermarket? It just so happens that a year has come and gone. Xiaoying-chun directly took back the supermarket and guarded it himself. Xiaoying-chun did not expect Guchunyu actually in the name of Ingchun Commissary, in the major wholesalers were a lot of credit payments. I've greeted the ones that supply us all year round and told them they've changed bosses, so how come they still have so much credit? Uncle Liang gave a simple smile. After a few old acquaintances heard you say that, they gave a little bit of credit at first, and seeing that it was difficult to pay back, they didn't give any credit later. She just found a couple other wholesalers on credit. Xiaoying-chun understood and smiled. Thanks to Uncle Liang for telling me. Please turn around and tell them the truth, so that whoever they give their stuff to can find the money, and if they can't get it, they can seize the time to sue. Uncle Rio promised and hung up. Xiaoying-chun scratched his head, hesitating to take the initiative to ask Guchunyu, but after thinking about it, he felt it was unnecessary. In this kind of thing, whoever takes the initiative loses the initiative. It's not like you're in debt and don't care about her. Near noon, Uncle Liang delivered the first shipment, 3,000 cases of compressed cookies and 2,000 cases of water. With what happened to her aunt before, Xiaoying-chun unambiguously paid the final payment for this batch of goods directly, and also told Uncle Liang, when the next batch of goods is delivered, I will also settle the bill for you on the spot. Uncle Liang was so happy that his crow's feet were dancing. That's great. You need this batch of goods in a hurry. A lot of them are advance money from others to transfer. This batch of goods Xiaoying-chun did not press the price. Anyway, the difference is so big that $1 million. She only seeks to do things beautifully. Given that only Fu Chainan can come in the supermarket, Xiaoying-chun also had Uncle Liang leave 2 small flatbed trailers that could enter and exit the back door, and filled the 2 small trailers with the automatic stocking function. Uncle Liang agreed with full commitment and promised to send a second truckload over later. Xiaoying-chun closed the main door of the supermarket and opened the back door, while using the supermarket's automatic grocery system to stack both compressed cookies and water by the back door. It wasn't long before Fu Chainan arrived, and his eyes lit up when he saw the small flatbed trailer loaded with goods. Xiaoying-chun pointed to the 2 small trailers. You pull out 1 trailer at a time, and when the empty trailer comes back I'll load it for you on my side, so it's faster. Fu Chainan agreed and first handed Xiaoying-chun a sheepskin bag. Xiaoying-chun opened the bag to see 20 gold ingots, full of a bag. The final payment is due. Good. You pull the load. Fu-chun pulled a trailer of goods out the back door, and the generals waiting outside immediately unloaded the goods nimbly and loaded them onto the wagon, then let Fu-chun pull the empty wagon back. One way or another, Fu Chainan felt something was wrong. A trailer full of stuff, sent out on its own but in a matter of moments came in and another trailer inside was loaded. Xiaoying-chun loads the trailer fast and neatly, how does she not sweat? But Fu Chainan didn't ask, this store is already weird, it's normal for people to be weirder. Soon the storehouse was full of water and compressed cookies delivered. Xiaoying-chun explained, my family's storehouse is only this big, I can only put so much in at once, you wait for 2 hours to come, the rest of the goods will be almost ready. Good. Fu Chainan didn't hesitate and turned around to leave. Right now the thousands of boxes of supplies are enough for them to start the fight first. If things went well, it might be possible to take down Yangzhou City without any subsequent supplies. Walking to the door, Fu Chainan remembered something as if, Boss Xiao, do you have any medicine for trauma here? And spirits for cleaning wounds? Xiaoying-chun understood as soon as he heard it, you are afraid that there will be no medicine after you are injured in the war, right? This is good to do. You give silver, I will go to transfer goods for you. Fu Chainan understood, dropped a sentence you wait, turned around and went out. Not long after, Fu Chainan rushed in sweaty and handed over another bag with 20 taels of silver ingots and 10 taels of gold ingots. That's all for now, if it's not enough, I'll bring it back next time. Good. Xiaoying-chun was also dry and agreed after reading it. Both parties tacitly refrained from saying the price. Xiaoying-chun is because she is not clear about the market, Fu Chainan is aware of the preciousness of wound medicine in wartime. Wound medicine in wartime is a life, and as long as you can get it, it's worth it even if it's expensive. At first Xiaoying-chun wanted to buy bottles and bottles of medical alcohol. But how much medical alcohol should you have on hand for a 10,000-man army to fight a war? After asking a few pharmacies, people asked Xiaoying-chun in a different tone, what do you need so much alcohol for? You can't break the law if you're a criminal. This stuff not only sterilizes, it lights fires. Xiaoying-chun. Never mind, what alcohol isn't made of wine? Xiaoying-chun directly called Wu Bo, the owner of a nearby brewery. Wu Bo has been brewing wine in the middle of the city for more than 20 years, and has always had a lot of regular customers because of its positive flavor and unadulterated nature, and the price is still cheap. Hearing Xiaoying-chun say he wanted to buy the strongest wine, he was overjoyed. This is double distilled wine with 60 degrees. $15 a caddy, if you want more I'll count 10 for you. The sales have been bad because the degrees are too high, and it's been sitting there for almost a year. Okay, this is it. Xiaoying-chun agreed in one breath. Wu Bo asked her how much she wanted, and Xiaoying-chun asked directly how much there was. Wu Bo sucked in a breath of cold air. In the end, Wu Bo used a tricycle to deliver 300 pounds of double distilled wine to Xiaoying-chun's kiosk and took $3,000. Solved the alcohol, Xiaoying-chun, and directly in the United States to buy Yunnan Baiyao hemostatic powder, aerosol, Wonge no-stitch dressing. By the way, the ones for anti-inflammatory and fever reduction should also be there. Ibuprofen tablets. 100 tablets in a bottle. Let's start with 100. Penicillin V potassium tablets. Pick up the most affordable brand for 100 boxes. Also Band-Aids, no-wash sanitizing gel. When it was all bought, Xiaoying-chun roughly looked at the total cost of almost $50,000. That's all for now. This side has just finished placing an order in the American tour, and over there Uncle Liang's another truckload of goods has arrived. C4 was also piled up full of coffers this moment and empty. Bright Uncle is very surprised. Spring Girl, you front on the handover? Xiaoying-chun nodded cheerfully, well, the other party gave money and I let him pull away. Uncle Bright thought about it and said directly, how many years have we been related? Why don't you just let me help send it over directly, and you won't have to backtrack once more. Don't worry, I won't say a word more than I should. Uncle Liang's words were to show that he wouldn't split the stage, nor would he bypass Xiaoying-chun to steal business. Xiaoying-chun smiled and politely refused, Uncle Liang, I trust you, I know you are doing me a favor and want to save me the trouble. But this client is picky and has to come and get it in person, so you don't have to worry about that. Uncle Liang, however, thought Xiaoying-chun still didn't believe in himself, and thought about it. For a kiosk, hundreds of thousands of dollars of business is a year's worth of sales, so how can you let the sidewalkers get involved? The little girl was right to be so cautious. Uncle Rio talked himself into it, unloaded, checked out, and walked away neatly. Before leaving, Uncle Leon once again talked about Guchunyu's credit payment for the goods. I spoke to the owners of those wholesale stores, and they said they'd come to you in the evening to discuss it and see what to do about it. Or would you like to make some preparations ahead of time? This is for fear that the other side will make trouble if they don't get their money. Xiaoying-chun smiled and nodded, I know Uncle Liang. I'll make preparations. When Uncle Liang left, the medicine bought by the American group also arrived, in many boxes of various sizes. Xiaoying-chun took them one by one and put them into the storehouse. The front door closes and the back door opens. The time mart is open again. When the sky rubbed dark, Fu Chainan once again stepped into Xiaoying-chun's business department. Xiaoying-chun lit up as soon as she saw him, you're here? Fu Chainan let out a hem and walked to the counter with big strides. He smelled heavily of blood, his armor and hem were stained with dark red blood, his face looked like it had been deliberately scrubbed clean, but his hair was a mess. Xiao Chuan's heart thumped. Is this a fight? Fu Chainan gave another but his eyes began to look around. Xiao Chun busily opened the box containing the medicine. This is the medicine I bought for you, it may not be the same as the medicine you use. Xiao Chun picked up a box of medicine and handed it to Fu Chainan. Do you recognize the words on this? Fu Chainan looked away and shook his head. Xiao Chun nodded. I guess you don't recognize it. I don't know how to write your characters either, so you do this, I'll read it to you, and you write and paste it yourself to bring it back for use, okay? Fu Chainan gave Xiao Chun a deep look. Many thanks. Xiao Chun directly took out a large pack of stickers used by convenience stores to write down prices, and simply read the directions for use and corresponding symptoms on them. Fu Chainan grabbed a water-based pen and wrote on it. At first it felt uncomfortable to write with this pen, and after a few moments, it smelled really good. Fu Chainan wrote very quickly. After writing one, it was quickly pasted on a type of plastic bag. Xiao Chun pointed at the 10 or so plastic buckets again. Inside here is the spirits you asked for, do you want to taste it? Fu Chainan's eyes moved. No need. We have to attack the city tonight. Drinking is strictly forbidden. Alright then, you take it all. Xiao Chun waved his hand, indicating that the explanation was complete. Fu Chainan's eyes were deep. If it works well, I'll look for you again in the future. Xiao Chun smiled brightly. No problem. You just need to use it according to the instructions on it, and it will definitely work. $50,000 worth of medicines and liquor were sold for 10 gold ingots in the blink of an eye. According to a gold ingot 800,000, this is also 8 million, if you count the previous. Rich this is. Fu Chainan quickly transported everything away in a small trailer, and before he left, he said he would come back the next day. When the back door was calm again, Xiao Chun hurried upstairs, stuffed the gold ingots into the safe, and opened the front door again. Uncle Liang said that someone would come to see him tonight to discuss the matter of Gu Chunyu's credit payment. It was dark, and the heat still rolled in as soon as I opened the door. Not far away there is a watermelon tricycle selling watermelon is hawking with a horn. Xiao Chun raised his voice and shouted, Boss, give me 2 of the biggest and sweetest melons. Little Ling Chun, this supermarket of yours closes every day. What kind of business are you in? Grandpa Zhao, an old neighbor shaking a bushel fan, strolled by the door and teased Xiao Chun with a smile. Xiao Chun hurriedly greeted him over. Grandpa Zhao, quickly come. I bought 2 big watermelons, just in time for you to help me taste how it tastes. Grandpa Zhao was called, not yet sat down. The hand was stuffed with a piece of watermelon with sandy flesh, could not help but smile narrowed his eyes. Yo, small Ling Chun more and more understanding Lu. Grandpa Zhao sat down, and the neighbors who often chatted with him came over to say hello. Xiao Chun hurriedly plastic stools are moved out, greeted everyone while eating watermelon and chatting, but eyes from time to time to look at the direction of the village entrance. 8. Almost naturally, a group of old neighbors gathered in front of the Yingchun kiosk. The old neighbors gathered and all asked about Xiao Chun. Someone asked Xiao Chun if she's looking for a date. Others have asked why she's back. Someone else asked why her aunt stopped guarding the supermarket. Xiao Chun took the opportunity to pour out his grievances, telling Gu Chunyu's story about how she said she wanted to be paid before she would continue to guard the store, and also about how Gu Chunyu owed a lot of money for goods on credit. When this was said, there was a great deal of talk among the old neighbors. This aunt of yours is too ruthless, isn't she? She uses your family's store for business, doesn't give you a penny, and wants you to pay her backwards to guard the store? Chun Maisie, you can't help her pay it back. If you pay it back, she'll go back on credit later and say it's yours, so it's a bottomless pit. Xiao Chun looked distressed. Alas, there's a supplier coming to me for a debt in a while. I'm fretting about it. Fear not, we'll vouch for you. That's right, be reasonable, and if you're not, you let him go to court. The neighbors had an instant sense of justice and said they would never stand by and wait for them to come. Xiao Chun touched at the same time. There is also a little bit of guilt. This is not considered to take advantage of? Just then, a small car stopped at the door and 4 people came down, walking straight inside the kiosk. Where's the boss's wife? Tell the boss's wife to come out. Xiao Chun, who was already standing outside the door, I am the boss's wife. The 2 men with bags under their armpits looked Xiao Chun up and down, and the man in the black polo shirt was the first to speak. Where's your mom? I'm looking for your mom. Xiao Chun was not slow. My mom left in a car accident last year, and it is a little difficult for you to find my mom. Had to go down there to find it. Black polo man. The slightly younger man in the blue plaid shirt next to him took over at this point. His tone was kind. I heard Uncle Liang say today that you've been transferring goods and gotten a lot of compressed cookies? Xiao Chun looked at him. Does it have anything to do with you? The blue checkered man stepped forward to hand over his business card, introducing himself with his mouth. I'm Wei Xiang, the owner of Feixiang Wholesale Department. In the past year, Yingchun Commissary has not paid more than $30,000 in goods on credit from me. I'm here today to collect the debt. The 3 of them are in a similar situation to me. May I ask what your relationship is with that previous boss lady, Gu Chunyu? In 3 words, he made it clear where he was coming from. Xiaoying-chun just likes to deal with people who think clearly. That's my aunt. My parents passed away unexpectedly last year. Xiaoying-chun explained everything that had happened. If you want to collect a debt, you have to direct me to my aunt. It's useless for you to approach me. I signed a contract with her when she took over. I'll clear the front accounts, she'll clear the back accounts, and they won't be responsible for each other. Saying that, Xiaoying-chun took out the previously prepared contract from the counter and showed it to Wei Xiang. Wei Xiang finished reading. His face did not look good. He had already inquired with Uncle Liang, and then look at this contract immediately confirmed that he was cheated by Guchenyu. The three men next to him didn't look good either. One of them was reluctant. It's all in your family anyway, she's in debt, it's only right that you pay it. Besides, didn't you just make a big deal? What's this money to you? Xiaoying-chun didn't like hearing this. That's my aunt, not my mom, and I don't deserve to take the fall for her just because I made a big deal. A brother-in-law is still a brother-in-law. I've already said that if you want to collect a debt you can go straight to her, and if she doesn't recognize the debt you can go to court and sue her for fraud. As he spoke, Xiaoying-chun pointed to the old neighbors who were eating melons collectively. They all know that I've had the Yingchun commissary open here for more than 20 years, and it's a child's playground. Those are the ones who supplied before, and when I gave the store to my aunt to do, I said hello and made it clear to those families. My aunt came to you because she couldn't get credit from her old supplier, so why did you dare to give her credit without asking around? The two men looked at each other, speechless. Of course they inquired. But at that time, I only thought I could dig up an old client of Uncle Rio's. Where was the risk? You can't just stop doing business on credit because you're afraid of taking risks. The old neighbors also spoke up in due time to help. Before, Yingchun's sister's aunt Guchenyu worked here for a year, and that's what we all asked. It's true she didn't pay Yingchun rent. She said that Yingchun couldn't bear to see her parents' kiosk go, so she let her aunt do it, profit and loss being her own responsibility. Old neighbors have been helping to prove it. Wei Xiang did not get angry when he heard it, instead he looked at Xiaoying-chun and suggested, Boss Xiao, you see we are now going to your aunt for money, I'm afraid we won't be able to get it back, do you think this is okay? If you have another big order like this in the future, can you buy from us? We'll make some money too, to make up for the loss. So the four of them came over today to try to see if they could get their money back, and on the other hand, to try to drum up business. Xiaoying-chun looked at Wei Xiang and saw his eager gaze. When he looked at the three men next to him again, the three men looked like they weren't satisfied, but they all reluctantly nodded. Xiaoying-chun thought for a moment, if there is a need, I can buy from you, but I want to make sure that the stuff is right, and the price can't be more expensive than elsewhere. Can you do that? No. With Xiaoying-chun's assurance, Wei Xiang took the initiative to go into the store again to take a look. The store is small, the shelves inside are extraordinarily clean, and the goods are arranged extraordinarily neatly. At first glance, it looks like it's being run with a lot of care. Thinking of Uncle Liang's citywide transfer to buy compressed cookies today, Wei Xiang has no doubt. This young and beautiful Xiao boss must have found a reliable and big relationship. You know it's impossible for an unusual person to buy that many compressed cookies and pay for them on the spot. This look-alike storefront might just be a front. He's clear, really big business doesn't need to make money at all by opening stores to solicit casual customers, just like the owners of those tea stores. If Xiaoying-chun knew the speculation in his mind, he would have given him credit, comrade, you truth. An agreement was reached and the four men got into their cars and left. Xiaoying-chun watched their backs as they left in a trance. Is this the end? Thinking of her own aunt's calculating face, Xiaoying-chun intuited, this is not over. It wasn't until the kiosk closed at 10 o'clock in the evening that Xiaoying-chun remembered that she had actually forgotten to eat dinner. But thinking of the more than $10 million earned today, Xiaoying-chun felt not hungry. Xiaoying-chun sleeps in a beautiful dream, but does not know that Fu Chunan is leading the soldiers under his command to attack Yangzhou City at night. Thanks to Carolito Pro Reward, June began to rush the list, the monthly ticket, recommended tickets, collection to a wave of ha. Fu Chunan was almost left in camp this night, not allowed to lead his team into battle. For no other reason than that the medicine he brought back today was so good. There were many injured soldiers from the first charge during the day, and after listening to Fu Chunan, Dr. Nyo washed his hands clean and put on those soft, sterile gloves to clean everyone's injuries. The wound is not deep. After wiping the wound with a cotton swab dipped in spirits, putting on that spray, and eating one of the pills that Fu Chunan brought back, I was surprised that I didn't have a fever, and the wound was also scabbed. Fu Zhanghai was also injured today. His arm was cut open with a finger-length slit, not deep, but also bleeding. Dr. Bull sprayed the wound after wiping it with spirits and used that no-so dressing, and he went charging off again. As a result, when I came back, I found that the wound had not only not burst open as usual, but had also tightened up. That's a sign of things to come. Is this medicine so powerful? Dr. Nyo and Fu Zhanghai were shocked. From the previous war, there were at least a few hundred wounded soldiers who couldn't go back to war. But today, after such treatment of wounds, in addition to the seriously wounded soldiers need to rest, lightly wounded soldiers with no sewing needle dressing, and then on the battlefield no problem at all. This amounts to reducing battle losses and preserving strength. This kind of good thing was something he couldn't even think of before. It is important to realize that many soldiers were not killed on the battlefield, they were wounded and left untreated, dying of hard pus and high fever and festering wounds. For this reason, Fu Zhanghai purposely looked for Fu Chenin to discuss. Why don't you not go on for a while? The wounded soldiers need medication, and you can still go into that merchant store again to buy medicine. If something happens to you, you won't have a chance to buy medicine again. Fu Chenin thought about it and chose to wear an extra cowhide armor. You feel relieved this way, right? Fu Zhanghai. Fu Chenan still went to war. Because of the magical medicine, it invariably stabilizes the military even more. We all know that a small injury is no problem at all. That medicine is very good, and when you use it, you can make the wound heal. So everyone charged and attacked even more courageously. When the city of Yangzhou was broken, the garrison generals couldn't figure out how. Didn't they say they had been short of food and drink for several days? How come they are so brave? None of them are afraid to die? Instead of a deputy, he was answered with an arrow through the chest. As the city broke down, Fu Chenan ordered in a deep voice, rich families in the city, you can loot, not allowed to kill the people. No raping people's wives and daughters. Those who disobey, behead. Here, the people were overjoyed and rushed towards the rich households in the city that had high walls and large courtyards. Fu Chenan looked at the swarming soldiers, his eyes all cold. The soldiers who had been kept out of the city and starved for days needed to vent their anger, and it had been considered merciful to only loot and not kill. Fu Chenan rushed to where his father's marshal Fu Zhanghai was. Father, I'll go back first. Fu Zhanghai glanced at his son, who hadn't suffered any injuries, and nodded in agreement. Go. When Fu Chenan returned to Shimai town, the first thing he did was to confirm with Dr. Nyo the number of wounded soldiers and the number of various medicines needed. Dr. Nyo pointed to the suture-free compress. This one, take 1,000. No, the more the better, and this one, this one, this one. The various medicines on the table were pointed out by Dr. Bull. Fu Chenan looked at the sky. It was already past midnight, and at the moment that store was not open, so he might as well take advantage of this time to make a list. After making the list, Fu Chenan remembered something else. Come man, order the people to send all the gold and silver ingots seized from the rich households, and hairpin jewelry and clothing, send over a batch of the chosen ones. Here. Stores don't take silver tickets, they don't want loose silver, they just want gold and silver ingots and copper coins. As for hairpin jewelry and clothing, that young lady boss might like it? If you want to buy the most expensive medicine from someone, you should always show something. Fu Chenan took the list and went to find Dr. Nyo. Dr. Nyo glanced at the list and muttered in his heart, can we buy as much as we can? Fu Chenan didn't understand, these aren't enough? Dr. Nyo's eyes glared, today is enough, but if we want to use it again later, do we still come all the way to Shima town to buy it? Gotta get as much as you can while you can, got it? Fu Chenan suddenly realized, understood. I'll go make arrangements. Xiaoying-chan woke up early and washed up. Just opened the back door of the supermarket. Fu Chenan pushed the door in. At first glance, both sides froze. The man should have deliberately changed and washed, a clean and sharp moon-white robe, with the white jade crown on his head. The whole person looked in high spirits. Male color confusion. Xiaoying-chuan's mind drifted through 4 words, but her face was serious, reaching out and pointing at Fu Chenan's body. Won the battle? No need to wear armor. Fu Chenan also blushed slightly. He realized that this woman seemed to have some good feelings for him, and today, in order to achieve his goal, he had deliberately changed and dressed up. If it were before, he would never have bothered to do such a thing. But when I think of the injury medicine needed by 10,000 generals behind me, what is the harm of sacrificing a little color? Fu Chenan talked himself into it and gathered enough courage to push the box in front of him over. This is for you. Xiaoying-chan looked at the exquisite box inlaid with shells and gold and silver filigree in front of her. For me? The box was placed on the counter by Fu Chenan and opened. Inside was a box full of jewelry. Xiaoying-chan reacted and carefully took it out of it one by one. Inside are gem-set hairpins, earrings, collars, rings, bracelets. Workmanship strives for sophistication, filigree enameled, wire encrusted. There are also baroque pearls set into the top. Look closely, but all can see that this is the ancient skilled craftsman little by little handmade. Xiaoying-chan only felt the heart heavy. Such a box of jewelry, in ancient times, I'm afraid it is worth a lot of money. Where did this come from? Last night when the city was attacked, the rich families' homes were searched out, and I picked up the good-looking ones and picked a box for you. When Fu Chenan finished speaking, he saw Xiaoying-chan frown. Robbed? It's not the stuff of the dead, is it? That's too bad luck. Fu Chenan read her look and immediately explained, as long as the stuff didn't kill anyone. Xiaoying-chuan's heart dropped by half. It's good that there are no human lives involved. She thought about it and asked Fu Chenan, what do you want? Fu Chenan, however, waved his hand. These are for you. I have also prepared gold and silver ingots and would like to buy some more medicine from you. I wonder if that might be possible. Xiaoying-chan nodded. No problem. Fu Chenan pulled out a bunch of sheets from his sleeve and read them to Xiaoying-chan. Xiaoying-chan, this weight, emptying a pharmacy is not enough. This is too much for you. I'm not sure I can get you that much. We have some medicines here that will alarm the officials if you buy too much. Maybe I'll get caught in it. Why don't you wait? I'll do a count, go out and ask around, and get back to you. 10. Fu Chunin expressed his understanding and made an appointment to come over at noon to hear the news, so he was ready to take his leave. But when he saw the instant noodles on the shelf, he stopped in his tracks. You gave me 2 boxes of this before, it tastes very good, how do you sell this? Xiaoying took a look and laughed. The flavor of instant noodle seasoning packets can be technology and ruthless work, the ancients which can carry the temptation? I'll send you 2 more boxes if you like. 5 taels of silver for 10 boxes if you want to buy them. This is the extra large package of instant noodles, a box of 24 packages, the purchase price is nearly $60. A 5-2 silver ingot equals $6,000, making only 9 times the difference in price, very conscientious. Fu Chainan handed over a 10 taels silver ingot. Xiaoying. I don't have enough goods here for 20 boxes, I'll transfer the goods to you later, you take 2 boxes to go first, count it as a gift to you. 10 taels of silver ingots can only be sold for $10,000, a difference of less than 9 times, a loss. Fu Chainan did not polite, holding 2 boxes of instant noodles to go. Xiaoying gave him 2 large packages of starch sausage. This, after you tear open the outer package, the sausage inside is put in the bubble noodles together, delicious, you try. Fu Chainan looked at the starch sausage and nodded his head, his gaze falling on the 2 pots of rice on the shelf below. The last time you sent spirits, the general said it tasted good, but that wine, Dr. Bull, wanted to save it for the generals to use to clean their wounds and wouldn't let them drink it. The generals have won the battle and want to drink to celebrate, could you sell me some more liquor? Xiaoying decisively said, okay. Once back to life, Xiaoying made an appointment with him to come over at noon to pull wine and instant noodles, and only then did Fu Chainan walk out the back door with some reluctance. In the barracks, Dr. Nyo had already waited at the entrance of the tent, and as soon as he saw Fu Chainan come back with his arms around the box, he immediately greeted him with excitement. Took instant noodles back again? What is this? Fu Chainan, Miss Xiao said that this is starch sausage, and you can eat it directly after skinning it. Is it good? Not. I will first see if there is any poison. Nyo Dafu said, took the initiative to take over the instant noodles and starch sausage, and took the bowls and chopsticks ready to test the poison. As the scent of instant noodles wafted out, countless pairs of eyes looked over, leaving indisputable tears at the corners of their mouths. I envy Dr. Nyo for being able to test the poison. Seeing Fu Chainan leave, Xiaoying stood still for a few seconds, suddenly reacted in general, put all the jewelry into the box, and then put it into the safe. For the first time in over 20 years, a man had given himself jewelry of gold and precious stones. Just for that, let's round out the business. Out the door. Breakfast. Xiaoying went to the noodle store that he often went to. There was a line in front of the store and it was full of people. She found the person she was looking for among the diners, Yi Yubin, the owner of the Spring Pharmacy. Early in the morning, Yi Yubin's rice noodle bowl next to a cold beer, is not slow to shiver a mouthful of noodles, drink a mouthful of beer. Confirming that there was still most of the beer left, Xiaoying dropped her eagerness. It wasn't long before Xiaoying sat in front of Yi Yubin with the rice noodles. Uncle Yi, having breakfast? Yi Yubin glanced at Xiaoying. Xiao girl, I heard you did a single big business? Xiaoying grinned and didn't deny it. That's the way it is in the village. What happened only yesterday is now known to everyone. Seeing that Yi Yubin finished a bottle of beer, and the rice noodles were almost finished, Xiaoying finished the bowl of rice noodles in 3 or 2 bites, and caught up with Yi Yubin's footsteps. Uncle Yi, I have something to ask you for advice. Yi Yubin had a knowing smile on his face. I told you, if you're okay, you girl definitely won't go in front of me. Xiaoying hemmed and hawed. I was small then and didn't know any better. Yi Yubin was talking about Xiaoying's childhood. When I was a child, Xiaoying woke up early and found Yi Yubin drunk next to the kiosk, vomiting a head in the face. Xiaoying thought Yi Yubin was dead and cried out in fear. Xiao father rushed over to see, will Yi Yubin sent to the hospital gastric lavage drip, saved Yi Yubin life. Later, when she saw Yi Yubin again, Xiaoying avoided it from a distance. Yi Yubin shuffled clipto slippers, stepped on the roller shutter door, twisted the lock with the key, lifted the store door and dragged out a plastic stool for Xiaoying to sit, which asked, what are you going to ask me about? Xiaoying hemmed and hawed. I have a friend who wants to buy some medicine because the quantity is rather large, so he asked me to ask you what to do in this situation. Yi Yubin casually asked, how much? Xiaoying fumbled for the list and handed it over. After Yi Yubin saw the words in front of him clearly, his eyes widened suddenly. So many? What are they doing with this? Xiaoying dryly smiled. A large company is ready to engage in field exercise. I heard that it is very strong, so prepare some medicines in advance. I do not understand this. Anyway, one hand to pay, one hand on the line. Yi Yubin drifted off. So that big business you did before, it was also bought by this company? Xiaoying nodded. Yi Yubin hesitated for a moment and politely advised, Xiao girl, you have to ask clearly, what exactly does this company do? Don't turn around to be some kind of pyramid scheme and wind yourself up if something goes wrong. I know that after your parents left, your days are not easy. If you really lack of money, Yi uncle here there are more than 100,000 yuan, you first take it to use, said Yi Yubin took out his cell phone, actually really ready to transfer money to Xiaoying. Xiaoying's heart was hot. busy to stop. Uncle Yi, I know you care about me. I don't need the money. The people who want this drug are the ones in charge of purchasing for the company, and they rounded up 10,000 people for the event. I could have contacted the pharmaceutical company myself, but because I'm close to me, I wanted me to make a little bit too. Well said. Finally Yi Yubin collected the phone, agreed to supply. Yi Yubin once again looked at the list carefully. The list is full of common medicines, mainly for anti-inflammatory and trauma as well. And the volume is so large that it wouldn't be surprising if there were 10,000 of them. Yi Yubin rare serious, after thinking about it, finally nodded. These drugs above you I can go to give you stock. The fastest will take 3 days. Do you think it's okay? Xiao Yingchen nodded decisively. Okay. Yi Yubin saw that the discussion was finalized. Which side? If it is someone else to buy, I will sell without saying anything. But you are not the same. Xiao Yingchen knew what he meant by different and smiled at him gratefully. Thank you Uncle Yi for your concern. You girl, if I don't give it to you, surely you'll find another source to buy it, right? Seeing Xiao Yingchen smiling pleasingly, Yi Yubin did not have the good sense to point out the risks involved. It doesn't matter if the medicine is expensive. In case you buy fake medicine and someone dies, maybe you have to go in. Xiao Yingchen busily nodded. Yes, as long as you are willing to help, everything you say is right. Counterfeit medicines are definitely not sold. They are all genuine medicines bought from regular pharmacies. As far as a death is concerned, what kind of war doesn't kill people? How can you put it on your own head? When Yi Yubin finished, Xiao Yingchen asked with a smile, when will the fastest batch be given to me? I need it urgently over there. Yi Yubin glared at her. I'm going to show you right now to see just how much inventory is left. Yi Yubin went to the house. Not much time to move out of 3 boxes. The existing inventory are here. You first take it back. The rest of the 3 days later I will give you to send to your commissary. Okay, thank you, Uncle Yi. How much in total? I give you money first? Yi Yubin glared at her again. What's the rush? Wait for me to come back from stocking up before you unify the checkout. Good Lu, Yi uncle that I left first ha. Xiao Yingchen moved up 3 boxes of medicine to leave, but was called by Yi Yubin again. If you move it like this, you can't even see the road. I'll ride my bike and send it to you. Hey, thank you Uncle Yi. Xiao Yingchen immediately let Yi Yubin put the medicine on the electric car and took himself back to the supermarket with him. After waiting for the 3 boxes of medicine to be put into the storehouse and saying goodbye to Yi Yubin, Xiao Yingchen went back to the brewery to look for Wu Bo. Uncle Wu sold 300 pounds of spirits to Xiao Yingchen only yesterday, and when he saw Xiao Yingchen come again today, he immediately smiled. What? Girl Xiao wants to buy wine again? Xiao Yingchen smiled back. My friend said your wine was good and asked me to come back to help buy some more. 2,000 pounds this time. For a group of 10,000, counting 2 taels each, that's about right, isn't it? Wu Bo suspected he had heard wrong. 2,000 pounds? Xiao Yingchen nodded. Something stronger. You drink more if the degree is too low, so why not have a higher degree? And 2 taels for 1 person is about right. Wu Bo's face turned red with excitement. This one, 56 degrees, try it to see if it's good? Xiao Yingchen waved her hand back and forth. She wasn't interested in wine. This stuff is spicy all the way from your mouth to your stomach. What's so good about it? Wu Bo also did not force, but also $10 a caddy. Xiao Yingchen let him with a plastic bucket, sent to the kiosk. He returned home first. She had called earlier to order instant noodles and was going home to wait for a delivery. Supermarket door open. Xiao Yingchen pulled out the recliner to the door to sit. Guarding the store career began. It's overcast, windy at the door, and not too hot. She pulled out her phone to swipe through the videos and was shocked to find that most of the ones pushed at her were of ancient artifacts, silver ingots, jewelry, and the like. It seems to be that one's previous search for the price of silver and gold ingots online was captured by big data. Xiao Yingchen lamented that big data understands me. Midway through the sale of a few packs of cigarettes and bottles of water, she was looking at the prices of ancient jewelry with great interest when she suddenly heard a surprised man's voice. There you are, beautiful? Xiao Yingchen looked up and was shocked to find a tall, handsome man wearing gold-rimmed glasses standing in front of him, looking at himself condescendingly. It's Dai Hangxin, the pawnshop owner. Dai Hangxin's face was full of surprise. Do you live in this neighborhood? Why haven't I seen you before? Xiao Yingchen pointed in the direction of the urban village. Are you from here too? I haven't seen you either. Dai Hangxin shook his head. My grandpa lives over here. I came to see my grandpa. I didn't expect to see you at a glance. Who is your grandfather? His name is Zhou Jiping. Xiao Yingchen heard alarm bells. Finished. Dai Hangxin is actually the grandson of Grandpa Zhao. If Dai Hangxin asked Grandpa Zhao about himself, he was only afraid that he would reveal himself. After all, the old people in the city village of everyone's situation is understood. Their parents are ordinary people, or to what heirlooms, can pass down the gold ingots and silver ingots. Xiao Yingchen gave a dry laugh. Better than nothing, and reminded, everyone in the village knows each other, so don't tell anyone about me selling something to you huh? Good. Dai Hangxin agreed without saying a word, and also took the initiative to explain. The most important thing in our line of work is to keep our mouths shut, and I won't pry into what I shouldn't. Xiao Yingchen nodded her head in a not-so-sure manner. Then I'm relieved. Seeing Xiao Yingchen stop talking, Dai Hangxin nodded and excused himself to leave. Now Xiaoyingchen didn't even have the heart to brush the video, staring straight at the road. What about the subsequent gold and silver ingots? Are you still selling to Dai Hongxin? What if someone comes along and asks themselves where all this stuff comes from? In case the police uncle comes to the door, how should one explain? You have money in your pocket, but you are afraid to realize it. Who understands this pain, family? Xiaoyingchen scratched his head. When Uncle Liang's delivery car stopped at the door of the kiosk, Xiaoyingchen responded, Uncle Liang, coming. Open the door, I'll put it in the depot for you. Uncle Liang familiarly reversed the car and aimed the rear of the car at the door of the depot. Xiaoyingchen opened the door and asked him to put instant noodles and water inside. Uncle Liang finished unloading the goods and waited for Xiaoyingchen to check out, wiping his sweat as he talked about the latest situation. I heard that those 4 families were going to sue your aunt. They all came yesterday, didn't they? Nothing happened, did it? Xiaoyingchen checked and transferred the money to Uncle Liang. What could have happened? I made it clear and showed them the contract, and they had nothing to say. Uncle Bright was about to say something, but finally said it. They didn't say they'd let you order their goods in the future? Xiaoyingchen looked at Uncle Liang in surprise. How do you know? Uncle Rio smiled awkwardly. I was told. Xiaoyingchen nodded and didn't hold back. We're an old relationship for many years. I'll definitely prioritize finding you if there's anything, and if there's nothing on your side, I'll ask their side as well. No sense in even asking. It's not like there's an exclusive supply contract after all. Uncle Rio nodded. I understand. I understand. His mouth said he understood, but his face was still embarrassed. Xiaoyingchen did not explain, pointed to the cell phone. I transferred the payment for the goods. Next time there is any need, I will call you. Good Lu. Then I'm off. After Uncle Liang left, Wu Bo's wine was delivered, and all of them were put into the storehouse. Ready, Xiaoyingchen estimated that the time is almost. Will be the front door closed, the door hung of boss out, something phone sign, open the back door. Timeout supermarket is open again. It wasn't long before Fu Chainan came in with a box of gold ingots. Meeting Fu Chainan's line of sight, Xiaoyingchen took the initiative to point to something that had been placed by her by the back door. Both small flatbed trailers were loaded, boxes of instant noodles stacked on top of each other, barrels of wine lined up. The rest are next to the trailer as well. Fu Chainan did not take the things first, but first handed the gold ingot to Xiaoyingchen to confirm the quantity with him. 300 taels of gold is considered the cost of this batch of medicine and wine. Xiaoyingchen expressed his satisfaction, while telling Fu Chainan, don't give me silver in the future, I only want gold ingots, and they have to be intact, not knocked out of shape, and stamped. Fu Chainan agreed in one breath, no problem. This raid, from those rich families copied a total of hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, thousands of taels of gold. Enough to come to Timeout supermarket many times to buy things. The instant noodles were good to order, and the 2,000 pounds of wine was unexpected. This wine is gone for one person. Can we have more? Xiaoyingchen didn't explain, opened one of the buckets and poured a little out. You taste it? Fu Chainan tasted a mouthful, and in the next second, his 5 senses squeezed into an expression. The wine was too strong and he was caught off guard. Is a bowl of this kind of wine for one person not enough? Xiaoyingchen asked with a smile. Fu Chainan nodded repeatedly. Enough is enough. I didn't expect this wine to be so strong. If you drink too much, it will be easy to misbehave. 20 cases of instant noodles, 3 cases of medicine, and 50 pounds of wine in a barrel totaled 40 barrels. After pulling it out with the trailer, Fu Chainan let the generals go first. He still had to discuss side matters with the boss's wife. The generals had long heard that the proprietor of that mysterious store was a woman, and very young and good-looking, and they were all up in arms. Oh, no wonder the general is dressed up in such a personable and flirtatious manner today. What kind of person is a man of good character? General, this is a jade tree. General, go quickly. We're in no harm's way. Let's go back to camp and wait for the general. If the general is busy, it's okay if he doesn't come back tonight. Ha ha ha. A bunch of soldier boys laughed and ran off with their kegs. Fu Chainan shook his head and lost his smile, which turned back into Xiaoyingchen's supermarket. Xiaoyingchen dragged a plastic stool for him outside the counter. Fu Chainan sat down familiarly and handed Xiaoyingchen a bag of gold ingots. Xiaoyingchen opened it and looked at another 30 gold ingots. It's over $20 million. Xiaoyingchen shook his spirit and pointed to the list of medicines photographed in his cell phone. These medicines, it will take 3 more days to get ready. Is it too late on your side? Fu Chainan looked at Xiaoyingchen's white and red face and big eyes fluttering with long eyelashes. In time. The evacuation order shouldn't come down for 3 days. The defeat of the city of Yangzhou was a matter for the generals, but the peace talks were a matter for the court. Fu Chainan couldn't care less about this. The Fu family army had now completed its toughest battle, and all that was left was to follow orders with his father. Returning to the army? Stay where you are? Or return to Taizhou? His Majesty is so suspicious that he thinks he wouldn't dare let himself stay in the barracks with his father. Fu Chainan's heart was suddenly a bit frustrated, and he couldn't help but take the initiative to explain, these medicines are not to be used right now, but to prepare for the future. Subsequently the Fu family army will be transferred, and then it won't be easy to come to your store again. That's why the army doctor suggested stocking up on medicine while we're still here, in case we don't have anywhere to buy it later. Xiaoying-chun was stunned for a moment as she listened. You're the only one who can get into this store. You can get in no matter where you are. All you need to do is say Time Mart in your mind, walk 50 paces to your north, then 20 paces to the east, and you'll see the door to Time Mart. This is something that is noted in the Time Mart system. Just do not know why, Fu Chainan actually do not know, but also stupidly ready to not come in the future? How's that gonna work? It's a great way to get rich on your own. Fu Chainan looked at Xiaoying-chun dumbfounded. Really? Xiaoying-chun smiled. If you don't believe me, you can go out and try. Of course Fu Chainan had to try. He went out immediately. The general stationed in the town of Shima watched as their major general darted out of the alley and headed for the open field. One asked, didn't the general go shopping? Out so soon? Another guessed, was he rejected by the beautiful proprietor of that store? Third, so the general got sad and ran out to find a deserted place to cry? Fourth, not really, go check it out? Several people chased after Fu Chainan. As a result, he saw that Fu Chainan was walking step by step to the north in the wilderness, and after walking for some distance, he was walking step by step to the east. A few people's jaws dropped. It's over. The general went crazy after being rejected by the beautiful proprietor. Quickly, go tell the marshal. One of the soldiers flew off. The three remaining soldiers saw a house-sized mist slowly coalesce in the wilderness, while the general walked steadfastly, step by step, into the mist. Several soldiers looked at the mist and stared at each other. A few moments later, on the other side of the fog, the general did not come out. After another moment, it still didn't come out. Nope, there's something weird about that mist. Go tell the marshal. Another soldier darted away. Fu Zhanghai quickly received the order to come over. After listening to the report, he looked at the fog. First let Niu Daifu go over to check whether the fog is poisonous. Niu Daifu white face over, depending on the death smell, after a few moments, found that the body is not different, relieved, the fog is not poisonous. Go to one and see if you can cross over. The soldier went in with the determination of certain death, and after a few moments he came out the other end. Go for another one. Fu Zhanghai ordered. Another soldier went in and came out the other end. Neither one was any different. Fu Zhanghai sank his face. Wait here. Wait until the fog clears. This son of my own family is strong in Kung Fu, and I heard the master say that his life is very hard, so he can't die in this fog even though he didn't die in the war? Fu Chainan, however, did not even know that his own father had already been outside so anxious that his hemorrhoids were about to burst, but instead, he was cheerfully confirming with Xiaoying-chun. It really does come in. I just walked in on an open flat area. Xiaoying-chun is also happy, the only customer maintained, and will continue to be rich in the future. As soon as she was happy, Xiaoying-chun handed over a bottle of Assam milk tea. I'll treat you, it's free. Fu Chainan took it, unscrewed and drank a mouthful, and immediately stared in disbelief. This flavor is very sweet. Xiaoying-chun nodded and grabbed another handful of small packages of jerky. Well, there's also this little snack for you to try as well. As the jerky entered his mouth, Fu Chainan nodded again. Delicious. This is jerky, right? We also tried making jerky, but the flavor is not as good as this, and it's easy to spoil in the heat. Xiaoying-chun grasped the sales pitch. This will not go bad. It has done the antiseptic treatment. It is vacuum packed. There is no gas inside. After some explanation, Xiaoying-chun uttered the conclusion, if you bring it to eat when you go to war, you can put it in this kind of weather for at least a month or so and it won't go bad. This is good. How many do you have here? I'll take them all in a while. Fu Chainan was really moved. Xiaoying-chun nodded, bagged and weighed all the dried meat, and grabbed a handful of small packages of dried tofu and various flavors of peas. When an entire shelf of small packaged food was packed and counted after Fu Chainan had tried it, Xiaoying-chun was too embarrassed to market it herself. You can come back in later anyway, so why don't we just get these this time? Fu Chainan looked at the dozen or so bags of snacks that had already filled a flatbed trailer and nodded with a smile as well. Fu Chainan then talked about the plastic bucket that holds the wine. That bucket won't change its flavor after it's filled with water, and it's better than a cowhide water bag. Can you sell me some next time? This is a small matter, Xiaoying-chun agreed, but also enthusiastically introduced the different specifications of the plastic barrels. Fu Chainan watched Xiaoying-chun compare the size with her hand and chose the 10-pound one without saying a word. With this plastic bucket, together with the empty bottles left over from the cases of mineral water I bought earlier, I will be able to fill up a bottle wherever there is water in the future. It's simply too convenient. 13. Xiaoying-chun reminded him that usually drink water in the wild, need to boil before drinking, can avoid stomach bugs, sick, diarrhea. When a doctor cleans a wound, his hands must be clean in order to prevent the wound from becoming septic. Speaking of diarrhea, Fu Chainan again wanted Xiaoying-chun to buy some diarrhea medicine. Recently, a number of soldiers have had diarrhea, presumably because they have eaten too much beef and lamb, and their intestines are not adapting to it. Xiaoying-chun told him to wait, and directly called to ask Uncle Yi if he had any medicine for diarrhea. Uncle Yip recommended a medicine called rectal pills, saying that it came out of Hong Kong, smelled bad and was effective. Xiaoying-chun also asked Uncle Yi to send over dozens of bottles of rectification pills and dozens of boxes of norfloxacin directly to the door of the warehouse. Waiting for Uncle Yi to send over, Xiao Chun went directly to the storehouse side, opened the door and brought the medicine in, gave Fu Chainan and told him the usage. Fu Chainan wrote the usage with a sticker and pasted it on. Time flew by, and as he watched half the afternoon go by, Fu Chainan was not finished, but he knew he should go back. Only when he was leaving did Fu Chainan ask, "How much does all this cost in total?" Xiao Chun laughed, "Just watch and give. It's true that I made too much money before and now I'm embarrassed to make an offer." Fu Chunan, however, misunderstood her, thinking that Xiao Chun was confused by her own deliberately groomed skin today and messed up. One's own use of male color to confuse people is not the right way. If you can't stick to your heart, I'm afraid that you have to spit on yourself. Heart slightly messed up for a moment, Fu Chunan reasonably said, how much to give, I cannot take advantage of you. Xiao Chun still hasn't made an offer. Fu Chainan thought about it and gave a 10 taels gold ingot. Are these enough? Xiao Chun nodded repeatedly, enough is enough. There's more. Tearfully and angrily earning hundreds of thousands of dollars is certainly enough. Then I'll leave first, I'll come back tomorrow. Please help the girl prepare 1,000 plastic buckets for me? Xiao Chun nodded in agreement, while not forgetting to take a precaution. 1,000 may not be ready tomorrow. I'll get you as many as I have tomorrow and give you the rest as soon as possible. Feasible? Fu Chainan nodded and got up to leave, but he felt that he had forgotten something, and when he thought carefully, he didn't feel that he had forgotten anything. So the action was a little hesitant and sticky. Xiao Chun also does not rush. This is the number 1 gold father. Stay as long as it is right. Finally, in Xiao Chun smiling and waving goodbye, Fu Chunan left the time and space supermarket with his shoulder in hand. As he walked out the back door, the fog in the wilderness quickly dissipated. The soldiers who had already surrounded that mist in the center looked at Fu Chunan, who had revealed his form, and immediately shouted in unison, "General! General, you have appeared. If you don't come out, the marshal will go crazy." Fu Zhanghai kicked over. You're the one who's crazy. No big or small asshole. Ha ha ha. A soldier laughed. 3 or 4 soldiers came up familiarly to take the plastic bag on Fu Chainan. Dr. Nyo hurriedly reminded, let me try the poison first. Fu Chunan glanced at Dr. Nyo, there's no need to test the poison, I've already tried them all in the store. Dr. Bull. The saliva is secreting and you're not allowed to test the poison? So lost. Fu Zhanghai was already striding and ready to mount his horse. Tonight the army is celebrating a great victory in Yangzhou City. Shima town side to stay a canton of people, 100 people, will be fine, you make your own arrangements. Fu Chunan hurriedly called out to him, Father Marshal, there is no need to keep people in Shima town. He quickly caught up with Fu Zhanghai and explained in a low voice about how he could enter that mysterious store no matter where he was. The reason for keeping someone in Shima town was to make it easier for Fu Chainan to buy things. Now that the hardest problem is solved, there is no need to keep people in West Massachusetts. Fu Zhanghai immediately reacted, you just went straight into that store outside? Fu Chainan nodded. Get in anywhere? Fu Chainan nodded again. Alright then, the whole army will go to Yangzhou City and be stationed outside of it tonight. Here. The military orders were passed down and all cheered. To celebrate, naturally, it's more atmospheric when all the people are together. Fu Chainan was also happy. From now on, no matter where he was, he would be able to enter the Times supermarket. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up at the thought of seeing that mysterious Miss Xiao all the time in the future. After nightfall, bonfires were lit, beef and mutton roasted, and barrels of spirits were brought out. After arranging the rotating guards, the remaining generals were given 2 taels of strong wine each, and beef and mutton to eat as much as they wanted. At first, everyone was still indignant in their hearts, thinking that the wine was too little, but who knows that after 2 or 2 drinks, nearly half of the people were actually drunk. That's when everyone realized how awesome the wine really was. The good thing is that there weren't many who were very drunk, most were slightly intoxicated. More generals became talkative and started fighting. So the scene was drawn up for the bout, and a group of generals surrounded the 2 in the bout, cheering and egging them on as they did so. Cheers erupted from the crowd in bursts. Fu Chainan sat in the crowd, dealing with the generals who came to toast now and then, with small packages of snacks that he had just bought back today in front of him. Fu Zhanghai and a cadre of other generals also ate small packages of snacks and chatted while eating. They had eaten dried small fish, but they had not eaten such delicious and oily spicy dried small fish. They had eaten peas, these crispy peas, they hadn't. Peanuts. They've never even seen. Not to mention the marinated peanuts and pickled peanuts. Are such great down-home snacks. Can't stop at all. Fu Chainan saw them eating happily and couldn't help but remember Xiao Chun's words. You have never eaten these things before. If you eat too much at once, your stomach and intestines will inevitably not adapt to them, and you will easily become uncomfortable. If you get a bad stomach, remember to take this rectal pill. Fu Chainan was afraid of eating bad food, so he was very careful not to eat much tonight. But the generals hadn't eaten it before, and now they were eating it with great joy, so how could they care if they had diarrhea or not? I was the first to eat. This hidden sense of superiority makes the corners of Fu Chainan's mouth rise. Xiao Chun sent Fu Chainan away before she remembered that she hadn't eaten lunch yet. Originally wanted to finish the business and go to dinner, who knows what Fu Chainan draws today, actually chatting to that time. But after making so much money, Xiaoying-chun forgave Fu Chainan for a second. After sending the gold ingots to the top and putting them away, Xiaoying-chun called Wu Bo again and asked him to help order 1,000 Tenjin plastic buckets and try to ask for them as quickly as possible. Wu Bo agreed in a heartbeat, saying that he would tell her the price and inventory later. Wrap up after a busy day. Xiaoying-chun turned around and went out, ready to go eat. She had just opened the front door of the supermarket when she heard someone shout, "Little Ling-chun, why are you opening at this hour again?" Xiaoying-chun turned around, saw an old man and a young man walking side by side, and her heart jumped. It was Grandpa Zhao and Dai Hengxin. Grandpa Zhao was holding a bushel fan in his hand, apparently to send Dai Heng a new paragraph. The default custom in the village, to welcome the spring commissary passed, even if out of the village, pick up people to send people generally to welcome the spring commissary as a boundary. Forcibly resisting the urge to scratch her head, Xiaoying-chun grinned, "Grandpa Zhao, I went out for something and just came back." Dai Hengxin smiled and glanced at Xiaoying-chun, turning back to Zhao Zhiping, "Grandpa, I'll buy some things, I'll leave after I'm done, why don't you go back first?" Zhao Zhiping glanced at Xiaoying-chun and nodded with a smile, "Chang, then you be careful on the road in a while, I'll go back first." Dai Hengxin's purpose is clearly not water. He casually picked up a bottle of water and placed it on the counter while asking, "I didn't get enough just now, what do you recommend?" Xiaoying-chun pointed at the instant noodles, "Why don't you buy a packet of noodles and go back to soak them?" Dai Hengxin laughed, "This is not nutritious, have you eaten yet? Or I'll treat you to dinner." Xiaoying-chun got it, he either wanted to buy something, or he was interested in himself, or curious. It's also true that anyone else in this situation would have been curious. It's just a matter of facing the problem head-on. Avoidance won't solve the problem. Xiaoying-chun nodded, "It just so happens that I haven't eaten, so let's go." Dai Hengxin did not expect Xiaoying-chun to agree, and while he was overjoyed, he did not forget to pay for the water. The two walked side by side on the road out of the village, all the way to bump into the neighbors home from work. See Xiaoying-chun and a handsome man walking together, Olive greeted, the eyes cannot hide the gossip and enthusiasm. Xiaoying-chun was embarrassed, but it was not easy to explain, so he could only greet him stiffly. It was hard to get out of the village and onto the main road. Xiaoying-chun asked, "What's to eat?" Dai Hengxin looked around a bit, "I'll get the car and go to Wanda." Xiaoying-chun, "Good." Dai Heng's new Mercedes-Benz GLS, when he thoughtfully drove the door for Xiaoying-chun casually praised, "Such a nice car." Dai Hengxin laughed in a svelte manner, "You can afford it whenever you want." With just the 2 gold ingots, Xiaoying-chun scored $1,600,000, which was more than enough to buy this car. Xiaoying-chun stopped talking. Dai Hengxin realized Xiaoying-chun's defensiveness and also smiled to digress. "What do you want to eat?" Xiaoying-chun thought for a moment, "Hot pot it is." So Dai Hengxin took Xiaoying-chun to the bottom of the sea. It had to be said that there was a reason why Dai Hengxin was able to open a pawn store, and he quickly unloaded Xiaoying-chun's previous embarrassment and defensiveness and began to talk and laugh. Dai Hengxin first made it clear that he had indeed inquired about Xiaoying-chun with his grandfather, though he did not say that Xiaoying-chun was his client, but rather that he had met him twice before. Grandpa Zhao apparently misunderstood his grandson's meaning and thought that he was interested in Xiaoying-chun, which is why he insisted on sending his grandson to the door of the Yingchun commissary. This honesty allowed Xiaoying-chun to more or less drop some of her defenses. Then Dai Hengxin took it upon himself to talk about his college, the employment of his college classmates, and his reasons for opening a pawn store. "It's so hard to find a job nowadays. When my eldest uncle fooled me that it was good to study this, I studied it, and when I waited to find a job, I realized that it wasn't easy. The right ones don't pay well, and the ones that don't I don't understand, and people pick and choose. So much for having to do it yourself." Xiaoying-chun is interested in the scope of operation of the pawnshop. Although you studied the identification of cultural relics, but many cultural relics by law cannot be collected, meet that kind of how do you do? Dai Hengxin apparently misunderstood Xiaoying-chun's meaning and explained with a smile, "If I encountered such a situation, I would directly tell the other party to bring it back, and I'd pretend he hadn't come. The point, it won't call the police." Xiaoying-chun but then asked, "I see those TV inside the treasure appreciation program, it seems that each category has a specialization. You do pawnshop, cannot ask each other to send exactly the direction that you are good at. What do you do when you meet a type of identification that you don't specialize in?" Dai Hengxin grinned, "Shake people. My eldest, for example." Xiaoying-chun drifted off and couldn't help but laugh as well. It turns out that not only medical students will shake people, but also archaeologists and appraisers will shake people when they encounter professional problems that they can't handle. I guess the big boys are curious and interested in getting on the kind of thing that can't be seen as real or fake at a glance. The whole time, Dai Hengxin did not inquire about the origin of those things of Xiaoying-chun, but only took out those things that Grandpa said to himself and asked about them. "I heard that aunt of yours got you into some trouble after your parents passed away last year, need any help?" Xiaoying-chun was surprised, "You're a pawnshop owner who appraises cultural relics, and you can still manage this?" Dai Hengxin smiled, "Who doesn't have 2 friends? It just so happens that I have a senior who is a famous lawyer in the city and has opened a law firm. I can get you an appointment if you need one." Xiaoyingchen thanked him sincerely, then politely declined, "It can't be used for the time being, I'll look for you when I need it." Dai Hengxin took the opportunity to offer to add a WeChat. Xiaoyingchen didn't refuse. As Grandpa Zhao's grandson, it wasn't hard to find out about himself, so he might as well be honest. After a meal that he didn't know whether it was lunch or dinner, Dai Hengxin sent Xiaoyingchen home again. When it was time to say goodbye, Xiaoyingchen thought about it and finally made up her mind. "I still have some things there, I'll take them over to your side tomorrow, will you help me look at them?" Dai Hengxin begged. "That's certainly no problem. When is tomorrow? I'll be waiting for you then." Xiaoyingchen thought about it. "Noon?" Dai Hengxin, "No problem. Then I'll wait for you at the store at noon and treat you to dinner then." Xiaoyingchen sized up Dai Hengxin's complexion and doubted in her heart. This guy wouldn't have moved on himself, would he? When Dai Hengxin left, Xiaoyingchen had just opened the door to the store when she heard a familiar voice. "Little Lingchen, I think I just saw someone bring you back? It's Grandpa Zhao Jipping Zhao." Looking at the old man smiling with a meaningful face, Xiaoyingchen greatly admitted, "It's Dai Hengxin, he invited me to dinner." "Oh." Grandpa Zhao stretched his voice, "My grandson graduated from a prestigious school, he's handsome, and he knows how to do business, he's very good." Aha, it's very good." Xiaoyingchen perfunctorily turned on the lights and the fan, and it was not easy to put Grandpa Zhao off. Looking at the empty shelves of snacks, Xiaoyingchen was busy calling Uncle Liang again, asking him to send some small packages of snacks over tomorrow. "No, it's too hot for the fan to blow hot air, install air conditioning." Xiaoyingchen ordered an air conditioner directly from Jingdong, and it didn't take long for someone to call back to confirm the installation time. Just hung up the phone, ready to count the accounts. The door came and a person, Ingchen that owes the payment of goods are chasing to my home. "Why did not you pay the debt off?" Xiaoyingchen looked up and met a familiar face. It was her Aunt Guchenyu. Xiaoyingchen got up. "Auntie, why are you here at this hour? Did you come alone?" Guchenyu sneered. "I've heard about it, you're doing big business, transferring goods all over the city. I heard that you transferred tens of thousands of boxes of compressed biscuits? You made hundreds of thousands of dollars on a single order, right? How come you don't want to pay back that little payment for the goods when you've made so much money?" Auntie is incapable. When she was fooled into thinking that this store could make money, after taking over this kiosk of yours, not only did she not make any money, but she also lost money. "You said you wanted to go back, I didn't ask for a penny and gave it back to you, and now that you're rich, why do you still want your aunt to fill in the money?" Xiaoyingchen was dumbfounded. Things were clearly clear, so why did it come out of Guchenyu's mouth as if it was all her fault? What did you do? Let her mistake herself for a bully? Could it be that when she tried to take over the store and she didn't ask for her money, she thought she was a soft touch? Guchenyu is still chattering. "I don't want you to give me any more money either. I've been working for nothing this year, but you can't let me lose money into it again." Xiaoyingchen interrupted Guchenyu's words. "Auntie, since you're so reasonable, how about this? Tomorrow, I'll invite Grandma's family, my uncle's family, and your family, Auntie, and we'll all sit down and have a meal together. Can we sort this out and discuss a solution?" Guchenyu was satisfied now. What she wanted was Xiaoyingchen to be soft. "That's fine, when you've set the location, send it out in the family group." Guchenyu twisted her fat waist and left. Xiaoyingchen held her breath and sat at the counter, fuming. Mom's 3 sisters, Aunt is the eldest sister, Uncle is the second in line, and Mom is the oldest and youngest. Growing up, my uncle was unconditionally favored because he was a boy. My aunt, with her big mouth, was also favored. Only the youngest Mom, who grew up with a dumb mouth, became the most completely ignored one. So much so that when Grandma and Grandpa's house was later demolished, the 6 suites were divided among 3 of the uncles, 2 of the aunts, and Grandma and Grandpa kept one for themselves to live in, leaving only Mom without a house. Mom only got this piece of land that hadn't been worked on the house at the time. What did Auntie say at the time? "This land can't be demolished in the future, so you can get more money. It's a bargain for my little sister. Who knows if this place will ever be torn down again." Mom didn't say anything and had Dad borrow the money to fix up this little 2-story house. The family settled here and gave birth to Xiaoyingchen that year, living there for 20 years. Wanxian, as a small 18th-tier county, has passed the initial peak of demolition, and now many people are defaulting, but anything that has not been demolished will not be demolished. This kind of pie in the sky is what my aunt was able to say in the first place with such condescension and justification. "Xiao girl, why are you sitting here crying?" Yi Yubin's voice rang out. He closes the door and prepares to go for a drink, and as he passes the kiosk he sees Xiaoyingchen wiping tears from her eyes at the counter. Xiaoyingchen wiped away her tears. "It's okay, Uncle Yi, where are you going? Don't give me a break. Are you in some kind of trouble? You tell Uncle, Uncle will find a way for you." Uncle Yi stared at Xiaoyingchen with a serious expression. Xiaoyingchen knew that he recognized the truth, so he simply told the truth. After explaining what happened when his aunt just arrived, Yi Yubin frowned and hesitated. "It's best if you can get rid of someone for a small amount of money, and it's best to break the relationship, the sooner the better." Xiaoyingchen froze. What kind of person urges others to cut ties with relatives? Yi Yubin scratched his head. "There are some things that I can't say to you now. If you believe in Uncle, you should listen to Uncle this time. It can save you a lot of trouble later." Xiaoyingchen thought about Yi Yubin's nature of not caring about anything but a glass of wine, and thought about his friendship with himself. Could it be that Uncle Yi knows some insider situation? That's why he reminded himself like this? Knowing that he was genuinely doing it for his own good, Xiaoying-chun sincerely thanked him. Uncle, I know. I'll take care of it as soon as possible. Seeing that Yi Yubin was about to leave, Xiaoying-chun remembered the matter of the payment. Uncle, don't be in a hurry to leave first. I'll give you the money for the medicine. Yi Yubin, however, waved his hand, waiting for all the matching before counting together, and walked away. Xiaoying-chun stayed sitting for a while, and did not have the heart to do business, so he closed the door, booked a large private room for tomorrow night at the Aftertaste restaurant, sent it out to the family group, explained the cause of the incident, and then went upstairs to bed. The night was silent, and early the next morning, Xiaoying-chun looked at the family group's messages, which had already exploded. My aunt and uncle asked why they were suddenly invited to dinner and if they had gotten rich. Grandma and grandpa sent a voice note asking how Xiaoying-chun was doing. Only Aunt Kuchenyu complacent still with aggression. I gave her last year to guard the commissary for a year. Ing-chun this is ready to give me an explanation in front of everyone. Xiaoying-chun saw these messages and chose to quote Kuchenyu, replying with a, right. The crowd fell silent in unison. A few moments later Auntie said, I'll see you tonight then. Rose. Putting her cell phone into her pocket, Xiaoying-chun first went to eat a noodle and then went to Wubo's wine shop. Wubo said his side will send over later, 1,000 Guangxi briefcase wine barrels, charge $10,000. After saying this, Wubo called the other party, and it turned out that the other side was even more anxious than Xiaoying-chun, saying that it had been loaded and was on its way. Xiaoying-chun couldn't think of anything else and rushed home first. Not long after arriving home, the plastic buckets were delivered, all of 10-liter capacity. Xiaoying-chun dryly let the people put the plastic barrels into the warehouse and gave the boss the check. Close the front door, open the back door, and Time Mart is open for business. Almost as soon as he opened the door, Fu Chainan walked in. Today's Fu Chainan wears a reddish-red robe, still white jade crown bundled hair. More and more set off the handsome features. Xiaoying-chun was stunned. Have you been waiting for a long time? Otherwise how could it be that coincidental? Fu Chainan nodded. I followed the method you told me and walked into the fog, but the door didn't open, so I stood still and waited. How long has the wait been? Not for long. Fu Chainan didn't seem to want to dwell on this matter and directly changed the topic. Have the plastic buckets arrived yet? Arrived. Fu Chainan, however, did not directly give money to take the stuff and leave, pointing to the empty snack shelves. The generals all think this is delicious. Can we have some more? Xiaoying-chun nodded. No problem. I guess it will be delivered in a while. Good. Fu Chainan's line of sight fell on those flowery packages again. What else is delicious? You give me all of them? Xiaoying-chun loves to do this. She immediately took the whole row of hanging snacks. This is called shredded squid. It's made from a kind of fish in the head of the sea. Some people are not accustomed to it and find it fishy. Some people especially love it. You try it. This is a yo-yo. Do you guys have preserves there? It's that stuff almost. Try it. And this one is alcoholic peanuts. Try it. All over here are cookies, cakes, buns, all kinds of flavors. You try them too. Fu Chainan listened to the advice, tasted every item, and asked for all of them except the shredded squid. Seeing another two sides of the shelves empty, Fu Chainan still do not know enough. What else is good to eat? Xiaoying-chun thought for a moment. I'll turn around and get you some more that you haven't eaten before, then you pick the ones you love and tell me, and I'll go stock up for you. As the only top-tier VIP customer of Time Mart, you deserve one-on-one customized service. Good. Fu Chainan behaved like a baby. Xiaoying-chun looked at his handsome face, gentle with a smile, a rare sense of guilt, and took the initiative to change the subject. What's next for you guys? Fu Chainan turned on Xiaoying-chun, not hiding anything at all. We don't know yet. The court has sent someone, we'll know when they arrive. If you left the city of Yangzhou, where would you go? Fu Chainan, it may. Return to the capital. Back to the capital? Fu Chainan nodded. My father and I both think that the court will probably let my father stay here and continue to lead the army, and let me return to the capital. Being a hostage. Only by keeping his son in the capital as a hostage would the emperor feel comfortable leaving Fu Zhenghai and the Fu family army at the border. Xiaoying-chun was instantly disappointed. Then wouldn't you not be able to continue leading the army? Can't you ask me to buy food and clothing for this 10,000-man army? Fu Chainan's gaze was eager. That's why my father said that I should try to pick up as much as I can from you that I can leave for the Fu family army while I'm still over here. Xiaoying-chun immediately became energized. You said, what else does the Fu family army need? 10,000 people. What can you buy that isn't thousands? Fu Chainan said, you wait. Then after a few moments, he hauled in a box directly from a small flatbed trailer. The box opened, and inside was a neatly organized box of gold ingots. Fu Chainan pointed to the gold ingots in the box. There are 5,000 taels of gold here. See how many things you can buy. You arrange it all for me. I need it in the next few days. The sooner the better. When the court comes, I'm afraid that the gold will be handed over to the court. Fu Jiejun are not left. Why don't you give Xiaoying-chun a brain and get something from her? Xiaoying-chun. 10 taels of gold ingots of 362 grams. 100 taels of gold is 3,620 grams. 5,000 taels of gold. 18100 g. Even if it was melted down into a heap and sold by the gram, it could still be sold for $100 million. What if we go by 800,000 for a gold ingot? The sky's the limit here. The energy of money mobilized Xiaoyingchuan sells clothing, food, housing, and transportation. What is most lacking in your Fujia army? Fu Chainan thought for a moment. Cotton clothes. Cotton shoes. Don't look at the heat now, but when we get some more days, it will start to be hot during the day and cold at night. The generals are not afraid of the heat, but of the cold. That's really gonna freeze. On second thought, a cauldron for boiling water. Xiaoyingchuan said that boiling water to drink can prevent diarrhea and illness. This matter, Fu Jiajun is not ignorant. But how many cauldrons would it take to boil water for a force of 10,000 men? Not enough. Totally inadequate. There was also a shortage of food, but as a daily consumable, they couldn't sustain it for long even if they hoarded more. What's more, if there's too much grain in the cantonment, the court will have something to say when they come. But that compressed cookie, if you can get some more. It doesn't take up much space and doesn't break down easily, so if you stock up on some of it, you can save your life in a pinch. And the medicines, that rectal pill of yours and those others work exceptionally well. If it is convenient, I would also like to ask the girl to prepare some more medicine for the girl. It is best if it can be put away for a long time without going bad. Xiaoyingchuan nodded, directly pulled a piece of paper, cell phone searching the price of the online store, and Fu Chainan began to calculate. Cotton clothes and shoes are good. Online shopping platform to find the same province specializing in military cotton clothes and shoes, a set of 90 yuan. Order 10,000 sets direct and have them delivered to your door. Cotton shoes at $20 a pair, 10,000 pairs, have them delivered to your door. You've got your dress shoes, let's have a hat too. Cotton hats at $15 a pop, 10,000 of them, have them delivered. Don't have a big iron pot, one of those stainless steel soup tureens would be great, in the commercial use category, with a large capacity, not breakable, and lightweight to take with you. Buy 180 by 80, put a stack of stainless steel large pots inside, and buy some stainless steel small pots and iron spoons for the generals to eat with. Sets of transportation is also convenient. All in all, it would be at least 2 million or so. If you add compressed cookies and medicine, it would be another million or so. 3 million ah. Xiaoyingchuan sighed and looked at Fu Chainan. I don't have enough money. I need to use the gold ingot you gave me to go and exchange it for money back first before I can continue to buy goods. Time is short. Why don't you go ahead and I'll get busy? Fu Chainan had just watched her writing and drawing with a pen and chanting with her mouth, so he thought she was especially powerful and couldn't help but look at her all dumbfounded. Hearing her say this, Fu Chainan got up hurriedly. Okay, then I'll go first. Fu Chainan took the stuff and was about to leave, and on his way out the door he asked, how much do these barrels cost? Xiaoyingchuan waved her hand. No need, you have enough of this gold to cover all of your order this time, there is still more money left. Fu Chainan looked deeply at Xiaoyingchuan and turned to go. The girl dresses strangely, but her mind is not bad. Obviously she could have asked for more money, but she voluntarily gave it up. But she obviously loves money too. A gentleman loves his money and takes what he can get. It's credible people. As soon as Fu Chainan left, Xiaoyingchuan closed the back door and prepared to put the extra gold ingots into the upstairs safe. But then she went upstairs and a hilarious situation arose. The safe couldn't hold that many gold ingots. Xiaoyingchuan toothache, we are now powerful, but also a person who has so much money that there is no place to hide. Where can I put it for peace of mind? Xiaoyingchuan raised his eyes. The space-time supermarket system prompted in time. The space-time supermarket system comes with a cashier system storage function, so the host can store all of his belongings in the cashier. Xiaoyingchuan's eyes widened in surprise. Deposit. Save it all. Gold ingots, silver ingots, broken silver coins, hula all gone, all into a void cabinet, neatly yards. Even the box with the jewelry was put away. Take out 4 gold ingots. Xiaoyingchuan silently recited in his mind. 4 gold ingots quietly appeared in Xiaoyingchuan's hands. Put it in. The gold ingot crept back into the void cabinet. After trying back and forth a few times, Xiaoyingchuan let out a big sigh of relief. Okay, I can go out. No longer afraid of losing things. Xiaoyingchuan carried a shoulder bag out the door and called a drop to Xinlong pawnshop. In the Xinlong pawnshop, Dai Hengxing came especially early today, making Xiaomei feel surprised. Boss, why are you so early today? Dai Hengxing glanced at Xiaomei. I have guests today. Xiaomei, you don't need to be here in the morning. Go back first. Mei promised to leave with her backpack. The rules of Xinlong pawnshop, guests Dai boss alone to receive important guests are big business, not allowed to have a third person present. But Xiaomei hadn't been out of the gate for long when she saw Xiaoyingchuan, who had just gotten out of the car. Today's important guest is this little girl? Xiaomei remembered the 2 gold ingots Xiaoyingchuan had sold earlier, and came to a sudden realization, with a business that could easily be more than $1 million, this one did count as an important guest. But how could this Ms. Xiao have something as good as a gold ingot when she was dressed so plainly? To be received by boss Dai alone, did she bring something better today? Mei couldn't figure it out. Where did she get all that good stuff? The doubt in her mind made Xiaomei stop her steps of wanting to leave. After thinking about it, she went to a milk tea store diagonally across from the pawn store, ordered a cup of milk tea and waited. When Xiaoyingchuan knocked on the door and entered, Dai Hengxin was boiling water and preparing to make tea. The moment he saw Xiao Yingchen come in, he immediately got up and greeted him. Coming? Xiao Yingchen smiled and nodded. You're welcome. In the end, it was still a much closer relationship than before, having had a meal. Xiao Yingchen took his seat, and Dai Hengxin went to lock the door of the pawnshop, not forgetting to explain under his breath, you're the only honored guest this morning, so I'll lock the door first to avoid disturbances. Xiao Yingchen glanced at the transparent glass door and nodded in understanding as well. By the time Dai Hengxin took his seat, Xiao Yingchen had already taken the initiative to pull out the jewelry box inlaid with gold and silver filigree and shells. As soon as Dai Hengxin saw that box, his eyes went straight. He pulled the screens on the street-facing glass before turning on all the lights. Dai Hengxin finished his work and sat down again, which pursed his lips and carefully put on his gloves and reached for that box. Xiao Yingchen was stunned by his such a solemn stance. What's wrong? This box is very valuable? The moment Dai Hengxin picked up the box, he reacted, this box contains something? Xiao Yingchen nodded. Yeah. Dai Hengxin got excited. How can this box hold anything? If the box is scratched, the value will be greatly reduced. With that, Dai Hengxin put the box down again and carefully opened it, ready to pull out the contents. Box so open, he stayed, it is full of a box of jewelry. Dai Hengxin's heart was so excited that it looked like a motor had been installed, and it almost jumped out of his throat. You these? Xiao Yingchen nodded, I just want you to help me see if these are worth it or not. How much can they be worth? Who knew you'd look at that jewelry box and go crazy? Dai Hengxin sat frozen for a moment, shook his head, and first brought out a large velvet padded tray from under the table over there. He first carefully took the jewels out of the box one by one and placed them in separate trays. The tray was full and he silently went to get a second tray. Moments later, looking at the empty jewelry box and 2 trays of jewelry, Dai Hengxin wanted to talk. After holding back, Dai Hengxin didn't hold back. Ms. Xiao, can I make a suggestion? You say. Xiao Yingchen raised her hand in a gesture. In the future, such things, can you cherish them and separate them into boxes? It's not good for these treasures if you pack them in a lump like this. It's more than bad, it's just bad. Just now, he saw a fresh scratch land on one of the gold pins. Xiao Yingchen nodded with hindsight. I'll pay attention next time. Dai Hengxin looked at her and then at her again. Never mind, I guess she didn't take it to heart. Dai Hengxin first pushed the 2 trays to the side, picked up the jewelry box and smelled and touched and used a magnifying glass to see. After examining for a while, Dai Hengxin's serious face. This thing, do you know what it is? Xiao Yingchen was careful. Jewelry box? Dai Hengxin nodded sorrowfully. It's a jewelry box, yes, but the workmanship and materials used in this thing are top-notch. With the incense wood, conch craft, but also inlaid with gold and silver wire. Before Christie's auction of the conch jewelry box is not as exquisite as this, not as big as this, or shot 20 million. Xiao Yingchen, a small mouth slowly grows, half closed, a box 20 million? Will this stuff get you convicted if you sell it yourself? The fear in his heart presented itself on his face, and Dai Hengxin saw it at a glance and hurriedly stopped the conversation. Ms. Xiao, what's wrong with you? I just asked you to help me look at it. I didn't intend to sell it, so it's not illegal, right? Xiao Yingchen asked carefully. Dai Hengxin reacted and smiled. Of course it's not illegal. But this is something you shouldn't show anyone else. It's inevitable that an ordinary person would have crooked thoughts when they see such a precious thing. Xiao Yingchen let out a sigh of relief, almost as if she was promising. Good, I will definitely not show it to anyone else. Dai Hengxin nodded. Then do I still need to explain it to you? Xiao Yingchen nodded. Well, go ahead. Dai Hengxin then gave another big professional lecture, hardening the thing to heaven and earth, and finally came to the conclusion. If this thing of yours makes it to the auction, it's only not cheaper than that. Xiao Yingchen nodded and pointed at the jewelry again. What about these? Dai Hengxin brought 2 plates over and pointed to a few pieces on one of them. These are a set. You see, this one has the same pattern and is also inlaid with pearls and gems, and although the craftsmanship is all very good, the price won't actually be too high. This set is also less than $1 million. The rest of these pieces add up to just over $1 million. Xiao Yingchen was dumbfounded. A modern version of the buy box? This box is worth more than the treasure inside? She swallowed with some difficulty. So what? I'd better take it back. Dai Hengxin's sanity returned at this point, and he went to the cabinet and fished out several velvet jewelry boxes. All this jewelry, don't you put it in that box, I'll send you a couple of boxes, you keep them separate. Xiao Yingchen weakly nodded. Good. Dai Hengxin had wanted Xiao Yingchen to load it in herself, but after looking at her confused face, he knew that she definitely didn't know how to keep these antique-grade jewelry safe. Solely sending the Buddha to the west directly helped her to put all the jewelry in a box and fixed it, and then handed it to Xiao Yingchen. Xiao Yingchen foolishly stuffed the box into her duffel bag. Dai Hengxin looked at the inlaid gold and silver silk inlaid conch jewelry box, ultimately cannot look at, and took out a large box, the box in. Only then, it wouldn't fit in Xiao Yingchuan's shoulder bag. Dai Hengxin took out another sports handbag and put the box into it. I'll send you back in a while, so put it away yourself. Good. After packing up everything in front of him, Dai Hengxin looked at Xiao Yingchuan's shoulder bag and casually asked, is there anything else you want to see? Xiao Yingchuan thought for a moment and asked, do you still accept gold ingots? The kind from last time. Dai Hengxin swallowed, collect. Xiaoyingchen pulled out 4 lumps of toilet paper from her shoulder bag and carefully placed them on the table, also emphasizing in a low voice, I didn't smash it, and I didn't use any force. Dai Hengxin. He opened one of the piles, and sure enough, it was a 10 taels gold ingot. Dai Hengxin resisted the urge to say asterisk 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 and opened the other 3 piles of toilet paper. For 10 taels of gold ingots, same as last time. Dai Hengxin didn't get on with it straight away. Do you mind if I call my eldest over? Xiaoyingchen nodded, feel free. I can do anything. The students are going to rock the big boys again. After all, it's a multi-million-dollar business and shakers are understandable. 18. Dai Wangyan came not long after. The day is too hot. The top of his bald head is full of sweat. With a paper towel, a lot of crumbs of paper. Dai Hengxin opened the door for him and took clean wipes for him to wash his face in the bathroom. By the time Dai Wangyan came out of the bathroom, his entire body was no longer in a sorry state, and his breath had stabilized. Seeing Xiaoyingchen and the gold ingot in front of him, Dai Wangyan was all smiles, little girl, awesome. Xiaoyingchen smiled without saying anything. Dai Wangyan didn't look at it for long this time before putting down the magnifying glass and the gold ingot and nodding, it's true. Dai Hengxin readily gave $3,200,000. Xiaoyingchen reached his goal and was ready to say goodbye and leave. Dai Hengxin, however, stopped her, I'll walk you. No, I'll just call a car. Xiaoyingchen still wanted to refuse. Dai Hengxin, however, lifted the sports bag without question, carrying this, you dare to take a taxi? What do you think? Xiaoyingchen, then I'll trouble you. Dai Wangyan was originally still sitting and drinking tea, and as soon as he heard this, he knew that there was something good in that bag. His eyes all lit up, eyeing Dai Hengxin and then the bag. Dai Hengxin pretended that he didn't see his eldest uncle's expression, and only asked him to watch the store for him before sending Xiaoyingchen away. Xiaomei watched Dai Wangyan come over and knew that there was indeed something good and that the boss hadn't seen fit to shake people to help confirm it. Who knows, not long, Dai Hengxin personally drove Xiaoyingchen, but also personally helped Xiaoyingchen drive the door. Xiaomei is more certain. When Dai Hengxin finished sending Xiaoyingchen off and agreed with Xiaoyingchen to pick her up later for dinner, and then returned to the store, Dai Wangyan's eyes were wide and full of curiosity. What the hell is so good about it? And you had to send her back yourself? Dai Hengxin hesitated. It's a gold and silver wire inlaid studded lacquerware. After a pause, Dai Hengxin added, of sedum wood. Dai Wangyan's eyes almost glazed over. Such a good thing. You didn't ask me to take a look? Dai Hengxin glanced at his eldest uncle. People have no intention to sell. Besides, even if she dares to sell this thing, you and I dare to buy it? Dai Wangyan was silent. Though he was obsessed with ancient artifacts, he knew that red lines were not to be stepped on. Dai Wangyan clasped his hands to his chest in perplexity and leaned back on the mahogany sofa to look at Dai Hengxin. What exactly is this little girl's origin? How come there are so many good things in her hands? Dai Hengxin thought for a moment. She is my grandfather's village. The family opened a kiosk. Last year the parents died in a car accident. Roughly, he explained what he had poked around from grandpa. Dai Wangyan understood. This thing couldn't have been left to her by her parents. Where did it come from? Dai Hengxin also wanted to know. I even said I treat her to dinner at noon. Will you help me look at the store? Dai Wangyan's heart is on fire, and he doesn't care if he is a doctoral supervisor to help guard the store. Remember, you kid, she must have something else good in her hand, so watch what you say and don't offend anyone. If she has something to sell you, you take it at a high price as long as you don't step over the red line and don't gouge before the next one. Dai Hengxin laughed. I know. If he didn't have this in mind, how could he give $2 million directly today without even a single kowtow? You have to realize that the antique thing is different than anything else. More of the same thing is not worth the money. Can a gold ingot with only one in existence be the same price as one with many in existence? That's of a completely different nature. Xiaoyingchen just got out of the car and opened the store door. The door came on a person, actually Yi Yubin. Yi Yubin is still a t-shirt and big pants with clip-toe slippers, but his face is serious and scary. Xiao girl, who is the person who just sent you back? Xiaoyingchen was so startled that she almost dropped the sports bag in her hand on the floor. When she saw that it was Yi Yubin, she slapped her chest and gasped, Uncle Yi, you scared me to death. Yi Yubin did not say anything, but his eyes stared straight at Xiaoyingchen. You do not say I will not stop posture. Xiaoyingchen touched at the same time, but also a little nervous. Cannot let Yi Yubin know that he sold gold ingots. She thought about it and decided to come clean. That's Grandpa Zhao's grandson. Zhao Jiping? Xiaoyingchen nodded. Yi Yubin obviously did not expect this, thought about it and asked, what does his grandson do? Xiaoyingchen half true, half false. He's the one who runs the pawn shop on the corner over there, and I heard that he's a senior who graduated from 985. I came to see Grandpa Zhao the other day and only recognized him when he bought something in my store. We had met twice before elsewhere. Yi Yubin really think wrong. So two young people in the relationship? Xiaoyingchen was still carrying $20 million worth of things in his hand that he hadn't had time to put into the system space, and was anxious. If you don't have anything else to do, Uncle Yi, I'll go up first. Yi Yubin, however, called out to her again, Xiao girl, I know that your parents passed away this year, you have a hard time, but you cannot go the wrong way. It turned out that Yi Yubin heard the neighbors talk about it, saying that Xiao Yingxuan's kiosk is very lively these days. Truckload after truckload of things to pull here, but there is no car to pull away, only to take advantage of the dark to pull away. What business needs to be covered up? That must be a shady business. Yi Yubin was saved by Xiao Yingxuan's life. Her parents are gone. He thought he had the responsibility to look after the reminder, which is why he came to the door. Who knows, just come over, far away to see a million-level Mercedes-Benz luxury car to send Xiao Yingxuan back. Big morning, a beautiful young girl is brought back in a limousine with her luggage in hand. Yi Yubin was even more worried, thinking that Xiao Yingxuan must have taken a crooked path. Xiao Yingxuan's back went cold when he heard it. It's still true. That truckload of stuff was coming in the front door and going out the back door. But everyone in the village knew that the back door was a dead end and it was impossible to get out. To an outsider, seeing only the entry but not the exit, is it not a cause for suspicion? Xiao Yingxuan took a deep breath and nodded with a serious look. Uncle Yi, thank you for reminding me. I didn't tell everyone before. Recently I made an online store and my business has picked up a little. Sometimes I take orders, and it's not uncommon to be busy in the middle of the night. This explains why Xiao Yingxuan's kiosk is often closed. Yi Yubin nodded his head at the words. You young people's brains are alive and well. I heard that the e-commerce internet done well is also very lucrative. Just don't go the wrong way. Yi Yubin rambled on for a while longer, his words all uneasy. Xiao Yingxuan patiently coaxed away Yi Yubin, took advantage of no one to put things into the system space, thought about it and sent a message to Dai Hengxin, asking him if he had a doorway to help rent a nearby warehouse. Dai Hengxin seconds back. I have a friend who does warehousing and logistics. I'll ask for you. Not waiting for Xiao Yingxuan to return the message, Dai Hengxin's voice call came over. He must have a storehouse there. Just don't know whether it meets your requirements or not. Why don't I take you directly to see? It's definitely better to talk about it than to see it live. Xiao Yingxuan hesitated. Will it delay your business? You are my biggest customer. You are my god. What am I delaying in serving God? Dai Hengxin laughed on the other end of the phone. Xiao Yingxuan heard also laughed. Not really. Their own this time and his place have sold several million gold and silver ingots. Is not a big customer? So Xiao Yingxuan peacefully made an appointment with him to meet him in a while, put down her things and prepared to go downstairs. Dai Hengxin went and returned, and when the Mercedes-Benz parked in front of Xiao Yingxuan's kiosk, the neighbors over there stretched their necks to look this way. Isn't that old Zhao's grandson? It looks like. He's hooked up with Yingxuan's sister? Probably. I heard that this grandson of old Zhao is quite rich. Nonsense, can you drive a Mercedes without money? Xiao Yingxuan was blissfully unaware that her relationship with Dai Hengxin had been rumored. Dai Hengxin said he had a junior high school classmate is to do logistics warehousing, ready to take her directly to find that classmate face to face. Xiao Yingxuan said thank you. She was shocked today by what Dai Hengxin said about evaluating the conch jewelry box, and couldn't help but ask, can you tell me exactly what can be sold and what can't be sold? I don't want to give myself away at any point. As soon as Dai Hengxin heard this, he knew she was scared and couldn't help but laugh again. Don't worry, I won't screw you over. Even if what you bring can't be sold, I'll pretend I don't know and let you just take it. Xiao Yingxuan nodded her head without much reassurance. I believe you. Then you can tell me about it too, so that I can at least have a number in my heart. Dai Hengxin then spoke up. There are probably just two types of antiques that folk can buy and sell in the open. One that can be proven to have been passed down from an ancestor with a legacy. One type is sold at major auctions or bought back from abroad with a clear certificate of purchase. Of course, privately many people trade without regard to this, and as long as they don't get caught, that's fine. If they are caught, it could be another story related to the iron window. Dai Hengxin while explaining, while in the rearview mirror from time to time to observe Xiao Yingxuan's expression, see her listening carefully, know that she is afraid, busy again to pacify her. Xiao Yingxuan wasn't clear about the rules at first and was still bewildered, but after she completely figured it out, she suddenly wasn't afraid anymore. One's own gold and silver treasures are stuffed in the system space, who else can find them? With nothing found, as long as you don't admit it, who dares to say you're holding an antique of unknown origin? Xiao Yingxuan was relieved. Not long after the Mercedes-Benz drove into a large courtyard, a bare-chested short fat tattooed bald man walked out. Egu, Mr. Dai is here. Mr. Dai quickly inside please. Dai Hengxin slapped his greasy arm. Put on a shirt. Can't you see there's a lady? This is sister-in-law? Hello sister-in-law. The tattooed bald man showed his teeth and smiled at Xiao Yingxuan, and his eyes looked up and down. Xiao Yingxuan smiled back at him. Hello. I'm a friend of Boss Dai. You guys sit down, I'm going to go put some clothes on. Taking advantage of the bald tattooed man going into the back room to put on his clothes, Dai Hengxin whispered in introduction. His name is Feng Shangning, he's my junior high school classmate, he's a righteous person, just a bit horny. If he says you're my girlfriend later, don't deny it. Xiao Yingxuan's eyes widened. Why? Lest he harass you. Xiao Yingxuan gets it. Feng Shangning quickly walked out, and after introducing herself to Xiao Yingxuan, she exchanged pleasantries before taking the initiative to ask about Xiao Yingxuan's needs. Xiao Yingxuan's demand is very simple. The location can be a bit remote, but not too far, to a separate warehouse, not too big, can drive in a car, put 2 or 3 cars of goods is enough. Feng Xiangning grinned, that's fine. I have 3 such storehouses on my side, why don't you go and take a look at them all, then pick one? Xiaoyingchen and Dai Hengxin followed to see the end, and eventually picked the depot next to the edge of the village. Treasury should be the village to repair, steel frame structure, tin roof, the ground is flat, both sides of the pile of moisture-proof wood frame, look is also quite clean, there is a small room that can be used as a janitor's room by the door, installed air conditioning with a bathroom. Because of Dai Hengxin's relationship, Feng Xiangning is very generous, only $30,000 a year, and no deposit. Xiaoyingchen agreed without saying a word and paid on the spot. Seeing Xiaoyingchen's quickness, Feng Xiangning was also quick, and directly gave Xiaoyingchen the key, and also made a point of affirming it. That's the only set of keys, if you lose them, they're gone, if you're not comfortable with that, you can change the locks. By the time both parties had completed the formalities and signed the contract, it was almost noon. Feng Xiangning said she wanted to invite for dinner, and before Xiaoyingchen could say anything, she was rejected by Dai Hengxin. No need, we still have some things to do, we have to go and get busy first. Coming out of the warehouse, Xiaoyingchen hoofed it to order online and have it delivered to this side of the warehouse. By the time she finished placing her order, the place to eat had arrived, this time a buffet. Dai Hengxin heard her say that the rent of the warehouse is trying to do e-commerce internet. The heart is secretly surprised. A few gold ingots at hand is a few $1 million, but also do what e-commerce internet? But the friendship between the two was not considered deep, and Dai Hengxin held back from asking. Instead, Xiaoyingchen took the initiative and said, I want to buy a car, what do you suggest? Dai Hengxin, it's good to talk about buying a car. With your current wealth, you have a lot of choices. What brand and price do you want? Xiaoyingchen thought for a moment, around 150,000, something bigger and with a higher chassis. Dai Hengxin, domestic car then? After some recommendations and confirmations, Xiaoyingchen chose Mazda. Dai Hengxin couldn't help but say, should we pick a better car? Xiaoyingchen, no need. I bought a car mainly because I have to run the depot, it's inconvenient to always call a car. Dai Hengxin looked deeply at Xiaoyingchen and suppressed the surprise under his eyes. Some girls, for the sake of vanity, max out their credit cards to buy luxury goods is not uncommon, in front of this can be good, just into the account of more than 3 million but only choose more than 100,000 yuan of cars. It's really different. The buffet of this 5-star hotel is more than 200 per person, and Xiaoyingchen eats comfortably. This buffet does taste good. Xiaoyingchen rubbed his stomach and sighed with emotion. If you like it, we'll come back next time? Dai Hengxin tried. Xiaoyingchen smiled and nodded. Yeah, I'll treat you next time. Dai Hengxin. Good. Xiaoyingchen is a man of action, and let Dai Hengxin take himself to buy a car after dinner. By 2:30 p.m. Xiaoyingchen was delighted with his new car. In front of the 4S store, Xiaoyingchen cheerfully said goodbye to Dai Hengxin. I still have urgent business in the next 2 days, and so busy these 2 days, I invite you to dinner. Dai Hengxin's mind suddenly flashed through the used up and thrown away aggression, and then laughed at himself. She's her big client, she came with her to buy a car, it's kind of like she trusts her, what's wrong with her? How dare you presume to get a response from someone? Cotton clothes and shoes and compressed cookies, none of which arrived the same day. Xiaoyingchen online order, the other side said tomorrow to arrive. Xiaoyingchen breathed a sigh of relief and drove home. By the time he arrived home, Uncle Liang's side had delivered all the instant noodles and small snacks Xiaoyingchen had asked for. More than previously booked by Fu Chainan. After all, the shelves can't stay empty except for the ones delivered to Fu Chainan. Seeing Xiaoyingchen's new car parked in front of the kiosk, Uncle Liang took one more look and didn't say anything. Xiaoyingchen opened the door to the storage room and let Uncle Liang unload the stuff in, then settled the bill. The front door is closed, the back door is open, and the Timeout supermarket is open. The back door had just opened and Fu Chainan came in. Xiaoyingchen was a bit embarrassed. General Fu waited a long time again? Fu Chainan didn't wait long, just try again from time to see if you can enter. After he gave out a stream of gold, an adjutant general expressed concern, if he gives so much gold at once, will the proprietor of the mysterious store abscond with the money? After all, only Fu Chainan can go into that store, when to go in, cannot go in what can buy. The initiative is completely in the hands of Xiaoyingchen. Fu Chainan thought about Xiaoyingchen's style of behavior, she won't. The vice general glanced at Fu Chainan in pity, not daring to put the questioning on his lips again. Fu Chainan then tried to go into the supermarket whenever he had time in the following half day. He couldn't tell himself if he was worried about the vice admiral's prophecy or if he wanted to prove it to the vice admiral. Well, for the most part, he finally came back in. Today to go out to eat, Xiaoyingchen changed a dress. Cotton and linen texture of light green dress worn on the body is very loose and comfortable, but also appears to be more slender and tall. Fu Chainan couldn't help but take a couple more looks. Xiaoyingchen was oblivious, pointing to the instant noodles and small snacks and cookies she had just pulled over. Here, those instant noodles and small snacks I told you about earlier are here, take a look, try all the ones you haven't eaten before, and choose the ones you like to take away. Fu Chainan looked at the small snacks that hadn't even hit the shelves yet. I'll take them all away. They love to eat. Fu Chainan pointed at the large bag of lollipops, this one give me more next time. Oh, you like this? Xiaoyingchen looked at Fu Chainan in surprise, clearly out of the blue. Fu Chainan, my dad likes it. The image of Zhang Fei eating a lollipop instantly popped into Xiaoyingchuan's head. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Xiaoyingchuan decided not to ask. And this one, next time come more too, they haven't eaten this before, they all think it's delicious, it's fragrant, sweet, and pops their teeth. Fu Chainan pointed at the want QQ candy again. Xiaoyingchuan nodded with difficulty. No problem. Technology changes lives. Technology changed the snacking preferences of ancient generals. Xiaoyingchuan explained to him the situation of his own order today, and told him to deliver the goods as soon as tomorrow afternoon, so that he came to take the first batch of goods tomorrow afternoon. Fu Chainan promised, but the person did not leave. Xiaoyingchuan saw that he was looking left and right, but did not go, so he introduced him to the various foods in the store that he had not tasted. If the various drinks opened Fu Chainan's eyes, the various flavors of ice cream made Fu Chainan's eyes go wide. It's just a cabinet, and these ice creams don't melt in it? Xiaoyingchuan nodded, that's natural. What about the food? It won't go bad if you leave it here? Xiaoyingchuan thought for a moment, putting in a few months won't be a problem. Give me a few. Fu Chainan flatly clapped. Xiaoyingchuan took a deep breath, trying to make his tone calm and sincere. That Fu General, this freezer, need to cooperate with having electricity to use. Electricity is something that you don't have there. Fu Chainan froze. Electricity? Another one he hadn't heard of. Xiaoyingchuan thought for a moment. You've seen lightning and thunder, right? Fu Chainan nodded. That lightning, that's a type of electricity. But the electricity we use now doesn't have that much flow. Xiaoyingchuan racked his brain. Lightning is a flash flood. It comes ferociously and goes quickly. This electricity we're using is a trickle, continuous, long-lasting, but stable and not as dangerous. After the explanation, Xiaoyingchuan looked at Fu Chainan with body eyes. I tried my best. I cannot do anything if I do not understand. Fu Chainan frowned and thought for a long time before nodding. I see. Xiaoyingchuan breathed a sigh of relief and was just about to praise herself for her ability to express herself when she heard Fu Chainan ask again, then how can I have electricity? Xiaoyingchuan gave Fu Chainan a serious look. Young man, wanting to generate electricity is possible, but it's not appropriate for you to want to use it now. Why? A gentleman is not guilty of a crime. Fu Chainan understood in seconds. Yes, a gentleman is not guilty of a crime. Now that the Fu family army led by his own father and son were already being scorned, who knew what His Majesty the Emperor would think if there were more of these counterintuitive things to come? It's not the same as buying pots and pans of a different style. This is an epochal change, a matter of national importance. Fu Chainan seriously bowed his hand and saluted. The girl has thought it through thoroughly. The kid has been taught. Xiaoyingchuan was so embarrassed that he waved his hand. Hey, I'm also doing this for myself. If something happens to you, who am I going to earn silver from? Fu Chainan laughed at her words. Do you always speak so? Frankly? Xiaoyingchuan scratched his head and laughed dryly, saying that he was right true. Fu Chainan was the first. My parents used to say that I had a bad mouth. On the importance of speaking with high emotional intelligence. In the end, Fu Chainan used the phone box provided by Xiaoyingchuan to pack a box of ice cream and left. They said they wanted them to feel the thrill of eating ice at the height of summer. Xiaoyingchuan kindly reminded, this stuff is cold. It's easy to get diarrhea if you eat too much. Fu Chainan didn't care. It's fine. That medicine of yours is good. Xiaoyingchuan. As expected, the moment the generals of the Fu family army ate the ice cream, their eyes widened. Good heavens, who would have thought that this Yangzhou city, which is covered with yellow sand, could actually have ice? And with such delicious ice? When Fu Chainan left, Xiaoyingchuan closed the back door and opened the front door. Even if it's pretending, it's still pretending. It wasn't long before the air conditioner installer arrived. After the air conditioner was installed and a few casual orders were sold, it was also a little after 5 o'clock in the evening. Xiaoyingchuan closed the door, used the system's own organizing system to clean out all the garbage and dust, took 2 bottles of Jiunanchan and 4 bottles of beverages, and drove towards Yue House. The food was ordered, tea was served, and within a short time, Grandma and Grandpa's family and aunt and uncle arrived at the same time. It wasn't long before Auntie came too. Counting the last time they met or pay their respects, Xiaoyingchuan first called out politely, full of smiles. Everyone looked at Xiaoyingchuan with scorn. Auntie was warm and gentle. What good thing is it that Yingchuan is inviting us for dinner? Xiaoyingchuan laughed. Let's eat first, we'll talk after dinner. So as not to make a scene later and everyone can't eat. 21. Aunt and uncle looked at each other and greeted the children as they took their seats. My uncle's family has 2 children, a boy and a girl, and my aunt's family has 2 children, also a boy and a girl. The 4 young men are all older than Xiaoyingchuan and all get paid. People on Grandpa's side felt that only Xiaoyingchuan's mother did not have a son, more or less belittling. This is also one of the reasons why Xiaoyingchuan's mom, who is given the most, is always regarded as deserving by them. They think, Xiaoyingchuan is a girl destined to marry, and her parents don't have to leave her a lot of money. How about more support for the mother's family? Auntie obviously couldn't wait until after dinner to say more, and actually took the initiative to say, Yingchuan, should things be made clear first? Lest I be unsure in my heart. Xiaoyingchuan looked at her face of complacency, suddenly felt funny in her heart. She is not someone who can't afford to waste a table of food. since she had to be in a hurry, let's say it live. So Xiaoyingchen smiled and nodded. That's fine, Auntie, why don't you tell us the situation first? Gu Chunyu raised an eyebrow. That's fine. Before my little sister left, I thought it was a pity that their supermarket just closed down, so I said I'd go and help look after the store. Who knew that a year down the line, I hadn't made a penny and had lost money. The thing is that I find up myself, and I don't ask Ingchen to pay my salary anymore. But the payment for the goods I lost out, Ingchen, you can't ask me to fill it up again. Older brother, sister-in-law, mom and dad, don't you think so? As Gu Chunyu finished speaking, everyone looked odd and looked at Xiaoyingchen. Xiaoyingchen had a smiling look on her face, as if the words she just said didn't make her angry in the slightest. Auntie has finished, so now I'll add. I said at first that I didn't want to open that store. There was no one to guard it, and it was my aunt who took the initiative to say that she was willing to open it and take care of her own profit and loss. When I gave it to my aunt, I took an inventory and counted the contents of the supermarket, and there's not a penny owed for goods out there. I signed a contract with Auntie, and it was Auntie's business if she made or lost money during the year. Auntie signed it then. But after I came back the other day and took over the supermarket, my aunt said she wasn't making any money and told me to pay my salary, and if I didn't, I wouldn't do it. It doesn't make sense. Besides, I didn't come back until I couldn't get my paycheck out there, so where do I get the money for my aunt's paycheck? Auntie said forget it and she left. There was an inventory of things in the supermarket, but no inventory. The supermarket is $20,000 or so less stocked than it was when my aunt took it over before, and I didn't count on it. But a few days ago, out of the blue, a couple of new wholesalers who I hadn't worked with before came to my door demanding debts. They said, my Ingchen commissary has not paid them for the past year for goods on credit from them that add up to more than $120,000. They told me to pay. I've never dealt with them and I've never asked for anything from them, so I'm going to disavow them and let whoever they owe go to whoever they want. So they found Auntie. And I heard that they went to court to sue the aunt. Auntie, is that right? Xiaoyingchen said these words with a smile, saying them without haste and with a steady voice, as if chatting about family matters. My aunt and uncle's faces changed. It was something they didn't know beforehand. If they had known, they wouldn't have come tonight. Grandpa and Grandma's complexion changed as well. They had heard a bit about it, but only from Gu Chunyu, and not Xiaoyingchuan's version. The version in Gu Chunyu's mouth is upside down and simply aggrieved. The grandparents still feel that their oldest daughter is at a disadvantage. But when Xiaoyingchuan's side of the story, everyone realized that this was not the case. Gu Chunyu's face didn't look good. I did pay on credit, but wasn't it because I didn't make any money that I couldn't pay it back? If I could pay it back, I would have paid it back a long time ago. Xiaoyingchen is still not slow. You take that more than 100,000 yuan of goods, even if sold according to the wholesale price, it is impossible to pay back people's money, unless you were thrown into the Weishui River. But I don't think Auntie would do such a thing. Gu Chunyu was anxious. Don't I want to be paid? I'm on guard from morning till night, counting $10,000 a month. It's not much, right? Xiaoyingchen laughed. So Auntie, it's not that you can't pay people back for their goods, but that you think I should have $10,000 a month to hire you to guard the dozens of square feet kiosk there. I wouldn't pay you, so you took over $100,000 of your own goods from the supplier against a year's wages, is that right? Gu Chunyu, so what if it is? Xiaoyingchen didn't answer, just looked at this and that. Gu Chunyu was also embarrassed as she looked at her parents and siblings who looked complicated, as well as a pair of nephews and nieces who were shocked to the point of jaw-dropping. Gu Chunyu's pair of children and the man, however, all lowered their heads and played dead. Obviously they knew about it and knew that their own wives, mothers, were not in the right, in terms of right and wrong. But whoever takes advantage plays the fool, so they don't talk. Xiaoyingchen looked at her grandparents and aunts and uncles. Auntie said last night that she wanted me to pay this money back, and I thought it was unreasonable to ask me to pay it back, so Auntie became very aggravated. So I've thought about inviting all the elders here tonight to make it clear in person, so that they don't all feel that I'm in debt to my aunt. I'd like to ask my grandparents and aunt and uncle if you also think I should help pay this debt? Grandpa and Grandma looked at each other and looked at Gu Chunyu with ugly faces. Grandma, you've signed a contract with Ingchen, so it's your business. Why don't you pay back the money? What about letting people find Ingchen? This is your problem even if it goes to court. Gu Chunyu's face collapsed, and she began to play tricks. I'm not broke. Your two grandsons are now earning 2,000 or 3,000 a month, and your grandson now has no house and can't even get a wife. I heard that Ingchen has been doing big business lately, making hundreds of thousands of dollars on a single order. It's okay for her to pay for this. Xiaoyingchuan's expression remained unchanged. I don't know where you heard the rumor that I make hundreds of thousands of dollars a single order. But I just make tens of millions of dollars a pop, and that's what I make, and it has nothing to do with this money. And I have no reason to pay your debts. Said Xiaoyingchen pointed to his uncle. My uncle is eating public food. He also has 7,000 or 8,000 a month, and state-owned enterprises in the middle, more than 10,000 a month. You ask my uncle, he should not give you money? Aunt and uncle's scared face changed. Aunt hurriedly laughed. How to involve us in this? Your things you discuss your own solution well. It's about intending to stay out of the way and make peace. Gu Chunyu suddenly laughed coldly. You're a mouthful of court. Your parents passed away. According to the law your grandparents also have to share the inheritance. Your parents were in a car accident, but the court awarded almost $1 million in damages. Your grandparents didn't get a dime. A year has passed and you mention it? I just took more than $100,000 of goods, you pay back on the line, we all know in our hearts on the line, how do you still have the nerve to chase me for money? Must I say broken? Xiao only felt that a heart gradually cooled down. It turned out that Guchunyu did this, but it was actually for this reason. Xiao didn't say anything for a long time, and only looked at her aunt and uncle, and then at her grandparents, and now everyone didn't dare to look at Xiao. Xiao opened his mouth again, choked. My parents had a car accident, the aftermath of the treatment of uncle from the beginning to the end is involved, the driver of the truck did not have the money to pay, people are in jail. The court did award $950,000, but not a penny was given to me. Uncle knows about this, doesn't he? Uncle nodded at his words. I know about that. In fact, he not only knew about it, but had checked up on that family through his own connections over the course of the year. The family's van was on loan and was seized after the accident. The family house is also a loan. The wife is sick. The son did not earn a few dollars, $2,000 or $3,000 a month, just enough to barely survive. What can a family like this do to compensate? According to the civil code, grandparents are also first-in-line heirs and are also eligible to inherit a portion of the estate. The uncles and aunts' families certainly hope that the compensation will be paid, and they will then be able to ask for money from their grandparents as well. Knowing that Xiao didn't get a single penny of compensation, my uncle didn't say anything about the inheritance. When I was trying to save my parents, my family's little savings were spent, and I borrowed money from everywhere, as you all know, right? Auntie nodded back this time, yes, we all know that. Xiao spread his hands, so what other inheritance can be divided? Ashes? Guchunyu, however, shouldered her neck and said, don't you still have that building? Doesn't that count as an inheritance? Xiao was laughed at this time, thanks to the aunt's blessing. When grandparents demolished and divided the house, uncle 3 sets, and 2 sets, grandparents stayed a set of self-occupation. It's my mom's turn to just give this land. The houses my father borrowed money to repair, together with a total of more than 100 square feet, or in the small county of the urban village, and now the age of the house is also more than 20 years, can sell $300,000? Even if the court decides that the 5 of us, me, my grandparents, and my grandparents belong to the first heir, and the 5 of us split it, the grandparents will still have a maximum of $120,000, right? Back to grandma and grandpa and then to your family, your uncle's family, my family, you alone can get more than $120,000? Now the aunts and uncles' faces looked even more unsightly. In the end, it was their own family that suffered? Xiao snorted. Also, you guys probably don't know that I was a year old when the house was first licensed, and my dad said to just put the house in my name to avoid having to pay taxes later. So the house is in my name, it's not considered an inheritance, and it has nothing to do with auntie. Guchunyu was unconvinced. That land was still given by your grandparents. How come it doesn't matter? Xiao looked at her grandparents. When it comes to inheritance, grandparents have the most say. How did you guys decide on this matter? Grandma and grandpa looked at each other awkwardly, and grandpa spoke up. You can keep your parents' stuff if they leave it to you, we don't want it. As for this payment for goods, you and your aunt discuss it. Your aunt is not easy. It's come to this, and grandpa is still helping his aunt. Xiaongshuan's heart cooled a little more. It turns out that favoritism is never justifiable. She looked at Guchunyu. Grandparents said they didn't want it, but you think you should share more than 120,000? What kind of reasoning is that? Guchunyu realized at this time that she could not reason, so she played the trick. Then I just don't have the money. If they sue me, I'll go to jail. Mom, if you really go to jail, I'll dare to kill and set fire to it. Cousin Xie Yulin stared at Xiao with a grimace, with an air of if you don't help, I'll kill you. Guchunyu pretended to be sympathetic, but the bottom of her eyes were full of calculations. What's your hurry? Your sister called us for dinner today, surely she wants to discuss this matter. Xiao looked at her aunt and uncle who were pretending to be dead, and then looked at her grandparents who had been refusing to help her speak, before she slowly opened her mouth. Grandparents, for so many years, my mom and I had grievances in our hearts. I didn't say anything when you favored my aunt and uncle and divided the house so that our family didn't have a single set. My parents passed away and my aunt offered to use my supermarket for business for free. I didn't say anything. My aunt sold an extra $20,000 worth of goods from the supermarket and didn't pay me for it, and I didn't say anything. But my aunt wants me to pay out this $120,000 again, and you guys won't say anything, and you're telling me to talk to my aunt about it, and I won't do it. If auntie has to, then I'll see you in court and do as I please. Big deal, I'm not opening this supermarket. I'll leave this house empty and I'll go out to work. Anyway, I'm a girl, and I'm not going to spend money to get a wife when I'm all alone. Xiao finished and looked at his cousin Xie Yulin. As for your comment about killing and setting fire to people, I'm even more indifferent. Anyway, I'm unattached and no one loves me, and it's quite good to have someone to bury me when I die. Xiao put on a bachelor attitude, but it froze everyone in their tracks. Guchunyu gritted her teeth. Inchun, do you think this is okay? I really can't afford to pay back this $120,000. I just bought a house for your cousin, paid the down payment and still have to pay the mortgage. I'll pay half of this money, you pay half? Turns out the money gleaned from myself was to buy a house for my loser cousin. Xiaoying-chun looked at Guchunyu and then at her aunt and uncle and grandparents. They all looked at Xiaoying-chun with hopeful faces, obviously hoping that Xiaoying-chun would agree. By this point, Xiaoying-chun also had a number in her heart. She thought about it and pulled out an agreement from her bag. I've got a cold heart, and there's no one to feel sorry for me anyway. I've got an agreement here, and as long as grandparents and aunts and uncles and aunts all sign it, I'll pay for half of this. Guchunyu was the first to snatch over the agreement as soon as she heard that there was something going on. After reading it, she looked at Xiaoying-chun incredulously. As long as you help me pay back this 60,000 yuan, your grandparents' support, illness, and funeral will have nothing to do with you in the future? Your $60,000 is considered to be for your grandparents' future support visits and funeral expenses? In the future, you and we will not have any financial relationship of mutual inheritance, support, or distribution. Even if the compensation is recovered, it has nothing to do with us. You're going to disinherit each other's property with our family. You're just going to completely disassociate yourself from us? Xiaoying-chun pulled the corner of her mouth with a smile. Could it be that I still have a share of grandma and grandpa's house in the future? Or in case something happens to uncle and aunt, the inheritance of the family's property is still prepared to give me a piece of the pie? Or maybe my aunt and uncle can help me recover the money the truck driver owes us? The elders collectively freeze. How is this possible? If he could have recovered it, uncle would have found a way to do it long ago. The truth is that people are in jail. The family is so poor that there is no enforceable property. The money is very likely to be irrecoverable. The house tickets of the family can be given to their own sons and daughters. Who would like to give Xiaoying-chun this niece? My aunt and uncle's family, who didn't want to sign the contract in the first place, also fell silent. Grandma and grandpa were even more silent. Xiaoying-chun looked at their reactions and snorted in his heart. A reverse threat can be okay? Guchunyu really couldn't top it. She read it carefully twice more and handed the agreement to her aunt and uncle. The two intellectuals looked at each other and scrutinized it. The waiter also brought the food to the table at this time. Xiaoying-chun heart sure, people also relaxed. Come, a moment cannot see the end, and then wait for the food will be cold. Everyone eat while watching. Older who heart is not taste, looking at the dishes cannot eat. For young regardless of those, pick up chopsticks to eat. Eventually, under Guchunyu's urging, grandparents and aunts and uncles still signed the agreement. Guchunyu credit back to those milk, sakama, and so on. In fact, also for the aunt and uncle and grandparents, two families took some. How the uncles and aunts' families subsequently discussed taking responsibility and dividing up grandma and grandpa's property is their business. The banquet broke up, and no one ate well except Guchunyu and the five young men. Xiaoying-chun etiquette thorough, standing in the door of the U-Flavor building to say goodbye to the elders one by one and grandparents. In the future, I will go to you too every New Year's Eve to pay tribute to you too. Auntie was still polite. Ing-chun, why don't I send you back? Xiaoying-chun said not to use. The critical moment does not act. Now come to be good, meaningless. Auntie, however, insisted on giving her a ride. Look, it's not that close. Why don't I give you a ride? Said even came to pull her. Guchunyu looked at it and laughed. You don't have a car now. Your aunt wants to send it. You let her send it. The family car was previously totaled in a car accident. Xiaoying-chun was helpless. I drove over, so I don't need to bother Auntie. Oh, everyone looked at Xiaoying-chun. Xiaoying-chun took out the key and pressed it. The clustered white Mazda SUV lights flashed, and the lock opened. Guchunyu's eyes widened. A new car? Xia Yulin also came forward. Just bought it? This car is over $100,000. Guchunyu's heart was suddenly not in good taste. Ing-chun, you have money to buy a car, and you still bother about that small amount of money with your aunt? Xiaoying-chun smiled faintly. If you say so, aunt, then I won't bear that money. I still say that. I just make $10 million a single. That's still my money. The down payment on your family's new house was made on credit in the name of my commissary, and you don't share half of that with me, do you? Guchunyu. Xia Yulin unhappily pulled Guchunyu's arm. Go. It's not like they're planning to help you. They're going to break off their marriage with you. Why are you still talking about this? Surprisingly, I look like I've lost out. Xiaoying-chun smiled without saying anything and watched them leave. Auntie looked at the brand new car and also realized that Xiaoying-chun might not be as incompetent as she thought before. She sighed. Okay then, drive slowly, and give me a message when you get home. Auntie, it's not that far, I'll be fine. Xiaoying-chun excused himself and left, ultimately not sending any peace messages to the group. Auntie didn't press the issue. In order not to let Xiaoying-chun think of grandparents' last house, the family, as if each other tacit understanding to alienate Xiaoying-chun. Xiaoying-chun returned home and lay in her small room, upset. She thought of her parents and the indignities they had suffered back then. In the end, she could only silently say to the dark night, Mom and Dad, don't worry, I will live a good life. Xiaoying-chun does manage to live a good life. The next morning, I woke up early and went to eat a rice noodle without any panic, and Uncle Yi said that he wanted to send medicine over. Returning to the kiosk with a full stomach, the half-day of guarding the store began. With the air conditioner, Xiaoying-chun no longer sat outside the store, but directly inside the counter, during which she received the medicine sent over by Uncle Yi and the goods sent over by Uncle Liang. To our surprise, Wei Xiang, the wholesaler who came to claim the debt before, also came. He had heard Guchenyu say that Xiao Yingchun was willing to help pay $60,000, and had specially come over to confirm it. Xiao Yingchun admitted it. Wei Xiang looked deeply at Xiao Yingchun, as if he was judging whether what Xiao Yingchun said was true. Xiao Yingchun grinned. I shelled out the money in order to completely cut ties with my aunt, not for you. You don't have to feel strange. Wei Xiang suddenly realized, then when will you give this money? When your lawsuit is over and her money is paid, you can come back to me for the rest of the portion. Wei Xiang thought for a moment, that I might have to put you on the prosecution list with me, that would be the most peaceful. Xiao Yingchun didn't care, okay. You list it. Wei Xiang didn't expect Xiao Yingchun to agree in one breath, he felt surprised. You don't mind becoming a defendant? Xiao Yingchun grinned, a lifetime is so long, and the experience of being a defendant is quite refreshing. Wei Xiang gave a thumbs up towards Xiao Yingchun, you have this mentality, awesome. Wei Xiang just saw Uncle Liang's delivery car leave, and now, seeing Xiao Yingchun's goods that she hadn't had time to unpack and the empty shelves, she took the initiative to say, why don't I help you take care of the goods? Xiao Yingchun hurriedly stopped it, no need, I'll do it myself. Wei Xiang's purpose was certainly not to help with the stock, he smoothly said, I also have these snacks there, and the price I give is not too high. With those words, he directly took out a pen and wrote the price of those kinds of snacks on the white cigarette case over Xiao Yingchun's counter. Compare them, and if you think it's suitable, call my phone. Xiao Yingchun looked at the price, several items are slightly lower than Uncle Liang's price, and there are a few items that are equal to Uncle Liang's price. Xiao Yingchun pursed her lips, promised to think about it, and sent Wei Xiang away. Uncle Liang is an old relationship, the price is a little higher than Wei Xiang's, but also within a reasonable profit point. Rather, the reason why Wei Xiang gave such a price was more likely to be to steal business. He is not bad at this difference of a few cents, and Uncle Liang has always been reliable. In this case, why change the supplier to increase his workload? Near noon, Xiao Yingchun received the first delivery call, his cotton clothes, cotton shoes and cotton hats have arrived. Xiao Yingchun drove over to the other side with their own unloading workers. Both sides on-site point goods unloading. After the completion of the inventory, Xiao Yingchun on-site settlement of accounts. Waiting for the people to leave, Xiao Yingchun put the things away in the space system's storage room. 10,000 sets of cotton clothes and shoes directly filled the storehouse. Thanks to the cotton clothes and hats, the air is still compressed out, otherwise it wouldn't fit at all. After collecting the things and eating a fast food by the roadside, Xiao Yingchun went back to the kiosk, opened the back door, and the time and space supermarket opened again. Fu Chainan came in quickly. Seeing the 2 trailers full of cotton hats, Fu Chainan was also surprised, really so fast? How awesome is this era? I can't believe I got 10,000 people to wear cotton clothes and hats in one day? Xiao Yingchun also did not ink, you hurry to get rid of, the next there are pots and pans, and cotton shoes and compressed cookies, you have to come back 2 or 3 times to finish. Only then did Fu Chainan get busy with his quick hands. Fortunately, Xiao Yingchun's side has the system's automatic organizing function to help load the car, and Fu Chenan's side has many generals who can unload the goods, so the efficiency is extremely high, and soon the cotton clothes and cotton hats are all gone. Xiao Yingchun made 3 more trips to the warehouse to pick up the goods, and only with great difficulty did she hand everything over to Fu Chainan. By the time the work was done, it was almost dark. Fu Chainan was tired and sweaty, and Xiao Yingchun didn't want to move. Running back and forth to the storehouse on such a hot day made her tired too. Seeing Fu Chenan's exhausted look, Xiao Yingchun suddenly remembered something like, why don't I treat you to dinner? Fu Chainan was a bit surprised. You still have dinner here? Xiao Yingchun grinned, how hard can that be? Xiao Yingchun directly heated up 2 boxes of self-heating rice. Fish flavor shredded pork rice, beef bamboo shoot tip rice, back to the pot meat rice, Taiwan-style marinated pork rice. Xiao Yingchun guessed Fu Chainan big appetite, directly get 4 portions. Fu Chainan watched as Xiao Yingchun poured cold water directly into the box, then threw a small bag in and placed the dry, cold rice on top to cover it. It didn't take long for hot steam to come out of that. In another moment, Xiao Yingchun lifted the box, and a hot, fragrant meal was actually ready. Taste it. Xiao Yingchun cheerfully pushed one of them over. Fu Chainan hesitantly picked up the spoon and took a taste. In the next second, Fu Chainan's eyes went wide, he glanced at Xiao Yingchun and met Xiao Yingchun's smiling and nodding face, he could no longer hold back, and ate a portion of the meal with a huff. When he finished eating and looked up, he realized that Xiao Yingchun had only eaten 2 or 3 bites of his portion of rice. Xiao Yingchun pointed to the other 2, both are for you. Fu Chainan didn't politely, and winded up eating the other 2 portions clean again. The 2 men who had finished eating, one with a Coke and the other with a cool white, sat on small benches and chatted. Why does this get hot when you put cold water in it? Have you ever seen lime poured into water? Fu Chainan understood, but a new question came up. Why is the rice cooked when it is hot for so long? It was already cooked, but it was dehydrated before, and now that it's reheated, it's getting hot quickly. I don't see this dish has dried out. Why is it packed like this? How long will it keep in this way? This one will last more than 6 months, it's vacuum packed, no air in it, and probably has preservatives in it. What is a preservative? Fu Chainan's questions one after another. Xiao Yingchun tried her best to answer, and if she couldn't answer, she went to Baidu. By the time Xiao Yingchun came back to her senses, it was already past 9 o'clock at night. Xiaoyingchen looked at Fu Chainan. It's late, why don't you go back first? Anything else you need come back tomorrow? Fu Chainan then realized, and got up, ready to say goodbye, then I'll leave first. His mouth said he was going to leave, but his eyes were looking around, obviously still not willing to leave. Seeing the refill shelves, Fu Chainan once again chose to empty them, and along with the self-heated rice, packed everything away. Fu Chainan wants to give money, Xiaoyingchen said it is not necessary, he gave too much before, he is embarrassed to ask for money again. Fu Chainan, however, looked at Xiaoyingchen in a serious manner, if it's not enough, you can tell me any time, I can't let you suffer. Xiaoyingchen nodded, this mutually trusting and profitable business simply delightful. The clients in particular are also handsome and eye-catching to sit and talk with. Do not let the middleman to earn the difference in price, a few carloads of goods down, but to save a lot of money. Xiaoyingchen calculated that these goods spent a total of more than 2,800,000, counting the money to buy a car, there are still a lot of money left. She let go and stepped down to sleep. Who knew that when she woke up early the next day, she saw a message from Dai Hengxin, saying that he had something he wanted to discuss with her and asked if she was free in the morning and wanted to talk together. It turns out that Dai Hengxin went back yesterday and discussed Xiaoyingchuan's situation with Dai Wangyan. The two men agreed that Xiaoyingchen might have been someone else's white glove. How else could the daughter of an ordinary kiosk owner, who had only been out doing her thing for a year, suddenly have so many good things in her hands? Figuring that Xiaoyingchen still had many good things in her hands, they were itching to want them. But they are afraid that Xiaoyingchuan's hands are not from the right source, in case they get into the police station will involve them. Dai Hengxin is looking for a showdown. Xiaoyingchen naturally would not refuse Dai Hengxin's invitation. In the matter of selling antiques, she only had Dai Hengxin's line in sight. After agreeing on a time and place, Xiaoyingchen came to KFC early. There weren't many people at KFC in the morning, so the two of them found an unoccupied corner and sat down, and Dai Hengxin lowered his voice to voice his concerns. You should have a lot more on your hands to offer, right? Xiaoyingchen thought about it, he only had more than 200,000 cash on hand, and if he wanted to continue supplying Fu Chainan, he would definitely need to sell gold and silver ingots or something else. So Xiaoyingchen nodded. Dai Hengxin looked around and suggested in a thief-like whisper, you're getting this stuff out in large quantities in the country, it's easy to have problems over time. When the time comes, some authorities will come and ask you where all this stuff came from, can you tell us? Xiaoyingchen. Of course it's not clear. She looked grave, you're not taking it here? Dai Hengxin waved his hand, it's definitely not a problem for a short period of time, but if you sell like this for a long period of time, I'm still a little scared in my heart. Xiaoyingchen thought about it, Dai Hengxin would not find himself just to refuse the acquisition, what exactly does he mean? Dai Hengxin met Xiaoyingchuan's obviously puzzled eyes and finally said his thoughts, I mean, why don't we partner up and open an art auction company? Dai Hengxin explained for a long time, saying that the auction company can put a lot of things over the open road, so that Xiaoyingchen can also put things out without danger. Of course there is another way that these things can be sold overseas. Yet how do these things get out of the country? Smuggling? That's against the law. Xiaoyingchen heard the words of Dai Hengxin, but it was like a brand new door was opened. Yes, these things can also go abroad. No one else can, but you can. Because he has a time and space supermarket system, he can give all the antique artifacts in the presence of. But Dai Hengxin here can also partner in a company. Xiaoyingchen thought about it with a serious face. Firstly, I don't know how to manage a company, and secondly I'm not sure what this kind of company needs to do. If we cooperate, how should we cooperate? As soon as Dai Hengxin heard that Xiaoyingchen was relieved, he immediately rejoiced, I'll handle this, you just need to be responsible for providing the stuff. The next thing that was said was the split. Dai Hengxin's idea was simple, the money from the auction of the things, in addition to the commission that should be given to the auction company according to the usual practice, the money for the goods all belongs to you. It is equivalent to Xiaoyingchuan's antiques are all just unusual outsiders to provide. How much should be given to outsiders, how much should be given to Xiaoyingchen? As for the dividends of the auction company, they will be divided according to our subsequent profits and our respective shares. But Dai Hengxin came up with a new idea, if I want to make the company bigger, I don't have enough base and I need to pull people in. It's not about getting money out of the other guy, it's about the other guy's circle, and the backstage behind him. Xiaoyingchen nodded, okay. But the person must be reliable. That's no problem. The two sides discussed and settled, Dai Hengxin immediately want to invite Xiaoyingchen to dinner. Xiaoyingchen, however, took the initiative to ask for the bill. Last time I said I would treat you to dinner, how about today? Dai Hengxin didn't expect her to calculate so clearly, thought about it, and agreed with a smile. The two had just walked to the entrance of the Hai Di Liao, when they ran into a couple of young men dressed in fancy colors. Xiaoyingchen had never been respectful of this kind of young man with a head full of colorful hair, and immediately took the initiative to give way to the other party. But the one at the front suddenly exclaimed, Old Dai, why are you here? Who is this? Dai Hengxin took a look at the other party and couldn't help but smile. He Xiao? I was thinking of looking for you, I didn't expect to see you, it just so happens that I have something to look for you, dinner together? Before long, He Liangsong was sitting on the outdoor balcony of a music tavern with Xiaoyingchen Dai Hengxin. Sister, the owner of this store is my friend, they are in the nightclub business. There are basically not many customers during the day. This tavern, we've chartered it to make it easier to talk. He Liangsong hemmed and hawed at Xiao Yingchun, his eyes shining brightly. Ever since the moment Dai Hengxin said that Xiao Yingchun wasn't his girlfriend, He Liangsong had this expression on his face. The teenager's eyes were full of interest, obviously, he wanted to pick up Xiao Yingchun. Xiao Yingchun was helpless. If Dai Hengxin had said that the partner he was looking for was like this, she would have probably rejected it straight away. She couldn't really trust this kind of middle-aged youth with a head of hair that was red, green, yellow, blue, and purple. It doesn't look like you can do anything in any way. Sure it won't be bad? On the surface Xiao Yingchun still maintains basic politeness. Thank you, he Xiao for having the heart. Ugh, call so polite, just call me Tsong. Xiao Yingchun sighed. I might be older than you? How is that possible? He Liangsong laughed exaggeratedly. Xiao Yingchun smiled lightly and asked, how old are you? He Liangsong, I'm 26. Xiao Yingchun looked at Dai Hengxin with disbelief. Is a kid who dresses like that really 26? Dai Hengxin nodded beside him. Yes, he's 26. Xiao Yingchun, look at this dress, like a 16-year-old ghost fire teenager. He Liangsong is not stupid. A glance to see Xiao Yingchun do not believe, he jumped up in a hurry. Hey, how you still do not believe it? Do you want me to take the ID card to show you? Xiao Yingchun waved her hand and smiled. Her smile was not sincere. No need, I trust you. He Liangsong a little resentful. I know, you must be because I'm dressed in this body do not believe me. You wait, turn around I will primp a little, guarantee to let your eyes bright. Xiao Yingchun was busy refusing. No, you just be yourself. He Liangsong froze for a moment, looking at Xiao Yingchun and then at Dai Hengxin, not knowing if Xiao Yingchun's words came from a sincere place or if he was speaking backhandedly. Dai Hengxin couldn't answer, so he had to digress. I'm looking for you today. There are some things I want to discuss with you. When Dai Hengxin finished, He Liangsong nodded his head busily. This is too good to be true. I've always looked up to you. I knew you had it in you, Dai, and look how long it's taken for you to get the bird in the hand. Dai Hengxin pointed at Xiao Yingchun. The company will also have to bring her along. She has the goods behind her and can support the auction company. He Liangsong was surprised for a moment, obviously not expecting that this plainly dressed pretty girl was the bottom line that supported old Dai's opening of the auction company. Even though He Liangsong had doubts in his mind, he was in the end from everyone and did not question it in public. Just as the steak and various dishes were served, He Liangsong busily greeted Dai Hengxin and Xiao Yingchun as they ate. At the dinner table the three no longer talk about cooperation. After dinner, Xiao Yingchun to pay the bill, He Liangsong but shouted, Sister you are hitting me in the face? My place asked you to pay the bill? The boss also smiled and said that Xiao Yingchun does not need to pay the bill. This tavern He Liangsong also has shares. Xiao Yingchun had to give up and drove himself home. As soon as He Liangsong waited for Xiao Yingchun to leave, he immediately looked at Dai Hengxin with a look of mistrust. You said she has goods behind her? It doesn't look like someone is behind it in any way. Which of those young girls with people behind them are not full of luxuries? The one just now didn't add up to $1,000. Dai Hengxin said helplessly, I've taken goods from her, more than once. He Liangsong thought about Dai Hengxin's specialty, half convinced, then she whole clear soup. She looks like a girl from a normal family. She doesn't look like a rich person. Dai Hengxin deliberately looked He Liangsong up and down. It's also true that the circle you often mix with has never had a girl who isn't vain. No wonder you don't fit in. He Liangsong looked like he had been stepped on his tail. Hey, why are you cursing? In the end, He Liangsong believed Dai Hengxin. Because Dai Hengxin said, even if she's a fake, the most we can do with getting an auction company is no business. Will we still lose a lot of money? He Liangsong thought, that's true. What's that small amount of money to Prince Chung who can open hundreds of thousands of dollars of wine a night? He Liangsong agreed without even asking his family's opinion. Dai Hengxin is not in a hurry. When Xiao Yingchun's auction come out, and then let He Liangsong take the information home to his family elders to see is. After saying goodbye to He Liangsong, Dai Hengxin called Xiao Yingchun to tell her the result of the discussion. She was also told that she didn't need to worry about anything else, just wait for the company registration process. She provided the documents on the line. The next thing Xiao Yingchun has to offer is the auction. All kinds of gold jewelry and jewelry in that incense-wood studded jewelry box from before can be auctioned. And then what can often be auctioned off at major auction houses are famous paintings and porcelain. Of course, if there is something else, Xiao Yingchun can also bring it to Dai Hengxin to look at it, and after seeing it, then determine whether it can be put up for auction. Incense-wood conch jewelry box cannot shoot. That thing is too precious, easy to go in. Dai Hengxin sighed again. If you're overseas, you don't have that risk. Xiao Yingchun smiled and agreed. By now she had opened the supermarket door and was guarding the store. With the supermarket organizer system, hygiene is not a problem. The counters, floors, shelves, and floor-to-ceiling glass doors are spotless, as if they had been scraped with a windshield wiper. All she had to do was sit tight and wait for people to come to her door and buy things. Over $500 were sold in one afternoon, with the main turnover coming from cigarettes, alcohol, ice cream and water. If it were the old days, Xiao Yingchun would probably be thrilled. This turnover is considered good on a summer afternoon. but now her heart was in the right place. People who make hundreds of millions of dollars a day are no longer excited about a few $100s. Uncle Liang came once more to deliver a variety of food. He was even more apprehensive today and took the initiative to say, "Yingchen sister, did Wei Xiang come to you?" Xiao Yingchen nodded, "Yes. I saw his car coming, and I can give you the price he gave you," Uncle Liang said, offering to lower the price. Xiao Yingchen decided to give Uncle Liang a peace of mind. "I will continue to buy from you. I won't consider Wei Xiang's place for now." Even Xiao Yingchen also took the initiative to say his own thoughts. "I can't afford to be worse than that few cents, but we've worked together for so long in an old relationship. I'm relieved that you're doing your job, and I don't have to readapt to someone else." Uncle Liang was overjoyed. "Don't worry, Yingchen's sister, I will definitely supply the goods seriously. There is one to say one, and will definitely not make any false claims." "That will do. It's just that what I said to you today, I hope Wei Xiang doesn't know." She didn't want to be nosy. "Don't worry, I definitely won tea." Uncle Liang left when it was almost dinner time. Xiao Yingchen thought about it and ordered a takeout. Steamed mandarin fish with white seared bok choy on a bed of rice. We can afford to eat good food nowadays. I had just picked up my chopsticks when there was a ding-dong sound from the back door. Xiao Yingchen raised her eyes and looked over. It was Fu Chainan. Fu Chainan wore a gray short beaten garment today. On his head was also a grayish cloth ribbon updo. Xiao Yingchen looked at him in consternation. "What's the look today?" Fu Chainan could see Xiao Yingchen's surprise and took the initiative to explain. "I came out of the camp quietly. The Imperial Court's admiral came. I couldn't let him know of my presence, so I dressed like this." It turns out that the Imperial envoy sent by His Majesty the Emperor arrived in Yangzhou City today to proclaim the decree. As expected, as Fu Chainan and Fu Zhanghai said, the court let Fu Chainan return to the capital first thing in the morning, and Fu Zhanghai led the Fu family army to garrison Yangzhou City. His own heart speculation come true. Fu Chainan but do not feel happy, but the heart is cold. He knew that he would have to leave tomorrow, and subsequently, even if he could get into the Time supermarket himself, there would be no way to send it to the Fu family army again even if the days were long and far away. Therefore, he took advantage of tonight to come over and wanted to ask Xiao Yingchen what else he could buy for Fu Jiejun. Fu Chainan wanted to say something, probably because he thought that Xiao Yingchen did not have any contact with the people next to the Liang and would not leak the information. Fu Chainan finally said it. "I'm afraid that the Fu family army will be in danger in the future, but I'm not around to ask the girl if there's anything I can buy that can help the Fu family army." Xiao Yingchen could not think of anything else in his haste. She raised her eyes and her gaze suddenly landed on the herringbone ladder in the corner. "I think there is an aluminum fire staircase? That thing can get pretty high, maybe they can use it as a siege ladder." Xiao Yingchen thought for a moment. "You wait, I'll go out, you come back in the evening, if there is one, I'll get it for you overnight, you come back in an hour." Xiao Yingchen first searched the map for nearby outdoor stores and firefighting supply companies, and then called the phone number left by the person, and within a short time, he found a store that sells firefighting stairs. She immediately drove over there and bought fire stairs, and hooks for climbing sharps to put over her feet, a little overhead umbrella for fishing dyes, and other stuff. When she had the stuff sent over to the warehouse, she'd go over there to pick it up and bring it over herself. One way or another, 2 hours passed. When the things were handed over to Fu Chainan, Xiao Yingchen asked Fu Chainan if he could understand while talking about the purpose of these things. Fu Chainan could certainly understand. What he didn't understand was, this ladder was so long, why was it still so light? This claw hook is cleverly designed, yet so strong and stiff. That little overhead umbrella is also extraordinarily light and practical, used on sunny days or rainy nights when the generals are exposed to the sun, less rain, and less sickness. With these, the Father Marshal can find a local blacksmith to figure out how to replicate them, and it won't be hard to use them in bulk later. Fu Chainan solemnly rushed at Xiao Yingchen and clasped his fists in a deep salute. "Girl, I, Fu Jiejun, owe you a huge favor. In the future, but whenever you have a need, I will do my best." Xiao Yingchen waved his hand. "No need to be polite, we are mutually beneficial." Time was short, Fu Chainan took his things and left. Xiao Yingchen was generous enough to let him once again empty the shelves of all kinds of food, including several large packs of lollipops and QQ candies. Fu Chainan was grateful and told Xiao Yingchen on his way out, because there were also emissaries from the Imperial Court going back with him, he didn't dare to disappear without a fight. So after the emissaries team leaves tomorrow, it will take him about 10 days before he can come to the Time Mart again. Xiao Yingchen expressed her understanding and at the same time told Fu Chainan about her needs. Various kinds of porcelain, jade, and so on. Fu Chainan nodded his head repeatedly, saying that he would find a way to get a batch for her so that she could open the door early tomorrow morning. Xiao Yingchen naturally agreed. A night without words. The next morning, the sky is still cloudy. Xiao Yingchen opened the back door. Fu Chainan really came in quickly. Xiao Yingchen's eyes shrunk when she saw what Fu Chainan brought in. "What is this?" Fu Chainan placed the 2 porcelain jars in his arms on the counter. "I picked them out from the loot this time. These 2 have the best style and are not missing anything. There are some more, you and wait," said Fu Chainan and went out again. Not long, Xiao Yingchen in front of all kinds of bottles and jars. To her surprise, there were actually a few piles of fabric and a few garments among them. This garment is new, and the materials used are considered good in the capital. This one is a woof material, you see can be used. And this. Inside the box was a box of jade pendants, jade song, jade plaques, and jade triggers. Xiaoyingchen looked at the box of various jade ornaments, as well as the thin, cicada-like materials and the beautifully embroidered clothes. Hiding the shock in her heart, she nodded. Thank you very much. Fu Chunan looked deeply at Xiaoyingchen. What are you talking about more thanks? If I don't give this to you, tomorrow the Qin men will all bring it to the capital. In fact, some of the bottles and jars Chinamen couldn't even look at, and eventually maybe just threw them in the barracks to pickle. Since Xiaoyingchen used it, he naturally came close to Xiaoyingchen. Putting down all his things, Fu Chainan seemed to be in a hurry and turned around to say goodbye again. Putting all the things into the time and space supermarket storehouse to make sure that the onlookers couldn't see and get them, Xiaoyingchen let go of her heart. Knowing that Fu Chainan will not come in the next 10 days, Xiaoyingchen is not in a hurry, while waiting for Dai Hengxin to do the formalities on the other side, while opening the store every day as usual. By the third day, Xiaoyingchen waited for the court's notice. Wei Xiang sued himself as well, and the court date was in 3 days. Xiaoyingchen sent a message to Wei Xiang indicating that he received it and would appear in court on time. On the other hand, Dai Hengxin also cheerfully sent a message to tell Xiaoyingchen, the company is registered, the company's address is placed next to the pawn shop. Store rents weren't expensive these days, and he'd rented the 2 large stores directly next to the pawn store. Xiaoyingchen also cheerfully told Dai Hengxin to come over and look at things. Dai Hengxin's eyes went straight when he entered the supermarket and saw the warehouse full of things. All of these. Xiaoyingchen nodded. Yes, you see which ones can go on the auction and which ones can't. Dai Hengxin hesitated. Can I call my eldest uncle? Xiaoyingchen was speechless. This was too much volume, so he had to shake people? Shaking people is shaking people. Dai Hengxin finished his call and began to look over things first. After looking at the things, Dai Hengxin picked out a few of them. This pair of porcelain jars and these, you keep them first. Don't show them to my eldest uncle. Xiaoyingchen, these aren't worth much? No, these are too precious. In the country want to go on the auction, need to cross the bright road. This is not good to say to the public. Being too precious is also problematic. Xiaoyingchen had no choice but to carry those few things upstairs and put them away in the storage space of the time and space supermarket. What was put away could not be seen by anyone except Xiaoyingchen. Dai Wangyan came over, but also by the scene in front of me was startled. 2 people and a torch and magnifying glass, a variety of meticulous observation after the conclusion. These are antiques, stylistically dated between the Tang and Song dynasties. Because the vessel is complete, the auction price is at least 100,000 to start. That would make the total value of the lot more than a few $1,000,000 anyhow. If the auction is well run, over 10 million is normal. Dai Wangyan really saw Xiaoyingchuan's strength, taking out so many things at once, and all of them are things that have never been seen on the market. Xiao, you're something. Xiaoyingchen waved his hand with a smile. I'm also a shareholder, I must also try my best. Dai Hengxin was already excited. These plus those gold inlaid gemstone jewelry from last time are already enough to support an auction. Especially this woof material. I am the first time to see this kind of complete into a horse's still so well preserved woof material. Dai Wangyan is also excited. Seeing so many great things at once is not much different from seeing a top exhibition. And he had no doubt about it. With this batch, he was the first of the domestic experts to cross his eyes. Dai Hengxin thought for a moment. Yingchun, I'm going to ask someone to take photos of this batch of things in the next 2 days, so that it will be convenient to make a picture book for promotion at that time. Do you think it's okay? Xiaoyingchen nodded. No problem. You watch over it. Dai Hengxin came energized. Then I'll bring the commissioning contract over later, and we'll sign the contract. Although Xiaoyingchen was one of the shareholders, she was also the owner of these things, so naturally it was better to sign a contract. After the contract was signed, Dai Hengxin brought a bunch of boxes and boxed them up one by one to take away. Xiaoyingchen continued to guard the store. During the period Guchunyu came once, the words are Xiaoyingchen make money, can borrow her more than 60,000 yuan, first pay off the arrears? Xiaoyingchen refused and made it clear that if she was going to make a play for it, she wouldn't be liable for the $60,000. Legally speaking, one is not liable for any debt in the first place anyway. Guchunyu was afraid of Xiaoyingchen regret, all kinds of crying and pretending to be pitiful after the useless, or stop. Xiaoyingchen simply take advantage of these days, asked people to resealing the supermarket to install lamps, and the supermarket shelves were replaced with a new crop, and a set of tables and chairs for 4 people were put near the door. Externally Xiaoyingchen is saying that it is convenient for guests to have a place to eat when they buy instant noodles and other convenience foods. The whole supermarket looks brand new after a bit of fixing up. The repairs are done, and it's time to respond to the lawsuit. Dai Heng's new man is well connected, and when he learned that Xiaoyingchen was going to respond to the lawsuit, he even took the initiative to help her make an appointment with a lawyer friend to consult with her and get her ready for something. Xiaoyingchen had been instructed by the other party and had a number in mind. Because of Xiaoyingchuan's prior warning, Gu Chunyu didn't dwell on it much, and after the verdict came into effect, she simply said she wouldn't appeal. Xiaoyingchen laid out the facts clearly, stating that he was not obligated, but was willing to take on the $60,000 out of last-ditch affection. At the same time, she would no longer be responsible for any debts of her grandmother, aunt and uncle's family, and the matter of her parents' inheritance would be settled. After making it clear, Xiao Yingchen did not dwell on it, and directly gave 60,000 in court, even if it ended the matter. Waiting from the court out, Xiao Yingchen stretched a lazy waist, only to feel relaxed. After signing that contract, after the grandparents of a large family want a break with their own will not be able to pull. She was about to drive home when she unexpectedly saw Dai Hengxin standing by her car. "Why are you here?" Xiao Yingchen looked at Dai Hengxin in surprise. Dai Hengxin smiled svelte, "Here to celebrate you solving another big problem. Lunch with He Liangsong at noon? By the way, confirm the promotional brochures that have just been printed." Since it was official business, Xiao Yingchen was naturally too embarrassed to refuse. "Okay, you didn't drive?" "No, I took a cab. In your car?" "Good. It's still the same music tavern, and it's still chartered." Xiao Yingchen froze as soon as she walked out onto the terrace. He Liangsong was sitting in his old seat from before, his colorful hair actually dyed black. Decent suit shirt and upright figure, if not to see dazzling diamond earrings, look surprisingly as a workplace elite fan. Xiao Yingchuan's shock succeeded in pleasing He Liangsong, who took the initiative to stand up and teasingly said, "What, sister is stunned? I can be serious when I want to be." "Well, it's still an internal flavor when you open your mouth." Xiao Yingchen held back a smile and nodded, "Indeed quite decent. He looks much more handsome than the other day." He Liangsong became even more smug, "Right? I think so too." Dai Hengxin very gentlemanly pulled out a chair for Xiao Yingchen to sit down. From the side of the paper bag took out a beautifully printed brochure. "You see, this brochure is okay?" Xiao Yingchen looked at one of the objects inside that had been photographed in an aesthetically pleasing and elevated manner, and also felt that these things could probably fetch a good price. He Liangsong also gathered his playful smile at this time. "Sister, where did you get so many goodies? I took one back yesterday to show my grandpa, and my grandpa was so excited." Xiao Yingchen smiled without saying anything. Good thing He Liangsong wasn't really waiting for her to answer, and immediately added, "In the future, we can follow you to get rich, sister. You don't know, my parents didn't believe me when they found out I was going to start a company with Lao Dai. They thought I was fooling around. But they all almost cried when they saw me color my hair back and bring back this brochure. My mom said on the spot, as long as I'm willing to walk the straight and narrow, she'll accept this company even if it doesn't make money. Brother, I'll definitely make money if I follow you and old Dai around. I'm going to impress my parents and my grandpa when the time comes. He. Thanks to you, you can really give brother my face." In the midst of He Liangsong's jabbering, Xiao Yingchen finished reading the album and returned it to Dai Hengxin. "I'm not a professional in this area, so if you guys think it's okay, well then, I'll ask someone to print a batch out according to this, and Mr. He will be responsible for sending all of these to people who have the strength and hobby in this area, okay?" "No problem, it's on me." He Liangsong patted his chest and agreed. A meal that pleased everyone. Compared to the last time, He Liangsong while Xiao Yingchuan's position silently pulled up a cut, is really Xiao Yingchen as a partner, not just good looking can be picked up the little girl. So He Liangsong also had more respect for Xiao Yingchen in his words. Dai Hengxin took the initiative to say how the auction was organized. The first auction is scheduled for half a month later, the venue has been found, the specific layout and reception staff. He found a wedding company, Xiaomei is responsible for follow-up. The auction house needs auctioneers, and I've contacted a top-notch auctioneer in the country, and she's promised to free up her slot to come over for a day when the time comes. Security, I looked for a friend's security company, he is out of the army, security personnel are also recruited retired special forces, trustworthy. Dai Hengxin rambled on and on explaining some of the circumstances of the past few days. Xiao Yingchen was a little guilty. "So many things, won't it delay the business of your pawn shop?" Dai Hengxin laughed. "What's the delay? I'm just making a phone call, it's not like I have to do everything myself." Speaking of this, Dai Hengxin explained as if he remembered something. "The company to engage in auctions, there is always a daily miscellaneous. Xiaomei is a distant relative of my family, people are also careful, I let her be responsible for the usual some trivial matters. Her paycheck goes out of my dividend and does not add to the company's expenses." Xiao Yingchen waved her hand when she heard this. "No need." Seeing Dai Hengxin freeze for a moment, Xiao Yingchen busily explained, "Her salary goes right off the company's books. Although we are a small auction company and won't be auctioning off precious antiques that can easily amount to tens of millions of dollars for the time being, it's still okay to support an individual, right? It's not so bad that you have to bear it personally." When He Liangsong heard this, he also nodded his head. Right, all expenses go from the company's account. It's really not possible to go from my account. A little girl, how much money a month? It's not enough for me to open a bottle of wine. Dai Hengxin glared at He Liangsong and cried, okay, I know you're rich. In this way, her wages go to the company's account, a month the company to her 4,000, 5 insurance and gold from the Xilong pawnshop side of the payment, it will not repeat the payment. Can you not always piss people off with your money-spinning ways? All three men laughed. The meal was served, and today there was surprisingly lobster fried rice, as well as caviar with razor clams and scallion roasted liuchen. A table full of seafood. He Liangsong was extraordinarily enthusiastic, Sister, you taste it. This is what I specially asked the boss to prepare. See how it tastes. Xiaoying-chun ate in his mouth. His heart lamented. Delicious is delicious, but this meal down, at least a few thousand it? That is, he Liangsong, this kind of male children, eating never treat yourself, are tight to the good to come. Dai Hengxin glanced at He Liangsong. Today is my treat. No snatching from me. He Liangsong looked at Dai Hengxin with an unconvinced look. Old Dai, this is out of character for you, isn't it? This is a restaurant I've invested in. I can still make you two pay for it? Dai Hengxin's direct sentence. Then I won't come to this restaurant for dinner in the future. Xiaoying-chun followed with a smile. I'm not coming either. Hey, don't be so consistent you two, right? You're really a family, huh? Dai Hengxin gave Xiaoying-chun a look. His mouth said don't talk nonsense, but his eyes were smiling. Xiaoying-chun, however, paused and said seriously, this company is owned by the three of us, and it's not good to always ask you to pay the bill, or do you think this is okay? In the future, if it's the three of us eating together, we'll either go on the company's tab or take turns buying. If you guys don't let me pay for it, in the future when you call for dinner, we'll go eat rice noodles or fast food as a group. When this was said, both Dai Hengxin and He Liangsong froze. The two men looked at each other. Dai Hengxin took the initiative and said, then let's take turns inviting. Last time it was Xiaoyi's treat, this time it'll be my treat, and next time it'll be yours, okay? The offer sounded reasonable, and Xiaoying-chun agreed to a pleasant dry meal. Waiting for Xiaoying-chun to bid farewell and leave, only then did He Liangsong lament to Dai Hengxin, old Dai, I kind of understand, this sister looks good at talking, but is actually very opinionated. Not a good soak. Dai Hengxin nodded back, she is quite special. He Liangsong patted Dai Hengxin's shoulder in deep sympathy. Brother, you have a long way to go if you want to chase her. Dai Hengxin was stunned. What do you mean? In terms of chasing girls, He Liangsong was undoubtedly much more experienced than Dai Hengxin. He looked at Dai Hengxin seriously. Don't you see that she's always smiling? Haven't you noticed that she keeps her distance from you and me? Dai Hengxin thought, that's true. But isn't it normal for a girl to keep her distance when she's not familiar with a boy? He Liangsong waved his hand dismissively. Who says it's normal? Do you believe that if I drive a Porsche around the street, I can take a girl to a room in minutes? I don't know the girl's name when it's over. Dai Hengxin looked at He Liangsong breathlessly. That's fishing for women. Big brother, you really don't say so. Can get on my car with me to go. Really is not all fishing female. You're head of what profession I'll have. Dai Hengxin was helpless. Okay, you're experienced, you have a say. But she's different. That's why I said it wouldn't be easy for you to get it. Dai Hengxin, what get? I'm serious. Running to get married. What are you talking about? He Liangsong snorted. Come on, if you really want to marry her, can you get past your parents? Dai Hengxin. Waiting for Dai Hengxin to leave without good humor, He Liangsong suddenly realized afterward, If the two of you become a success, then won't I become an outsider? Old Dai, you wait for me. Xiaoying-chun returned home, opened the front and back doors as usual, and sat behind the counter to guard the store. In the afternoon, the turnover is not much, to care about Xiaoying-chun's neighbors but came to several sets, are asking Xiaoying-chun today how the court situation. Xiaoying-chun smiled and said the process, and then the neighbors sighed, criticized Guchunyu, and then sympathized with Xiaoying-chun, praising Xiaoying-chun for being kind to her relatives. On the contrary, it was Yi Yubin, who was relieved to hear Xiaoying-chun speak, and hesitated before speaking quietly. I heard that this place is ready to be demolished. You can a few tens of thousands of dollars to sever the relationship with that side, and sign an agreement that does not involve the division of property in the future with each other is the best. Lest they make a scene then. Xiaoying-chun was stunned to hear, what? Yi Yubin hurriedly looked around, this thing you know on the line, but do not go out. I know, I won't tell anyone. Xiaoying-chun forced herself to hold back her panic and guaranteed again and again, and only then did Yi Yubin shuffle off with his slippers. Xiaoying-chun was guilty. She didn't care about the little money for the demolition, and she wasn't afraid of people on her grandmother's side making a fuss. What she was worried about was, what would happen to the time and space supermarket if it was demolished? Can the Time Mart be relocated away? If the Time Mart cannot be relocated and one strongly disagrees with the demolition, will he or she be raised? If you don't tear it down, you're a nail. Will people think they're stupid? Compared to demolition money, the business of moving millions and millions of dollars apiece on your own smells too good. Cootie, both know what to take. Xiaoying-chun frowned in worry when the door was pushed open again. See for yourself what you want. Xiaoying-chun didn't even raise her head in her habitual greeting. The person who came and walked straight to the counter with an excited tone, Ing-chun, I've finally found you. Xiaoying-chun looked up brightly and was met with a greasy face. Lu Weiman? Xiaoying-chun couldn't believe her eyes, and after rubbing them, she realized that the person was still there. Superintendent Lu? Lu Weiman smiled. What director? Call brother Lu. Xiaoying-chun. Can't be called. Lu Weiman didn't think so, and after his eyes roamed around, he took the initiative to place his duffel bag and suitcase on the table by the window. Ing-chun, why did you quit all of a sudden? Is it because you have something against me, brother Lu? Or is there some misunderstanding between us? As Lu Weiman spoke, he managed to lock the draw paper in the counter and hurriedly pulled 2 sheets to wipe his sweaty head. Xiaoyingchen didn't pick up his stubble and looked at Lu Weiman with a serious expression. Director Lu, did you come over this time to give me a commission? Lu Weiman looked stiff, smiled sarcastically. Yingchen, this commission is not my say-so. But weren't you the one who said that you made this order in the first place and asked the boss to put the commission on your head? Xiaoyingchen pressed on step by step. She wasn't going to show any face to the asshole who had robbed her commission and caused her to leave her job in anger. Lu Weiman didn't know what to think, and clenched his teeth. Give. Since it's your commission, of course I'll give it. Xiaoyingchen also did not answer, directly and silently stretched out his hand. Then give it. Lu Weiman's smile again is stiff. Oops, that is not. I also did not get well. Then what are you doing here? Xiaoyingchuan's conversation returned to its original point. Lu Weiman paused, and suddenly looked fixedly at Xiaoyingchen full of sincerity. Yingchen, at that time I was thinking like this. You also know that this order is big. If it is counted on your head, the commission is only 2 points, which works out to be only $100,000. If you count me in, it's 3 points, that's 150,000 ya. The boss can think highly of me for it, too, and I might even be able to move up a level, so won't you be able to take my place then? It's my fault that I thought of it then and told my boss straight away, and didn't clear it with you in advance. And then I thought I'd surprise you by giving it to you when I got the money. Who knew your aunt would quit? Aya, I regret in my heart. If I had told you clearly, there wouldn't have been this misunderstanding. Aya. I've had a good search here and it's made my throat smoke. Is there any water? Lu Weiman asked with his mouth, but his eyes had already landed on the mineral water placed in front of the counter. Xiaoyingchen, however, did not fall for it. Superintendent Lu, you say that quite nicely, so what are you doing here today? If it's to apologize, I received it. But I won't accept your apology until the money is in. If the money comes in, I'll buy you dinner, and I'll apologize for being careful about what happened before. Good to say. Lu Weiman was so thirsty that he took the initiative to reach out for mineral water. Xiaoyingchen reminded lightly, $2 a bottle, no credit. Lu Weiman's hand paused, but after thinking about it, he still picked up the mineral water, and the other hand held the cell phone to scan the code to pay, and his mouth thought that he was humorously flirting. Understandable. After gulping half a bottle of water, Lu Weiman seemed to have finally calmed down a bit before he opened his mouth in a deep voice. Yingchen, although you're my subordinate in the company, you're only 6 years younger than me, so in all fairness, I look at you as a younger sister. I targeted and suppressed you before, and I only reacted when you left because I was afraid I cared too much about you. After you left, I always thought of you and dreamed of you, and that's when I realized that I had you in my heart for a long time. This time I came here on a special vacation, saying that I came to see my aunt in Wanxian, but in fact I wanted to come and see you. I wanted to come and tell you that I like you and I want to be with you. Xiaoyingchen silently lowered her head and looked at the dense goosebumps on her arms. Robbed their own list, all kinds of suppression to smear themselves, and when they left their jobs and came all the way here to confess. It's disgusting. She didn't say anything, patiently waiting for Lu Weiman to finish all the ventriloquism she had thought of along the way, before asking in a light voice, are you done? Lu Weiman's eyes were full of deep emotion. I've finished. Yingchen, can you accept me? I would love to marry you and have you as my bride. I'm really longing for it. Xiaoyingchen looked like she hadn't heard that. If you're done, it's my turn to talk. First of all, I hate you very, very, very much. Whether you give me that commission or not, I will not accept your confession. I don't want anything to do with you, now or ever. If you're here to buy something, please buy something and leave. If you're here to pester me, please leave now. Lu Weiman did not expect Xiaoyingchen will be so hard. He thought that the bait in the commission, Xiaoyingchen at least will be with their own false and snakesome. This gives himself a chance to approach her and PUA her. Who had thought that Xiaoyingchen would directly refuse without saying a word, and her attitude was particularly firm. Yingchen, don't be like this. Me what me? Are you buying something? If you don't buy anything, get out. Xiaoyingchen copied the broom and made a gesture to hit someone. Such a spirited Xiaoyingchen is something Lu Weiman has never seen before. His complexion changed several times, but finally he gritted his teeth and gave in. I'll buy it. Can't I just buy it? The next thing Lu Weiman began to gabble about the price of asking for flavors to grind. Xiaoyingchen quickly ran out of patience again. Love to buy, don't want to buy, don't buy. If you keep nagging, I won't sell it to you. Lu Weiman was startled and hurriedly picked some small snacks in a messy way. I'll just buy these, you count the money for me. Xiaoyingchen looked at the mess of small packages of snacks and familiarly weighed, and counted the money, a total of $56.80. Lu Weiman made the payment while smiling greasily and affectionately at Xiaoyingchen. Yingchen, I'm coming over this time, and I'll be staying at my aunt's house for a few more days. I won't give up on you, I'll come back for you. Xiaoyingchen undisguisedly rolled her eyes, confirmed that the collection was complete, and ignored him. Lu Weiman then snapped and left with his things. Xiaoyingchen looked at the door, frowned and thought about Lu Weiman's person. Why did he suddenly turn from the director who made things difficult and encroached on his commission to his suitor? It's not normal. Memories go back to the old days. Last summer, just graduated from college, Xiaoyingchen suddenly heard the bad news that both parents had a car accident, life-threatening. She went home, spent all her savings, borrowed from relatives, and still died. After taking care of the funeral, he left the supermarket to his aunt, and turned his head back to Haicheng to look for a job. After a few interviews, he entered the company at that time and became a subordinate of Lu Weiman, the director of the marketing department. Lu Weiman is a standard Phoenix man. His family is in the countryside, and he has a younger brother who is studying at the university, so he has to bear the tuition fees of his younger brother and the alimony of his parents' medical fees from the time he comes out to work. This is a direct result of Lu Weiman has no house and no car, nearly 30 years old and still have no object to marry. For this reason Lu Weiman is very desperate. To his superiors, Lu Weiman grovels and kisses ass until he is numb. To his subordinates, he squeezes and suppresses and takes advantage of them. A lot of female subordinates have suffered from sexual harassment of Lu Weiman, but Lu Weiman is not trying to find them as girlfriends, only to take advantage. He is very discerning in his search for a partner and wants a girl who is richer and more profitable than he is. It is said that Lu Weiman once pursued another area of the company's marketing director, but why people excel in all aspects simply do not see him. Lu Weiman also pursued the company's vice president, and people do not see. Xiaoyingchen does not understand, eyes only money and power. Lu Weiman, why a long way from Haicheng ran here to confess to himself? Does he know about his $100 million a day? That's not possible. So it must be something else. Xiaoyingchen thought for a moment and flipped out the WeChat of his former colleagues, politely asking about Lu Weiman. Colleagues are not clear, just said Lu Weiman a few days ago with the company to take annual leave, said there are things to deal with. If you can't figure it out, toss it aside. It's not worth the trouble for people like that. Seeing that dinner time was coming, Xiaoyingchen was flipping through Meituan to order takeout, when Grandpa Zhao suddenly pushed the door and walked in. Little Ling-chun, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Xiaoyingchen saw Zhao Jiping and greeted him with a smile. Grandpa Zhao, not yet. Why did you come over at this time? Is there no more soy sauce or no more vinegar at home? Zhao Jiping smiled and waved his hand. Both. I came over to talk to you. Don't order takeout. I'll bring you food over later. Xiaoyingchen was so shocked that she stood up in fear. No. I can eat whatever I want by myself. Don't be polite. Where's the politeness in that? I heard Xiao Xian say today that he and you are in a partnership? Then you're considered one of us. Too much takeout is bad, and I'm not good at cooking alone, so it's just as well to make more, and you've done me a favor. Zhao Ziping looked like he couldn't be refused and was about to leave after saying that. Xiaoyingchen didn't dare to agree. There's really no need. I've already ordered the garlic shrimp. Zhao Jiping froze. His family had only stewed a chicken today, and hadn't really prepared seafood. Xiaoyingchen smiled and sent Zhao Jiping out the door. Thank you Grandpa Zhao, I'm alone. Sometimes I just eat whatever I want and I'm done, so you don't have to worry about it. Zhao Jiping smiled with emotion. Little girl, there is a meal without a meal. I see that you are also quite busy recently, or I'll bring you some matsutake stewed chicken later just as an addition. After saying that, Zhao Jiping left as if he was running away, afraid that Xiaoyingchen would refuse. Xiaoyingchen did not intend to eat shrimp. This is good. In order to not wear a gang in a while, forced to eat shrimp. She ordered a garlic open-sided shrimp and a side of bok choy, and by the time Zhao Jiping brought the chicken soup, she was just in time to receive takeout ready to eat. Zhao Jiping had obviously eaten, placing a bowl full of matsutake stewed chicken on the small table and enthusiastically asking Xiaoyingchen to try it. Xiaoyingchen smiled awkwardly and thanked him while also bringing Zhao Jiping a set of bowls and chopsticks and inviting him to eat the shrimp. Zhao Jiping didn't refuse, and after meaningfully eating too, he smiled and watched Xiaoyingchen eat. The old master had a loving look at his grandson's daughter-in-law, and Xiaoyingchen was somewhat tasteless. The family, who can stand this? It was hard to wait for Zhao Jiping to leave. Xiaoyingchen sent a message to Dai Hengxin at the first opportunity. What exactly did you say to your grandfather? Dai Hengxin? He brought me chicken stew with matsutake mushrooms today. Dorky emoji. Dai Hengxin, ha 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 ha. He must have misunderstood and thought you were my girlfriend. Explosive emoticon pack. Xiaoyingchen almost begged, Big brother I beg you, can you tell your grandpa not to send me chicken soup? I'm embarrassed. I'm picking my toes out of a 3-bedroom apartment. I couldn't eat the whole time. Dai Hengxin sent over a string of bursting emojis and finally returned 3 words, no problem. After a while he offered an apology. I'm sorry that my grandfather was so enthusiastic and eager that he caused you trouble. Xiaoyingchen, forget it, don't bother with the old man. After this incident, Xiaoyingchen also did not have the heart to open the store, simply closed the front door, was about to close the back door, suddenly heard the welcome electronic beeping sound. She looked up in shock, only to be met by a face close at hand. Surprisingly, it was Fu Chainan who came in. Fu Chainan was wearing a brown brocade robe, wearing a jade crown on his head. He seemed to have drunk a little wine, his cheeks were slightly red, his eyes were moist, and he was looking at people a little straight, but his face was still smiling. Xiaoyingchuan's eyes went wide and she took a step back. Why are you here at this time? Is this to the capital? Fu Chainan, not yet, the day after tomorrow can arrive in the capital. I went into a state capital today and was entertained by the local governor. They all got drunk and I pretended to be drunk and went back to the courtyard. Xiaoyingchun was busy making way. Then I'll get you some honey tea? Good. Fu Chainan walked to the round table and sat down, not forgetting to survey the obviously changed supermarket. The supermarket is different? Xiaoyingchen took a bottle of honey grapefruit tea. I'll warm it up for you. The supermarket has been renovated in the past few days. Oh, you haven't eaten yet? Fu Chainan saw the leftovers on the table. Xiaoyingchen handed him the pomelo tea warmed up in the microwave and prepared to clean up the leftovers on the table. I've eaten, this is the unfinished. Fu Chainan suddenly said, I'm not full yet. Xiaoyingchuan's hand paused and carefully observed Fu Chainan's expression. General Fu was staring intently at the remaining two-thirds of the garlic open-side shrimp and the matsutake stewed chicken and bok choy in front of him, his eyes full of longing. Xiaoyingchen struggled inwardly. What's that? This is what I have left. Why don't I get you some self-heating rice? General Fu, however, seemed like he didn't mind, pointing to the garlic open-sided shrimp and asking, this, I've never eaten before, is it a kind of worm? Xiaoyingchen, this is a shrimp, something from the sea, bigger than a river shrimp, it's split in half, fried with garlic and laid onto steam, that's what it looks like. General Fu's eyes were all yearning in curiosity. Is it good? Xiaoyingchen swallowed hard. Then why don't I heat it up for you and you try it? General Fu actually laughed. Laughing. Eating leftovers and laughing. Really? Good. I'll just eat the rest of these, no need to prepare them separately. Xiaoyingchen. Okay, wait a moment. I was going to heat up the second meal and continue eating it, but since the honored VIP customers had to eat their leftovers, they contributed. Microwave them one by one and bring them to the table. Fu Chainan devoured the food. Doesn't that look like you just ate? It's like not eating for 3 days. Xiaoyingchen saw that he wasn't done eating and couldn't help but ask him, are you full? Shall I heat up another box of self-heated rice for you? Fu Chainan waved his hand. No, I just suddenly want to come and look. Xiaoyingchen sat across from him and pointed to the hot honey pomelo tea. Drink some of this, it'll help you detoxify faster. Good. Fu Chainan, who had been drinking, was very good and obedient, so he really drank 2 mouthfuls of honey grapefruit tea. Xiaoyingchen didn't have anything to say. You guys were on the road these past few days, did it go well? Aha. Fu Chainan nodded his head, suddenly some aggrieved slightly red eyes. Today the Jifu even to my room, it is a servant girl in their house, called me to throw it out. Not waiting for Xiaoyingchen to say anything, Fu Chainan followed up with, they gave that eunuch one too. Xiaoyingchen, you don't like it? Fu Chainan glanced at Xiaoyingchen and became even more aggravated. You don't understand. I know these officials weighs very well in my heart. If he really thought highly of me, he wouldn't have stuffed a maidservant over here, he would have just stuffed their commoner daughters or even their first daughters over here to introduce themselves. He's afraid of being implicated for placing the wrong bet, and he's afraid of missing out on a possible backer in the future, so he's giving away a servant girl with a clean look. It's easier for him to get in and out, and it's not a big commitment. What do they take me for? Xiaoyingchen pursed her lips. How can one answer this? So Xiaoyingchen looked around. Drink more. Fu Chainan obediently drank 2 more sips of honey grapefruit tea, and the bottle was finished by him. Xiaoyingchen, want some more? I'll get you another bottle? Fu Chainan glanced at the honey pomelo tea in his hand, his eyes looked at Xiaoyingchen again moist with a smile. Good. Xiaoyingchen heated up another bottle of honey grapefruit tea. You came over to me because people don't look at you favorably, and you're angry in your heart? Fu Chainan shook his head. What's there to be angry about this kind of thing? My father and I already knew this would happen. I just wanted to stop by. You. Xiaoyingchen pursed her lips and smiled. Good, I'll have tables and chairs here from now on. If you come over, you're always welcome here. What would you like to eat? I'll prepare it for you too. Good. Thanks Miss Xiao. Fu Chainan looked at the log table and chairs in front of him, and his mood immediately improved, smiling with moist brows. Xiaoyingchen also couldn't help but smile. You're my big customer, this little thing, it should be. I still want to eat this tomorrow. Fu Chainan pointed to the empty box of garlic open-sided shrimp. Okay, I'll set it again tomorrow night, and you can come and eat it then. Besides this, there are other seafood, I'll buy you some too? Good. Fu Chainan looked at Xiaoyingchen with bright eyes. Eyes too hot, Xiaoyingchen called him look embarrassed, was about to move away from the line of sight, but suddenly saw Fu Chainan neck on the red rash. She froze for a split second, thinking she had misread. What's that on your neck? Fu Chainan reached out to touch. What? How to get prickly heat. He casually prepared to scratch, but Xiaoyingchen scared out of a cold sweat. Fu Chainan do not be seafood allergy, right? Can't catch. Jesus, if he's allergic to seafood, does he count as having poisoned the supreme VIP himself? It's a way to cut off your own money. Have you ever eaten fish or shrimp before? Fu Chainan obediently put down his hand that wanted to scratch and nodded. I've eaten. My dad used to trade pork with the fisherman next door for fish and shrimp on a regular basis. What about the sea? Some people are not allergic to river food and are allergic to seafood. Never had it. It was only a matter of a few words, but Fu Chainan's face also began to break out in a rash. He began to feel an itch on his face as well and reached out to scratch it. Xiaoyingchen was anxious and grabbed his wrist. You can't grab it. You wait here, I'll go buy you medicine. Fu Chainan obediently agreed. Xiaoyingchen opened the door of the storehouse and ran outside, dashing to buy allergy medicine from Uncle Yi. When Uncle Yi heard this, he didn't care about anything else and hurriedly handed Xiaoying-chun a box of loratadine and a box of paracetamol. If it's serious, get to the hospital as soon as possible. It's serious enough to suffocate. I know. Xiaoying-chun took the medicine and flew home. When he saw Fu Chainan again, Fu Chainan already had a red rash all over his face and neck. But he is also really good. Xiaoying-chun does not let him scratch. He really bear not to scratch. 2 hands bear into 2 big iron fist. Xiaoying-chun gasped and took out a bottle of mineral water and unscrewed it for him, gouging out the paracetamol for him to take. After seeing him eat it, Xiaoying-chun patiently waited for the medicine to react, and at the same time, she was afraid that the wine he drank would affect the effect of the medicine, so she purposely reminded, drink more water, and drink up this bottle of water. Fu Chainan obediently dazzled the bottle of water clean in one gulp, finished. His voice was a little hoarse. Xiaoying-chun's voice was also dry as hell. If Fu Chainan really died of asphyxiation due to allergies, his own fortune would be cut off. Not to mention it's a human life. Or is it someone who has been so helpful? Xiaoying-chun stared blearily at Fu Chainan's face and neck. Her nervousness and concern made Fu Chainan couldn't help but slightly hook the corners of his mouth. I'm fine, I'm feeling much better at the moment. It doesn't itch as bad. Really? It really feels better? Xiaoying-chun still couldn't believe it. Yes, much better, just a little sleepy, Fu Chainan said, and couldn't help but blink his eyes. Xiaoying-chun nodded. The medicine seller told me that this medicine makes you drowsy. You need to sleep now and take that kind of medicine again tomorrow when you wake up. I'll go back then. Fu Chainan got up with strong support. Xiaoying-chun was worried about him. Can you go back like this? If you can't, will you rest on my side? Fu Chainan's eyes couldn't help but look upstairs, his eyes full of honest yearning, but his mouth full of responsibility. If I don't go back, those people won't be able to find me and it will cause them to be wary, which is not good for the Fu family army. Medicine he took 3, I'm with them now. It's not convenient to take this medicine with me. I'll find another chance to come over tomorrow. Xiaoying-chun watched him out the back door with some concern, and after thinking about it, he simply left the back door open. Anyway, it's a dead end back there, and no one can get in except yourself who still has a back door. On this side, Xiaoying-chun went to bed with anxiety in her heart, but on the other side, Fu Chainan sensed that there was someone outside the first time he went out from the Time and Space supermarket. He entered the Time Mart in the courtyard where he lived, and since it was night and the courtyard gate was closed, those people outside didn't come in. But they're guarding the outside apparently because they're afraid they'll run away. Fu Chenmin let out a cold laugh in his heart and went back to his room to sleep. This sleep went straight to sunrise. It was only when the door to the room was pushed open that Fu Chainan awoke with a start. Who? At the door came the voice of the Chinaman as if he was relieved. General Fua, I thought what happened to you? Called the door called half a day and did not open. I didn't realize it was just a drunken late night. People are fine as long as they're not running. Fu Chenin still had a sleepy look on his face. Sorry, Lord Hu, I was greedy last night and drank a bit more. I'm going to wash up and come out. Please wait outside for a while. How could Hu Jiaying care about this? At that moment, he took the people and went out again. Not long after, Fu Chainan came out in high spirits. Lord Hu, let's go. Xiaoying-chun woke up early and found Fu Chainan did not appear. The heart is very apprehensive. I do not know whether the medicine last night worked or not. Is one supreme VIP client better off? Or dead? Anxious in her heart, but with no way out, Xiaoying-chun didn't even have the heart to eat breakfast. But for a moment she thought that Fu Chainan didn't know when he would come. Should she prepare some food for him? So Xiaoying-chun ordered a takeout of millet pumpkin porridge and a triple soup noodle. Leave the millet congee for Fu Chainan, and eat the soup noodles yourself. When the soup noodles were finished, Fu Chainan did not show up, and Xiaoying-chun was worried. Turning to noon, Xiaoying-chun ordered another steamed egg and meat cake plus a preserved rice and pork belly chicken. Leave the steamed egg meatloaf for Fu Chainan. Half a portion of rice with preserved meat and half a portion of chicken with pork belly were left for Fu Chainan. Xiaoying-chun only ate half a portion of pork belly chicken and half a portion of preserved rice. Seeing that it was 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Fu Chainan still didn't show up. Xiaoying-chun fidgeted. It's dinner time. Xiaoying-chun didn't have the heart to order takeout, and warmed up the leftovers from the morning and noon and ate them. After eating, Xiaoying-chun felt wrong again. He promised to order some food for Fu Chainan yesterday, and if he came, there was nothing. Xiaoying-chun ordered him another steamed glutinous rice with pork ribs and a small fried yellow beef. The takeout was delivered and Fu Chainan hadn't shown up yet. Xiaoying-chun was so impatient that she simply closed the front door and sat in front of the small round table to concentrate on waiting for Fu Chainan. At 9 o'clock in the evening, with a welcome, Xiaoying-chun suddenly stood up and looked at the back door. He's coming. People aren't dead? Xiaoying-chun breathed a huge sigh of relief. Fu Chainan looked at Xiaoying-chun and the takeout lunchbox in front of her. You haven't eaten yet? As soon as he said this, Xiaoying-chun gave him a blank look without any good humor. This is for you to order. Thanks a lot. Fu Chainan's cheeks blushed slightly, but he didn't understand why she was suddenly upset, striding over and sitting down with his long legs crossed. Steamed pork ribs and glutinous rice is a cage drawer, and the stir-fried yellow beef looks oily and inviting. Xiaoying-chun adjusted her emotions and handed him the chopsticks. I don't dare to order seafood for you today, you eat this. Good. Fu Chainan agreed and began to feast. Xiao Chun happened to be watching him carefully. It's not bad, the rashes on my face and neck have basically gone away, with only a little bit of marks left on the particularly bad areas. Fu Chenan's 2 cheeks were bulging with food, and when Xiao Chun looked at her like this, he also realized what she was worried about. Fu Chainan obediently swallowed his meal and took the initiative to explain. The rash has cleared up. I told them that the wine I drank last night wasn't right and that I had a rash. They hired a doctor and didn't dare to give me any wine today. Xiao Chun nodded, which was a relief. It's good to be fine. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Fu Chainan hooted and hollered and ate the meal clean before patting his belly. I'm full. Xiao Chun laughed as an afterthought. You ate 2 meals in one night, that's eating to last, isn't it? Fu Chainan immediately denied. How can that be? Afraid that Xiao Chun wouldn't believe him, he explained. I've been particularly good at eating since I was a kid, and almost all of the silver my father earned from killing pigs went into my stomach. At that time the next door neighbors laughed at me and called me Fudabu, saying that if I could not make money in the future, I was afraid that I would starve to death, let alone ask for a wife to raise a doll. Later on, so that people wouldn't look at me differently, I dared to eat only 2 bowls of rice when I was out, and at most, I was only 5 points full. Xiao Chun, you eat so much food, where did it all go? Fu Chainan smiled. I followed my father in martial arts and consumed a lot, that's why I could grow so big. I'm half a head taller than my father. Xiao Chun now understands completely, and asks with concern, then, is this enough for you to eat? If not, I'll get you something else? Enough is enough. Fu Chainan hemmed and hawed and laughed nervously. Tomorrow Fu Chainan will be able to enter the capital and also meet the saints. By then, we will know how His Majesty the Emperor will arrange him, around the same time, but give him an idle position, and use his salary to support him, and at the same time, trap him. Because he didn't know what would happen on His Majesty's side tomorrow, he didn't dare to say that he would definitely be able to come tomorrow. Fu Chainan looked at the shelves full of various kinds of food. I can't take the food you have here out, so I'll have to wait for next time. Xiao Chun thought for a moment and took a packet of pine candy from the shelf. Do you have this there? Fu Chainan glanced at the oily, paper-wrapped pine candy in the plastic bag. Yes, there is, it's just slightly different. The Rice Krispies they sell over there don't spare that much oil. Xiao Chun stuffed him with 3 packets. You remove the plastic outer packaging, inside is a paper package, take and eat when you are bored. Tomorrow I'll get in some of the snacks you can get over there. It can look noticeably different to an outsider and taste different. Good. Fu Chainan's eyebrows were smiling, obviously very happy. Then I'm leaving, you rest early. Xiao Chun nodded and made it a point to explain, I'll leave the back door open, so you can come whenever you have something to do. Fu Chainan was surprised, and it's not turned off at night? Xiao Chun responded affirmatively, it's not closed at night, and no one else can get in but you anyway. If you need anything just take it, and if I'm not around at night you can leave a message at the counter if you want something that's not here. Fu Chainan's traditional Chinese characters are somewhat difficult to recognize, but there is a way. There is Bai Do Well. Against Xiao Chun's bright smile, Fu Chainan's eyes burned a little. His own father and son fought for De Liang in the south and the north, shedding blood and sweat, and His Majesty the Emperor did not say commendation, but first warned against it. He left his old father at the border, but sent himself back to the capital as a hostage. The Chinaman Hu Jiaying was afraid that he would run away, and at night he had to arrange for a number of people to surround his yard. The governor is afraid of their own future crimes and imprisonment. Even send women only dare to send maidservant, concubine daughter do not dare to send a. But this strange girl in front of him, who was clearly only in a buying and selling relationship, had given herself a great deal of trust. Many thanks to Miss Xiao. Fu Chainan suppressed the heat in his heart, solemnly arched his hand, and turned to leave. 33. Xiao Chun enthusiastically waved goodbye to Fu Chainan. No need to be polite, this is all what I should do. As the honorable and only supreme VIP, Fu Chainan deserved this treatment. After all, the goods in this room weren't even worth a single gold ingot combined. Certain of Fu Chainan's safety, Xiao Chun had no more worries and went to bed in a practical manner. When the sun was shining through the gauze curtains, 7 o'clock hadn't even arrived yet, and Xiao Chun got up and went to the counter first, only to find that there were no messages. Apparently Fu Chainan didn't come over last night. Xiao Chun is not lost, cleaned up himself, went to eat noodles first, then came back to open the store. Who knew that just as people arrived at the door, they met their Aunt Pan Huame. Xiao Chun looked at his Aunt Pan Huame, who was dressed in a professional dress, with surprise. Auntie, are you coming over so early? Is there something wrong? Pan Huame stepped forward and was about to pull Xiao Chun's hand, and Xiao Chun stepped back. Pan Huame's hand paused and smoothly retracted to hook Lu Hai behind her ear. Ing Chun ah, could it be that after signing that what's-his-name agreement, you really disown me as your aunt? That agreement also just says that we have no financial inheritance rights from each other. It doesn't say old age and death, does it? Seeing that Xiao Chun only smiled and didn't say anything, Pan Huame smiled again and took the initiative to talk about his intention. I came over today. I was commissioned by a colleague to introduce you to an object. My colleague is the vice president of the company. She has a maternal nephew who has seen you, and is very interested in you. The boy has a good income, and is tall and progressive. Xiaoying-chun directly waved her hand. Auntie, I don't want to talk to anyone these days. Manhwa, however, obstinately went up to pat Xiaoying-chun's arm. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. What I mean, you give your aunt a face, have a meal together. As for whether you and he make it or not after dinner, Auntie certainly respects your thoughts. Xiaoying-chun looked at Manhwa with clear eyes. Auntie, are you prepared to drag me to deliver if you can't refuse that vice president? Manhwa smiled awkwardly, although the words are not good, but things are really such a thing. It is Auntie who is incapable. Auntie is sorry for you. Can you help Auntie once? It's been said that what position you hold in the other person's mind depends on what kind of person they introduce you to. Because in the other person's mind, that's what you should match. Xiaoying-chun was suddenly curious. In the eyes of his aunt, who was always gentle and polite, what was he really like? Then, take this opportunity to see your true place in your aunt's heart. You said he's got his eye on me, he's obviously met me. Who is he? Manhwa slapped his head. Oops, I forgot to ask the other party's name. But the other party wants to have dinner together tonight. Why don't you see if you know each other during dinner? It's just a meal, and if you can get a good look at someone through it, it's not a loss. Xiaoying-chun's chin lifted. Good, I believe Auntie won't lie to me. As she opened the door and sat behind the counter, Xiaoying-chun was still wondering, what was wrong with her lately? It's money and luck again. TSK. After guarding the store until evening, Xiaoying-chun changed into a white dress and drove to Yue house. It was the same place where Xiaoying-chun had invited grandma's large family for dinner last time. Upstairs, into the private room, the table was filled with people. Ing-chun, come on, sit over here. Manhwa immediately beckoned. A man, however, stood up with boundless surprise. Ing-chun, you're here. Xiaoying-chun's eyes fell from Manhwa to the man, and her professional fake smile instantly froze. It was Lu Weiman. Xiaoying-chun instantly understood everything. Lu Weiman said he was here to find his aunt, who was apparently the vice president of his aunt's company. Lu Weiman asked his aunt to find a way to pull the strings, and his aunt found Xiaoying-chun's aunt. The small county is that this is not good, each other as long as the two turns, either friends and colleagues or relatives. Xiaoying-chun had a moment to turn around and try to run, but Manhwa had already gotten up and come over to pull her back. The resistance on Xiaoying-chun's face was too obvious, and Manhwa pleaded in a small voice, Ing-chun, you give your aunt a face, at least finish this meal? Xiaoying-chun looked at Manhwa, and then looked to a smug smile Lu Weiman. Suddenly a little anger welled up in his heart. What? I'm still afraid of you? Isn't it just a dinner? Just eat. Xiaoying-chun straightened her spine and took the initiative to ask, Auntie, where do I sit? Manhwa hurriedly pulled Xiaoying-chun to take a seat, exactly to the left of Lu Weiman and to the right of Manhwa. Manhwa began to take the initiative to introduce, Ing-chun, let me introduce you. This is our company's Vice President Lu, and this is Vice President Lu's husband, Director Ho of the Planning Bureau. The Planning Department? Xiaoying-chun glanced in surprise at the middle-aged man who was posing as an official pie. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, his face a reserved smile from above. This is Vice President Lu's son, who has just returned from studying abroad. A yellow-haired young man wearing diamond earrings nodded at Xiaoying-chun. This is Vice President Lu's nephew, called Lu Weiman. Xiaoying-chun smiled without smiling. Good day, Director Lu. Yo, you guys turned out to be co-workers? Manhwa was surprised for a second first. Xiaoying-chun smiled. Auntie, didn't Director Lu and Vice President Lu tell you? I was originally a subordinate of Superintendent Lu. Vice President Lu is a bit fat in his middle age, and his snide remarks can't hide the superiority of the high and mighty. Weiman, you are also, people little girl under you when you do not know to seize the opportunity, people are resigned back, you bob a vacation chase over. Lu Weiman hemmed and hawed and looked at Xiaoying-chun. Ha. Auntie, I wasn't not reading my own heart at that time. Vice President Lu sized up Xiaoying-chun, a hint of contempt showing in the bottom of his eyes. Little girl looks body is really good, is not any jewelry all over the body, and do not make up dress, a cotton and linen texture of the skirt, how to see is not more than $300. If it were not for the fact that that village was going to be demolished, the little girl had a whole house in her name, and she was an only child whose parents had died, Vice President Lu would not have been able to look at the girl from the city center village. Xiaoying-chun smiled politely throughout, not picking up on anyone's words, and ignoring the contemptuous looks. Xiao, right? My family, Weiman, likes you so much that he chased you to Wanxian County especially for you. I do know about his income, it's about $200,000 a year. Look, why don't you agree to our family, Weiman? Xiaoying-chun looked at Vice Director Lu. And Lu, right? I'm a co-worker with Director Lu, if he wants to chase me, just find me in private. To purposely make such a big row and alarm the elders on both sides would be quite unnecessary. Lu Vice President chin high up, that is not you do not agree well. We in order to show the importance of this specially invited your aunt to help pull the strings. He's my great nephew and one of the most productive. A rainbow of farts, bragging about his nephew to the heavens, totally a self-improvement, self-discipline, self-love, family-oriented and infatuated young man of the new era. If Xiaoying-chun hadn't known Lu Weiman before, he would have really been coaxed. 34. Xiaoying-chun nodded frequently as she listened. In that case, Director Lu shouldn't be poor in money either? That's for sure. Vice President Lu nodded without saying a word. Xiao Yingchen looked at Lu Weiman, who was smiling broadly, with a sincere look. Director Lu, can I tell the truth? Lu Weiman face a stiff, hard instant hair. Yingchen, there is something we talk privately, okay? Xiao Yingchen nodded. I don't have a problem with it, but your aunt is very concerned about you, and she's so proactive in helping you pull strings. I'm just thinking about whether or not I need to make things clear now. Lu Weiman was busy smiling at Vice President Lu and advised. Auntie, I can't thank you enough for helping out like this for my sake today, you and my aunt. Now that Yingchen has seen my sincerity and the importance you place on me, why don't I talk to Yingchen privately about something else? Vice President Lu glanced at Lu Weiman, very dissatisfied. You this child. If early like this, still need me and your aunt to worry about it? Didn't say anything more after all. They also see it. Lu Weiman is estimated to have some kind of handle in the hands of Xiao Yingchen, so much so that they dare not let Xiao Yingchen tell the truth. That Vice President Lu's son stood by coldly the whole time, playing with his cell phone with his head down from time to time, and when he heard this, he looked down and skimmed his mouth, snorting a laugh. I don't know whether I am laughing at Lu Weiman or Xiao Yingchen. Good thing the food was on the table at this time, and that director who had been towering over us the whole time finally spoke up. The food is on the table, so let's move your chopsticks. Xiao Yingchen had just picked up her chopsticks when a piece of barbecued pork was put in the bowl. It was Lu Weiman who gave the clip. Yingchen, eat the vegetables. Xiao Yingchuan's hand holding the chopsticks froze. Instantly lost his appetite. She was so eager to go that she craned her head to see her aunt and uncle. But I saw my aunt was entertaining that Vice President Lu, talking about the unit and smiling in a hypocritical and polite way. Yingchen, eat the dishes. Lu Weiman continued to clip the dishes. This time it was a piece of abalone and a piece of braised pork. The thick oil and red sauce of braised pork made Xiao Yingchen dumbfounded. She basically does not eat big fat meat. What's wrong? Lu Weiman was still oddly eagle-eyed. Seeing Xiao Yingchen refusing to put down her chopsticks, he probed to ask. Xiao Yingchen leaned back slightly, avoiding Lu Weiman's too close distance, and explained with difficulty, I don't eat red meat. Oh, so Lu Weiman immediately clamped away the braised meat in Xiao Yingchuan's bowl and stuffed a bite into his mouth. Xiao Yingchen. Really, can't stand it for a second family. Up to this point, Xiao Yingchen kind of knew what position she was in her aunt's mind. What a pure tool man. The last bit of emotion in her heart towards her grandmother's side of the family was quietly put down. Xiao Yingchen couldn't help but take out her cell phone, wanting to find someone to save herself. As a result, as soon as WeChat opened, I saw a bunch of unread messages, the most of which was Dai Hangxin. Yingchen, where are you? Are you on a blind date? You wait, I'm coming. Right away. Xiao Yingchen was stunned. What's the situation? How did Dai Hangxin know that he was just here for a blind date dinner? Before she could ask why, she went back to the message from another partner, Holy Young Chung. Sister, were you coerced into a blind date? Don't be afraid, brother, I'll save you. You wait. Xiao Yingchen. What? Did these people install GPS on themselves or arrange for detectives to follow them 24 hours a day? How else would they know? She had just sent over a how do you know. She was once again harassed by Lu Weiman. This time, Lu Weiman gave himself a steamed round scallop with garlic vermicelli. Xiao Yingchen was so raw that she told Lu Weiman seriously, Director Lu, I'll clip it myself if I want to eat it. Yingchen, I see you don't even clip the food. Lu Weiman looked at Xiao Yingchen with a worried face. Xiao Yingchen was about to say something when the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open and a young man in a suit and shirt stood in the doorway. It was He Liangsong. He Liangsong's eyes had fallen on Xiao Yingchen. Sister, are you really here? I was looking for you. Why don't you answer my messages? Come with me. With those words, He Liangsong walked straight over and pulled Xiao Yingchen to leave. Although Xiao Yingchen was confused in her heart, she was also as if she had been pardoned, and obediently followed suit and got up. Why are you here? Old Dai and I were looking for you. Go! He Liangsong whispered, and also nodded slightly at Vice President Lu's male son. That male son who had returned from studying abroad had already stood up, showing a somewhat respectful and pleasing look to see off He Liangsong. Xiao Yingchen just walked out 2 steps, the other hand was pulled by someone. She looked back, but it was Lu Weiman. Lu Weiman looked furious. Who are you? How can you come to the box and rob people? Vice President Lu also looked at He Liangsong incredulously. That's right. Where did you come from, young man? How can you be so uneducated? Running into someone else's box and robbing them? Vice President Lu's son hurriedly pulled a hand on his own mother to bite his ear. Mom, this is. Vice President Lu's eyes widened suddenly when he heard his son's words. Then he hurriedly went to pull Lu Weiman. Weiman, spread your hands. Maybe he really has something urgent to find mess. Xiao. Lu Weiman was anxious in his heart. Auntie, this person doesn't know where he came from. He pulled someone and is leaving. This is too bullying. I told you to let go. Vice President Lu broke off. Lu Weiman was startled and subconsciously let go. Xiao Yingchen was thus pulled out of the box by He Liangsong. Behind her, there was Aunt Pan Huame calling out at a loss, Yingchen, where are you going? The meal hasn't even been finished yet. Xiao Yingchen turned a deaf ear, and only after being dragged out of Yue House by He Liangsong did she feel relieved. She had finally escaped that hell on earth. Standing at the entrance of the restaurant, Xiaoying-chun thanked He Liang-song. How did you know I was here? He Liang-song grinned, that yellow hair on your table, I've seen you before in front of Wanda Heideleo, that's when we met for the first time, do you still remember? Xiaoying-chun recalled and realized, so it was. At that time, He Liang-song and a group of middle-aged young people with green hair came over in an uproar. Xiaoying-chun how dare to look at them one by one? It turns out that one of them is Vice President Lu's son. He's your friend? This kid was hanging out with me abroad. The corner of He Liang-song's mouth was slightly disdainful. If you want to be my friend, he's not qualified. He messaged you about it? He Liang-song nodded. I also told Lao Dai. Lao Dai is also on his way here. You haven't eaten enough, right? Why don't you let my brother treat you to some food later? Xiaoying-chun waved his hand briskly. You and old Dai are so righteous, I'll treat you. He Liang-song smiled. That would be a good thing to dare. Where did you say to eat? You lead the way. Xiaoying-chun said and prepared to get into the car. He Liang-song thought for a moment. How about the same tavern as last time? Xiaoying-chun thought about it. Good. That's fine. My car will go in front and your car will follow me. At night the music tavern has people singing, eating and drinking, and is much more popular than during the day, with the ambient lighting full of young people. He Liang-song familiarly led Xiaoying-chun towards the terrace. After having tea served, He Liang-song went to the bar to order food himself. Dai Hengxin came over with hurried steps just then, and pulled Xiaoying-chun up as soon as he came over. Are you alright? Xiaoying-chun, I'm fine. Rather, it was Dai Hengxin who had this strangely frightening look, with a nervous face as if he had been green. Come a wave of monthly votes, come a wave of favorites. Pit quality is guaranteed, 2 shifts per day. Updates are fixed at 8 a.m. and 12 p.m. If I don't see an update by the time I get to the point, it must not be that I'm not updating, it's blocked. Hold on a second, folks, I'll figure out how to put it out later. Dai Hengxin as if he did not realize that his face stinks, pulling Xiaoying-chun carefully check a circle, to determine that there is no problem this is to rest assured. Xiaoying-chun cried and laughed. I was just dragged by my aunt and uncle to a blind date dinner, they can still eat people? I'll give him a dare. Dai Hengxin blackened his face and endured. Next time there's something like this, you tell me in advance. What am I telling you this for? Xiaoying-chun was puzzled. Dai Hengxin frowned. If you really want to go on a blind date to find a date, why don't you consider thinking about me? Xiaoying-chun's eyes went wide. Huh? Dai Hengxin covered his face with both hands and rubbed them together, and when he removed his hands, his face was red. My grandpa said you're very nice. Well, I am indeed fine. Xiaoying-chun nodded, still a little sure of herself. Dai Hengxin was amused by this slight tilt of her head in certainty, and spoke again. If you're looking for a date, would you like to consider thinking about me? Xiaoying-chun swallowed his saliva and carefully organized his language before speaking. So what, boss Dai, we're partners, it's better to talk about money than feelings. Dai Hengxin impulsively said, if you're willing to be my girlfriend, I can transfer the shares in my hand to you. Xiaoying-chun, and this relationship brain? You're giving away shares for a relationship? Not waiting for Xiaoying-chun to react, a girl's voice suddenly came from behind. Brother, is it really you? Xiaoying-chun and Dai Hengxin looked over at the same time. A girl with long wavy hair wearing a slim silk dress was standing not far away looking this way, her delicate makeup revealing a look of surprise. Ning, why are you here? Brother Song is over here, they called me. The girl walked over, looking at Xiaoying-chun with all curiosity in her eyes and a hidden contempt. Dai Hengxin pointed to Xiaoying-chun, this MS. Xiao is my partner. After all, I didn't dare to say it was the girl of my choice. This is my sister Deneen. Partner? You're the same MS. Xiao who started the auction company with my brother and Song? Dai Enning was surprised once again. My brother opened an auction company thing the family knows, said a total of 3 partners, brother, Song and a little girl. There is a mysterious rich man behind the little girl who has prepared a collection and asked his brother's auction house to help with the sale. For that matter, the little girl had asked both her brother and Satoshi to keep it a secret from the outside world, so that no one could know that the stuff had been taken through her hands. What kind of innocent little white flower is a little girl pretending to be a rich man? Xiaoying-chun took the initiative to extend her hand. Hello. Dai Ennen's hand reached over, a slapdash touch, and on one side the corner of his mouth was slightly quirked, a micro-expression that represented contempt. Ning Ning, you're here? He Liang-song came hurriedly after ordering the food and complained as soon as he saw Dai Hengxin. Old Dai, I've told you not to worry, I'll make sure to protect the people well for you. You still have to run back. Dai Hengxin frowned slightly, first pulling back the stool for Xiaoying-chun to take her seat, and then pulling back the stool for Dai Enning. Dai Enning looked deeply at his own brother. How could he be so ingratiating when he knew that this woman was someone else's canary? My brother's sense of proportion has obviously always been good. What happened this time? Luckily, her main focus was still on He Liang-song, and she smiled in a cute and well-behaved manner. Brother Song, what did you order for me to eat? Ning, don't you just love Australian dragon? I've ordered you the baked Aussie dragon with cheese and your favorite black gold abalone. How would you like to eat it? Black gold abalone stewed dompa pork. Dai Enning immediately clamored. Make it leaner meat. Xiaoying-chun heard abalone stewed dompa meat, thought of the piece of braised pork just now on the wine table that was Lu Weiman clip to the bowl and clip away to eat. She frowned slightly, having a direct physical reaction to the red meat. Dai Yanning, however, glanced at Xiao Yingchun provocatively. Sister Xiao, you haven't had the black gold abalone stewed dumpa pork, have you? I'm telling you, you must try it later. Xiao Yingchun gave a dry laugh. Good. This black gold abalone is a specialty of New Zealand. One has more than a catty with braised meat stewed together. The flavor is great. You must not have eaten. My brother and I used to go to New Zealand and this was cut right up and eaten. No flavor at all. I was not a fan. Have you ever been to New Zealand, Sister Xiao? The air there is so good. You're my brother's partner. Next time let my brother go to New Zealand to do reunion. Also take you to enjoy. My brother has a little Chingmei. Early years went to New Zealand to study abroad. 2 years ago my brother and I even went to see her. That is our childhood neighbors. It is also a door to door. Dai Hengxin couldn't help but frown and remind, Ning? Danin stopped. Brother, what are you doing? You talk too much. Dai Hengxin's eyes contained a clear warning. Although Dai Yanning was indignant in her heart, she still condescendingly closed her mouth and stopped speaking. Dai Hengxin couldn't help but reach out and rub his brow. This sister of his family clearly had a preconceived bias against Xiao Yingchun. She probably thought that Xiao Yingchun was interested in herself, and did not see Xiao Yingchun in her heart, so she reminded Xiao Yingchun in a roundabout way not to be presumptuous. But she never even thought about the fact that it was she who had a heart for Xiao Yingchun. Dai Yanning's attitude also made him somewhat glad that he hadn't forced Xiao Yingchun to take a stand just now. If the family side is not fixed, first let Xiao Yingchun agree to be his girlfriend. Xiao Yingchun to face the pressure will be extraordinarily large. At that time, I am afraid that Xiao Yingchun will back off. Dai Hengxin, however, did not realize that Xiao Yingchun was already beating a retreat. Before, she was just thinking of realizing what she had in her hands through an auction house, that's all. But now I realize that those who can open an auction house are not ordinary people. Dai Yanning and He Liangsong's lifestyles and daily preferences are not supported by an ordinary family at first glance. From this it is inferred that Dai Hengxin's family should be quite well off. Then look at Dai Yanning's contempt and hostility towards himself today. If anything, Xiao Yingchun almost wants to laugh. The old lady only wants to talk about money. You think I want to talk about feelings with you? I don't have self-abuse tendencies. With my mom's time mart, where can't I sell something? Where can't you make money? With anger in her heart, Xiao Yingchun simply didn't speak again, only looking faintly at the scenery outside the terrace. A meal despite all the excellent seafood, Xiao Yingchun did not eat much, casually eat some and put the knife and fork. Dai Hengxin looked on, anxious in his heart, and couldn't help but give Xiao Yingchun a cloth dish. Yingchun, this tastes pretty good, try it? Xiao Yingchun waved her hand. No, I'm full. I still have some things to do at home, so I'll take my leave first. Xiao Yingchun finished, nodded to Dai Hengxin and Dai Yanning and He Liangsong, and went straight in to pay the bill. The tavern owner refused to take the money, saying that He Liangsong had asked for it. Xiao Yingchun turned her head to face He Liangsong, who came in after her with a serious look. I remember last time we agreed? If you won't let me treat you, I'll just eat fast food and rice noodles with you guys next time. He Liangsong had no choice but to speak to the cashier inside. Just let him Xiao pay, and put it on my tab next time. When Xiao Yingchun paid the money, He Liangsong personally sent her downstairs, his mouth still trying to explain. Ning Ning was pampered growing up, sometimes the measure is not so good. Xiao Yingchun interrupted He Liangsong. I was also pampered growing up. My mom and dad also love me and treat me well, but that is not the reason or cause of her contempt. I prefer to attribute it to contempt between classes. Next time if this young lady comes, you don't call me. After all, we're just partners, and I'm under no obligation to be warned or educated by her. After saying that, Xiao Yingchun pulled his leg and left. He Liangsong stood in place and shrugged. Finished. This aunt is still angry? Who would have thought? The smiling Xiao Yingchun would also have moments of anger? Though every word sounded unhurried, without a high voice or a scowl, the oppression and detachment that comes with anger was palpable. He stuck his hands in his pockets, his mind unconsciously recalling Xiao Yingchun's appearance before she left, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up until Dai Yanning's wary voice came. Satoshi, what are you doing here? He Liangsong turned back to Dai Yanning, perfect makeup, perfect figure, and a slightly angry look that was common for a petite lady. Once upon a time it looked quite cute, but now I don't know if it was influenced by Xiao Yingchun, but I always feel that there are 2 more points of arrogance. He Liangsong casually explained, I just sent Yingchun away. Welcome to spring, dirt dead. Sounds like a poor kid. It's not even in the same circle as us. Danin muttered and stomped his foot. He Liangsong frowned slightly. It's really a contempt between classes. Even though he himself had this mentality, at this moment, looking at Dai Yanning, He Liangsong suddenly felt that this was low. But he didn't say much. Come on, go in and have a drink. For a cockney like He Liangsong, at this time of day, the nightlife was just beginning. Xiao Yingchun was still thinking about whether to order takeout for Fu Chainan on the way home. He said yesterday that he wouldn't necessarily come over tonight. But what if he comes over? Eating with the emperor, he can let go? It's not possible. Just passing a net red pastry store, Xiao Yingchun found a parking space, got off and bought a variety of cakes, puffs, sandwiches. Full of a bag. Even if you don't come today, you can eat tomorrow and the day after. Taking the snacks to the car, Xiao Yingchun hindsight, before always feel less something not done, it turns out that there is no preparation for Fu Chainan snack. It was almost 10 o'clock when I got back to the kiosk after all that. Xiaoyingchen opened the door, turned on the lights, and in the next second, her pupils dilated violently and she covered her mouth in death. There was a man lying in the back doorway, covered in blood. It's Fu Chainan. She fumbled to close the door before rushing over to check on the situation. Fu Chainan was still conscious, and when he saw Xiaoyingchen rushing over, his voice was weak. Is there any more of that medicine to stop the bleeding? Give me some. Where does Xiaoyingchen have that at home? She shook her voice back. I don't have any at home. I'm going to get you some now. You must hold on. Must hold on. Grabbing the cell phone, Xiaoyingchen rushed out of the house in a panic, rushing toward the Spring Pharmacy, looking for Uncle Yi. This time can only find Uncle Yi. Uncle Yi's big pharmacy was about to close its doors when Xiaoyingchen busily shouted, Uncle Yi, wait. Seeing her panic, Yi Yubin busily stopped his hand from pulling the shutter. What's wrong with this? I want that hemostatic powder, the Yunnan Baiyao one, and that no-stitch wound dressing. And there are also anti-inflammatory drugs. There are wounds on the body. What anti-inflammatory drug should I take in order not to have a fever? Oh yeah, and bandages. Yi Yubin's expression became serious, and while going to get the medicine, he asked, who's injured? Xiaoyingchen. Can you tell? To say that he was not good at treating wounds, he had Uncle Yi, a pharmacist, who was better than himself at least. But once Fu Chainan's matter was known to Yi Yubin, the possibility of this matter being kept secret dropped greatly. Xiaoyingchuan's words came to his mouth and turned a corner. I have a friend who got into a conflict with someone eating a snack, and was cut on his arm with a beer bottle. He didn't want to go to the hospital and asked me to bring him medicine. Yi Yubin frowned, in the end, still gave her the medicine. In this case, it is better to go to the hospital for some peace and stability. Xiaoyingchen nodded her head busily. Give me the medicine first, I'll go persuade him to go to the hospital. By the time he took the medicine and flew back to the kiosk, Fu Chainan was on the verge of passing out. Xiaoyingchen brought the scissors on the counter and with shaking hands cut the robe garment on him. Alcohol sterilized, medicinal powder sprinkled on the wound, and then that no-stitch dressing taped on him. With the top half taken care of, she cut the pants open again. The hunk of hibernation froze her, that big? She then moved away and examined it. Not anywhere else, except for a not-so-deep gash on his calf. Xiaoyingchen breathed a sigh of relief. The wound on her calf was treated. With the front wound taken care of, she laboriously rolled Fu Chainan over again, and the back as well. Sterilize, spread the medicine, and apply the no-stitch dressing. Fu Chainan did not know when he had already passed out with a lax eye, and Xiaoyingchuan's hands did not know when they were not shaking. It's amazing how adaptable people are. It was not easy to finish cleaning up the people. Xiaoyingchen was exhausted and sweating through, sitting on her but next to Fu Chainan, panting heavily. At this time on the ground Fu Chainan lying prone, the body has no clothes, only a place was treated wounds pasted with a dressing, and the blood stains that hadn't been wiped clean. Visions of a horror movie scene. After slowing down, Xiaoyingchen gritted her teeth and first used the supermarket's organizing system to clean up all the bad robes and bloodstains on the floor, and then carried down 2 quilts from upstairs. Carrying it up is impossible, such a big man can't carry it himself. Then we'll have to leave him on the ground. Spread a cooler underneath, a quilt on top of the cooler, let him lie down on the quilt, and then cover him up, and he himself will do his best. Xiaoyingchen struggled to turn Fu Chainan over, but could not do so, so he had to slap him in the face. Fu Chainan, turn over, turn over. Fu Chainan opened his eyes a little bit in a daze and rolled over in coordination with Xiaoyingchuan's pushing and shoving, finally lying on the quilt. Xiaoyingchen put another quilt over him and brought him mineral water and medicine, still yelling at him to cooperate, holding his head and feeding him the anti-inflammatory. After finishing everything, Xiaoyingchen looked at her cell phone. It was almost 12 o'clock. There were several unread messages from Dai Hengxin and WeChat to the effect that he was apologizing to Xiaoyingchen on behalf of his sister. At the same time, he also expressed his liking for Xiaoyingchen, and then expressed his willingness to wait for Xiaoyingchen to nod his head. Xiaoyingchuan's brain was so messed up, where to care about this, threw the cell phone aside and did not reply, turned around and went back upstairs to carry the quilt down. She was going to hit the floor next to Fu Chainan. The seriously injured Fu Chainan needed someone to keep watch at night no matter what. Lest we die here in the middle of the night, bad luck is secondary, the main thing is money. This is the only customer of his own intertemporal supermarket. With the air conditioner on and sitting cross-legged next to Fu Chainan, Xiaoyingchen was sleepless. She started poking at her cell phone, touching Fu Chainan's forehead and palm every now and then. Dai Hengxin sighed. Xiaoyingchen politely and directly rejected him. La Dai, I have no feelings for you. We do partners is quite good. Talk about feelings hurt money, or do not. Dai Hengxin again expressed his willingness to transfer his shares to Xiaoyingchen. Xiaoyingchen once again refused. You put in so much effort, the split is what you deserve. How can you not want it? If you don't want it, this auction house of ours can break up too. Dai Hengxin was helpless over there with his cell phone. Although he had long known that Xiaoyingchen didn't care about money, when she was so decisive, Dai Hengxin still had mixed feelings. And happy and disappointed. Glad she's not greedy for money. Disappointed that she was so separate from herself. In the end, Dai Hangxin only returned 3 words, listen to you. And Pan Huamei's side also came with a message, but it was inquiring who the person who took Xiao Yingchun away tonight was. Pan Huamei was keenly aware of that Vice President Lu's attitude of arrogance. After Xiao Yingchun was pulled away, Vice President Lu initially stormed out, but she was immediately silenced after that son who had returned from studying abroad said a few whispers. After Xiao Yingchun and the young man left, Vice President Lu even began to take the initiative to persuade Lu Weiman to give up Xiao Yingchun. Lu Weiman naturally did not want to give up, but in front of Pan Huamei, Lu Weiman and Lu Vice President did not say why. Pan Huamei knew, it all had to do with that young man. These two families, a high-ranking state-owned enterprise and a director, there are not many people who would be afraid in a small place like Wanxian. Apparently this young man was one of them. If this young man really had his hands full, could he not help himself and his husband Guchun Chang to the next level? Pan Huamei's eager pursuit did not get the expected feedback. Xiao Yingchun only returned 5 words, a friend of a friend. Pan Huamei was disappointed in her heart, but at the same time, she decided to find an opportunity to ask more carefully in the future. Lu Weiman also came with a message, a big little essay. Xiao Yingchun only said back, we're not suitable, don't waste your time, and never returned his words again. After returning all the WeChat, Xiao Yingchun began to brush the short video. In the first half of the night, Fu Chainan was quite good, and he was a model sick person for not moving. In the second half of the night, Fu Chainan started to fold. First he wriggled and wriggled like a caterpillar, then he started talking nonsense. At first, he yelled, Father, go away. Later, he shouted Mother, don't go. What? A difference between father and mother? And one lets go and one doesn't. Xiao Yingchun was busy rubbing alcohol, monitoring temperatures, and feeding antipyretics. It was hard for his fever to subside at dawn, and Xiao Yingchun was so exhausted that she rolled on her bunk and slept soundly. When she woke up, as soon as she opened her eyes, she was confronted with a large, close-lying face. Xiao Yingchun gave a short cry, ah. When she realized that it was her golden father, Fu Chainan, she hurriedly covered her mouth again and climbed to her feet. Are you better? Fu Chainan was lying on his side, covered with a quilt, his cheeks were slightly red, and he didn't know if it was from burning or embarrassment. Where are the clothes on me, Miss Xiao? Xiao Yingchun pointed to the trash can over the counter. I cut it with scissors and threw it away. You cut it? Fu Chainan's face turned even redder. Xiao Yingchun looked puzzled. Who else could it be if not me? I can't go out and find a doctor. Doctor for you, can I? How will I explain where you came from then? Fu Chainan was busy explaining, I didn't mean to blame you. Xiao Yingchun then wondered, then what do you mean? Fu Chainan clenched his teeth, his blood-loss face unexpectedly showed a touch of sickly red. Girl to me have saved my life, I Fu Mao have nothing to repay, May, would you like to give your body to me? Xiao Yingchun stood up in a flash, hey, don't touch the porcelain, I just saved you, I didn't mean anything else. You mustn't be imagining things, it's a dog on the side of the road, I'll save it even if I see it's hurt like this. Ah shucks. What a stupid thing to say. Xiao Yingchun turned her head and poo-pooed herself, and changed her words again. Isn't it just looking at your body? We don't take that so seriously here. If it's to save a life, it's okay to watch it, people don't take it personally. At most, a gift to show appreciation would be the end of it. My hints are almost explicit. You should get it, right? Just pay the money. It's okay to give things. Fu Chainan's complexion, however, changed. How many people have you saved? Seen a few men's bodies? Xiao Yingchun looked at him breathlessly. Big brother, your focus is out of order. Please listen to the last sentence. On her lips Xiao Yingchun was sincere, of course you were the only one saved. The country I'm in is so safe that you don't run into this kind of thing twice in your life. If something like this happens, there will be officials who will be the first to arrive, and in a few minutes, half a column of incense they will be there. Fu Chainan's complexion got a little better, and he didn't insist on giving his body in return, but began to focus on another issue. Do you have men's clothes here? Xiao Yingchun thought for a moment. There is. You wait a while. She started by taking a box of men's underwear off the shelf and unwrapping it and handing it to him. This, you should be able to wear. This is? Fu Chainan had never seen this style before and didn't recognize it at once. Pants. Seeing that Fu Chainan was still at a loss, Xiao Yingchun gestured, we're here. Fu Chainan's face reddened again, and he was busy taking it and stuffing it under the covers to wear it. Xiao Yingchun also felt embarrassed and went upstairs to find clothes for him. When Dad passed away last year, the vast majority of his clothes were taken out and burned, with only one set left for remembrance. Xiao Yingchun went upstairs to find it and bring it to Fu Chainan. Fu Chainan wore it. Short, so hard to see. Xiao Yingchun was helpless. You are too much taller than my father. You wait, I will go to buy it for you. Fu Chainan nodded obediently and tucked the covers back in. The front door did not dare to open for fear of being seen lying inside the supermarket. Xiao Yingchun chose to go out from the storehouse. Summer short-sleeved big pants are not expensive, a set of only a few $dozen, to 2 sets. After thinking about it, Xiao Yingchun bought more vegetables and meat. It's best not to go out for a few days, and focus on serving the Gold Master's father more than anything else. When she got home, Xiaoying-chun gave Fu Chen his clothes and got him a brand new pair of plastic slippers on the shelf. Here, you change here, I'll go cook. Good. Fu Chenan obediently agreed and watched Xiaoying-chun go to the kitchen to cook. The kitchen had been vacant for a long time, and Xiaoying-chun basically ate takeout and didn't cook here. Fu Chenan ate a lot. Xiaoying-chun directly cooked a large pot of rice, fried a bean sprouts, fried meat, pig's blood to open the soup. The end of the meal out of the time, Fu Chenan has been sitting at the table. Xiaoying-chun glanced at his neatly buttoned buttons and advised, you still have injuries on your body, and you'll have to change the medicine later, so just wear your pants, and you can leave your clothes on. Fu Chenan glanced down at his own clothes, firming his stance, I'll take them off when it's time to change the medicine. Well, your body's your call. 38. 38. Xiaoying-chun greeted him for dinner. Looking at his whitened lips and slow eating movements, Xiaoying-chun sighed. This injury of yours will take at least a while to recuperate. Didn't you say you were going to the palace to face the saint? Why are you injured like this? Fu Chenan lowered his eyes. It should be the work of the second princess people. Oh, Xiaoying-chun looked at him in surprise. How did you know? Fu Chenan slowly ate while slowly analyzing. His Majesty wouldn't want me to die. After all, if I die, His Majesty will worry about my father's rebellion. I'm more useful to him alive than dead. The same goes for the crown prince. After all, this world will eventually be passed on to him, and chaos won't do him any good. The third prince is currently dependent on the crown prince, and the fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh princes are still young. Only the second prince, probably the one who wants my father to rebel the most. His mother's outer family was originally a general, and if my father had rebelled, His Majesty would have relied on his outer family, and then he would have had the opportunity. With Fu Chenan's explanation, Xiaoying-chun gained some understanding of the current situation of the DeLeon dynasty. Then what are you going to do? Xiaoying-chun let go of her chopsticks after a few bites. She didn't feel hungry, and the rest was hooted and hollered into her stomach by Fu Chenan. Fu Chenan, who had eaten his fill, finally looked less ugly, and he gave Xiaoying-chun a deep look. I have to go back. Now. Xiaoying-chun looked at him in shock. Fu Chenan nodded. Later, at noon, he was surrounded and chased by people, fighting to kill a bloody road, and after running 50 steps north in his mind to the time and space supermarket, he accelerated and turned into the east side of the alleyway and flew 20 steps, escaping into the time and space supermarket. There were no stores in that alley, and when it was noon, when the weather was at its hottest, and there were not too many people in the streets, the stores in the streets were all still open. That's when it's safest for him to go out. But you're still all bruised up and fine? Fu Chenan sneered. With this, I think His Majesty will call for my protection. Besides, he also has his own guards. Only this trip back to the capital, in order to avoid the taboo, did not travel with himself. Think also almost to the capital. Xiaoying-chun had to nod her head. She wasn't Fu Chenan. There was no way she could make decisions for him. Fu Chenan thought of something. His Majesty rewarded me with a pair of jade ruy and 500 taels of gold. I'll bring them all to you in a couple days. Ha! Xiaoying-chun froze for a moment. Didn't you say that you want to show your appreciation with money or with something? Fu Chenan said this with a smile in the corner of his eyes. Xiaoying-chun rare embarrassment for a moment. It turned out that he had heard it all before. Ah, good. Xiaoying-chun agreed with a hefty smile. Fu Chenan was in a better mood. His Majesty the Emperor said at that time, if Fu Chenan meets a girl he likes, he can use this pair of jade rhinestones to offer her a job. If you take my jade ruin, you'll be my man. You can't look at another man's body again. Xiaoying-chun knew nothing about this and was still immersed in the joy of being about to reap another 500 taels of gold and a pair of jade rudders. Even taking his temperature and checking his wounds, she was in a happy mood. It had to be said that Fu Chenan's physique was really good. It was clear that he was still dying from serious injuries last night, but at this moment the wounds had basically closed up. Figured another change of meds and holding that compress in place for a while should do the trick. But after Xiaoying-chun changed the medicine for him again, Fu Chenan refused to use that compress again. This thing can't be called into view. But your wounds. Xiaoying-chun looked at his several deep bone wounds. It's okay, someone will take care of it and bandage it when I get back. Fu Chenan knew the pissiness of those people. Xiaoying-chun thought for a moment. Okay, you take the anti-inflammatory medicine again. This stuff can work faster than ancient herbs. Good. Fu Chenan obediently agreed again. Xiaoying-chun gave him a blank look without any good sense. This guy's good behavior is all pretense. Only if he's willing to be well behaved. If he doesn't, he won't hesitate to say no and then come up with a good reason to justify it. Fu Chenan's eyes went back to putting snacks in shelves. Now that he's had them all, he knows which ones are the best, and he's drooling a little at the thought of that flavor. Xiaoying-chun glanced in the direction of his gaze and refused without hesitation. You can't eat any of these lately, don't even think about it. When your wounds have healed, you can come back and take whatever you want to eat. Fu Chenan sighed, I have this injury. His Majesty will certainly send additional manpower to watch me. I may not be able to come over again for some days. Xiaoying-chun glanced at a hideous wound on his bare upper body, and also silently nodded her head. She guessed that she would still ask someone to serve him, and it was really inconvenient for him to come over in full view of the public. It's fine, I'm here anyway. Xiaoying-chun comforted him, I have this door open at all times, just come straight when you can. Good. Fu Chainan started playing nice again. Xiao Chun was speechless, but didn't point him out. Fu Chainan pointed to the flowery island-style beachwear. This dress is not appropriate to wear over. Can there be other clothes? Xiao Chun glanced at the island-style beachwear. It really didn't fit. After thinking about it, she said, "Wait here, I'll go get it for you." That kind of cosplay outfit should work. Go look for it and see if it's available. Xiao Chun searched the map. Finding a cos clothing store, Xiao Chun went over to take a look, and there were indeed quite a few good-looking clothes, just dead expensive. It's a couple $1,000s a set. With all his wounds, he'll get dirty eventually. What a waste. In the end, Xiao Chun chose a set of boys' short hit clothes, cost $180. When she returned to the store, it was already almost noon. Xiao Chun let Fu Chainan change his clothes and went to cook himself. Lunch's tomato fried beef foam, onion, ginger and garlic did not put. Convenient Fu Chainan with a spoon to mix the rice to eat. After eating and drinking, Fu Chainan excused himself, "Then I'll go back first." "Well, go." Xiao Chun sent him away. Fu Chainan slowly stepped out of the alley and looked at the street where a fierce battle had been fought last night. The bodies from last night have been cleared away and the bloodstains have been cleaned. Only the black bloodstains can still be seen in the cracks of the lapis lazuli, but they have dried up. The stores on both sides of the street looked at the man standing in the hot sun and wondered, wasn't he afraid of the heat? As a result, the man fainted in the next second. The blood slowly leaked out and soon soaked through his clothes. "Someone come quick, another death." Dai Hengxin was very unsettled. When he went back that day, he criticized Dai Enning in front of his parents, and Dai Enning was full of defiance, but he was also criticized by his parents. Nor would her parents, who were college professors, allow Danin to blatantly speak out in contempt of the other. Dai Enning finally made a promise to her brother with a face full of reluctance, saying that she would not say such things again when she saw Xiao Chun in the future. But in his heart, Dai Enning is beyond certain, his brother is attracted to Xiao Chun. 39. Danin was sure of it. If his brother wasn't on top of things, he couldn't have come to criticize himself in such a big way, much less in front of his parents. "She's just a kept woman, what's the big deal? Just you wait, I'll tear off your mask of disguise." Dai Enning secretly made up his mind. After solving Dai Enning's problem, Dai Hengxin sent a message to Xiao Chun, who rejected him. Dai Hengxin's heart, however, began to go up and down with a sense of crisis. She wasn't going to be completely done with herself from then on, was she? So the next morning, Dai Hengxin sent a message to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun did not return. At that moment she was serving the Gold Master Father Fu Chainan wholeheartedly. So Dai Hengxin excuses himself to go see his grandfather and passes by Xiao Chun's supermarket. In the morning, Xiao Chun's car is at the door, but the small supermarket door is closed. Is Xiao Chun at home? Or is she out? Why didn't she open the door? Dai Hengxin was preoccupied and sat a little distracted in his grandfather's house. Zhao Jiping saw his grandson's expression in his eyes and couldn't help but tease him. "What's wrong with you? Why do you look like you've lost your soul?" Dai Hengxin thought about it again and again and couldn't hold back. "Grandpa, what do you think of the girl Ing Chun?" Zhao Jiping had practically watched Xiao Chun grow up, so of course he knew her situation and character, and nodded his head affirmatively right away. "What a nice girl, usually polite, plain and dressed to look fresh. Would my parents approve if I got into a relationship with her?" Zhao Jiping thought about the virtues of his own daughter and son-in-law, and was silent for a split second. "If your parents don't agree and force you to give up, will you still insist on finding her?" Dai Hengxin's brows furrowed, but he didn't pick up on that. "What exactly do you think my parents are after?" Zhao Jiping sighed and didn't answer. "What's the quest?" "The quest to move up the ladder. The quest for a generation is stronger than ever. It can't be a generational thing. The grandkids get it." With this goal in mind, parents use their sons' and daughters' marriages as a stepping stone, only willing to tie the knot with families that are on the right side of the family or more powerful than their own. Dai Enning chased He Liangzong around, oblivious to the fact that He Liangzong was a punk 2-bit gangster. Hair colorful, reading hanging, 20-something years old, do not do the right thing into the day to play around, is notorious playboy. Just such a notorious waste, but mothers and fathers tend to rush, simply can't wait for their daughters to abduct He Liangzong to the hand. Isn't it ultimately the figure that the old man and the other family is powerful and deep? But mom and dad didn't realize that even if He Liangzong was so out of touch, the He family was never willing to respond to the Dai family's jokes about tying the knot. It's obvious that the He family doesn't even look at the Dai family's bottom line. As for his own marriage, Dai Hengxin had some headaches. Zhao Jiping looked deeply at Dai Hengxin. "I do like this girl Ing Chun, but if you are not sure, and are not sure of getting your parents' consent, it's better for you not to mess with her." "Why? What age is this? I can make the decision about my marriage." Dai Hengxin was unconvinced. Zhao Jiping, however, sighed. "If you really like that girl, would you be willing to let her suffer that kind of disdain and contempt in front of your parents? And how would she want to suffer such contempt? That girl, don't think she's got a good temper. If anyone messes with her, she's got a big mouth." Zhao Jiping didn't know what he remembered and couldn't help but smile all over his face. Dai Hengxin remembered the words He Liangzong had relayed to him. Xiao Chun doesn't want to come when Dai Enning is around in the future, and reviewed what Dai Enning had said to Xiao Chun last night. Diening is also a nature that says what it has to say. It is normal to talk like that, and Dai Hengxin has seen it before. But last night was the first time he was worried that the person Deneen was talking about would be upset and feel uncomfortable. Just because that person is Xiao Yingchun. Diening spoke like that, Xiao Yingchun could not stand it. If it was his own mother who showed that kind of contempt, Dai Hengxin was suddenly a little afraid of a scene like that. He didn't know if he should advise Xiao Yingchun to endure it or tell his mom not to be like that if that really happened. But I'm sure that no one will listen to him, right? Dai Hengxin ultimately did not get the answer he wanted, ate lunch to leave, passed by Yingchun kiosk, but found the door closed. Xiao Yingchun still did not open the door. Xiao Yingchun had just sent off her gold master father Fu Chainan at this time and was catching up on her sleep. Last night stayed up all night, and only slept for a while at dawn. Where is the spirit at this moment? I've been dreaming about the Lord of the Week for a long time. By the time she woke up, it was evening. Xiao Yingchun first went downstairs to pack the bedding and other things upstairs, and used the space's own organizing function to clean the supermarket, which opened the front door for business. While sitting and waiting for the incoming guests, Xiao Yingchun searched for various life-saving tools on her cell phone. Lockjaw? Stab-proof gloves? Bulletproof undershirt? She looked over them one by one. Price wasn't the issue, the key was practicality, being able to wear them close to the body without calling them out. Fu Chainan is the key person of his future wealth, he must be protected. Thousands of choices, finally picked the right thing. Xiao Yingchun bought one of each, ready to wait for the things to come back, let Fu Chainan pick their own, and then return the rest. As she was picking, she heard a laugh. Ha ha ha, Yingchun, looking at the store? Xiao Yingchun looked up and met Lu Weiman's sardonic face. Superintendent Lu, you're still in Wanxian? Xiao Yingchun was surprised as hell. She had thought that Lu Weiman had given up after being rejected. Who knew that he was actually still around? Lu Weiman sighed and sat down at the small round table, his eyes looking at Xiao Yingchun with a slight frown. Yingchun, my cousin told me about that guy yesterday. He's the son of a big family, the kind that opens drinks in bars for hundreds of thousands of dollars a night. He's just playing with your. If you'll be my girlfriend, I don't care what happened in the past with you and him, I could care less, I'm willing to marry you. Xiao Yingchun listened to it as a joke at first, but as she listened to it, she became angry, and she couldn't help but step out from behind the counter. You don't care? You marry me? Do I promise to marry you? Do I need you to care? Never mind who I'm with, never mind what I've done, what's it to you? Who gave you that face? Made you think I had to be you? If you don't come, I won't get married? If you don't leave, do you believe I'll whip you with a big broom? Lu Weiman was startled. He saw Xiao Yingchun raise the broom, hurriedly stood up. Yingchun, you have something to say properly, what is this doing? Xiao Yingchun had a dark face. I didn't tell you properly? I told you that I'm not interested in you, and told you to die before it's too late. Why are you still pestering me? Can't understand the nice words, so I'll just have to start punching. Lu Weiman scared to pull his leg to go out, but his mouth is not idle. Your commission, you do not want? Xiao Yingchun laughed out coldly. You have grabbed the order, but don't forget, people just signed the contract, they haven't paid yet. What makes you think that people are going to honor this contract? Have you read the contract carefully? The boss will give you a commission when people haven't even paid? What the do you think you're going to eat? Get out! After driving away Lu Weiman, Xiao Yingchun huffed and puffed and put away the broom, returning to sit behind the counter, her eyes unconsciously looking in the direction of the back door. I don't know if Fu Chainan's injury is better, when he can come over again. When he was sent back to the marshal's mansion, Fu Chainan was awake for a while, and heard the loud voice of a woman with a rough voice shouting, "What's wrong with brotherin?" He dropped his heart and his eyes closed, passing out completely. The already scabbed wounds crumbled open, and while the blood flowed, it wasn't easy to re-heal them. The palace physician came, the emperor's admiral Hu Jiaying came, and even the crown prince came by. After all the gods and goddesses had looked at it, they unanimously decided that Fu Chainan was seriously injured and needed to rest and recuperate. His Majesty the Emperor arranged for 16 beautiful women with delicate bodies to serve General Fu. Fu Chainan was handsome and strong, and each of these maidservants scrambled forward to serve. Who knows that just walked to the door of Fu Chainan courtyard, ran into a young woman with a face full of horizontal meat with 2 pig-killing knives in both hands upside down. Who dares to enter my brother's room? The female maidservants were unconvinced. We are the ones His Majesty has allocated to serve General Fu. How can you not let us in? When I, No Xiniang, say I'm not allowed to enter, I mean I'm not allowed to enter. You demonic women, do you think I don't know what you have in mind? And Gora can't move yet. What do you want to do? Take advantage of him? No way. Want to serve him? See that little kitchen next door? Go cook. Ange's favorite food is delicious, and he has a big appetite, so you are also serving him when you make it and send it over, and Ange can only get well faster when he's full. The maidservants look at me and I look at you. The one furthest forward stumbled past, not knowing who had pushed him in the back, and shown at Niu Xingyang. Ah! The maidservant who had been pushed out hid her triumph in her horror, and in one smooth motion, she lunged towards Niu Xingyang. Without retreating, Niu Xingyang raised her strong left leg and kicked out with a kick to the chest. Oh, ow! The maidservant was kicked in the chest and directly held her breath, falling to the ground unconscious. Ah! Murder! The rest of the maidservants were terrified and rushed towards the small kitchen. The slave girl will go and cook. The slave girl will choose the vegetables. The slave girl can make soup. The courtyard entrance was cleared. Niu Xiniang was satisfied, and with a snort, she hooked a bamboo chair over with her left foot and sat directly under the loquat tree outside the main door. I'll stand guard here today, and I'll see who dares to go inside. And the house, the old cattle Dr. Cattle Gensheng is to Fu Chen and clean up the wound. The mouth also tisk sound. This wound strange Lu, see so deep, but did not turn pus Lu. Niu Gensheng finished cleaning the wound, took out a packet of medicinal powder from his pocket, poured a little on Fu Chen's wound, and took out a no-so dressing and stuck it on Fu Chen's wound. The personal guard next to him looked on and nodded repeatedly. When he was in the army, this is how Dr. Niu gave the treatment. Niu Gensheng finished dealing with all of Fu Chen's wounds, and then stuffed 2 anti-inflammatory pills into Fu Chen's mouth and sent them down with water, before saying, "These medicines that the little calf asked you to bring back, are they really so good? That is natural. Boss, you do not know, this medicine has saved the lives of many of our brothers Lu. This can all be bought by General Fu from a mysterious store." Before coming back, the marshal personally instructed them, make sure to protect General Fu, about that mysterious store and the things inside, not a single word can be leaked to outsiders. So they only dared to give the medicine that Dr. Niu had allowed to be brought back to Dr. Niu's father, old Dr. Niu Gensheng. Niu Gensheng is a truthful man, loyal and trustworthy to the marshal's father and son. Sure enough, after General Fu returned to the house, all kinds of eunuchs admired His Royal Highness had seen the first round. Niu Gensheng let Niu Xiniang all outsiders are stopped outside the door, he personally care. Anyway, there were guards left by the crown prince everywhere around the courtyard, which was beautifully called protection, but was actually meant to be surveillance. Fu Chainan didn't wake up, and the personal guards didn't dare to act rashly. Guarded it is, and they guarded it. You don't move, I don't move, I just spend. Everything will wait until Fu Chainan wakes up. It was dark when Fu Chainan woke up. An oil lamp, like a bean, shone in the dimly lit room and the gray-haired man who was snoring as he slumped beside the bed. Fu Chainan reached over and pushed. Niu Gensheng suddenly climbed up and met Fu Chainan's faintly smiling face. Uncle Niu, I'm fine. Fu Chainan's voice was tired and hoarse. You waif, you scared your Uncle Niu to death. Niu Gensheng said and flicked on the oil lamp, going out to ask Niu Xiniang to prepare food to come in. Niu Xiniang wiped the oil from her mouth and picked up a plate and handed it to her own father first. Father, this is what Anger can't eat. I can't eat it, you eat it. She picked up the other plate herself and headed for the house. Niu Gensheng knew that this was made by those beautiful maidservants, and without any pretense, he picked up the bowl and chopsticks and ate. Niu Xiniang wants to feed Fu Chenin, but Fu Chenin won't let him. He wants to eat by himself. He is afraid of being choked to death by Niu Xiniang. Niu Xiniang was helpless and carefully helped Fu Chenin sit up, shoving the bowl and chopsticks into his hands. Eat. Fu Chainan was hungry and ate quite a bit before putting down his chopsticks. Did you make this? It doesn't taste like it. Niu Xiniang rolled her eyes. Her voice was a deliberately lowered rasp. Those goblins out there do. Niu Xiniang explained the origins of those goblins, and then explained her actions in stopping them. Fu Chainan nodded in appreciation. Well done. Not bad for my cow sister. Niu Xiniang was instantly happy. That's what I should do. Seeing him finish eating, Niu Xiniang handed over another bowl of medicine. This is a tranquilizing tonic, my father said. With this injury of yours, more sleep is good for recovery. Fu Chainan's heart warmed as he remembered that smiling, laughing face. Even if it was just to see her sooner, he should get better sooner. Fu Chainan picked up the bowl of medicine and drank it all in one go. Sleepiness came. Fu Chainan dazedly covered the quilt. I'll sleep for a while. Niu Xiniang flattened and covered him, stepped out of the house, and sat down directly by the threshold to doze off. Niu Gensheng ate and drank enough, came over and kicked his daughter. Go sleep in the next room. Niu Xiniang was confused. No need, it's not like I haven't slept under the roof before. Besides, it's hot right now and it's cooler outside than inside. Niu Gensheng then did not say anything, and went back into the house to lie down on the side of Fu Chainan bed, and in a short while, the two snores in the house and outside of the house rose and fell. The two groups of people guarding outside the courtyard looked at each other. This explosive thunderous snoring, General Fu can sleep. Shouldn't a dead man be woken up? It's good that Fu Chenin drank the tranquilizing tonic. He couldn't hear anything. Xiaoying Chen spent the day bored and woke up early the next day to receive a call from Dai Hangxin. He wanted to meet up with Xiaoying Chen and He Liangsong, and there was a distinguished guest who said he wanted to see the three of them. In fact, he wanted to take an excuse to see Xiaoying Chen. Xiaoying Chen didn't know the situation and ate some cake that was sitting in the fridge and went on her way. The auction site was inside the city and it took an hour to drive, and Dai Hangxin offered to pick her up. Xiaoying Chen agreed. In the car, Dai Hangxin first talked about the layout of the auction and the guests participating in the auction. It was only at this time that Xiaoying Chen realized that He Liangsong's grandfather was a collector, but in the early years was a prominent figure in the political world. He Liangsong's ancestors were in business, because his grandfather chose to go into politics. The previous generation directly skipped He Liangsong's grandfather and passed the family business to He Liangsong's father. He Liangsong's dad got the family legacy and made the He family's business more and more prosperous. Behind the back of the political world resounding biological father sitting in the town, not to say that the use of this to enrich, at least no one dares to mess with the He group. And for that reason, the He family would give a few points of face to anyone in Yangon City. This time, He Liangsong suddenly returned to his prodigal son, opened an auction company in human form, and actually took out so many good things. Elder he was very shocked. He will also come over today, saying that he wants to see the collections and also wants to meet Xiao Yingchun. In the words of the old man, I want to meet the girl who made my monkey's prodigal son return. Dai Hengxin's heart is a little worried. Although the threshold of the Yi family is high, his sister has been looking forward to for many years have not been able to enter the eyes of the Yi family. But he was afraid that Xiao Yingchun would be seen by the Yi family. So he focused on the complexity of the Ho family. He Liangsong is the only son of this generation of the Yi family, and before that he was no good, drinking and fighting and picking up girls abroad, just not doing the right thing, and the whole Yi family had a headache. This time he was suddenly willing to partner with us to start a company, and he was also willing to go through the trouble of begging grandpa to contact various collectors, so the Yi family was overjoyed. I figure master he is trying to see something before deciding whether or not to invite those old friends of his to come along for the ride. Don't you see that He Liangsong is not in tune, but in fact, the entire He family really values him. That sister of mine has liked He Liangsong for years, but He Liangsong has never had a clear relationship with her, only treating her as her sister. All of the Yi family played dumb, too. Call me, the Yi family is looking down on a family like ours. Naturally, Xiao Yingchun is even more disdainful of this kind of little girl from the city center village. Xiao Yingchun nodded, I understand, I'll cooperate however you tell me to cooperate later. Okay, just listen to my arrangements. Don't worry or be afraid of anything else. Dai Hengxin said, glancing at Xiao Yingchun. However, she was flat-faced and didn't look like she was in much of an emotional state. When they arrived at the hotel, Dai Hengxin first brought Xiao Yingchun into a spacious private room. The dining table is not much, but the lounge area next to it is spacious, with a sofa and coffee table not counting, as well as a Chinese tea table and chairs. Dai Hengxin familiarly ordered food and wine, then asked Xiao Yingchun to wait where he was. He had to go downstairs to pick up the goods. It turned out that in order for Master He to be able to see the batch of antiques today, Dai Hengxin had deliberately arranged for it to be in this neighborhood, so that it would be convenient for the security personnel to send the stuff over later. It didn't take long for the stuff to be delivered, box by box, for a couple of handsome young men in black suits to bring up. Dai Hengxin told them to put everything next to the tea table and keep an eye on things, and went back down to pick up the people himself. Xiao Yingchun waited on the couch the entire time. As the sound of talking got closer and closer, the door to the private room was pushed open once again, and Dai Hengxin, with a smile on his face, guided the person in. Master, please come in, this is Xiao Yingchun, Ms. Xiao, my brother and I's partner. Xiao Yingchun got up at the right time and greeted Elder He. The little girl was in a simple white dress, clear soup and no makeup, but let the old man he was surprised in his heart. How can you tell? This doesn't look like what a girl who becomes a rich white glove should look like. Shouldn't a girl like that be bejeweled? In the face of the old man he did not say anything, just smiled and greeted Xiao Yingchun, but also flirted and said thank you. Xiao Yingchun led his grandson on the right path, finally willing to do the right thing. After exchanging pleasantries, Dai Hengxin was in charge of making tea, and Elder He began to look at things. At first, when he saw the boxes, he was a bit skeptical. Were they really not modern artifacts? Waiting to see the real thing, he is still ruthlessly ate a shock. How can it all be true at a glance? He couldn't believe what he was seeing, looked at it again carefully with a magnifying glass, and finally had to admit, these things, they were real. Elder He's expression changed, looking at Xiao Yingchun with a grave expression. MS. Xiao, although none of these things are too expensive, the total adds up to a great value. I wonder if you might tell me their provenance? Xiao Yingchun said frankly, I can't. If you don't tell where these things came from, it will affect their price. It is important to realize that the greatest value of an artifact lies in its clear origin and scarcity. If you don't know where they came from, the value will undoubtedly be greatly diminished. Who knows? Xiao Yingchun doesn't care. How much can be sold is how much. It doesn't matter if it doesn't sell up to a high price. Elder He looked more serious. These things don't come from a questionable source, do they? Xiao Yingchun smiled. If Master He feels that there are problems with this batch of things and is afraid to buy them for fear of having worries, I am perfectly capable of withdrawing all of these things and not selling them. After all, those who know what they're talking about understand that some opportunities are missed and no longer available. Are you kidding me? The world is so big, there is a sea of auction companies, real money things I still worry about not selling? Elder He was also choked. This kind of words, how can I tell people to take it? On the other hand, He Liangsong gave Xiao Yingchun a helping hand. Grandpa, if my sister Yingchun says it's inconvenient, then it must be inconvenient. After all, if you can make more money, who wouldn't want it? There must be some pain in the ass then. Elder He became even more angry. What's the law when your own little brat elbows out? Dai Hengxin was also listening to the back of his spine sweating. He had to give Xiao Yingchun and He Liangsong a wink, signaling the two of them to say less, while talking to Elder He to round off the scene. Elder he didn't say anything else, and carefully looked at the rest of the things again, and after a long moment of silence, he was finally happy to see the hunt. Give me a few copies of that booklet of yours and I'll ask my old friends to come along. Okay, thanks a lot master. Dai Hengxin's uncle was originally a member of this circle and invited some of the people, which made this auction very presentable. At this time, the food also began to be served, and Elder he unreservedly took the main seat. Dai Hengxin accompanied him, while he Liangsong and Xiao Yingchen sat on the other side. Master he is a person like a fine character. Already see Xiao Yingchen is a very individual girl, and not the unusual kind of woman with a gentle and small intention to coax the man happy. Then look aside the face or smiling rotten grandson from time to time look at Xiao Yingchuan's eyes, and then moved away from the sight in a bad mood. Look at you that no interest in the kind of child. After a meal, Dai Hengxin took good care of Elder he, and he Liangsong also took good care of Xiao Yingchen. Elder he looked in his eyes and lamented in his heart, who would have thought it? The asshole who was having so much fun out there was falling for a girl with such a hot temper. And look at the girl who still has little interest in her grandson. It's kind of a one-for-one thing. If I can get my asshole grandson on the right path, it's good to have a bigger temper, so I can control the men. Elder he smiled kindly as he calculated the feasibility of the matter in his mind. Imus, shall have time to come to the He family to play. Xiao Yingchen didn't notice Dai Hengxin's shocked look when he heard this, and thought it was just an unusual invitation, nodding her head while agreeing with her mouth. Alright, thanks for taking care of Grandpa he. I will go when I have time. Elder he looked at Dai Hengxin again. You and Xiao Tsong are coming along as well. Dai Hengxin agreed, but in his heart, the loss of I'm just passing by passed through. After sending off He Liangsong's grandchildren and letting the security company in charge of security put things back into the storage room where they were previously stored, Dai Hengxin then pulled Xiao Yingchen home. On the way home, Dai Hengxin lamented in his heart, Yingchen the old man of the He family, unusually, would not invite people to play in the He family. Xiao Yingchen certainly didn't know, but she was willing to listen to the explanation. Dai Hengxin explained. It turns out that Mr. Po's early years in politics, coupled with the ancestors are very rich, he does not need to eat like some unscrupulous officials, the waste will be very hard, unusual not to usher with the people. This old man makes friends purely on the basis of personal preference and mood. It was said outside, it was nothing to be able to have a meal with Master He, it was rare to be recognized and invited by him to play in the He family. The He family does have an ancestral home. Have you seen the Chow family compound? The He family's ancestral home is not much smaller than the Chow family compound. Inside, there are carved beams and painted buildings, rockeries and flowing water, a truly grand mansion that has been passed down for generations. After Master He retired, he lived over at the ancestral mansion. His invitation, he's inviting you to the ancestral home yet. As he spoke, Dai Hengxin's tone was filled with envy. Xiao Yingchen became curious, have you ever been there? Dai Hengxin nodded his head, but his tone was not without regret. It was Elder He's 60th birthday, and it just so happened that he retired as well, so he held a birthday banquet at his ancestral home. Those of us who are going over to congratulate you on your birthday. To be clear, he or she was not specifically invited. Xiao Yingchen got serious. According to you, we really have to go? Dai Hengxin looked at Xiao Yingchen in surprise. What? Did you just give a perfunctory yes? Xiao Yingchen was even more surprised. What else? When you meet so many people in the workplace in a year, many of them open their mouths and say, I'll buy you dinner next time, huh? Anyone who takes that kind of talk seriously is a fool. Xiao Yingchen rightly thought that this time was the same, but now according to Dai Hengxin, it is surprisingly different? Dai Hengxin completely lost his temper. After thinking about it, he again seemed to be excusing Xiao Yingchen, but also seemed to persuade himself, you are not clear about the situation of the Yi family, it is normal to think this way. Aha! Xiao Yingchen answered in a rambling voice. After saying this, Dai Hengxin didn't know what to say for a while, and the car went quiet. Mouse, give it to me flowed out of the stereo. Give me the corners of your mouth and your eyes with a smile. Give me your glorious early spring and late fall. Give me your untouched innocence and freedom. Give me all that is most precious to you. Dai Hengxin listened without realizing it, and with a familiar bulge like a surge in his heart, he knew beyond a shadow of a doubt, he was moved. At the thought of this, his breath caught slowly, his palms flushed, and he actually sweated. Yingchen, I meant what I sent you. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Dai Hengxin gathered enough courage to finally say this to his face, but after waiting for a moment, Xiao Yingchen did not respond. Dai Hengxin twisted his head to look, only to realize that Xiao Yingchen had actually fallen asleep. Dai Hengxin. Disappointed, he quietly went to pull Xiao Yingchuan's hand while waiting for the traffic light. Xiao Yingchen is ignorant and unconscious, the hands are white and slender, soft as if boneless, holding in the hands of warm and fine smooth. Beep beep beep, the urging horn sounded from behind, and only then did Dai Hengxin throw away Xiao Yingchuan's hand as if waking up from a dream, and with a kick of the gas, the Mercedes scurried out. Dai Hengxin's face burned with hindsight. What he had just done was not gentlemanly at all, very small, even a little perverted. This self-awareness made Dai Hengxin spit hard at himself inwardly, and resolved that the next time he held hands, he would at least wait until she was sober. When the car stopped at the next traffic light, Xiaoyingchun woke up in a daze. Huh? Are we here? Dai Hengxin hurriedly replied back, it's not here yet, you can sleep a little longer. Xiaoyingchun fell asleep again. Sending Xiaoyingchun back to the kiosk, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Dai Hengxin drove his car just to the pawnshop, where he found his mother's car parked right in front of the door. What's she doing here? Dai Hengxin locked the car into the pawnshop, just in time to meet the sharp eyes of his own mother, Zhao Chengfeng. What did you do? Dai Hengxin was stunned, invited Elder He to dinner. Instead, his eyes looked at Xiao Mei. Mei lowered her head sheepishly. Zhao Chengfeng's tone eased slightly. You invited Elder He to dinner, who else was there? It's us 3 partners with Mr. Ho. That Xiaoyingchun is just the daughter of a kiosk family in the middle of a city village. What are you taking her for? Why are you taking her? If you're going to take her, why don't you take your sister? Zhao Chengfeng had a look of hatred on his face. Dai Hengxin's tone chilled. I take my sister? And then tell Elder He that all those things belong to my sister? Zhao Chengfeng. I didn't ask you to say that either. Master He has questions about these things he wants to ask Xiaoyingchun, and if she doesn't go, why should I bring my sister? Can I make it clear or can my sister? Zhao Chengfeng squinted at her biological son. If I say one sentence, you have 10 waiting for me. Is this how you talk to your mom? Dai Hengxin didn't know what came to mind and softened his tone. Mom, it's not like you're saying anything about the Yi family, so why are you racking your brain over this? It's better to see what's suitable and introduce a date to my sister in a hurry. Turn back and delay your sister. You're close to Yi Xiao, don't you know how to help? Dai Hengxin was all angry and laughed. Mom, you have to be reasonable, it's not like my sister doesn't know Yi Xiao. How do you want me to help? Yi Xiao has played with so many girls, yet he never had any flirtation with his sister and never avoided her. Why do you think that is? Zhao Chengfeng choked on Dai Hengxin's words. That's because he hasn't grown up yet. What, don't grow up? He's 26 years old, okay? Those girls have had so many abortions. That's because neither he nor the Yi family had any eyes for his sister, and had no intention of asking her to enter the Yi family's gates. 43. Zhao Chengfeng was completely speechless. Her chest rose and fell violently as she looked at her son for a long time. Dai Hengxin also raked his hair with some annoyance, secretly chiding himself for being so emotionally intense. After thinking about it, he tried to moderate his tone. Mom, this auction company of mine is just starting out, and it all depends on what Xiaoyingchun takes out. If you don't want this company of your son's to go straight out of business before it even opens, I want you to stay out of what's going on between Xiaoyingchun and me. Please, give Xiaoyingchun enough respect. These words managed to irritate Zhao Chengfeng. Did I not respect her? When I came today, did I say one wrong thing about her? I just want you to bring your sister with you the next time you have dinner with his family. What's wrong with that? Dai Hengxin scratched his head in annoyance. Indeed, Zhao Chengfeng hadn't said a single wrong word about Xiaoyingchun today, but her attitude of looking down on Xiaoyingchun had managed to teach Dai Yanning. When she faced Xiaoyingchun in the future, she would definitely present it as well. Favorably, this hadn't happened yet, and he didn't even have the right to point a finger. After circling back and forth in place twice, he suddenly decided to show his cards. Mom, I like Xiaoyingchun, I want her to be my girlfriend. Zhao Chengfeng managed to be shocked. Huh? Dai Hengxin said again, I like Xiaoyingchun, I want her to be my girlfriend. Zhao Chengfeng was anxious. Son, are you crazy? What exactly is her situation now? Are you clear? Where did she get all that stuff from? Do you understand? After she sells those things for money, how much of it will she keep for herself? And how much will she give to the people behind her? Have you figured that out yet? Also, the person behind her can come up with so many goodies. How do you know if he's handy? Have you thought about the consequences of touching his woman out of the blue? A series of questions dazed Dai Hengxin. He really hadn't thought about that. But he's not running to Xiaoyingchun's money from selling antiques. Dai Hengxin whole lost, even his own mother to go he did not send. When Xiaomei returned after sending Zhao Chengfeng, she carefully explained to Dai Hengxin, Cousin, I didn't do it on purpose, it's just that great aunt, she told me to talk to her about anything. Dai Hengxin waved his hand, saying that it was okay, but in his heart, he decided, when this auction is over, he will let Xiaomei go. What's the point of keeping such employees who want to please both sides and will betray their bosses? Radicalize family conflict? He didn't have much of an image to lean back in his boss's chair, his feet resting directly on the desk, fuming. The real mom was right, too. Where the hell did Xiaoyingchun's stuff come from? What the hell is the man behind her doing with her? Was it because of the man behind her that she rejected herself so firmly? Dai Hengxin covered his face with his hands and felt like he couldn't see the future. Xiaoyingchun knew nothing about this. She returned home and opened the store directly and began the half day of guarding the store. For the next few days, Xiaoyingchun was just like the owner of an unusual kiosk, responsible for opening the store, ordering takeout or making some food for himself every day, and then closing the store for the rest of the day when it was time. A week went by and it was finally the first day of the auction. Dai Hengxin came over to pick up Xiaoyingchun at 4 p.m. On the dot, an auction was to be held tomorrow, and she, Dai Hengxin, and He Liangtsong needed to be there early. 3 people have to go through all the processes and make sure things are okay. When Dai Hangxing picked up Xiao Yingchun, he looked at the light green cotton and linen skirt Xiao Yingchun was wearing and politely reminded, "Tomorrow's occasion is very important. In a moment we'll go buy a dress first?" Xiao Yingchun looked down at her clothes and readily accepted good advice. Good. An hour later, Dai Hangxing drove his car directly to the best shopping mall in Yong'an City and took Xiao Yingchun into an upscale store of Chinese clothing. The tall and slender waitress came up to receive. "Sir, what kind of clothes do you want to choose for your girlfriend?" "A cheongsam, the kind you wear to parties. Something dignified." Dai Hangxing made his needs clear in a few words, and the waiter immediately led Xiao Yingchun to the most expensive side. "Ma'am, this is a silk cheongsam, and over here is a chambray one, see which one you like and try them both." Xiao Yingchun looked at the obviously dark-colored cheongsam in front of her. Once upon a time, she would never have looked at this type of clothing. However, thinking that many of tomorrow's auctions will be of ancient jewelry types, Xiao Yingchun had to take the ones recommended by the waiter in her hands. "I'll try them all." A few moments later, Xiao Yingchun walked out of the fitting room wearing a cheongsam. Looking at the woman with a graceful body and gentle temperament in front of him, Dai Hangxing's eyes flashed with amazement. Xiao Yingchun tugged at the sleeves and hem of the dress and looked at herself in the mirror. Surprisingly, she looked unexpectedly good. She tried a few more, and Dai Hangxing pointed to a scarlet fragrant cloud gauze and a green silk one and said, "These two, buy them? Match them with 2 more pairs of shoes." "Shoes are a good idea, sheepskin heels in the same color go well with it." "Waiter, get the check," said Dai Hangxing about to pay the bill. Xiao Yingchun's eyes were quick. "If you want to pay the bill, I don't want it." Dai Hangxing's hand paused, trying to convince her, "You bought this for tomorrow's event, and I suggested it, so it's only right that I pay for it." Xiao Yingchun, however, insisted on paying the bill herself. "I'll do it myself, I really don't need you to send me." Dai Hangxing had no choice but to watch Xiao Yingchun pay the bill himself. The waiter was surprised in his heart. 2 pairs of shoes plus 2 skirts, but also more than 20,000, obviously men are willing to pay the bill. This girl actually refused? That's not very often. Xiao Yingchun took the clothes out, and Dai Hangxing happened to hang up the phone. "Xiao said he's waiting for us at the hotel, so we'll go over there now?" "Good." The group of 3 met at the hotel and confirmed with the wedding company's side about the on-site setup before asking May to finalize tomorrow's scheduling and reception arrangements. At this time, the auctioneer also came, and surprisingly, she was also a beauty with an excellent temperament. The beauty wore a moon-white cheongsam and a complete set of pearl jewelry. The whole person looked gentle and delicate. Xiao Yingchun all looked dumbfounded. The beauty is called Zhou Muwen. After both sides introduced each other, Zhou Muwen smiled and took the initiative to extend her hand. "Miss Xiao, nice to meet you." Xiao Yingchun laughed dryly. "Nice to meet you. I didn't expect Ms. Xiao to have her own business already at such a young age. It's really admirable." "Young mister. When will you take me to get rich too?" Saying that, Zhou Muwen playfully winked with He Liangsong. He Liangsong was surprised and enjoyed Zhou Muwen's bragging. Couldn't help but grin. "I am also the one who was taken. If you want to get rich, you should look for Mr. Dai and Mr. Xiao." Zhou Muwen slightly surprised, looking at Dai Hangxing and Xiao Yingchun smile unchanged. "Dai total, Xiao total, auction I am a professional, this time I must try to do the work. If the effect is good, remember to look for me next time too." From Zhou Muwen's address, the 3 know in their hearts, she is most valued by He Liangsong, then Dai Hangxing, and finally Xiao Yingchun, who was piggybacked. Just how Zhou Muwen would not have thought that when she saw Xiao Yingchun again at the auction house, Xiao Yingchun already had so much influence. That's an afterthought for now. A few people checked the process for tomorrow and went to dinner. A meal to eat the guests and hosts. Zhou Muwen emotional intelligence is very high, very able to take care of the emotions of the people present, will not let any sentence fall on the ground. Dai Hangxing is also a long-sleeved man, and He Liangsong is even more of a human being. Only Xiao Yingchun, in front of the 3 emotionally intelligent big shots, was as weak as an innocent little white flower. To say that do not envy the ability of Zhou Muwen is false, but Xiao Yingchun also know, such a girl, the family situation must not be bad, and should be from the family of high knowledge. Some people are born in Rome, others never reach Rome in their entire lives, no comparison. Lamenting in her heart, Xiao Yingchun listened attentively to the 3 of them chatting away on her face. Zhou Muwen, however, suddenly pulled the topic to Xiao Yingchun. "If Mr. Xiao is willing, he can wear those jewels directly on the field tomorrow. They'll probably like those pieces of jewelry better when they see how they look on them, too." Xiao Yingchun backed off as soon as she heard it. "No way. I don't have the aura to suppress those things. All gold inlaid with gemstones, suitable for that kind of atmospheric calm people rich flower temperament, their own such at most a small family? Where can I get the heavy gold and gemstone jewelry to match that?" Zhou Muwen pursed her lips and smiled. "In fact, the so-called aura can also be faked, practiced and practiced. Get used to it, the aura naturally comes." Xiao Yingchun still refused. Rather, it was Dai Hangxing who was tickled by these words, carefully sizing up Xiao Yingchun's appearance, recalling how she looked in her cheongsam, and giving pertinent advice. "It's appropriate for you to wear jewelry with pearls if you're wearing a cheongsam tomorrow." Xiao Yingchun then nodded. "Then I'll go buy a set of pearls later." Zhou Muwen immediately followed. "Shall I accompany you?" Xiao Yingchun thought about it and nodded. "Then I'll trouble Miss So." No trouble, no trouble. Girls, they love shopping the most. Zhou Muwen laughed again. The mall is right next to it, and on the first floor is the jewelry counter, which Dai Hengxin accompanied with He Liangson. Xiaoyingchen looked at the large and small pearls and was a little dazzled. The salesman recommended a complete set of earrings, necklace and ring. Not particularly large beads, looked gentle and showy. Xiaoyingchen thought it looked pretty good and said she wanted to buy it straight after wearing it. Dai Hengxin was busy trying to help pay the bill, but Xiaoyingchen insisted on buying it herself. A whole set of pearls costs $10,000. Xiaoyingchen does not want to take advantage of people like this. Dai Hengxin had no choice but to let Xiaoyingchen make the payment. Zhou Maoan looked slightly surprised in her heart. Apparently she didn't expect Xiaoyingchen to reject the gifts sent by Dai Hengxin. You should know that Dai Hengxin is also considered capable among the young people. Although it is not as big as the He family, it is not bad. Why wouldn't someone like Xiaoyingchen, who at first glance hadn't socialized much with high society, accept Dai Hengxin's overtures? Instead, He Liangson took the initiative to say that he wanted to send Zhou Muwen a pearl necklace, and Zhou Muwen accepted it with a smile. A gesture of goodwill from Yi Xiao was not something she would refuse. That night everyone stayed at the hotel and had a silent night. In the late afternoon of the following day, after a few people casually ate something, Xiaoyingchen appeared at the auction site in a cheongsam wearing pearls. Guests are coming in the evening, and this is the moment when you need to make sure that the whole process has not been overlooked. Xiaomei, jeans and small white shoes, was so busy at the venue that she froze for a moment when she saw Xiaoyingchen walk in all dressed in a cheongsam. Obviously such Xiaoyingchen was completely different from what she had seen before. Zhou Muwen then also walked in. She is also wearing a cheongsam today, and on her neck she is wearing the very necklace that He Xiao sent. Unlike Xiaoyingchen, she wore exquisite full makeup, very different from Xiaoyingchuan's state of only having eyebrows and lipstick. Seeing Xiaoyingchuan's appearance, Zhou Muwen slightly surprised then, took the initiative to come over to hold Xiaoyingchuan's arm. Mr. Xiao, your skin can be really good, no need to powder. Surprisingly look at the good looking also like this. Not waiting for Xiaoyingchen to be modest, she laughed again, but this is a more formal occasion today, so if you don't mind my bad handiwork, I'll help you make up for it again? Xiaoyingchuan's own makeup level wasn't good to begin with, and when she heard this, she immediately agreed. The two went to the dressing room, and not long after, Xiaoyingchen looked at herself in the mirror and her eyes widened in surprise. Your level is too good. Xiaoyingchen daily makeup are only painted eyebrows and lipstick. Zhou Maoan see her base is good, also did not give her foundation, only used some eyeshadow, and painted eyeliner, with false eyelashes. All of a sudden Xiaoyingchuan's pair of eyes became an imploring look. Zhou Maoan also knows how to do hairstyles, and quickly gave Xiaoyingchen a high skull-topped coiffure. It looked like it was casual, but it complemented Xiaoyingchuan's face well and complemented the cheongsam. Zhou Muwen himself looked dumbfounded. Look at you, this face, such a painting. Which man is not confused? Xiaoyingchen laughed at her comment, which is so exaggerated. You're the one who really looks good. Zhou Muwen nudged the tip of her pen. My that good looking is makeup painted, yours is called natural beauty. Well, bragging about each other and whatnot, it is easy to make oneself meaty. Xiaoyingchen sensibly changed the topic. Let us go and look at what we are going to auction tonight. The two left arm in arm, neither noticing that Xiaomei in the corner was looking at Xiaoyingchen with eyes so sour they were dropping. It's one thing to look at picture books and presentations before, it's another thing to see them in the flesh. Zhou Muwen was also dumbfounded as she looked at the jewelry that was opened one by one. She hadn't seen many finely crafted sets of antique jewelry in gold with gemstones like this. Hairpins, stepsticks, rows of combs, earrings, bracelets, rings. This is too beautiful. Why are there scratches on this hairpin? This is too careless. Zhou Muwen suddenly discovered a flaw, and immediately sighed with regret. Xiaoyingchen let out a dry laugh. Yeah, it's also too careless. Dai Hengxin is right, a brain in the box is easy to bump each other scratched. After confirming everything, Zhou Maoan didn't chat with Xiaoyingchen. She began to take the manuscript she had written and entered the workstate. She's going to start familiarizing herself with the script and the order again. Xiaoyingchen had nothing to do, so she sat on a stool on one side of the lower head and waited. Dai Hengxin hurriedly let a man in at this time. It was Elder He. Xiaoyingchen got up in shock. Didn't the auction start in the evening? Why is he here so early? Elder He, dressed in a satin tang suit, walked in unhurriedly and saw Xiaoyingchen at a glance. Xiaoyingchen dressed like this also made Master Yi froze for a moment before he laughed. Yo, when the little girl dresses up, she immediately looks like a big boss. He Lao, why are you still laughing at people? Xiaoyingchen pursed her lips and smiled. This isn't a joke, I'm serious. He said he was serious, but the smile out of the corner of his eyes made it impossible to connect with the word serious. Luckily, Elder He quickly started talking about business, and he really did have something to come. It turned out that he had given those albums to a few of his close friends, but they were accidentally seen by another great collector, Master Dong. That collector's home base is not comparable to that of an ordinary person, and his collection of various antiques could open a museum. In order to put his antiques, he bought a several-entry quadrangle in the capital specifically to put things in. The Dana was curious about a couple of the porcelain vases and jars in them, so he said he'd come and take a look. Master he also came early on purpose, just to ask Xiaoying-chun, is there anything that is not in this album? Something better? Xiaoying-chun immediately looked at Dai Hengxin when she heard this. Dai Hengxin was also in a difficult position. That box, if taken out in public, would easily cause trouble, but that elder Dong was no ordinary person. After thinking about it, Dai Hengxin looked around to make sure no one was nearby before lowering his voice and asking, can you talk to Elder Dong? It can't be put up for sale at the auction, but it can be shown to him in private? Then there's definitely no problem. Elder he was instantly happy. If Elder Tongue can see it, won't he be able to see it too? Whether you buy it or not is another story. It's a blessing to see it. At the thought of this, Elder he was so happy that he immediately went to make the call. Not long after, Master he returned with a fluttering brow, they'll be over in a moment, you arrange a room for them, just at this hotel. Dai Hengxin thought about it and personally arranged to go. Master he was so close to Xiaoying-chun at this time that he came over to her side to talk to her, mainly talking about the things he had collected in his own home. Xiaoying-chun didn't really know much about antiques, but she wasn't a spoilsport, and politely nodded her head frequently, emming and agreeing. Elder he spoke happily but not foolishly, and only after finishing did he ask, you don't understand any of this? Xiaoying-chun didn't hide it either. Indeed, I don't know much about it. The only one in our company who understands this is Mr. Dai. So where did you get all that stuff? Xiaoying-chun smiled without saying anything. Elder he touched his nose, if you don't say it, just show me when the time comes. Xiaoying-chun sort of found out that the old man in front of him looked like a child. How to look at it does not look like once in the political world of the people who have made a big difference. Her look was too frank, and Elder he saw through her thoughts at a glance. What, dislike my old man for talking too much? Xiaoying-chun hemmed and hawed, not really, it's just different from the first time I saw you. So what do you think I should look like? Elder he spoke and even ended it. Not to mention, when this end is up, the sense of majesty of being in a high position comes immediately. Xiaoying-chun pointed at him, right, that's the way it is. Master Yi's shoulders collapsed and he immediately laughed. That's all pretending to others. Now I'm not a leader anymore, I'm just a little old man. What am I pretending for? Aren't you tired? Ha ha ha. Xiaoying-chun wanted to laugh out loud 3 times, such old people were really cute and easy to get along with. But he didn't know that as soon as Dai Hengxin, who had booked a room and returned, walked into the decorated auction room, he saw Elder He raising his eyebrows and glaring at his strange expression, as well as Xiaoying-chun grinning from ear to ear. Dai Hengxin was like seeing a ghost. Master He still had such a down-to-earth side? But why do you feel respect from the bottom of your heart whenever you see him? Asterisk. He Liang-song, who arrived later, also saw this scene and couldn't help but mutter out a national curse. Dai Hengxin turned his head and saw He Liang-song's dumbfounded expression, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, you've never seen your grandfather like this either? He Liang-song gurgled, it's not like I haven't seen it before. It's just that every time he sees his grandfather like this, he's all tingly inside, always afraid that he's going to put on a Sichuan opera face turn. Who wouldn't be scared to see him? The only person he had seen so far who dared to laugh so much in front of his grandfather was Xiaoying-chun. Look at the way the back teeth are coming out of that smile, dare she laugh a little more freely? The scene was different again when it fell in the eyes of Mei, who was silently doing her final confirmation work in the corner. Both young girls, both born from ordinary families, why should she, Xiaoying-chun, be able to talk and laugh with these bigwigs, while she herself has to sit in the corner and work with a gray head? Not willingly, unconvinced. It was Zhou Muwen who was surprised to see this scene after coming out from her busy schedule. This person has been seen on TV before, but today, why is she smiling like this with a little girl? What's so funny? Zhou Muwen was not willing to miss the opportunity, and was busy adjusting her expression as she walked over, her face a flawless smile. Hello, may I ask if you are Elder He? I'm Zhou Muwen, tonight's auctioneer. It's a great honor to meet you. Elder He's smile slowly tightened as he nodded at Zhou Muwen. Hello. I've worked hard for you tonight. Obviously still smiling, obviously not deliberately, but there was an invisible sense of oppression that began to emanate. Zhou Muwen was standing directly across from her, and she only felt the pressure coming on. Without having to say anything more, Zhou Muwen knew his appearance had interrupted their exchange, and this old man was not happy. Zhou Muwen hurriedly excused herself. Xiaoying-chun waited for Zhou Muwen to be far away before she quietly said, you were quite scary just now. Yeah, I didn't say anything? Elder He adamantly denied it. You don't have to say anything, you just pose and people call you out. Seeing the two people chatting feverishly, He Liang-song poked Dai Hengxin's arm. Are you going over there? Dai Hengxin was unmoved. I wouldn't dare. What about you? You're not going over? He Liang-song shrunk his neck. I wouldn't dare. Dai Hengxin, I wouldn't dare. Come on, let's both go wait outside. The two big old men quietly turned their heads and pretend they were never there. Guests arrived quietly after dinner. Several MCs trained by Zhou Muwen immediately stepped forward to guide the seating, issuing number plates and tonight's bidding rules. Xiaoying-chun was still thinking about whether or not she wanted to go and help, but was pulled back by Master Yi. Don't go, just follow me tonight. Good. Xiaoying-chun could tell the difference between a big and a small king. Most of the people who came today were invited by Master He, except for Dai Hengxin's eldest uncle. Since this was the case, it would be much better for him to follow Elder He to greet him than to follow Dai Hengxin to socialize. As expected, because she was following Elder He, Xiaoyingchun was being curiously sized up and poked around by many people. Master He did not say that all these things are Xiaoyingchun took out, only said that this is the grandson's partner, he chatted, so he brought along to recognize people. Everyone had the good sense to give Xiaoyingchun enough respect. It wasn't long before Zhao Chengfeng led Dai Yanning along. As soon as she saw Elder He, Zhao Chengfeng's eyes lit up and pulled Dai Yanning over to greet him quickly. Old master, for you to come here today, you have really given our family Hengxin a great face. This is simply me. Yanning, you quickly call someone. This child is really Grandpa. He won't even call. Zhao Chengfeng's exaggerated tone and fluttering demeanor was even more exaggerated than acting in a stage play. Elder He's smile really tightened up a lot. No need to be polite, it's all for the sake of the child. You guys just go about your business. That unobtrusive sense of towering majesty was back. Zhao Chengfeng was really shocked and didn't dare to make a move, leading Dai Yanning to the side. But after she took her seat, she saw that Elder He was actually introducing Xiaoyingchun to someone who was obviously very important. Old Pei, this is Miss Xiao. She is a partner with my grandson and the proprietor of this auction tonight. Mom, what gives that Xiaoyingchun the right to follow Grandpa He around and recognize people? What is she? Dai Yanning got upset and spoke close to Zhao Chengfeng's ear. Zhao Chengfeng was even more upset. Obviously today this bureau was organized by his own son. Why did not Master He bring Dai Hengxin to identify people, and Xiaoyingchun to identify what people? After she befriends these people, does she just sell her stuff directly to these people in the future? Isn't this smashing your own family's rice bowl? There was also that Xiaoyingchun. Zhao Chengfeng really couldn't get enough of it. Isn't he just a kiosk owner? So what's the point of trying to climb up the social ladder? What are her qualifications? Looking at Dai Hengxin again, Zhao Chengfeng became even more angry. Dai Hengxin was clearly greeting the guests introduced by his eldest uncle Dai Wangnian from time to time, but his eyes seemed to be uncontrollable, looking in Xiaoyingchun's direction from time to time. A little girl who was adopted by a rich man could enter the Dai family's door. Zhao Chengfeng rolled her eyes in anger. The good thing was that she also knew that this was the most important time for her son, and that there was more to do until it was over. So Zhao Chengfeng warned Dai Yanning in a low voice, tonight is your brother's most important moment. If you're not happy about it, just bear with me and wait until the guests have left. I know. Dai Yanning agreed, but the aggrieved look was like someone had robbed her of several $1 million. She was looking at He Liangsong. Favorably, He Liangsong was also looking at Xiaoyingchun. This almost made Dai Yanning's heart explode with anger. It was in this eerie atmosphere that the auction began. It opens with a wall of Wada jade. This piece of jade is Hatan white jade, extremely oily and moist. The jade is carved with cloud pattern and dragon head mold. At a glance, it is not owned by an ordinary family. Zhou Muwen explained the size and age of the jade, while inviting everyone to come forward to see it. This piece of jade has been dated to the late Tang dynasty. Today can come are the collection of veterans, everyone listening to Zhou Muwen's introduction, but also only as a reference. They believe more in their own judgment. So a time flashlight, magnifying glass, all kinds of identification tools are used, have all kinds of identification of jade. Everyone was quite happy with the results of the appraisal. There was a lot of crosstalk and whispering. Xiaoyingchun had an impression of this jade, Fu Chainan said this was seized from the study in the home of the governor of Yangzhou. Apparently the governor liked it so much that he coiled it often. After the appraisals were completed and each returned to their positions, the auction began. The jade jewels start at a modest $50,000, $2,000 a hike. Immediately, someone was the first to raise his card, a friend brought over by Dai Wangnian. Someone started, and the follow-up was like an opening of the floodgates, with hearts and minds raising their hands. It didn't take long for the price to go up to $100,000. That's when those with a pickup mentality closed in. With such a hilarious scene of raising cards, it was obvious that everyone could see it as well. It was basically impossible to pick up this jade, because everyone knows what they're talking about. The ones left still holding up their cards are the ones who really like the stuff and are sure they want to buy it. 120,000. Someone raised the price by $20,000 in one go. The crowd looked over and realized it was a bearded bald man on Dai Wangnian's side. $130,000. A middle-aged friend brought by Elder He spoke up. 150,000. The white bearded bald man raised the price again, and with an aggressive air, clearly wanting to overwhelm the other party from the momentum. 200,000. The middle-aged friend directly increased the price by 50,000 without haste. The scene was quiet for a split second. Only Zhou Muwen on the stage still had a smiling face, methodically teasing everyone's emotions. This gentleman has shouted up to 200,000, Mr. No. 28, would you like another bite? Being ordered by someone, with eyes looking over. Where would the white-bearded bald man have the cheek not to raise the price? Immediately added another 50,000, 250,000, $300,000, 350,000. Soon, the price of the jade jewelry reached $500,000. Everyone was dumbfounded. It's only just begun, and the price is so high? The small third-tier prefecture-level city can fetch such a high price? Even Zhao Chengfeng was a bit excited at the moment. The first one bid up to this price, and there were so many more behind it? If we go on at this pace, won't it be easy for our son's new company to make a few $1,000,000 a month? It's not like Xiaoyingchen can't be tolerated if it's for the sake of money. In the end, the jade jewel was sold for $520,000. Seeing that the first treasure fetched such a high price, everyone became more and more curious about the things that followed. Xiaoyingchen sat on the chair by the corner, watching the tense and exciting interaction between above and below, a sound offer, often tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of amounts, so that people cannot help but get hot. It turns out that money can be spent this way in the world of the rich. He himself was not interested in it once upon a time, nor was he in that position to be interested. It's like opening a door to a new world. After the jade jewelry, there are jade pendant, jade song, jade penannular jade ring, belt buckle, and handles in the back. Prices range from tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars. After the jade auction, it was time for gold jewelry. A whole set of gold inlay gemstone jewelry was served on a black velvet tray. Everyone was stunned by the exquisite workmanship. It was really nice. 47. Buyers have come forward to identify them. After some appraisals, the auction program was entered. This set of gold jewelry is a 7-piece set with a starting bid of $100,000. Because it's a precious metal in its own right, the underlying value is there and many people are willing to buy it. Within a short time, the set of gold jewelry was successfully auctioned off for more than $600,000. Next is the second set, and the third set. With the gold jewelry auction over, we moved on to the porcelain section next. In the beginning, the porcelain was still relatively small, and slowly began to get bigger and more exquisite. Seeing the selling price of each lot getting higher and higher, everyone's enthusiasm was mobilized once again. Everyone's breath was held as the last pair of large porcelain jars with lids were placed on the stage. Nothing else, the pair of porcelain jars was too big and too complete. One even has to wonder if this is fake. This time, people can no longer go directly up to the appraisal, only those who are interested in the auction can go up one by one to appraise. Two tall and strong security black suit white gloves to the canister next to a stop. Go up to identify the buyers are unconsciously cautious, for fear of any accident, directly beaten. Soon, the auction for the pair of porcelain vases began. The starting bid was still $500,000, but it quickly shot up to $1 million. The number of people in the chaotic rush for the auction decreased, leaving only 2 people in a dead heat, neither of them refusing to back down. Xiaoyingchen took a look. Hey, it's that bald white-bearded guy again fighting with the middle-aged big brother over here. Two gentlemen with successful careers don't know what's going on, they have to overpower each other. It didn't take long for the price to shoot past $2 million. Xiaoyingchen even held her breath, deeply afraid that if she didn't pay attention, she would break the scene. Xiaoyingchen was like this, and so were all the other buyers who had been reduced to watching the show, all of them quietly watching the two sides go back and forth. Seeing that the price had rushed past $3 million and the increase in price was getting smaller and smaller, a young man in a suit suddenly raised his card, $3.5 million. Everyone froze and looked at the young man. Someone with a good memory suddenly thought of the man's origins and the idea of a good show popped up. Someone whispered, "Isn't this Master Dong's disciple?" Yeah, he also often represents Master Dong in some auction houses to auction things. It seems that Master Dong also has his eye on this pair of porcelain vases? Ah, that's a real master. Maybe this pair of porcelain vases is really good? So the other two, who were almost there, came on more and more. Soon the price shot past $4 million. In the end, the price of the pair of porcelain vases was set at $4,820,000. The younger man was slightly better and went up to do the paperwork. At this point, the entire auction ended with a total of nearly $30 million. Even if the auction house only receives a 25% commission from the buyer and seller, that's still about $7 million. Xiaoyingchuan's share of the company is only 30%, which works out to be more than $2 million, but as a seller she also has to pay a 10% commission, which is equivalent to handing over hundreds of thousands of dollars to the company again. After all the deductions, Xiaoyingchuan still has more than $20 million of auction money in his account. It's literally an overnight success. The crowd bid farewell to Elder He and Dai Wangyan, Dai Hengxin and the others, and each received their things and left. Dai Wangyan is also gone. Zhao Chengfeng, however, didn't want to leave because Elder He hadn't left yet. She came over to talk to Master He, but Master He didn't have time to pay attention to her, and instead took the initiative to come in front of Xiaoyingchen, the dog sneakingly urging in a low voice. "Xiao girl, hurry up, don't waste time." Xiaoyingchen looked at the time, it was past 10 o'clock at night. By the time we get back to Wanxian, it will be after 11 o'clock, is it appropriate to pull Master Dong over at this time? Grandpa He, why don't we go tomorrow? It's nighttime and the light is bad, so don't get sidetracked. What's wrong with the light? Isn't there a flashlight then? Go go go. Xiaoyingchen could sort of see that if he didn't let them see it, he guessed that they wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. She looked over at the young man in the suit, who was also looking over at Xiaoyingchen, a decent smile and expectant look on his face. Just now it was the young man who was the one who raised his card at the critical moment and pushed that last pair of blue and white porcelain vases hard up to $4 million. What about people making themselves money? People don't care. What do they care? Just go. Seeing Xiao Yingchen nodding, Master, he became even more excited. Then we're leaving now? What about that old Master Dong? Xiao Yingchen was remembering that old master was the main character. The young man spoke, I'm going up to ask the teacher now, so please send Mr. He a locator to me later. Good. Elder he agreed and added the young man's WeChat before pulling Xiao Yingchen to leave. When Zhao Changfeng saw the young man who had auctioned off the double jar of porcelain and mastery talking around Xiao Yingchen, she thought it was something important, and she could only wait a short distance away. Who knew that in a flash the young man would pull his legs out and walk away? Turning back again, he saw Elder He pulling Xiao Yingchen, with He Liangsong following behind. Surprisingly, they were going to walk together. What do you mean? Aren't they all auctioned off? How is there a follow-up activity? Since there was a follow-up, why didn't my own son come along? Are they going to deal alone without their son? Zhao Changfeng was aware that Xiao Yingchen had something in her hand, and was anxious at the moment, pulling Xiao Yingchen back and forcing out a smile. Ms. Sha, where are you going? Xiao Yingchen looked at Zhao Changfeng in consternation. Of course I'm going for something. What's up? What's it got to do with you? Zhao Changfeng's persistent questioning made everyone look sideways. Elder he couldn't help but look at Zhao Changfeng. I'm asking girl Xiao to go with me for something. Do I need to report to you? Zhao Changfeng did not expect Elder He to make an issue of it, and he busily loosened his grip on Xiao Yingchuan's arm and smiled sarcastically. I'm not curious to see that Hengxin didn't go along. Elder He pointed at Dai Hengxin, who was busy directing the delivery of the lots, clearing the accounts, and making amends. Is he free now? Dai Yanning also felt humiliated at this moment, and busily pulled her mother behind her, her mouth full of complaints. Mom, what are you doing? Grandpa he and the others must have their own business. Zhao Changfeng gave Dai Yanning a hateful look. Unproductive thing. He hadn't even said he wanted her yet, but she had turned her elbow first. What's the point? Zhao Changfeng obediently took a step back, but her mouth deliberately said, You, are very considerate of your Tsong brother. He Liangsong simply did not pick up the fight, as if he did not hear it, his hands picking at the phone, his fingers busy, the corners of his mouth with a smile, and he did not know who he was sending messages to. Only then did Elder He leave with Xiao Yingchen. Xiao Yingchen came to Yangon City all alone. She can't tell people that she can pull out that thing anytime? In order not to wear a gang, a large group of people accompanied the two big men back to Wanxian County overnight. In order to reassure Master Dong, Master He let He Liangsong directly book the best suite at the best Haitian hotel in Wanxian County, and then let He Liangsong send Xiao Yingchen home to fetch things over. Xiao Yingchen brought something over. It was 12 o'clock. In the time of being a thief business, Xiao Yingchen said heart-tired. On her way, she sent a message to Dai Hengxin asking what if Master Dong wants to buy it? Dai Hengxin came straight back at her with, if he's willing to buy, you can just sell. Master Dong's connections in the circle were unrivaled, so as long as he dared to accept it, there would be no problem. The most sensitive thing in this circle is what grave robbers dig up. As long as it's not something that comes out of a grave, a well-connected collector isn't too afraid of it. They naturally have their own way of identifying whether something is from inside a grave or not. Xiao Yingchen was relieved. By the time we got to the hotel suite, it was 1 in the morning. As soon as Xiao Yingchen entered the room, several people's gazes looked at her in unison, and then in the next second their gazes all fell on the black gym bag that Xiao Yingchen was carrying. It was the same one Dai Hengxin had given himself last time. The old man sitting on the sofa in the center has a head full of white hair, but he has a smiling face and looks quite easygoing, so he should be Master Dong. Elder He got up first and came over to introduce, this is Xiao Yingchen, a partner of my family's Xiao Tsong that auction company. It's also the provider of the collection being auctioned tonight. Master Dong got up and took the initiative to extend his hand. Miss Xiao, I'm sorry to trouble you to make the trip at this late hour. Being watched by so many people, Xiao Yingchen was inexplicably nervous, gave a dry smile and carefully placed the bag on the ground. You being able to come as a support to our company and me, I can't thank you enough. The zipper pulls open, the box holds out. Xiao Yingchen opens the box and carefully pushes it over. You see? A pearl jewelry box was presented in front of everyone, and everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. This is too beautiful. Master Dong also carefully began to appraise it. Another light and a magnifying glass to look not only outside, but inside as well. After hating all the edges and corners, Master Dong frowned slightly. Everywhere is right. There's just one thing that I would like to ask him. Miss Xiao, go ahead. This conch shell box's wrapping looks like it was often used by someone who coiled and played, but this wrapping is slightly less aged. May I ask what is the reason for this? Xiao Yingchen blinked. I don't know. Then may I ask where this studded box came from? Can Ms. Xiao tell us? Xiao Yingchen blinked again. My friend gave it to me. Master Dong. Others present. Who sends their friends something so expensive as soon as they give it away? Can I have one of these friends? After glancing at each other, everyone silently speculated, maybe a boyfriend? This dude's got a lot of money to spend on girls. Master Dong pointed to a new scratch inside the box. This scratch looks like it's new. May I ask what's going on? As soon as this was said, Xiaoying-chun was a little embarrassed. I didn't know the goods before. When my friend sent this box to me, it contained some jewelry. Not waiting for a few people to say anything, Xiaoying-chun added, it's those gold inlay gemstone jewelry auction today. Crowd. So this jewelry box is really the best use of things. When given to Xiaoying-chun, there is really jewelry inside. And our antique. MS. Shall this friend I wonder which collection expert? Master Dong became even more curious. Someone who could readily give away such a treasure-level antique box and a box of antique jewelry could not possibly be unknown. Xiaoying-chun replied dryly, this is not convenient to disclose. Crowd. Inevitably, everyone's attention had to be focused once again on this studded cedarwood jewelry box inlaid with gold and silver filigree. This is so good, it's almost mouth-watering to look at. To know the incense wood is extremely rare, not to mention a few sides of this box, not a tiny board spliced together, is a whole side of incense wood mortise and tenon jointed together. This is a precious material that you simply don't see in modern times. Not to mention the long, thick scent, which is not at all something you'd expect from a new object. Eventually, Master Dong spoke up, can MS. Shall part with this collection? That's looking at it and wanting to buy it. Xiaoying-chun nodded decisively, yes. I wonder how much MS. Shaw wants to sell it for? Xiaoying-chun was once again dry, your call. Everyone froze as soon as those words were uttered. No one expected Xiaoying-chun to be so forthcoming. But there were no cuties present. Who knew that this gave the pressure to Master Dong? As a well-known collector in China, Master Dong is known in the industry for being a man of the people. He never cajoled and cheated the other party on the basis of his own knowledge of the industry and the other party's amateurs. Master Dong's bid must be considered a price of conscience. Master Dong didn't push back any further, and after pondering for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth. Previously in the auction house appeared a few pieces of studded jewelry box, not as large as this, not as beautifully crafted, and certainly not the material of incense wood. At that time the auction price was 20 million. If you put this one up for auction, the price will definitely be more than $20 million, but with the current situation in the country, it may not be very convenient for you to put this one up for auction. Xiaoying-chun nodded in understanding. It's so valuable that if someone gets an eyeful and reports it or something, it's a lot of work to explain the source. So Master Dong finally looked at Xiaoying-chun, I'll offer $25 million for this collection, are you willing to let me have it? Xiaoying-chun once again showed a decisive side, okay. Crowd. Over $20 million, no hesitation, no bargaining, just a straight up yes. In favor of her, she agreed readily, but there was no look of excitement or surprise on her face. It's as if the box only sold for $2,500. It was the first time they had seen such a composed young lass. It is he Liangsong this often in the bar KTV pickup girls Cockney, send a lot of little girls good things, also have not seen such a calm. Everyone unanimously came to the conclusion that this girl was not simple. Master Dong smiled and nodded, his eyes looking deeply at Xiaoying-chun, if Miss Xiao still has anything good, you can call my number. With that, Master Dong handed Xiaoying-chun a business card. There are very few people who still use business cards these days. Xiaoying-chun took it with both hands, and on this black hot-stamped business card, there was only one name and one phone number. Dong Chunfeng. Tell. Thank you, Master Dong. If there is something good, I will look for you. Xiaoying-chun agreed with a smile. The box was sold at such a high price, plus the proceeds of the previous auction, it was tens of millions of dollars. Xiaoying-chun didn't feel like he had to sell antiques anymore lately. We're rich. Elder he took the initiative to speak, congratulations to Master Dong for receiving another treasure, it's late now, why don't we take our leave? Good, hard work, old he. Thanks a lot and many thanks. Huang Li. Huang Li, the disciple who had previously auctioned off the blue and white porcelain double jars in place of Master Dong, handed over a few boxes. Grandmaster Dong, this is a small meeting gift from me to a few of you, please don't mind. Huang Li handed over several boxes one by one, and several people smiled and thanked him, saying that Master Dong gave them to him, and that they must collect them properly. Xiaoying-chun opened the small box to find inside a string of Hatian jade, beautifully carved in the shape of a lotus flower. Xiaoying-chun put it on casually. Saying goodbye from the hotel, it was already close to 2 o'clock, Xiaoying-chun missed the drowsiness, this time in high spirits. He Liangsong sent Xiaoying-chun home, and Master he slept directly in the hotel. Late at night in Wanxian County, street lights are bright and pedestrians are scarce. Mr. Xiao, you are now worth $10 million, don't ignore me when you get rich in the future. He Liangsong drove while flirting with his mouth, but there was still a residual shock in his heart. In just one day, Xiaoying-chun made over $50 million. Such a skill he had never seen before anyway. Coupled with the fact that Xiaoying-chun appeared so calm the entire time, it made he Liangsong even more impressed. The other young girl was only 24 years old, and she hadn't seen much of the world at such a young age, yet she was able to be so calm in front of such amazing wealth. Compared to that, he had really wasted so many years in the past. Xiaoying-chun drove the car and turned her head to glance at he Liangsong. Don't worry, I'll be begging you a lot more in the future. No problem, just tell me what you can use me for. He Liangsong immediately came energized, looking sideways at Xiaoying-chun. Xiaoyingchen grinned, don't rush, wait until I think of something. Back at the kiosk, Xiaoyingchen watched He Liangsong turn around and leave before entering the house. Just after entering the supermarket, Xiaoyingchen saw a note on the counter. The ancient and robust script was obviously left by Fu Chenan. It turned out that Fu Chenan had come, saying that she was not at home, so he went back first, and he would come back tomorrow night. Xiaoyingchuan's heart is vaguely lost. I did not expect Fu Chenan to come tonight, but I missed it. However, thinking that Fu Chenan will still come tomorrow, Xiaoyingchun again some expectations. Some days did not see Fu Chenan, he can now come over, should be almost good, right? With this anticipation, Xiaoyingchun went to sleep. When Xiaoyingchun woke up early the next day, when she opened her cell phone, she found that Dai Hengxin and He Liangsong had sent messages over, saying that they wanted to make a dinner date today, and that the three of them would summarize the follow-up of this auction. Xiaoyingchun planned up, to share the money? Then we won't be sleepy. Xiaoyingchun first messaged them back, asking where? What time? Dai Hengxin's phone call came the next second, asking if Xiaoyingchun had eaten breakfast yet. Xiaoyingchun had just gotten up and naturally hadn't eaten, so Dai Hengxin asked her out for Cantonese morning tea. The place is in the Haitian hotel where the conch jewelry box was sold yesterday. Washing out the door, Xiaoyingchun a green cotton and linen skirt into the hotel's tea house to find a private room, shocked to find that Master He and Master Dong are actually there. Dai Hengxin smiled and explained, I didn't realize that both bigwigs were there, so it just happened to come together. After a good night's sleep, Xiaoyingchun was in high spirits at this moment and greeted the two old men with a smile. Master Dong looked at Xiaoyingchun's dress and smiled, Miss Xiao is my noble person, come and sit down. Xiaoyingchun took his seat, and we ate and chatted about some of the small stories of collecting in the antique industry. Nothing more than who picked up, who hit the eye, and now and then a few new terms, Xiaoyingchun even guessed, listening to a lot of energy. Master Dong spoke with Elder He for a while and took the initiative to ask Xiaoyingchun, Miss Xiao is also someone who has quite a few good things, I wonder if she would be willing to share an exchange with our old man in the future. Xiaoyingchun was busy nodding her head, willing to be 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 willing. She really knew nothing about it, and the only thing she relied on was that her stuff was really from ancient times. Make her pay for antiques? That's impossible. Beating to death is not an option, but knowing more or less is better than knowing nothing at all. During the meeting Master He took the initiative to invite Master Dong to visit the He family. Master Dong had also heard about the old He family mansion, so he readily agreed. Of course, Elder He also warmly invited Xiaoyingchun to go with Dai Hengxin. Naturally, the two men did not refuse, and after the meal they went together. Only then the plan to split the money for the day goes out the window. The old He family house, a courtyard set in a courtyard, the backyard against a beautiful stone mountain, but also built a road all the way up. The mountain also built a pavilion. Under the personal leadership of Elder He, the group visited the circle, and then began to enter the treasure appreciation and exchange session. To our surprise, Xiaoyingchun actually saw the gold ingots in Master He's place as well. Looking at that gold ingot, it was surprisingly similar to the one he had sold to Dai Hengxin. I heard that Elder Ho spent nearly $700,000 on this gold ingot. Xiaoyingchun looked at Dai Hengxin in surprise. 10 taels of gold ingots he bought only 700,000, then Dai Hengxin received his own gold ingots to 800,000 apiece, is not a loss? Xiaoyingchun quietly asked Dai Hengxin, you gave me 800,000 apiece, is it a loss? Deliberately overpaying me? Dai Hengxin in front of Master He's face is not good to say more, so he had to bite his ear with Xiaoyingchun, there is no such thing. Don't be anxious, turn around and I'll tell you in detail. Xiaoyingchun, however, was afraid that Dai Hengxin was deliberately consoling himself, and when the two bigwigs were almost done discussing, Xiaoyingchun asked for advice. Gentlemen, I have a gold ingot, I don't know how much it's worth, can you take a look for me? Dai Hengxin's face changed slightly, she even brought gold ingots on her body? Xiaoyingchun had already pulled out a gold ingot from the bag he was carrying as he spoke. It's the same as the one we sold to Dai Hengxin before. The two old men didn't expect Xiaoyingchun to be able to pull out a gold ingot with his hands, and after looking at each other in shock, they looked at the gold ingot on the table. Dai Hengxin's heart is not very comfortable. Xiaoyingchun, this is not trust themselves? Xiaoyingchun thought more than anything else, Dai Hengxin had probably suffered a loss. She had to prove it on the spot and then refund him the extra money she had given herself. He is not a poor man now, he can't take advantage and pretend he doesn't know. Elder He and Master Dong both appraised it seriously. Two old men of similar grades got together, discussed and identified, and finally came to a unanimous conclusion. It's very rare, and I haven't seen it anywhere else except for the same one I saw at a collector's home earlier, saying it was a new acquisition. One of this color, this kind of stock, can give up to $950,000. Xiaoyingchun breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that Dai Hengxin didn't suffer. Dai Hengxin's heart, however, lifted. The price of those gold ingots was surprisingly high. In fact, Dai Hengxin sold them for up to $1 million apiece. Open for business, he definitely wants to make money. But would Xiaoyingchun feel that he had taken great advantage of her because of this? If she gets upset with herself for it, While Dai Hengxin was a bit nervous, he saw Xiao Yingchen curiously asking for advice. If more of this kind of gold ingot survived, wouldn't it also be worthless? Master Dong couldn't help but laugh. This is a gold ingot after all, no matter how large the stock is, it can't be worthless. Master he also laughed. No matter how worthless it is, selling it by the gram, it can't be too cheap. Xiao Yingchen put down his heart. That's good. She had so much more in her little time mart stash that she'd be crying if it wasn't worth something. But since you can't sell more than you can afford in this channel, let's change the channel. Xiao Yingchen was calculating in his mind, but his face was smiling as he prepared to put the gold ingot away. Master, he pointed at the gold ingot. Master Dong doesn't want to take it? Master Dong smiled. He could tell that Elder he was interested in this, so he just let it go. If Elder brother he wants to take it, and Miss Xiao is willing to part with it, it's also possible. Xiao Yingchen made so much money yesterday thanks to Master Yi's blessing. How could she refuse? Immediately agreed. As long as Grandpa he wants it, I'll sell it. Then I really want it. Oh, Elder, he said this to Xiao Yingchen, and also to Master Dong. Master Dong smiled and reached out his hand. Old brother he, please. Master he transferred money to Xiao Yingchen on the spot. Coming out of the he mansion, Dai Hengxin was unusually silent. Xiao Yingchen guessed it was because of the gold ingot thing, couldn't help but take the initiative to explain to him. I sold it to Master he also because he looked at it, not because I didn't want to sell it to you. I have another one here, and I'll give it to you at $800,000, okay? This time it was Dai Hengxin's turn to be shocked. You know they can buy your gold ingots at $950,000 apiece, and you're still willing to sell them to me at $800,000 apiece? Xiao Yingchen grinned. What's not to like about that? Dai Hengxin was a little confused about her, and simply pulled over to the side of the road with a complicated expression. Actually, I sold those gold ingots you sold me for $1 million apiece. I made $200,000 each. You don't blame me for eating too hard? Xiao Yingchen was surprised. If you sell this price, it's only 20% profit. Where is it considered ruthless? Besides, you're in business, not charity, so if you don't make the difference, won't you lose your ass? You don't blame me? Dai Hengxin was even more shocked. Xiao Yingchen actually thought this was normal? Xiao Yingchen nodded. The credit for this auction being such a success goes to you. I didn't do anything but bring out the stuff. You're the one who made this auction company, and you're also the one who pulled He Liangsong in, and indirectly pulled an Elder He and the connections behind him. With all the things you did up front, that's why I sold those for so much money. How can I blame you when I can't even thank you enough? Dai Hengxin stared closely at Xiao Yingchuan's complexion, certain that she wasn't faking, and settled down slightly in his heart. No matter what, I definitely won't screw you over. I trust you. Xiao Yingchuan's eyes were all trust, but only trust. Dai Hengxin felt both comforted and lost in his heart. If the two really had a man and woman, Xiao Yingchuan would definitely be unhappy that she was earning her difference. But Xiao Yingchuan is not happy at all. On the contrary, she is very reasonable, and even willing to sell the gold ingots again at the original price to their own. Xiao Yingchuan is not treating himself as one of us at all. Dai Hengxin opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything else and sent Xiao Yingchuan back to the Yingchuan commissary. Originally today was about He Liangsong. The three were ready to split the money, but who knew that Master He and Master Dong are together? The shareholders' meeting did not open. When Dai Hengxin was about to leave, he made an appointment with Xiao Yingchuan to find a place to settle the score together the next morning. Xiao Yingchuan waved her hand and watched Dai Hengxin leave, and while opening the door to the kiosk, she began to open up about what she would prepare for Fu Chainan to eat tonight. What kind of home cooking? All kinds of fried dishes. Even if that era have, Fu Chainan probably not very interested. How about getting some honey barbecued wings for Fu Chainan? KFC's is fine. Xiao Yingchuan said to do it. Directly on the takeaway ordered 2-time delivery buy one get one free wings bucket, a copy of 10 baked wings plus 10 fried wings, to 2, it is almost the same. I bet he's never had a burger before, so why don't you try one for him? When I think of the weird texture of my first burger, I just thought that sauce was bad and I almost didn't throw up. I wonder if Fu Chainan would be uncomfortable eating the sauce in that burger. With Fu Chainan's possible reactions in her head, Xiao Yingchuan couldn't help but be happy. Ms. Xiao, what's so delightful? The sudden voice made Xiao Yingchuan look up in surprise, only to find a familiar face coming in. Zhao Chengfeng. Zhao Chengfeng's chin was raised high, and she looked at Xiao Yingchuan with accusations in her eyes, as well as hidden anger. Xiao Yingchuan was puzzled, but for the sake of Grandpa Zhao and Dai Hengxin, she didn't say anything, but stood up and politely shouted, "Hello Auntie Zhao. I was ordering takeout just now." "Oh, what kind of delicious food did you order?" Zhao Chengfeng asked again after him. Xiao Yingchuan is vaguely uncomfortable. What takeout to order this kind of thing? And Zhao Chengfeng in no relationship, she so pursued. Why? No sense of boundaries? Or do you feel that you don't need to have a sense of respect and boundaries for yourself? With an annoyed mind, Xiao Yingchuan still said, ordered KFC's barbecued wings. Zhao Chengfeng snorted coldly. It's better to eat less junk food. Xiao Yingchuan was almost about to say something back, but she held her tongue and held her breath. Is Auntie Zhao going to buy something? Just take what you see, no need to be polite. All of this here combined isn't enough to cover the amount of money my Hengxin made for you yesterday, right? I won't take advantage of this small favor. Xiao Yingchun stopped talking and looked straight at Zhao Chengfeng. Zhao Chengfeng was stared at by her and couldn't help but say, "What are you looking at me like that for?" Xiao Yingchun faintly reminded, "For this auction, Dai Hengxin and I did sign a confidentiality agreement, he has the obligation to keep it secret. It doesn't matter who he told in private, what matters is how many people the story ends up with. If I had heard from anyone in Midtown that I had sold those things, I would have appealed for $3 million in damages." "What do you mean? Could you have made so much money without my little new family?" Zhao Chengfeng couldn't help but sound all loud at Xiao Yingchuan's threatening words, which made her feel weak and fried. Xiao Yingchuan's voice was not loud and unhurried. "This auction, the company has auctioned off a total of nearly $30 million, all of which was provided by me. The company collects a total of 25% commission from both sides, which is equal to earning $7 million or so, and Dai Hengxin takes 40% of the shares, which means that he has earned more than $2 million. Are you trying to say that only Dai Hengxin can sell my stuff, and I can't sell it if I go to another auction house? Or are you trying to say that Dai Hengxin can collect so many antiques at any time, make such a large-scale auction, and then make over $2 million every month?" Zhao Chengfeng. She is middle-aged and not a cutie pie. Naturally, she knows that her son was only a small business before, and he could make money, but it was all unstable because he couldn't receive good goods, much less make millions at every turn. "The most money my son has ever made is probably this part of the year from Xiao Yingchuan's side." Zhao Chengfeng suddenly had some regrets. She didn't expect Xiao Yingchun to be so hard-headed, and her brain wasn't confused. But she was still indignant. "Being a person should know how to be grateful. You obviously earned so much money by relying on my family's xiaoxin. How can you cross the river and tear down the bridge? Sell something to someone else in private?" Xiao Yingchun raised her eyebrows. "My things are mine, am I not qualified to sell them to others? On what grounds? Besides, Dai Hengxin didn't say anything about who I sold anything to, so in what capacity are you telling me this?" Zhao Chengfeng was infuriated. "Aren't you just holding my family's xiaoxin in your sights, so you're pinning him down like this? Using him? What? After you're done using him, you're starting to go over him and do it yourself? Let me tell you, my Dai family is not that easy to bully. My Dai family's door isn't that easy to enter either." Xiao Yingchun simply do not fight, directly dialed Dai Hengxin's phone. Just listen to Dai Hengxin's surprise infinite hello sound, directly mention the requirements. "Your mom is here at my place for you, so come over here." After one sentence, Xiao Yingchun directly hung up the phone. Dai Hengxin was shocked, turned the car around and came to the Yingchun kiosk in the wind. Zhao Chengfeng was shocked. "I just talked to you for a couple of words, how do you still tell on me?" Xiao Yingchun looked cold. "You're not my mother, so who are you to accuse me like this? Since you have to dwell on it, let Dai Hengxin speak. If he can't make it clear either, I'll just withdraw my shares and let your son get rich alone from now on, making $7 million a month, all his, no one needs to share." Zhao Chengfeng was choked, and for a moment, she actually didn't know what to say. Thinking that Dai Hengxin would be here in a while, Zhao Chengfeng didn't want to argue with her son in front of outsiders, and even less willing to delay her son's career because of it, so she had to take the initiative to lower her voice. "It was a mistake in my thinking. I say sorry to you, you guys should cooperate." Xiao Yingchun waved her hand. There was nothing to say to her. "Let's wait for Dai Hengxin to come over before we talk about anything." Dai Hengxin came with the wind, and as soon as he got out of the car, he rushed to the store. Seeing Xiao Yingchun sitting quietly at the counter and his own mother and father sitting by the glass door, Dai Hengxin's heart was slightly certain. It's good that there was no quarrel. Only Dai Hengxin didn't know, it wasn't that they hadn't quarreled, it was that they had finished quarreling. Seeing Dai Hengxin coming over, Zhao Chengfeng sardonically got up. "Xiao Xian, why did you come so quickly?" Dai Hengxin first apologized to Xiao Yingchun. "Yingchun, sorry, my mother, her heart is small, think things are not so thorough." Zhao Chengfeng was so exasperated by these words that she wanted to speak again, but once she looked up to meet Dai Hengxin's eyes with accusation and pleading, she shut up. My son was angry that he seemed to be a little preoccupied. Dai Hengxin stepped forward and pulled Zhao Chengfeng away. "Mom, I'll send you back first." Zhao Chengfeng obediently followed Dai Hengxin into the car. When the car door closed, Zhao Chengfeng began to ramble. "I just heard that there came some Master Dong. They left you alone to see that Master Dong must be trying to secretly sell something to Master Dong. You've been so good to her, and she's partnered with you guys to start a company, so why should she bypass you to sell something to Master Dong?" Dai Hengxin felt like he was about to explode. His foot on the gas and brakes were unstable. He simply parked the car on the side of the road and looked sideways at Zhao Chengfeng. "Mom, you know that Yingchun got all of this stuff, right?" "I know, but if it wasn't for you, would she be able to sell it for that much?" Dai Hengxin felt like there was a fire burning in her chest, burning her chest with pain. She took them and went straight to Christie's and Polly, which are well-known art auction houses in China, and they were unsellable. "Can you sell it for more than I have here?" Zhao Chengfeng. "That's certainly possible. After all, these large, internationally recognized companies are backed by a plethora of wealthy individuals, many of whom are throwing their money away. Now Polly and Christie's channels for soliciting collections are open, so as long as she takes those things to Christie's or Polly, they can be auctioned off in minutes." "And what makes her want to partner with me?" Zhao Chengfeng said naively. "She must have looked at your channel and wanted to use it to make money." Dai Hengxin sneered, you mean, those people who came to the auction yesterday never buy their collections at Christie's, Polly, or any of these auction houses? Zhao Chengfeng. Besides, didn't I make any money? But in less than a month, I made over 3 million, almost $4 million through her. Why do you have to come and stir up this win-win situation? Zhao Chengfeng. Anyway, I don't agree with you being with her. She doesn't know whose mistress she is yet. Dai Hengxin wanted to laugh even more. What a coincidence that you agree with her, and she doesn't agree with me being with her either. After what you did today, I guess this auction company of mine is considered yellow. Zhao Chengfeng at this time only afterward, some panic, son, I have no other meaning, I am just angry that she met with Master Dong last night, privately selling things to Master Dong. She obviously met the Yi family through you, and only met Master Dong through the Yi family, so what gives her the right to immediately ditch you? She's a white knight. Dai Hengxin glanced at his own mother, so what you're saying is that even if she wants to sell something to Master Dong, she has to give me a 10% commission first? Not to give is to be a white knight? Then the whole collecting circle, all are white-eyed wolves, do you believe it? Why don't I just quit the business after this? Zhao Chengfeng couldn't catch a break. Dai Hengxin was also disheartened, and drove Zhao Chengfeng home. Zhao Chengfeng suddenly remembered something like, Xiao Xian, you signed a confidentiality agreement with her? Dai Hengxin got alert and looked at his own mother. Yes. What do you mean by that? Zhao Chengfeng was even more panicked. I went to see your grandfather today and talked to him about it. Dai Hengxin simply big speechless. This is good. As long as this matter in the village of the city spread, I just got my hands on more than 3 million. Direct compensation to her on the end of the matter. That. She can't prove that I said it out loud. Dai Hengxin sneered, ha ha ha, and picked up the phone and dialed Grandpa. Dai Hengxin was relieved when the phone call was confirmed. Grandpa didn't talk about it to the public. Grandpa Zhao's mind is clear. If such a large sum of money spreads in the middle of the village, people may think of Yingchun. A daughter doesn't know how to do anything, and a father still knows it in his heart. Grandpa Zhao went out for a walk with a heavy heart, shaking his bushel fan, and when he came to the Yingchun kiosk, he found that the door of the kiosk was closed. Thinking of his daughter Zhao Qingfeng's prejudice against Xiao Yingchun, Zhao grandfather shook his head and sighed. His grandson and Xiao Yingchun, I'm afraid it won't work out. Dai Hengxin's site finished sending Zhao Chengfeng, and then sent a message in the partner group about the next day's lunch gathering. Ho Liang-chun was the first to respond yes. Xiao Yingchun thought about it and agreed. Turning to the evening, as the grilled chicken wings, fried chicken wings, and burgers were delivered, Xiao Yingchun ate a little for herself and sat in the store waiting for Fu Chenan's arrival. Fu Chenan, however, was eating in his yard. 16 beauties cooking. There's quite a bit for one person to get a little. It was good that Niu Zhenqing and Niu Xiniang helped eat. After dinner, Fu Chenan drove Niu Zhenqing and Niu Xiniang out of the yard on the grounds that they were snoring too loudly. The two sets of guards outside listened to this reasoning with deep understanding. The whole yard was left to himself. Fu Chenan walked slowly through the courtyard and entered the Time Mart. Xiao Yingchun looked at Fu Chenan's cloaked hair tied only with a hairband, a loose robe, less 2 points of uprightness, but more a few points of hermit posture. Fu Chenan felt Xiao Yingchun's measuring eyes and awkwardly rubbed his nose to explain, I'm in my own courtyard, there are people watching outside, I'm not good at dressing too formally. A man, it's dark and he's dressed too tight to look like he's going out, isn't that noticeable? Xiao Yingchun deeply understood. I understand, quickly sit down, try this, I bought it especially for you. The 2 boxes of chicken wings and legs made Fu Chenan a little surprised. These are chicken wings and legs? Right. Why so many? You have to kill a lot of chickens at once, right? There's no need to break the bank so much. Fu Chenan was a little uneasy. Xiao Yingchun smiled, no need, we can buy chicken wings and chicken legs separately here. After a good deal of explaining about a chicken being split up and sold, Fu Chenan understood. The flavor of the grilled and fried wings was so fragrant that he immediately turned on the dazzle. Yummy! This one tastes good too. It smells so good. Fu Chenan ate with pleasure, but Xiao Yingchun realized that he ate extremely cleanly, not a single shred of meat was left on the bones he ate. Dogs cry when they look at it. After the 2 wing buckets were finished, Fu Chenan picked up a burger. What's this one? Xiao Yingchun thought for a moment, we have a kind of meat sandwich here, we call this a burger. Fu Chenan understood, opened the wrapper and took a bite. After chewing 2 mouthfuls, Fu Chenan's movements paused. He looked at Xiao Yingchun with an odd expression, and thoughtfully asked, did you just eat one too? Xiao Yingchun stifled a smile and nodded, well, I just ate one too. Is your stomach uncomfortable? This meatloaf has a rancid odor, like it's bad? Xiao Yingchun looked at Fu Chenan worried and concerned look, ultimately could not bear to, took the initiative to explain the middle of the burger that layer of strange flavor of the sauce in the end what is the thing. After hearing this, Fu Chenan let go and took a big bite. It was only 3 bites of a burger, and he gave it away. Xiao Yingchun looked at him curiously, how is it? Doesn't it taste okay? Fu Chenan hesitated for a few seconds before answering. It's not as good as that chicken wings and thighs. In fact he fought to eat it. Almost had to yue out. Xiao Yingchun understood his subtext, why did you take such a big bite if it wasn't good? Fu Chenan looked serious, that's grain, there's meat inside. As long as it's not poisoned it can't go to waste. Xiao Ying-chun. Sorry, I won't order this for you next time. Fu Chainan did not expect Xiao Ying-chun to suddenly apologize, but caught him off guard. It's fine. Actually can be eaten. It is also quite delicious. Xiao Ying-chun felt a sense of guilt for letting a man who was not good at lying say such words against his will. But Fu Chainan thought people have specially bought for themselves, but also let them apologize, this is their own wrong. The two guilty men looked at each other, and finally snorted and laughed, and the atmosphere loosened up again. Xiao Ying-chun smiled and explained, the first time I ate this, I also thought it was so hard to eat, and at that time, I thought, where in the world do foreigners want to go? Why do you want to eat something so hard to eat? Fu Chainan watched her smile and couldn't help but grin as well. Because Fu Chainan's injury is not completely healed, Xiao Ying-chun did not dare to give him anything more to eat, and only gave him mineral water to drink. The two just made small talk and the time went by very quickly, soon it was 10 o'clock. Fu Chainan took the initiative to ask Xiao Ying-chun for the time, and when he learned that the two had actually talked for an hour without realizing it, he took the initiative to get up. I'm going to go back first. If I go back and tell them that I'm not in the yard, I'll get in trouble again. Good. Xiao Ying-chun got up to see off the guests. Walking to the door, Fu Chainan suddenly asked, you still leave this door open, don't you? Xiao Ying-chun nodded, aha. Then I'll come back when I'm free. Good. Send Fu Chainan away, Xiao Ying-chun moody and happy to go upstairs to rest and not to mention. The following morning, Xiao Ying-chun went to the music tavern. The music tavern is closed at noon, and again, it's a package deal. A familiar outdoor patio, a familiar seat for two familiar men. Seeing Xiao Ying-chun arrive, He Liang-song revealed a big smile, sister you can come and sit. As he said this, he even took the initiative to get up and pull the stool away for Xiao Ying-chun. Dai Hengxin was originally ready to get up and pull the stool away for Xiao Ying-chun, but he silently retracted his feet when he saw this. The three joked a few times, and Dai Hengxin took the initiative to talk about the theme of today's gathering. Sense. This time the auction came to the domestic well-known collectors. Give Money also gave a quick, now all the money is in place, naturally, to share the go. Dai Hengxin took out a pen and paper and a cell phone and began to give He Liang-song and Xiao Ying-chun a detailed account in person. This auction sold a total of more than 30 pieces of collectibles, the total auction amount of $2,851,000, the commission income of $7,122,750, the auction of the various expenditures is. After the calculation, Xiao Ying-chun got his hands on 77 million. Dai Hengxin and Ho Liang-chung each made more than $2 million. Although Xiao Ying-chun earned the most, Dai Hengxin and He Liang-song both tacitly agreed that the person behind Xiao Ying-chun should take the big head. So the two are not jealous. After Dai Hengxin sharply transferred the money to the two men separately, he asked Xiao Ying-chun, I wonder when the next time there will be a new collection that can be put together for an auction? Xiao Ying-chun smiled slightly, I'll ask my friend to find out. Good. Dai Hengxin did not rush, and turned to talk about Xiao Mei. He fired Xiao Mei. Xiao Ying-chun and He Liang-song looked at each other. She didn't make any mistakes this time? Dai Hengxin could not say that Xiao Mei had passed the word to his mother to snitch on him, so he had to be vague. I don't think she is suitable. Fortunately, Xiao Mei was originally Dai Hengxin pawnshop people, but also his relatives. Management thinks Xiao Ying-chun and He Liang-song do not understand, and naturally do not interfere. He Liang-song is even more thoughtful. It's okay, next time before determining to open the auction, and then re-recruit people is. It's okay to outsource it all to a wedding company if you can't. The plates are beautiful and smooth and obedient. Dai Hengxin glared at him. How can you move and say such things? Good thing the food was served at this time. He Liang-song hemmed and hawed, eat. Xiao Ying-chun took the initiative to step forward. I made the most money from this auction. This meal is on me. Dai Hengxin, however, calmly said, it was agreed that we would treat each other, and you only did so last time, so how come it's your turn again? He Liang-song, that's just it. Speaking as if old Dai and I can't afford to buy a meal. So this time it was Dai Hengxin's turn to treat himself. After a meal, Dai Hengxin took the initiative to ask Xiao Ying-chun to give himself a ride. Xiao Ying-chun glanced at He Liang-song, who was busy shrinking his neck. I also have a date with a sister. Xiao Ying-chun, okay. The Mazda merged into the traffic. Dai Hengxin took the initiative to open his mouth. Ying-chun, I'm sorry, yesterday my mom did not do the right thing. I've already said her later. She also realizes that she overdid it. It's just that she's too old to save face and too embarrassed to apologize to you in person. I apologize to you in my mother's place. Can you forgive her? Xiao Ying-chun glanced at Dai Hengxin. I didn't blame her. Dai Hengxin didn't believe it. Xiao Ying-chun's eyes looked at the traffic in front of her. Her tone was unhurried. She's your mother. She must want you to find a better one. She misunderstood my relationship with you to do that. In the future, as long as you don't do anything to give her the wrong idea, you'll be fine. Dai Hengxin. What do you mean, don't do anything to give her the wrong idea? Does it mean keep your distance from each other? Dai Hengxin's heart shrank for a moment, subconsciously reluctant. Although my mother hasn't figured it out yet, that's because she doesn't know how good you are. I think you misunderstood. Xiao Ying-chun interrupted, we just have a cooperative relationship. I don't need her to know I'm good. Just as the car stopped at the traffic light, Xiaoyingchen twisted her head to look at Dai Hengxin. If you can't control your feelings and emotions, our cooperation ends here. Dai Hengxin. Xiaoyingchen looked serious. We are engaged in a money relationship. I would be troubled if it was mixed with feelings. And I don't want to deal with the condescending superiority of your mom and sister anymore. Let me state it again. I have no interest in you, do not covet your family, and do not intend to covet your person. Please tell your mom and your sister that. Dai Hengxin was silent for a while before agreeing grimly. Good. He could feel it. Xiaoyingchen was serious. The two were silent for the rest of the ride. The vehicle drove into the villa area and stopped in front of a somewhat old villa, which was the Dai family. When he was about to get out of the car, Dai Hengxin said, "I'm sorry." Xiaoyingchen laughed softly. "I forgive you, happy cooperation." Dai Hengxin got out of the car and watched Xiaoyingchen's car go away, and stood still for a while before turning around and walking home. But unexpectedly, just as he turned around, he saw Zhao Chengfeng standing in the small garden in front of the door. Zhao Chengfeng looked at the disoriented Dai Hengxin with a sneer. What, lost love? When Dai Hengxin remembered Xiaoyingchen's words, he couldn't help but have a sneer on his face as well. It hasn't even begun to fall in love yet. Where's the lost love coming from? Zhao Chengfeng couldn't help but say, that was her desire to escape. Dai Hengxin couldn't help but smile as he looked at his own mother's face of certainty. She asked me to pass on a message to you. She's not interested in me, and she's not interested in our family either. If you bother her again, her business with us ends here. When Zhao Chengfeng heard this, she almost went mad. I told you, right? She's planning to get rid of you after she borrowed your connections to meet the bigwigs. You're being kicked off after being utilized. Mom, are you done? Dai Hengxin interrupted his own mother. What am I finished with? Why did you fire Xiaomei? She was doing things properly before. Her mom even called me to ask. Dai Hengxin interrupted his own mother once again. She's someone I paid to hire, yet she tells you everything about me. What am I doing keeping this kind of confused person? Keep her at home to serve you if you like. Zhao Chengfeng was choked. How are you talking to your mom? Dai Hengxin clasped his head in his hands and suddenly leaned against the door, squeezing out a sentence through his teeth. Mom, I'm 30 years old this year, not 13. It pains me to have you controlling and meddling in my life like this. Zhao Chengfeng was stunned as she watched Dai Hengxin suddenly hold his head with both hands in an agonized manner. Son. She didn't understand. She was just concerned about her child, worried that he would be used and cheated, and told him to find a girl who was a good match for him. So how did she make him suffer? But it wasn't like my son was faking his pained look. The shock and bewilderment within her caused her to finally shut up and watch as her son disheveled into the house. When she went back to the house, Dai Hengxin had already gone back to his room, and Dai Jingye, who was sitting on the sofa, was reading a book with his old-fashioned glasses on, and when he saw her disoriented, he couldn't help but talk about her. I've told you, my son is older, let him make up his own mind about everything, you're less involved. Zhao Chengfeng gave Dai Jingye an indignant look. You just know how to read books all day long. Your son is 30 years old and you don't know to worry about his marriage. Dai Jingye disagreed with this statement. Haven't I ever worried about it? How many teachers' kids have been introduced to us? He can't even look at any of them. Why don't you go on the next blind date, buy a rope if you see one, and tie him up and send him to the bridal chamber? Zhao Chengfeng choked again. Returning to her senses, Zhao Chengfeng rambled and wrestled in the kitchen. This one doesn't look good either. I can't even look at that one. He has his eye on that village girl. That girl doesn't know what tricks she's using. Dai Jingye glanced at the kitchen, his tone unhurried. Aren't you also a girl from the village? How did you marry me? In the beginning, Dai Jingye's father was also a well-known entrepreneur in Yangon City, and it was a matter of great pride to train Dai Jingye and Dai Wanyan to become university teachers. The second son of the Dai family, who had a thick family background, a high level of education and a stable job, was also very popular back then. Compared to Zhao Chengfeng's origin, it was quite ordinary. The reason why she was able to marry Dai Jingye, Zhao Chengfeng also used some means. This past is Zhao Chengfeng's black history and can't be mentioned. If you mention it, you will blow up. Sure enough, Zhao Chengfeng copied the kitchen knife and rushed out, aggressively roaring, Dai Jingye, you are looking for a fight. Xiaoyingchen returned to the kiosk, began to blindly grasp. Back to the capital, Fuchunin can do what business with their own partnership. I am rich now, so much money, I can't spend it all in a couple of times. How many gold ingots can you make if you use them for capital? As soon as she thought of the gold ingot, Xiaoyingchen remembered Dai Hengxin again. She had previously promised to sell another gold ingot to Dai Hengxin. There were still a lot of gold ingots in his own cashier storage system. If he didn't sell them to Dai Hengxin in the future, who should he sell them to? If it is sold to the collector that I know this time, will Dai Hengxin's psychotic mom make a fuss again, thinking that she has taken advantage of Dai Hengxin's connections and resources again? Xiaoyingchen was calculating in her heart, but she suddenly saw a young girl walking in, holding a thick stack of flyers. Hello sister, I want to trouble you with something. Xiaoyingchen looked at the other party's red face and t-shirt jeans in the hot sun, inexplicably thought of his own social end. What is it? The little girl put a thick stack of flyers toward the counter in front of Xiaoyingchen. I am a travel agency's ground push. I want to trouble you to help me send this. Not waiting for Xiaoyingchen to refuse, she hurriedly made another offer. I won't let you go, Gray. You must know the people in this village. If these old people are willing to enroll in a group to go out for a trip, I am willing to give you a commission of $100 a person. Xiao Yingchuan's heart fluttered. A travel agency? She picked up a leaflet and read it, and it was considered one of the biggest travel agencies in Yangon City. This propaganda trip are domestic Sunset Red special train tours. The reported price is not high, a variety of into-the-store shopping. Xiao Yingchun thought about it and rejected her. It's inconvenient for me here, but I'd like to ask your travel agency if there are any routes for traveling abroad? The little girl's eyes lit up. Sister, this has the... Which country do you want to go to? Xiao Yingchun thought for a moment. England? It seems like the #1 auction house in the world is located in London, England. Yes, there is. Do you want to go on an 8-country tour of Europe, or a 12-country tour? Xiao Yingchun waved her hand. I only want to go to England. I don't really want to go to other countries. With a tour, or free? The little girl's eyes brightened even more. Free ride. Sister, you like this? You add me a WeChat. Turn around, I let our sister responsible for the visa but with you? Good. Xiao Yingchun added the little girl's WeChat and sent her a bottle of water, and the little girl left the kiosk again with her arms around a bunch of flyers. Not long ago, someone to add Xiao Yingchuan's WeChat, known as Zhongxin Travel Agency Travel Visa Wang Li. After Xiao Yingchun passed, the young lady named Wang Li soon began to come to the message, confirming the needs and information with Xiao Yingchun. Xiao Yingchun promised to give enough to apply for the cost of documents. The other side more quickly said, no problem, you just listen to the arrangements on the line. After all this, Xiao Yingchun began to brush the video. The grandmother selling pearls attracted Xiao Yingchuan's attention. Looking at a plate of round and smooth beads, Xiao Yingchun remembered the pearl set she had bought before. That pearl necklace plus earrings and ring cost $10,000. But e-commerce sells pearls of different colors at very cheap prices. A super pretty set of pearls works out to only a couple $100, and those pristine unset pearls are even cheaper. Thinking of the ancient times because of the lack of artificial cultured pearl technology, the ability to pick wild pearls and insufficient, high-quality pearls are very rare, Xiao Yingchun moved. She carefully rummaged through the wholesale platform to consult up, but also took the purchase order on the counter to write a memo. Find a suitable sample, order. Xiao Yingchun busy finished to look at the time, or almost dinner. Boss lady, your courier, shouted the courier boy, bringing in several packages. Xiao Yingchun opened the package and took a look at it. This is a variety of anti-stabbing gear for Fu Chainan. Several styles of bulletproof undershirts, stab-proof gloves. Xiao Yingchun unwrapped them one by one, and after reading them, she put them away inside the counter again. It was time to order takeout, and after some thought, she ordered pizza. Ever since she ordered barbecued and fried wings yesterday, Xiao Yingchun wanted Fu Chainan to try a variety of different cuisines. Being ancient, Fu Chainan had no filter on foreign food and would have been more pertinent in his assessment of flavors. By 7 o'clock in the evening, the pizza hadn't been delivered yet, and Fu Chainan actually came first. Listening to the familiar welcome, looking at the long robe spread Fu Chainan, Xiao Yingchun a little panic. The front door is not yet closed. What would the village think if they saw Fu Chainan with his wide robe and long hair? She rushed to close the front door, but no sooner had she stepped out from inside the counter than she heard her cell phone, which was sitting inside the counter, ring. She fumbled to answer the phone again. The call came from the delivery boy. Hello, this is delivery. The Yingchun kiosk is closed off. Are you coming out to pick up your food or should I leave it outside? Xiao Yingchun? She looked through the glass door to the side of the road outside the door, where the rider on the little yellow bike was pulling his motorcycle to the side of the road and making a phone call while looking in the direction of the kiosk. The kiosk was clearly open, with lights on, and both himself and Fu Chainan were inside, so why did he say it was closed? Blind? Xiao Yingchun was at a loss, and almost subconsciously asked, the kiosk is closed? The rider's eyes still fell on the commissary. Yeah, closed. Xiao Yingchun gritted her teeth. Then you wait, I'll come. Here. She opened the door from the stockroom side and turned her head to look inside the kiosk again. Obviously opened the door, but also through the glass door to see inside Fu Chainan. Could this be a special feature of the Time Mart? Xiao Yingchun discreetly took the pizza box from the rider and pointed in the direction of the kiosk. I can't see well without my glasses. Could you please take a picture of it with your cell phone for me, so I can see if the phone number on it is still clear? After the rider demanded Xiao Yingchun must 5-star praise, he took photos with his cell phone to show Xiao Yingchun. Xiao Yingchun looked at the photo in the rider's cell phone and fell into silence. In the rider's cell phone photo, the Welcome Spring kiosk, which is clearly open, is presented as surprisingly closed. The Time Mart is actually capable of one-way shielding? As long as the Fu Chainan from the other time comes in, the people outside look at the Yingchun kiosk again, it's a closed state? Remembering that when Fu Chainan came in earlier, he saw that the front door was a wall, Xiao Yingchun vaguely understood. Was this to prevent people from the two time periods from intersecting each other? So only the owner of the Time Mart can see both sides at the same time? This function is too practical. In the future, one does not have to close the front door all day long for fear of people seeing Fu Chainan. Xiao Yingchun controlled her inner ecstasy and thanked the rider before turning around and entering the supermarket from the warehouse. Fu Chainan placed the 2 boxes he was holding on the table. What's wrong? Xiaoying-chun placed the pizza box on the table. Have you had dinner? Fu Chainan nodded, but his eyes honestly fell on the pizza box. Here, try this. A few moments later, Fu Chainan munched on a pizza with cheese and grilled sausage and said vaguely, the meatloaf seems to be a bit better at our place. Seeing Xiaoying-chun look surprised, he was busy looking back for a filler, but this layer, cheese on top of this? The flavor is quite special. Xiaoying-chun grinned, you're right, the first time I ate this, I also thought it wasn't as good as a meat sandwich. Fu Chainan carefully looked at Xiaoying-chun's complexion to make sure she wasn't upset, then he let go. Next time I'll bring you a meat sandwich to eat? Xiaoying-chun, huh? Fu Chainan patted his chest, I'm almost done, so I can go out and sneak around. Good. 2 large portions of pizza, Xiaoying-chun ate 3 slices and was stretched out, but Fu Chainan, who had eaten a meal, ate the remaining 1.5 pizzas. Not bad for food to belly. The two who are full drink water in one and Coke in the other. Xiaoying-chun talked to him about the pearls of the age and opened his cell phone to show him pictures and videos. You're in the capital, are these things good to sell? If I take them to you, can you sell them? Fu Chainan nodded decisively, pearls are never cheap, it's the pearl powder that sells extremely well. If you can bring it, I can help you sell it. Xiaoying-chun smiled, get rich together, get rich together. Fu Chainan was amused by her money-grubbing stance, and only then, as if remembering something, pushed the 2 boxes to Xiaoying-chun. This, for you. Xiaoying-chun opened the box on top, a pair of jade ruby. The box underneath opened up, but she was shocked. Inside this were 50 very fine gold ingots in the shape of a sheep's hoof. This is much finer than the gold ingots we've seen before, both in shape and fineness. How is this different from the gold ingots of old? Xiaoying-chun was surprised and picked one up to scrutinize it. Fu Chainan looked at the exquisite gold ingot and sneered faintly, this is Lin To gold, rewarded to me by His Majesty the Emperor. It's precious and incomparable, but it can't be spent at all. Ha! Xiaoying-chun expressed incomprehension. You can't spend the gold? What do you mean? Is it a fake? Fu Chainan explained. It turns out that successive emperors manufactured Linto gold often for royal ceremonies and occasionally for rewarding their subjects. The courtiers who were rewarded received their rewards of linden gold with both joy and sorrow. The rich and noble people are happy that the emperor's reward is expensive, but the poor courtiers are upset. This Linto gold simply do not dare to use. If the Linto gold was found to be circulating in the market, the emperor would know that the courtier had used the imperial gift for spending. This is disrespectful to the emperor. In other words, if the emperor was really interested in rewarding gold for the use of his subjects, he would have rewarded unusual gold cakes and ingots. If the reward is Lindento gold, it means a reward for loneliness. What's the difference between holding gold that can't be used and a hot potato? Xiaoying-chun listened for a long time, heard and understood, that is to say, the emperor rewarded 100 taels of gold, or the most precious Linto gold, but for you it is equivalent to not having this reward? Fu Chainan nodded. Xiaoying-chun looked deeply at Fu Chainan, not knowing whether to comfort him or congratulate him. When he thought that he had given this thing to himself, Xiaoying-chun was a little worried again. You gave this to me, and if the emperor has a whim one day and asks you to take this out and show it to him, what will you show him? Fu Chainan hemmed and hawed, the mountain man has his own plan. What brilliant idea. Fu Qinding looked at Xiaoying-chun with a fixed look, that pair of jade ruby you don't sell go first, gold ingots you sell as you like. I'll go back first. Ah, then you be careful. Xiaoying-chun was just about to say goodbye, his eyes suddenly swept to the things inside the counter, and he was busy calling out to him again, these, do you see if there is any use? Fu Chainan watched as Xiaoying-chun pulled out one treasure after another to show himself, introducing them as he did so. This undershirt is resistant to poking, stabbing, slashing and smashing, so try it on and see if you can wear it. And this. Style is different, the material is also a little different, you see which is better, you take it away, if you don't see it, I'll return it. Fu Chainan looked at these things, and went back up to try on one piece at a time, all in sizes he could wear. The bottom of his eyes were suddenly a little moist. To be able to buy herself something that fit like this without measuring, Miss Xiao had really used her heart. You bought all this for me? Xiaoying-chun nodded, these are all from me to you, if you use them, just take them. You're my guest, and if you die, it's a big loss for me. Fu Chainan finally picked out a bulletproof undershirt. The undershirt is not thick and not very visible when you put on your coat, but the undershirt covered key parts of his front and back. This could really be a lifesaver. Then there was the stab-proof glove, which looked to be thin wire hooked together one by one to form a pair of gloves. But because the gap was small enough and the wire hard enough, ordinary daggers and swords couldn't get in. This gave himself the opportunity to go in empty-handed. There's a good chance it will come back to bite you when you have a heart. Fu Chainan nodded, this is good, but let's put it here with you first. I'll come back for it after I'm busy for the next 2 days. Would you look at this undershirt and these gloves and buy me 50 more sets? He wanted to equip all 50 of his own guards with it. In fact, if it was convenient, he wanted to equip his own father and all those generals in the Fu army. It's hard to develop a general who can fight, it's easy for a general to die in battle. If he could give them a little more security, Fu Chainan would just be able to sleep a little more peacefully. Xiao Yingchen looked at the 10 lin gold. How could he not agree? Immediately agreed, no problem. Fu Chainan was happier now, then I'll leave first. As if he had made some sort of determination in his heart, Fu Chainan left with large strides. The side door of the marshal's mansion opened, and Fu Chunan, who had been seriously injured for many days, sat in a carriage, escorted by his personal guards, and finally went out of the mansion for a night trip. Red sleeves in the greenhouse, the general is late in dismounting. Fu Chainan, not yet healed Fu Chainan, couldn't wait to enter the capital's famous drunken red house, ordered a number of clear herdsmen to serve, but also invited a number of the second generation of the son of the gentleman as a companion. The invited second generation male was flattered and jittery at the same time. The whole capital knew that General Fu had not recovered from his serious injury and could not drink, but he invited the second generation to come to drunken red house to listen to music and drink. It's giving face. But the face was given in a way that made the second generation panic. This general and his father are the people the emperor is afraid of, which, being close to General Fu, will they be implicated once the marshal's office capsizes? Fu Chainan reclined on a soft pillow, drinking sweet water while enjoying the songs and dances, while watching the second generation of ancestors drinking and teasing the little girls for fun. The whole thing was a loose and idle. The eyes of the drunken red mansion's head girl, Thousand Red, who was snuggled up next to her, were full of admiration and worship. Miss Qianhong was born with good looks, icy skin, and jade bones, and was very good at singing little songs, but at this moment, she just poured sweet water for Fu Chainan one by one. Fu Chainan was enjoying himself on the surface, but in his heart, he began to miss the taste of cola. Sweet water is too cloying. An hour passed, and suddenly there was a commotion from downstairs, followed by the sound of messy footsteps thumping up the stairs. The moment the door of the room was pushed open, the tea light in Fu Chainan's hand smashed over like lightning, and his mouth broke off with a cry, unbridled. You're rushing in without even greeting me. Doorway ouch, a painful cry. The martial housekeeper kicked the threshold, fell headlong into. Agu, General, the house has been robbed. I've already reported it to the police, so please hurry back. What? What do you mean it's been burglarized? Did you lose anything? Fu Chainan stood up with a huff, and covered his chest with a hiss. The housekeeper wailed, the door to your treasury is open, and there are still things inside that were rewarded by His Majesty a few days ago. It's all gone. It's all gone. His Majesty's reward was stolen? That's a royal gift. Fu Chainan was so frightened that his face turned pale and he pulled his legs out and ran outside. A few second-generation ancestors had never been the ancestors of hilarity. Where would they want to miss such a rarity? All of a sudden, they followed up. When Fu Chainan returned to the marshal's mansion with his personal guards and a group of second-generation ancestors in great numbers, the marshal's mansion was crowded with people, and all kinds of constables and yamen and forbidden guards were in the mansion searching profusely. Fu Chainan's complexion chilled for a moment, then changed to a look of panic as he darted to his courtyard. The room in the courtyard used as a storehouse had been opened and was empty. Not only was there no trace of the jade ruin and Lin To gold rewarded by His Majesty the Emperor, but the rest of the rewarded cloths and herbs were also gone. It's been swept away, huh? Zhao Zongquan, the commander of the defense army of the responsible Jingji Yamen, stood in front of Fu Chunan with a dark face and reported with his fists. General Fu, after we checked, the treasury has been ransacked. The thieves should come in from the northeast corner of the marshal's mansion where the big tree is. Please also ask the general to make a list of what has been lost, so that we can follow the map and track down the stolen goods. Good. Without saying a word, Fu Chainan let the people go and write the list. The list didn't really need to be written at all. The treasury lost whatever His Majesty the Emperor rewarded. Looking at the list, Commander Zhao Zouquan's face darkened even more. General, you have nothing but imperial gifts in this treasury? Fu Chainan's face had a drop of embarrassment. I'll let Commander Zhao laugh at you. My father and I were originally born as pig slayers, penniless. After this marshal's house rewarded down, my few salaries have just been sent into the drunken red house, and weekday vegetables and chickens have to be planted in the back garden. Where's anything worth putting in the treasury other than imperial gifts? I can't just put my father's pig-killing outfit in the treasury? Zhao Zongquan. Followed by a slew of second-raters. General Fu is truly miserable. Who would have thought that a meal of flowery wine tonight was actually using General Fu's salary for this month? I take my leave. Zhao Zongquan clasped his fists and saluted, leaving the marshal's mansion with a group of Yamen defense guards. When the people were all gone, Fu Chainan ordered the housekeeper, you tell those 16 maidservants to stay honestly in the house and not to go anywhere. Just say that you don't know if the thieves are still in the mansion or not, where they are hiding. Here. Fu Chainan looked at his own personal guard captain again. You lead the men, search all of the mansion, don't let go of any corners. Here. After all this work, it was already the middle of the moon. Sent away to watch the watching second-generation ancestors, Fu Chainan stood in the courtyard in front of the study door looking up at the sky. Bright moon, but shines on this dirty world. Early the next morning, originally did not have to go to court. Fu Chainan brought his own 16 beautiful maidservants, swept into the palace. At the Golden Palace, His Majesty the Emperor was curious. Minister Fu, I heard that your house was burglarized yesterday? This is to beg me to solve the case for you? Fu Chunan cowed out solidly, with a face of embarrassment and resignation. Back to your majesty, indeed. My lord has been stolen from his home, and is now penniless, and cannot afford to keep the beauty given to him by his majesty. Some time ago, his majesty rewarded something, I didn't dare to move it, who knew that it was actually stolen by that little thief. Why don't you ask his majesty to reward me with some more silver to support my family? When Fu Chunan said this, the court was filled with civil and military personnel. You're the first to ask his majesty for silver to feed your family. His Majesty the Emperor looked at Fu Chunan fixedly, half unable to speak. You are so poor as to be in such a state? The commander of the defense forces searched the marshal's mansion and returned with the news that the entire marshal's mansion was 9 out of 10 rooms empty, and there were only a few courtyards that were properly furnished. Most of the yards are empty and shuttered with nothing in them. He still can't believe it when he hears it. Fu Zhanhai and Fu Chunan are also people with salaries. How can they have several thousand taels of silver a year? How can they be poor like this? But who knew that Fu Chunan dared to go directly to the court to cry poor? Fu Chunan honestly replied, back to your majesty, the last general is very capable of eating, known as Fu de Belly. The little salary and silver at home have all been eaten up by me. Fu Chunan had good looks and was tall, but at this moment, he was kneeling and crouching on the ground with a face of aggression and innocence, which caused everyone to be dumbfounded. The contrast was so great that the full court could not adapt. His majesty looked at Fu Chunan's appearance, and his heart was inexplicably pleased. The reason for rewarding those things in the first place was so that they wouldn't be used for him. Whoever thought he could be so poor that his coffers were so empty that rats came running? Since he can shed this skin, he himself is not good to openly refuse. His Majesty the Emperor smiled with a kind face, then reward Minister Fu with 300 taels of grain silver. Fu Chunan cowed out gratefully and thanked him, but his face still looked like he hadn't finished. His Majesty's face darkened slightly. What? Does Minister Fu dislike me for giving less? Fu Chunan hurriedly cowed out again and replied, back to your majesty, it is not that I feel that your majesty has given less, but that I am too able to eat. I'm just afraid that I'm going to have to come and fight every month from now on, and that's just not good. Anyway, I have some spare time in the capital, so could your majesty allow me to do some business to support my family? 57. The entire court is once again dumbfounded. The courtier's family have some industries, but most of them are concubine son or the main mother in the call for people to take care of the operation, which has the dynastic general personally down to do business. And bring this to the Golden Palace? Isn't this a disgrace? His Majesty the Emperor's face completely darkened and spoke sorrowfully, I wonder what kind of business Minister Fu wants to do? If it's something like salt and iron, he's going to be unable to suppress his murderous rage. Fu Chunan heatedly smiled, I want to do some women like jewelry, rouge, and powder business. Full court. His Majesty the Emperor was furious and laughed, you still have this ability? Fu Chunan bashfully replied back, I don't know exactly how to pick these things for women, but didn't you give me 16 beauties? They surely understand. I have no capital, can your majesty lend me some capital? I promise to return it to you this year. Full court. The man is given by his majesty, and the money has to be borrowed from his majesty? This is a business that has no capital and no profit. Today was a day destined to be shocked by Fu Chunan. In the end, his majesty the emperor was too embarrassed to lend money to Fu Chunan and simply rewarded him with another 500 taels of silver. Seeing Fu Chunan take the silver and retreated back to his position contentedly, the court was filled with civil and military personnel who were collectively convinced to be able to take shamelessness to this. Fu Chunan, marvelous. At the end of the court, Fu Chunan led the 16 beauties home again. The 16 beauties were all anxious. I heard that the marshal's palace had run out of money for food, so if they followed them there, would they not have enough to eat and wear? Fu Chunan, however, did not care at all, as if he first let all 16 beauties stay in the courtyard, and justified it. There's no more money in the house, so you guys shouldn't make any snacks, just have someone make something random that will fill you up. When this general finds a method that can make money, he will immediately take you all to become rich. The 16 beauties returned to their own courtyard full of fear, but Fu Chunan closed the courtyard door and entered the time and space supermarket. Xiaoyingchun was guarding the store when she suddenly saw Fu Chunan come in. She looked at Fu Chunan in surprise. Why did you come in the afternoon? Fu Chunan grinned, I came to talk business with you. Ha! Xiaoyingchun stood up in a flash. What business? Fu Chunan explained what happened from last night to this noon. Xiaoyingchun brightened up. We have these things, and a lot more. What kind do you want? Fu Chunan was completely clueless in this regard. I don't know anything. You see what's appropriate and I'll get some back for them? Xiaoyingchun nodded, then you wait. I'll go out and buy some of all kinds, and come back in half an hour. Fu Chunan agreed. Good, then I'll come back in half an hour. Xiaoyingchun grabbed the car keys and went out, heading straight for the pedestrian street. There was a chain of affordable cosmetic brands over there, and she was going to go there to get some things back for Fu Chunan first. An hour later, Xiaoyingchun returned with a bag of various things. 500 milliliters of vitamin B5 and a large white can of moisturizing and restorative cream, eyebrow pencil sharpened with a knife, antique rouge, can be used as a blush and lipstick, and antique foundation cream. A whole lot of clinking. Fu Chenan went back to the marshal's mansion and came back for a midday meal, and didn't wait long before Xiao Yingchen came in. Looking at the front of the jingling a large bag, Fu Chenan the whole person is bewildered. These, all how to use? Xiao Yingchen didn't explain, and directly took out all those things, laying them out one by one on the table. I'll demonstrate it to you. Although Xiao Yingchen had basically stopped wearing makeup ever since she went home to guard the supermarket, that didn't mean she didn't know how to wear makeup at all. Xiao Yingchen used it while telling Fu Chenan how to use it. Fu Chenan was dazzled. When Xiao Yingchen wrapped up, Fu Chenan's eyes went straight. This is like a different person. Although Xiao Yingchen is also very clear and good looking without makeup, but with makeup, it is as good as a goblin. Xiao Yingchen saw that he was dumbfounded and couldn't help but ask, did you see it? Fu Chenan nodded and shook his head again, and after a few moments said, I don't know much about it, but if these things are taken to unusual women who can dress up, they should use them, right? Xiao Yingchen nodded after thinking about it. It shouldn't be a problem. After all, it's not like it's high-tech like magnetic false eyelashes that are applied to the face, ancient and modern alike, so how complicated is it? Fu Chenan directly nodded. It is this big jar of, just use this easy-to-wear help, to change a porcelain box like this to work. Anything else is good. Xiao Yingchen seconds. Large cans of vitamin B5 moisturizing cream in plastic bottles. A large bottle is 500 milliliters. Practical is practical, but Fu Chenan the dynasty did not. This will not work. Xiao Yingchen also looked for pictures of customized porcelain boxes on the internet. Look at this look. A large bottle split into 10 boxes of this sale, okay? Looking at the delicate and colorful porcelain box, Fu Chenan seemed to open the door to a new world. This is really nice. I've never seen it before. It will definitely work. Xiao Yingchen let go. You do this, you go find the store first, decorate it, and then you take these to those beauties and tell them to try makeup for you. Fu Chenan took a large pile of cosmetics and went back first, and the moisturizer was not taken for the time being. The courtyards where the beauties lived were connected, 8 beauties to a courtyard, and at this time they were getting together to discuss what to do next. The beauties didn't have much confidence in Fu Chenan's idea of opening a store for the tallow business. Putting a big man who carries a gun and fights in a woman's business? Isn't this a joke? But if we don't go into business, are we really waiting for the general to go into the palace every month to find His Majesty the Emperor to fight the autumn wind to support himself? A beauty named Rui sighed, if we really can't, we'll follow Niu Xiniang to the backyard to grow vegetables and raise chickens? That way at least you won't starve. The beauties sighed in unison. It seemed the only way to go. When they were first rewarded for coming here, the beauties thought they were here to enjoy the blessings, but now they look at it, and it's over, they're here to be a farmer's wife. When Fu Chenan knocked on the door and entered, the beauties rose in unison and saluted, greetings, General. It's just that everyone doesn't have the same eagerness they had when they first started coming to the marshal's house. Fu Chenan handed over a cloth bag. This is what I got for women to dress up with, you guys try it. He recalled the steps Xiao Yingchen took when putting on her makeup while pointing out the same to the beauties. Is this the rouge that coats the mouth and face? This one is for the face and evens out the skin tone. This one is for drawing eyebrows and eyelashes. The beauties were amazed at the delicate porcelain boxes and the eyebrow pencils. The general really prepared something for women's dress up? They looked at each other for a moment, but finally agreed. One by one, the pink, red, and green porcelain boxes were opened, and if anything, the scent and the especially bright pink colors made their eyes light up. I'll. Rui sat down in front of the brass mirror first. Fu Chenan also did not go. Auspicious handed over a stool. He just sat in place and watched Rui makeup. Ouch, 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 ouch. It's becoming a monkey's butt. Apply less. These eyebrows make you draw bugs. It's my first time using it. I'm inexperienced. I'll just do it again. Ugh, you don't have to tell me. This is especially delicate, easy to apply and moisturizing. Ugh. I want it too. The women can't help but giggle when they get into the cosmetics trial. When a carefully traced face was presented in front of Fu Chenan didn't speak, and the women next to him were all silent. Everyone had the same emotion in mind, called shock. A girl named Autumn Moon had many small freckles on her face, usually looked like a delicate and cute type, but after she used foundation cream to apply evenly, those freckles were completely invisible. She couldn't believe what she saw in the bronze mirror, and turned to her little sister next to her and asked, Spring Flower, help me see if my spots are gone? When she said that, everyone looked to her and then nodded. It's really invisible. Not at all. This face still looks extra smooth. After the crowd had a look at each other, they all looked at Fu Chenan with a look of excitement and anticipation. General, this stuff is great. Shall we open a tallow store in the future and sell this kind of stuff? Fu Chenan had mixed feelings. A woman's ability to use these things was really innate. It was obvious that it was the first time they had used these things as well, but they quickly mastered the art of using them and dressed themselves up like a bunch of sirens. Well, in the future we'll open a tallow store and sell these. Is this expensive? Don't you? I carefully glanced at the pale pink box. It must be expensive to have it in an exquisite box like that, and to use it so well, right? Fu Chenan nodded. Well, it's expensive. At least 1 or 2 silver pieces a box. So cheap? The beauties exclaimed, unanimously agreeing that the general had said very expensive as a backhanded remark. Xia he immediately reminded, General, if that's the price, I'm afraid the women in the capital will go crazy. That's right, a small box like this can last for a long time. People who have a little bit of money to spare will not be able to resist buying it. And this eyebrow pencil, it's so much better than the various diaphanous conchos sold out there nowadays. It doesn't dirty your hands and draws smoothly. Fu Chainan nodded. He heard Xiao Yingchen say that the price of this stuff is not expensive. If you count the money with gold ingots, 10 taels of gold ingots can buy 1,000 boxes. Discounted, 1 tael of silver can enter 10 boxes at profiteering. These are imported from a Western merchant. That Western merchant is I once saved from the hands of bandits. He said that there are channels to get these goods from the outside. Fu Chenan's blind words came out of his mouth, and with an upright and handsome face, it was easy to call people to believe. The beauties are even more excited. This is what can really happen. General, if this business is done, can we have some of this stuff in the future? Fu Chenan looked at the warbling group of women. You guys have come over for a few days, and there are some things that I want to say to you. You have seen the situation of my house. Although my father is a marshal, our family is from a pig slayer, we are penniless, and it is difficult for me to try to support a large group of you. Add to that the fact that maybe at some point I'll have to go on another expedition, and with the uncertainty of the future, if you guys follow me, I'm afraid you'll only end up in a miserable situation at that time. Yet you were given to me by His Majesty, and I cannot return you to His Majesty, so I have thought of a way out for you. If I open this rouge store, will you be willing to go to the rouge store as a shopkeeper in the future? If you are willing, I can pay you for your labor, and release your body contract after 3 years, so that if you meet a good man in the future, you will have a good place to return to. If you don't want to, you can stay in the mansion and become a sister when you are older, or if you meet a man who pleases you and you want to marry, that's fine too. You guys see it as feasible? Fu Chenan finished his words, but saw the beauties look at each other. You look at me, I look at you. They didn't dare to answer. The general's big cake is well drawn, and everyone is moved, but when it comes to the man of the heart, where are they to say? But it would be good to get the deed back, become a free man, and earn silver. Fu Chenan also did not rush. You guys discuss it first. If you are willing, turn around and go to the housekeeper to register your names. I will go and find the store first. At this time, the sky had already rubbed dark. Fu Chenan returned to his own courtyard and then first called the captain of the personal guards over. You go find someone who is good at mimicry, and I need a Western merchant to supply the goods. General, Qian Laoquan is the troupe master of the theater troupe and is best at mimicry and acting. That's done. You go and look for him yourself, and when you find him you need not bring him into the city. I have something to command him. Qian Laotian now lives in the deep mountains. I'm afraid it will only take some effort. My subordinate will go now. Go too. Fu Chainan tapped his index finger on the elm table in front of him, pondering the loopholes and the whole thing in his mind. Since we are going to do business in partnership with Miss Xiao, all the situations that may wear out must be arranged in advance. Now Fu Chainan has also understood, Miss Xiao is the key person to preserve the Fu family army, and he himself is also an important help to Miss Xiao to make money. It's best to accomplish and help each other. In the words of MS Shaw, this is called win-win. The butler came knocking on the door. General, it's time to set the meal. Fu Chainan went to dinner first, and then went to the time and space supermarket afterward. Girl Xiao was well informed, and might be able to consider things she wouldn't have thought of. Xiao Yingchen had just finished ordering takeout and felt surprised to hear Fu Chenan's arrangement. Those beauties can get started smoothly, and in the future, being a shopkeeper can also instruct the ladies and young ladies how to use. Xiao Yingchen said some more details about the operation, and Fu Chenan listened and nodded repeatedly. I'm not worried about this not selling well right now, I'm only worried about one thing. Fu Chenan said in a deep voice, how to make these things appear in the capital, and even the major state capitals for a long period of time without being suspected. I'm not worried about Qian Laochuan's ability to do theater, I'm worried about his eyes, which don't have the blue color of a Western merchant's, and his hair is red. Fu Chainan has read descriptions of Western merchants in miscellaneous books, and most of them have blue, gray, or green eyes and red, blonde, or chestnut hair. Dark-eyed, dark-haired Western traders are rare. Xiao Yingchen, however, smiled, this is good, I'll just buy him a pair of contact lenses, in whatever color he wants, and his hair can be dyed. Fu Chainan was taken aback. What do you mean by contact lenses? It just so happened that Xiao Yingchen had one herself. She went upstairs and brought it down and wore it to Fu Chainan on the spot. It was clear that the woman who had just been dark-eyed, but with a thin membrane on, her eyes were gray. Well, is it impossible to tell? Xiao Yingchen smiled and winked. Fu Chainan hid his shock. Impressive. Dyeing your hair with this is fine. Look. Xiao Yingchen said, opening the online shopping software to show Fu Chainan the hair coloring video. A mottled black hair that was quickly dyed red like fire. Fu Chainan. That big problem solved, the rest is procurement. Xiao Yingchen directly opened the online shopping interface and let Fu Chainan pick. Fu Chainan face blank, I do not understand, you according to the young girl's preferences to pick is, right, there are also the ladies of the world family also use, you are picking some. By the way, not this yellow box, not all yellow. Yellow in ancient times was a color that could only be used by royalty, and ordinary people did not dare to use it. Xiaoying-chun hailed a large number of orders, adding up to a total of just a few tens of thousands of dollars. Fu Chunan looked at her somewhat apologetically. I don't have any silver on hand when I return to the capital, so I'll have to pay on credit first. I went to His Majesty today to ask for a few hundred taels of silver, which is only enough to rent a store at most. Xiaoying-chun had just taken dozens of ingots of linto gold from others. Where would she care about this small amount of money? There's no need to rush, wait until you make money. If not, consider it a gift from me. Of course, it's impossible not to make money with something this good. The cosmetics made by modern high-tech formal enterprises are not as natural as the ones made by herbs in the traveler's text, but the quality is also excellent. At least it doesn't contain lead like the powders used by ancient women, which can rot your face. Speaking of stores, Xiaoying-chun again found out from his cell phone a variety of store decoration plans for selling medicinal cosmetics. Looking at the logs decorated out of the store, Fu Chainan eyes wide open. This does not seem to be difficult. I turn back to find a good store. I will find a carpenter to see. Xiaoying-chun has the advantage of all kinds of knowledge in the modern world, and it is extremely convenient to find what to buy, and Fu Chunan followed and opened his eyes. Xiaoying-chun thought for a moment, when you come to my place in the future, you can also use my cell phone to search for all kinds of things you want to know. Will it work? Fu Chunan's eyes lit up. He was actually very eager for that lightweight cell phone in Xiaoying-chun's hand. Just a thing not even the size of a book, in which you can not only buy all kinds of things, but also look up all kinds of information and messages, and make phone calls. Supposedly you can always be in touch even if you're 100,000 miles apart. How convenient it would be to get in touch if one of you and the father commander had a cell phone in your hands. His Majesty, however, could always inform his father himself of any unfavorable message against the Fu family army. Xiaoying-chun's next words, however, interrupted his cruel fantasies. You can only use the cell phone here, you can't use it on your side, because there is no signal on your side. Xiaoying-chun spent another 10 minutes racking his brain to explain what a signal is. Fu Chunan listened for a long time and understood. It can only be used here? Yeah, it only works here. That's a shame. When Fu Chainan and Xiaoying-chun happily chatting to an end, only to realize that it is almost time. Fu Chainan hurriedly excused himself and left the Times supermarket. The personal guards had all followed Fu Chainan back from Yangzhou and knew about the secret store. Seeing that there was no movement in Fu Chunan's yard, they figured that Fu Chunan had gone into the Times supermarket again, and defended extra carefully, not allowing anyone to approach Fu Chunan's yard. This secret of the general is a guarantee of the invincibility of Fu's army in the future. It must never be known by His Majesty's people. The next morning, Fu Chainan woke up early. Fu Chainan ate breakfast, then heard the housekeeper said yesterday there are 12 beauties are enrolled in the lipstick shopkeeper. Fu Chainan was relieved, but at the same time, he was also surprised. Then why are the remaining 4 reluctant? The housekeeper laughed. Of those 4, 2 are particularly interested in making food and just want to make some food at home, while the other 2 love embroidery and women's arts. Fu Chunan suddenly realized, it's also true, when you open a ready-to-wear store in the future, then ask them if they are willing to do. After breakfast, Fu Chainan called the 12 beauties who had enrolled over and asked them a question. What do you think? Where would be a better place to rent a store to make a lipstick store? The 12 beauties glanced at each other, and Autumn Moon stepped forward. General, if we unusually want to go shopping for lipstick and jewelry, we will first go to Liuxiang Street. Liuxiang Street, ah. Fu Chainan remembered that place. Most of the street is selling cosmetics, jewelry, and clothing. Women usually like to go there. Would either of you like to go shopping with me? Find the store? 2 at the most. The 12 beauties glanced at each other, and Rui and Shou Yue were the first to step forward. Slave girl is willing. So will the slave girl. The other 10 beauties hesitated only a moment before their chance was gone. Fu Chainan got up and walked away, then follow. On Liuxiang Street, there weren't that many customers early in the morning, but the stores were all open, and in addition to cosmetics and jewelry and fabrics and clothing, there were also a variety of food and snacks. Of course, a store that isn't open just might not be doing well enough to stay open. Fu Chainan quickly found a modest store. Judging from the dust at the store's entrance, it hadn't been open for some time. Who is the proprietor of this house? Fu Chainan was curious. Autumn Moon took the initiative to pick up the conversation. General, this seems to be the property of the Ningyuan Marquis family. The property of the Marquis of Ningyuan? Fu Chainan recalled the family in his mind, and it suddenly dawned on him. It was actually his family. Ningyuan Marquis is also a military success. The most capable son of the family died in battle, leaving a young son of the family no longer willing to send to the barracks. The old ancestor has spoiled the youngest son over the years, inviting cats and dogs all day long, not doing anything serious. Autumn Moon added that Ningyuan Marquis House's wife of the world's son closed her home, only to supervise the world's son's posthumous son to study, and not interested in the home industry. This store was presumably not doing well and simply closed. Fu Chen sighed and turned to Qiuyu. Since you are so familiar with it, is it feasible for you to go out and find the Marquis of Ningyuan to rent this store? Autumn Moon was slightly stunned, then her eyes lit up and she was eager to try. Slave girl, go and try. Fu Chainan pointed to a food store across the street from the store. I'll wait for you over there. Do you need Rui to accompany you? Autumn Moon looked at Rui, who nodded, and the two of them smiled and bowed to Fu Chainan before leaving. With a look from Fu Chainan, the two personal guards followed. The dark fragrance street in the middle of summer is very hot, and this store sells green bean smoothies, which are a relief from the heat, but not cheap, costing 21 for a small bowl. Fu Chainan sipped his green bean smoothie and once again began to miss the ice cream from Xiaoyingchuan's store. After waiting for about an hour, Autumn Moon and Rui both came back with happy faces, and next to them was a crippled man who looked like a steward. The one who came was Steward Liao of the Ningyuan Marquis residence, and he came up and saluted Fu Chainan, performing what was actually the military's cupped fist salute. This is a soldier who has followed Marquis Ningyuan on his campaign. A solemnity rose in Fu Chenmin's heart and he returned the salute with a clasped fist. But General Fu in person? My surname is Liao, and I am now a steward of the Ningyuan Marquis residence. Fu Chainan returned, yes. I'm sorry to trouble Steward Liao. Steward Liao opened the store door and invited Fu Chainan and Autumn Moon Rui to go in and look. This store is not big, into the depth of 2 zhang, wide only 1 zhang, there is no yard in the back. Before the business is not good there is not much income, our wife of the world's son is not very good health, simply closed. Mrs. Shitzi said, if General Fu wants to use it, this store will be sold directly to you cheaply, 1,000 taels of silver. What does General Fu think? Fu Chainan smiled somewhat awkwardly, but I don't have that much silver. Even a small store would not be cheap on Dark Fragrance Street, the favorite place for women in the capital. He only had a few hundred taels of silver in total, how could he afford to buy a store? Steward Liao had been walking around for years and naturally heard about Fu Chainan's feat yesterday. He glanced warily outside the store and saw that there were Fu Chainan's personal guards guarding the door before he explained softly. Mrs. Sherzi said that the Marshal and General's father and son love the soldiers as if they were their own, and that the little floating wealth at home has been taken to subsidize the soldiers in the army, and she knows that. If you can't get the silver at once, you can give it again in half a year. If you can't afford it after half a year, we'll just take the store back. Around empty is also empty. Fu Chainan's heart was on fire, and he only felt that his blood was going to burn. Even though His Majesty the Emperor is all kinds of wary and distrustful, the people are not stupid, they can see it. The Fu family was willing to pour money into the army for the sake of the imperial court, and was bent on the continuity of the kingdom and the well-being of the country. They can see, they read the Fu family's good, the Fu family's payment, the Fu family's efforts have meaning. He didn't make any pretense, then thank Mrs. Shitzi on my behalf. In half a year, I'll give this silver for buying the store. Steward Liao smiled and nodded, then go with me to sign the transfer papers. Fu Chainan, however, refused. Not necessary for the time being, wait until I give the silver, right now it's as if I'm renting it? All according to General Fu. Steward Liao said, taking out another lease contract. While the instrument of sale can be held in abeyance, the lease deed is mandatory. This would prove that the two families were just tenants and proprietors with a clean slate. Lest once the Fu family is disliked and dispatched by the saint, the Ningyuan Marquis house will also be pulled down. Not ruthless, but the stormy Ningyuan Marquis house can no longer withstand such a storm. Fu Chainan smiled, Steward Liao is quite considerate. Steward Liao humbly waved his hand, since our Marquis bad behavior and Master Shitzi's death in battle, nowadays the external chores in the residence are all taken care of by the little ones, so it's only right to be more considerate. The lease contract was completed, and Autumn Moon and Rui's eyes gleamed. General, what should we do next? Fu Chainan glanced at the dusty store, clean up the clutter inside, tidy up and then do some display cabinets to prepare for the opening. Rui volunteered, why don't I bring my sisters along to clean up? Good. This store will be left in the hands of you and Xiaoyu. Fu Chainan left 2 of his personal guards to follow Xiaoyu and Rui, and took the rest of his personal guards home himself. Sketched the design of the store to go. Entering his own courtyard, Fu Chainan instructed the housekeeper with a serious face, I need to meditate on how to arrange the next step. No one is allowed to come in and disturb. Here. Fu Chainan locked himself in his study, and after drawing a few sketches, he always felt that something was not right, so he went to the time and space supermarket again. Miss Xiao will surely find a way. Xiaoyingchun was not at all surprised to see Fu Chainan again. Why are you here at this time? Is there any new development? Fu Chainan handed over the drawing he drew with some frustration. I rented the store today and wanted to find a carpenter to get it, but how I drew it is not that flavor. Xiaoyingchun looked at the crooked diagram and fell into silence. Fu Chainan carefully observed Xiaoyingchun's reaction. Seeing that she didn't say anything, she was even more apprehensive. What's wrong? You can't read it either? Xiaoyingchun took a deep breath, so he just flipped out an empty cigarette case and opened it, copied a pencil. It's okay, you tell me first, how big is that store of yours? Fu Chainan, 1 fathom wide and 3 fathoms deep. 1 fathom is 3 meters, and 3 fathoms is 9 meters. That means this store is less than 30 square feet. Xiaoyingchun took a ruler and directly drew a 30 by 90 frame. This is your store. Suppose you were looking at your store in the sky right now. There is no roof above the store. It looks like this. Xiaoying-chun explained while discussing with Fu Chunan how to set up, and in order to make him more intuitive, he also searched for many decorative renderings of drugstores from the internet. Fu Chunan picked one of them. Just follow this one. This is the closest thing to the style of the ancient stores. Xiaoying-chun then began to compare the style of the store and draw plans for Fu Chunan. When the drawing was finished, Xiaoying-chun also finished explaining and looked seriously at Fu Chunan. Do you understand? Fu Chunan nodded. Hear me. In fact, Xiaoying-chun explained it so superficially and easily understood that he didn't struggle to hear it. Xiaoying-chun nodded and gave him the diagram. Here, you can take it and get it. Fu Chunan, however, still had a new problem to solve. What did you say to call the store's signboard? Xiaoying-chun asked back. What do you want to be called? Fu Chunan thought for a moment. Fuji Rouge and Powder Shop? Xiaoying-chun also thought about it. What do you mainly want to tell people about your original intention of opening this store? I'm saying what you want to tell people, not necessarily what you really think inside. Fu Chunan thought for a moment. I want His Holiness to be assured of my Fu family and not always feel that the Fu family has evil intentions. Xiaoying-chun understood. Then as a protector, you should act like you are greedy for pleasure, unambitious, and fearful of death, all the more reason for you to weaken the Fu family's existence. Fu Chunan. And how is that reflected in the name of the store? How about we just call it Tao Tao Ji? Fu Chunan thought for a moment. Is it the Tao Tao of Lu Tao Tao? Right. Xiaoying-chun nodded. Good. Let's call it Tao Tao Ji then. Fu Chunan got up to leave, but his stomach suddenly rumbled. In the quiet kiosk, this voice is particularly clear. Xiaoying-chun looked at the time. Ouch, it's noon. What do you want to eat? I'll ask someone to send it over. Fu Chunan smiled in a good and nice way. Eat whatever Miss Xiao says. Xiaoying-chun, then let's eat dumplings. 2 portions of cabbage and pork stuffing. 2 portions of corn pork stuffing. 1 serving of sauerkraut crumb topping. Beef and onion stuffing. Forget this one, don't. The onions seem to be hairy. Xiaoying-chun's conscience suddenly returned to its place. His wounds had not yet healed. After ordering 5 dumplings in one breath, Xiaoying-chun put down her cell phone. Alright, we can eat later. Fu Chunan was envious in real name. Just poking and prodding on the cell phone. You can eat. It's just too happy. Xiaoying-chun thought about the environment and conditions in ancient times and couldn't hide her pride. Times are different. 5 dumplings, Xiaoying-chun eats 1 and Fu Chunan eats 4. When the dumplings were finished, Fu Chunan left in a hurry. He had to go and decorate the store. Xiaoying-chun, however, in the previous order of the porcelain box ordered to find merchants to discuss whether in each porcelain box are printed on 3 words, Tao Tao Ji. The businessman was quick to agree to anything that technology could fix for just an additional fee. In the afternoon, Wan Li of the Zhongxing travel agency sent a message saying that Xiaoying-chun should prepare the information to facilitate her to come and take it to help with the formalities. Xiaoying-chun sucked in a breath of cold air at the long list of bills. Passport, identity document, household register, proof of assets, bank balance. After thinking about it, Xiaoying-chun directly made a request. Can you accompany me to do this? After all the formalities are completed, I'll give you an extra $2,000 for your hard work? Wang Li agreed without much hesitation. It was originally a travel agency's business. She just accompanied 2 or 3 trips can be $2,000 more. Why not? About the next morning to take Xiaoying-chun to do passports, Wang Li's attitude is also extraordinarily patient up. Let her first prepare all kinds of things, all kinds of precautions all over the place, tireless. Xiaoying-chun agreed one by one. His heart was very solid. It's good to have money, and this is the first time she's felt it. The following morning, Xiaoying-chun had just finished breakfast when Wang Li arrived. With Wang Li, an old bird leading the way, Xiaoying-chun basically does not need to bring a brain. Let fill out the form to fill out the form. Let take pictures to take pictures. When the bank pulls the water, the bank employees and Wang Li are shocked. Although the deposit is only more than $1 million, but the water is tens of millions of dollars, which is too scary. Are young girls so rich these days? The bank managers all came out, asking Xiaoying-chun in words if she could deposit a large amount of time deposit in their bank. Xiaoying-chun smiled without saying anything. If I need it, I will contact you. Luckily, she also kept most of the money in another bank card, this one containing just over $1 million. Otherwise tens of millions of deposits, wouldn't they be more shocked? The bank manager handed over his business card and told Xiaoying-chun to call himself or add a microblogging message if he needed anything. Wang Li also shocked. This look with their own not much difference between the little girl, bank water over 10 million, deposits actually over $1 million. No wonder people are willing to spend $2,000 alone to invite themselves to accompany them to the procedure. A morning rundown. Wang Li Heart also has a plan. A few more days to run again. It's almost done. Back at the commissary, it was almost noon again. The counter did not leave a note. Fu Chunan has not come. Xiaoying-chun is more to deal with. Directly from the freezer to pull out a package of frozen dumplings boiled half. What is Fu Chunan busy with? He's busy renovating and dealing with all the people who want to see what's going on. Fu Chunan, who was born as a pig killer, wanted to open a tallow store, and ran to His Majesty the Emperor to beat up on him. Things are all over the capital. So Fu Chunan and Carpenter compared to say how to get the store half a day's work, to cope with 5 sets of watchers. All the major families are looking at the joke. Fu Chainan does not even have a concubine. Know what the powder and balm used by women are really like? I'm afraid you can't even tell the difference when it's right in front of you, right? Some of those who came to see the fun didn't even hide their contempt. Fu Chainan also did not argue, to despise and ridicule as if it did not realize, only heatedly smiled. In a few days the store opened, but also please all of you to come to hold the scene. It is natural to come to the show. If you do not come to the show, will not you not be able to eat the first-hand melon? Rui and Xiaoyu had initially looked at things as simple, and now that they had taken these people's bantering and mocking in stride, it was inevitable that they felt aggrieved and even angry in their hearts as well. General Fu's stuff is so good, it's bound to sell well. General Fu worked so hard for this little store and all these people came to see the joke. One of these days, I'm going to punch you people in the face. The more the two beautiful maidservants thought about it, the more angry they became, and finally gritted their teeth and secretly swore, they must make the store good, so that these shallow-eyed ones can look at it and see if General Fu can do it. 3 days later, everything Xiao Yingchun ordered was delivered. Xiao Yingchun had them all sent to the rented warehouse, and she then drove over and collected them into the space depot to bring them back. Fu Chainan also froze for a moment when he saw the 4 big boxes. Xiao Yingchun smiled and introduced them all. This one evens out the skin tone to cover blemishes, applies in the morning and needs to be washed off at night. Foundation cream. This is lipstick, which can also be used as rouge. Lipstick. This is an eyebrow pencil, for drawing in your eyebrows. This is for skin care. After you wash your face at night, apply this moisturizer to your face to nourish your skin. By the way, this one is for washing your face, and you can also use it to wash your body, and it gets extra clean. Face wash soap. Except for the foundation cream, which is slightly more expensive, the rest of them are not expensive to buy. In addition to the core product, packaging is also important. A large and small porcelain box, pink, bright purple, light green, dark green, macaron color with rounded Tao G 3 words, let Fu Chainan eyes wide open. This box must not have been cheap? Xiao Yingchun pursed her lips and smiled, not bad. It's also slightly more expensive because it's a special order, with wholesale prices starting at $5 for a China box, and $1 more expensive for larger ones. She converted it with gold ingots, 10 taels of gold to give Fu Chainan 1,000 porcelain boxes. 10 taels of gold ingot is $800,000, a box charge $800. In Fu Chainan's opinion, 10 taels of gold is equal to 100 taels of grain silver, such a fine porcelain box of 1 or 2 silver 10, 100 when a porcelain box. It's not expensive. Eyebrow pencils come in at $5, cost $5,000 for 1,000, and charge 10 taels for 1 gold ingot. Lipsticks come in at $25, cost $25,000 for 1,000, and charge 10 taels for 3 gold ingots. Foundation creams come in at $20, 1,000 cost $20,000, and collect 10 taels of gold ingots for 3. Moisturizer 500 milliliters large jar of the purchase price of $30, 100 cans of $3,000, can be divided into 1,000 copies of the 50 milliliters porcelain box, collect 10 taels of gold ingots. A win-win deal was happily struck. Xiao Yingchun, in order to let Fu Chainan know more clearly, lipstick, moisturizer, foundation cream should be how to use the porcelain box secondary packaging, but also on-site demonstration. This lipstick can be melted, and when it's melted you pour it in, and you have to be careful with the heat. Moisturizers and foundations can't be heated, and you have to be even more careful not to get it everywhere. Xiao Yingchun pushed a row of porcelain boxes in front of Fu Chainan. Look, can these be taken back? Fu Chainan's eyes went straight. Why not? It's too good. The oddly packaged lip balms and foundation creams and moisturizers were portioned out to 7 full and capped, instantly appearing to be both highbrow and in keeping with the era. It really does not let people see the cracks, but also calls for a good thing at first glance. Fu Chainan was once again pleased. Fu Chainan took away the porcelain box that was divided and took it back to Rui and Xiaoyu first. A smattering of porcelain boxes lined up in order, the lids lifted one by one and placed on the top. The 2 beautiful maidservants looked at it and were amazed. The last one I got back didn't seem to have this many colors or be so delicate. Why is this one so delicate? Fu Chainan pursed her lips and smiled. I made a deal with that businessman. He is willing to help me order porcelain boxes for distribution, and in the future, our Tao Ji's lipstick will be packed in this unique porcelain box. Rui and Xiaoyu were dumbfounded. Who said General Fu doesn't know how to do business? See this fine china box? See how it says Tao Ki? And look at this richly colored lipstick. Either one can make a woman move her legs and spread her legs. If it was just alone courage before, then at this moment, Rui and Xiaoyu were truly confident. They are all women, once upon a time in the palace to see the ladies use, are not so exquisite. The attraction, who can stop it? The 2 beautiful maidservants glanced at each other and bowed solemnly. With such a good thing, the 2 of us sisters will definitely do a good job of making Tao Ji's business a success. Fu Chainan waved his hand. The 2 of you take these things and go back. Try them out more and more. See what people look better with what lipstick color and foundation color. Xiao Yingchun said that everyone should use different colors of lipsticks and foundations for different outfits, different skin colors and even different features. Fu Qianan did want to learn, but Xiao Yingchen said, I can't understand even if I tell you, so you can use it directly for the beauties at home, and they'll understand. Sure enough, the two beautiful maidservants left with these things, both smiling. Such a good thing, yet they get to be the first to use it and the first to try it. If we practice this skill well, those ladies of the world and noble ladies would have to ask for all kinds of advice in order to look good and save face. A day later, the personal guards reported that Qian Laogai had been found and had been placed in a courtyard outside the capital. Fu Qianan's heart was certain, go find him. In the dilapidated courtyard, Qian Laogai, who was dressed in brown short-beaten clothes, was full of wrinkles and smiled fawningly. General Fu, the little old man is late, please forgive me. Fu Qianan waved his hand, no need to be polite, I called for you for one thing. Chen Laojian once again bowed deeply, General can use the little old man, is the little old man's good fortune, as long as the little old man can do, the little old man to go to soup and fire, 10,000 deaths. Fu Qianan smiled and glanced at Qian Laoquan, it doesn't have to be that serious. Is your family okay? As soon as he said this, Qian Laobian was again a salute, but also thanks to General Fu saved our family of 5, otherwise we would have been bones into mud at this time. Qian Laogai's family of 5 formed a theater troupe and performed some plays to barely make ends meet. A few years ago, they met bandits, who took a liking to Qian Laodian's daughter-in-law and wanted to rob her to be their wife. Qian family members naturally disagreed, both sides fought fiercely, Qian Laoquan family were injured, looked to be unbeatable was killed on the spot. Fu Qianan, who was hunting, came down like a god from heaven and saved the family. Fu Qianan also gave the family a wild goat he had hunted as medicine for his injuries. Qian Laotian said at the time that he would not the grass to thank Fu Qianan. Later, Qian Laotian also let his son send a carload of mountain goods, saying that his son has now become a hunter, settled down in the mountains, no longer traveling the countryside to sell art for a living. This time Fu Qianan specially called for people to find the money old abductor. Money old abductor also thought it was to call his own life to repay the favor. Will be the family things have finished, they're on alone to the capital. Fu Qianan first took out a set of exquisite porcelain boxes and opened them one by one to show Qian Laoquan. Qian Laoquan looked a little stunned, he could probably guess what kind of golden thing this was. But what was he being shown this for? Fu Qianan didn't sell himself short and told Qian Laotian about his intention to open a store. Qian Laodian was a smart one and immediately understood. You want me to act as a Western merchant and supply your store? Fu Qianan nodded, yes. But I don't look like a Western businessman anywhere. Qian Laoquan pointed to his wrinkled appearance. Fu Qianan smiled, the mountain man has his own plan. An hour later, Qian Laoquan looked at his full red hair and blue eyes in the bronze mirror and was dumbfounded. That's a brilliant tactic, too. Fu Qianan purposely explained, after you dyed this hair red, you can't go back to black, these contact lenses can be taken off at any time instead, and your posture needs to be adjusted. When Qian Laoquan was a theater troupe, he also used to make up a lot and was familiar with this kind of thing. Things like contact lenses, while rare, were not difficult to use, and he adapted quickly. 2 people, one talking and one listening, talking hard and listening even harder. When Fu Qianan finished his explanation and handed over a set of white robes of a Western merchant, Qian Laoquan immediately put them on. When he looked back over and saluted at Fu Qianan's eyes flashed with amazement, there was an inner flavor. Only after the two had discussed and finalized the matter did Fu Qianan leave. The personal guards also took Qian Laoquan to make other arrangements. Half a month later, Tao Taoji's decoration was basically completed, and the unique decoration made everyone look at it. The log-colored counter is just that, but why is that top still open? If there are those 3 hands to steal it, how can we prevent it? Although Rui and Xiu Yu didn't understand, it was because they trusted General Fuwa. They have privately used up all that makeup to the bottom. The cosmetics were so good that they incidentally trusted General Fu who got them. The wharf on the banks of the Jade Belt River was filled with merchant ships as usual, and the laborers were busy going out to carry the goods. There was a sudden commotion from one of the boats. The crowd looked over at the commotion and were dumbfounded. Just a big-nosed, red-haired, blue-eyed, skinny old man was getting off the boat. Everyone looked dumbfounded because the look was so special. Someone whispered to their partner next to them, is this a Ghostbuster from the underworld? They had only seen the clay model of the underworld Ghostbusters in temples as redheads with big noses. The other was a little hesitant, I didn't hear that Ghostbusters have blue eyes? After a steward-like person took a serious look, he snorted and took the initiative to open his mouth. What kind of ghost messenger? It's a clear day, the sun is up there, how can a ghost messenger come out? Besides, look at that shadow? Have you ever seen a Ghostbuster with a shadow? What is that thing? The crowd looked at the steward. The steward was noticed by the crowd and instantly his vanity was greatly satisfied, stroking his beard with a proud face. Those are Western merchants, the ones who come by ship from overseas to pick up and sell goods. Their appearance, is similar to that of the Ghostbusters, with red, yellow, and white hair, and rather fewer black hair. And the eyes, there are gray eyes, green eyes, blue eyes, and few black eyes. It dawned on the crowd, it was a Western merchant from overseas. The Western merchants had just disembarked when they saw a group of young men in brown buntings dashing forward, separating the dock from the road. It was Fu Qianan's own guards. The captain of the personal guard stepped forward and arched his hand. Sith boss, our general has been waiting for you for a long time, this way please. The Western merchant called the Sith boss nodded haughtily at the captain of the personal guard. Then please send these boxes to General Fu. These are the goods that General Fu wants. Many thanks to Sith boss. The captain of the personal guards promised, and with a wave of his hand, several personal guards came up behind him, carefully lifting down one large wooden box and sending it onto the mule cart next to him. In full view of the public, a group of people escorted the mule cart, heading for the Marshal's Palace and Dark Fragrance Street respectively. Such strange and bizarre Western merchants must be selling strange and bizarre things too, right? Good Samaritans followed, wanting to see what was inside this chest when it was opened. Soon, the mule cart stopped in front of a new store on Dark Fragrance Street. The signboard hanging on the doorhead of the Tao Tao Key lipstick and powder shop was particularly conspicuous, and the front of the doorway swayed in the wind, making people even more curious. This Western merchant still sells cosmetics? 2 boxes were carefully carried down by the personal guards, and the Sith boss pointed to one of the boxes. Here is the glaze you asked for, do you think it fits? Fu Chainan went forward to open the box, and lifted the thick cotton tires, from which he carefully held out a piece of cut and polished tempered glass. The completely transparent material and flatness dazzled everyone. This thing, so smooth? Fu Chainan greeted his personal guards and came forward, one of them lifting one side and carefully placing the tempered glass in the groove on the counter. Tight fit. Before also surprised people do not cover the counter, covered with a thick layer of tempered glass. The inside is clearly visible, but the outside cannot be reached. You can only look, not touch. So amazing. There's nothing like it. The onlookers were already talking. My God. I can't believe it's transparent. This is cleaner than water jade. I've never seen anything like it. That must have been expensive? That's for sure. Fu Chainan looked at the curious looks of the crowd and was vaguely pleased in his heart. This glass was said to be not expensive in Miss Shaw's world, and almost all businessmen would use this kind of counter. It was the Shaw girl who had a tobacco cabinet made of this glass in her kiosk. The pro guard pulled out 4 more pieces from that case, 5 pieces of glass in all, and made 5 relatively separate and identical counters to come. Each counter was topped with a glass cover and lined with silk, and the counters were set up. At this time Fu Chainan had another box opened. Neat rows of delicate boxes, yard after yard. A box full of them. Fu Chainan took the box out of it carefully and placed it in the counter for a few. Rui and Xiaoyu had already started to busy themselves with the 5 girls to set it up. The pro guards also began to clear the scene. Everyone who wants to see the fun, look outside the door. The inside is too chaotic. Bump bad explanation huh. The high-cooled pro guard, hardened into a shoplifter's fait accompli. Rui and Xiaoyu arranged the things neatly one by one, but the rest were not taken out again. Instead, they pulled out a stack of 6-sided rhombus-shaped sheets from the box. What is it? The crowd outside the door was some distance away and couldn't really see it. They were really curious. With hidden pride, Autumn Moon placed one of the 6-sided diamond-shaped slices into a carved, custom-made wooden frame, and carefully jammed it again, bracing it against the glass counter. Rui looked strange. Go over to pick up, against the fine look. Oh look, not only is she exclaimed, Aya, really clear. Even the onlookers outside gasped out in shock. What did they just see? The face of the fairy-like beauty, whose back was clearly turned to her, was surprisingly present in that wooden frame. True to form. Slim. Is this a mirror? Someone asked hesitantly. The other man immediately retorted, how can that be? Where could there be such a clear bronze mirror? If it's not a mirror, how can it be so clear? Is it possible that this is a Western mirror, not quite the same as our bronze mirrors? Some people's minds were scattered, and they had already thought of this unique origin of the Western merchant. Rui had already walked over to the crowd with the mirror in hand and playfully explained, this is indeed a Western mirror. Any valued customer who comes to our store to buy lipstick or powder can enjoy our grooming service. My God, this store is so amazing. Not only is the arrangement unique, even the inside of the powder look also extraordinarily expensive. The box is exquisite yo. Just look at the eyes cannot move. Someone who could no longer resist asked in a loud voice, when will this store open? Fu Chunin today looks like a fluttering gentleman, a naive smile, folks father and mother, the small store opens tomorrow, but also please tell everyone around. You don't get this stuff cheap, do you? Someone asked. Fu Chunin pointed at the Sith boss who was still sitting in the store. How can something that came all the way across the ocean be cheap? But we're a child's playground here, so if you want it, you need to live within your means. Straight away, I said that my stuff was quite expensive and that people should weigh it up for themselves. After the store was set up, Fu Chainan let the captain of his personal guards lead the Sith boss Chen Laquan back to the marshal's mansion, while he himself took a large box of various things and headed for the palace. At this hour, the morning court in the palace should have dispersed, and it would not be presumptuous for him to go over at this time. His Majesty was also curious when he heard that Fu Chunin had come to seek an audience at this time. Fu Chainan, who was born as a pig killer, wanted to open a tallow store, which became a joke in the capital. And now he's coming into the palace to ask for an audience? Could it be that he found out that he couldn't make it and was going to hit the fall again? Curious in mind, His Majesty the Emperor simply left behind a few courtiers who were preparing to deliberate. Minister Fu was here. Everyone listened to what great things he has to say. Fu Chainan came in with a big box around his arm, and once he entered the imperial study, he made a big salute. The last general will see your Majesty. My Emperor long live 10,000 years old. His Majesty allowed him to get up, but his gaze fell on the box in Fu Chainan's arms. What are you doing here? What is it that you are holding? Fu Chainan handed the box to the eunuch next to him, and that eunuch carefully opened it to see that it was a small wooden box. The wooden box opened again, and inside was a single porcelain box. The color of this porcelain box is strangely beautiful, with beautiful purples and all kinds of things inside. The eunuch, who was well informed, immediately asked, "Is this rouge?" Fu Chanan came forward to introduce them one by one. This is a variety of rouges of different colors, which can wipe the face and also the mouth. This one is for smudging your face, this one is for tracing your eyebrows, and this one is for covering spots. This one is for washing your face and hands and bathing. After the introduction, he pulled out the sidemost stack of soft mirrors. This is a Western mirror. It's clearer than a brass mirror. 64. 64. Your Majesty loves me, rewarded me with so many beauties and silver, I am unable to repay you. Tomorrow the fat powder store will be opened. Today will be the store inside. Take the first filial piety to His Majesty and all the ladies in the palace. His Majesty's eyes widened as he looked at these rare things. The soap and soft mirrors are unseen and unheard of, not to mention the powder. His Majesty's eyes were filled with wonder as he looked at the pale blue translucent soap and the slim, soft mirror. Fu Chainan, however, pulled out another wooden frame from the box and placed the soft mirror into the delicate wooden frame in front of His Majesty and fastened the clasp. That way there's no fear of it falling out and breaking. The serving eunuch handed the palm-sized mirror to His Majesty, who took the mirror and looked around, not to mention that the person in the mirror was quite majestic. The ministers looked at each other in dismay, originally thought that Fu Chainan was here to make a fool of himself. Who knew that His Holiness had actually moved to those things? Look at all this time looking in the mirror. Half a column of incense has passed and it's still going. A minister couldn't hold back a tickle in his throat and coughed. His Majesty returned to his senses and put the mirror down fondly, giving a sarcastic laugh. It's kinda special. As he spoke, he looked at Fu Chainan again. Where did you get this from? Fu Chainan told the story of saving a Western merchant from bandits that he had made up earlier. He didn't used to come to the capital, he did business in the south. The first time he came to Dalian, he was robbed by bandits, and after I saved him by chance, he never came again, and this is the first time he set foot in the capital. Anyway, the gang of mountain bandits who robbed Qian Laotian did a lot of evil, and at that time had already been hacked to death by Fu Chen's security department, so who can say anything about death without evidence? His Majesty did not suspect too much. Nowadays, each country is governed separately, and the south by the sea is the territory of the Nanyu country. That Western merchant probably opened the gateway from Nanyu country to Daliang, right? He ordered the eunuch to send those lipsticks and mirrors to the palaces, and left only a soap and a mirror for himself. Seeing that those ministers were curious one by one, His Majesty the Emperor simply passed the mirror to the ministers in turn. The ministers were also shocked to see mirrors that could illuminate people to the smallest detail. After decades of living, they were so clearly looking at themselves for the first time. So I already have so many spots and creases on my face. The ministers were new and despondent. His Majesty the Emperor hadn't felt it just now when he himself looked in the mirror. But now that he saw the ministers grimacing at the mirror, he couldn't help but look odd. Just now I also this bird? It was a good thing that Fu Chainan was about to say goodbye and leave after delivering the stuff. Anyway, he didn't have any serious business in the court, and it wouldn't be good for him to stay and delay the deliberations of the emperor and the ministers. The emperor obediently told him to leave. The deliberations went on until noon, and the matter was not yet finished, so His Majesty the Emperor kept the ministers for a light dinner, and they were all flattered. The eunuch brought the wash basin and soap for His Majesty to wash his hands. The ink-stained dragon's claw unusual need to scrub hard to wash clean, but today after using this soap, a magical scene appeared. But after a slight rubbing, the ink was washed away, and the dragon's claws regained their whiteness. The palace maid in charge of washing His Majesty's hands was slightly surprised. Your Majesty, this soap is really good. It washes clean in this way. The emperor, who was originally sitting there with his eyes closed in a false sleep, opened his eyes and looked at his white hands, and was also surprised. It's really. There's something about this Western stuff. For the first time, His Majesty seriously thought about the matter of Fu Chainan opening a tallow store. Did he open a tallow store just to make money for a better life? Or is it for something else? But he's just getting that store up and running, and watch it go. In the afternoon, when the ministers had finished their deliberations and gone home individually, the first thing they did was to call the mother of the house. The pig killer's tallow store opens tomorrow. You take the ladies of the family over to support the show. The mothers in charge have expressed their disdain and heartfelt concern. Don't worry, master, we will definitely send someone. By that one or two, and also stop by to see what the hog killer is making a fool of himself. The ministers, however, were still uneasy, and repeatedly urged, nothing else matters, that mirror, it must be bought. The mother of the house doesn't understand, there are so many bronze mirrors in the house, what mirror to buy? But on her lips, she still promised, concubine knows. Master/Marquis. Fu Chainan returned home, just as Xiu Yu also came back, came to report the situation. Ning Yuan Marquis Shitzi wife refused to accept, said she was widowed for many years, these things are not used. It turned out that Fu Chun and Let Autumn Moon also sent a box of various colors of powder and balm to the Ning Yuan Marquis wife, but was rejected by the wife. Fu Chunan thought also understand, a widowed woman, if you smear powder inevitably be criticized, she chose to keep a low profile and stoic, they also need to respect. So Fu Chunan asked Xiu Yu to send a few boxes of moisturizer and 2 soft mirrors separately, this she thinks she can accept, send it to her. Autumn Moon, however, did not leave immediately, but respectfully asked for instructions, General, even though we haven't opened yet today, there are many people poking around. The slave girl reckons that the little that's in the store tomorrow shouldn't be enough to sell. Do we need to pull some of the stuff stored in the mansion over ahead of time? Fu Chainan waved his hand, no need, let's talk about it tomorrow after the sale. Autumn Moon could only shut up and went to deliver something to the Shirzi lady of the Ning Yuan Marquis residence. When Xiu Yu left, Fu Chainan instructed his guards not to let anyone into my courtyard, and just as he was about to close the door, a woman's voice rang out from outside the door, Bai Lu, who likes to cook, had delivered the food. Fu Chainan wanted to have his personal guards reject her, but suddenly as if he remembered something, bring in the food. Bai Lu was not even hopeful anymore, but suddenly hearing that he was asked to bring the food in again, he immediately came to spirit. A large food box full of food was brought in, and before Bai Lu could set the meal out, Fu Chainan waved his hand and told her to get out. Put the food down and go ahead. You can just come back and collect the dishes when it's dinner time. Shiro had to excuse himself. Fu Chainan picked up the food box, then went back to the Times supermarket. Always eat Miss Shaw's food, take some food for Miss Shaw yourself. I don't know when it started, but Fu Chainan always wanted to visit Miss Shao. Sometimes there's something going on, and sometimes there's obviously nothing going on. Just having seen her and spoken to her about anything settled his heart. In the supermarket, Xiaoyingchun had just sent Dai Hangxin away. Dai Hangxin said that he hadn't seen Xiaoyingchun for a few days recently, and came over to ask Xiaoyingchun if he could have anything good. Xiaoyingchun took the opportunity to take out the gold ingots that he had promised to sell to Dai Hangxin. 65. Dai Hangxin was a bit embarrassed, I'm not here to ask about that. I just want to ask when the next time a batch of collection auctions can still be organized? In fact, he didn't come to ask this, he preferred to have no purpose at all, but simply invite Xiaoyingchun to dinner. But Xiaoyingchun's resolute attitude of drawing a line in the sand with himself made Dai Hangxin afraid to even try to invite him. He had to talk about business. Xiaoyingchun looked at Dai Hangxin and smiled, I'm not specialized in producing this, where do I say I can have it? This is the only one, do you want it? Dai Hangxin thought, he laughed first, not really. It is considered rare for ordinary people to have 1 or 2 pieces, and Xiaoyingchun taking out so many is unprecedented. Perhaps it was the fact that Xiaoyingchun had taken out too many things at once that gave him the illusion that Xiaoyingchun must still have something good, but just hadn't taken it out yet. Whoever thought Xiaoyingchun said, no more. There is only this gold ingot. 2. Dai Hangxin finally took the gold ingot, and without checking it, directly transferred $800,000 to Xiaoyingchun. Xiaoyingchun was all smiles, thank you, boss Dai. Dai Hangxin always felt that Xiaoyingchun was hiding something behind this smile, as if she was getting farther and farther away from himself. But if he had to say something specific, he couldn't. In the end, Dai Hangxin had to leave in despair. Xiaoyingchun had just sent Dai Hangxin away when she heard a beep from the back door. Fu Chainan was here. Fu Chainan carried the food box, his face flushed from the heat. Xiaoyingchun looked amused and handed him a bottle of mineral water. Drink the water first and cool off. Fu Chainan took the water, but his gaze went to the freezer. Xiaoyingchun understood in a second, no way. You are now recovering from a serious illness, you just came over hot and sweaty, eating ice right away will make you sick easily. For the Supreme VIP, Xiaoyingchun's first priority was to protect his safety and health. Only if he is well will business be long and prosperous. Good. Fu Chainan obediently agreed, drinking that room temperature mineral water and greeting Xiaoyingchun to come and eat. This is made by my mansion's cook, I specially brought it over for you to see how it tastes, Fu Chainan said, opening the food box and serving it out one by one. Fu Chainan eats a lot, and Bai Lu makes a lot of portions. A big bowl of dry noodles, a big bowl of dumplings, and 2 cold dishes of meat and vegetables, a big bowl of steamed chicken and a plate of dim sum. Seeing this, Xiaoyingchun hurriedly brought dishes and chopsticks from the kitchen and chatted with Fu Chainan while eating. The coleslaw tasted refreshing and appetizing with a hint of hot and sour and the fresh aroma of sesame oil. The white meat was sliced extremely thin and dipped in a garlic sauce. There was also the steamed chicken, which had a surprising number of ingredients in its stomach, and was just bursting with flavor when you opened it. Delicious. Xiaoyingchun ate it with praise. There was no fertilizer feed in those days, and the ingredients had plenty of raw flavor, plus this Shiro's craftsmanship was so good, it was so much better than many of the takeouts out there. Fu Chainan looked full of smiles, if you like it, I'll often bring meals to you in the future. Yes, Xiaoying-chun agreed without the slightest twinge. Didn't you say you were opening tomorrow? How come you still have time to come over today? Xiaoying-chun asked as she looked at his slightly red cheeks. Fu Chainan threw the mineral water bottle into the trash can and sat back at the table. I just came back from the palace. After explaining what happened in the morning, Fu Chainan said, I'm only afraid that I have to buy some more goods. I guess what I bought before is only enough to sell for a few days. Xiaoying-chun nodded. I'm already making reservations. The cosmetic companies that ordered them are also big manufacturers, and this amount is not difficult for them. Fu Chainan came almost every day to tell Xiaoying-chun about his arrangements and intentions, and after listening to Xiaoying-chun give his suggestions, he then adjusted them to the characteristics of that era. Fu Chainan thought for a moment, Miss Xiao, there may be more orders to follow. Do you need to get your own workshop on your side? Xiaoying-chun shook his head without even thinking, no need. If we want to get a workshop here, we need many formalities. Approvals. It's inconvenient to have to get through all the joints and many workers, and it's easy to attract the attention of the officials. When the stuff is produced, where will it be sold? Once someone investigates, who can tell? Xiaoying-chun can't tell people, sold to another time and place? It's enough for us to make a huge profit from buying and selling, and leave the hard-earned money from production management to others. Fu Chainan didn't dwell on it. He wasn't familiar with Xiaoying-chun's time and space. There was no way for him to give more advice. He just told her what he thought of. After a meal, Xiaoying-chun tasted some of each and was full, and the rest went into Fu Chainan's stomach. Fu Chainan was satisfied, and his intestines were satisfied, and he happily said goodbye to Xiaoying-chun, and made an appointment to come back to deliver the meal at noon on the following day, and left with his food box. On the following morning, Tao Taoji opened for business, and after the firecrackers were lit and rumbled, Rui and Xiaoyu with 4 beautiful maidservants were seen standing at the entrance of the store to welcome the guests. At the doorway stood 4 more of the Marshals General's personal guards. When the first went in a young lady with her maid, followed by 2 more ladies and their maids, and when 5 guests had gone in, the personal guard stood forward and pulled the red rope to stop the doorway. Hey, how come you're not allowed to enter? Someone shouted from the crowd that was stopped. Rui smiled and reminded the crowded crowd at the door, the inside is full. In order to make the experience better for all your guests, please wait a moment for the guests in the back. He stood at the door to give out numbered cards to the maidservants lining up at each house, and then signaled them to sit on the stools at the door to line up, and those who lined up were given a bowl of green bean smoothie. This bowl of green bean smoothie costs 20 cents. That's too generous. A bowl of green bean smoothie in the hand, hold in the hands of cool, drink in the mouth of sweet, is queuing and so on is nothing. The ladies who entered were satisfied with the counter and the beautiful maidservants who were at their service alone in front of them. The glazed countertops were so translucent that they staggered at the sight. The assortment of macaroon-colored china boxes in the cabinet was too nice for them to take their eyes off of. And when the beautiful maidservants with gentle voices and dexterous movements brought out the boxes of things and explained them to the ladies and young ladies in the mirror while applying makeup, they completely lost themselves. After the burning of an incense stick, a young lady with the most anxious temperament and the maid beside her walked out of Tao Jia with 2 boxes in their arms contentedly. Any familiar ones in the back of the line immediately went up to ask what was going on. The young lady was full of pride and complacency as she held a box and got into her own carriage first, leaving only her maid Chunhong there to carefully explain, show off. This box has 4 colors of rouge, a kind of moisturizing cream, and a cream that can cover spots. This is a soap for washing hands and face, and a mirror and 2 eyebrow pencils. For this stuff, it costs 30 taels of silver. If you buy them separately, they are even more expensive. My young lady bought 2 boxes, this color pink more she used herself, this calm more is the young lady filial piety to the lady. 66. As Chunhong explained one by one, the maids in line just now looked even more straight-eyed. 30 taels of silver for just these things? It wasn't the most expensive they'd ever bought, but it was pretty much not cheap. Good Chunhong, can you take this thing to show my master as well? That maid begged Chunhong who was holding the box. Inside the lady's makeup trial time is too long, half a tea time only to go in a person, and so on queuing up to their own how long it should be? The master can't wait that long. The maid, Chunhong, was cautious when she heard this, I need to ask my master, and my master will only agree. Fortunately, that young lady was also willing to befriend the ladies and ladies of the families, and immediately agreed. So Chunhong held the box again and explained the same words to all the ladies and gentlemen in the various carriages. The ladies and young ladies of the families looked at the boxes of exquisite rouge with their own eyes, and their hearts were moved to the core. They see too many people, and do not care about the trial again, have their own maidservants and mothers-in-law to go to find familiar with the family, please each other to help together to buy. So the back again out of the ladies and ladies is more than 1 or 2 boxes, some even directly buy a dozen boxes. This is where the personal guards at the door come in handy. They helped carry the huge pile of boxes to the wagon. It was only the 15th person in line when Rui apologetically stepped out and told everyone, I'm sorry, we're all sold out. As soon as these words were said, the 10 or so maids and maids still lined up behind them all became anxious. That's only how many people, how did they sell out? We've been standing in line for almost half an hour. Rui was busy explaining, right now we are transferring goods from the marshal's palace to this side, please wait for a tea time. Turns out the marshal's office still has a stockpile. We all know where the marshal's house is. It's not far. It'll be there in a minute. Rui also thoughtfully prepared cooled green bean paste for all the sisters and maids in line. What I drank before was a green bean smoothie, and I'm afraid I'll spoil my stomach if I drink more, so this bowl is not iced, so forgive me. The sisters and maidservants in the queue were carrying sweet green bean paste in their hands, and the harsh words could no longer be uttered. It's not a problem, it's mostly the front that's too much to buy. That is, going in for one person, just buy 20 or 30 boxes, according to Sobai, more stocking will not be enough. We'll all be waiting, the boss just has to have it delivered. Rui also asked Chunhua to give an extra portion of green bean paste for the maid sisters to give to their masters waiting in the carriage, while explaining the reason. The guests in line were pacified, but on the autumn moon side, the Chinjin and madams who had tried on the makeup were told to determine the quantity and give the silver, and then waited to the side to let the other guests come into the store to try on the. Soon the marshal's office transferred another large box. Autumn Moon had spring flower and Jishang first deliver to the previously paid ladies and gentry in accordance with the quantity, before the rest continued to sell out. The second box was looking like it was about to bottom out, so Rui went out early this time to explain to the 5 serving sisters still left behind. The store is sold out, a few of you can let the masters come in and try on the makeup first, after trying it on I guess the marshal's side has delivered over. With the delivery of the third box, the rest of the queue of ladies and gentlemen were finally satisfied. It was also nearly noon. The first day of Tao Tao Key's opening was a success with a sign at the entrance that read sold out today, please come early tomorrow. Because Fu Chunan had asked Xiao Yingchun for advice beforehand, and asked the 5 ladies to practice dealing with various situations at home, this day's response down, surprisingly unhurried, orderly and methodical. Wushu methodically tidied up the sanitation, counted the sales and inventoried the silver. Fu Chainan, who had been reported by his personal guards, also finally came to the store. It was not proper for him, an unmarried man, to receive in a store full of ladies and young ladies. So on opening day he just lit a firecracker, greeted everyone at the door and left. General, we sold 300 gift boxes in one day's work. Rui and Shoyue, who were in charge of the inventory, were full of excitement, and the other 3 beauties also had bright eyes. One big wooden box contains 100 copies, 3 big wooden boxes is 300 copies, 1 copy sells 30 taels of silver, 300 copies is 9,000 taels of silver. This is about getting rich and famous. Fu Chainan looked at the 3 boxes full of broken silver and silver ingots, his face sullen. 2 boxes of silver were sent to the money changer and exchanged for 10 taels of gold ingots. With the remaining box of silver, go buy the best furniture, furnishings, and ingredients to send to the Western guest house, and make sure to serve the Sith boss who lives in the guest house. Yes. The personal guards came forward and carried the 3 boxes of silver onto the carriage. Fu Chainan returned to the mansion, but ran to find Qian Laoquan, who lives in the West guest house. Sis boss, you next so. Qian Laodian was flattered, General Fu, you flattered me. No one in private, you call the little old man a old abduction is, why are you still so polite? Fu Chainan, however, looked very seriously at Qian Laoquan. In the future, in front of and behind people, you will be the Sith boss, lest you don't pay attention and wear out. Little old man remembered. Qian Laotian promised, and indeed, he took on the appearance of a Sith boss. The midday meal Fu Chunan had Bai Lu carefully cook with the mountain treasures that his personal guards had temporarily picked up, sending the small portions to the Sith boss and the large portions to his own courtyard. Fu Chainan waited for the meal to be delivered, then closed the courtyard door, instructed his personal guards to watch the door, and carried his own food box to the Times supermarket to find Xiao Yingchun. Xiao Yingchun knew that Fu Chunan was coming to deliver lunch, and she deliberately ate her breakfast a little later, because it was customary on Fu Chunan's side to eat the noon meal only at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Today's dishes are roasted rabbit and water bowl lamb with pie. 1 more green vegetable and a snack. Xiao Yingchun looked at the basin full of dry pancakes and her eyes went straight. You eat so much in one meal? There were a dozen dry flapjacks the size of a palm and the thickness of a hand. Even if 2 people eat it, that's a lot. Not to mention a roasted rabbit with the head and feet removed and a tub of lamb and a water bowl? Fu Chainan nodded, yes, I can eat so much in one meal. You first, how many do you want to eat? Xiao Yingchun silently picked one up, I'm enough. Fu Chunan gave Xiao Yingchun a deep look, you really save food. Xiao Yingchun silently glanced at Fu Chunan, you can really bother with food. She suddenly understood very well the reason why Marshal Fu Zhonghai had killed pigs in his early years but was penniless. Fu Chunan was truly equipped with the ability to eat a family all by himself. Fu Chainan demonstrated by opening the cake from the edge into 2 slices and sandwiching shredded cucumber and roasted rabbit in the center. I'm just injured and the cook won't give me chili, otherwise it would be more flavorful and tasty with some chili. Xiao Yingchun got this and silently went to the shelf to bring a bottle of Lao Gan Ma and opened it. The scent of black bean chili drifted silently. Fu Chainan fell silent, suddenly feeling that the meat bun in his hand had less soul. Xiao Yingchun took a spoon and smeared a bit of Lao Gan Ma into the meat sandwich in Fu Chunan's hand. Can we eat now? 67. 67. Fu Chainan nodded, out came a big mouthful, good times. Incense. It wasn't very spicy, but it was really flavorful. Fu Chainan happily ate one. Xiaoyingshuan's meat buns were just ready, and by the time she finished one meat bun, Fu Chainan had already winded up eating 4 meat buns. Watching the roasted rabbit and the water basin of mutton flying to the bottom, she was once again bowled over by Fu Dajo's ability to eat. But truth be told, the meatloaf and coleslaw were real flavorful. Small snacks well, taste average. Xiaoyingchun thought for a moment, why don't I give you some treats next time and you take them back to that cook to try? Some people are really good, they know how this stuff is made when they've eaten it. It was too easy for her to buy dim sum. If she could get that cook to reproduce it with natural ingredients from ancient times, wouldn't she be blessed in the future? Fu Chainan naturally had no problem with it. I'll listen to you on all counts. After the meal was finished, Fu Chainan offered to drink an ice cola. Xiaoyingchun did not have the ability to refuse. Heard that Coke kills sperm? Should I remind Fu Chainan myself? But after thinking about her relationship with Fu Chainan, Xiaoyingchun silently closed her mouth. It was better not to talk too much. Drinking a Coke, Fu Chainan talked about the day. 300 kits sold in one day? You sell it for 30 taels of silver apiece? Then wouldn't you have earned more than 8,000 silver taels in this one day? Xiaoyingshuan's eyes went wide and she didn't know what to say in response. Knowing that Xiaoyingchun gave him the wholesale price, a set with the box only charged him 3 taels of silver. Instead, he turned around and sold it for 30 taels. This kind of profiteering is eye-watering, but to think that the suit he gave him wholesale for 3 taels of silver cost less than $100. 300 sets is less than $30,000, but it can be exchanged for 9-10 taels of gold ingots, which can be sold for more than $7 million. Fu Chainan's profit is tenfold. Our profits are 200 times more black in our own hearts. Forget it. Each man makes his own money. Xiaoyingchun was mentally balanced again. What are you going to do next? Xiaoyingchun looked serious as she discussed Tao Taoji's business strategy with Fu Chunan. Tao Taoqi sells 3 big boxes of lipstick sets in one day. 1 box of sets sells for 30 taels. How much can 3 big boxes sell for? The eyes of those who cared to do the math were dripping blood. Once thought that Fu Chainan opening a fat powder store was a joke, but in a flash he became a joke himself. The capital city families and major merchants were collectively dumbfounded. What's the deal with that Western merchant anyway? Wholesale for Fu Chainan is something you won't see anywhere else. How can a one-man business like this be left to the pig killer alone? I heard that the Western merchant is living in the marshal's residence, so we can't just go in with our men and snatch them out? If I were Fu Chunan, I would definitely protect Sith Boss to the death. Don't let the others see it. You go a few people, guard at the entrance of the marshal's palace, but whenever he comes out, you must find a way to find out his whereabouts. There were more than 1 or 2 people who had the same intention. Many of the great families of the world thought so. Just as everyone was gawking at the Sith Boss suddenly went out smelling of alcohol. A dozen or so of his personal guards clung to the Sith Boss, but the Sith Boss resented that they were in the way, and his old arms and legs fought to shove the personal guards. What are you following me for? I'm just going to listen to some tunes and drink some wine. The personal guards did not fight back, nor did they give up. They just followed the Sith Boss, clamoring all the way into the drunken red house. The Sith Boss ordered the most expensive girls of the drunken red house, blowing, playing and singing to accompany the drinking of small wine to put together a large table, and had a good time. Instead, the pro guard was left on the first floor of the drunken red building. The personal guards had no choice but to protect the front and back of the private room where the Sith Boss was up and down, lest anything happened to him. The stewards and shopkeepers of all the major families were moved, as long as they could meet the Sith Boss and talk to him face to face, who was going to get him killed. So all those who were interested also headed for the drunken red house. A night of fish and dragons. That night, the story about those Western goods of Sith Boss circulated among the major families in the capital. It turns out that the Sith Boss's goods wholesale to Fu Chunan is not cheap. A separate rouge will be 3 taels, so that 10 colorful products combined together. Preferential also want 27 taels. Calculating Fu Chainan could only earn 3 taels of silver for a single kit, so it looked like 9,000 taels could be sold on the first day of opening, but in fact more than 8,000 taels of silver went into the pockets of the Sith Boss. Fu Chainan has only earned a mere 900 taels, and that's it, not counting labor and rent for the store. Plus it's just opened and people haven't seen it before, which is why it's such a giveaway. In the future, when everyone is stocked up, they certainly won't buy so much, but at most, they will buy 1 or 2 bottles sporadically. He's the only one in the business, but he only makes a fraction of a cent. All the business owners are secretly scoffing. Fu Chainan, this is cradling the golden hen will not lay eggs. What a pig killer. Collectively, they despised Fu Chainan. The Sith Boss even said after he got drunk, if the next person wants to get goods from him, he is willing to do so. But you need to go through Fu Chainan's side, give Fu Chainan a draw, a copy of the suit, give Fu Chainan a draw of 1 or 2 silver. This is a way of repaying Fu Chainan for saving his life in the first place. What's this? The line. So the next day early rise, originally intended to make Fu Chainan bad major families and merchants to the marshal's residence to pass the invitation. His Majesty in the palace also got the message early in the morning. When he knew that Fu Chainan sold 9,000 taels of silver in one day, His Majesty's eyes also turned green. But when he heard that Fu Chainan had actually earned only 900 taels, the emperor was also dumbfounded. The first of its kind in the capital, and he makes 10% profit? The secret agent who reported it responded clearly. It was the red-headed Sith boss himself who said it, and it should be correct. Ha 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 ha, this pig slayer, he really can't get on top. His Majesty the Emperor laughed out loud. However, when he heard that Sith boss was interested in supplying all the major families and merchants through Fu Chainan, he mused again. When he heard that Fu Chainan's draw was only 1 or 2 a set, he couldn't help but shake his head again. How could he, as the son of heaven, not understand the accounts that even merchants could compute? It's obviously a case of not being able to do business. That's why it's like this. Look at the officials who have salt quotations in their hands. Which one is not fat? It is also only a little cutie like Fu Chainan. Only then will 32 only earn 3 taels. His Majesty the Emperor put his heart down and went to the morning court at ease. As soon as Fu Chainan woke up in the morning, he saw a large pile of all kinds of obeisances being brought in by the butler, and he grinned as he learned about yesterday's rumors from his personal guards. That's the effect to have. If everyone knew that he could earn a few thousand taels a day, wouldn't he attract hatred? The only way to make silver later is to let everyone profit and hide yourself behind the curtain. 68. I don't know how Fu Chainan communicated with the Sith boss, but anyway, that night, a few of the lineages that had handed in their posts received a reply. Said he would meet the other side at the marshal's house the following morning. Originally, these stores were all taken care of by the main mother of the family, and it was the main mother who should talk about business. Nay, the marshal's house has no hostess, and there is no suitable female family members to receive, so there is no choice but to come a few stewards in charge of the business of the family, and also bring a few commoners who act as a front. A big family, the first son is in charge of the officialdom, the concubine son is in charge of the shopping mall, and then the concubine son makes money to feed the first son. So in some friendly negotiation between the two sides, several big families set their share and quantity of goods. It seemed that the Sith boss did not know how to write the De Liang script, and had purposely entrusted it to Fu Chainan to create the deed instrument. At first, several great families thought that Fu Chainan would not be able to do anything about it, but the Sith boss had his own method. No matter how much they want, they must pay silver before taking goods. Credit is not allowed, nor is payment after goods. Simple, brutal, and effective. Moreover, the Sith boss said in front of the face of the major families, Fu Chainan every 100 taels into 3 taels of dividends, the rest of the Sith boss will directly take away, and as long as the gold ingots. Fu Chainan and the major families would also ensure the safety of the Sith bosses in the Great Liang dynasty in order to continue selling goods. In fact, the major families were eager to send some people to the Sith boss. If they could use these eyes to find out the Sith boss's sources of goods, maybe they could become a dominant force in the future? It's just a shame that the Sith bosses don't want any of them, male or female. It was not easy for the several great families to directly use gold ingots to carry away 10 boxes of goods each. The Sith boss ghostly wailed on the spot shouting, "No more goods, I'll go back to prepare the goods." Surprisingly, he let Fu Chainan's people box up the gold ingots and sent him directly to the cargo ship in the Jade Belt River and left. In this way, everyone knew that the benefits Fu Chainan received belonged entirely to the small head, and everyone's heart was balanced. The same Western goods and a few stores to provide, Fu Chainan's Tao Tao Ji business by the several big families in the dark incense street store a shock, business really down a lot. But Fu Chainan didn't care, he started selling it piecemeal. Soap that can wash your face and hands and your whole body is sold singly for 3 taels of silver apiece. Slightly larger than the palm of the Western mirror with a wooden frame after 5 taels of silver apiece. There are also a number of people look at the Fu Chainan store to do counter with the glaze, ask how to sell. Rui and Shoyue replied in unison, they would report your guests' needs to Fu Chainan, and then let Fu Chainan communicate with the Sith boss. Where's Fu Chainan? He got on the ship early and waited after his disguise, and the first thing he did after getting the gold ingot was to send it to Xiaoingchuan's time and space supermarket. Miss Xiao, this batch of gold ingots is partly to pay for the goods owed before, partly for the subsequent goods, and on the other hand, I need to trouble you with one more thing. I'd like to trouble you for another batch of stab-proof undershirts and gloves. His personal guards were 1 casualty less, so naturally he wanted to preserve them, so he had previously bought 50 sets for them to equip themselves with. But the generals of Fu's army didn't have one yet, and he wanted to equip them with a set each as well. The Lin To gold given to Xiaoingchun before was only 500 taels, and he was always worried that he didn't give enough. To know in the Great Liang dynasty, such things can be considered rare treasures, unusual is not even heard of, whereas 10 taels of gold ingots to buy. Xiaoingchun looked at 2 boxes full of a total of 3,000 taels of gold ingots, naturally agreed. Fu Chainan was still on the ship at this time and couldn't stay here for long. Seeing Xiaoingchun agreeing, he immediately left the Time supermarket. Go back to the house first and then come back. Xiaoingchun was a bit worried. The gold ingots in the Time supermarket had exceeded the limit of what the current domestic antique market could accommodate. It's easy to drop the price if you resell it. After all, anything is worthless once you have more of it. It is also easy to cause alarm, so in a short time, gold ingots can no longer be sold in large quantities in the country. It's annoying to sit on a mountain of treasure and not be able to cash in on it. It's a good thing there are tens of millions of dollars left from the collection that was sold earlier. Enough to last a good long time. Xiaoyingchen first ordered another batch of 100 pieces of bulletproof vests and 100 pairs of anti-stabbing gloves online, and then heard the courier outside the door say that there were packages. She purchased the pearls arrived, the box opened, inside the large and small many small packages, respectively, with the exquisite cloth bag with cotton, also quite thoughtful. According to Fu Chainan, the pearls can't be the best and biggest, only slightly better than the usual, lest they arouse the suspicion of the capital's families and the emperor. The customer's requirements are the highest standards, especially the only supreme VIP customer. Xiaoyingchen into a variety of sizes, a variety of luster of the unusual pearls, but also into the relatively high quality of nearly round flawless large pearls of various colors each of 10. Pearls less than 10 mm in diameter are not expensive. The 3 mm to 4 mm strands of nearly round, slightly flawed beads are only $58 a strand. The 5 to 6 mm bead strings are also only $68 a strand. The same extension can be wrapped around twice, a string is only $100 or so. It is the most expensive large pearls of various colors. The purchase price is only more than $300 a piece. As for not being the cheapest price on the net, doesn't matter. We're making hundreds of times the difference anyway. In the matter of doing business with Fu Chainan, Xiaoyingchen is now not willing to count the fine accounts. After all, earn too much to count instead of their own tired. Putting the things aside and storing the gold ingots into the cashier space system, Xiaoyingchen again cooperated with the travel agencies willingly to do the formalities. The passport has been obtained and all that is needed now is a visa to London. Wang Li was a bit incomprehensible. Miss Xiao, you have never been abroad, probably don't know that when people from our country go abroad, they will be considered by many as being very rich and will easily encounter robberies. If you go out with a group it's not only less expensive, it's a lot safer, so why do you have to travel free? Xiaoyingchen laughed helplessly, I'm going abroad for something, it's not convenient for me to follow the group. Wang Li remembered what she saw when she adjusted the bank's water flow, and thought about suggesting, if you're going abroad to talk about business, do you want to hire a bodyguard or something? Xiaoyingchen looked at Wang Li in surprise. What? Your travel agency still has this kind of service? Wang Li smiled. That's not true. I have a cousin who retired from the special forces once upon a time, and is now partnering with a comrade in arms to open a security company. I can talk to my cousin if you need, he can accompany you on your journey. Of course, the associated costs will definitely be on your dime. Xiaoyingchen thought about the various news that he had read before, and also moved. It's not impossible. Although she had the Times Supermarket's treasury and wasn't afraid of people stealing and robbing, she was also afraid of people hitting and shooting in the dark. Your own life is worth more than anything. Then ask that cousin of yours for me what the charges are? Good Lu. Wang Li promised, immediately sent her cousin a Weibo message to go. 69. It wasn't long before Wang Li told Xiaoyingchen that her cousin was willing to charge 1,000 renminbi per day to accompany him abroad if Xiaoyingchen paid out of his own pocket. Of course this income is after all expenses are removed. Xiaoyingchen heard, it can be. Where is the man? Shall we meet first? He's in Wanxian right now, why don't I ask him out here? Good. When a tall, thin, slab-headed man with sunglasses arrived at the Starbucks cafe in Wanda Plaza where he had an appointment, Xiaoyingchen always felt that the man looked a bit familiar. Without waiting for her to ask, the slab-headed man took the initiative to speak. Ms. Xiao. Xiaoyingchen? Wang Li had already spoken out in surprise. Second brother, you know Miss Xiao? Seeing Xiaoyingchen's confused face and Wang Li's confused face, Wang Yangjun had to implicitly remind him, I took an order in Yangon City the other day and met Miss Xiao once. But Ms. Xiao was so busy at the time that she probably didn't notice me. Xiaoyingchen recently went to Yangon City for one thing only, the auction. Then think of Wang Li said Special Forces retired open security company. Xiaoyingchen suddenly realized, you are responsible for security that day? Wang Yangjun nodded, exactly. Xiaoyingchen apologized in embarrassment, you guys wore the same clothes that day, so I really didn't pay much attention. Your looks. Wang Yangjun also had a light smile on his face, normal. The two sides talked, and once met, Wang Li was relieved, and immediately took his leave. Then you guys take your time chatting, I'll leave you to it. Only after Wang Li left did Wang Yangjun smile and nod, setting his sunglasses to the top of his head. Is Ms. Xiao preparing for a trip abroad? Xiaoyingchen actually wanted to beat a retreat for a moment after learning that Wang Yangjun knew Dai Hengxin. This person is Dai Hengxin's acquaintance, turning back will be Dai Hengxin's neurotic mother think again, she is taking advantage of Dai Hengxin's relationship? So Xiaoyingchen mused not knowing how to answer. Instead of insisting on an answer, Wang Yangjun began to take the initiative to expose it. Let me introduce myself first. I'm retired from the United Nations Peacekeeping Force, I'm fluent in English, French, and German, and I have my own circle of friends abroad. If you are accompanied abroad, you can not only be your bodyguard, but also provide translation and counseling services. Xiao Chuan's eyes lit up as she listened. This is the proper male lead in the King of Soldiers text. Then look at the dude's body, not the gym kind of exaggerated big muscles, but obviously the arms and legs and body at first glance is very lean and sturdy. The body should be pretty good. Besides, as the army retired, character should also pass, otherwise it is impossible to get Dai Hengxin's trust, the last tens of millions of security to their company. Xiao Chuan's change of color fell into the bottom of Wang Yongjun's eyes. He knew that she was moved, but he didn't know why she didn't make up her mind. I don't know what other concerns in this Shaw has? Even if you don't use me, I can still give you free counseling and maintain confidentiality throughout. Xiao Chun was hit hard by these words. She looked at this Wang Yongjun. Can you keep this a secret from Dai Hengxin? Wang Yongjun nodded without hesitation. That's for sure. Although Dai Hengxin was his friend, Xiao Chun was also his client, and if she offered to keep it a secret, he would never talk too much. It's professional conduct. This is my only request for the time being. Of course, after leaving the country, I will need you to provide services such as translation and security. Xiao Chun said, raising his hand in a gesture. I haven't finalized the exact time, and if I do, how far in advance do I need to confirm the time with you? How do you charge for it? Good to say. Wang Li told you before, right? There are a few prerequisites if I leave the country with you. The first is that you can't take me to do anything illegal or criminal. The second is that you must obey. If I tell you to go, you must go, and if I tell you not to go, you must not go. Thirdly, while abroad, I will be paid $1,000 a day, counting from the start of my departure for the airport from this side, with all expenses fully covered by you. Xiao Chun could understand these points and nodded her head in agreement at that moment. Good. Do you need to sign a contract? We'll sign the contract after you've confirmed the time. You need to confirm the departure time with me half a month in advance so that I can make arrangements on my side. Wang Yongjun's impression of Xiao Chun was actually quite impressive. The first time they met was the time Xiao Chun had dinner with Master Yi, and he was responsible for sending something over to show Master Yi. Look, with the Lotus Flower General Girl, but as Dai Hengxin and He Liangzong can pay extra attention to the partner, but also can get the old man's recognition. The second time was the day of the auction. She was pretty and tasteful in a cheongsam with a pearl necklace and earrings. Afterward, he wondered, what was this girl's young age, what was her background that she could have a place among these bigwigs? He had also speculated darkly, was it some little girl adopted by a big shot? With the end of the auction, he threw all this behind him again. After all, he was not a person of the same world, so what was the point of caring so much? But who would have thought it would be so long before we actually met again? And this time, he owned his name before Xiao Chun, Wang Yongjun. Good, then I'll contact you when I've finalized the time. Xiao Chun smiled and got up, saying goodbye and leaving. On the way home, Xiao Chun passed a pastry store, bought some peach cake and cake mung bean cake and so on, 7 or 8 flavors, full of a pocket. Last time, I said that I would bring some pastries to the cook at Fu Chenan's house, so I can't go back on my word. After arriving home and just entering through the warehouse door, I saw Fu Chenan already sitting there again. Why are you here again so soon? That's only 4 hours, right? Fu Chenan grinned. I found a chance to get off the ship, so I rushed back home. I'll let Shen Laoquan go back home first, report his safety to reassure his family, and probably won't need him to come often in the future. Not even needing Xiao Chun to ask, he took the initiative to explain what he had done in the past 2 hours. Xiao Chun cried and laughed. You don't have to tell me everything. Fu Chenan grinned. Very good. I always think you know everything. Say it to you, maybe you can give me a good idea? Xiao Chun smiled helplessly. She also felt it. She didn't know when it started. Fu Chenan had a kind of mesmerizing trust in himself, and loved to tell himself everything. Placing a pocket of snacks on the table, this is what I bought for your cook. You turn around and bring it back for her to try. If it can be made pretty much the same, you'll be blessed in the future. Fu Chenan nodded. Okay, I'll bring it back for her to try. His mouth said bring it back, but his hand was honest enough to open the box of treats. 70. There were 7 or 8 kinds of dim sum, each with 10 or so pieces at least, and Fu Chenan ate them nonchalantly. This is delicious, sweet but not too sweet. Well, how come the savory one still smells like scallions? Scallion-scented mung bean cake. This one's a little stinky. This one's durian flavored. Xiao Chun lifted the pocket out of it. You don't have this there, and a lot of people aren't used to eating it, so don't give it to the cook. This one was bought by Xiao Chun for herself, and she forgot to take it out just now. Fu Chenan nodded. Then give me to eat it. It smells a little stinky, and it tastes kinda special. Xiao Chun is fine. When Fu Chenan had eaten only 2 pieces of each snack, he finally retied the bag and put it aside. Xiao Chun handed over a bottle of water at the right time. Drink some water, it's easy to choke on this stuff. After Fu Chenan finished the water, Xiao Chun pushed another box of pearls over. This one, it's arrived. Fu Chenan looked at the box of pearls in front of him and was a bit shocked. Although he is a pig slayer origin, but these years became the son of the marshal, the occasion of the major families have been in and out. Know these pearls to get their own that world is what price. These pearls may look small, but they are uniform in shape, color and size. Such a well-proportioned string of pearls would cost 100 taels of grain silver, to say the least. Those pink, purple and black ones are even a few hundred taels less. As for that each color each 10 pieces of the thumb head belly of the big pearl, take out a separate one are worth 1,000 gold. Even the emperor will be red in the eyes when he sees it. Fu Chainan was a bit uneasy. When these things get to my side, their eyes will go straight. He didn't even dare to put these things in his mansion for fear of actually attracting thieves. The biggest of these pearls, I actually don't dare to sell them, Fu Chainan said, and laughed bitterly himself. In Xiaoyingchuan's puzzled look, he rubbed one of the large pearls. In our world, the best things should be honored to His Majesty the Emperor. How can the common people have what the saints don't have? Xiaoyingchun understood for a second. This corrupt dynasty yo. Then do you still take these with you? Xiaoyingchun pointed to a box of pearls. Fu Chainan thought for a moment and picked out 2 large white pearls. These 2, I'll say they were given to me by Boss Sith. I wouldn't dare to take this kind of treasure, so I'll honor the Emperor. Keep a piece too. At the same time, it is also a kind of announcement to the large and small families in the capital. He is going to sell pearls. Xiaoyingchun smiled and expressed her support. You know more about your side of things than I do, just make up your mind. It's still early, I'll go into the palace first, and when I come back I'll bring you dinner. Fu Chainan was a nature to leave when he said he would, and took out the bag of the largest pearls and gave it to Xiaoyingchun, and left through the back door with the box in his own arms. At noon, the ministers who were left by the emperor to deliberate were about to leave the palace in groups of 3 or 2, when they saw Fu Chainan holding a small box in his hand, all the way to the imperial study. Why is the pig killer here again? What are you doing here at this hour to see His Majesty? The emperor was also curious. What was he doing here again? Given the mirror and soap he sent last time, the emperor still met Fu Chainan. When Fu Chainan entered, only 2 ministers and His Majesty the emperor at the top were left in the imperial study room. His Majesty looked at Fu Chainan with a smile on his face. Minister Fu came over this time, and what is the matter? Fu Chainan raised his hands high and presented a brocade box. Your Holiness, when I sent away the Western merchant Sis today, Sis sold me a box of pearls. These are the 2 largest of them, and he said he sold them cheaply to me. I have never seen such a large pearl before. I dare not use it myself, so I want to come and offer it to your Majesty. His Majesty raised an eyebrow, and his interest was indeed aroused. Oh? Serving eunuchs came forward to open the box to check. Ate a shock. It is the size of a pair of thumbs to go disc beads. Individually this size of the pearl palace is also seen, but 2 of the same size, but also very round, color and luster are exactly the same, have not seen. When the eunuch presented the brocade box up to His Majesty also froze. Such a large pair of walking disc beads, that is, the palace have not seen. It's no wonder that Fu Chainan didn't dare to sell it when he got his hands on it. He's afraid he'll be killed if he does sell it, right? His Majesty the Emperor looked at Fu Chainan with a smile on his face. He still knows that he is afraid of death. Wouldn't it be a loss for you to give me such a precious thing? Fu Chainan unconscionable blind words opened his mouth. His Majesty gave the capital for the last general to open a store, and when the last general has any good things, naturally the first thing that comes to mind is to honor His Majesty. His Majesty heard this nonsense from him and didn't know what came to his mind. His complexion then truly soothed. Secretary Fu sent such a good thing to me, is there anything you want? Just mention it to me. Fu Chainan was firm and decisive and grateful. I am now living well and making money, and for the time being I haven't thought of anything I want. It's hard for you to have a piece of filial piety. Bai Fu, go and get a set of the 4 treasures of literature that I use and reward them to Secretary Fu. His Majesty the Emperor was satisfied with Fu Chainan's sense of humor and was generous. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Fu Chainan made a big bow, received the reward and was ready to bid farewell and leave. Just at this time, the guards put outside to inform. The Queen Mother and 2 noble consort in the harem heard that Fu Chainan into the palace, said that last time Fu Chainan sends the lipstick set is very good to use, specially rewarded Fu Chainan brocade 2 pairs of satin, plum base a pair of. Fu Chainan again thanked the grace, which left the palace to go home, took the dinner with Xiaoyingchun went to eat. The 2 ministers took it all in stride, and when they returned, the new news was once again quietly circulated among the families of their respective acquaintances. The Western merchant sold General Fu a case of pearls, and the 2 largest were offered to the emperor. Tao Tao Qi is ready to pearlize. Pearls were considered rare in the landlocked country of the Dalian dynasty. A part of the world's largest families only have the financial resources in the women's hairpin jewelry inlaid with pearls. The ordinary people see cannot be seen. I wonder what kind of pearls you can buy at Tao Tao Qi nowadays. So early the next morning, the door of Tao Tao Ji once again came a few ladies and young ladies of the world who wanted to rush to see the pearls in the morning. When Rui heard that they had come today to see the pearls, she smiled at once. Just a moment for a few of you, we didn't put this treasure inside the counter, it's only for guests with status. The women's families immediately had a sense of honor again, we are people with status. Rui carefully held out a beautifully wrapped velvet box from the chest on the glazed counter. When the box was opened, a string of nearly round, flawless pearls of uniform color was presented to the ladies. 71. 71. Master Sky. It's too good looking. This strand of pearls is not very large for a single pearl, only about 4 millimeters. But the rare thing is that a bunch of them are all the same size, the color is consistently white, and they are all round, with no imperfections to the naked eye. This must be very expensive. Jiang Nan, the first youngest daughter of the Minister of the Ministry of Justice, exclaimed in a low voice. This silly child, Mrs. Ma, the Minister of the Ministry of Justice, sighed helplessly. This kind of talk is just something to think about in one's heart. How can one still say it? Jiang Nan is 10 years old, unusual, rarely out shopping, this time also followed his mother over, looking at the string of pearls, eyes are welded to it. Mrs. Ma also moved. This pearl necklace is really rare. Jiang Nan's body size is still small, where this size is very expensive and appropriate. In a few days, the Ministry of Justice's residence would hold a flower appreciation banquet, and she was thinking of taking Jiang Nan there. Mrs. Ma thought for a moment and asked softly, I wonder how much silver is in this necklace. Rui smiled gently. Mrs. Ma, this necklace requires 100 taels of grain silver. Mrs. Ma, at this price, she is a little needy. Just a 10-year-old girl, would it be too much of a waste to use such a precious pearl necklace? It's just that it's okay to use jewelry in a slightly more normal way, right? Mrs. Ma was about to convince herself, but Rui took out another brocade box. Mrs. Ma, there are 2 more pairs of earrings here, would you like to see if you like any? The box opened, and inside were actually 2 pairs of very simple pearl earrings. The earrings are still small, also measuring 4 millimeters with 925 silver pins. A pair of white ones, apparently a set with that string of pearls. There was also a pair of, surprisingly, pale pink pearl studs. Jiang Nan just saw the pair of light pink pearl earrings and couldn't take her eyes off them. Mother, I want these earrings. The light pink color, the glistening pearl, and the compact size make it suitable for Jiang Nan's age in any case. Mrs. Ma also took a glance at it and couldn't help but ask, how much silver is this pink pair? Rui's smile was as gentle as ever. The pink earrings are a bit cheaper than the necklace, plus they are not square and have some imperfections. A pair is 50 taels of silver. Mrs. Ma frowned. 50 taels of silver are not cheap. Rui smiled and explained, pink pearls are rare, and both are exactly the same size, color and shape are also the same. To say it is 1 in a million is considered modest. Mrs. Ma believed that Rui's words were true, but that couldn't hide the fact that it was expensive. Just when Mrs. Ma was still hesitating, Rui laughed again and said, these white pearl earrings are cheap and still square, only 10 taels of silver will do. Without waiting for Mrs. Ma to speak, Jiang Nan directly made her request, Mother, I like this pink pair. Rui praised, Miss Jiang has a good eye, and then continued to smile softly at Mrs. Ma, if you haven't considered it well, you can also not bring it with you for the time being. Mrs. Ma hesitantly asked, then could you leave me 2 days? She actually likes it. Rui smiled with full apology, I'm really sorry, if the next honored guest looks at it, there may be no way to keep it for you. Mother. Jiang Nan was anxious, if the earrings he saw did not buy, but turned around and was bought by someone else, who could be happy, then buy it. Mrs. Ma bought it after all. Just as Mrs. Ma was about to leave, Rui took out another box. Mrs. Ma might as well take a look at this pair. It was a pair of slightly flawed white pearl studs, with imperfections just right for threading silver needles, but much larger than the ones from a moment ago, and at first glance, they look like they could be used by an adult noblewoman as well. This pair is also 50 taels of silver. It's just right for Mrs. Ma to wear. Mrs. Ma froze even as she watched. It's really like that. But her husband had just become the Minister of Justice, and his salary for a year was not much. The dowry given by her mother's family is only a few stores with unusual earnings, so using it up is a real heartache. Rui also didn't force her to make an immediate decision. Why don't you give it a try, Mrs. Ma? Red short crust, white pearls, tenderly threaded in the ears, a glance in the slim mirror, and Mrs. Ma routed, bought. When Mrs. Ma spent the 100 taels of tattooed silver to leave, Rui smiled, and received the next person. This is the old state prince's wife Fan, her mother's family is also an old family, not bad. Rui smiled and took out the 8mm light gray pearl set, a necklace with 2 studs and 2 nude beads of the same color for her to set other jewelry on her own. Mrs. Fan, this set of pearls reminded me of you the first time I saw it, understated yet noble, unusual people simply can't wear its beauty. Rui said something nice while thinking in her heart, where did General find such coaxing words? How many women can resist such words? Sure enough, without saying a word, Mrs. Fan took out 1,000 taels of silver tickets and bought the light gray pearl suit. In the evening, Fu Chainan came over to take stock of the accounts as usual. The complete makeup and wash sets didn't sell much today, while the unusual pearls sold almost half of them. In addition to a very few high-grade goods were taken out by them purposely, to those who can really afford the price of the family selection to buy, unusual small pearl jewelry, are sold to the similar Ministry of Penal Minister Mrs. Ma, such as the female family members. Rui and Shoyue were very excited and lowered their voices to report, General, today another 10,000 taels of silver were sold. Fu Chenin glanced at the accounts, nodded, and instructed his personal guards, you ask the steward to find someone to repair the mansion, and in the courtyards where people live, things are better equipped. I and my father's house, as well as the ornaments and furniture in the West guest house, have picked out good ones to replace them. If you don't spend the money you've earned, the suspicious emperor will surely suspect that you have something up your sleeve. In that case, it's good to make everyone feel greedy. Besides, if the silver is flowing out, then no one knows how much has been spent out. Fu Chenin took the rest of the silver tickets home and took the meal that Bai Lu had made before closing the courtyard door and going to look for Xiao Yingchun again. Today's beef was in a clear broth with a nice big pot of sauce tossed with noodles, 2 big pots. Xiao Yingchun took her own bowl, Fu Chenin gave her a small bowl to share, and then gave her an enthusiastic bowl of beef and clear soup, before she opened the big pot to eat. Xiao Yingchun ate the strong and fresh noodles, drank the seemingly white water but fragrant beef soup. Sort of reaction, this big Liang dynasty is in the north? That's a couple pasta meals. After eating and drinking, Fu Chenan said that today's pearl sale was both happy and worried. Now it's not that this pearl won't sell, it's that I'm afraid to let go of it. Just in case it sells too well and gets in some people's way again. Xiao Yingchun thought for a moment, why don't you get some small, cheap ones to go back and sell? 72. Those little irregular pearls are really cheap to get in. And the kind that sells can be a bit more affordable instead. It's a much quieter way to make money, and you make more of it. Fu Chenan immediately agreed. I'll listen to you. When he said this, Fu Chenan looked good and cute. Xiao Yingchun blinked, suddenly suspecting that this man was coloring himself. After placing an order for a batch of irregular pearls at a few cents a piece on a wholesale website, Xiao Yingchun watched Fu Chenan leave before going upstairs to bed. Thunder rumbled in the middle of the night and it rained. Xiao Yingchun was woken up and rolled over and was about to go back to sleep, but in a daze she suddenly felt that there was someone beside her bed. She was so scared that her whole body was instantly confused. There was someone by the bed? Her first thought, there's a burglar in the house. But the real valuable antiques and gold ingots and silver ingots in the house were all collected in the space of the cashier system space of the time and space supermarket, and there was nothing else of value in the room except a cell phone. The pouring rain clattered, muffling the sudden change in her breathing, and she tried to calm herself, as if she had been awakened by a thunderclap and then rolled back over and gone to sleep, and slowly closed her eyes. The bedside thief had originally targeted the safe. But he judged it easily, it was impossible to open this safe without waking Xiao Yingchun. It was at this moment that the light of a lightning bolt cut through the not-so-thick curtains and illuminated on the luscious form slumbering in her nightgown on the bed. The thief gulped, his breathing ragged. This woman, too, is so good-looking. Listening to the rough breathing that seemed to be close to her ears, Xiao Yingchun's heartbeat couldn't be restrained from speeding up. This thief had a bad idea. What's he up to? Not only do you want money, but you also want sex? The intense fear had caused physiological tears to seep out from under her eyes. Scared to tears. Her breath is nasal, her nose is blocked. At this rate, the thief will surely find himself awake. Xiao Yingchun was anxious and scared. In the heat of the moment, she suddenly huffed and choked and shouted, Mom and Dad, don't go. One sentence exited, as if it had flipped some strange switch. Xiao Yingchun closed her eyes and cried out. Oh, Mom, Dad, you guys don't leave. What am I going to do if you guys leave? Xiao Yingchun cried and shouted, her voice getting louder and louder. It's fear from the bottom of my heart and sadness from the bottom of my heart. It was as if all the injustice, ostracism, and indifference suffered over the past year had erupted in an instant. She cried louder and louder, gradually tearing her heart out. The thief thought Xiao Yingchun had woken up when she cried out the first sound, and the dagger in her hand was raised. But as Xiao Yingchun again cried out, he suddenly reacted. A few days ago when he came to step on the spot, from the people in the neighborhood heard Xiao Yingchun's parents died. Is she dreaming about Mom and Dad? Her mom and dad came to see her in a dream? A ghost? Looking up into the dimly lit room, the thief winced in fear and dared not move his raised dagger. After thinking about it, he swallowed and carefully left the room on the second floor amidst Xiao Yingchun's cries. Xiao Yingchun's crying continued for a while, until she was sure that the thief had left the room. She slowly stopped crying and got up to turn on the light, which was not working. Xiao Yingchun reacted with an afterthought, the air conditioning had stopped too. She deadbolted and unlocked the door to her room before darting for her cell phone. It was a good thing she had taken to tucking her cell phone into the crack of her bed and not letting a thief get a hold of it. Deadly holding the cell phone, Xiao Yingchun froze for a moment. I don't dare to call the police. I'm afraid that the downstairs thieves will come up to kill people when they hear the sound of the phone call. The thief might still be downstairs in the supermarket. Who's going to call the police at this hour of the night? Who stays up in the middle of the night? Thinking about it, she sent the same WeChat to Wang Yangjun, who owns a security company, and He Liangsong, a second-generation man. My house into the thief, home power cut off, I'm on the second floor, dare not go downstairs, also dare not call the police, the address is, can you help me to report a police? There was no movement on He Liangsong's side, presumably he was asleep and didn't see the message. Wang Yangjun sighed, the security company took a job, tonight he accompanied 2 other colleagues on duty, is patrolling it, heard the cell phone vibration, picked up a look, eyes instantly frozen. Biao, you watch over here, I'm going to go have some urgent business. While arranging his work, he returned a message of I'll be there in 10 minutes, went out and quickly mounted his motorcycle and sped towards the address given by Xiao Yingchun. The motorcycle sped through the rain to Xiaoyingchuan's address. The first floor is the kiosk and the second floor would be the rooms. The curtains were left open in one of the rooms, so no one should be there. Another room with closed curtains. He looked around and made up his mind when he saw the drainpipe. The former Special Forces soldier took a few steps backward, lashed out forward, grabbed the drainpipe with both hands, stomped his feet on the wall with the help of inertia, and with only 2 strokes, he flew and climbed the edge of the balcony on the second floor. When he rolled onto the balcony and pushed open the window, he froze for a moment and Xiaoyingchun froze for a moment when he saw Xiaoyingchun standing far away from the closet with a coat rack clutched tightly in her hand. Wang Yongjun, she was terrified. Wang Yongjun jumped into the house, around the bed while Xiaoyingchun hand coat rack down, mouth over and over again to appease. Do not be afraid, it's me. Don't be afraid, it's me. Xiaoyingchun scared to weak legs, soaking wet Wang Yongjun just water clattered through the window, more frightening than a thief. The coat rack in his hand was snatched off, Xiaoyingchun as if this is to find his breath, violently paralyzed on the ground, after the fear of a big mouthful of breath. Wang Yongjun looked around and glanced down at the bottom of the bed to make sure that no one was in this room before asking Xiaoyingchun, are you saying that people might be downstairs? Xiaoyingchun nodded and looked towards the door of the room, her expression once again alarmed. He went downstairs, I don't know if he's gone yet. I'm going downstairs, you stay in this room with the door closed, and don't open the door no matter what you hear unless I tell you to, do you hear me? Xiaoyingchun nodded and watched as Wang Yongjun copied the electric baton that was assigned to his previous patrol and headed downstairs. Wang Yongjun went down for a while, the lights in the room suddenly lit up, Xiaoyingchun shivered in fear for a moment, and then reacted. It should be that the switch was propped up. Wang Yongjun came upstairs and knocked on the door, Ms. Xiao, I've searched all downstairs, there's no one. Xiaoyingchun listened to this, which opened the door to the room. Wang Yongjun glanced at Xiaoyingchun who was still wearing her pajamas immediately looked away. Do you want to change your clothes and come downstairs? I'll wait for you downstairs. Xiaoyingchun then reacted, she was still wearing her pajamas, with no underwear underneath. This is a big summer, this is a bump. Embarrassment for myself. 73. Xiaoyingchun busily promised to change her clothes and go downstairs. By the time Xiaoyingchun, wearing a long green dress, arrived downstairs at the mini-mart, there was nothing more than residual shock and still embarrassment on her face. Xiaoyingchun signaled Wang Yongjun to take a seat at the table and handed over a bottle of water. It's really troublesome for you. Wang Yongjun took a serious look at her slightly reddened cheeks, and the celebration of the aftermath of the robbery. It's no trouble, I happen to be on the night shift at the escort, and if I fall asleep, I'm just afraid I won't be able to see your message either. After a pause Wang Yongjun pointed to the back door again, that thief should have come in through the back door. I looked, although the back is a cul-de-sac, the fence against the street is not too high, that thief should have scaled the wall from there into the cul-de-sac, and then come in through the back door. Speaking of this, Wang Yongjun frowned slightly, that thief probably knows how to open locks, I don't think that lock is broken. Xiaoyingchun. It's not that the lock isn't broken, it's that he thought of leaving a passage for Fu Chainan and never locked the back door. Careless. Wang Yongjun was covered in water. Xiaoyingchun found the beach clothes and pants that Fu Chainan had worn last time and told him to change. Wang Yongjun was not polite and went to the bathroom to change into dry clothes. The two sat at the table. Xiaoyingchun then told the whole story of how she found the thief. By this time it was already light. Wang Yongjun looked toward the back door. Should we call the police about last night? Xiaoyingchun shook her head. Forget it, the person also ran away, and nothing was lost. Even if the police were called, the police would not be able to trace to the end for this matter. The police force isn't enough to squander it. Wang Yongjun also has friends who are police officers and knows that their procedures are indeed like this. So Wang Yongjun gave another suggestion, then why don't you change the door lock? This proposal Xiaoyingchun is listening to, immediately nodded and agreed, said not only to change the door locks, but also to change the doors and windows. The first floor to the second floor was supposed to have an old iron door, because Xiaoyingchun has the cashier storage system of the Times supermarket, valuables are stored into the Times supermarket think nothing is worth to be stolen, the iron door is only casually touched, not unlocked. The way things are going, all the windows and doors on the second floor will have to be replaced if we don't want another middle of the night scare. Wang Yongjun pushed the friend who did the security project to Xiaoyingchun, and at the same time also sent a message to that friend to explain the situation here. Xiaoyingchun was grateful, thanks to you coming over today, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to come down until dawn. In any case I can't let you make a trip for nothing, this is today's hard work fee, you collect it. Transferred $1,000 directly from WeChat over to Wang Yongjun. Wang Yongjun froze, count so clearly. Is she trying to delineate her relationship with herself for fear of misunderstanding? The little bit of fluttering that rose in his heart just now slowly dispersed, and Wang Yongjun lowered his eyes, and his expression became indifferent and detached for a few points. Ms. Xiao doesn't have to be polite, as a legal citizen and also a retired Special Forces soldier at the same time. Being able to help the needy masses at a critical moment is what I should do. No need to pay. Xiaoyingchun froze for a moment and also lowered her eyes to hide her heart. She didn't want Wang Yongjun to misunderstand that she had other thoughts about him. She does draw the line. Nothing else, really. I was disgusted enough by Dai Hang's new mom to be afraid. People come to your rescue in the middle of the night on a motorcycle, but you're the first to brush it off after getting out of trouble. Now, by his reaction, he must have gotten his point as well. That's enough. How about paying Wang Youngjun more when he and I go abroad? Xiaoyingchen finished quickly calculating in her heart, and a smile returned to her face. Since you said so, I won't force myself. Does our previous agreement still count? Only then did Wang Youngjun relift his eyes and meet Xiaoyingchuan's smiling expression. What agreement? That's if I'm going on a free trip abroad. You'll be my bodyguard, huh? $1,000 a day kind of thing. It counts. Wang Youngjun nodded his head, and his face opened up with a smile, the detachment he had just felt gradually dispersing. I can't sleep anyway, so why don't I just buy you breakfast? Wang Youngjun didn't push back. Good. When the two came out of the supermarket, they ran into Grandpa Zhao, who had gotten up early and gone out to buy groceries, and all three of them froze for a moment. Wang Youngjun recognized Grandpa Zhao and greeted him busily. Hello Grandpa Zhao. Since Wang Youngjun did not pretend to be unrecognizable, Zhao Jiping did not pretend to be a fool. What are you doing? Wang Youngjun glanced at Xiaoyingchen and took the initiative to explain. Ms. Xiao is also considered my customer. Last night her store got a thief. She was scared and sent a message begging me to call the police. I happened to be on night duty and saw the message, so I came over. A thief? Grandpa Zhao was instantly distracted and looked seriously at Xiaoyingchen. Xiaoyingchen pointed to the back door that had already been closed, scaled the wall and came in through the back door. Didn't steal anything valuable. Then I woke up and the thieves ran away in fear. Did you see the face? Is it an acquaintance or a stranger? Xiaoyingchen shook his head. I didn't see it. I didn't turn on the light at that time, and he was still holding a knife in his hand. I didn't even dare to let him realize that I was awake, much less stare at his face. With a knife in your hand? Zhao Jiping was shocked by this, and it was no wonder Xiaoyingchen sent a message to Wang Youngjun. Wang Youngjun Special Forces origin. If you want to catch thieves, Wang Youngjun probably with the police ability is similar. Your kiosk is not afraid of losing many things, but you are a girl as family. Or pay attention to safety. Grandpa Zhao, I know. I'll be careful. I'll ask Boss Wang to help change the doors, windows and locks in a moment. Xiaoyingchen repeatedly assured. You, girl, are just too stubborn. Grandpa Zhao shook his head worriedly as he went to buy groceries, and as soon as he turned around, he sent a voice to his grandson Dai Hengxin to report the news. Recently, Dai Hengxin has not come back to the city center village, and I have not heard that Xiaoyingchen has made any progress with him. Today Wang Youngjun even came to help catch the thief in the middle of the night. It can be seen that he still got Xiaoyingchuan's trust. If his own grandson really wants to chase Xiaoyingchen, he should hurry. When Dai Hengxin's side woke up and saw the message, it was already sunrise. Originally, he was going to go to the pawnshop after washing up, but he pulled his legs and ran to Xiaoyingchuan's side. At this time, Xiaoyingchuan's kiosk has ushered in Wang Youngjun do security engineering friends Zhou Haipeng. Zhou Haipeng is already leading people to measure the size of Xiaoyingchuan's doors and windows, ready to give her new doors and windows. While letting people take measurements, Zhou Haipeng's right side explained to Xiaoyingchen the systematic nature of the whole project. This old window and door are going to be removed, so the siding will definitely be different, and then this part by the door will need to be re-cemented, scraped and painted. When you make it like this, it's just white around the door and the walls inside the room look old, isn't it? Then do you want to consider giving the whole room a bit of decoration? Xiaoyingchen brainstormed the whole situation, and it was really like that. Then let's redecorate all of the second floor. 74. 74. Zhou Haipeng did not expect Xiaoyingchen to decide to redecorate very sharply, and did not even ask the price, but also ate a shock. Redecorating the entire second floor? Do you still want the furniture and appliances and stuff? Xiaoyingchen thought about the same old furniture and appliances that had been used for more than 20 years. Don't want any of them. When the renovation is finished, get new ones. That's fine. Zhou Haipeng again asked the workers to measure out the dimensions of the room as well. It would have been $20,000 or so to replace a couple of sturdy windows and doors, and this whole house renovation bumped up the budget. You get someone to move the bed and cabinets from my room downstairs to the storage room first. I'll live in the storage room for a while, and then I'll move up there when you guys are done decorating. Good. Zhou Haipeng agreed and was just about to say something when Dai Hengxin came, panting. You had a burglar here last night? Xiaoyingchen glanced at him, polite, courteous and detached. Yes, Grandpa Zhao told you, right? Dai Hengxin nodded. You have such a big thing here, why don't you look for me? At least I am also your partner. Xiaoyingchen of course couldn't say that the real reason was that she didn't want to get entangled with him anymore. Wang Youngjun is from the special forces, one person can fight several. You are unpracticed just like me. Let you come over, one more person to give away his head? Besides, in the middle of the night, you must have slept. Wang Youngjun is not necessarily, he does security. Stay up late to fight is a common occurrence. I'm betting on maximum probability here, too. Dai Hengxin mouth said you have a point, but his face is all lost. Xiaoyingchen pretended not to see it and turned his head to talk to Zhou Haipeng about the upstairs decoration again. Decoration must be in accordance with the simplest and fastest to come, the ground only need to lay wood flooring on the line, wall scraping putty painting, do not hang the ceiling, do not do the TV wall and so on, electric wires go on the open line on the line. The most important thing is that the work period should be short. It's okay to decorate with a high level of safety and a simple, clean style, so as not to mess up for 3 or 5 months, delaying Fu Chainan to come over and do business with himself. Zhou Haipeng, however, misunderstood, thinking that Xiao Yingchun was scared out of her wits by the thief, and only wanted to renovate the house into a safe house as soon as possible, so that she could sleep soundly. Don't worry, Ms. Xiao, I'll make sure to have the people speed up the progress as much as possible. Xiao Yingchun asked directly, is a week enough? Zhou Haipeng stagnant for a moment. Home renovation is calculated according to the week? It's all a couple months. The process has to be done one by one, not so fast. Just 1 week, if you want to add more money you just tell me. Xiao Yingchun, however, didn't care and directly opened the conditions. Zhou Haipeng then reacted. Wang Yongjun said that this was his former client. What does Wang Yongjun do? The owner of a security company. To be able to afford a security guard of Wang Yongjun's caliber, it must not be bad. Rather, I really didn't see that a little girl who runs a kiosk in a city center village has a hidden second career. Of course, when it came to the privacy of the guests, Zhou Haipeng would not pursue the matter without an eye, but just immediately began to mobilize manpower. The worker who measured the size immediately measured the size out and immediately reported it to the master who did the door, window, and cabinet side respectively. Xiao Yingchun on the spot with Zhou Haipeng to determine the price and materials. Zhou Haipeng let Xiao Yingchun go to pack their own things, so he can call people to Xiao Yingchun move things downstairs. Dai Hengxin saw himself in the scene at all, cannot insert words, also cannot help, had to stand silently on the first floor to show her store. It was hard to wait for someone to move the stuff down from the second floor, letting everything they didn't want be hauled away and putting what they needed into storage. After a bit of soldiering down, the second floor cleared out and it was time for midday. Neighbors saw all kinds of furniture and appliances being moved out and came over to ask how it was going. Learning that Xiao Yingchun almost had an accident last night, everyone was worried about Xiao Yingchun. When they heard that Xiao Yingchun was going to reinstall all the doors and windows, they were all very understanding. Old houses are like that, with old-fashioned, unsafe windows and doors. If it is redecorated by the way, Xiao Yingchun can use it as a wedding room when she gets married in the future. Xiao Yingchun agreed with the person to let someone come after 2 o'clock in the afternoon to shovel the wall skin and smash the old tiles in the bathroom and kitchen, and only then sent the person away. When everyone left, Dai Hengxin was still sitting in the supermarket on the first floor and refused to leave. Xiao Yingchun sighed helplessly. She had been cold enough to him, and by all rights he should have known what was on his mind, and it really didn't make sense for him to be eyeballing and guarding this place. Favorably, Dai Hengxin didn't say anything and just sat in the store. Xiao Yingchun had no choice but to rush people. Boss Dai, big brother Dai, general manager Dai, I didn't sleep for half the night last night, and I'm already sleepy today after being busy until this time. I still need to organize the things in the warehouse, and there are people coming to smash the old tiles. In the afternoon, why don't you go back first? Dai Hengxin looked blearily at Xiao Yingchun and finally asked, am I out of chances? Yes. Xiao Yingchun nodded fiercely. When you make a break, you get a break. Dai Hengxin sighed, then I'll go back first, if there's anything, you can find me again. Good. Xiao Yingchun waved her hand to bid him farewell, and as soon as he left, she immediately closed the front door of the store and enabled the supermarket's organizing function. The storage room, which had just been a mess, was immediately organized into a neat and tidy room, just without windows, everything else was convenient. Xiao Yingchun couldn't care less about anything, set an alarm clock and went straight to bed and fell asleep. Dai Hengxin was just about to start his car, but he saw a Porsche parked in front of his car, and He Liangsong got out of the car and flew to Dai Hengxin. What's going on? You didn't answer even when I called you? He Liangsong pointed at the Yingchen kiosk, which had already closed its door. Dai Hengxin sighed, it's been fine. Ha, He Liangsong didn't understand. Go, have a drink with me. Dai Hengxin was suddenly eager to drown his sorrows in alcohol. He Liangsong was even more confused. Huh? Now. Dai Hengxin had started the car, to the Time Tavern. The Time Tavern was the same tavern with a large terrace where Xiao Yingchun had eaten with Dai Hengxin and He Liangsong. The two old men sat down in their familiar seats, and Dai Hengxin sullenly drank 2 glasses of Chivas Regal first, and then proceeded to pour a third. He Liangsong was about to go crazy from holding it in, and covered his wine glass with one hand. Old Dai, you talk instead. What's going on? What's wrong with you just drinking? Dai Hengxin looked lost. You mean, Xiao Yingchun sent you a message in the middle of the night yesterday asking for help? He Liangsong nodded frostily. Yeah, what's wrong? She didn't send me a message. With one word, Dai Hengxin was even more upset. She sent a message to He Liangsong and also to Wang Yangjun, just not to herself. She must have been afraid that she would misunderstand and entangle herself, so she would rather look for the not-so-familiar He Liangsong and Wang Yangjun than the more familiar herself. 75. He Liangsong looked at him with a sympathetic face. Old Dai, what's going on with you and her? Dai Hengxin shook his head. It's hopeless. My mom is ridiculously hostile to her and ran to the kiosk to scold her for using me. Holy Young Chung. Let's just say women are the most troublesome. His own old mother was also troublesome. Every time he saw himself, he was long and short, always asking if he had a favorite girl. Of course there are girls who like it. Much more. Day-to-day change. Last night with a group of girls to meet for a drink, Liang Tsong drank too much and fell asleep, which is why he missed Xiaoyingchuan's message. When he woke up today and saw the message, he was frantic. Calling Xiaoyingchuan's phone and no one answered. Dai Hengxin's phone also no one answered. He regretted so much that his intestines were in knots, and in his mind he thought of all kinds of possibilities of tragedy, and drove his car and flew. Who knows that before meeting Xiaoyingchun, he first met the lost love Dai Hengxin. But when he heard that Dai Hengxin was completely hopeless, he actually felt secretly happy in his heart. What was going on? Are you that psychologically dark? Liang Song secretly despised himself. No, he cannot be such an asshole again, or go abroad for a period of time. When Fu Chainan brought over food at noon, he was surprised to find that there was no one in the kiosk, but the air conditioner was on. It's perverse. He lifted his eyes to the door leading to the storehouse and noticed it was open, so he headed over to the storehouse. Who knows to go in and look, but was shocked to find the treasury furnished with beds, cabinets and other furniture, while a woman on the bed is sleeping in the dark. Who is it if not Xiaoyingchun? Fu Chainan was surprised, but did not dare to wake her up, silently exited the storeroom, placed the meal on the table, and brought Xiaoyingchuan's usual bowls and chopsticks, and allocated some in the bowl for her, and silently ate the meal himself. Took another look after eating and still didn't wake up. Fu Chainan looked twice at the door and quietly left. Xiaoyingchun was woken up by the alarm clock, and when she woke up, she saw that it was almost 2 o'clock, so she hurriedly got up and cleaned herself up. There was a meal on the supermarket table. Xiaoyingchun was surprised. Fu Chainan had come? Looking at the 2 bowls full of rice that still had residual warmth, Xiaoyingchuan's heart warmed up. He was thoughtful. After last night's scare, Xiaoyingchun had to reconsider her approach to leaving the door open for Fu Chainan. Lock the door every day and give him another key? It's not impossible. But if he really met a chase like the last one, would Fu Chainan still have time to pull out the key, poke it into the lock hole, and twist it open again? I'm afraid I'll die there if I'm a little late. The safety of the Supreme VIP is more important than anything else, so the back door still won't lock. Xiaoyingchun thought about it and decided to build a wall to separate the 2 square feet of the staircase leading to the second floor, and then install a security door to separate it from the supermarket in front. The original back door was directly open. Fu Chainan could come in at any time, and when it was safe to do so, he could have time to pull out the key and open the door again. And because of the brand new security doors and locks, thieves won't be able to get into the supermarket or the second floor. Xiaoyingchun thought more and more reliable, so immediately called to communicate with Zhou Haipeng. Zhou Haipeng actually didn't understand. What's the point of keeping the back door when it's full of thieves and a dead end that doesn't do much good? Why don't you just wall up the back door and get it over with? But being B, he had adapted to the iron rule that A's idea was heaven. Who knows what magical brain circuits the A's you meet will have? You can't go wrong by following it. So Zhou Haipeng numbly indicated that he would bring people over to build the wall in a while. It didn't take much time, but Zhou Haipeng did bring someone over. A few workers went upstairs to swing a sledgehammer to knock the old tiles of the kitchen and bathroom and the cooker. Zhou Haipeng brought the other 2 people to stand directly in the supermarket to call and ask people to send bricks over to build the wall. MS. Sha, you have a new wall, so I won't let them measure the door. My company also has a sample door of the highest standard. The lock is the highest level of imported lock core. I will directly give you the bottom price of $10,000, installed in this new wall, guaranteed security. Thieves come all cannot pry. Okay? Xiaoyingchun was moved at the sound of it. Okay. Even if you can make money again, it's a good idea not to pick up the bargains that are sent to you. Zhou Haipeng is also very happy. This sample door was very expensive. Who knows that the small Wanxian simply cannot use such a high-end door. He pulled it back and posed for a long time, and those who looked at it backed off when they asked the price. He was also discouraged, so he just didn't make any money and got rid of it. Not long after, the bricks to be used for the new wall were sent over, and Zhou Haipeng immediately told them to start construction. Upstairs, smashing wall and floor tiles in the old stove. Downstairs, building walls. Yingchun kiosk is suddenly smoke and dirt. By the time a wall was up, it was dark. As the workers left one after another, Xiaoyingchun hurriedly used the Time Supermarket's organizing system to clean up the inside and outside of the supermarket. The second floor, however, is not within the realm of the supermarket, and cannot use the organizing features of the Time Mart. But since she wasn't planning on going up there for the next 2 days anyway, she was fine with it. Xiaoyingchun was able to ensure that no outsiders came in when he was inside the Time Supermarket, which also ensured his own safety. Thinking of last night's thrill, Xiaoyingchun's heart palpitates. Fu Chainan walked to the table before Xiaoyingchun reacted. You're here? I was doing some remodeling today, and the welcome sensor was taken down, and it didn't work. Fu Chainan put down the food box in his hand and pointed in the direction of the next door storehouse. Why did you sleep there at noon? Xiaoyingchun sighed and explained what happened last night. As soon as Fu Chenan heard this, his complexion changed. It's better for you to lock this back door in the future. Xiao Chun firmly shook her head. No. What if there's a repeat of the last time you were chased? If the back door hadn't opened, maybe you'd be dead. Fu Chenan's heart was warmed, but it strengthened his determination. You gave me a stab-proof undershirt and stab-proof gloves, I won't have a big problem. You just lock the door. You need to put your own safety first. Xiao Chun was a bit touched. You don't have to worry about that. See this wall? Fu Chenan nodded. Xiao Chun pointed to the wall that had just been built. This wall has just been built. When the door is installed, it will separate the back door from this side of the staircase, and you'll have a place where you can take shelter at any time. When the time comes, I'll put a chair here and a first aid kit, so even if I'm not there, you'll be able to treat your wounds in time and have the best of both worlds. The outside door will remain open at that time, and you'll be able to come in through the back door at any time. I'm going to give you another key to use to open this door when you come in, and you'll be able to come in whenever you want. Xiao Chun concluded, so, the back door is for you to save your life, and this door is for me to save my life. Am I being thoughtful? As she spoke, Xiao Chun tilted her head slightly, her small eyes slightly proud. 76. 76. Fu Chenan's throat choked, suddenly not knowing what to say. Since mother left, the woman who put her own well-being at heart like this, Xiao Chun is the first. Many thanks to Miss Xiao for thinking well of me. Fu Chenan got up and gave Xiao Chun a serious salute. Xiao Chun was busy waving her hand to indicate that it was okay, and also took the initiative to change the subject. What's good to eat tonight? Fu Chenan opened the food box, and today he ate pancakes again. Fu Chenan knew that she loved meat, and specially asked Bai Lu to make meat pies with thin skin and lots of fillings, and the pancakes with mutton and scallion smelled so good, and then with the soup, Xiao Chun ate comfortably, and ate 2 in a row before stopping. The remaining 10 were rounded up by Fu Chenan. After eating and drinking, Xiao Chun reminded him, the store is crowded these days, so don't come over during the day if you're fine. You come by tomorrow night to pick up the goods and bring me back the empty jars of skincare and lipstick from before by counting them. Before Xiao Chun gave Fu Chenan cosmetics or modern packaging, Xiao Chun a person cannot come over so many cosmetics repackaging work, can only let Fu Chenan to think of their own way. Fu Chenan did think of a way out as well. My Fu family's ancestors actually came from leading soldiers. It was only when my grandfather's generation offended the late emperor and died of illness after being relegated to the status of a commoner that my father started selling pork. When the Fu family was still red hot, it housed many unattended crippled veterans in isolated villages. The veterans were all retired from the Fu family army back then, and were deeply attached to the Fu family and trusted. The Fu family had fallen on hard times over the years, and there was no way to support them anymore, so the veterans were not having a good time. Last time, Fu Chenan gave them the job of distributing the cosmetics and skin creams back into porcelain boxes. He directly pulled rice, flour, grain and oil to the veterans against the wages, so that the veterans who had not eaten a full meal for some years once again saw the hope of living. But as more orders came in, the veterans couldn't keep busy even if they had to drag their families along. Therefore, Xiao Chun directly with the cosmetic manufacturers to request a customized, a variety of mouth fat, skin cream, porcelain box are in the manufacturer directly sub-assembled and then shipped over. On this side, Fu Chenan asked the veterans to make some of the outermost and most space-consuming boxes, not only to ensure that the veterans all have a job to do and earn a full meal, but also to reduce the volume of Xiao Chun inside of the incoming shipment, so that it is convenient for Fu Chenan to transport. Another great way to win more. Fu Chenan heard that Xiao Chun didn't have a good rest last night, and didn't talk more with Xiao Chun this night, and after making sure that it was safe for her to sleep in the storehouse, he told her to have a good rest, and left himself first. Late at night, a man in a t-shirt and jeans rode a motorcycle from a distance, and when he arrived in the neighborhood he looked left and right, placed the motorcycle against the wall, and stepped directly on it to go over the wall. Just into that cul-de-sac, the man suddenly realized, yesterday still opened the back door. Today but how to push cannot be. Obviously the door is not locked either. Why can't I push it? He pushed again, but it was no use. That iron door seems to be welded shut. Xiao Chun was within the confines of the Times supermarket today, so how could he still call in people he didn't know? She said it to only allow Fu Chenan in directly before she went to bed. Damn. The skinny man took a lot of effort and couldn't get in the door, so he had to go back the way he came and ride his motorcycle around to the front door. Looking up to the second floor from the dim illumination of the streetlight, the thin man noticed something was wrong. The windows on the second floor were gone, leaving only 2 black holes with a clear view of the inside from the direction of the road. Apparently, the doors and windows on the second floor were removed, so there must be nothing inside. It's not on the second floor. Is it on the first floor? The skinny man tried to get to the front door again. Still no response. That door lock is like it's blocked inside. Even the wire can't poke in. Wicked, the man muttered in his mouth. Dizzy and sweaty but still did not succeed, so he had to leave unhappily. Xiao Chun knows nothing about this, The next day, woke up early, while waiting for the renovation workers to come over, while ordering a soup dumpling takeout, not slow to eat breakfast. As a thin and slightly hunched young man walked in with his hands in his pockets, Xiao Chun casually asked, "What do you want to buy?" The young man looked left and right, his eyes overly flexible. "Let's see. Just look at it." Xiao Chun didn't care and just ate her dunked soup dumpling. The young man looked around before his eyes fell on the closed door of the warehouse. "Is there no goods in here?" Xiao Chun glanced at him in surprise. "That side is a storehouse, not selling goods." "Oh." The young man eventually took a bottle of water for Xiao Chun to collect. Xiao Chun swept. 2 pieces. The young man handed over $2 in cash. Xiao Chun froze for a moment. These days, it is really rare for young people to take cash to buy things. So Xiao Chun took a serious look at the young man. I didn't expect to meet the young man's burning gaze. There was scrutiny and greed in those eyes. Xiao Chun's heart jumped. This person gave himself a very uncomfortable feeling. The young man's heart jumped as well. This little girl looked even more beautiful up close. "How old is your sister?" the young man asked, lifting his chin flirtatiously. Xiao Chun's face darkened. "What does it have to do with you? You're sitting alone. How boring is that? I'm a customer. Let's chat." "I'm busy. You can leave after I finish buying." Xiao Chun finished and continued to lower her head to eat the dunked soup dumplings. "I don't know if I've eaten too much of the non-polluting pasta that Fu Chainan took in the past 2 days, but if I eat this kind of takeout again, I actually don't think it's good anymore." It's true that people have mouths to feed. The young man didn't leave either, but instead sat down at the table in the store and drank from a water bottle while sizing up Xiao Chun from time to time. Xiao Chun ignored him, and it wasn't long before the decorators came. "They're going to clean up all the tiles, siding, and other construction debris knocked down from the second floor today, and the walls are going to be ready to be scraped with cement. Also, the plumbers are locating and prepping the kitchen and toilet lines today. The time is tight and the task is heavy, and the money is given generously." So Zhou Haipeng also came over to look at the scene in person. Who knew that as soon as he came in, he would see the young man? Zhou Haipeng froze for a moment, sized him up twice, and turned his head to nod at Xiao Chun. "Ms. Xiao, there are guests. We go up first." Xiao Chun also nodded. "Come to buy water. You guys go." As soon as Zhou Haipeng went upstairs, he sent a message to Wang Yangjun. A suspicious person came to the Yingchen commissary. It came back in seconds. "Who is it? Looked like a thief, not like a good person." "Ms. Xiao said she came to buy water, and sat there and didn't leave. I'll go take a look." 4 words came back from Wang Yangjun's side, and there was no movement. 77. 77. Xiao Chun's soup dumplings finished, got up and threw the trash to the garbage can outside the door, and then heard the young man ask, "Are the soup dumplings good?" Xiao Chun rolled her eyes and ignored him. That's when Wang Yangjun walked in. Tall, thin man with long arms and legs and eyes like a falcon. The sharp slab of hair and straight spine made it clear at first glance that he was either a soldier or a policeman, carrying an easily recognizable air of decency. The young man's face laughed at the flirtatious look. The bottom of his eyes swept through the panic. Sheepishly bowed his head and drank water. Wang Yangjun first nodded at Xiao Chun and handed over a paper bag. "These are your clothes. I'll wash and dry them and return them to you." Xiao Chun was slightly surprised. "Why did you return it on purpose?" "There's no need to return it." Wang Yangjun didn't pick up on this and his gaze fell on the young man's face. "Your guest?" Xiao Chun had gone back behind the counter and mumbled, "Here to buy water." Wang Yangjun glanced at the young man, suddenly pulled away the stool, sat down opposite the young man, took out his cell phone and even directly took a picture of the young man. The young man jumped in shock, his tone unable to hide his panic. "What are you doing?" Wang Yangjun shook his cell phone. "I don't see you as a good person and want the police to check your identity. You're bull ting me. You're invading privacy." The young man got anxious and stood up and actually tried to grab Wang Yangjun's cell phone. Instead, Wang Yangjun dryly made a tackle and held the young man down on the table. "Aha, ouch." Wang Yangjun snorted and didn't spread his hands, only laughing coldly. "My friend's place was burglarized just yesterday, and now they haven't caught the guy yet. So you'd better pray that nothing happens to her place again, or I'll let the police be the first to investigate you. You bloody mouth." The young man's tone was already fleshed out with panic. Even if Xiao Chun was still surprised at first to see Wang Yangjun's hands, he understood everything at this moment. Wang Yangjun suspected that this person was the thief who came in the middle of the night before. She looked over at the thin young man and began to remember in her head if he had been the one that day or not. "It's just a shame that I really didn't get to the guy's face that day either, and couldn't really recognize him." As Wang Yangjun released his hand, the young man ran away, went out and ran for a distance and got on a motorcycle, and left without looking back. Only when the man ran out of shadow did Xiao Chun ask, "Is that man really a thief?" Wang Yongjun spoke more rigorously. It's possible. Why do you say that? Xiao Chun didn't understand. Typically, after a criminal commits a crime, many will choose to return to the scene of the crime in order to make sure they weren't caught, or out of stealthy bragging rights. You're in the middle of a city village. It's mostly the neighbors from the neighborhood who come here. He's a new face, isn't he? Xiao Chun nodded. It's not normal for a young man like this, who should be working and doing things in the morning hours, to just buy a bottle of water and sit around chatting. Xiao Chun drifted off, then thought about this person's cowhide-like disgusting behavior, and was also highly suspicious. In that case, it's really possible that this person is the thief from the other night. That thief wasn't tall and skinny either. The person is standing right next to the bed and the height can still be felt. Wang Yongjun looked serious. Miss Xiao, do you need me to investigate this person's situation? Xiao Chun looked surprised. Is it convenient? Wang Yongjun nodded. You wait. He first told his police friend about the burglary of Xiao Chun's side of the thief, and then about the young man who came to harass Xiao Chun early in the morning and was touched by him. At the end he asked if he could find out if this man was the thief from that night. Not long after Wang Yongjun's phone rang, they said they could help transfer the nearby roadside surveillance. This person came on a motorcycle, and was also photographed by Wang Yongjun with a photo of his front face, so it was easy to check the identity just by following the motorcycle and the photo. But there is a prerequisite that Xiao Chun needs to be allowed to go to the police station to make a statement. Xiao Chun was a little hesitant, but remembering that night's shock and this man's greasy and disgusting appearance today, Xiao Chun nodded decisively. Okay, I'll go to the police station. Wang Yongjun told her to wait for me for a while. I'll have Zhou Haipeng come down and help you look at the store. Ha, is this appropriate? Wang Yongjun let out a laugh. What's wrong with him helping you look at the store for a while when you gave him such a big deal? He still has to thank you. Xiao Chun hemmed and hawed. That's fine. Wang Yongjun went up to the second floor, and a moment later Zhou Haipeng followed him down, also with a smile on his face. Ms. Xiao, you just go. I'll watch the store for you. Xiao Chun smiled apologetically. Then I'll trouble you. Wang Yongjun signaled. I'll go with you. I'm familiar with him, and I'll do things more smoothly. Xiao Chun, in addition to the ID card, has not really been to the police station. This time also do not care will be too much trouble for people. Immediately agreed to follow up. Two people arrived at the police station. Not long after going in, there is a young police officer familiar with Wang Yongjun came out to pick up, and then is to make a statement. After the statement is done, the young police said, will be as soon as possible to access the relevant road surveillance to confirm the situation. If it is determined to be the same person, we'll call the person to the police station to ask for clarification. At the thought of being able to deter the other party, Xiao Chun's heart settled down a bit. As soon as she came out of the police station with Wang Yongjun, Xiao Chun wanted to invite Wang Yongjun to dinner. Wang Yongjun smiled and stated, I still have some things to do, so I won't eat today. You go back to the commissary and get busy. When things are over, it's not too late to treat me to dinner. Xiao Chun thought about it, and the two returned to the Yingchen kiosk, and Wang Yongjun said goodbye and left. The next step is all sorts of cleanup and construction. Xiao Chun indirectly called the courier. Soap and cosmetics and other things have arrived. Going to the rented warehouse to pick up the goods, Xiao Chun came back again to the evening, with several workers busy at the same time. The first coat of cement on the wall and the pipe layout were completed. Now that it's hot, the cement dries fast. Zhou Haipeng said, yesterday order. Today people work overtime to make the doors and windows. I guess I'll have all the windows and doors in tomorrow, and the day after that I'll be scraping and tiling. Ms. Xiao, you can buy the lamps and electrical appliances and furniture. And then as soon as the renovation is finished, you can directly enter the furniture and appliances together. Xiao Chun begged to differ and ordered directly online. Furniture, appliances, curtains. There's quite a bit to purchase when you really want to set up a home. Once upon a time it was my parents who worried about all these things, but now it was my turn to realize how demanding I was when I said I would renovate a 2-bedroom second floor in a week. The decorators left. Xiao Chun smoothly chose the organizing function of the time and space supermarket, cleaned up all the soiled areas of the supermarket on the first floor, and continued to poke around for his favorite things. It wasn't until a tall figure blocked the light that she looked up blankly and met Fu Chunan's smiling line of sight. You're here? 78. 78. Fu Chunan was wearing a moon-white robe embroidered with silver threads, a large light green cat's eye set on the belt, and a white jade crown on his head, setting off his face more and more like a crown. This one is worth a lot of money at first glance. Is it true that a man is only as good as his clothes? So handsome. It's a bit of a kooky puppet show inside flavor. Watching Xiao Chun's complexion change, from the focused ignorance of looking at her cell phone to seeing herself blossom into a smile, Fu Chunan also couldn't help but soften her voice. Aha! How was your busy day? Xiaoling-chun put down her cell phone and followed Fu Chunen to the table, helping him set up the food and talking about the progress of today's decoration while glancing at Fu Chunen from time to time. The food and the beauty are all around. What else is there to pursue in life? Fu Chunen looked visibly surprised when he heard Xiaoling-chun say that he might have found the thief. That would be great. Listen to Xiaoling-chun talk about a former special forces to help her suppress the thief. Will be scared of the thief to pull out his legs and flee, and take her to the officials to report to catch the thief. Fu Chunen somehow felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Xiaoling-chun was already attracted by the wafting fragrance. Today, not only is there a meal, Bai Lu also made dim sum. Surprisingly, it was the mung bean cake that Xiaoling-chun had asked Fu Chunen to bring over earlier, and it was similarly made in several flavors. Fu Chunen smiled and pushed a large plate of dim sum all the way to Xiaoling-chun. Do you think it tastes the same as what you had before? Xiaoling-chun tasted the flavor and it was actually really good. The mung bean cake in front of me was not as delicate as the one I bought at the online store. It can be slightly rough and grainy in the mouth, requiring a slight pressure of the tongue to crush it. And again, it's a different flavor. In ancient times, there were no high-tech machines for grinding powder, and mung bean powder would instead have a fine graininess. Xiaoling-chun nodded repeatedly as she ate. Yummy, really delicious. Fu Chunen pushed the plate of dim sum all the way to Xiaoling-chun. If it's good, keep it all and eat it slowly. Xiaoling-chun remembered that Fu Chunen also loved to eat this, and wanted to let him have some, but Fu Chunen said, I'll turn around and let Bai Lu do it again. Xiaoling-chun thought it was right. Instead of noodles, I made rice and stir-fry today. Xiaoling-chun looked at Fu Chunen curiously. What about this flavor is different from the previous one? Fu Chunen glanced at Xiaoling-chun with a good smile. This is made by another cook, Gu Yu, who is a southern woman and will make some southern small dishes. After the two finished their meal, Xiaoling-chun got the cosmetic case out of the storehouse. This is what you're going to get in. See what else you need? Fu Chunen didn't even look at it. I'll take it back first. I'll talk to you after they calculate what's missing. I've left these things in the hands of those below me. He was now more willing to listen to Xiaoling-chun talk about something in this world. Every time she seemed to just blurt it out. It sounded like an enlightenment to Fu Chunen. After more enlightenment, it was inevitable that Xiaoling-chun's eyes took on a fervor when he looked at her. She but pointed to the counter, told Fu Chunen this is called glass. In this world to buy cheap and convenient. Fu Chunen took the glass back to make the counter. It became the only one in the capital and even the Great Liang dynasty. She said that the soap could be used to sell to the big families and the rich and powerful, and those big families and the rich and powerful did rush to it. She also said those tallow bombs would sell well, and they did. At this moment, Xiaoling-chun talked about the mirror again. The mirrors we have here are actually a lot bigger than the kind you're selling now. They are so big, but you can't just come up and sell extra big ones. Xiaoling-chun compared the size of the mirror. Sell them from small pieces. People buy them thinking that's the price for this size, and then double the size. Then it's normal for the price to be twice as expensive. Give the best of the best right off the bat. And when these people get tired of it, what will you sell them? And they will not know enough. It's called lust. It's a common human condition. Fu Chunen got lost in thought as he listened. Lust is not a common disease. Even the emperor can't escape. At the beginning, when the countries frequently disturbed the borders and plundered, the army of the Great Liang dynasty lost many battles and retreated again and again, with countless dead and wounded soldiers. Seeing that people are looting and plundering only 100 miles away from the capital, the remaining generals of the imperial court are holding sick, suing for old age, and trying to avoid their duties by all means. His Majesty the Emperor finally got scared and asked his father, who had been killing pigs for 20 years, to take himself to the Fu army and lead it against the enemy. Perhaps at that time, His Majesty had the idea of letting his father and son along with the Fu family army to lose and burn with the enemy. However, with his own strength, his father brought the Fu family army, which was already on the verge of splitting, back into the number one Iron Army of the Great Liang dynasty. Fu Chunen experienced the baptism of blood and fire, and only for the first time his father is obviously a pig killer, but secretly always read the book of the art of war. The reason of the art of war. The Fu family was originally a general's family. The Fu has been waiting for their marshal to return to the sands. Fu's army not only didn't die, but also drove the enemy out of the land of Diliang, and even counterattacked and took down the city of Yangzhou. The merit was so great that even if His Majesty the Emperor was no longer willing, he still chose to reward it in order to plug the world's many mouths. Verbal Marshal Fu Zhonghai was officially made Grand Marshal and became a general himself. The mansion that had been forfeited at the hands of his grandfather was rewarded back as a marshal's mansion, and was also rewarded with flashy things such as Lintou gold. If he had listened to Xiaoling-chun these words today, with his father with the Fu family army dog sneaky and quiet development, the performance is not so bright. Perhaps now he is still with his father in the horse border. Instead of being scorned by the emperor like now, he was trapped in the capital and became a caged bird, forced to do what labor business. But this is good. The capital of these families of women's money is too good to earn. Can buy a lot of supplies for the Fu family army in order to hide where most of his silver money really went. He was all but forced to be extravagant and wasteful. On the body of this cloud brocade, only a robe to be silver 100 taels. How many compressed cookies can you change? General Fu? General Fu? Xiao Yingchun said for a while, suddenly realized that Fu Chenen's eyes were straight, and shouted at him suspiciously for a few times before Fu Chenen came back to his senses. Ah, have you wandered off? Have you been too tired lately? Why don't you go back and rest? Xiao Yingchun suggested. Fu Chenan gave a sarcastic laugh and took the initiative to bring the topic back as he pointed at the counter. Last time you talked about this glass. It's true that a lot of people like it. If I take it to sell, many people must want it. Xiao Yingchun also laughed when he heard. The price of this glass is really not expensive. But if you take it to sell, do you think the first to see this glass? Who is it? Fu Chenan didn't need to think much to know. His Majesty the Emperor. Yes, Your Majesty the Emperor. Xiao Yingchun pointed to the floor-to-ceiling glass door of the front door. Unfortunately, you can see that there's only the wall, but actually this whole side of the door is made of glass. Glass also makes windows that are bright and warm. If all the palaces in your Deliang dynasty were to be replaced with such glass windows, how much glass should you contribute to His Majesty the Emperor? Fu Chenan. Then there's no rush. The thought of giving away so much for nothing made Fu Chenan's flesh hurt. 79. 79. But you've made them all over the counter. If they really want to use them, it's not impossible. You just sell them at the sky-high price. Be sure to keep the size under control then. Never bigger than the glass on your counter. I understand. It's hard to fill a ravine of desire. Fu Chenan smiled bitterly. That is, Xiao Yingchun looked at him appreciatively. Anyway, you now have more ways to make money. The glass can be later than later. On the contrary, this, you can prepare to sell. Xiao Yingchun went to the shelf and brought over an old soap. This old soap is more than twice as big as the soap sold before. It's not pretty, but the effect is the same. This kind you can cut one piece into two and sell it. Just sell one piece for only 1 or 2 silver pieces. Those young ladies and ladies of the gray families can use it to wash their clothes and shoes and socks. And it's easier and cleaner than washing them with any kind of soap horn. Fu Chenan glanced at the old soap and it was pretty big. Even if you cut it into 2 pieces and sell it, it's still bigger in size than the small soaps that were sold before. Although it was not pretty, it was enough for an ordinary rich family to use to wash their clothes and shoes and socks. Fu Chenan nodded. Then please get me the goods. I'll take some back to sell first. Xiao Yingchun directly gave him all the stock in his supermarket. This box is all yours, and I'll give it to you afterward when I get in and back. There is also only 1 box in total, with no outer packaging whatsoever, neatly lined up in a box. Fu Chenan put the box of old soap on the box of cosmetics, then put the food box on the box of soap and carried it away in one trip. Xiao Yingchun shouted at his back. Tomorrow you come over to get your stab-proof undershirt and stab-proof gloves. Fu Chenan, good. Tao Taoji Powder Store. The Ministry of Right's wife is the 3rd time to come. Her posture is upright. Looks proud and reserved. Today can have what good things. Rui received her personally. Madam, the pearls you bought last time. This time there are a few new lipstick colors for you to look at, Rui said, taking out 4 new boxes of lipstick. A pale haze blue and smoky pink porcelain box. And when she opened them, they were a box of red to purple and a box of red to black colors. Lady Shinshu frowned on the spot. This color is too dark. Rui unhurriedly took out a small brush and began to test the color for Mrs. Shangshu. Madam, this color, lightly painted. The color will be just right. If you need to wear and join clothes, and then slightly darker, it will be more majestic. On the back of Rui's white hand, 2 marks of lipstick, 1 deep and 1 light, were made with a brush, and passed over for Mrs. Shanshu to see at a glance. She nodded haughtily. Try me then. Well done, ma'am. Rui first washed the mouth fat off the back of her hands with old soap and dried her hands with a pad, before she used the brush to help Mrs. Shanshu try it on her mouth. After trying both colors and both uses, Madame Shanshu pointed to the 2 lipstick porcelain boxes. Give me 5 boxes of each color. Good Lu ma'am. Rui immediately hand and foot to get her a new one. Wrapped on the gift box, handed to the next serving sister, Mrs. Shangshu, however, pointed to the old soap that Rui had just used to wash her hands again. This is different from the soap you bought earlier? Rui held out half a bar of old soap from under the counter. The color of this soap isn't as nice as soap, but it's excellent for washing hands and a woman's clothes-fitting clothes and shoes and socks. It's only a silver $1 or 2 apiece. Mrs. Shangshu was immediately impressed. Give me 50. Rui did not say good Lu madam, but with an apologetic smile, madam, This kind of soap is this time to send lipids this batch of goods to the time. The sis boss by the way to send over the new goods. A total of only a few dozen pieces. Originally, our General Fu said to buy 1 or 2 pieces for the guests to try out first, and let a few more try out. I can only give you a maximum of 5 here. I'll give you more when the next time Sith boss gives us a large supply. Okay? From a maximum of 2 to a maximum of 5. Mrs. Shangshu knew that this was considered General Fu's face to her, so she nodded her head. The sister next to her paid the silver check and walked away with 10 boxes of lipstick and 5 bars of old soap. Your ladyship, you even came to buy these things yourself. If I were to say, just have them delivered to your door. The sister had just left the door of the store when she muttered softly to Mrs. Shangshu. Mrs. Shangshu said faintly, much ado about nothing. The sister would not dare to say more. Rui and Autumn Moon looked at each other, they had heard it too. These words reached Fu Chenan's ears after the store closed in the evening. General, why didn't Mrs. Shangshu ask us to send it to their home for them to choose? Instead, she condescended to come and pick them herself? Fu Chenan smiled. Since he is the Minister of Rights, he naturally values the rules more. Perhaps their family has some different rules. Where are the special rules? But it was only because the court officials were aware of the emperor's scorn for the Fu family father and son. They would rather labor their legs and feet to come in person. But they don't dare to be classified by the emperor in his heart as the Fu family's side. On the contrary, some ordinary merchants and some small officials do not have this kind of scruples. They will let the family steward to store from time to ask about the availability of new goods. If there were new goods, they would have the female shopkeeper of Tao Tao Ji come to their door with the new goods to serve them to try them out. So the few remaining beautiful maidservants who didn't usually keep watch at Tao Tao Ji's tallow store had a job to do. Fu Chenan bought a few martial arts maidservants who knew some kung fu to escort them to the customer's house. And after giving the ladies and gentlemen of that house a patient trial of their makeup, they would come back after selling their stuff. Silver rolls in, before the several families into the goods of the family store into this kind of Western goods. A time also sells very well, but also led to the sales of other goods in their store. As a result, they are more and more dissatisfied with Fu Chenan's low price. Fu Chenan is also too bad at doing business. Who takes exclusive goods and only makes 10% profit? Isn't this begging for food with a golden bowl? So the 6 families who got the supply of Sis Boss have come to Fu Chenan, asking Fu Chenan to increase the price. Fu Chenan simply invited all of them to the marshal's mansion in one fell swoop. In the marshal's mansion, the parlor that still smells of lacquer has just been repaired. The old furniture of ebony wood, and all kinds of ornaments that are expensive but not in sets. All of them have the air of poor people who are rich at first sight. Everyone took their seats, glanced at each other, and had speculations in their hearts. General Fu has probably been poor for too long, so he just had a little money and wanted to primp his home, right? Fu Chenan, wearing a light green flowing cloud brocade, tartly came in a hurry, and as soon as they met, they grinned and cupped their fists at the present sons of the world's commoners. Everyone, long time waiting, sorry. General Fu was polite and courteous. They responded with smiles and took their seats one after another. Most of the commoner dukes were originally second-generation ancestors who were just waiting to die, and the family's resources did not favor them, and they were also basically unqualified to enter the imperial court. By mistake, he went to the drunken red mansion with Fu Chenan, not realizing that he actually got the chance to work with the Sith boss. Privately they actually discussed, estimated Fu Chenan should be in the middle of the help, otherwise so many people coveted the Sith boss of Western goods. Why only a few of them got it? That's why they've been extra enthusiastic about Fu Chenan lately. Today's installment of 2 Shifts is here. Regarding the heroine's treatment of her grandmother and aunt's family, it was too baggy for individual readers to find it enjoyable. That's what we're saying, the heroine is a human being, not a god, and can't be perfect. She also has character weaknesses that need to be overcome and grown. After all, in her family of origin, her mother was very eager for affection and approval, and belonged to the pleasing personality, which is more of a bun. She needed time to traverse this influence from her mom. Xiaoyingchun, can you be patient? Moms and dads, people will get better and better. 80. Fu Chenan loves to eat and can eat, and at every turn they will find Fu Chenan to go to all kinds of delicious places to eat and drink. Sometimes they would invite Fu Chenan to drink flower wine at Drunken Red House, but Fu Chenan said that he had not yet recovered from his old injury, and the doctor would not let him touch women. It is said that once you go on a meat diet early, it will affect your hair in the future. Therefore, Fu Chenan, whenever they go with them to the Drunken Red Mansion, will only be called to sing songs and eat snacks. One after another is quite familiar with the mix. A few people were talking cheekily about the scene. Chang Yigui, the common son of the family of the Minister of the Ministry of Justice, was the first to speak up. Chenan, look at you holding a golden bowl in your hand. How come things are sold so cheaply? If you sell it cheap, we can't afford to sell it expensive, can we? There are only a few of us selling it, so we can sell it at a higher price, right? That way we can all get rich together too. No? Fu Chainan looked at the crowd for a few moments, looking very difficult. If I make too much money, I'm afraid people will talk long and hard about me. I just want to feed my family and live a little better. We all know in our hearts, the Fu family has only 2 fathers and sons, and the emperor is jealous. Now that the marshal is on the front line defending his country, Fu Chainan is in the capital as an idler, hostage. If Fu Chunan was preoccupied with getting into the money and making a lot of wealth, the emperor would obviously be even more uneasy. The sons of the world looked at each other and immediately laughed. Or Cheng gauge when the mouth for, if General Fu does not mind. It would be better in the future Tao Tao Ji directly do not open. You just give it to us at the price you are now selling it to the public at Tao Tao Ki, and we will sell it to you to the north and south of the Yangtze River. Didn't Boss Sit say that for every 100 taels of silver you wholesale to us, you get 3 taels of silver from it? If you hadn't helped us put in a good word in front of the Sith boss in the first place, maybe the Sith boss wouldn't have chosen a few of us to work with? So a few of us have talked it over and are willing to give you another 10% profit on top of that. That is, for every 100 taels of silver taken from you, we'll split an additional 10 taels of silver with you, so that you don't have to go through the trouble of selling them one by one. Don't worry, we won't even say anything to the public about this without dropping any notes. In this way, people outside will gradually forget that this is what Fu Chunan is selling, and the price of selling to the outside world is all up to these families. Fu Chainan did not make less money, but since then hidden behind the scenes. At first glance, it all sounds like a good thing to do for your own sake, and you should be moved to then accept the offer. But Fu Chainan laughed. There are also downsides if Tao Tao Ki does away with retail and only does wholesale. At least the families of those courtiers who were ostensibly unwilling to dabble with themselves would be out of their reach. After bowing his head and contemplating for a moment, Fu Chainan rubbed his fingertips together with an inquiring look on his face. Let's do it this way. From now on, in my Tao Tao Ji store, every day to sell out are limited. No more than 100 of each, but still at this price. As for they can't buy it, need to go to you all to buy it. Is your ability, and I Tao Tao Ji only in the capital city to open fat powder store. Do you think it's okay? A few worldly gentlemen thought about it. Success. Even if Fu Chainan didn't agree, they couldn't openly do anything. After all, they still had to buy goods through Fu Chainan. In the end, Fu Chunan had already given them face by being able to say this. Waiting for these sons of the world to leave, Fu Chunan's smile only faded. Want to monopolize the market to sell high prices? For the time being, he couldn't agree. The sons of the world's families went back to their own homes and reported to their elders about the process and results of this negotiation with Fu Chainan. After listening to Cheng Yigui's report, Chang Weishan, the minister of the Ministry of Justice, stroked his beard and looked grave. This Fu Chainan is shrewd. You can have more contact with him in the future. Just one, don't cross the line, and don't commit to anything easily. Waiting for Chang Yigui to leave, Chang Weishan instructed the long follower beside him. You go and have someone invite madam to come here. It wasn't long before Chang Weishan's wife, Sun, came over. Master called me over. What's the matter? Chang Weishan looked at her. Sun recently also do not know whether it is the cause of the use of that fat powder bomb. The color is a few points better. I remember Linger is 16 this year, right? Yes, Mrs. Sun sat down, slightly surprised in her heart. Chang Linger was Chang Weishan's concubine daughter. Extremely good-looking, 16 years old but not yet betrothed. Chang Weishan has always been generous to this concubine daughter, and her food and clothing are almost catching up with the first daughter. But Mrs. Sun didn't mind, because she knew that the concubine daughters in the house were all going to find a good family later on, to pave the way and help the first son they gave birth to. When you go to Dark Sen Street again, take her there more often. Ha, Mrs. Sun was bewildered for a moment. Chang Weishan was dissatisfied with Mrs. Sun's slowness. Earlier, Gui Er got a bow, saying that it was a famous bow of the former dynasty, and we don't understand these martial arts contraptions. Turn around and ask him to invite the Fu kid over to appreciate it. Mrs. Sun made a connection back and forth before she reacted. Master, you want Linger to marry Fu Chunan? Although Fu Chunan opened Tao Tao Ji made a lot of silver selling Western and foreign goods, but their family was guarded by the emperor. Befriending their family won't involve their own family in the future? Chang Weishan glanced at Mrs. Sun. It's just for him to get in touch with Linger. It's not like it's set in stone. What's your hurry? Looking at it and not getting it is sometimes more effective than just settling for it. When Mrs. Sun heard this, it suddenly dawned on her, and although she felt strange in her heart, she still agreed. Good. Chang Linger's mother was a Yangzhou thin horse. Hooking men's means is naturally excellent. These years in Chang Weishan's authorization and acquiescence, Chang Linger learned extremely well. Chang Weishan also let Mrs. Sun Tutorial Linger and a few other concubine daughters manage the accounts and people. These concubine daughters are the Chang family's upwardly mobile knockers. Usually, Mrs. Sun will also take a few concubine daughters out to go to banquets, but Chang Weishan rarely let Chun Linger follow her out to banquets. The most precious treasures are naturally up for grabs. Wouldn't it be a drop in the bucket if anyone could see it? And now you're willing to move this pawn? Mrs. Sun got up and went out to arrange for the Bao appreciation banquet, and also called Chang Yigui over to give some instructions. Chang Yigui really misunderstood as well, and his face took on an expectant look. What mother means is, Mrs. Sun looked faint. I have no other intention. Chang Yizhou thought about it and understood. This was that he hadn't made up his mind yet. Anyway, no matter what, at least it shows one thing, the family is kind of attached to their business stall. Think about it, our own things sell more expensive than Tao Tao Ji's. A wash and makeup set can earn 5 taels of silver. 100 sets is 500 taels. If Fu Chunin became his own family in the future, he would be able to purchase unlimited quantities and then sell them at a high price everywhere. That's a real day in the life. The house spent a lot of money to pave the way for Big Brother. It cost several thousand taels of silver to send a painting to the teacher of Big Brother's academy some time ago. 81. Similar situations occurred in the other houses, but some of them report to the Lord's mother, and some to the father. Some of them are just letting them have more dealings with Fu Chunin, but some of them are planning to send beautiful maidservants to Fu Chunin as well, really willing to give up the family's concubine daughter directly promised to Fu Chunin. After all, there is not a single one. Fu Chainan didn't know about this for the moment, and he went back to deliver dinner to Xiao Chun. Fu Chainan had discovered that Xiao Chun seemed to be more interested in all kinds of stir-fried dishes, and he had let Guyu cook and Bai Lu make noodles in the past 2 days. The 2 beautiful maidservants successfully turned into full-time cooks, not realizing that their meals were so popular with the general, and that they would be rewarded with all kinds of pastries brought back by the general. They worked even harder. Today, Guyu made a scrambled egg with peas and a fried diced chicken with green peppers. Fu Chainan pointed at the fried diced chicken with green peppers and offered, "You treated me to grilled chicken wings before, and I told Guyu and Bai Lu about it later." They've got a good head on their shoulders to come up with this method of picking off the meat from those thick meaty parts of the chicken thighs and breasts and dicing it, and then frying the rest of it up makes it easy to mix in with the rice. Borrowing the spoon Xiao Chun brought, Fu Chunin gave her 2 spoonfuls each of scrambled eggs with peas and fried diced chicken with green peppers on top of the rice. "You try it?" Xiao Chun met his burning gaze, mixing the scrambled eggs with peas into the rice first and taking a taste. The peas should have been blanched first, greenish in color, but cooked inside, scrambled with the egg at the perfect heat, homemade but delicious. Xiao Chun smiled and nodded. "Delicious. Try this again?" Fu Chainan pointed to the fried diced chicken with green peppers again. Xiao Chun tossed the diced chicken with the rice and tasted it again, nodding her head once more. "Yummy yummy yummy. The main thing is that the diced chicken is flavorful enough, and with the green peppers, the layers of flavor come out all at once." Looking at Xiao Chun eating sweetly, Fu Chunin was satisfied and asked, "Do you need a little more rice?" Xiao Chun thought about it and came with 2 more spoons of each dish before waving her hand. "I've had enough. You eat the rest, right?" Fu Chainan immediately poured all the dishes into the large rice bowl, hooted and stirred them together, and took a big bite. Xiao Chun finished a bowl of rice, and Fu Chainan finished a large pot of rice. Xiao Chun, Fu de belly, the name is true. After finishing the meal, Fu Chunin talked about today's events, and Xiao Chun was stunned. "Then aren't you going to make a lot of money? 6 families and clans." On the surface just Fu Chunin picked out from those playboys who went to the drunken red house in the beginning. In fact, Fu Chunin also used his heart. In the beginning, he dared to let the commoner son of his family accompany him to go to the drunken red house. So it is evident that these families do not have too much ill will towards Fu Chunin and the Fu family either. Then the Sith boss appeared, and they were the first to deliver a post to the Fu family to partner together in business, or at least the attitude was there. Counting from those 2 points actually weeds out a lot of people. Fu Chainan then chose from them those that might help the Fu family in the future, and 6 of them would be good. These 6 families were not valued by the emperor, and they would not turn against him if they were not reused by his majesty in a short period of time. The most important thing is that their families are short of money, and have the ability to protect the business, indirectly also counted to protect Fu Chainan's Tao Tao Ji. After all, only with Fu Chainan's Tao Tao Ji around could their business continue. Fu Chainan spoke eloquently. Xiao Chun listened while looking at Fu Chainan. Today's Fu Chainan was wearing a tawdry dark green robe with silver threads embroidered on the green robe. Good looking was the ultimate in good looking, and tawdry was the ultimate in tawdry. This kind of open and high profile appearance makes him look more and more energetic, and he looks heroic. As Fu Chainan spoke, he noticed Xiaoyingchuan's gawking and couldn't help but point at the robe he was wearing. Does it look good? Xiaoyingchun nodded heartily. No one else would dare to dress like this. It's just that the dress is too much of a face picker. Fu Chainan was instantly happy. This robe and the white one before is a kind of material, but the color is different. And the style of making the robe is also different, said Fu Chainan with a slight frown. It's just too expensive. If it wasn't to reassure the emperor, he would never have dressed like this. But seeing Xiaoyingchun such eyes, Fu Chainan suddenly felt again. Dress like this is also quite good. It's kind of cost-effective if you do something that kills two birds with one stone. Fu Chainan was calculating how to earn more silver in the future and then prepare more such good-looking clothes. Xiaoyingchun is blissfully unaware of the little plans in Fu Chunan's heart, and after finishing the meal and confirming with Fu Chunan about the goods he will come to pull tomorrow, he handed him a key. Fu Chainan picked it up and asked uncertainly, "Is it from that door?" Xiaoyingchun nodded. The door of the partition wall was already installed today, and the 2 square meters of space between the 2 doors was not wasted by Xiaoyingchun. The side put a plastic chair, but also put a first aid medicine box, which all kinds of bleeding medicine and gauze, anti-inflammatory, no suture dressing are put. Temporary treatment of trauma is absolutely effective. I'll leave the back door open from now on. I'll lock this one at night, and if you need anything, just open the door and come in and get whatever you need. Ancient locks and modern estimation is different. Xiaoyingchun let Fu Chainan live rehearsal with the key to open the door, and then let go. Fu Chunan's heart, has been soaked to melt by this thoughtfulness of Xiaoyingchun. Many thanks to Miss Xiao for thinking of me wholeheartedly. Xiaoyingchun grinned. I should. You're my god of wealth. Fu Chainan lost his smile and looked deeply at her. You are also my god of fortune. If not for Xiaoyingchuan's unique supply channel, how could he have built up his business like a game? It's really something so good and unique. Xiaoyingchun hemmed and hawed, smiling with bright eyes. Then we'll all take care of ourselves and get rich together? Good. Get rich together. Fu Chainan smiled and took his leave. The next morning, Xiaoyingchun just finished eating rice noodles, received a phone call from Wang Yangjun, asked her to go to the police station. Xiaoyingchuan's heart raced. What's wrong? Wang Yangjun's tone was serious. You'll know when you go. I'll go over in a while too. Let's meet at the police station. Xiaoyingchun also did not care about the upstairs today in the installation of electrical appliances and cabinets. Through the kiosk to Zhou Haipeng, drove himself to the police station. A friend of Wang Yangjun's received them both and explained the situation to them. It turns out that the young man who went to harass Xiaoyingchun that day was really the thief from before. Since the theft was unsuccessful, there was no way to impose a heavy penalty, only criticism and education with a warning. The reason for purposely calling Xiaoyingchun and Wang Yangjun over was that the reason the thief ran off to steal from Xiaoyingchuan's house made him feel that something was at stake. Have you offended someone lately? Xiaoyingchun looked at the serious-looking police officer with a blank face. This man's name is Shi Lilin. He came to your house to commit burglary because he heard that you were very rich and have many antiques at home. 82. Xiaoyingchun felt her heart stop beating for a split second. Who had spread the news? She glanced blearily at the police and then at Wang Yangjun. Wang Yangjun also looked at Xiaoyingchun with a serious face, and then at his police friend. Xiaoyingchun stammered and explained. I don't have any antiques at home. If you don't believe it, you can go and search. The cop, however, wasn't entirely convinced. You really dare me to come to your door and search it? Xiaoyingchun nodded. Of course, you can all go now. Are you kidding me? The second floor is now a clean slate, and the first floor only has his daily necessities and a bed and a cupboard, plus that empty safe. The police look at Wang Yangjun. Wang Yangjun's body leaned back and made his attitude clear. You enforce the law. I will absolutely not interfere nor harbor. Go. The police actually went to Xiaoyingchuan's store. It was only after going there that he realized it was really so simple that it didn't really need to be searched. Especially Xiaoyingchun in front of the police. Not only will the closet open for the police to search, the safe is also open. Inside really empty. The policeman glanced at Wang Yangjun and gave Xiaoyingchun a slight nod. Do you know someone named Lu Xiaomei? Lu Xiaomei? Xiaoyingchun was at a loss. On the contrary, Wang Yangjun frowned slightly. Is it the little sister who poured tea at Xinlong pawnshop? Xiaoyingchun dawned and looked at Wang Yangjun somewhat dumbfounded. Are you saying that it was that Lu Xiaomei who told Shi Lilin to come and steal from my house? Wang Yangjun didn't answer, and both of them looked at the police. The policeman sighed and nodded. She did work at Xinlong pawnshop. Xiaoyingchun understood. I have a partnership with Dai Hengxin, the owner of Xinlong pawnshop, and Lu Xiaomei should be Dai Hengxin's relative. It's because of a personal matter in their family. Dai Hengxin fired her. But what does this have to do with yourself? It's not like it was her decision to get fired, and instead of getting back at Dai Hengxin, she called in to steal from her own house? Shi Lilin came to your house to steal from you because he heard Lu Xiaomei say that your house had antiques. And after he didn't steal them, he even told Lu Xiaomei. Lu Xiaomei then told him that the theft didn't work anyway and didn't cause any serious consequences, so even if he was caught he couldn't do anything about it, so he shouldn't be afraid. If he's good enough to catch you, all your money will be his from now on. You might want to be more careful in the future. As soon as the police left, Xiao Yingchun stormed out, picking up her cell phone and preparing to call Dai Hengxin to question her. Wang Yongjun stopped her. Why don't I ask what's going on first? It always felt like Xiao Yingchun called like this, and the two of them were going to argue. Originally caught this thief is also mixed up in their own. Who knows a circle? Caught the head of the relatives of the family of buddies Dai Hengxin? Dai Hengxin is not only his buddy, but also his client. Does this count as a big flood? At the moment, Wang Yongjun feels that he is not a person inside and outside. Xiao Yingchun thought for a moment and gritted his back teeth. That's fine. You tell him that I need an explanation. Wang Yongjun busily promised and went to call Dai Hengxin. Dai Hengxin received a call just after he arrived at the pawnshop and was also shocked. How is that possible? Wang Yongjun's tone was as calm as ever. How is it impossible? The people have all been found and went to the police station to take statements. Dai Hengxin felt his chest clogging up as he gritted his teeth. I know. You tell Yingchun that I'll give her an explanation. But before explaining it to Xiao Yingchun, he needed to understand something first. Dai Hengxin couldn't care less about doing business, closed the door and drove home. Dai family villa. Zhao Changfeng had just gotten up and was wearing her housecoat to eat breakfast, but suddenly saw Dai Hengxin angrily walk in again and walk straight to the dining table to sit down. Mom, Lu Xiaomei asked someone to steal something from Xiao Yingchuan's house. Do you know about this? Zhao Changfeng scooped a mouthful of kanji to her mouth, but she was so scared that she directly put the spoon down again. What did you say? Lu Xiaomei told a friend of hers that Xiao Yingchun was rich and had antiques at home, and told the person to go to Xiao Yingchuan's house to steal them. The man took a knife and went. Zhao Changfeng was so scared that she stuttered. That Xiao Yingchun. Dai Hengxin took a deep breath. Xiao Yingchun woke up in shock, and the thief ran away. Zhao Changfeng slapped his chest and gasped. Is he alright? Why are you so excited? Besides, it's not like Xiao Mei went to steal something. Dai Hengxin was practically speechless. Mom, I told you, Xiao Yingchun and I signed a confidentiality agreement. Xiao Mei also signed a confidentiality agreement with our company. Who dares to employ people indiscriminately if the employees of auction houses and pawnshops have not signed confidentiality agreements? It was made clear in the original agreement that she was going to pay for this, and she had the audacity to order someone to steal something, and after she failed to steal it, she asked someone to pester Xiao Yingchun? How could she be? After Zhao Changfeng heard that Xiao Yingchun was fine and nothing was lost, she had already come back to her senses, and when she saw Dai Hengxin's furious attitude, she lost her temper. I didn't order her to do this. I don't know anything about it. You're coming at me with all this huffing and puffing. Is this how you treat your mom? If you hadn't fired her, could she have done such a thing? Would you have fired her if it wasn't for what she told me about Xiao Yingchun? Just for the sake of a Xiao Yingchun. She was expelled. Isn't it normal for her to hold a grudge against Xiao Yingchun? I think Xiao Yingchun deserved that. Dai Hengxin was suddenly very powerless. He looked at Zhao Changfeng with some despair, and actually didn't know what else he could say to be good. After a long time, Dai Hengxin turned feebly up the stairs, went to his room, and closed the door. Zhao Changfeng watched him dumbfounded as he entered the room, not opening the door for a long time, and couldn't help but go upstairs and knock on the door. Ugh, you do not go to the pawnshop, ah? Dai Hengxin's tone was muffled. No go. What do you mean? Business is off? Not doing it. Dai Hengxin again looked like he was gambling and completely disheveled. Zhao Changfeng roared through the door in hatred. If you don't do business, what do you eat? Two strange muffled laughs came out of Dai Hengxin's house. My mom can do it. My mom raised me. I want to be a mama's boy. Zhao Changfeng was so angry that he couldn't say a whole word. Ugh. You. Dai Jingye poked his head out of the next room at this moment and teasingly looked at Zhao Changfeng. Satisfied now? He's completely obedient and is going to be a mama's boy. You just raise him well. Zhao Changfeng was almost furious. What do you mean? Dai Jingye? That's your son. Don't you have any obligation to educate him? Dai Jingye was unconvinced. Who was it that wouldn't let me meddle in his education in the first place? Who was it that said I was spoiling and had to be the one to control him? Now you say it's my obligation to educate him? Have you asked me to fulfill my obligation? Empress Dowager Old Buddha. From now on you'll be the Prime Minister 6 palaces all by yourself. This pomp and circumstance as you wish. 83. Dai Hengxin didn't reply to Xiao Yingchun. He didn't have the face to say anything back. Thinking about it, he sent a message to Wang Yongjun. I asked around and it's something my mom doesn't know about, but it's because of my mom. Lu Xiaomei likes to snitch on my whereabouts with my mom. I fired her. She didn't dare to retaliate against me and my mom, so she retaliated against Xiao Yingchun. Tell Xiaoying-chun for me that I don't have the face to see her. I'll come to her door in a few days and apologize to her. Wang Yongjun had already left the Yingchun commissary at this moment. He thought about it and sent a screenshot of Dai Hengxin's last sentence to Xiaoying-chun. Xiaoying-chun looked at the screenshot, snorted, and sent 2 words back to Wang Yongjun. Many thanks. Putting down her cell phone, Xiaoying-chun went upstairs to see the renovation. With the addition of banknote abilities, the renovation is really extremely fast. By dark today, it is estimated that the cabinets, ceiling, light fixtures, curtain rods and air conditioner will all be installed. Tomorrow, after the sanitation, we can get in the furniture and appliances, leaving the kiosk to Zhou Haipeng to watch over. Xiaoying-chun went back to the warehouse to pick up the goods. The 100 sets of bulletproof vests and stab-proof gloves that Fu Chunan needed had arrived. She put the stuff in the time-marked storage room and came back again when the installation was almost done on this side. These days the kiosk jingles and the neighbors look twice when they pass by. When Zhou Haipeng's people all withdrew in the afternoon, Xiaoying-chun immediately prepared to settle the bill with Zhou Haipeng. Zhou Haipeng himself laughed. Miss Xiao, you do this too quickly. My side of the account has not been sorted out. Or you wait until tomorrow I come over to settle the bill? Xiaoying-chun suddenly realized, a little embarrassed. This time really trouble you. Why don't I invite you and Wang Yongjun to have dinner together at noon tomorrow? Zhou Haipeng snorted. Tell Wang Yongjun about this. He can be my master. Wang Yongjun can be Zhou Haipeng's master? In Xiaoying-chun's surprised eyes, Zhou Haipeng didn't explain and left with the workers in stride. Without outsiders, Xiaoying-chun decisively closed the door, used the time and space supermarket organizing function to clean up the first floor, and made an appointment for tomorrow morning to do the hygiene of the second floor, and in the afternoon to deliver and install furniture. After the chores were dealt with, Xiaoying-chun lamented, this day by day, it is really busy. It hadn't been 2 minutes since he sat in the recliner when Fu Chainan arrived. However, today's Fu Chainan dressed not at all flirty. A black short hit night clothes, black cloth belt to tie up the hair. At a glance is to do something unseemly. Xiaoying-chun shot him a glance. He was straightforward. I'm not in the capital right now. I'm outside the city. Give me your undershirt and gloves, and I'll give them to someone to send to Yangzhou City, and I'll rush back to the capital and bring you another meal. If a hostage does not return to the capital at night, His Majesty the Emperor will inevitably become suspicious. He needs to get a grip. When Xiaoying-chun heard this, she took out her stab-proof undershirt and gloves without saying a word, because it had been explained. It came directly in a wooden box. Then I'll leave first. Fu Chainan picked up the 2 boxes and left without looking back. Xiaoying-chun had the intention to let him bring 2 packs of lollipops to Fu Zhanghai, but thought that the journey was not close, and it was a bystander who sent something. And this kind of violation of the rules of the times, it is better not to call people to see. Think about it. By the time Fu Chainan came back, it was dark. Fu Chainan in the evening wore a reddish-colored robe and took braised pork stewed with tiger quail eggs and fried greens. Fu Chainan opened the food box. Excited, this braised pork stewed pigeon eggs is said to be very nourishing to eat. You quickly taste. Xiaoying-chun, I can't believe it's not a quail egg. It's a pigeon egg. We're the ones who are small. Fu Chainan was extraordinarily enthusiastic and took Xiaoying-chun's bowl and gave her a share of rice and meat and eggs. Xiaoying-chun hurriedly refused. I don't eat fatty meat. Fu Chainan's hand paused. No fatty meat? How delicious is fatty meat? Xiaoying-chun laughed dryly. I get nauseous when I eat fatty meat. That pigeon egg you gave me is enough. And some soup with rice. It's delicious. Fu Chainan thought for a moment and picked out a piece of braised meat with only a little bit of fat from a pot of braised meat. You taste it? If you're really guilty of nausea, you can just eat pigeon eggs. The hospitality was hard to resist, so Xiaoying-chun had to put the piece of braised pork into her mouth. In the next second, Xiaoying-chun's eyes widened in shock. Pork in ancient times was so good when done this way. This braised pork is so hot that it melts in your mouth. And the seasoning is so well tuned that you don't get tired of it at all. She nodded and didn't mince her words of praise. This is so well done, ugh. Yummy. She offered to reach for her chopsticks, picking out a couple of the skinniest pieces and asking for a couple of pigeon eggs and some sauce, crushing them with a spoon and mixing them right into the rice. When the rice is all coated with the broth, toss it with crushed pigeon eggs and meat froth. Then put it in your mouth in one bite. A bite full of meat and eggs. It's so delicious. Fu Chainan was relieved to see her eating contentedly. It was good that she liked it. She doesn't like big fat meat. Next time, tell Guyu not to put all the pork in the cooking, but also some lean meat. Silently memorizing her preferences, Fu Chainan cheerfully poured a whole pot of braised pork and pigeon eggs into the rice bowl, mashed them up like Xiaoying-chun, and ate them in large mouthfuls. After a meal, Xiaoying-chun talked about the progress of the renovation. Tomorrow we'll be able to get all the furniture and appliances, and when it's done I'll be able to live upstairs. With the coffers empty, I'll be able to stock you with more at once. When I have a few more large batches for you, I'm going to take the gold ingots you gave me and exchange them for money. So I may be out for a while. Seemingly tens of millions of dollars in savings. In fact, to be used to buy goods but does not stand, after all, can easily be tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of dollars of goods. What's more, Fu Chainan had to prepare to get wholesale for those 6 worldly families next. Xiao Chun explained something about a thief coming to steal something, saying that she had antiques in her house. Selling these things again close by here in Daihangshin is definitely not an option. And even going to another pawn store is risky. She seems to have only one way left, to go abroad. Sell these shelved dynasties abroad, and come back to spend them in exchange for money that can circulate at home. Can you get stylized gold and silver ingots that were never given to me before? And all sorts of things you can sell. Fu Chenan's spirit lifted. What kind of things do you want? Xiao Chun thought for a moment. Tell me, what do you have on your side? This aspect of Fu Chainan finally have the right to speak. After all, he recently in order to pretend to be a tycoon. In the capital of the major pawnshops and antique houses have walked around. All kinds of things have understood. Gold and silver, Xiao Chun already has a lot in stock. She now only needs what she never had before. Copper coins of various good qualities, this he could scour. And with little effort. A variety of gold and silver jewelry with gemstones can be had. Furniture. Yes, also some rosewood and Wangwali furniture of excellent texture and workmanship, preferably in sets. There are also royal imperial things that sell extraordinarily well in the market. What else can you sell to modern times from an overhead dynasty? Brainstorm all you dears and give me some inspiration. 84. Fu Chainan listened and nodded repeatedly, and even looked down to take notes. I'll go back to prepare. I won't send over the gold and silver ingots for this period of time. I'll bring them over to you when there's something suitable. When do you want them on your side? Xiao Chun thought about it. Within 10 days or less. I'll get you a few more batches of large quantities, lest you run out of stock on your side after I leave. Fu Chainan then realized, Xiao Chun seemed to be going for a long time? How long will you be gone? Xiao Chun thought for a moment. At least half a month? Fu Chainan had a moment of frustration. But then he felt funny himself. People are going to do serious work. It's not like they have nothing to wait for their dinner every day. Good. Fu Chainan agreed. Really selling these overhead era things for a while. Xiao Chun slowly understand. It turns out that the most precious thing about the so-called antiques is not the thing itself, but the historical significance carried behind the thing. That's why antiques with verifiable provenance are extraordinarily expensive. And for these shelf-age items to sell for a high price, you have to be able to prove their historical value. How do you test the authenticity of a hollow dynasty that doesn't exist in history? Xiao Chun scratched his head, put the problem all behind his head, saw that the time was still early, so he went out and went to the mall. Since you are going abroad, you always need to prepare something. She entered the mall before reacting. She didn't know what to prepare for her first trip abroad. After thinking about it, she sent a message to Wang Yangjun. On the one hand, to make an appointment with him for lunch tomorrow, and on the other hand, to ask him what she should buy. Wang Yangjun turned around and asked her back where she was. Xiao Chun said the place, and Wang Yangjun said, 5 minutes to. 5 minutes? Wouldn't that be nearby? Xiao Chun stood at the front door of the mall and waited, so he didn't go. After Wang Yangjun returned the message, he looked at Zhou Haipeng on the opposite side. Miss Xiao said that she would treat us to lunch tomorrow at noon? Zhou Haipeng glanced at Wang Yangjun with a teasing face. I won't go. You're also the boss. It's the same if you go. Eat more. It would be nice to eat her as my sister-in-law. Wang Yangjun punched him. Get lost. Ha ha ha. I'll go first. You go find her. Zhou Haipeng had just seen Wang Yangjun reply to Xiao Chun's message. Xiao Chun did not know that this security engineering company also has Wang Yangjun shares. Zhou Haipeng and Wang Yangjun are the same batch of recruits. Only Zhou Haipeng's family started as a decorator, and he followed his parents after he returned from 2 years in the army. And Wang Yangjun is extraordinarily persistent in the military. And finally, surprisingly, with outstanding performance, went to the peacekeeping force. Then came back to open the security company. Found that many customers for security need to adjust the home decoration and replacement of doors and windows and other facilities. He simply with Zhou Haipeng in partnership to open a security engineering company. In the past 2 years, both brothers have not made a lot of money, but they are low profile, so many people do not know it. Even Wang Li of the travel agency did not know the specific income of Wang Yangjun. She also took the nature of Wang Yangjun's work as a senior security guards, and only then believed Wang Yangjun New Year's Eve party said $1,000 a day of the cost of the standard. This kind of daily wage which is quite good in the ordinary people. But actually Wang Yangjun charges at least $3,000 per day for being a bodyguard for the rich. After Wang Yangjun found Xiao Chun, he was not in a hurry to go shopping, but first confirmed the details with her. What do you want to do when you go abroad? Which places do you want to visit? I can only recommend the right things to buy if I know your purpose. Xiaoying-chun thought about it. I want to go to London. About half a month. And I want to go shopping for auctions. Wang Yongjun dawned. Xiaoying-chun and Dai Hengxin had opened an auction company in partnership with them. And they thought that they were also interested in the world's top auction companies. So they wanted to go and have a look? Maybe she's planning on auctioning something back? Why else would she ask herself to accompany her? Then it will suffice for you to prepare 2 sets of light summer formal wear, and a few sets of loose, casual clothing and shoes that are easy to walk and run in. When do we leave? Xiaoying-chun, 10 days later. Good. Then I'll also arrange some time to prepare some things. Wang Yongjun promised to accompany Xiaoying-chun to a sporting goods specialty store first. All kinds of clothes and shoes are available here. Xiaoying-chun main one to listen to persuasion. In the sporting goods store to let Wang Yongjun to help himself to pick 2 pairs of shoes suitable for walking, escape, with, and he chose 2 fit light-colored casual sportswear. When Xiaoying-chun asked Wang Yongjun if he needed to come with 2 sets of clothes, Wang Yongjun refused. I have all of them. No need to buy. However, Wang Yongjun took the initiative to propose, I need to have my friends prepare something in advance when I'm abroad. Can you hit me with a portion of the funding first? Xiaoying-chun naturally agreed. How much do you want? Wang Yongjun, 50,000. Xiaoying-chun's eyes paused and she lowered her voice and asked, is it about buying a gun? Wang Yongjun did not expect her first reaction to be this. Stunned and at the same time also somewhat unable to hold back. It's not that serious. The friend over there does have a gun, but he doesn't need to buy it. He can just borrow it. After all, even if you buy it, you can't bring it back home. He was tall, and looking at the sneaky way Xiaoying-chun, who was much shorter than himself, tilted her head to talk to him. He couldn't help but want to argue the top of her head. This little girl, how can she be so cute? Good thing reason reminded him, this is a multi-million-dollar boss who is his bread and butter. He withdrew the big hand that was so close to reaching out again and put it to his mouth with a cough. Xiaoying-chun misunderstanding. Thought cannot say this taboo topic. Immediately stopped his mouth. Dry to him to transfer $50,000. Wang Yongjun wanted to laugh again, she didn't even ask herself what she needed to buy, and directly gave herself $50,000. Should she be touched by her trust in herself? Or do you lament her gullibility with people? In the end, Wang Yongjun just said, this money first put me here. How much I spent in the end I will give you a bill. More refund less compensation. After thinking about it he added, you only need to prepare what your girls need. I'll take full responsibility for anything you need for security. If there's anything you don't understand, you just come and ask me. Okay, Xiaoying-chun agreed with a smile. The two made a date for where they would eat tomorrow at noon before saying goodbye and heading home. The following morning, the hygiene ad will be the second floor of the big health open once. Xiaoying-chun invited Wang Yongjun to have a meal. 2 people eat hot pot. Xiaoying-chun ordered 6 or 7 meat, and ordered hot noodles for 4 people, and then asked Wang Yongjun, I can only eat half of the noodles. You eat 3.5 enough? Wang Yongjun was surprised, she just ordered so many dishes and noodles. Thought there were other people coming. She knows she's a good eater? But one does eat quite a lot. Oneself. One has just always been restrained. And the general public does not know that one can eat so much. Enough to eat. Wang Yongjun smiled and nodded. 85. 85. Xiaoying-chun told the waiter to serve the food directly. When eating, Wang Yongjun is also devouring a large plate of meat directly into the pot. After cooking a large spoon of fish up, a mouthful can eat half a bowl of meat. This scene made Xiaoying-chun unconsciously think of Fu Chainan and couldn't help but be curious. Do all you soldiers eat so fast? It's like having a dog on your ass. Wang Yongjun smiled. Yeah, there is a time requirement to eat in the army, and if you eat slowly, you won't be able to add to your meal. There are also battles where you can't even think about eating, and you can just stuff some compressed dry food in your mouth and call it a meal. Xiaoying-chun lost his smile. Wang Yongjun saw that she was interested in the things of the army, so he picked up what he could say and said it to Xiaoying-chun, and heard Xiaoying-chun smile and narrow her eyes. After the meal, Wang Yongjun sent a list to Xiaoying-chun. This is what Zhou Haipeng asked me to forward to you. Just pay him according to this. Xiaoying-chun glanced at the list and gave the money directly. 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom. 80 square feet of house. Not counting the furniture and appliances, decoration spent $150,000. Not expensive. After all, time is of the essence and all the materials used are still good. For the kindness of Wang Yongjun who came to save his life in the middle of the night, it is nothing to make some money for his friend. Xiaoying-chun gave the money handily. After saying goodbye to Wang Yongjun, Xiaoying-chun returned to the kiosk, and all kinds of furniture were delivered one after another. 2 rooms and a hall were opened for installation at the same time, which was extremely efficient. By the time it was after 4 p.m., the furniture on the second floor was done. The auntie who was doing the sanitation didn't leave straight away, and simply helped Xiaoying-chun to do the sanitation once more before leaving. Xiaoying-chun, I guess, does not bother two masters. Directly to Zhou Haipeng, asked to recognize do not know the deformaldehyde? Zhou Haipeng himself has a decoration company, and got Xiaoying-chun just transferred over the project money. Immediately said that do not need to spend extra money, they are free to help her deodorization twice. Just finished renovating the house, is supposed to be placed a few months to move in. Good thing Xiaoying-chun material with good formaldehyde is not serious. Zhou Haipeng to help deal with deodorization after. Told her immediately can live. Usually daytime ventilation on the line. After a month he came back to almost. Xiaoying-chun thanked Zhou Haipeng, and after sending the people away, it was completely dark. Moving all the clothes and bedding from the first floor storehouse upstairs, Xiaoying-chun stayed in her former room. The layout is the same. The decoration and furniture and appliances are very different. Xiaoying-chun stood in the living room some trance. Mom and Dad's traces of this is not at all. The movement coming from downstairs made Xiaoying-chun react. Fu Chenan came. She rushed downstairs, just in time to meet Fu Chenan's somewhat lost look. As soon as he saw Xiaoying-chun come down, Fu Chenan's complexion changed for a second. You're upstairs. Xiaoying-chun smiled and nodded her head. Her eyes had already seen the food box and a box that Fu Chen had placed on the table. On this side Xiaoying-chun went to get the dishes and chopsticks, and on the other side Fu Chenan had already opened the food box and the box. Inside the box were 2 silver ingots and 2 gold ingots. It's all 50 taels. Xiaoying-chun had only seen 50 taels of gold ingots on the internet and was curious to come up and look at them. Is this heavy? Fu Chenan casually pulled out a gold ingot from the box and carefully handed it to Xiaoying-chun. Try it? Xiaoying-chun took a horse stance before extending his hands to receive it. A gold ingot the size of a child's fist was heavy in his hand, but not to the point where he couldn't catch it. Xiaoying-chun had a bottom in his heart. 50 taels converted to the current weight was only a little over 1,800 grams, or a little over 3 pounds, so it was perfectly fine to be careful. The silver ingot was slightly larger than the gold ingot. It was not obvious to the naked eye. Xiaoying-chun put the thing into the space cash register system to store it again, and only then did she start eating with Fu Chenan. Fu Chenan explained up the origin of these 2 silver and gold ingots. This kind of silver and gold ingots are not used by unusual people to spend. They are used by the silver house to hold the bottom of the box. I'll get the silver store to cash in these 4 privately, and if you still need them, I'll exchange them. Xiaoying-chun waved her hand. Enough, no need to change for now. Fu Chenan pulled out another money bag, which contained various styles of copper coins from the Deliang dynasty that he had found. Because of the different years of minting, there are also old money from the period of the first emperor and even 2 or 3 dynasties ahead, are also in common use, so all kinds of copper money he prepared a pocket. I sifted through these coins, 5 of each, and I picked out the ones that were broken and worn. Xiaoying-chun smiled and thanked, and then put it away again, while telling Fu Chenan that the warehouse was empty, and that he could come over tomorrow to pick up another large batch of goods. Fu Chenan promised while getting Xiaoying-chun food. Tonight's dish was scrambled pork with green peppers and eggs and a cassoulet duck, which was extra flavorful thanks to the raw materials being sufficiently original. The two ate a satisfying meal, and Fu Chenan even asked Xiaoying-chun what she wanted to eat tomorrow. Xiaoying-chun said it didn't matter, and at the same time talked about how the upstairs was being decorated, inviting Fu Chenan to visit upstairs. Fu Chenan of course wanted to go upstairs and visit. However, the moment Xiaoying-chun led him up the stairs with her, Fu Chenan paused. Fu Chenan's raised foot looked like it was blocked by something, and it couldn't go up at all. He paused where he stood, looking disappointed in his embarrassment. Xiaoying-chun walked 2 steps, did not see Fu Chenan follow up, turned back to look, but also a slight frost. It turned out that he could not come up. Xiaoying-chun retreated back the same way again, smiling gently. It's okay, I'll go up and shoot a video for you later, and bring it down for you to see? Fu Chenan nodded. Good, wait for me then. Xiaoying-chun went up and took the video and brought it down to Fu Chenan. Fu Chenan nodded his head repeatedly while looking at it, and at the end, he suddenly asked, Miss Xiao, can you still upgrade this time and space supermarket of yours? After upgrading, can I go upstairs in your house? The world outside the front door of the store, Fu Chenan could not even see. The front door was a wall in Fu Chenan's eyes, but the store's staircase leading to the 2nd floor, Fu Chenan could see it, he just couldn't go up. This was very different from the kind of situation at the front door, which could not help but give Fu Chenan a different kind of luxury. If one day, he could go up to the 2nd floor, would he be one step closer to living in this world of Miss Shaw's? He was curious and yearning. He just couldn't tell himself if he was yearning for a different world or a different shawgirl. Xiaoying-chun remembered the previous tip and went back to read that description, thinking that the supermarket should be able to be upgraded. But how can I upgrade? Xiaoying-chun hasn't figured it out yet. There are no specific instructions in it either. She mulled it over for a while and couldn't find a clue, so she just put it down and extrapolated from her years of playing the game. It should be upgradable, but it doesn't say how to upgrade. But since it's a supermarket, it must be trading as a method of upgrading? Fu Chainan felt that she had a point and followed her train of thought. Is it true that if you do more trading, you can upgrade up? Xiaoying-chun, maybe. Maybe? Fu Chainan immediately came to energy. Then I'll go back to plan a little. See what else I can get over to sell you. 86. 86. Fu Chainan thumped and ran away. But Xiaoying-chun was in the second floor room where the security doors and windows had been replaced, lying on the bed and sending messages to urge the goods. It was also the first time that Elegant Notes Cosmetics met such a buyer. This supply is the unusual head anchor cannot ask for so much at a time. But Xiaoying-chun almost did not haggle much to buy all the things, or customized porcelain box packaging. This buyer also has only one requirement, that it be fast and of consistent quality. They are all legal and compliant companies, and all kinds of cosmetics are produced in strict accordance with the formula and process, so the quality is naturally stable. Plus Xiaoying-chun doesn't press the price, almost $1 million worth of goods at retail price. It was rare for them to meet such a high-quality customer, so they naturally prioritized supplying Xiaoying-chun a truck full of goods, the value of which went straight to the $1 million level. Yummy Notes sent a car straight over, saying it would be here first thing in the morning. Waking up early the next day, Xiaoying-chun didn't even have time to eat breakfast and went to the warehouse to wait. It wasn't long before a load was indeed delivered. The one who followed the car was a dry, round-faced young girl in her 20s, and as soon as she saw Xiaoying-chun, she rushed up to greet her warmly. Is it Ms. Xiao? I'm Xiao Hu Jing, from the sales department of Yume Notes. Hello. Xiaoying-chun nodded at the other party, also with a smile on her face. Hu Jing warmly got close to Xiaoying-chun. Our company saw that your side recently ordered so much, so they sent me over to deliver the goods. Is to ask if your side has the intention of long-term order? If there is a long-term order intention, we can sign a supply contract, and later you can also go wholesale price, and then drop part of the price. Do you think it's okay? Xiaoying-chun himself had also talked about the price. Once heard this is not rejected, just first explore the other side of the bottom. I definitely need a long-term order, but I want to finalize the price with you first, and if the price is right, then we'll talk about signing a long-term ordering contract. After all, something like cosmetics, the country can produce a large number of more. I do not necessarily only find you a family. Hu Jing understood, and without nagging, directly handed over a prepared form, because Xiaoying-chun wants a single category of things. Lipstick she only wanted classic colors that would fit in a china box. The kind of lip glazes that flowed she didn't want at all. The only two basic eyebrow pencils she needs are the two unpackaged ones, one in black and one in dark brown. Hu Jing listed the price of eyeshadow in the price list, and specially gave Xiaoying-chun some eyeshadow in a porcelain box for lipstick to bring over as a sample. Miss Xiao, look. These colors are also our classic colors. We also gave the porcelain box, also very high grade. Xiaoying-chun took over the several porcelain boxes. There was only one color in each box. It was really high grade. This little girl named Hu Jing is quite considerate. How much is one of these eyeshadows? Soon, Xiaoying-chun finalized the price of the eyeshadow, just according to the price on that form. For common classic eyeshadow colors, each color to 10,000 boxes, $10 for a box of eyeshadow and a $400,000 order turned around. Hu Jing was excited. Ms. Xiao, then let's go and sign the contract here, shall we? Xiaoying-chun, however, looked at Hu Jing and blandly said, I pay for the spot every time, never default on payment. According to this price, we still pay for the spot. No good? If I'm not willing to continue purchasing from you, do you think I could get something similar for the same price? Hu Jing froze for a moment. She didn't want to sign the contract. Why? Is it because you don't want to be tied down? That must be it. But if you don't sign the contract, who knows if she'll come back to buy from you in the future? What if she chooses to go to another manufacturer? Hu Jing tried to convince Xiaoying-chun. Ms. Xiao, actually signing the contract won't have any effect on you. Xiaoying-chun interrupted her attempt to persuade the idea. Just follow my approach. Do not sign the contract. In 2 days you send me another batch of the same number of goods over. Can it work? Hu Jing. Line. This one load costs over $1 million. And another one in a couple days? If all goes well on my end, I'll need another load in another week or so. We'll still have the same payment method as before. Will that work? Row. As long as payment is okay, the contract is not signed. Hu Jing pressed down the leap in her heart and nodded her head repeatedly. When Hu Jing unloaded all the things, Xiaoying-chun counted them correctly, sent Hu Jing away, turned his head and put all the things into the supermarket warehouse. Back to the kiosk. When Fu Chainan came over, Xiaoyingchun had to show him how to use eyeshadow. Fu Chainan, shocked at the original innocence of the little girl, just used some color. Suddenly the eyes become deep, eyes become seductive up, very some discomfort. This is too hooky. As her eyes flickered and blinked, his heart swung and swung. Xiaoyingchun saw his eyes straight, couldn't help but poke him in the arm. Hey, did you get it? Fu Chainan returned to his senses and nodded his head in panic. Aha, got it. Xiaoyingchun resisted the urge to roll her eyes and handed him the brush, wiping off the already applied eyeshadow in 3 or 2 strokes. Then you try it. Seeing a pretty face in front of his eyes, Fu Chainan couldn't help but lean back. He wouldn't dare. Xiaoyingchun couldn't hold back her blank stare. Then you still say you understand? Fu Chainan reddened in embarrassment, and his mouth nagged to explain. I meant to say that I know where this is used. You gave me this stuff. I'll turn around and take it to those handlers to experiment with. As long as they know what it's for, the usage, they'll slowly figure it out. He wouldn't have been able to use it anyway, but that didn't stop the couple of particularly well made up lady palms from having the ability to explore and experiment. Xiaoyingchun thought it was right. When she first learned how to put on makeup, she often made herself look like a ghost. Can't you go out and meet people now? Expecting a super straight guy who went to war with a gun to look at it once and use eyeshadow? Hi, what are you thinking? He hadn't even seen it before. Xiaoyingchun spat at herself and gave him all dozen of boxes. Here, you take it. Look for me again if you run into trouble. Good. Fu Chainan took the eyeshadow porcelain box and greeted Xiaoyingchun to eat first. Today's meal was chow mein, but a deluxe version with lots of extra fried lamb and some greens. Xiaoyingchun and Fu Chainan shared the food in the usual 1:4 ratio. Fu Chainan didn't take the large shipment of goods immediately when he left. I'll come back tomorrow night to pick up the goods. The volume of this shipment is too great for me to take it to the mansion and leave it there. It has to cross the open road. I'll leave the capital first thing in the morning, then come into your side from the outskirts to pick up the goods. 87. After Fu Chainan left, Xiaoyingchun confirmed again when the shipment of soap and mirrors would arrive. Soap will arrive tomorrow. A piece of 50 cents a piece. $90 a box. Remove all the packaging. Xiaoyingchun into 1,000 boxes. The old soap and soap were supplied by one manufacturer, and Xiaoyingchun asked for 2,000 boxes. A box of 30 bars of old soap. The purchase price of $60 a box can be divided into $60. 1,000 boxes will be $120,000. According to the 1 or 2 silver piece wholesale out, that can also be sold 120,000 taels of silver, 12,002 gold, and the wholesale cost down is only 120,000 RMB. Xiaoyingchun lamented profiteering while continuing to work hard. What's the point of counting costs? The pattern is small. Soft mirror will have to be another day late to arrive. Xiaoyingchun directly into the 10 boxes. Our 6-sided diamond palm-size piece, a few cents a piece of the cost. The next morning was an early start, a day of diligent stocking and delivery. Xiaoyingchun waited for Fu Chainan to come over early to get the cosmetics. Great Liang dynasty. Fu Chainan, but early in the morning, fresh clothes and angry horse out of the capital city gates, leading a few worldly children and a group of guards ran towards the Jade Belt River. Jade Belt River Pier. A cargo ship slowly docked. Fu Chainan was escorted by his personal guards to be the first to board the ship, and the deck was then closed. After a full half hour, the deck of the cargo ship was lowered again, and the steward of the marshal's house went up to greet the 6 sons of the world families who had been waiting. Each family can come up to take the goods in turn. Piles and piles of silver checks handed over. Boxes and boxes of goods were loaded onto the mule carts that had been waiting here for a long time, and then pulled away one cart after another, and then the next one. Fu Chainan was almost paralyzed with exhaustion inside the boat as well. He had just gotten on board and kept moving things from Xiaoyingchun's storeroom this way. Xiaoyingchun early this morning and collected soap. Just vacated the warehouse, cannot put. Supermarket aisles are piled up. Fu Chainan sends in one wooden box after another. Xiaoyingchun uses the time supermarket organizing function to fill up the wooden boxes, and then asks Fu Chainan to carry them to the ship of the Great Liang dynasty for delivery. When all the goods were delivered, Xiaoyingchun was not too tired. But Fu Chainan was tired and stupid. He worked as a porter all morning, moving 2 truckloads of goods in 1 hour, and was nearly exhausted. If he didn't have the Fu family army behind him as a spiritual pillar, he would have been exhausted. After a long time waiting for all the goods that should be given to the 6 great families to be delivered, the sons of the families had their family caravans leave first, and they stayed behind to wait for Fu Chainan. When Fu Chainan came down, he was neatly dressed, and his hair was not disheveled, so he looked calm and relaxed. Chang Yiji smiled and went forward to pull Fu Chainan. Brother Chainan, after receiving the goods, let's go and have a drink. Fu Chainan laughed. Drinking is out. I'm starving instead. Let's eat. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, keep you well fed. Brother Channon, why do you have a faint scent on you, like the smell of that soap? Yeah, I touched the soap. Maybe the smell rubbed off on me. Nonsense. He's sweating through it. In order to avoid wearing a gang on the boat with soap to wash a bath before re-wearing the brocade robe and jade belt, cannot have a soap flavor? There was no way to deliver the skin cream immediately. It needed to be sent to the veterans' village to complete the distribution before being hauled back to the capital. It's a good thing that the personal guards are naturally there to take care of that. Fu Chainan went to eat and drink with the sons of the family, and not to mention Xiaoyingchun, but put down a big stone in his heart, the largest batch of goods handed over. Easy. She grabbed a bottle of oriental tea and sat paralyzed in her recliner and drank it. I hadn't even had 2 sips yet when the phone rang. It was Dai Hengxin. Dai Hengxin sent several WeChat messages to Xiaoyingchun, but Xiaoyingchun was busy cooperating with Fu Chainan to ship goods to the Daliang dynasty at that moment, and did not look at her cell phone at all, probably worried that Xiaoyingchun was deliberately not replying to the message. Dai Hengxin called. The theme is clear. I want to invite Xiaoyingchun to have a meal and apologize in person for what happened to Lu Xiaomei. Xiaoyingchun didn't quite want to go. I understand. It's not your fault. You don't have to make a point of apologizing. Dai Hengxin, however, refused to stop. Some things must be said clearly in person. In the end, a partnership. This was a heavy statement. And it was clear that Dai Hengxin also realized that the auction company probably couldn't continue. Xiaoyingchun was silent for a moment. Okay, where did you say? Dai Hengxin said directly. I'll pick you up. Right? Okay. Xiaoyingchun placed the 2 sips of oriental tea on the counter and went upstairs to change her clothes. In a quiet cafe by the Weha River, Xiaoyingchun was dressed in a white dress, and appeared to be particularly pure in the elegant arrangement of the cafe. Dai Hengxin looked at Xiaoyingchun, who was sitting across from him, and in the bottom of his eyes was a longing that he couldn't hide. See less than once, right? Coffee came up. The 2 people drank 2 mouthfuls in silence. Dai Hengxin then said, You will not come to my pawnshop again, right? Xiaoyingchun was silent for a moment before nodding honestly. I don't dare. 3 words silenced both men. Dai Hengxin's mouth was full of the bitterness of black coffee. I'm sorry. It's me who didn't handle my mom and Lu Xiaomei well. Xiaoyingchun waved her hand. It's not your fault. When you fired Lu Xiaomei, you definitely didn't expect her to do this either. As for your mom, you can't do her master either, can you? There's no point in pointing fingers when it's all going to fall apart. It's better to give each other the benefit of the doubt. Dai Hengxin was silent again. Only after a moment did Dai Hengxin continue to speak. There's no way to continue pursuing Lu Xiaomei's matter. Xiaoyingchun nodded. Aha. Dai Hengxin, however, as if he was afraid of misunderstanding, explained a bit eagerly. It's not that I want to harbor her, but she does know a lot of things. If we push her and the dog comes out with those things, it won't end well for you or me. Open pawnshop to collect some modern gold and silver jewelry. High-grade cigarettes and alcohol are good to say. If it involves antiques and cultural relics, it is not easy to say. Xiaoyingchun continued to nod her head. Even her expression didn't change much. Well, I understand what you mean. Dai Hengxin. He suddenly didn't know how to explain it any further. She understands what she said herself. But what's the point of knowing? Still doesn't change her decision. He looked fixedly at Xiaoyingchun, who had no blame in her eyes, and even some pity and sympathy. Dai Hengxin looked down woefully. She was sympathizing with herself. Is it sympathy for having a mom like that? Or do you sympathize with your inability to sort out the relationships around you? The steak came up and Xiaoyingchun ate the steak in front of her peacefully and quietly, unhurriedly and with great concentration. Dai Hengxin, a little desperate, cut the steak in front of him into several large pieces like killing a pig, and stuffed it into his mouth to chew as if he were letting off steam. Xiaoyingchun, however, looked like she didn't even see it. After a meal, Dai Hengxin suddenly asked, Yingchun? Xiaoyingchun raised her head, pure doubt in her eyes. Can we be friends again? Xiaoyingchun smiled. Of course, but it can only be a friend. 200 monthly tickets added early. Authors who make excuses for unsolicited hikes are the only ones I've seen myself. People like Dai Hengxin are actually quite numerous in reality. It's about not wanting to be a mommy's boy, but being morally kidnapped and emotionally blackmailed by your mom for years and years, and not being able to completely break free from her grasp. And so it can be very divisive, struggling, and internalized. Actually, people like Dai Hengxin are quite miserable. The picture is supposed to be a Qing dynasty porter, but General Fu must have been a handsome porter. Not so miserable, ha 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 ha. What excuse to add more tomorrow? 88. Dai Hengxin sent Xiaoyingchun back to the commissary on the way. Xiaoyingchun flipped through the messages and found that the family group had sent a dozen messages, and there were 2 of them that at themselves. One of the entries was Aunt Pan Wami. He said it was Grandpa's birthday tonight and asked Xiao Yingchen to go to dinner. Xiao Yingchen thought about it and replied back to the group. I'm going to Yangon City this afternoon, so I won't be able to make it back for dinner. Then directly in the group sent an exclusive red envelope of $200 to Grandpa. Even for Grandpa's birthday finished. Cousin Xie Yulin, what are you doing in Yangzhou? What's more important than Grandpa's birthday? Xiao Yingchen thought for a moment and returned. To interview for a job. Xie Yulin was immediately dumbfounded. After a while, Xie Yulin began to taunt again. You people don't come, just give $200 red envelope even finished? Xiao Yingchen replied in seconds this time. How much did cousin honor? Screenshot for me to see? Xie Yulin was once again mute. He wouldn't pay at all, and never followed Guchenyu to mix food and drink. It was only after a few moments that Xie Yulin exasperatedly yelled at the group. I didn't give it, but my mom did. You are paying your respects on behalf of your sister-in-law, who used to give 1,000. Xiao Yingchen once again replied in seconds. How much did auntie give once upon a time? Yulin Xie. Gu Chunyu. How much did Gu Chunyu give? She never sings about her family's difficulties and only gives 200 each time, followed by trying to gouge it out of grandma and grandpa. But people who talk about their difficulties have 2 houses and another loan for their son to buy a new house. Instead, my own mom and dad, who never said they were in trouble, didn't have much in the way of savings after the accident, only to be stretched so thin so quickly and needing to borrow money from everywhere in order to continue the rescue. In the office of a state-owned enterprise, Pan Huamei drank tea while silently watching Xie Yulin and Xiao Yingchen argue at the head of the group, inexplicably pleased in his heart. It was also Xiao Yingchen who dared to rip off Gu Chunyu and Xie Yulin's cover from them. What's difficult for them? After all these years of penny pinching, the family has several houses. They're just having trouble shelling out money to the elderly. Seeing that the group subsided, Xiao Yingchen was about to collect her cell phone when Pan Huamei suddenly sent a private message. Yingchen, what kind of job are you looking for? Is the salary high? Xiao Yingchen didn't answer, but asked over in return. Does auntie have any good jobs to introduce? If there is, I won't have to go out to work. Pan Huamei replied quickly this time. Our unit is now recruiting dispatched workers, although the first line in the workshop, but the wages are not bad. After the trial period of 1 month 4,000 have 5 insurance. Is to shift. Do you want to give it a try? Xiao Yingchen at this end of the sneer. To shift only 4,000 a month. If you deduct the 5 insurance, hands can have more than 2,000? Let's just say, how could a really good job aunt and uncle think of themselves? Her 2 children work as ordinary office clerks in their organization, and they get just over $3,000 a month. No, thanks auntie, I'd better go to Yangon to check it out. Rejecting Pan Huamei, Xiao Yingchen snapped her cell phone shut and closed her eyes. Dai Hengxin's car didn't drive fast, and he also looked at Xiao Yingchen from time to time. But Xiao Yingchen was either fiddling with his cell phone or resting with his eyes closed, so there was no way for him to communicate effectively with Xiao Yingchen. It was as if, without realizing it, the two had nothing to say to each other. Disappointment and sadness accumulated little by little. He knew, he was getting farther and farther away from Xiao Yingchen. Even if it is slow, there is a time to arrive at the place. When the car stopped at the door of the Yingchen kiosk, Xiao Yingchen Lili get out of the car. Like every time before, Xiao Yingchen waved her hand at Dai Hengxin, smiling sweetly and detachedly. Thank you for buying me dinner. Drive slower. Dai Hengxin did not want to turn around, so he parked the car in front of the door of the Yingchen kiosk and parked in line with Xiao Yingchuan's car. I'm going to go see my grandpa. Zhao Jiping did not expect Dai Hengxin to come over at this time. He usually has to take a nap at this time, and seeing Dai Hengxin hanging his head, he thought he had met something. What's going on here? Dai Hengxin sat his butt down on Zhao Jiping's old couch. It's fine. It's okay, you're down in the dumps? Did you have another fight with your mom? Dai Hengxin shook his head and told Lu Xiaomei about it. Zhao Jiping was taken aback. Lu Xiaomei is also a relative of Zhao Jiping's side. He is known. How could a girl who used to look like a good and coquettish girl have such an evil mind? No wonder Xiao Yingchen had the second floor of the house renovated after being burglarized some time ago, and all the doors and windows were replaced with new ones. Is this the reason? It turned out not to be an ordinary thief, but at the behest of Lu Xiaomei. Staring at Xiao Yingchen, thinking that her home has antiques, Xiao Yingchen completely renovated the second floor of the matter. Dai Hengxin did not know. He thought it was just a change of doors and windows. It also froze for a moment after hearing Grandpa say it. To renovate a house would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. If Lu Xiaomei hadn't encouraged the thief to steal, Xiao Yingchuan's thrifty nature couldn't have done so. The source of everything is yourself. At the thought of this, Dai Hengxin was depressed. His head bowed and shoulders collapsed in a breathless manner. Zhao Jiping sighed. Things have already happened. It's too late to say anything. That mom of yours, alas, is really confused. Zhao Jiping has always felt that the marriage of Dai Hengxin's siblings was delayed by Zhao Chengfeng. It's just that Zhao Chengfeng doesn't feel it. Grandpa, I'll go back first. Dai Hengxin suddenly got up and left Zhao Zhiping's house with large strides. When he returned to the outside of the Yingchen kiosk, he found that the door of the kiosk was closed and Xiao Yingchuan's white Mazda had already driven away. Apparently, she had gone out the door. Where did Xiao Yingchun go? To Yangon City. Going abroad in a few days. Xiao Yingchun wanted to go and buy 2 sets of formal clothes. Wanxian is not a big county, and it's hard to buy really upscale clothes. Just in time to avoid Grandpa's birthday party, going to Wing'an to buy it was just the right thing to do. In the shopping mall in Yangon City, Xiao Yingchun shopped twice and bought a light blue new Chinese dress and a white blouse with a black knee-length umbrella skirt. After thinking about it, Xiao Yingchun went to choose 2 more pairs of matching shoes. That's enough. Look at the time. It's almost dark. It should be around 7 when I get home. Just perfect to miss Grandpa's birthday party. And maybe have dinner with Fu Chainan? Xiao Yingchun decided to drive home. When Xiao Yingchun returned home as soon as he entered the kiosk, sure enough, Fu Chainan had already arrived. Not seeing Xiao Yingchun, Fu Chenmin was lost in his mind, and having already prepared to leave some meals for Xiao Yingchun, he ate first and left himself. Who knew that just after sharing the meal, Xiao Yingchun came back? Fu Chenmin's face became happy in a fleshly manner. You're back? Do you see what I brought back? Xiao Yingchun looked at Fu Chenmin showing off as he carried up a large and a small brocade box from the ground and asked curiously, what is this? Fu Chainan first pointed to the big one below. This is the one that His Majesty the Emperor rewarded me when I went to the palace today. 89. The box opened and Xiao Yingchun was silent. It was a tea set. The bright yellow teapot is a 4-sided diamond shape. 4 sides are plum orchids, bamboo and chrysanthemum 4 flower colors. Exquisite very. A teapot also with 4 teacups. The 4 teacups are in the 4 colors of plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum. It's a nice design to make sure tea drinkers don't get the wrong cup that belongs to them. Good looking is really good looking. Chicken asterisk 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 is also really chicken asterisk 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 asterisk. This bright yellow background was given to Fu Chainan, and Fu Chainan only dared to build a board to offer it. Sure enough, it is once again practicing the truth of the emperor's royal gift of flashy, but not real. And this, Fu Chainan opened the small box again. This is the last time His Majesty the Emperor rewarded me. In the smaller box was a set of clerical treasures. Xiao Yingchun looked at the ink spindle brightly depicting the gold dragon pattern, as well as the ink stone on the brightly shining dragon tail. Once again lamented, the Emperor, this is how much he does not treat Fu Chainan. This kind of brightly show Emperor imperial things. Reward to Fu Chainan really is not useful at all. Does Fu Chainan dare to use it? He wouldn't dare. Fu Chainan didn't dare to sell it either. And cannot be sold and cannot be used. Also have to get a special place to carefully give storage. Fu Chainan looked like he didn't know at all that he was being targeted by His Majesty the Emperor, and happily explained. You said before that people in your era like things with the Emperor's imperial markings the most. So I took the soap and the new lip balm today and went to the palace. His Majesty the Emperor rewarded me with a tea set he is using. He probably thought I wouldn't be of much use if I took it, but he didn't realize I'd be of great use if I did. Ha 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 ha. After laughing happily, Fu Chainan signaled Xiao Yingchun to put it away. I also recently bought 2 sets of rosewood furniture in the pawn shop. That's really good. The capital has a large number of families. Many rich families in their heyday is very willing to buy these high-grade furniture. Once the family fell, and had to take out to sell or pawn, the poor first rich Fu Chainan recently earned some silver. Immediately shaking up the brightly called for people to go to the pawn shop pawning 2 sets of top-quality rosewood furniture. Not only tables and stools, coffee table footrests, but also rosewood cabinets and beds. Fu Chainan cheerfully, I called someone to get to my home to the East Guest House, and do not call people to install. Back to me to get you over. Then one by one to you to install good? Xiao Yingchun surprise unlimited, rosewood furniture is not an unusual price. She thought for a moment. Don't be in a hurry to bring it over. You can get it for me in a couple of days when I've finished preparing all the goods for you on my side. Otherwise, the storehouse is so big. How can the rosewood furniture fit? Fu Chainan got a smiling face from Xiao Yingchun, and was already happier than anything else. That's fine. I will listen to you. Let's eat first. Xiao Yingchun then dined with Fu Chainan. After the meal, Xiao Yingchun in the video site to search the price of rosewood auction. When I saw a pair of unusual rosewood square stools to be more than 50 million. Xiao Yingchun not calm down. General Fu, you can actually just find some small pieces like this over here. It's also cheaper and less eye-catching for you to buy, and I'm selling them in a low profile. Fu Chainan listened to Xiao Yingchuan's words and after a moment of stagnation, he slapped his thigh in remorse. If I had known that the smaller pieces would fetch high prices, I would have just bought those smaller pieces. That kind of small pieces are indeed cheaper than a little bit, and in the pawn shop is not uncommon. Buy a set of rosewood furniture price simply can buy the entire capital store in the Rosewood small pieces. At this moment, when Xiao Yingchen said this, he hurriedly excused himself and got up to leave. Nothing else, pig killer Fu Chainan went back to study what to acquire. On the following morning, Fu Chainan again marched out of the city on horseback and went to the Jade Belt River Pier to pick up 2 large boxes of mirrors and the frames ordered from the other side of the river. The mule cart boned forward. Fu Chainan rode his horse to lead the way, personally leading the team to receive the goods back to the marshal's mansion. The jade-faced Lang Jun sat on a high horse, followed by 3 full mule carts, all the way over. The sharp-eyed ones recognized it. It was General Fu of the marshal's palace coming back from the western merchants with more goods. Looks like it's time to make a lot of money again. Since Fu Chunan's goods came back in large quantities that could be wholesaled to those 6 families, the capital's families had taken Fu Chunan's importance to another level. This was the key person who could work with the western merchants and supply the stores of the 6 families. Offhand, the man is not engaged. If you can take this person down, the goods of the 6 big families are all returned to the Yu family. That is a proper day into the money. The way everyone looked at Fu Chainan was almost like they were looking at a moving god of wealth. Fu Chainan, however, looked as if he was oblivious, leading the convoy forward unhurriedly. Who knew that Fu Chainan had just led the team to a tea house below when a woman suddenly fell from the 2nd floor of the tea house. The woman in the pink dress fell from the sky. The point of the fall was just half a foot away from directly in front of her, and screams rose suddenly. Miss! Fu Chainan immediately halted his horse. The woman looked at Fu Chainan in horror, reaching out to grab, but she was slightly too far away to grab. So the woman just fell face down, against the horse's head. Boom! All, wow! There were also cries of, a man has fallen. That's the Dongxing tea house. How could someone fall down? Ouch! 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 I'm afraid I broke it. Everyone instantly gathered around, pointing and talking. The road is blocked. Fu Chainan had to dismount to see. The woman's forehead and nose knocked against the ground in a bloody mess. She raised her head in distress and looked at Fu Chainan with tears in her eyes. Onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw her appearance. Dusty face not to mention. On the forehead are wounds mixed with bloodstains. There was also dust on his nose, and 2 tubes of nosebleed raged out from under his nose. It was a scene that had nothing to do with chutzpah, but only made people feel wretched. The 2 masters and servants did not expect, no matter what, that Fu Chunan would suddenly strangle his horse. Shouldn't a man's normal reaction to seeing a brightly dressed woman fall down the stairs be to take 2 steps forward and catch the person? Goddamn Fu Chainan. Fu Chunan's eyes were light. He turned his head to look at the pro-guard who was also following him up, and when the 2 of them looked at each other, both of them swept away the realization in their eyes. It's a bureau. However, Fu Chainan had anticipated at the beginning of the business and did not enter the game. The onlookers were already coming up with ideas. There's a medical center right over there. Go get a doctor. The maid had already run down on her hands and knees, looking at the young lady who had fallen with a miserable face. She cried out in pain, pointing at Fu Chainan and shouting, "You, why didn't you go get it when you watched someone fall?" Everyone looked at Fu Chainan. That's right. This brocade-clothed gentleman looks tall. Why don't you go and lend a hand? Fu Chainan, however, took 2 steps back with a horrified look on his face. This general is not yet married, so I'll catch a woman who falls on the road. And what if it ruins someone's reputation? What if people want me to be responsible? This general is not a random person. 90. The crowd suddenly dawned on them, and when they looked at the young lady on the floor, who had fallen to the ground and was covered in dust and blood, their looks were different. After all, the upstairs railing is not for show, so high railings still fall down. This isn't on purpose, is it? As soon as that maid and the young lady heard this, they knew that things could not be undone, and that they had fallen completely and utterly in vain today. Shame on you. Schweier, quickly help me to go to the medical center. The woman fell and had an unbearable headache. Her nose was bleeding, and her legs and feet were weak. At the moment, she only thought that she couldn't die here, not to mention that she didn't want to continue to be humiliated here. So she busily called out to the maid. Fu Chunan also did not come forward to help, but instead shouted with extra enthusiasm, "There are warm-hearted ladies and grandmothers. Come forward to help a hand. They are all women." She must have fallen very painful. When the crowd heard that, it made sense. So immediately a woman came forward to help assist and send to the medical center. The crowd dispersed in the crowded streets, and the personal guards had taken advantage of the effort to find out what was going on, before the caravan grunted and moved on. When he returned to the house, the personal guards reported this. "General, that one is the concubine daughter of Zhongsan Daifu Yan Jixing's family, and this time she should be specifically rushing towards the general." Fu Chainan snorted coldly as he listened. Zhongsan Daifu, but a 5th grade official, in a place like the capital, it is not at all popular. A fifth-ranking official wants to design himself to be his family's son-in-law, and actually only gives up to a concubine's daughter. It's a real downer. Going out again in the future. You have a little more work in your eyes and look around more. Here, the butler reported outside. General, those female shopkeepers are coming over. Should we let them in now? Fu Chainan glanced outside the study door. Let them come in. The door to the study opened and several beautiful maidservants fishtailed into the room. Since there is Tao Tao Ji's fat powder and balm, the beauty maids look better and better. And with the clothes and jewelry, they are simply beautiful in their own way. They first stood in a row and saluted. Then they all stood in front of Fu Chainan. Their faces shy. Fu Chainan backed his hand. Let's begin. The female maidservants then gathered around Fu Chainan's desk, placed 4 porcelain boxes with eyeshadow on the desktop, and began to draw eyeshadow. Before long, 6 panda eyes appeared. After a deep look, Fu Chainan looked down, reached up, and covered his eyes. Hot eyes. How come Miss Xiao looks so good when she draws it? After coughing, Fu Chainan tried to point it out. This one doesn't have to paint the whole eye circle. It's supposed to make your eyes look more flavorful when you paint them. After a few descriptions and comparisons, the 6 beautiful maidservants suddenly understood, and they all wiped the area around their eyes with a handkerchief dipped in soapy water, and experimented again. As such, after 5 or 6 times, Fu Chainan looked at the 6 beautiful maidservants who barely looked the part, and nodded his head in reluctant satisfaction. That's pretty much it. You guys figure out the rest. The 6 beautiful maidservants who were driven away could tell from Fu Chainan's expression, he was not satisfied. They look at each other. Isn't it nice? The back seems to be okay. After using this eyeshadow, all the somewhat puffy eye bubbles look less striking and my eyes look bigger and more lifelike. No, go back and practice. In the next 2 days when the eyeshadows arrive and go to try out the cosmetics for those ladies and ladies of the world, it's just about time to use them. The next few days, Xiao Yingchen sighed repeatedly into the goods. Delivery, Fu Chainan sighed repeatedly shipments. By all kinds of zetan small pieces and Xiao Yingchen interested in things. During this time Fu Chainan also went to the Ministry of Criminal Affairs Minister Chang Weishan's residence as a guest. Chang Yigui was filled with importance as it was the first time she was given such importance by her father and had the task of letting Fu Chainan have a chance encounter with her concubine sister. It was a pity that Fu Chainan cared extraordinarily about that bao, but acted as if he didn't see it to his extremely beautiful concubine sister. The concubine sister easily summoned up the courage to call Chang Yigui a third brother, but it is a Fu Chainan startled jumped up. Fu Chainan dropped the bao at that time and yelled, "Why did your family's women come to the front yard?" Without waiting for Chang Yigui to speak, he scurried away. Running that fast is like having a dog behind you. Chang Yigui and Chang Linger stood still to watch Fu Chainan run away. Dumbfounded. Chang Linger was hurt. Was she so unsightly? How did he react like that? Chang Yigui was also shocked. With this reaction he still wanted to ask him to be soulful to Linger? The heart was cold. Father must be disappointed that the mission had failed. Who knows that Chang Weishan was in no hurry after hearing what happened. Then let's talk about it later. After all, he had no intention of actually marrying Linger to Fu Chainan. After returning home, Fu Chainan's side also found a new situation. The ladies in the palace were very fond of the things Fu Chainan sent to the palace. The bias of the harem consorts are too many. Fu Chainan sent into the palace and all the things are counted. His Majesty the Emperor is according to the status and favor to the concubines divided. So some of the concubines who were not so favored and had ideas began to show their skills. There are palace maids and eunuchs who let the palace maids and eunuchs come out to buy things back from Fu Chainan's side. There was pampering the emperor to ask Fu Chainan for more. There were also those who entrusted their families to send a message to Fu Chainan, saying that they wanted Fu Chainan to send some to his mother's family. Fu Chainan did not refuse. Only after going to deliver twice, Fu Chainan was summoned to the palace by His Majesty the Emperor. Taking the initiative to be summoned was still rare here in Fu Chainan. After all, he was someone who didn't even need to go to court. In the imperial study, Fu Chainan was kneeling on the ground, and no one called him up for a long time. Is this a warning? Fu Chunmin was calculating in his mind, but on his face he didn't show it at all. But because the weather was still hot, the sweat on his neck and forehead soon came out with a hoot. Seeing that the beads of sweat are falling on the ground into a puddle of water, Fu Chun in some uneasiness, even took the initiative to open the mouth. Your Majesty, the last will be too much sweat. Fear that the king before the loss of etiquette, can you allow the last will be wiped sweat? His Majesty glanced at the small puddle in front of Fu Chunin. His heart inexplicably soothed. Rather forgot you were in. Up. Fu Chunin climbed up sharply with a naive smile. Many thanks, Your Majesty. The Emperor glanced at Fu Chunin lightly. I heard that all of your lipstick and balm have been sold into the concubines' maiden homes? Fu Chunin glanced at the Emperor in surprise, then quickly bowed his head. Not really, only Noble Shui's mother's family entrusted someone to buy lipstick and powder. and I had the maidservant at home send it over. That maidservant was also rewarded by His Majesty. If His Majesty doesn't believe me, just call someone to ask. The emperor was not unconvinced, but Fu Chenan's behavior caused him to be vigilant. The rules of all dynasties, the harem shall not collude with the former dynasty. You need to pay attention to the proportion. That's a blatant knockout. Fu Chenan immediately knelt and kowtowed again. Yes, I have no such intention whatsoever. The end general is stupid. There is one thing that I still ask your majesty to clarify. Here comes the third shift. This one counts as a bonus for all of you papa's bounties. Okay? After all, there were quite a few poses rewarded in the first 2 days. 91. 91. What is it? In the next few days, the last general small store will also have eunuchs from the palace coming to buy, as well as all the ladies and even the stewardship sisters of the imperial residences. So can we still sell to them in the future? It is too explicit to be so direct a request. His Majesty the Emperor almost called Fu Chenan angry and laughed. That's all the stuff his woman wants to use, and he can't keep him from selling it, even if the heart is not willing to let Fu Chenan contact with the emperors. This kind of words can be said by himself? How can you fight a war with that kind of brain? Is it just a matter of having a handful of strength? Think about his Tao Tao Ji's business to make all the major families behind the back of the joke, saying that he is holding a golden rice bowl to beg for food. His Majesty suddenly thought again, could it be that Fu Chenan really didn't have enough brains? He pointed to the eunuch next to him. You go, ask the concubines of the various palaces exactly how much General Fu's lipstick and powder they need. I'll write down a number and ask someone to give it to him, so that he can send it directly to the palace. It's just a tallow. As far as still hiding it? And ask your mother's family to go and buy it before sending it in. Shame on you. My woman still can't afford to use powder and balm? Fu Chenan hurriedly kowtowed and continued to smile with a simple face. Many thanks to your majesty for taking care of the business of the last general. May I ask if the lipstick and balm from the various imperial princes' residences should be sent in with those from the palace? Or do you let the maidservants of the last general's residence send it to them? His Majesty the Emperor. They have all built their own mansions and naturally have their own errands and salaries. Do they want me to worry about this for them? How could you be so stupid? Get out. The tone was a little disgusted. And then it seemed not too disgusted. With a little smirk, Fu Chenan didn't dare to ruffle the dragon's whiskers again and hurriedly saluted and retired. When Fu Chenan left, the imperial study returned to silence. And a moment later His Majesty the Emperor's bland voice sounded. Qianshi, is this Fu Chenan using the sale of lipstick to privately liaise with those royal heavyweights? LV de Companion respectfully replied. Reporting back to your majesty. According to the investigation, Fu Chenan is letting those beauties rewarded by your majesty to go in and out of the major princes and important ministers' residences. He didn't turn out to have a woman of note in his house. Since the people are all rewarded by his majesty, Fu Chenan, if he doesn't have a hole in his head, wouldn't dare to use them to deliver any important news, would he? His majesty thought about it. But as soon as he said this, I heard that none of those beauties came into his room. Why do you think that is? This Lu Big Companion will not know. After thinking about it he cautiously replied. I heard that the previous head he was also in the street by the middle dispersal Dr. Yan Jixing family's commoner daughter almost smashed. At that time he said a sentence he is not a casual person. With that, Grand Companion Lu explained everything to His Majesty the Emperor. His Majesty the Emperor laughed out loud. Only after he laughed, the coldness in the bottom of his eyes could not be hidden. Yan Jixing, this person is not very capable, but his ambition is not small, and he is still very open-minded. Find out who he belongs to. What does a 5th grade doctor need so much money for? Or do the people behind him want that much money? While promising to have someone check it out, Lu's first mate sighed in his heart. Yan Jixing. It's hopeless. How many pairs of eyes are watching Fu Chenan's store now? How dare he use such poor tactics to rob people and money? Fu Chenan's action is very fast. Rushed in before the palace door closed to send in a box of all kinds of powder and balm and old soap. The emperor asked Lu de Companion Fu Chenan how much silver he wanted. The eldest companion of Lu smiled and said, Fu Chenan said he didn't want silver. It was a filial honor to His Majesty and all the ladies. His Majesty the Emperor snorted coldly. Count on his understanding. At first, he dared to come to the Golden Palace to beat the wind, but now he has the nerve to ask for his own money? However, His Majesty the Emperor was no fool and could not let the group of ministers feel that he had taken advantage of Fu Chenan. After thinking about it, His Majesty the Emperor pointed to the pure copper Rui beast incense burner in the imperial study and said, This one, reward it to that pig killer. Here, Big Companion Lu promised, but in his heart, he sighed, another flashy thing. But he didn't know that when Fu Chenan received the reward at the marshal's mansion at the time of darkness, he almost went crazy with joy. This stuff is good. This stuff is known to everyone that only the palace can use it, and it should be the kind that Miss Xiao likes. With the food box in one hand and the incense burner in the other, he went over to Xiaoyingchun's side. Xiaoyingchun was taking stock of the store's inventory, and when she saw Fu Chenin come over, she was busy greeting him. Sit down first, and by the way, let's see what else you need on your side. I'll be out of the store tomorrow afternoon. I'll get it for you first thing in the morning if you need it. Fu Chenan waved his hand. There's no rush, it's all enough. The large volume of goods in these days, Fu Chenan's side has been enough to support a month or two. What about snacks? Want to bring back some? Fu Chenan thought about it. It's not convenient to store it on my side, so it's better to forget about it. He wasn't always at the marshal's house, and to put some food with plastic wrappings in the yard would be a godsend if someone found it. Between desire and safety, he decisively chose safety. Xiaoyingchun understands that it's not easy for him, and directly grabs some for him as well and puts it on the table. You can eat here if you can't bring it back. You can come in and eat as often as you like these days when I'm not home. What's more, she could save things in at any time through the Time supermarket system. And then she could give Fu Chenan another taste of authentic British flavored food. Good. Fu Chenan agreed to be good, but he didn't eat those snacks. Instead, he set all the meals on the table. Let's eat first. The two sat opposite each other, eating a home-cooked meal before Fu Chenan casually pointed to the incense burner that he had placed on the floor. This is a reward from His Majesty the Emperor. I've brought it to you. Xiaoyingchun glanced at the naive incense burner and didn't stop eating. Why did he reward you with something again? Fu Chenan then explained the circumstances of today's visit to the palace. When she heard that the emperor had called Fu Chenan in for such a thing, Xiaoyingchun's heart rose in sympathy. Sure enough, a monarchical society is a dictatorship. The emperor can screw whoever he wants, however he wants. The emperor can't be wrong anyway. It's always someone else who's wrong. Fu Chenan sent him in a big box worth 1,000 taels of silver, and he rewarded him with a fartless incense burner. If Fu Chenan didn't happen to be able to do business with his own time and space supermarket, this incense burner would be another piece of scrap. After the two finished their meal, Xiaoyingchun explained all the various things she had prepared in the supermarket. This medicine chest has all sorts of first aid medicines in it, so you can come over here and use those to save your life if you're in distress. I can't get people into the supermarket when I'm abroad, but I can get things in, and if I find that the first aid medicines have been used up, I'll make them up for you. If you have anything you desperately need, you leave a little note on the counter and I'll find a way to get it for you to put in the storeroom when the time comes. And there's ice cream in the freezer. You can come and get it. Don't eat too much at once. 92. Xiaoyingchun explained one sentence. Fu Chenan promised. That is a good obedience. Xiaoyingchun said, feeling funny herself. Why are you so obedient today? Fu Chenan looked seriously at Xiaoyingchun and replied, because I know that you are really looking out for me. Xiaoyingchun cocked her head, not explaining that she was also thinking about money. After all, he is his only supreme VIP customer. So in the end, Xiaoyingchun simply said, you're worth it. Are you worth it? Fu Chenan's heart was shaken, but he didn't know what to say, only nodding his head blankly to show that he knew. Rosewood furniture. Fu Chenan sent a complete set. The complex rosewood 1,000-work draw-step bed. Xiaoyingchun only looked at a glance. Said this or temporarily put your side of the bar. It says it's a bed, but it's actually the equivalent of a room. Inside, the bed, dresser, stool, table, are all available, and they are also all rosewood. Luxurious as it was, this cargo-like shape made her feel a little oppressed and intimidated. Fu Chenan readily accepted the good advice and got her some small pieces over and a whole set of rosewood tables and chairs. By the time Fu Chenan left sweating profusely, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening again. Thinking of the long flight tomorrow, Xiaoyingchun hurriedly shuffled to bed. Wake up early the next day and be refreshed. Xiaoyingchun went to the familiar noodle store for breakfast and saw, as expected, Uncle Yi Yubin drinking. When Yi Yubin saw Xiaoyingchun, he had a look on his face as if he had something to say. Xiaoyingchun took the initiative to come up. Uncle Yi, out for breakfast so early? Yi Yubin looked at Xiaoyingchun. Xiao girl, you this kiosk 3 days fish 2 days sunshine net, is not ready to close? Xiaoyingchun heatedly smiled. You also know that this kind of business is not good right now. I definitely want to do something else, so the business of the kiosk will have to be put down for now. You're a girl and you don't have anyone around to help with ideas, so you have to be careful. Safety first at all times. Yi Yubin still remembers the situation when Xiaoyingchun came to find himself at night to buy a hemostatic medicine. Xiaoyingchun continued to smile and agreed. Okay, I'll remember. After breakfast, Yi Yubin went back to the pharmacy, and Xiaoyingchun followed. Yi Yubin also did not pursue the question. First opened the door of the pharmacy, and then pulled a stool for Xiaoyingchun to sit on. Before he spoke, what is it that you are looking for me? Xiaoyingchun hemmed and hawed. Uncle Yi, I'm going to London for a few days. the kiosk won't be open these days, but I'm afraid of what happens when I'm not home. Can you keep an eye on things for me? Yi Yubin looked at Xiao Yingchun in surprise. You're going to London? London? England? Xiao Yingchun nodded. What are you doing in London? Going on a trip? Xiao Yingchun continued to nod her head in a lump. Yi Yubin hesitated for a moment. In the end did not open his mouth to stop. Just sighed, little girl family. Go out to see the outside world is good. I'll help you keep an eye on your store side. But you're out of the country. Make sure your phone is open. And if something really happens, I'll be able to get in touch with you. I know Uncle Yi. Xiao Yingchun hurriedly agreed. Wang Yongjun has already instructed Xiao Yingchun in this regard. No problem. That's fine. Yi Yubin thought about it and went inside to write a note to Xiao Yingchun. A name plus phone number. Sikyong Tang. This is? Xiao Yingchun looked at the note in disbelief. Yi Yubin pointed to the note. This is my old friend. In London. You can go to her for help if you run into any difficulties in London. She still has some contacts there. Just say it's my neighbor's kid. She's a hot one. Yi Yubin looked complicated. And Xiao Yingchun was not in a position to ask more questions. Putting the note away and thanking Yi Yubin, he went back to the Yingchun kiosk. Fu Chainan actually came over early in the morning and brought Xiao Yingchun a jar of beef chili sauce. Xiao Yingchun was shocked. What is this? Fu Chainan pointed at the beef chili sauce and laughed nervously. When I heard you were going away, and that people couldn't come in, but they could get things from the storehouse, I had Bai Lu make you an altar of this last night. You usually keep this in the storeroom. If you are not used to eating outside food, you can use this to mix rice. Xiao Yingchun was simply touched. I don't know how much work went into this beef chili sauce. Although Fu Chainan didn't do it himself, he thought of this. It's this kind of heart that is extremely rare. Good. If I'm not used to eating outside when I'm abroad, I'll use this to mix rice or noodles. Xiao Yingchun solemnly promised. Fu Chainan looked around and finally nodded. Then I'll leave first. At 10 o'clock or so, Wang Yongjun called a car over to pick up Xiao Yingchun, and the two of them set off together. Wang Yongjun doesn't say much, but pays attention to Xiao Yingchun's mood, and every now and then he will say something about London. Buckingham Palace, Camden Fair. Buckingham Palace aside, that Camden Fair has everything. Food and clothing and decorations. Wang Yongjun's adjectives are not much. Dry so set out. Xiao Yingchun surprisingly also produced a yearning. I wonder what's good to eat there. Go back and get some for Fu Chainan to try. But playing is not the first purpose. The most important thing is to visit Sotheby's, the #1 auction house in London. First, Wang Yongjun listened to Xiao Yingchun's arrangement and said he had no problem. It was late afternoon when we took off in the country. It took 12 hours to fly to London, but it was 11 o'clock at night London time. Xiao Yingchun's whole body was confused, sleeping all the way on the airplane and then coming over at 11 o'clock at night? What should I do? Who's going to sleep here? Wang Yongjun called someone to pick up, and when he saw Xiao Yingchun's face was confused, he couldn't help but smile, and his tone was softened. We need to check into a hotel first, get jet lagged, and get up early tomorrow before we take you wherever you want to go. Okay? Of course. Xiao Yingchun maintained one to listen to advice. Going to the hotel. Wang Yongjun's tour guide and all accompanying attribute opens up. With his arrangements, the two men took a 2-room suite, 1 room each. Xiao Yingchun couldn't sleep, but she had to squint a little, lest she wait until daytime and lose her spirit again. It was hard to sleep off and on until the big day. Wang Yongjun came to knock on the door of the room, ready to eat breakfast and go out. Xiao Yingchun was like an amnesty and hurriedly got up to clean herself up. After eating some tasteless breakfast, Wang Yongjun drove the car he borrowed from a friend and led her towards Sujati auction house. Xiao Yingchun went in and looked around, and found that it wasn't quite the same as he had imagined. The things here were divided into many areas, and not everything needed to be auctioned off in order to be sold. There is also a spot section, where things are put on the shelves with ready prices, so if you look at it, you can pay to take it straight away. However, Xiao Yingchun had little interest in those luxury bags in the spot area and just looked at them before leaving that area. Wang Yongjun just silently followed behind the whole process, did not speak, really did the invisible man. After looking around, Xiao Yingchun asked Wang Yongjun to help find the person in charge of the auction over here, preferably one who can speak Mandarin. She can't speak English. Wang Yongjun reckoned that Xiao Yingchun had something in his hand that could be auctioned, but he didn't want to find Dai Hengxin to bid on it, so he wanted to come to London to ask about it, but he couldn't figure out whether Xiao Yingchun had left this stuff with a friend abroad or at home. Anyway, there was nothing unusual in Xiao Yingchun's suitcase when she left the country for inspection. Apparently she didn't bring antiques out. 93. Wang Yongjun still helped Xiao Yingchun to find someone. It wasn't long before he came with a girl with yellow hair. Looking at her features and skin, but she looked like a yellow-skinned Asian. The girl was thin and tiny with a professional smile on her face. Hello ma'am, I'm Sean, how can I help you? Xiao Yingchun looked around. I have an item that I would like you to take a look at and see if it can be auctioned off in your place. Shan guessed that Xiao Yingchun also wanted to sell something, and since she was called over, it was natural for her to take a look. So Shan led Xiao Yingchun and Wang Yangjun into a room. On either side of a table are two chairs with cameras on them. Xiao Yingchun looked at Wang Yangjun. Can you go wait for me outside? Wang Yangjun glanced at the camera and turned to walk out. Within Sujabi's reach, Xiao Yingchun can't get out of trouble. When the door closed, Xiao Yingchun pulled out a ball of toilet paper from her duffel bag. When she saw the toilet paper, Shan's eyes couldn't help shrinking slightly. This is too casual. One look at the packaging and I knew it wasn't going to be anything good. Sure enough, the toilet paper opened up to a 10-2 silver ingot. Shan picked it up and looked at it carefully, then put the silver ingot back, her tone gentle but her expression direct. This lady, this silver ingot of yours is not enough to meet our auction standards. After all, it was the world's #1 ranked Sujabi auction house. If a silver ingot worth about 10,000 could be on Sujabi's auction, it would be too much of a child's play. Xiao Yingchun nodded. She had just tested the situation. So Xiao Yingchun wrapped the silver ingot in toilet paper again and put it in her bag, and with a slight force took out another thing wrapped in toilet paper. She still let Xiao Yingchun open the toilet paper. It's still a silver ingot, but this one is 50 taels. Shan looked carefully at the silver ingot, and the more she looked at it, the more she looked grave. The price of silver ingots is very transparent. It is reasonable to say that a 52 silver ingots is only about $100,000. But this ingot was special. No 52 silver ingots with this kind of seal had ever appeared in the information she had. It is important to realize that the seals on ancient silver ingots represent the place, weight, year and even the maker of the ingot. But the seal on this silver ingot, Xianfeng Lu Silver, Wei County seal, she had never heard of. Great Liang Dynasty sounds like the era of the 5 dynasties in 10 kingdoms, but that era of this kind of silver ingots she has not seen. Never seen. This is a silver ingot that has never been seen before. Favorably look at the shape and structure of this silver ingot but also look like there is no problem. This is indeed a silver ingot, but not ancient silver ingots? She doesn't know. Where did you get the ancient silver ingots from? The silver number to the address of the seal, all unheard of. Usually this is a lot of counterfeiting. After all, there is still a huge difference in price between modern silver and antique silver. This innocent-looking woman is here to scam money? Shan's brows involuntarily knitted up. Her suspicion-filled gaze thought it was unobtrusive as she sized up Xiao Yingchun twice. Xiao Yingchun didn't force herself. Her tone was calm. If you can't see it, you can also find an expert to see it. With the thought of, what if it's true? Shan did try to find an expert to look at it, but she contacted 2 experts in this field. But no contact. It's still early, and at this time of year the experts may still be resting or busy with something else. Thinking about the ferocity of her cranky teacher cursing with spit in her face, Shan beat a retreat. This lady, I can't read this silver ingot. Sorry. Xiao Yingchun had originally thought that if the silver ingot didn't work, then she would let Shan take a look at the gold ingot. Seeing as she was in this situation now, Xiao Yingchun understood. I guess this Shan is thinking, better to miss than to buy wrong. After all, it's not against the rules to miss it, but it's a liability to look away. If that's the case, there's no need to take out the gold ingots. Xiao Yingchun did not hesitate, took the silver ingots and wrapped them in toilet paper and put them into the duffel bag, cashier system space, nodded his head and left. Wang Yangjun did not expect Xiao Yingchun to come out so quickly and gesture Wang Yangjun to leave as usual. The two walked out of the Sotheby's auction house one after the other before Wang Yangjun asked, "What, can't you?" Xiao Yingchun nodded. "Are there any other auction houses?" Wang Yangjun thought about it. "You come with me." The two got into the car and went 3 turns to another place. This Willie's auction house is not as big as Sotheby's, but after entering, Xiao Yingchun found that the scale is not bad, and the key is that the people are much more enthusiastic. Wang Yangjun exchanged a few words with the other party in English, and the man led Xiao Yingchun to a room. This time, without having to be told, Wang Yangjun stood outside the room by himself. Pretty much the same room, pretty much the same camera. Sitting across the table is a young man, look with Dai Hengxin about the same age. Very thin. The face is a long thin pig waist face. A little movie star Liao Buffon flavor. "My name is William. Ma'am, what can I do for you?" Xiao Yingchun didn't try again this time and directly took out 50 taels of silver ingots. The outer wrapping of the toilet paper made William froze for a moment as well, but then he smiled. "Your baby is quite special." Xiao Yingchun smiled and opened the toilet paper, signaling William to look at things first. William froze again when he saw the silver ingot. After he looked at it carefully, he was slightly surprised. "Ma'am, I can't read this thing of yours. Can I call my teacher to come over and help me look at it?" Xiao Yingchun knows this routine, shaking people. "No problem." Xiao Yingchen nodded in agreement. Then William started calling and shaking people straight away. After the call, William smiled at Xiao Yingchen and asked, "May I ask where this came from, ma'am?" Xiao Yingchen also wore a smile. "No comment, you only need to tell me after appraisal. Can this be sold? What is the approximate price?" Just a moment. Not long after, an old man with a white beard walked in wearing a tang suit. The old man also froze for a moment when he saw Xiao Yingchuan's young oriental face. William had already signaled Xiao Yingchen. "Teacher, this lady brought us silver ingot. I can't see it and would like you to appraise it." "Hello ma'am, my name is Wang Chongshan." Wang Chongshan nodded at Xiao Yingchen and sat down on the seat where William sat before. He put on his presbyopic glasses and also picked up a magnifying glass, and with the double buff stacked on top of it, he began to study the silver ingot in earnest. Silver ingot, this thing, if only to see whether it is silver. It is very good to check, but if you want to see whether this is an ancient silver ingot, you need to merit 94. After he had carefully examined them, he asked William to bring a small electronic scale and carefully weighed them before he nodded his head and put away his glasses and magnifying glass, and also signaled William to put away the small electronic scale. When William left, Wang Chongshan looked serious. "Ma'am, do you know the origin and value of this silver ingot?" Xiao Yingchen shook her head. "Wang Chongshan, is it convenient to say how this silver ingot came into your hands?" Xiao Yingchen shook his head again. "What is your psychological price point? To be honest, the collectors of this stuff are more in China." When Wang Chongshan asked, his expression was so serious that Xiao Yingchen also became serious. "Will selling it in the UK affect the price?" Unusual silver ingots could certainly be sold in the country, but she didn't want to sell anything through Dai Hengxin anymore. She doesn't want to touch other pawnshops either, for fear that if she doesn't pay attention, she'll invite another Lu Xiaomei and bring in a robber. "Wang Chongshan," Xiao Yingchen asked, so real, so that Wang Chongshan also had to lay down. He turned to ask the next topic. "Would you like to sell it directly to our auction house, ma'am, or would you like to put it up for auction?" Xiao Yingchen thought about it. It's better to go on the auction. The main problem was that she wanted to know how much the silver ingot was worth. After all, she had an identical 52 silver ingot in her cash register system space. If she needed it, Fu Chainan could still get her dozens of the same 52 silver ingots. One should always know what one's stuff is worth, right? Confirming clearly Xiao Yingchuan's claim, Wang Chongshan also straightened up. "This 52 silver ingot of yours has never appeared on the market or in major auction houses, but I am sure that it is a real ancient silver ingot, dating between the Tang and Song dynasties. I would judge that it should be from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. If you'd like to trust us, you can consign us to an auction. And it just so happens that there's an auction of ancient Chinese art in a week's time. In the meantime, you can also take a look at the other lots in our auction house, and also walk around London a bit more until the auction starts." Xiao Yingchen thought about it and agreed dryly. Wang Chongshan had someone send the consignment auction contract. Xiao Yingchen signed the contract and walked out of the door of Williard Auction House with Wang Yangjun. Is this Williard's auction house credible? In a foreign country, handing over a silver ingot to an auction house that she had met for the first time, Xiao Yingchen was a little apprehensive as an afterthought. Wang Yangjun, however, laughed. "You must know the top 3 international auction houses. Although Williard Auction House is not ranked in the top 3, but it is also an old auction house." Wang Yangjun talked about the history of Williard's auction house, which actually has a history of almost 100 years. It's only in recent years, though, when a few other auction houses have grown particularly fast, that Williard has been overtaken by others. But a couple of the big auction houses are great in terms of creditworthiness. No one is going to trash the sign for that. Xiao Yingchen was moved to listen. "Do you think it would work if I went back to them and auctioned off some more things?" Wang Yangjun looked deeply at Xiao Yingchen and cautiously replied, "If it's just from the perspective of whether it's credible or not, it's possible." Xiao Yingchen was relieved. She turned around and headed back toward Williard's auction house. Wang Yangjun froze and hurried to follow. In the Williard auction house, several ancient coin experts were pricing 52 silver ingots. They are not disputing the authenticity. What they are disputing now is the appropriate starting price. Wang Chongshan meant to start the auction at 20,000 pounds, but the other two thought they could try 25,000 pounds. It was not yet settled, and suddenly I heard William in front of me say that the lady who had just come again said that there was still something to auction, and he also wanted to find Wang Chongshan. Wang Chongshan froze, and after exchanging glances with the other 2 ancient coin experts, he turned around and went to the previous room. "Ma'am, what else can I do for you?" Wang Chongshan looked at Xiao Yingchen at this time, and his expression was already much more complicated. Xiao Yingchen looked at Wang Chongshan and silently pulled out a ball of toilet paper from his duffel bag. Wang Chongshan, the toilet paper wasn't as big as the previous 52 silver ingots, so it shouldn't be another 52 silver ingots. Is it a 10-2 silver ingot? Wang Chongshan began to speculate in his heart. But when Xiao Yingchen opened the toilet paper and Wang Chongshan saw what was in front of him, he stood up. This is actually Lin To gold. This thing. Wang Chongshan wanted to say my god, but realized that the other party is a customer. Cannot be so emotional outward. He sat down again. Xiao Yingchen was slightly embarrassed. Please take a look at this and see if it can be auctioned. Wang Chongshan first carefully picked up the Lin To gold, with a magnifying glass on the light to carefully check up. After checking he was not assured, and then used professional instruments to detect. After testing, to determine that it is really more than 90% purity of gold. Wang Chongshan are numb. He had just scrutinized it, and there was no ash residue inside this Lin To gold, which indicated that it was not unearthed from the ground. He held back. Where did you get this? This stuff? Xiao Yingchen smiled. I'm selling this on behalf of you. I can't tell you where it came from. You just need to tell me if you can auction it here. Wang Chongshan believed it as soon as he heard it. After all, a girl in her early 20s, looking all over her body and not much nobility. At a glance, it is not 100 years of the world's great family origin. Where can have such a thing? Do you know what this is, ma'am? Xiao Yingchen nodded. Commonly known as the little gold shoes, also called Lin To gold. Since he knew that, he obviously also knew how precious it was. It was in ancient times that the stuff never even circulated on the market. These things were all rewarded by the emperor to important ministers with military achievements or imperial relatives. Don't look at this small ingot of gold as only 10 taels, but the value is far from the ordinary gold ingot can be compared. Wang Chongshan looked serious. A batch of Lin To gold was unearthed in the previous tomb of the fainting marquis, and now they are all put in the museum and not released. This Lin To gold is not unearthed underground, but look and really is Lin To gold. Xiao Yingchen laughed. This is not that batch. You just take me to pick up a vault. Wang Chongshan was choked, half unable to speak, and finally had to nod. Businesslike, this Lin To gold. You also want to auction? Xiao Yingchen, of course. Good. I'll give you a consignment auction contract. Wang Chongshan is ready to call someone to send the contract and other things in. Xiao Yingchen, however, added, wait a moment. I have another item. Please give it a look together to see if it can be auctioned. Wang Chongshan was numb, and Xiao Yingchen pulled out another larger ball of toilet paper from her duffel bag and carefully placed it on the table in front of her. Toilet paper again. Toilet paper opened. Wang Chongshan's pupils inevitably shrunk again. 52 gold ingots. Didn't run away. 95. 95. Unbeknownst to the two men who were in the Williard auction house, thunder was breaking in the offices of Sotheby's, where they had been earlier. An old man with a bald head and thick eyebrows was losing his temper with a girl with yellow hair. If you can't get through, you don't know how to call twice more? I didn't wake up. You didn't leave someone's contact info? Then where are you going to find her? What the hell is wrong with you, girl? How come you don't know to leave something like this behind? Sandy scrunched her neck, feeling the spit in her face, but not daring to duck. All she could think about was Shetter. Who would have thought it? But the teacher, Motaneo Tani, called back and asked in detail about the collection. After Sean explained, Tanimoto Naoto dropped the call and came killing. Through the parlor's high-definition camera saw Xiao Yingchen hand the 52 silver ingots. Look, Gu Yung is more Pat Thai remorse. This kind of silver ingot, which has never been seen before, but is real, is unveiling a new piece of history, or even a new dynasty. It is important to realize that not many people were literate in ancient times, and written records were not well preserved. Many dynasties that existed for a short time did not even leave their texts behind and have disappeared without a trace. The only way to prove that this dynasty ever existed is if something from it shows up again sometime. Whether it's true or not, it's an opportunity. The opportunity that came to hand was just wasted. The most infuriating thing is that Sean didn't even leave someone's contact information. Even if you want to back out, it's not easy to find. After Xiao Yingchen signed the consignment auction contract for the gold ingots, he thought for a moment and carefully asked, do you still auction rosewood furniture here? Wang Chongshan's eyes almost glazed over. You have rosewood furniture for auction? Xiao Yingchen paused. Can't pull a rosewood stool out of his backpack? She woke up in time and smiled sarcastically. I don't have it. My friend does. I'll ask him later, and if he's willing to consign me to the auction, I'll tell you later. Wang Chongshan was naturally willing. Many of those that can be brought to auction here have already been sold out of the country, and the probability of them flowing back into the country is not very high. He could only put aside his patriotic feelings and do the job at hand first. Xiao Yingchen said goodbye and came out, and Wang Yongjun went shopping happily. Buckingham Palace. Go check it out. King's Cross. Check it out. Camden Fair. Should also be visited. Wang Yongjun is not a good tour guide because there are too few words, but that didn't stop Xiao Yingchen from being giddy. This German grilled sausage tastes good. Buy some for Fu Chainan to try. This barbecue is not bad. Give some to Fu Chainan. This burger doesn't have that awful sauce. Get one of those too. This vegetable salad. He should not love to eat. Forget it. Xiaoyingchen carried several bags in her hands in no time. On the contrary, Wang Yongjun followed her every inch of the way, and it was not good for her to let Wang Yongjun leave. Not to mention that she did not dare to stuff the food into the supermarket. After following for 2 hours, Xiaoyingchen looked at Wang Yongjun awkwardly. Don't you need to use the restroom? Wang Yongjun shook his head bashfully. When I'm out on a mission, I'll try to drink as little water as possible to minimize the time and number of times I have to go to the bathroom. Xiaoyingchen, pervert. But Wang Yongjun's words gave her inspiration. Xiaoyingchen invited Wang Yongjun and milk tea, fruit tea and coffee. In the meantime she had bought so much more messy food that she could hardly carry it in her hand. As he passed a restroom sign, Wang Yongjun finally couldn't hold it in. He first looked left and right and instructed Xiaoyingchen. I'll go in for a minute and come out soon. Xiaoyingchen begged for it, and was busy nodding her head. Fine, you go. Taking advantage of Wang Yongjun's effort to go into the toilet, she used the umbrella as a cover and quickly collected the food in her hand into the space and put it on the table in the supermarket. Wang Yongjun did come out in a minute, which is a godsend. Xiaoyingchen was staggered by this. You're too fast for this. Don't even take the time to zip her up and pull out your dick? Wang Yongjun was worthy of being a special forces officer, and at a glance he could tell that Xiaoyingchen was different. Where are those snacks you bought? Xiaoyingchen pointed to the end of the corner. I gave it away. Wang Yongjun looked at the crowd heading over to the corner. Let's go. The two ate and shopped, and Xiaoyingchen also saw familiar silver earrings at the Camden Fair. That style. A proper tourist attraction must have. Isn't this a pop-up from Yiwu Commodity City? They get their goods from Yiwu here too? Xiaoyingchen asked curiously. Good man. $19. Pounds. From that store out? Xiaoyingchen and Wang Yongjun dog sneaky muttered. Wang Yongjun, your English is so good. Come here to sell this can make a fortune. Wang Yongjun cried and laughed. I'm doing quite well now. And I'm not poor. Xiaoyingchen gave a somewhat disappointed oh. Give someone a way to get rich and they won't even bother. Walking along, a store on the side of the road selling strange and weird things caught Xiaoyingchen's eye. There's something hanging over there that's clearly Chinese in style. Xiaoyingchen curiously led Wang Yongjun inside. Inside was a woman with a full head of curly hair, looking like she was 30 and 40, possessing a beauty that defied her age. The woman wore a bohemian-style halter dress with the flavor of a mature woman and a smile on her face. What would this pretty lady like to see? Xiaoyingchen looked around. There are a lot of strange and weird things here, among which there are quite a lot of porcelain, and there are all kinds of ancient hairpins, hair clips and other things. There were some antique-looking cabinets, benches and stuff on the side. These are antiques? Xiaoyingchen asked in Chinese as she looked at those things in surprise. The woman smiled and nodded, also responding in Chinese. Yes, these are various collections from the Republic of China to the Ming and Qing dynasties. If you like, you can try them out. The stools and stuff don't even have a chair surface to try. Jewelry she was afraid to try, for fear of digging it out of some grave. After thinking about it, she pointed to one of its unimpressive stools and asked, what is this stool made of? How much is it? The woman knew right away that Xiaoyingchen was not an insider, but that didn't stop her from being polite. It's from Wang Wali. It's a collection from the Qing dynasty. If the lady likes it, $150,000 can be taken. Xiaoyingchen heard staggering, so even a chair surface or not the chair. Open mouth to be 150,000. After saying goodbye and leaving, Xiaoyingchen had no interest in continuing to shop, but instead pulled Wang Yongjun to request. I want to buy a house in this neighborhood. Can you help me go look for it? Wang Yongjun looked at Xiaoyingchen and thought she was crazy. Come to the UK for a visit. Come for less than a day's work. And you're talking about buying a house? Is she planning to stay in England? But she obviously can't even speak English well. So what's the point of staying? Wang Yongjun stood still, thinking about how to get Xiaoyingchen back to normal. 96. Xiaoyingchen was oblivious to the fact that he thought that Wang Yongjun was thinking about which place he should buy, and made a direct request. Buy a place with good security. The house doesn't have to be too big. Having a one-bedroom, two-bedroom would be enough. Wang Yongjun. He didn't even move after being tugged by Xiaoyingchen, and stood for a while before looking at Xiaoyingchen with a complicated expression. What are you buying a house for? Xiaoyingchen was asked and froze for a moment, rightly so. From Wang Yongjun's point of view, he was just coming over to travel for a while, and his English was still stuttering. So what was the need to buy a house? You know, a one-bedroom house costs at least 5 million renminbi. After thinking about it, Xiaoyingchen had to explain half seriously and half lyingly. As you know, I'm doing some investment business now. Maybe sometimes it's not good to operate in the country. So I want to buy a house in London. So it's convenient to come and go often in the future. Wang Yongjun reminded with a serious face. But you have to know that as long as you are a Chinese citizen, no matter which country you are in, you are subject to Chinese laws. Even if you're in the UK, you can't break Chinese law. Xiao Yingchun dumbfounded. This is obviously a red heart love the motherland. Seems to be very afraid that I do something that is not good for the motherland. Xiao Yingchun also pondered seriously. Is it considered bad for the country to get things from the overhead era and sell them to people abroad? I don't think that counts. Does it? Isn't it considered patriotic to find a way to bring the money back home to spend it again after you've sold your own shelf-time stuff? Counting. But the inner certainty cannot be clear with Wang Yongjun. After all, time mart can't be declared. If Wang Yongjun got angry and left himself behind to go back to his country, what would he do? This caused Xiao Yingchun to stand in place, his complexion changing. After a while, Xiao Yingchun finally organized the language. Jun, do you know the current domestic laws on antiques? Wang Yongjun nodded. Know a little. If you can't explain the origin of an antique, chances are it will be taken away by the state and rewarded with $500 plus a banner. You know that, right? Wang Yongjun nodded. He had heard of this one. If I am in the country and come up with a collection that is comparable to the Forbidden City, and people say that this is a cultural relic and must be surrendered, and I can't tell you where it came from, should I surrender it or should I sell it to someone else? Wang Yongjun didn't say anything. Legally, of course, it should be turned in. But not many would willingly hand over what could easily be millions. Especially Xiao Yingchun is still young, comes from an ordinary background and has no one to turn to. But if I shoot down the collection in foreign countries, there are relevant auction certificates that can say where it came from, and I have no problem bringing it back to exchange transfers with domestic collectors. Wang Yongjun nodded again. So Jun, I need a reason to be able to bring back the artifacts that have been displaced overseas in name only. I want to buy collections from abroad, bring them back home, and resell these to collectors in China. But I can't stay in a hotel all the time. I need a house to be able to live in, to be able to put some of the collections I've acquired back, and then figure out how to bring things back home. Xiao Yingchun spoke with a great deal of righteousness. At first it was an excuse, and as she spoke, she suddenly thought maybe it's really feasible? After all, there are now many precious relics abroad that were looted in large quantities during the 8-power allied forces of that year, some of which do not even have a second one in the country. If you can buy it yourself overseas and bring it back, there is no doubt that it is also considered a contribution to the return of antiques. Domestic collectors will also welcome. You can transfer it yourself in name only. Xiao Yingchun's own eyes lit up as she spoke. Well, take me to find a house first? Wang Yongjun's eyes were deep, and he finally nodded. After all, it's a job that someone else would do if he didn't, and the next person may not have his conscience. In case he looks at Xiao Yingchun's money, or at the same time, her people and money, her small body, this weak chicken, cannot carry. He has a sense of responsibility and sends the Buddha to the west. On the way to take Xiao Yingchun to buy a house, Wang Yongjun said the most words along the way, mainly various phone calls to contact his friends. After all, Wang Yongjun is not familiar with the real estate market in London either. Eventually Wang Yongjun stopped at London Southwest 1 and opened the electronic map to show Xiao Yingchun. We are here now. This place is the town hall, and here across the river is the embassy, both close by. After a bit of explaining, the location of this place is really good. The neighborhood is also full of young people. Of course, a good location means a good price. A 2-bedroom house costs $6.5 million. Xiao Yingchun looked at the house located on the 3rd floor and nodded decisively. This one then? How about the formalities? Seeing that Xiao Yingchun was satisfied, Wang Yongjun confirmed in English with his friend and agent next to him. That intermediary smiled with a face full of folds into a chrysanthemum. Busy with Wang Yongjun and Xiao Yingchun to do the formalities, 2 people finished the paperwork and had a room. But the house hasn't been sanitized yet, so we'll have to wait another day. The next morning, during the day, Wang Yongjun left Xiao Yingchun on this side of the house, and he himself mysteriously ran around. Xiao Yingchun conscientiously finished the hygiene, then began to put up the rosewood furniture and various small pieces stored in the storehouse. Furniture and stuff is there, curtains and bedding and such still need to be bought. Xiao Yingchun called Wang Yongjun to help buy some home furnishings over, and at the same time then asked Wang Yongjun to ask Wang Chongshan of Williard Auction House to come over to take a look. As a result, Wang Yongjun bought a good mattress over. Full of shock, Xiao Yingchun's new house. Surprisingly, a full set of rosewood tables and chairs. The coffee table and chairs are a complete set of rosewood furniture. On the rosewood furniture, there were all sorts of various treasures that Xiao Yingchun had asked Fu Chainan to scavenge over earlier scattered about. Before that conch jewelry box let Xiao Yingchun tasted sweet, she left Fu Chainan to pawnshop to find a pair of good. At the moment will be one of them in the living room on the rosewood cabinet. And the multipurpose shelves are also filled with porcelain vases and bowls that are worth a fortune at first glance. Wang Chongshan did not come, because Wang Yongjun did not believe that Xiao Yingchen could set up the home in a day, and did not inform at all. At this time, seeing the situation at home, Wang Yongjun only somewhat regretted not trusting Xiao Yingchen. I'm calling Wang Chongshan now? Xiao Yingchen looked at the time. It was only 3 in the afternoon even for London time. Call it. When Wang Chongshan came in, at a glance, he saw that the furniture all over the room was rosewood, and the whole person was shocked. He looked around with his eyes before landing his gaze on Xiao Yingchuan's face. The things in this house, Ms. Xiao, are worth a lot of money if they're all authentic. Xiao Yingchen grinned with an innocent face. I want to ask if these things can be auctioned? Wang Chongshan was shocked again. You are prepared to put all these things on auction? 97. Having received Xiao Yingchuan's confirmation, Wang Chongshan immediately came into the spirit. After he carefully examined it, he looked at Xiao Yingchen again, but this time his gaze was scorching hot. Miss Xiao, these items are enough to organize a special auction, but it will take some time. Would you be willing? Xiao Yingchen naturally agreed. I need to call someone over for an initial appraisal, then take these away for further appraisal to make sure it's okay before I shoot the material. After looking at the rosewood furniture, Wang Chongshan's eyes fell on the rosewood-studded jewelry box placed on the table. This box was a little smaller than the one that had been transferred to Dong Chunfeng last time, but the degree of delicacy was not inferior to that one. Ms. Xiao, do you need to auction this conch shell box? Xiao Yingchen, however, pointed to the rosewood furniture. To be, but for now it's better to get these out of the way first? Wang Chongshan nodded and withdrew his attention, explaining the whole process of the auction in detail to Xiao Yingchen. Xiao Yingchen promised one by one, and then with Wang Yongjun followed the removed things. Went to Williard Auction House to sign the consignment auction contract. A complete set of rosewood inlaid studded tables and chairs, containing a Luohan bed, an 8 immortals table, a pair of rosewood inlaid marble seating screens, a pair of rosewood square stools, 2 rosewood circle chairs, and 2 teapots placed in the middle of the chairs. Xiao Yingchen thought it was a teapot. Of course, there are also some small pieces of zeton, all of which were recovered by Fu Chainan from major pawnshops. The room that had just been filled by Xiao Yingchen was instantly empty again. In order to show his gratitude to Xiao Yingchuan's trust in Willard's auction house, Wang Chongshan applied with the auction house and directly sent a whole set of branded furniture over. By the time the furniture was installed, it was completely dark. Xiao Yingchen and the two of them had not yet eaten dinner at this time. Wang Yongjun tidied up the hygiene, and Xiao Yingchen went to fix dinner. After cleaning up, Xiao Yingchen suggested, "Why don't we stay here tonight? There would be no need for a hotel." Wang Yongjun thought about it. It's okay. The 2-bedroom house, one for each person, is perfectly livable. After eating something to sleep, in a foreign house, Wang Yongjun, however, lay on the bed with his hands resting on his head, looking confused himself, but went out for most of the day. Xiao Yingchen actually quietly got a house of rosewood furniture in various small pieces? He's not stupid. He knows it's illogical. Xiao Yingchen has a secret, and it's a big one. So much rosewood furniture took a lot of work to move today. Xiao Yingchen, a little girl. How did she manage to get a room of rosewood furniture without a word? Wang Yongjun does not believe in metaphysics. He estimated that Xiao Yingchen behind the back must have someone to help, and this person had eyes, but do not want to let the bystanders know. But that person must be nearby. Maybe it was the one who took those snacks from Xiao Yingchen. That person must have waited in advance in this neighborhood so that he could so efficiently place an entire room of rosewood furniture when outsiders were not aware of it. Backwards, Xiao Yingchen recently sold these things, simply has long been lost in foreign countries. That being the case, one has no business or ability to stop. Wang Yongjun talked himself out of it. Xiao Yingchen has so many secrets. Wang Yongjun used to think that Xiao Yingchen and himself are unusual people with little difference. But this trip to London made him realize, the two people are not in the same world at all. The girl shivering on the night of the thunderstorm carrying the hanger was, after all, just an illusion of her own. Xiao Yingchen is frighteningly powerful. Xiao Yingchen went back to his room, but the first thing he did was look at the Time supermarket. In the Time and Space supermarket, the snacks that were placed on the table had disappeared, and it was obvious that Fu Chainan had already come, and he had left a note, "Yummy." Xiao Yingchen remembered the jewelry in the roadside antique store, and thought about leaving a note to Fu Chainan as well, to 2 sets of ancient gold inlaid gemstone jewelry. This stuff seems to sell pretty well overseas too. The next morning she went back over and saw 2 large boxes of gold and gem-studded jewelry. We only need 2 sets. They give us 2 boxes. The good guys. There is also a box of jade pendants and jade conglomerates. A jade pendant in the shape of a jade dragon placed in a separate box. Fu Chainan purposely left a note, of the royal family of the former dynasty. Xiao Yingchen left another note for Fu Chainan. Many thanks. Sent these things along with the things Fu Chainan had given before. including the set of teapots and teacups and the 4 treasures of the emperor's imperial household. To Williard Auction Company, Wang Chongshan was once again dumbstruck. This could totally set up an auction all by itself. For the next 2 or 3 days, Xiaoyingchun traveled around London like the most unusual tourist, led by Wang Yangjun, walking again until it was time to go home in the evening. Xiaoyingchun would buy all kinds of delicious food to bring back. It's just a shame that after bringing 2 days of food to Fuchunan, Xiaoyingchun's interest was lacking. There aren't really that many options for food over here. Even Western food is just a bluff on the plate. And in terms of cuisine, taste and innovation, it's really not as colorful as Chinese food. She took a boat tour of the Thames, visited almost all the tourist attractions and several antique stores. This type of store is not uncommon in London, and it has all sorts of things in it. There are some precious things like china that shopkeepers choose to put a photo of for security purposes. When they meet their favorite guests and they feel credible, they will also take them home to show them to each other in order to facilitate the transaction. Xiaoyingchun does not understand antiques, and does not dare to buy indiscriminately. Think it is better to wait a few days for those things to be sold. Xiaoyingchun was busy making money, but Fu Chainan was a bit headstrong. The 7th prince had suddenly pestered him recently. Yesterday Fu Chainan just came out from Dark Fragrance Street, suddenly heard the sound of horses' hooves galloping and a commotion. Someone is exclaiming, "Ah!" Clunk! The sound of something being knocked over. How come there's no driver on this wagon, my child? As soon as Fu Chainan turned around, he saw an out-of-control carriage racing down the street, rushing towards him. The weird thing is, there's no driver on the wagon. As we watched the crowd scatter in all directions, some children were knocked to the ground by the crowd and cried out. A woman darted over to the child and bawled as she held him in her arms, taking advantage of the carriage's efforts to pass by his side. Fu Chainan rushed forward and deadlocked the reins, bringing the horse under control. The carriage stopped, and only then did the crowd gather around in shock. Whose carriage is this? Why is there no driver? Why are you still running around like crazy on the road without a driver? This horse is probably crazy, right? You can see it's been held down on the ground and it's still not honest. Fu Chainan went to look at the horse, which had already started to spit white foam with blood in its mouth. It's poisoned. Fu Chainan directly tied up the horse's 4 hooves with reins so that the horse could not make any more trouble. Someone boldly went forward and lifted the curtain of the carriage, and immediately exclaimed, "Oops, there's someone in the carriage." Fu Chunan was taken aback and went up to look, but he saw a brocade-robed, jade-crowned child lying in the carriage with his head covered in blood, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. The picture is a rosewood square stool ha. Auction record is a pair of several 100,000 RMB. 98. Aya. Which family's young master is this? How did he become like this? Go get the doctor! Fu Chainan shouted and jumped onto the carriage to check. The child looked about 10 years old. His forehead was smashed open. His head was covered with blood, and he was already unconscious. Fu Chunan carefully flattened the person first, then checked the bones elsewhere on his body, and found that there were no other breaks, so it should only be the head that was injured. By this time the doctor from the nearby medical center came over, cleaned up the injury, and began to bandage him. Fu Chainan was waiting outside the carriage, and there were many other good people who were also watching. It was at this time that the sound of disorganized footsteps were heard running towards this side, and while running, they also shouted, "Seventh Highness, Seventh Highness." The crowd was dumbfounded. Where was there a Seventh Highness? 4 people ran to the front of the carriage, hand and foot to climb to the carriage, mouth also crying, parents shouting nonsense. "Your Highness, Seventh Highness, my mother, alas, you must not be alright." The crowd then looked at the unconscious child in the carriage in shock. "Seventh Highness, that turned out to be the 7th Prince of His Majesty the current Emperor?" It was only at this time that Fu Chainan reacted. The child inside who had banged his head was actually the 7th Prince. Fu Chainan was dumbfounded. His Majesty the Emperor is most jealous of imperial sons befriending generals. Can His Majesty believe me when I say I didn't mean to save the Emperor's son? A few shrill-voiced chamberlains were still chirping when they were ripped away by Fu Chainan. Don't make any noise. If you interrupt the doctor's treatment of the wound, if His Majesty blames you, you'll be held responsible. Several chamberlains immediately shut up. It was hard to wait for the doctor to treat the wound. Fu Chainan already had a method. When the 7th Highness had such an incident in the downtown, and it happened to be stumbled upon by this general, naturally I cannot stand by and do nothing. I will escort the 7th Highness into the palace and hand the person over to His Majesty face to face. Several chamberlains looked at each other, having the intention of not wanting to make a scene in front of His Majesty, and being surrounded by so many people, plus Fu Chainan, the pig-killing general, was there. Even if he wanted to keep it a secret, it was impossible. The chamberlains had no choice but to follow Fu Chunan to change carriages and go to the palace. The carriage was followed by a vast crowd of people watching the event, all the way to the entrance of the palace. That array, Directly will guard the palace gate. Guards are scared a big jump. Far away from the support prong up the lance. What's doing? What's going on? Fu Chunan came forward to explain what happened and handed over his waistplate again. Palace gate guards all recognize the pig-killing General Fu Chunan, lifting the carriage curtain to see that it really is His Royal Highness the 7th Prince. Everyone also panicked. Quickly send it in. Quickly ask the imperial doctor. Don't ever let anyone die at the palace gates. Otherwise so many heads would all have to move. Fu Chunan was able to send the 7th Prince directly to the palace. We'll just send the person back to you openly and honestly. You can't say that we're secretly befriending the prince. His Majesty the Emperor was also shocked at the news and was busy going to see the 7th Prince's injuries. The 7th Prince on the bed was unconscious with a miserable little face, and His Majesty the Emperor was silent after only one look. The 7th Prince is 12 years old, is out of favor for many years, Chi concubine born, not smart enough, not bold enough, and even some coy. In a crowd of adult princes, the 7th Prince really didn't have much of a presence, and was also clearly unattached to the great throne. As a matter of fact, such a 7th Prince shouldn't be targeted, but the truth was in front of him, and he almost died. Not favored does not mean that you can be bullied. As a prince even more cannot be in public, in such an unthinkable way to lose their lives. What does that call for in terms of royal kinship? His Majesty the Emperor, in a rare moment of weakness, ordered a thorough investigation. Not long after the news came, the 7th Prince's horse was poisoned. Halfway to the frenzy, the driver could not control it, and fell off in the frenzy. The person who poisoned the 7th Prince, however, was in the palace and had already taken the poison and killed himself. Where are the secret guards? Where are the secret guards assigned to Old 7? Every prince would arrange at least 2 dark guards close to him. The commander of the Forbidden Army was somewhat unable to open his mouth. The dark guards have been temporarily deployed on a mission. His Majesty's voice ended abruptly. The only ones who can transfer Old 7's personal secret guards, besides himself and the Empress, are a few adult imperial princes. Things are obvious. Investigate further down the line and it's a tale of hand-to-hand combat. To avoid a royal scandal, His Majesty the Emperor angrily shut up. He is still in the prime of life. The princes cannot wait for all the other brothers to die, and then immediately die to make room for him. And there are more than 1 or 2 who think this way. It's really a filial and good eldest son. His Majesty the Emperor whisked his sleeve away, but who knew that when the 7th Prince woke up, he took the initiative to seek an audience with His Majesty the Emperor. His son, who still had thick gauze wrapped around his forehead, knelt in front of himself and looked at the Emperor pitifully. Father, my son's body is weak. I don't want to make my father worry so much anymore, and I also want to practice my body well, so that I can do something for my crown prince brother in the future as well. My son was saved by General Fu today, and in the future I would like to worship General Fu as my teacher, so that he can teach me kung fu and strengthen my body. Looking at this face that looked similar to his own but was very thin, His Majesty the Emperor didn't know what came to his mind inside. Granted. So Fu Chunan, who had just celebrated that he was out of trouble, angrily mentioned one of the Emperor's disciples. He didn't want it and made a special trip to the palace to push back. The Emperor is also an oddball. Earlier still worried that Fu Chunan can make money, after becoming the Imperial Division, will not be born of ambition because of this. Who knew that Fu Chunan actually dared to come to the palace to ask for resignation in person? The Emperor's reward, thunder and rain are all the king's favor. Can you still bargain with a pig killer? You don't want it. I'll give it. The Emperor toughened up and demanded that Fu Chunan must take the 7th Prince as his disciple and teach him well. Fu Chunan, the end of the line, will comply with the order. 3 days later, the 7th Prince was much better, and specially prepared thick gifts to go to the Marshal's palace to pay homage to his master, because he already knew beforehand about Fu Chunan's special trip to the palace to ask for his resignation. The 7th Prince was a bit jittery. General Fu, am I causing you trouble? Fu Chunan cursed hard in his heart and smiled warmly on his face. Not really. Your 7th Highness doesn't have to think much about it. The 7th Prince looked at Fu Chunan with full admiration. If it wasn't for General Fu strangling the crazy horse a few days ago, my life would be over. Fu Chunan thought about the thrilling scene that the 7th Prince experienced yesterday, and couldn't help but sympathize. This was also a bad luck. Can you find out exactly what's going on? The 7th Prince smiled bitterly and only shook his head, not answering. That's just hard to say. The odds are that the royals are just setting each other up. Someone wants the 7th Prince dead. Fu Chunan scratched his head. He absolutely did not want to be wrapped up in the dispute over the throne of the emperor. But this one in front of him pushed and could not be pushed out. How do I get it? Thinking about it, Fu Chunan suggested, 7th Highness, in the future you read in the palace in the morning, and in the afternoon you come out and I teach you to practice martial arts for an hour. After you finish practicing martial arts, you will go back. Is it possible? 99. The 7th Prince immediately agreed. Thank you, General Fu. Then can I start practicing martial arts today? The palace has specially arranged courtiers to give lessons to all the underage imperial sons in turn, lecturing on the scriptures and history. Of course, the crown prince has a separate lesson on the way to be a king, which the other princes cannot listen to. Fu Qinding fixedly looked at the seventh prince, a 12-year-old child, growing up in the palace of brocade clothes, but a little thin. Obviously he hasn't been treated well all these years. Not today. You need to prepare a line, and bring over 2 changes of clothes to make it easier to change after sweating. The seventh prince's eyes shone brightly. I've brought them all. Fu Qinan. That's a deal. We'll get started in a few minutes. The first day was a physical fitness test. Fu Qinan had the seventh prince stand on stakes and punch, and in no time he was exhausted and sweating through his legs shivering like a peepa. That's a weak physique too. If you can't carry it, you'll tell me. Fu Qinan reminded him, but the seventh prince had clearly fallen to the ground off his feet, and after gasping for breath for a few moments, he climbed up once again, gritting his teeth to continue. Just don't say I can't. Fu Qinan looked at him, his eyes deep. He had led soldiers and knew that many times. Tenacity and persistence were more important than talent. This seventh prince, not simple physical strength was exhausted and an hour had not yet arrived. But Fu Qinan told the seventh prince to return to the palace as soon as possible after changing and washing. Waiting for the people to walk away, the captain of the personal guards came forward to ask for instructions. General, from now on, the seventh prince will always come to our marshal's palace. What about our business? Fu Qinan didn't care. Unusually we are all in the front yard, not letting him go to the backyard. And he only comes every afternoon and goes back in the evening. Not a big problem. The head of the personal guard then reported something else. It's just that things weren't as simple as Fu Qinan thought. On the second day, when the seventh prince came back, there was actually the third prince with him. The third prince is 19 years old and has already gotten married, had a son, moved out of the palace, and has his own royal residence. As soon as he saw Fu Qinan, the third prince smiled as brightly as a trumpet flower. General Fu, long time no see. Every pore on Fu Qian's body screamed the word alert. The third prince is different from the seventh prince. His mother is a princess. His maternal grandfather was appointed chancellor. Students and old friends all over the countryside. But the competitiveness of the throne is serious. Now that he was fighting with the second prince and the crown prince, you and I, almost everyone in the capital knew about it. Last year, the third prince led a new errand, usually squatting in the Ministry of Households, and Fu family and no dealings. It's definitely not good that he actually came over today. But the third prince favored to still have to find an excuse in a serious manner. General Fu, today I went out, just happened to bump into the seventh brother to your place to practice martial arts. I will send him over. On the way. Fu Qinan, I'll play along with you. Your third highness's visit to my humble abode is fluffy ahahaha. The third prince, you're smiling too fake. After entering the room and exchanging a few pleasantries, Fu Qinan began to have the seventh prince stand on piles. Today's seventh prince is obviously not as persistent as yesterday. Not much time before he starts to play the lute with both legs, and when he falls to the ground he wipes his eyes and doesn't get up for half a day. Fu Qinan's teeth hurt from watching. This kid was also acting, but his resigned look and the series of tears that slipped down his face were clearly sincere. He's a 12-year-old kid, and he's actually better at pretending than he is. Fu Qinan got frustrated. It was at this time that the third prince saw Fu Qinan's exasperated look and thought that he was dissatisfied with the seventh prince. So he was even happier in his heart. I have come today, but I also want to ask General Fu for advice on how to make money and keep the treasury full. Fu Qinan hurriedly knelt down in fear and confessed. The last general would only kill pigs before, and now opening Tao Tao Ji is also the first time in the world. Buy a fluke can earn some silver, but is that year by mistake saved that foreigner Sith boss? Got his goods in the capital, unique convenience. The third prince had naturally heard this kind of rhetoric a long time ago, but he asked about boss Sith's supply channels. I wonder where the Sith boss gets his goods from again. How can you answer a question like that? Fu Qinan snorted. Since he's a Western merchant, these Western goods that he's never seen before must have been pulled from the other side of the sea, right? My people are only responsible for going to the border to pick up the shipment and return, and are not sure exactly how he got it here. When asked again, Fu Qinan begged bitterly for mercy. Third Highness, the last general is only earning a little money to support his family. You manage the Ministry of the Household. Where is the need to worry about this kind of small money? The third prince also expected Fu Qinan will not say. Try a few words to see, asked not to come out, but also do not pursue the question. Just sit idly and drink tea to see Fu Qinan teach the seventh prince boxing. Today, after Fu Qinan had the seventh prince stand on stakes, he practiced 2 extremely simple moves, which were to repeatedly crouch down and stand up, and then throw punches left and right. Because it was constantly moving, The seventh prince was much more serious this time, just not very persistent, practicing for a tea time before needing to stop for a drink of water to rest his breath. That panting into a dog made the third prince frown when he looked at it. That's too weak. When the seventh prince finished practicing, he was already drenched in sweat and his hands and feet were weak, as if he was tired and stupid. Fu Qian'an told the seventh prince to eat 2 pieces of dim sum made of white dew to cushion his mouth, and drank a cup of tea to freshen up before following the third prince to leave. After sending the 2 heavenly dignitaries to the door and watching them go away, Fu Qian'an let out a silent sigh of relief. The 2 acting ancestors, finally gone. Re-entering the courtyard, the captain of the personal guards reported softly to Fu Qian'an. Under the pretext of having to consider for the safety of the third prince, the third prince's people inspected the backyard in a big circle, and our people always followed and didn't let them enter your yard. Fu Qian'an nodded lightly. After recently buying the yard next door, the goods are naturally not in their own yard. In addition to cover up the ears, put some in the front yard. The other are placed in the yard next door. By the next day, the third prince was about to excuse himself to go to Fu Qian'an's marshal's mansion again, when an oracle suddenly came from the palace, saying that he was allowed to enter the palace. It turns out that his actions have caused the crown prince and the second prince to be wary, and today there is a speech officer who has referred to the third prince, saying that he has formed a party. The third prince was almost not scared to death. He was only going to the marshal's mansion to sit for an hour. How did he become a party-affiliated person? It's just as well that the party was about to be successful. It's not even close. The third prince commiserated. His Majesty the Emperor was so enraged that he asked both the third prince and Fu Qian'an to come to the palace and make it clear in person. Fu Qian'an hemmed and hawed, and went out the door into the palace with a panicked look on his face. In the Golden Palace, in front of a full court, His Majesty the Emperor's face was black as hell. Fu Qian'an, Lao San, are you guys really ganging up on each other? Fu Qian'an and the third prince cried out at the same time. Your Majesty, the last general is unjustly accused. Father, my son is unjustly accused. The voices were one more miserable and sad than the other. Manchu, then tell me. Yesterday you went to Fu Qian'an's mansion. What exactly did the 2 of you say? What did you do? Without waiting for Fu Qian'an to speak, His Majesty the Emperor waved his hand and up came 2 guards, pulling one on each side, heading for the left and right side halls respectively. 100. 100. It was actually prepared to be interrogated separately and then checked for consistency. Everyone's eyes perked up. Could 2 people say the same thing? What could Fu Qian'an say? Of course it's a confession. He made it clear what the third prince had said and done after entering the marshal's palace. The confessions from both sides were placed together on His Majesty's desk, and His Majesty's face darkened again. The 2 people were saying the same thing, but underneath the third prince's crowning words, it was clear that he was looking at Fu Qian'an's deal. The third prince in the Ministry of Households is just a name, and is not responsible for specific affairs. No one asked him to do this. Who knows if it was his own greed for Fu Qian'an's store? He's looking out for the household and the treasury? Or is it for the sake of his ambition? Or do you covet the Fu family army behind Fu Qian'an? Or are you trying to conspire with Fu Qian'an to poison the soap commonly used by His Majesty the Emperor? Everyone in the palace knows, His Majesty the Emperor has recently fallen in love with washing his face, hands and hair with soap, and the tribute to the palace soap alone. The Emperor's face is so dark that it looks like it's going to drip water. You're bent on thinking about the court, and it's hard for you, but you didn't even come to ask me, so you went to find General Fu to find a way to make money. The third prince kowtowed in defense. My son just wants to open up a wide range of wealth and fill up the treasury. It doesn't matter what is said. What matters is what His Majesty the Emperor thinks it is. Eventually the third prince was reprimanded and closed for the rest of his life. The crown prince and the second prince each rejoiced. Fu Qian'an was also knocked around a bit, but on the surface he was terrified that he would never do anything that would be unfavorable to the court or to His Majesty. But in his heart he was happy. It was believed that from now on, other princes would not dare to be that reckless if they wanted to beat themselves up again. Every day after nightfall, he would make a trip to the Time Mart with his food box. One sits at a supermarket table and finishes a meal before leaving in silence. This is the 9th day since Miss Shaw left. It's time for the auction. Williard's auction house invited Xiaoyingchun to the site to observe. Xiaoyingchun was invited to go, wearing a white silk blouse with a black umbrella skirt that she bought last time, with earrings of pearls that fit just right. There were 5 or 6 rows of chairs down there, totaling 50 or 60 seats, with the auction table and the staff who were getting ready on top, and the 2 rows behind them were also staffed. Xiaoyingchun looked at this situation. With the kind of video seen in the top auction company to engage in the auction house is also similar. The guests attending the auction began to enter. Xiaoyingchun was looking left and right when she suddenly heard a shout. Sister, why are you here? Xiaoyingchun heard a familiar voice, and after a flash of surprise, she was confronted with a familiar face. Ho Liang-chung. He Liang-song's suit inside the open collar shirt. Semi-formal. Just walked to Xiaoying-chun. Xiaoying-chun, it would be awkward. After coughing, Xiaoying-chun smiled awkwardly. What brings you here? He Liang-song pointed to this auction house. I've been here for some days now, soaking in the various auction houses every day. Along with He Liang-song's words, Xiaoying-chun also heard it. It turned out that he had suddenly become interested in the matter after following Dai Hengxin to organize an auction like that earlier. Naiha Dai Hengxin and Xiaoying-chun relationship is a bit stiff. C cannot go on. He estimated that the auction company more than half to yellow. Ho Liang-chung wants to start his own auction house. Since he had moved on, he had been watching other people's auctions at the world's major auction houses all this time. After seeing more, he also began to have a focus. He only looked at auctions of ancient Chinese artifacts. Seymour He Liang-song also some heartache, so many good things. All to foreign countries. He can't help but buy it sometimes. Nah, he had limited money too, and after buying a few, he was shy. After communicating with his grandfather on the phone, Mr. Ho reassured him, just watch more, listen more, think more, and do less first. Then listen to Grandpa. Who knew that I would actually see Xiaoying-chun and Wang Yangjun today? He Liang-song has seen Wang Yangjun, but Wang Yangjun is a friend of Dai Hengxin, and He Liang-song did not have a deep relationship. The two people are not all the way, cannot say together, but now see him accompany Xiaoying-chun's side. He Liang-song inevitably think crooked. You're here too. Xiaoying-chun thought about it and was slightly embarrassed. I came here to sell something. Oh, which one is yours? He Liang-song's eyes lit up. Xiaoying-chun, all of them, but I don't want to talk to you. Just in time for the brochure to be sent down. Turn the page. The pair of rosewood-studded seating screens. Xiaoying-chun casually said. Here. This is not bad. Ugh. He Liang-song's eyes brightened even more. Looking carefully at the introduction of the pair of seat screens, Xiaoying-chun didn't want to watch the auction process at this point and got up, ready to go. Sitting in an auction with Liang-song a broken mouth, made her feel like she was going to get the short end of the stick. Who knew that He Liang-song dropped the brochure and chased after him? Where are you going, sister? Xiaoying-chun casually perfunctory. I came out to get some air. It doesn't matter whether I participate in this auction or not. He Liang-song was a bit insensitive. I don't care. Why don't I treat you to dinner? I know where it is delicious. 2,000 words are omitted here. Xiaoying-chun. Ancestor, can you stop following me around and chanting non-stop? She glanced at Wang Yangjun as if for help. Wang Yangjun, however, was looking left and right as he observed his surroundings and performed his bodyguard duties. He was just a guy who ran a security company. When could he influence the words and actions of the Ho family's youngest? Xiaoying-chun despaired, just in time to see that the time was about to start, so she simply turned back. Then we'd better go back and take a look. Inside, when the auction starts, I'm sure He Liang-song won't be able to nag anymore. Soon the auction began. As the auctioneer came on stage, Xiaoying-chun and Wang Yangjun both froze for a moment. The auctioneer on stage turned out to be Zhou Muwen. Tonight's Zhou Muwen is still a cheongsam and a pair of pearl earrings that are not ostentatious. Standing on the stage is very temperament and affinity. Zhou Muwen swept a glance at the guests participating in the bidding below and froze for a moment when she saw Xiaoying-chun and He Liang-song. He Liang-song continued to ramble around Xiaoying-chun. Zhou Muwen is quite popular in these auction houses. She has become more and more popular in the last 2 years, and often things will fetch high prices in her hands. This situation fell in the eyes of Zhou Muwen. Subconsciously felt that Xiaoying-chun must be brought by He Liang-song. Recently, He Liang-song's frequency of appearing in the major auction houses in London was really a bit high, and she had come across it many times. But just then, William, the manager of Williard Auction Company, walked to Xiaoying-chun and spoke to him in a small voice. The bottom of Zhou Muwen's eyes swept over with consternation. Then she realized that she had been preoccupied. The manager of an auction house wouldn't be hitting on a beautiful woman at a time like this. He could only be contacting a client. Although He Liang-song often brought female companions to auctions, Xiaoying-chun was the one who was able to come up with a lot to support an entire auction. William is a veteran appraiser Wang Chongshan with the disciple. This time most of the auction is Wang Chongshan handled. A speculation swept through Zhou Muwen's mind and her heart jumped, almost giving away the shock in her heart. This time, Wang Chongshan handled the auction. Murphy is Xiaoying-chun's. 101. 101. Thinking about today's auction, Zhou Muwen's heart skipped a beat. When she saw the introduction before, Zhou Muwen could not hide her excitement. The high value of this auction has been the peak of her previous auctions. If the operation is done properly, the atmosphere is in place, and the rich and powerful people on the stage are willing to give up their money. This time it is very likely that the auction will fetch a sky-high price. That would be another price increase for yourself as an auctioneer. And then look to Xiaoying-chun non-stop and bite the ear of He Liang-song. Zhou Mao's heart is full of understanding, in his own, but also will certainly get along with Xiao Chun good relations. After all, as the owner of the collection, they are also in a position to suggest which familiar auctioneer to use with some authority, especially owners of heavyweight collections. Soon the auction began. The first one to be released was the pair of studded rosewood seating screens. In Zhou Muwen's skillful rhythm control, the starting price of 150,000 rosewood inlaid marble seat screen quickly rushed to 500,000, and finally in the 600,000 hammer, Xiao Chun was happy to sell at a good price right off the bat. She got up and headed out. He Liangsong also rushed to follow. Sister, let me treat you to dinner? Xiao Chun didn't want to eat. He just wanted to go home quickly. Nay, He Liangsong's mouth was really powerful, and he was rambling. Sister, I have an idea. I want to open an auction company, but you also know that I once upon a time just know nothing about these things. Xiao Chun couldn't hold back. I don't know anything about these either. Why don't you talk to Ms. Zhou Muwen? She understands all these things. He Liangsong, however, grinned and said bluntly, but she doesn't have anything in her hand. You have something in your hand. Do you think this is okay? The two of us will partner up to open an auction house, and then you'll put your stuff in our auction house to sell? I'll only charge you a small commission on what I sell. 1%. Okay? Xiao Chun paused in his footsteps. This thought is very good, alas. Seeing Xiao Chun color changed, He Liangsong chin proudly raised, very dejected. You do not have to worry that I have bad intentions towards you. I'll tell you what. I'm a man of one principle, and that's not to force a woman. Although I like pretty girls, I definitely don't force myself on any girl who is a little bit unhappy. Dude preaches a you-know-what. Stalking, that's not my style. Xiao Chun cried and laughed. He was telling himself that he would never stalk himself like Dai Hengxin and would not complicate the relationship. Right? That's good. Didn't you say you were going to treat me to dinner? Let's go and eat. Xiao Chun pointed to the street. After He Liangsong froze, he grinned. Okay, you go with brother me. Ensure you eat and drink well. He Liangsong led Xiao Chun forward, and Wang Yangjun silently followed behind him, looking left and right to observe, without saying a word. Led by He Liangsong, the three of them turned left and right, entered a not-so-big alleyway, and walked into a Western restaurant. He Liangsong gabbled something to the other party, who quickly nodded repeatedly and went inside to cook. Xiao Chun was curious. What did you order? At the mention of this, He Liangsong shook his head in triumph. Brother, I ordered a couple of the best steaks and other dishes they do here with him. You'll see if you try them. It definitely counts as absolute YYDS in London. While Xiao Chun sat down with He Liangsong, Wang Yangjun sat at the next table. Xiao Chun froze for a moment. Why are you sitting over there? Jun, come and sit with us? He Liangsong also looked at Wang Yangjun with surprise, not understanding why he suddenly made this whole thing. Wang Yangjun nodded with a light smile. I'm responsible for Ms. Zhao's safety. Sitting at this table is enough. He was taking the initiative to draw a line and show his identity to He Xiao. He Liangsong understood for a second, and at the same time, he was stunned. Wang Yangjun accompanied Xiao Chun here, actually in the capacity of a bodyguard? It's also only in a bodyguard capacity that you don't share a table with your employer on certain occasions. This realization made even He Liangsong's heartbeat suddenly speed up for a split second. Wang Yangjun had accompanied Xiao Chun to London as her bodyguard, which meant that it wasn't what he had thought at first. So maybe there's a chance for yourself, but just a hot heart. He Liangsong and depressed, just now he blew powerful, said he has a special sense of boundaries, absolutely will not be stalked to entangle. How do you chase a girl without stalking her? He wanted to give himself a slap in the mouth. How could this mouth be so fast? The good thing is that at this moment, they are in the unfamiliar England. Xiao Chun does not know many people. Think there is a chance to communicate with her more. It's just that people, over time, develop a fondness for each other, and when they spend more time together, they naturally have the opportunity to do so. He Liangsong thought of this, immediately came back to the spirit, began to fool around with the fun and delicious places in London. Xiao Chun just listened and didn't retort. It didn't take long for the food to be delivered, and not to mention, the steak and burger made by this restaurant tasted really good. Even the foie gras in the burger tasted special. Xiao Chun could only eat half a burger and half a steak. She asked the boss to cut half of each directly and send them over to Wang Yangjun, and made a point of explaining, I can't eat that much, can you help me with these? Wang Yangjun and He Liangsong both froze for a moment. Wang Yangjun, she didn't treat me as an outsider. Ho Liang-chung, she didn't use Wang Yangjun as a bodyguard? Xiao Chun reacted with an embarrassed smile, spurred on by the surprised looks of the two men. So what? I thought all soldiers ate a lot, and it just so happens that I don't eat much myself, so I thought I wouldn't waste food. After all, Fu Chainan was just very good at eating. But Wang Yongjun is not Fu Chainan. Is she hasty? Next time must remember. Xiaoying-chun regretted it while reaching out to try and get the half steak and half burger back. I can actually finish this one. Why don't you order it yourself? Wang Yongjun, however, pulled at the plate. I can eat. Without waiting for Xiaoying-chun to say anything, he opened his big mouth and directly stuffed that half burger into his mouth. Xiaoying-chun. Ho Liang-chun. What a big mouth. Xiaoying-chun, ha ha ha. What's that? You eat more? Never save money for He Liang-song. He has money. He Liang-song also laughed. Just order whatever you want to eat. June. Wang Yongjun is indeed nonchalant. Double layer of beef burgers. He came to 4, eat the wind, let He Liang-song feel ashamed of himself. He Liang-song ate a burger and a steak, and was also full. So the three of them each had a cup of coffee and sat in the store slowly drinking and chatting. As he was talking, He Liang-song's cell phone rang. He looked at the number and frowned slightly. Hello? The caller was Dai Enning. Where are you? Satoshi? He Liang-song relaxed his demeanor as he hunkered down in his lap chair. I'm in London. What's good with you Ning? Ha ha ha. Brother Tsong, guess where I am? The tone of Dai Enning on the other end of the phone was tinged with laughter. It was a smugness that he couldn't hide. 102. 102. He Liang-song is not stupid. The moment he heard this, scared to sit up straight. What do you mean? Where are you? Dai Enning hemmed and hawed on the other end of the phone. I'm in London too. How's it going? Isn't it a surprise? He Liang-song goosebumps. I thank you. There is surprise, not joy. He remembered that Dai Enning had been influenced by that mother of hers, and had some disdain for Xiaoying-chun. Because of the last yin and yang Xiaoying-chun, Xiaoying-chun has since sent word that he is not willing to deal with Dai Enning. He himself only wanted to be with Xiaoying-chun right now. He didn't want to meet up with Dai Enning at all. Plus Dai Hengxin is a friend of his. He just courted Xiaoying-chun and was rejected. 3 Nen's auction house still yellow. Now he wants to open an auction house. Xiaoying-chun and just happened to meet with himself in the auction house in London. If he told Dai Enning that it was a coincidence that he ran into Xiaoying-chun, would Dai Enning believe it? In his own place, he would only have not believed it himself. If this matter reaches Dai Hengxin's ears, I'm afraid I won't be able to be friends anymore. For the first time, He Liang-song found Dai Enning so annoying. I'm busy with something right now. I don't have time to care about you. You play by yourself haha. He Liang-song's tone was much colder. Duke he never spends effort to perfume people. Not wanting to accompany is not wanting to accompany. What's wrong with you, Satoshi? I purposely came to London to play with you and you don't care about me? Dai Enning couldn't believe his ears. He had just heard that He Liang-song had been in London for a while and had come over to look for him. As a result, he came all the way over here and he actually said he was unavailable? How's that gonna work? Dai Enning habitually began to pout. People just want to come to see you. Why are you like this? He Liang-song's brows knit tighter. I'm playing with my girlfriend. What are you doing coming to see me? What if my girlfriend turns around and misunderstands? Dai Enning's heart was blocked when she heard this. He Liang-song has never lacked a female companion around him, but he has never refused to get close to himself just because he has a female companion around him. Besides, those girls all knew it in their hearts. He Liang-song was just playing around with them and never dared to be jealous. What does Ho Liang-chun mean by that? Did he take it seriously? And who was this girl he was treating so solemnly? Song, don't tease. I just came to see you. What is she jealous of? When did you have such a jealous girl around you? Dai Enning pouted as she walked through the alleyways of London, making phone calls and looking left and right. Seeing that this store that she once came to with He Liang-song was right in front of her, she took a few quick steps and entered the store. In the next second, the 4 people simultaneously lamented in their hearts. It's a small world. The moment they met eyes, no one's face looked good. He Liang-song at this time extraordinarily remorseful. His former how did not know with Dai Enning keep a distance it, and brought her here to eat. This is great. You can't even wash yourself by jumping into the Yellow River. Xiaoying-chuan's face was not good from the moment He Liang-song said accompanying his girlfriend. She did not want to be used as a shield. Who knew that before the phone call was even finished? Dai Enning himself actually appeared inside the store. How embarrassing is that? The bottom of Dai Enning's eyes were full of disbelief, and she went straight for Xiaoying-chun. Xiaoying-chun, you're a country girl. How can you have the nerve to hang on to my brother over there and then hook up with Tsong over here? Do you still want your face? Xiaoying-chuan's heart was also raging with anger, but her tone was light. Miss Dai, who are you to me, and who is He Liang-song? In what capacity are you saying this now? If it's as Dai Hengxin's sister, I'll tell you very clearly, I'm not interested in Dai Hengxin. Never have been, never will be. This is also clear to him. Beyond that, I don't need to explain anything to you. You are even less qualified to insult my character. Dai Enning, however, didn't believe it at all. I was a little unconvinced when my mom said you used my brother, but now I believe it. You used my brother to get to know Satoshi and make some money. So you thought you could climb up the ladder and dumped my brother to stick it to Satoshi, didn't you? Before Xiaoying-chun could say anything, Wang Yongjun got up and he blocked between Dai Enning and Xiaoying-chun. Ms. Dai, please speak with respect. Only then did Dai Enning notice Wang Yongjun sitting at the next table. She looked at Wang Yongjun incredulously. Jun, you're my brother's friend, right? Why are you also helping her out? Wang Yongjun was too dumb to say anything about cursing women, but Xiaoying-chun stood up, her tone full of anger. Miss Dai, isn't it true that anyone who knows your family and partners with them in business must have taken advantage of them? All must defend your family unconditionally? Must my interests be sacrificed to the interests of your family? Or else it's a blank stare? Is this your family's family culture and upbringing? Dai Enning's jaw dropped at Xiaoying-chun's question. That was indeed what she had in mind. But why does it sting so much when it's spoken like this by Xiaoying-chun? You originally used my brother. Danin's voice rose a little hardily. Xiaoying-chun replied in seconds. Your brother didn't make any money working with me? Or earn less? Or did he make more money doing the same thing through other channels before working with me? Or maybe he's working with me at a discount, much higher than what other counterparts are giving me? Danin. She actually knew that Dai Hengxin had made several $1 million from the last auction, and the goods were all found by Xiaoying-chun. Without Xiaoying-chun's batch of goods and He Liangsong's connections, my brother would not have been able to do this business. But you're a village girl. What gives you the right to hook up with Song? Is Satoshi someone like you to climb up? He Liangsong steeply got up and shouted with a black face. Dai Enning, who are you to me? Who are you to interfere in my private life? Dai Enning had tears under her eyes. Brother Tsong, this woman's heart is too deep. She is just using you. He Liangsong interrupted Dai Enning. I'm willing to be used by her. I begged her to use me. This is between me and her. What does it have to do with you? Dai Enning wiped a handful of tears, only to feel his heart breaking. Brother Tsong, I'm doing it all for your own good. I don't need it. He Liangsong's voice was completely cold. He only felt annoyed so much that he simply spread his words out. Ning, you should know that I have no interest in you or feelings for you all these years, and it's impossible for me to have anything to do with you. I only think of you as a sister. Such words He Liangsong said half jokingly, but Dai Enning never died. But she didn't expect He Liangsong to speak to herself in such a snappy manner today, and in front of Xiaoying-chun. 103. 103. I'm not married, much less want to be emotionally involved with you. He Liangsong raked his hair in annoyance. You're being very borderless, and it bothers me a lot. We're not likely, can you hear me? Dai Enning could naturally understand, but she didn't want to. Are you saying that you don't intend to marry Xiaoying-chun and have children? You're just playing around with her too? He Liangsong was even more annoyed. What play? I have nothing to do with you no matter what relationship I have with her. Can you understand human language? You're just my friend's sister. The two of us have nothing to do with each other. You crossed the line. Understand? Dai Enning's eyes were tearing up and her makeup was splattered. You hooked up with Xiaoying-chun like this. Can you stand up to my brother? Xiaoying-chun isn't his wife. It's not his girlfriend. He Liangsong was so angry that his canopy was about to lift off. I apologize to your brother for having dinner with her? I'm your father? Or is it really like what Ing-chun said? That you think everyone in the world owes your family? That they should all give way to your family? Your brother has his eye on a woman that no other man can date? Dai Enning was dumbfounded and aggrieved by He Liangsong's reprimand. She always felt something was wrong, but couldn't find the right words to respond. Xiaoying-chun's patience ran out and waved with Wang Yongjun. Brother Jun, let's go. Let the two of them break it up. Wang Yongjun immediately followed. He Liangsong saw that Xiaoying-chun wanted to leave, and also knew that he could not ask Xiaoying-chun to stay forcibly at this time, and had to send Dai Enning away first. He hurriedly shouted at Xiaoying-chun's back. Ing-chun, I'll look for you later. Xiaoying-chun didn't respond and took a big step away. Without Xiaoying-chun, Dai Enning cried with pear blossoms and rain, looking at He Liangsong in a pitiful way. Brother Tsong, I was wrong. I just cared about you too much. That voice was all over the place, full of aggravation. If it were the old days, He Liangsong would have softened his heart and started to digress again to ask Dai Enning to eat to make her happy. But today, He Liangsong's patience also ran out. He saw that the shopkeeper looked uneasy and pointed to the door. Who the hell wants you to care about? You come out with me. Dai Enning obediently followed He Liangsong out, her small hand pulling the hem of her shirt, a look of a good little daughter-in-law. He Liangsong, however, as if he didn't see it, coldly lit a cigarette with an annoyed voice. Dai Enning, it was my fault that I didn't draw a line in the sand with you once upon a time, letting you believe that there was a possibility of us becoming boyfriend and girlfriend, and I apologize. From now on, you and I will just be normal friends, the kind that don't contact each other when there's nothing going on. Please keep your distance from me in the future. I'm pretty sure I'm not interested in you personally. the He family isn't interested in you either. Our family, too, couldn't possibly support us being together. If you need to, I can call a friend to take you to the airport and I'll buy you a ticket. If you don't need it, please make yourself at home. After saying that, He Liang-song stepped away with his long legs and walked away without a care in the world. Dai Enning stood still, frozen in place. She couldn't have imagined that she had only belittled Xiao Yingchen for a few sentences, and He Liang-song was about to draw a line in the sand with herself. She certainly knows that He Liang-song has no interest in her, but she just thinks that He Liang-song doesn't want to get married and hasn't had enough fun yet. She thought she was being generous enough. Is it not enough that He Liang-song often pulls and tugs and makes love to other little girls in front of her, and she doesn't even show any difference? Whose girlfriend can do that? Isn't that what the He family needs? A generous and uncaring daughter-in-law? Why did He Liang-song say so decisively that it was impossible for the He family to support her being with He Liang-song? She was crying when Dai Hengxin's call came. Where are you? Dai Enning heard the reproachful tone from Dai Hengxin's phone call and became even more aggravated. Brother, why are you talking to me with such an attitude? Dai Hengxin's tone was cold. I don't care what you said to He Liang-song. Let me remind you, there's no way the He family will look at the Dai family. If you're sensible, come back quickly and stop pestering He Liang-song in the future. Dai Enning was like a cat that had been stepped on, instantly blowing up. What do you mean the He family can't look at the Dai family? The He family can't look at the Dai family so they can look at Xiao Yingchen? What exactly did Xiao Yingchen tell you? How can you listen to her about everything? She doesn't give a damn about you. Dai Hengxin froze on the other end of the phone. What did you say? What does this have to do with Xiao Yingchen? She's in London too? Dai Enning was slightly stunned. Didn't Xiao Yingchen call you? She reacted. And suddenly her heart was even harder. It was actually He Liang-song who called his brother. And He Liang-song was letting his brother persuade him to go back? Dai Hengxin, however, completely understood. You mean, just now you were with Xiao Yingchen, He Liang-song and the others? Xiao Yingchen was there too? Dai Enning remembered the situation just now and sneered. Of course Xiao Yingchen is there. Not only is Xiao Yingchen here, but Wang Yangjun is also here. Just look at your connections. All your so-called friends are capable of digging behind your back. Dai Hengxin had mixed feelings in his heart, but he still told Dai Enning, you hurry back. Have you booked your ticket yet? If you haven't, I'll book you a ticket right here and you'll fly back tonight. Dai Enning didn't want to go back, but she was also incredibly certain. When He Liang-song said he wanted to keep his distance, he really meant he wanted to keep his distance. Brother, I am not willing. I'm not willing to do it. Dai Enning cried on the end of the phone. Dai Hengxin was upset. Mom is whimsical. You are also whimsical. What's the use of not being willing? Are you not willing that the whole world is going to revolve around you? Before Dai Hengxin's dad-flavored words were finished, Dai Enning hung up the phone. He was grieving himself, and it was condescending and insensitive of him to say that. Dai Hengxin was caught off guard, looking at the phone that was hung up, as if half of his urine had suddenly been pinched back. Gagging. After thinking about it, he called Wang Yangjun's number. Wang Yangjun answered the phone. A few times and said good. Hung up the phone. Xiao Yingchuan's mood at this time has been adjusted. See, Wang Yangjun after answering the phone looked back a few times. Couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Wang Yangjun also glanced at Xiao Yingchen. Dai Hengxin came to the phone and said that Dai Enning had been dropped off by He Liang-song at that Western restaurant. He asked me to help by putting Danin on a plane back home. It's okay for Ho Liang-chung to be with Dai Enning, but now the two have fallen out. Dai Enning is alone in London and has just lost her love. Dai Hengxin is afraid that something will happen to Dai Enning. London has its share of bad law and order, and it's a country where you can legally carry a gun. So in case you meet a bad guy, things are big. 104. 104. Xiao Yingchen also understood when she heard it. Then you go. Wang Yangjun, however, was uneasy. I'll send you to the auction house first? Xiao Yingchen is also afraid of death. Let Wang Yangjun call a car to send himself there. And Wang Yangjun then went to find Dai Enning himself. Xiao Yingchen just said goodbye to Wang Yangjun and got on the car. And He Liang-song's phone call came. He was not in a good mood. And as soon as he got on the phone, he apologized to Xiao Yingchen. I'm sorry sister I didn't realize Dai Enning was so paranoid. It's all because I didn't handle it right. It is also strange that when Dai Hengxin apologized when his relationship was not handled well, Xiao Yingchen was very unacceptable and even resentful. When it came to He Liang-song, Xiao Yingchen, however, felt that he was still strangely frank. It's fine. That's not your problem. Xiao Yingchuan's response was faint. I called Dai Hengxin and asked him to persuade his sister to go back, and I'll keep my distance from her in the future. 2. You can't ignore me just because of her. Sister. He Liang-song is very skillful in coaxing women. Xiao Yingchen lost her smile. No. So where are you now? I'll come and find you. As a token of my sincerity in making amends, I'll take you to dinner tonight? Xiao Yingchen thought for a moment. I'm going to Williard's auction house now. and I'll go home after I'm done. Why don't you come to Williard's auction house to find me later? No problem, over there. He Liang-song hung up the phone in high spirits and headed for the Williard auction house. If Wang Youngjun wanted to send Dai Enning to the airport, it would take at least half a day to go back and forth. This half-day Xiao Yingchen decided it would be safer to squat at the Williard auction house. When Xiao Yingchen came to Williard's auction house, the auction house had just finished that one auction. William looked at Xiao Yingchen with great excitement, unable to hide the warmth under his eyes. Ms. Xiao, all of your lots have been successfully auctioned off, and the total combined auction amount is 35,777,000,000 pounds. Xiao Yingchen blinked his eyes for a while before coming back to his senses. 35,770,000 pounds? How much does that translate to? Over 300 million? Xiao Yingchen sucked in a breath of cool air. Can I see how much all these lots went for? Of course. William first led Xiao Yingchen into a VIP parlor before handing over a freshly compiled list. Xiao Yingchen looked at the list above and couldn't hide his shock. Rosewood complete sets are the most expensive and they give them apart for auction. The whole set was auctioned for more than 50 million renminbi. The jade dragon that was specially listed separately by Fu Chainan, because it was unique in its shape, actually fetched more than 30 million renminbi, which was only slightly cheaper than that whole set of rosewood furniture. The Ruwei Beast incense burner also fetched more than 30 million renminbi. The linden gold was also auctioned for more than $10 million. There's also that imperial tea set of plum orchids, bamboo and chrysanthemums, which is frighteningly expensive. Because the tea set was complete enough and in excellent condition, it surprisingly fetched more than 10 million renminbi. There are also a variety of small pieces of rosewood, such as hanging screens, plates, small several, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands and millions. Jade song, jade pendant, jade trigger finger, gold and gemstone jewelry. Auction unit price have been on hundreds of thousands, millions, because there were enough of them. The combined RMB ended up being over 300 million. Thinking of her previous bravado, Xiao Yingchen was suddenly under pressure. To this 300 million in the British auction house to buy enough and valuable enough antiques, and then take back to the domestic transfer, but also a very brain thing. She thought for a moment and looked to William. I would like to ask you if there is any commission discount if I buy your lots or collections that I can trade directly at your auction house? William's mouth cracked up in laughter. Of course I did. Xiao Yingchen is definitely a high-quality customer. The collection in more, high quality, and good people to talk. And people bring in so many collections to auction off, and then turn around and spend the money here. Is there a better customer than that? He hadn't seen it anyway. After asking Xiao Yingchen about his collection focusing on Chinese antiques, William asked Xiao Yingchen to wait for a while he went to get the relevant albums. The major auction houses actually have a lot of things that were not put on display and put up for auction dates after they were recovered, and he can recommend them to Xiao Yingchen in different categories. Xiao Yingchen sat in the VIP reception room and received a call from He Liang-song. He Liang-song has arrived at the auction house and is looking for her. When he heard that Xiao Yingchen was in the VIP reception room, and that he was going to buy antiques to bring back to China, his whole body became excited. Sister, you call on me together. This one interests me. Xiao Yingchen despised him. What's the point of being interested? It's not like you understand. However, as soon as this was mentioned, Xiao Yingchen remembered someone. You'll give me one of your grandfather's contact information? I'll ask his old man. Master, he also loves collecting, and he can definitely give more professional advice in this regard. He Liang-song naturally agreed, and hurriedly sent over Elder He's contact number. When Master He heard that Xiao Yingchen was going to buy a batch of collections from abroad to return to China, he was also excited. This is a great thing. There were so many treasures lost overseas back in the day that many people wanted to get them back home, but were unable to do so. In the final analysis, Master He also has a red heart for the motherland. He rambled on about the return of many treasures, and suddenly it was as if he had thought of something. There's another top expert in this area. Don't you have Master Dong's contact information? You ask him? Master Dong's reputation in the collecting world is well known both at home and abroad. Master Dong is also probably aware of what famous collections of Chinese artifacts are in the hands of various overseas collectors. He is also well connected and has been able to find out what collections are up for auction in the major auction houses. And some of this information has not yet been released to the public. This aspect of Master He is not enough. But in order to get the national treasure home, Master He didn't mind at all recommending someone more powerful than himself to Xiao Yingchen. When Xiao Yingchen heard this, she was also moved. Alright then, I'll ask Master Dong. Finding Dong Chunfeng's phone number, Xiao Yingchen dialed it. It was just after 3 p.m. London time and it was still early morning in China on the other end of the phone. It took a while for the phone to be answered, and it was none other than Master Dong. Hello, who is it? Xiao Yingchen immediately introduced himself. and at the same time stated his intention. Master Dong, I'm currently in an auction house in London, and I'd like to get a batch of antiques to return to my country, but I don't have any experience in this area. I would like to ask you for advice on what aspects of my collection I should buy, where to buy. As soon as Dong Chunfeng heard Xiao Yingchuan's words, he was taken aback, and then felt that Xiao Yingchuan's words were too big. Antiques? A batch? Does she know that precious collectibles are each worth the value of all the collectibles in her last auction? But it's good for young people to have this heart, and you can't knock it at every turn. So Dong Chunfeng warmly encouraged. It's good that you can have this idea. I don't know how much money you have prepared for this time when you want to buy a collection? 105. 105. It's truth to look at the food. Xiao Yingchun thought for a moment. The amount of money I can use is 200 million renminbi. Dong Chunfeng. Hua, the little girl is awesome. Xiao Yingchun didn't pick up on this and asked Dong Chunfeng's previous question again. Dong Chunfeng at this moment but did not dare to open his mouth freely. Girl, don't be in a hurry. As long as you have money in your hand, any time is good. I'll start by asking overseas collectors to see what good stuff is being put out in the overseas collecting community right now. Xiao Yingchun heard this and also knew that Dong Chunfeng was on board, but also really not in a hurry. Then wait. So when William came in with Wang Chongshan, Xiao Yingchun had a slightly guilty smile on her face. I'm sorry about that. I just asked an older gentleman and he said to wait while he looks at what collections he should take in and let me know. Wang Chongshan certainly understand, such a young girl, how can have so many collections, behind must be someone. So he nodded in agreement. The old collector may have given more consideration to this aspect. Ms. Xiao could have waited if she wasn't in a hurry. These are also introductions to some of our collections here. You can take them back to have a look. Wang Chongshan finished speaking and handed Xiao Yingchun a piece of information. When Xiao Yingchun went out from the VIP reception room with that material, He Liangsong was waiting outside and immediately rushed over as soon as he saw Xiao Yingchun. Well, is it good? What did you buy? A stack of questions was rewarded with a blank stare from Xiao Yingchun. Only then did He Liangsong scratch his head and shut up, heaping giggles. Xiao Yingchun turned back to say goodbye to William and Wang Chongshan and left the auction house with He Liangsong. He Liangsong laughed. Wait a little longer. There's someone else who's coming with us. Who? Xiao Yingchun was surprised. You'll know it when you see it. Not long after a person came out from the inside, but it was Zhou Muwen. Zhou Muwen has changed into a less formal dress, silk white tee with black suit pants, looking simple and generous. Ms. Xiao. He Xiao. Long time no see. He Liangsong smiled and pointed to his car parked next to him. Let's go. Let's change places before we talk. The two girls smiled at each other and got into He Liangsong's car. The car drove to a cafe by the Thames, and the three men ordered 3 cups of coffee, found a relatively quiet spot, and talked in low voices. Zhou Muwen is very cautious. Did not say Xiao Yingchun auction items in front of He Liangsong's face, but only said that he has traveled the country in recent times and encountered a very feeling collection. Xiao Yingchun actually does not understand cultural relics, listening to only nod in agreement. He Liangsong is even more. This is a second-generation ancestor. Spare a lot of auctions recently, but also cannot hide the fact that he does not understand the cultural relics. Zhou Muwen saw Xiao Yingchun and He Liangsong do not know much about cultural relics and antiques, but also do not reveal, but according to their own knowledge reserves, said some Xiao Yingchun and He Liangsong may be interested in the collection of small stories. Then Zhou Muwen asked about He Liangsong's purpose of coming to London. Does young he want to come to buy some collections, or to take a look? He Liangsong hemmed and hawed. Both. That answer is tantamount to nothing. Zhou Muwen could see that He Liangsong did not intend to pour out his heart to himself, and did not force himself, turning to Xiao Yingchun. Ms. Shaw. I've been in London these days, so if there's anything you want to know about the auction house, you can come to me directly. As she spoke, Zhou Muwen handed over a business card. Xiao Yingchun took a look at the name plus phone number. Now Xiao Yingchun has adapted very well to the business card, this outdated thing. It's a lot more polite than handing over a QR code for your cell phone. The initiative to call or not to call, to add or not to add contact information is given to the other party, without making them feel forced. Coffee finished, also almost to dinner time. The three people ate another Western food with no highlights. Zhou Muwen said goodbye and left. He Liangsong looked at the time and asked Xiao Yingchun which hotel he was staying at, and he was going to send Xiao Yingchun over there. And by the way, he himself moved over to that hotel. When he heard that Xiao Yingchun had actually bought a house in London, He Liangsong was silent. He also has a house in London, but it was paid for by his family and has nothing to do with his own abilities. You see, Wang Yangjun hasn't come back yet. I don't feel comfortable with you going back alone. Why don't I send you back? He Liangsong suggested. Xiao Yingchun agreed. After spending this day together, Xiao Yingchun realized that He Liangsong was not a nasty person. He's outwardly broken and big-headed, but he's got a good grasp of boundaries and limits, and he seldom asks the line on what he shouldn't. On the way home, Xiaoying-chun thought of Wang Yangjun and Dai Enning, and couldn't help frowning. Dai Enning didn't do anything, did he? How come he hasn't come back after such a long time? He Liang-song thought for a moment. I'll ask her brother. After all, people were coming to him, and if something really happened, he wouldn't be able to live with it on his conscience. He Liang-song called, but was shocked to hear that Dai Hengxin could not get through to Dai Enning at all. Xiaoying-chun is also worried. Who wants to carry a human life? I'll ask Wang Yangjun. Wang Yangjun answered the phone. But on the phone, Wang Yangjun's voice sank. There's some small situation over here. I may have to come back later. What is it? Xiaoying-chun was worried. Something really bad had happened? He himself just had a fight with Danin today. People are fine. I'll talk to you when I get back. After Wang Yangjun confirmed that He Liang-song would send Xiaoying-chun home, he also hung up the phone with confidence. Xiaoying-chun and He Liang-song looked at each other. Something really happened? What could it be? The car is parked downstairs in Xiaoying-chun. Xiaoying-chun is now distracted. He Liang-song is also afraid. The two people cannot care about what the boundaries of men and women. Why don't you come upstairs with me and wait for Wang Yangjun to come back? Good. He Liang-song followed Xiaoying-chun and went up. 2 rooms and 1 hall house. In the He Liang-song such a family seems to be nothing. But if you count Xiaoying-chun behind the ordinary family history, this house is definitely considered poor at first sight rich. You should know that a house in this location would cost at least 6 million RMB for such a large one. The furniture of the house is arranged in a cozy way. He Liang-song sat on the sofa and looked left and right. And after looking around, he lamented, "You're kind of mixed up. You can buy a house in London. Better than me." Xiaoying-chun smiled and handed him over a cup of tea. You didn't? He Liang-song looked self-contemptuous. I didn't buy that with my own skills. Can it be the same as yours? Xiaoying-chun could only smile without saying anything. Having nothing to do, and worrying about Dai Enning in his heart, He Liang-song could not help but talk about Dai Enning's situation. Dai Enning was younger than He Liang-song, and the Dai family had done their best to raise the 2 children. However, thanks to Dai Enning and Dai Hengxin's strong mother, Zhao Chengfeng, both children have been raised a bit crooked. 106. 106. Danin has been running after me all these years, and I know it, and my family knows it, but when my family asked my opinion, I made it very clear that I didn't mean that to her. My mom was supportive of my idea too, saying that the dykes are generally well trained and she doesn't think much of them doing business, but where it is not forced, no one will tear their face off, so I'll just play dumb, thinking that when she's older and sees that there's no hope, I'll find someone else to marry. I also told her half jokingly, half seriously that I only thought of her as a sister, and she couldn't hear me. I've brought her to meet a lot of rich kids over the years, but she can't see the ones that people see in her. Things just dragged on, said He Liang-song and bitterly picking his hair. If I had known that she was so stubborn, I should have made it clear. Xiaoying-chun snorted in her heart. What to say clearly? It's just enjoying the feeling of being courted by women, so just enjoy it while playing dumb. It's a sudden regret that people are in the way. Naturally, he didn't say anything about it, but only responded with an aha. After talking about Dai Enning, he talked about Dai Hengxin. Dai Hengxin is quite sad. From a young age, he was rushed by his mom to study, and while the books were read, the people were not happy. His mom was so on top of him, and he didn't want to listen to and he didn't want his mom to get upset, so he ended up committing himself. This is not, don't twist to now. Almost 30 has not married. His mom anxious to death is useless. When He Liang-song said this, he didn't know what he remembered, and he heatedly laughed strangely. You can force other things, but you can't force this finding a date and getting married, can you? If his mom is good enough, she can still get married and go to the bridal chamber instead of her son? This is good. These 2 highs and lows of the old Dai family are afraid of trouble. Actually, the Dai family doesn't have much money. I guess it's only 10 million to the top. It was all earned by Dai Hengxin's grandfather back then. His father and his eldest uncle both work as teachers, and have not made much money over the years. That little old capital 2 brothers divided. A family only how much? These deals with you are the ones that make the most money. Xiaoying-chun understood for a second. So this is why Zhao Chengfeng is desperately trying to get her son and daughter to find a rich family to marry? She's afraid that her son and daughter will end up as penniless commoners again. So Zhao Chengfeng put a pair of eyes around her son Lu Xiaomei. That's a horrible controlling thing to do. Xiaoying-chun shivered. Thanks to himself and Dai Hengxin nothing. Otherwise how can we live in the future? Only when it was nearly 11 o'clock did Wang Yangjun come back all tired. It turned out that after Dai Enning was left alone outside the Western restaurant, she gambled and turned back and headed back to the alley. Who knew that without looking, she would be robbed of her cell phone and held down in the corner of the alley by the 3 black men who took her phone. Seeing that something serious was about to happen, Wang Youngjun arrived in time to beat away the black man. Dai Enning was terrified. Wang Youngjun had no choice but to accompany her to the police again, and sent back to the hotel. Seeing that Dai Enning cannot return to the country today, Wang Youngjun was afraid that Dai Enning had an accident, so he could only come back in a hurry and prepare to discuss with Xiaoying Chun. Is it for Danin to come over here and live with us? Or do you want Ho Liang Chun to accompany Dai Enning? Or did he go to stay with Danin? Xiaoying Chun was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Living with Danin is out of the question. Sympathizing with her even more. Xiaoying Chun didn't want to find pain herself. Xiaoying Chun looked at He Liangsong. Are you willing to go accompany her? He Liangsong's head shook like a rattledrum, pointing at Wang Youngjun. Isn't he willing to manage? Let him manage. I'll accompany you. Given the choice, who wants to go to the door and call for misunderstandings? Wang Youngjun was a little guilty and remorseful, and a little tired. Dai Hengxin is an old friend of mine for many years. He asked me to, and his sister has met with such a thing. I can't just see death and save her. On your side, I'll have my friend come over and take over in the next couple days. Is that okay with you? Xiaoying Chun didn't answer Wang Youngjun directly, but instead looked at He Liangsong. Can you guarantee my safety during these few days when I'm in London? She didn't want to deal with people she didn't know if she could help it. He Liangsong patted his chest and assured, don't worry about it. Follow my brother and I will guarantee your safety. Xiaoying Chun then looked at Wang Youngjun. You first deal with her side of things in the next 2 days. You don't need to care about my side. Wait until you are done. Okay? After saying that, Xiaoying Chun directly transferred $20,000 to Wang Youngjun. This is your previous salary. I'll settle it to you first, and the later ones will be counted when you're done with your work. Is that okay? Thanks MS. Xiao. Wang Youngjun wiped his face and went back to his room to clean up his luggage. He Liangsong was very righteous and said, if there is anything you need to communicate with the locals in London, if you need my help you let me know. Thank you. He Xiao. Wang Youngjun nodded and left. The only person left in the house at once was He Liangsong. He Liangsong let out a strange laugh. Hey, buddy staying here tonight? Xiaoying Chun pointed to the room where Wang Youngjun had originally lived. You live over here, okay? He Liangsong had a hidden excitement in his heart. Okay, why not? He couldn't be happier to live so close to the goddess of wealth Bodhisattva. What's more, he also made it completely clear to Dai Enning that he didn't need to maintain this so-called friendship in the future. I'm happy today. I really should have a drink. He Liangsong lamented with some regret. Xiaoying Chun home no alcohol. This point is too late. He reckoned Xiaoying Chun also do not like to go out late at night to pick up bars. Forget it, go to sleep. The two men went to their respective rooms to sleep, and not to mention, Wang Youngjun returned to the hotel suite. And just as he entered the room, he was pounced on by Dai Enning. What took you so long? Woohoo! Dai Enning was terrified, did not dare to go out of the room, and not to mention, but also particularly afraid of what people broke in. Once he saw Wang Youngjun as if he saw the savior. Wang Youngjun's hands were hanging in the air, allowing Dai Enning to hang on his neck like a pendant, and not daring to tear it off. Okay, it's okay, I'm back. Can you stop walking? Dai Enning's tone still had a thick sobbing tone in it, and her eyes were red, so it was clear that she had cried again just now. Wang Youngjun, okay, I'm not leaving. Can you stay with me all the way back home? Good. Wang Youngjun listened to what he heard and agreed with extraordinarily quickness. Anyway, Xiaoying Chuan's side had even settled his salary, so he didn't need to rush back. It was hard to coax Dai Enning off her body, and coaxed the person to her room to rest, and after helping her close the door, Wang Youngjun sat in the living room, only feeling exhausted. He had dealt with Dai Enning before, but Dai Enning seldom saw himself in her eyes, full of Missy's exaltation. Her target was He Liangsong, but He Liangsong never had that side of his mind towards her. He always knew it and never had any other thoughts, but he had no idea that one day he would actually have to clean up her mess. One even needs to leave one's employer and give up one's job for this. Wang Youngjun's brows were furrowed, but he could only barely curl up on the sofa and lie down. He can't go back to his room to sleep, because Dai Enning said she was afraid. Asked Wang Youngjun not to close the door to the room, just outside to guard her. The next morning, Wang Youngjun just did push-ups, still sweaty it, received a call from Dai Hengxin. 107. 107. Ask Wang Youngjun on the other side of the phone how things are going. Wang Youngjun explained. Dai Hengxin heard that Dai Enning is fine after a pause and then asked Xiaoying Chuan's situation. Will Xiaoying Chun be able to make it alone in London? Have you called anyone else to protect her? Wang Youngjun heard this, also froze for a moment. He did not catch up with Xiaoying Chun. He is still worrying about this? Mouth Wang Youngjun but explained up. He Liangsong accompanied her. Should be fine. Dai Hengxin heard but anxious. He Liangsong guy is a playboy. He accompanied Xiaoying Chun. Can work? Wang Youngjun was uncomfortable. Then I'll leave Dai Enning at the hotel to protect Xiaoying-chun? Dai Henshin. He didn't mean that either. Can't you arrange for someone else to protect Xiaoying-chun? Wang Youngjun paused again. She won't allow it, saying she doesn't want to be unfamiliar with it. She's familiar with He Liang-song, and He Liang-song said he can protect her. There was silence on Dai Hengshin's end for a while before he hung up. Wang Youngjun looked at the phone dumbfounded, obviously a good brother for many years. How now two people talk always through a stream of embarrassment? Is it because of Xiaoying-chun? But Wang Youngjun thought about it and didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. Xiaoying-chun is his own employer, and keeping his employer's secrets is a matter of professional ethics. Dai Hengshin was his own brother, and when his brother was in trouble and he left his employer behind, his heart was still more or less uncomfortable. Anyone can say they are doing this inappropriately, but Dai Hengshin can't, because it was Dai Hengshin who had asked himself to leave Xiaoying-chun behind to manage Dai Enning. He can't ask himself to do everything he wants, can he? Is that too controlling? The door to Danine's room was pushed open and she stood silently by the door, wearing a very baggy t-shirt. The t-shirt covered his hips and it was impossible to tell if he was wearing any outer pants underneath. Wang Youngjun only took one look and moved his eyes away somewhat lamely. You're up? Let's go to the police station again today. If there's no progress, we'll go back home? Dai Enning, however, didn't take Wang Youngjun's words, but asked, my brother asked you to leave me at the hotel to protect Xiaoying-chun? Wang Youngjun then reacted. Dai Enning had heard his call. He was busy clarifying. No, your brother asked me to arrange for someone else to protect Xiaoying-chun, but I told your brother there was no need. He Liang-song said he could protect Xiaoying-chun. When Dai Enning heard this, his voice went slightly higher. Are you saying that it's brother Tsong who's protecting Xiaoying-chun now? Wang Youngjun, should I say yes, or should I say no? The honesty of having been a soldier once made him unable to tell a lie. Yes. The corner of Dai Enning's mouth hooked in contempt and he snorted. Song himself could only hold his head and crouch down when he saw the thugs. And he's actually saying he'll protect Xiaoying-chun? It's really grown. After saying this, and not waiting for Wang Youngjun to say anything, Dai Enning went back to her room, and the door of the room was slammed shut by her. Wang Youngjun was caught off guard and startled, and then his brows furrowed. What's it to me if you're jealous? Who are you flinging doors at? In the end, it is a man who does not bother with women. And Wang Youngjun did not say anything. Not long after Dai Enning came out and had changed his clothes, his eyes still didn't look at Wang Youngjun. Let's go. Go to the police station. That stance was as if Wang Youngjun was not her savior, but her bodyguard. Wang Youngjun was made uncomfortable by Dai Enning's impolite attitude and was almost about to say, you're not my employer, so please be polite. But the thought that she had been in an accident only yesterday held her back. The police department did find the bad guys from yesterday and the cell phone was recovered. But because it didn't result in a substantial violation, the other party figured it out and was released on bail. Learning that the other party had left the police station, Dai Enning's entire body was anxious and panicked. And when she came out of the police station, she yelled that she wanted to go back to her country immediately. Wang Youngjun didn't drag his feet, and directly helped Dai Enning check out of the hotel and sent her to the airport. Dai Enning was as restless as a frightened bird the entire time, waiting for her to take her boarding pass and prepare to enter the security check. She suddenly reacted. Wang Youngjun actually did not follow up? Dai Enning looked at Wang Youngjun, his expression full of disbelief. You're not going back to China together? Wang Youngjun looked cold. Ms. Dai, I'm here in London for work, and it was Dai Hengshin's request to make sure you were safe and to bring you to the airport. I've sent you over. Now it's time for me to go to work. In short, you're holding me back from making money. Dai Enning broke down. You're still going to protect Xiaoying-chun? Wang Youngjun nodded. Yes. Xiaoying-chun is now his employer, and it is only right for him to accompany Xiaoying-chun. Isn't she accompanied by Horyu Satoshi? Why do you still want to go? Is she that good? Are you all rushing to her? The tears came as soon as they were spoken, and Danine's whole body was a little hysterical. Airport security is already coming this way. Wang Youngjun called Dai Hengshin's phone. Dai Hengshin on the other side of the phone is also numbclaw, and finally had no choice but to request Wang Youngjun to send Dai Enning on the plane before. Wang Youngjun had no choice but to buy a ticket back to China. It was the first time in his career that he had left halfway through for personal reasons, and he felt a little ashamed. After sending Dai Enning to the airplane, Wang Youngjun slept with his eyes closed. Dai Enning looked at Wang Youngjun sitting next to her after her emotions stabilized. The man's side face was a rare handsome one, and his valor when he fought off the three blacks for her earlier was also handsome. Afterwards willing to watch over her in the living room, run with her to the police station, drive her to the airport, see her have an emotional breakdown, willing to take her home. Dai Enning was somewhat touched in hindsight. It was a trip he was originally under no obligation to himself, purely because his brother had asked him to, but he tried to do his best. When he got off the plane, Dai Enning saw Dai Hengxin, who picked up the plane, and immediately ran towards his brother, and just ran to his brother's side, and started wiping his tears. Wang Yongjun nodded at Dai Hengxin. I'll leave first then. Dai Enning didn't even wipe off her tears and looked at Wang Yongjun with some distress. Aren't you coming with us? Wang Yongjun glanced at Dai Enning. I still have things to do. Something has to get out of the airport first. Mid-sentence, Dai Enning's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you still going to London? Wang Yongjun glanced at Dai Enning and then at Dai Hengxin. Leaving halfway through a mission for personal reasons is the first time in my career. A flat tone, but it made Dai Hengxin's old face blush. I'm sorry, brother. It's too much trouble for you. How much did you spend this time? Give me a number and I'll transfer it to you. With that, Dai Hengxin picked up his cell phone. Wang Yongjun wasn't polite. 300 euros for the hotel suite upgrade, and 15,000 RMB for the round-trip airfare. As for petty cash like a cab ride to the police station in London, forget it. Dai Hengxin directly gave transferred 20,000 over, brother. This time is really too thank you. 108. 108. Deneen watched as the tears started to barf down again. She did not expect that Wang Yongjun would turn around directly on the spot and go to London again. It was as hot and hard as a slap in her face. Isn't that a blunt reminder that you're giving him a hard time? Dai Enning reminded almost negatively. Xiaoyingchun has settled your salary, and He Liangsong is also accompanying Xiaoyingchun. So what are you still going for? Going to be a light bulb? Wang Yongjun's gaze landed on Dai Enning's face this time. Ms. Dai, I cherish every trust that my clients place in me. A qualified bodyguard. Being a light bulb is a basic ethic. I'm not ashamed of it. A single word blocked Dai Enning's latter words in his throat, and he could no longer speak. Only when Wang Yongjun left did Dai Hengxin take Dai Enning home. The eerie silence made Dai Enning's heart jittery with hindsight, yet at the same time she felt aggrieved. It was only when she got home and saw Zhao Chengfeng that Dai Enning's aggravation finally erupted. Mom, I almost couldn't come back. Whoa. Dai Hengxin didn't tell Zhao Chengfeng what happened before for fear of her worrying, and only now that his sister has finally arrived home has he told Zhao Chengfeng all the causes and consequences. Zhao Chengfeng was furious when she heard, how is He Liangsong like this? You went a long way to find him, and he left you on the side of the road? He left you on the side of the road and almost got you into an accident? No. I'm going to call his mom and ask her how the hell they raise kids in the Ho family? Dai Hengxin was furious. Mom, you don't disgrace yourself. Did He Liangsong, ask Ning to go to him? It was Ning herself who ran there without even asking. What is Ning to him? Is he obligated to Ning? Ning is asking for it. Zhao Chengfeng choked and froze before finding his voice. Even if they're just ordinary friends, you can't disregard Ning's life and death like this in a foreign country? Dai Hengxin's voice got louder. It's because you and Ning have always thought this way that you dared to let Ning chase her all the way to England. You call this emotional blackmail, do you know that? This is great. The other person, He Liangsong, specially called me to tell me that he doesn't have that kind of intention for Ningning, and asked me to advise Ningning not to run after him in the future, and that he'll keep his distance from Ningning in the future. People have already said such things and done such things. How else do you want to be embarrassed, and call someone's mom? I've already told you that the Yi family doesn't even look at our Dai family and there's no way they'll tie the knot with our family. Why can't you listen? Zhao Chengfeng was stunned by Dai Hengxin's succession of words, and she stared blankly at Dai Hengxin for a few moments before looking at Dai Enning again. Dai Enning, however, was evoked by Dai Hengxin's words to previous memories, whimpered and cried, and ran back to his room. Xiaoyingchun knew nothing about it. She got up in the morning and received a call that shocked her. Elder, he actually accompanied Dong Chunfeng and is coming to London. Xiaoyingchun couldn't believe his ears, just for the sake of his own to buy some antique collections back home. The two bigwigs of the collection industry are coming? She rushed to knock on He Liangsong's room door. He Liangsong? He Liangsong? Big brother, you wake up. He Liangsong opened the door, rubbing his eye boogers in his bare bladder. What's going on? Sister. He's not in the habit of waking up early. Xiaoyingchun, your grandfather and Master Dong will arrive in London in the evening. He Liangsong's entire body froze. What did you say? Xiaoyingchun explained. He Liangsong, like being stabbed, turned around and went back to his room. The door was bang slammed shut. Within a short time, He Liangsong walked out of the room fully clothed, with a refreshed look. Go go go. Go prepare the room for them first. The He family has their own villa in London, which is actually not far from this side. Xiaoyingchun helplessly followed He Liangsong to the villa side, listening to He Liangsong while confirming with the family to come a few people, while also arranging housekeeping, hygiene, change bedding. When it was hard to clean up, eat something, He Liangsong took Xiaoyingchun and ran to a few other auction houses. His plan was simple: get a list of the Chinese antiques that hadn't been sold by those auction houses before they arrived. He had his own doorway in this area and quickly gathered a bunch of information. Seeing that it was 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, He Liangson called on Xiao Yingchun, go pick up the people. At the airport pickup point, Xiao Yingchun and He Liangson waited eagerly for the two bigwigs to come out. As soon as Elder He saw his grandson standing with Xiao Yingchun, he smiled all over his face. Girl, you and my family's Xiao Song are destined to meet in a foreign country. It's really too much of a coincidence. This is a bit of a double entendre. Xiao Yingchun can only pretend to be stupid and heave a laugh. He Liangson, however, looked like he was pumped up with chicken blood. That's not true. I saw Yingchun's sister at the auction house the other day, and thought I had misjudged her, and I walked up to her before I dared to recognize. The bastard's mouth is so broken that it never ends when he opens his mouth, and by the time he's finished, the car is driving out of the airport. Everyone was amused by him. Dong Chunfeng also laughed, but smiled without saying anything. His disciple Huang Li accompanied him this time and smiled genuinely when he saw Xiao Yingchun. Huang Li should have contacted several collectors in London. Taking advantage of the gap between He Liangson said tired. Interjected that in a while to go over to meet with a few collectors. They had already set up the banquet and were waiting for Dong Chunfeng and Elder He. It had to be said that Elder He's reputation in the collecting world was not a bit worse than Dong Chunfeng. This is clear to everyone. Know that Master He is just a message, but because of the age of Master He here, at least to give face, Dong Chunfeng naturally took everyone with him. The meal was at a villa, the home of a collector. As soon as she entered the hall, Xiao Yingchun looked dumbfounded. This house is full of all kinds of antiques. Even the sofa in the living room for guests is a complete set of rosewood furniture. A variety of porcelain and ornaments dazzle the eye on the adjacent Dabo pavilion. The various Chinese paintings on the wall are either majestic or elegant. He Liangson is no less impressive. It is rare to collect so many antiques abroad. I am Master Dong. I've really heard a lot about you. I'm so glad to see you today. An old man with a bald head and thick eyebrows who claimed to be called Gu Yuanji came forward to shake Dong Chunfeng's hand with both hands as he spoke. The two men went back and forth, humbly complimenting each other for a few moments, before both sides introduced each other to both sides of the fence. On Gu Yuanji's side were a few collectors he knew well. One by one he introduced them. One by one he greeted them. When Xiao Yingchun was introduced, Gu Yuanji froze for a moment. Little girl, I think I've seen you somewhere before? 109. 109. Xiao Yingchun also froze for a moment. She was pretty sure that she hadn't dealt with him. A bald old man with such a characteristic look would never be forgotten once he had dealt with one himself. Without waiting for Xiao Yingchun to deny it, Gu Yuanji suddenly tapped his head with a look of sudden realization. Did you have a 52 silver ingot up for auction earlier? It turned out that you didn't pick it up at Sajabi, so you ran off to auction it at Williard? Xiao Yingchun froze. How do you know? Gu Yuanji slapped his palm in chagrin. That little yellow-haired girl who hosted you at Sajabi. Do you remember her? Her name is Shan. She's my student. She couldn't see it right. She called me and I didn't answer, and I missed it. I criticized her to teach her a lesson in the future. Xiao Yingchun awkwardly apologized. Really sorry, huh? It's really a mistake. Gu Yuanji laughed. It's not your fault. It's that we don't have this destiny. But you don't mind. This 50 taels of silver ingots, I'll give it a shot. Xiao Yingchun did not expect Gu Yuanji is also a talkative. A talk up no end. But also let people go to the 50 silver ingots out to Dong Chunfeng see. Dong Chunfeng had little interest in silver ingots, but it was Master He who liked the discipline of collecting, and took the initiative to receive it for a closer look. This look, Mr. He saw the name. How this looks with Xiao Yingchun last sold him a little similar to the gold ingot stamps, like something out of a silver horn. Elder He didn't say much, but just gave Xiao Yingchun a deep look and returned the silver ingot to Gu Yuanji. By this time the meal was ready and everyone humbly sat down to eat first. Finished eating, Valley Yuan straight mouth still red, this time. Willie Tak also auctioned a Lin To gold. To me like to It's just a shame the price is so expensive. It's over $10 million. I'm really shy. And that 52 gold ingots. It's also too expensive. Xiao Yingchun was inexplicably weak, glancing at the smiling Dong Chunfeng, then at the shocked Master He, and turning her head to look at the painting of the ladies on the wall. Well, after dinner, everyone finally got to the point. Gu Yuanji and his collectors have several Yongjing period porcelains in their possession that they would like to transfer. So a few people moved to the second floor. In a collection room on the second floor, Tanimoto Naoto was the first to take out his collection. A rose-red cup. Gu Yuanji somewhat self-satisfied introduction. This is Yongjing's carmine red glaze cup. The last auction there is a similar one. The auction price is 2,250,000 Hong Kong dollars. Xiao Yingchun didn't know anything and just listened. After Gu Yuanji introduced half a dozen times, he carefully looked at Dong Chunfeng. Elder Dong, do you still have a good eye for this one? Dong Chunfeng nodded his head after taking a closer look. Good stuff. That's for sure this thing didn't look off. Gu Yuanji was instantly delighted. Then are you willing to take it? Dong Chunfeng glanced at Xiao Chun, who was filled with love that was already overflowing. It's such a flashy and pretty color to use on a mug. It's too modern to use it. Yongzheng Old Master Aesthetic Online. How are you going to transfer this? Dong Chunfeng asked helpfully. Gu Yuanji hesitated and carefully said, why don't you give a price? I'll listen to you. They said that Dong Chunfeng gave a real price, so he simply let Dong Chunfeng give the price. Dong Chunfeng was also nonchalant. Can 1.5 million RMB work? Guru Nyoto hesitated. This price cannot be said to be unfair. After all, on the auction this kind of thing also depends on luck. Sometimes bad luck. The auction price is less than 1.5 million it. Not to mention there's a commission for delivering the shot, inside and out. It's actually pretty much the same. But who doesn't want to sell high? He looked around at a few of his collector buddies. A few of his buddies nodded slightly, indicating that the price was pretty good. Gu Yuanji finally managed to nod. Okay, then I'll let you have it. Dong Chunfeng, however, beckoned Xiao Chun to his side. It's not that I want it. It's that girl Xiao wants it. I'm just stopping by to show her. The crowd was shocked at his words. The hallowed Master Dong was actually giving his eyes to a young girl? The collectors and then look at Xiao Chun's appearance of the body. And all suddenly, young and beautiful girl, must also have their own skills and access. Dong Chunfeng obviously knew that everyone was misunderstanding something, and he pulled Xiao Chun's wrist over and explained with a smile. This is my new disciple. She doesn't know anything about any of this, so I'm bringing her here to see more. This, Miss Xiao is actually Dong Chunfeng's disciple? How many years has it been since Dong Chunfeng accepted disciples? Elder He and He Liangson looked envious, while Huang Li was filled with disbelief. Huang Li is a student of Dong Chunfeng. A student is not the same as a disciple. There can be hundreds or thousands of students, and when a student does something wrong, people don't say anything about what the teacher did. After all, there are dead branches in a big tree. The disciple and the master of the relationship is even closer. Usually a master life is only a few disciples. The words and deeds of the disciple of the master is a certain cascade of influence. Huang Li was so humble and hardworking that he was able to stay by Master Dong's side, but only as a student. But today, Master Dong not only came all the way to London for Xiao Chun, he also directly confirmed Dong Chun's disciple status. Xiao Chun herself was shocked when Master Dong uttered those words just now. That is to say, Xiao Chun himself did not know this matter beforehand. Is this about Xiao Chun's comment about spending $200 million on antiques to bring back home? Master Dong hath a lifetime of collecting experience. Such a situation is not unheard of. The amount of money higher he was not moved. Why this time? Without waiting for Huang Li and everyone else to figure it out, Dong Chunfeng had already pushed Xiao Chun gently but firmly in front of him. This disciple of mine doesn't have much experience in collecting yet, so if you all have any good things, why don't you take them out and give her a long look? You want Xiao Chun to collect things? The crowd looked at each other in dismay. Although it was a little different from what they had thought before, Xiao Chun was in the end also Master Dong's disciple. His own things were collected by Master Dong's disciple, and said that he had face. So the crowd took out what they had brought with them. This time over, they took porcelain, and some with rosewood bases. As if he did not see Xiao Chun's surprise, Dong Chunfeng spoke in an unhurried tone as he made clear the origins of each collection, the recent prices of similar collections, and their current whereabouts. The people who listened were convinced. Master Dong deserves to be called Master Dong. He speaks with reason and conviction. Therefore, when Master Dong made another bid, no one was unconvinced and nodded their heads to express their willingness to transfer at that price. 110. 110. One collector's Qianlong Imperial porcelain was actually found to be a fake. His first reaction was unconvinced, but Master Dong was not anxious or annoyed, and his tone remained unhurried. Look at this place. It's not the same as the other models. The onlookers nodded as they listened. It was really true. That collector eventually had to admit it. He was heartbroken when more than $2 million went down the drain. In one meal, Xiao Chun actually collected more than $30 million. Master Dong had finished his work and wanted to take his leave, but Gu Yuanji was reluctant to let him go, wanting him to help him palm his collection again. Master Dong pointed at Gu Yuanji's room full of things and cried, "If I have to palm all of them for you, I won't be able to leave tomorrow." The crowd laughed. If we let Master Tung look at them all, how can we get away? Gu Yuanji himself realized that he was asking too much, and he hemmed and hawed as he sent Master Dong away. When you come in, the trunk is only suitcases, but when you go back to the villa, the trunk is full of antiques. Xiao Chun was like a dream, always feeling unreal. Sitting in the car, Xiao Chun realized that he was still clutching the Yongzheng Rouge Glaze cup at the beginning. The cup was so beautiful and small that she unconsciously took it in her hand and played with it, but she forgot to put it back in the box. She looked at the people in the car, saw that no one was paying attention to her, and silently put the cup into the time-marked storage room to go. Ding! Xiao Chun was startled when an electronic beep sounded suddenly in his head. Detected 300-year-old antiques in storage. Intertemporal supermarket terminal system upgraded. System-bound host, Xiao Chun. System level, level 2. Secondary system life function on. Host and trading partner may have active privilege upgrades. Secondary system trading time and space, the Great Liang Dynasty. Secondary system trading object, one person is bound, Fu Chainan. Level 2 system host authority upgraded. Upgraded? It turns out that the way to go up 2 levels in the Transtime supermarket turns out to be to put in ancient antiques? So none of the ones Fu Chainan gave himself are considered antiques? If I had known that, I would have bought antiques and put them in. Surprised and remorseful in her heart, Xiao Chun looked at the carload of people, but she didn't dare to do anything for fear of an agitation, disappearing in place, and the secret was completely exposed. The car stopped at the He family villa, where Elder He invited Dong Chunfeng to stay. As soon as Dong Chunfeng entered the house, he asked where it was convenient to talk. Elder He saw his gaze fall on Xiao Chun, guessing that it was this freshly minted master and disciple who were going to say something private, and immediately led the way to the study. This way, please. Dong Chunfeng entered the study and beckoned Xiao Chun to follow him in, then blocked everyone out of the study. Elder He immediately called Huangli and He Liangsong and the others to come downstairs again and sit in the first floor living room to wait. Grandpa, when did Master Dong take Xiao Chun as his disciple? He Liangsong had wanted to ask for a long time, but he just never got the chance. How would Master He know? He looked to Huangli. Huangli shook his head slightly, his face full of smiles. Don't ask me. You too. I'm even more clueless than you guys. Elder He laughed. Then let's wait for Master Dong and the others to come out. Inside the study, Dong Chunfeng first asked Xiao Chun to sit across from him. Xiao Chun did not dare to sit and stood honestly in front of him. Dong Chunfeng laughed. Scared after hearing me say that you are my disciple? Xiao Chun nodded and shook her head. It's not like I'm scared. I'm just surprised. Why? You first say yes or no. Dong Chunfeng wouldn't force a little girl, even if he had good intentions. Xiao Chun immediately nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Of course I'm willing. Dong Chunfeng looked deeply at Xiao Chun with his eyes. Then, if Master asks you, you can't talk nonsense. Master, you ask. Xiao Chun smiled openly. That Linto gold. You shot that out too, didn't you? Xiao Chun opened her mouth and finally nodded. Yes. Linto gold was once upon a time only recorded in history, but never seen in physical circulation. Some years ago a batch of Linto gold was unearthed from the tomb of the fainting Marquis, which were national treasures and did not pass out. And where did you get this Linto gold? Xiao Chun pursed her lips and shook her head. Her eyes stubborn, this can't be said. If you take on a disciple for this master is not to be worshipped. Dong Chunfeng didn't expect Xiao Chun to refuse to say anything even at this point. And while he was surprised, he was also a little surprised. The fact that she didn't make up blind stories to fool herself proves that character is okay. After thinking about it, Dong Chunfeng asked again, is there any problem with the origin of this Linto gold of yours? Xiao Chun shook his head frantically. No problem, I guarantee that I didn't break the law. And this Linto gold isn't from the tomb. It has nothing to do with the faint Marquis tomb at all. Dong Chunfeng immediately pursued. From the same place as the 50 taels of gold ingots and silver ingots you auctioned before? Xiao Chun immediately nodded. Dong Chunfeng. Xiao Chun reacted. This dead old man swindled me. But after thinking back on the conversation, Xiao Chun was relieved that she hadn't told a lie. And indeed, she hadn't dug it out of the tomb. I remember you've auctioned off several things before. And you've also offered a few gold and silver ingots from that nephew of Dai Wangyan's, haven't you? Xiao Chun hesitated for a moment, nodded. This matter is not even a secret in the domestic collection industry estimates. Dong Chunfeng no is not surprising. Those things, and this time you are selling in London are from one place, aren't they? Dong Chunfeng's words made Xiao Chun unconsciously nervous, but after swallowing his saliva, Xiao Chun was frank. So what if it is? Can you still go along with my time and space supermarket to check on the Great Liang Dynasty? Xiao Chun nodded. Yes. Williard's auction house also had a multi-channel simultaneous auction this time, and the live stream was released simultaneously. He got the message and watched it live. So many objects, of similar age and style, and at first glance, well cared for on a daily basis. Not martyrdom. Besides, even if you dig a big tomb, you won't be able to come out with so many goodies. It was rather like finding some palace that had been sealed for a long time and pulling something straight out of it. But Xiao Chun, a little girl from an unusual family. Where did she get this ability and channel? Dong Chunfeng was silent for a long time, his fingertips rubbing against each other, obviously not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, Dong Chunfeng spoke. Girl, The fact that you can think of bringing back the lost cultural relics to the country proves that your heart is not crooked. For that, I'm willing to give you a hand. Outside, I am your master. You've got that status, and then you sell something less eye-catching, and no one's going to follow up on it. This was the fundamental reason why Dong Chunfeng was willing to take the initiative to accept Xiaoyingchun as his disciple. Xiaoyingchun was touched. Thank you, master. 111. 111. Nor did he know what Dong Chunfeng had actually guessed. Someone like him, who had been dealing with all kinds of antiquities for years, must have seen things differently from ordinary people. Wherever he thought of it, it was always good for him. Dong Chunfeng explained some more about what Xiaoyingchun had bought today. The Ming and Qing dynasties saw the largest number of national treasures lost overseas, with countless precious artifacts of all kinds. Right now you are just starting out. Buying these things is not really eye-catching, and it's easy to bring them back and try to resell them later. After explaining the world-known shameful history of the Qing dynasty's royal supplies being strayed, Dong Chunfeng suggested, "Old he that grandson is not bad. I heard that he is ready to engage in an auction company. If he pulls you into the shares, you can enter a bit. When the time comes the things to be transferred is also more convenient." Xiaoyingchun didn't expect him to actually pay attention to these things, and nodded his head to show that he knew. "Tomorrow still have to meet a few collectors. You rest early. These 2 days my old man accompanied you. Spend this money of yours." Dong Chunfeng was not in a good position to talk to Xiaoyingchun alone for too long, and after explaining clearly what should be explained, he got up and led Xiaoyingchun outside. The crowd in the living room fell silent in unison as they watched the duo emerge from the study. Dong Chunfeng, however, looked at Elder He. "This disciple of mine will be staying with us over here for the next 2 days, right? It'll be convenient to meet people together when the time comes." "Of course there's no problem." Elder He hurriedly called for someone to arrange a room. Xiaoyingchun, "Thank you, Grandpa He." In fact, she'd rather go back to her place, but the master gave the word, and it was again to 10:00 in the evening to listen to the master. Elder He told He Liangsong to send Xiaoyingchun to the guest room to rest, and He Liangsong cheekily led Xiaoyingchun to the guest room, and also thoughtfully asked the housekeeper to bring a change of pajamas and a new towel. Xiaoyingchun's eyes were full of caution. "Big brother, I cannot change my pajamas. I am not used to wearing other people's pajamas, especially intimate apparel." He Liangsong rolled his eyes. "What are you thinking? This is all new. Just a wash of water. Specially for the guests." It turns out that the house was purchased by Ho's father, and the housekeepers are all from Ho's father and mother. Xiaoyingchun staggered, and at the same time frankly apologized. "It was me who thought wrong." "Then thanks a lot." Xiaoyingchun went back to his room, and as soon as he closed the door, he immediately started checking the status of the space upgrade. In the next second, Xiaoyingchun disappeared into the room, but appeared in the second-floor living room of his townhouse. The upgraded Time Mart system, surprisingly, included the second floor. The second floor is where you live, so it's no wonder it says System Life Function is on. In the future, wherever one was, one could return to the second floor of the house with a thought. The most amazing thing, the big platform on the roof of the building actually counts in the Time Mart system. Xiaoyingchun saw a few flower pots full of weeds on the platform, and the system's organizing function prompted, "You can clean it up." Since the death of his parents, the platform on the roof of the building has been completely deserted, and Xiaoyingchun hasn't been up here for months. With the auto-organize feature, can I plant vegetables with one click in the future? If that's the case, we'll be able to realize the freedom of fruits and vegetables in the future. Hold down the heart full of excitement. Xiaoyingchun downstairs to the mini-mart. Who knew just in time to see a flash of silhouette? Fu Chenan's back is about to walk out the back door. Xiaoyingchun ugh has not yet said. In the heat of the moment dashed after the past. The moment Fu Chenan's last foot was about to step out of the back door, Xiaoyingchun reached out and tugged on Fu Chenan's sleeve. Under the inertia, Xiaoyingchun's whole body was brought out by Fu Chenan. The moment Fu Chenan felt someone pulling on his sleeve, the person had already returned to his courtyard. Reacting to the fact that it might be Xiaoyingchun pulling himself, Fu Chenan turned back in surprise, and in the next second, his pupils quaked. A woman was standing in front of herself in the courtyard in the morning sunlight with a dumbfounded look on her face. Looking at the face, it was Xiaoyingchun. But the weird thing was, Xiaoyingchun was not even wearing an inch of clothing all over her body. A youthful, slender woman stood before her so playfully and unobtrusively. Fu Chenan. His nose was hot and his nosebleed ran. Xiaoyingchun. Xiaoyingchun was pleasantly surprised when she realized that she was standing in an unfamiliar courtyard with her hand still tugging on Fu Chenan's sleeve. But when she saw the shock and nosebleed on Fu Chenan's face, she subconsciously looked at herself. Mommy. In the next second, Xiaoyingchun disappeared in front of Fu Chenan's eyes. Standing in her own living room, Xiaoyingchun's pretty face swelled red. Oh my mom. Just now, He had actually followed Fu Chainan to the Great Liang dynasty? But why was any of the clothing on his body gone in the past moment? And Fu Chainan even saw it. And that asshole got a nosebleed. Large social death scene. Returning to her senses, Xiaoying-chun rushed back to her bedroom to put on her clothes and went downstairs. By the back door, Fu Chainan came in, his nosebleed already wiped off, and was looking at the pile of clothes on the floor that Xiaoying-chun had just dropped. Large, bony hands reached up to the top of the dress and hesitated to drop it. It looked as if he was trying to pick his clothes up off the floor. And you don't dare? Xiaoying-chun. Social death once more. Fu Chainan heard Xiaoying-chun's footsteps coming down, and when he looked up to meet Xiaoying-chun's face, his handsome face instantly turned red. I just saw someone who looked like you. I thought it was a mistake. I came back to make sure. This dress. Poor murderous General Fu. For the first time in his life he stammered like this. Xiaoying-chun pursed her lips and went forward, picking up the clothes on the floor and heading upstairs. Fu Chainan panicked and ran after Xiaoying-chun, but he didn't dare to reach out and pull. I really didn't mean it. It was dark. I didn't see anything. Xiaoying-chun's footsteps jerked to a halt. You still want to see clearly? Fu Chainan was so anxious that his tongue tied. I'm willing to take charge. Xiaoying-chun thumped up the stairs, holding her breath in her heart and dying of embarrassment at the same time. You shut up. Who holds you responsible? Xiaoying-chun turned back and was ready to start cursing, but when she turned back she found Fu Chainan chasing after her up the stairs. You stand still. Didn't he not come up before? Xiaoying-chun even forgot to be angry and stared in shock. How did you get up here? Fu Chainan was also shocked. He was just so anxious that he forgot about the matter of not being able to go up the stairs, and just ran after Xiaoying-chun, only to realize this moment, he had indeed gone up several steps. Xiaoying-chun realized afterward, so this is the host and trading object activity privilege upgrade? Can one go to the Great Liang dynasty where Fu Chainan is, although the clothes won't get through? Fu Chainan was able to go up to the second floor of his house? The two men swallowed in unison and met each other's shocked eyes. Xiaoying-chun, you come up. We need to talk. 112. This was the first time Fu Chainan had gone up to the second floor of Xiaoying-chun's house. Even though he had seen what other people's houses looked like in Xiaoying-chun's cell phone video, he was still surprised when he saw with his own eyes what Xiaoying-chun's second floor looked like. The very different sense of experience dazzled him. White walls, green trees, log-colored furniture, cloth-covered chairs, sofas, refrigerators, air conditioners. While Fu Chainan raised his eyes and looked around, he also sat on the sofa at Xiaoying-chun's gesture. The soft touch under his ass shocked him again, lifting his buttocks and carefully resitting them down once more. Unable to resist also reaching out and pressing, Xiaoying-chun also did not say anything, silently went to pour a cup of water over and placed it on the coffee table in front of Fu Chainan. Fu Chainan finally finished reading and dropped his gaze on Xiaoying-chun. Xiaoying-chun wore a beige cotton and linen skirt, and the clothes that had just fallen at the back door had been put back in her room. At this very moment, the girl with the slightly reddened cheeks was sitting on the couch across from him, watching him quietly. Fu Chainan hindsight, he just looked at her unclothed look. Can't think. The nosebleed is coming out again. Fu Chainan wolfishly pinched his nose and looked at the ceiling. It's hot. Xiaoying-chun. In order to prevent Fu Chainan from bleeding to death, Xiaoying-chun can only get him an ice pack. It was hard to clean up. Fu Chenmin was so weak that her eyes didn't dare to fall on Xiaoying-chun. Miss Xiao, I will be responsible. Fu Chainan looked at the water cup in his hand and spoke seriously once again. Xiaoying-chun was all helpless. How are you responsible? I'll marry you. Fu Chainan blurted out. Xiaoying-chun waved her hand back and forth. I don't need it. We are at least the new youth of this new era. And we want to marry someone after being shown our bodies? This does not at all constitute a reason to get married and marry. Who knew that Fu Chainan's face turned even redder? He looked at Xiaoying-chun for a while, and then he was busy moving his eyes away again. Eventually Fu Chainan gathered enough courage to speak. But you have also seen my body. Xiaoying-chun. The big pile of that I saw when I stripped Fu Chainan's clothes and drugged him suddenly surfaced in my mind. Ah shucks. What a yellow waste. Xiaoying-chun's face was slightly red, and her eyes flickered slightly in a vain manner. At that time, you were seriously injured and dying. If I didn't save you, you would have died. You know that, right? That was my saving grace. How dare you call me responsible? Simply pissed off. Fu Chainan's face was flushed and his eyes were crystal clear. I know that was a life-saving favor. There's no way to thank you for saving my life. Xiaoying-chun was so shocked that her pupils dilated. So you're going to give your body in return? Fu Chainan's face was filled with sincerity and his body leaned forward slightly. That's exactly what I intend to do. Xiaoying-chun, it doesn't have to be that way. No, you've given me many things. That's enough. Fu Chanan sighed. His body seemed to have been instantly emptied of its essence, and he fell back slightly hunched over. But where did I do a bad job? Xiaoying-chun, not really. Fu Chainan asked again. But I am not good looking? Inadequate in stature? Xiaoying-chun looked at Fu Channan's handsome features and his sizable physique even when he was sitting. Not really. But I don't have enough money? Not enough power? Xiaoying-chun thought about it and shook his head again. You are quite rich. Your father is still a marshal. And you yourself are a general. How much higher does power have to go? Fu Channан persevered. Then is it that Miss Xiao already has a lover? Xiaoying-chun reacted quickly this time. Don't talk nonsense. No. Fu Channan arched his eyebrows and smiled a pleasing smile. In that case, could Miss Xiao consider me? My family is clean. There are no siblings in my family. And only one father is in the military. If the girl is willing to marry me, I'll listen to the girl from now on both at home and outside the house. Xiaoying-chun looked at Fu Chainan and froze. She looked at Fu Chainan seriously. Face, money, status, and ability, physical fitness and high kung fu. There is no mother-in-law on top. Father-in-law is always on the march. And there are no siblings before or after. On this condition, it can beat most of the rich second generation in this era. Xiaoying-chun unconsciously weighed in. This thoughtful look fell into Fu Channan's eyes, and Fu Chainan smiled more and more good-naturedly and adorably. Well, is still good at playing nice. Another point. You let me think about it. Xiaoying-chun's heart fluttered in hindsight. What a great candidate. Good. I'll wait for Miss Xiao to figure it out. Fu Chainan smiled with his eyebrows curved up, and the way he sat on the sofa in a regular manner, like a child waiting for the teacher to hand out candies. Xiaoying-chun reacted to the fact that Fu Channan was ingratiating, latching on, to himself, and once again blushed indisputably. She turned her head away in a bit of a lurch, her brain was all mushy. So what the hell was she thinking? Let's just calm down first. So what? I'm still abroad. It's because of the supermarket upgrade I thought of coming over to take a look. Can't be here for too long. I'll go first, ha. Xiaoying-chun got up and prepared to leave. Fu Channan guessed that she was shy and was busy begging for confirmation from behind. When will I come over tomorrow so that I can see Miss Xiao again? Xiaoying-chun thought about it. During the daytime is to be with Wang Yangjun, He Liang-tsong and Master and other people. Definitely cannot leave. The only time I can come over is in the evening when I go back to my room. I'm not available until after dinner on my end. Counting the time difference, it's better to come back early in the morning on your side. Then I'll come back tomorrow. Fu Chainan spoke and watched Xiaoying-chun disappear before his eyes. He Liang-tsong went back to his room but was called by Master He. Brat, what's going on between you and Xiaoying-chun? Is there a situation? Elder, he asked with a dark face. He Liang-tsong screamed. I'm innocent. Xiaoying-chun and I really ran into each other at the auction house. I really didn't make an appointment with her before. Kirikou will be these days. He experienced a clear understanding of things. He Liang-tsong this only aggrieved and looked at his grandfather. I really have nothing with her. Of course, Master He knew that he had nothing with Xiaoying-chun. And the way Xiaoying-chun looked at him was too innocent to mean anything at all. But that's not what Master He cares about. So you don't mean anything to her? These words managed to put He Liang-tsong on the spot. He scratched his head with a few moments of embarrassment. Grandpa, you also know that I've never been a mixed bag and don't have much skill. She's nice and strong and sensitive. And you see she knows all the things I used to fool around with. Kiki said half a day. The old man listened to the silly eyes, this family's unself-conscious grandson. Even in front of Xiaoying-chun some inferiority complex? It seems that he really wasn't wrong. Xiaoying-chun really inspired his grandson to rise to the occasion. Elder, he tentatively asked. So you've been running the auction house so hard for a while now. Are you really planning to take things seriously? He Liang-tsong hemmed and hawed and scratched his head in embarrassment. I see that this line is also quite promising, so I thought I could try to see. It just so happens that Xiaoying-chun also has resources in this area, so we can cooperate and win-win. Just don't admit that he thinks that way. Elder, he could sort of see it. Xiaoying-chun clearly had little interest in the second generation, but his own grandson was even stimulated. Suddenly began to reflect on the previous kind of muddled state of shame. It's rare and rare. 113. 113. Once upon a time, Elder, he had felt that this mongrel should only be governed by a powerful woman. It's just that when you look at the ones that come and go around him, they are all coaxing him to spend money, fantasizing about marrying into a wealthy family, and they all only curry favor with him. There is simply no one who can control him. It's a good thing this guy showed up. What's wrong with having an ordinary family as long as you can keep your grandson on the straight and narrow? This is the only big grandson. The family does not expect him to go up through marriage. Can keep the family business and have a few more children is very good. So Master He's face became extraordinarily amiable. If Yingchen girl needs anything these days, you help her more. You're familiar with this side of London and have some good friends. Grandpa, I know. He Liang-tsong saw that he was going to start nagging mode again. He couldn't stand it himself first, and immediately had to run away. Elder he couldn't help but lose his laughter as he watched his grandson run away. This brat, if it is not for him to open an auction company in the future, one's own thousands of miles to London to do what? He got impatient first instead. The following morning, Xiaoying-chun followed Master Dong to another collector's villa. This family also has a collection of treasures in their home, as well as several admirers who come to the house to collect. These people's eyes burned as they all looked at Dong Chunfeng, all of them having heard that Dong Chunfeng had come to London and wanted to get up close and personal with the master. Two of the younger ones were excited to finally see a living person. Xiaoying-chun followed Dong Chunfeng around and also felt the curious gazes of the crowd for the first time to gauge and speculate. During the mutual introduction session, when they heard that Xiaoying-chun was Dong Chunfeng's disciple, many people also cast envious glances, especially after the follow-up Master Dong also personally helped Xiaoying-chun pick antiques. Everyone then realized, but wherever Master Dong bid and then was willing to sell the collection, it was Xiaoying-chun who eventually stepped forward to take over the deal. It also surprised everyone to no end. It turns out that this beautiful young girl really did put up the money for the deal, while Xiaoying-chun was collecting objects one by one. Wang Yongjun landed at the airport in London again. Wang Yongjun called Xiaoying-chun phone. No one answered. Is it hard to believe that something has happened? Wang Yongjun's heart thumped and hurriedly dialed He Lianson's phone again. The phone was quickly picked up, and He Lianson's voice was low. June, what happened again? Hasn't Dai Enning returned home yet? Wang Yongjun froze for a moment before responding. I sent her back and came back. Are you with MS? Xiao now. He Liansong was stunned. He actually came again? Yes. Where are you now? At my house. He Liansong's words again made Wang Yongjun's brain circuits insufficient, and he reacted after a while. Send me a location? I'll come over? He Liansong thought for a moment. I'll ask Ying-chun later. If she lets you come over, she'll send you a location. This is a matter between Xiaoying-chun and Wang Yongjun, and he is not willing to overstep his bounds. Wang Yongjun was helpless. Can you put her on the phone then? He Liansong, she's not available right now. She's spending money, the kind that goes up and down in the millions a minute. Wang Yongjun, however, thought wrong. People in He Liansong's home, the phone no one answered. This moment is almost noon, but it is not convenient to answer the phone. So Wang Yongjun's voice was all a little more cautious. Okay, please trouble He Xiao. It was a long wait until the noon meal. Xiaoying-chun managed to spend another $80 million or so on a bunch of bottles and jars. Among them is a pair of crane incense burners in filigree enamel. This pair of crane incense burner is actually quite famous. Is said to be the year when the Yongzhang Emperor reigned, then the Emperor's son, later the Qianlong Emperor, wholly dedicated birthday gift. It fetched a whopping 78 million renminbi at auction more than a decade ago. Nay, after a couple of years the buyer sent it to auction again and it only fetched over 30 million renminbi. Get the news of the various collectors have to sigh, collection of antiques investment in this road. One is not careful as a deep pit. No. The new collector who auctioned off this pair of silk enamel crane incense burners was recently strapped for cash and had to take them out for transfer again. It was only because of the once high price that the crowd was bad at bidding. From a high price of $78 million, it fell to more than $30 million. And now that it is being brought out for transfer again, the seller definitely wants to sell it for a higher price, preferably the high price that was paid during the first auction, but apparently not. Unusual collectors don't have the strength to shell out that kind of money for such a pair of incense burners, but the owner of the two cranes incense burner is in a hurry. He urgently needs money to plug the hole in the family business. Cannot wait too long. When he heard that Dong Chunfeng had come, the owner of the incense burner brought out this pair of double crane incense burners and took the initiative to cater such a banquet. Dong Chunfeng was also cautious and first explained the origin of the pair of double crane incense burners. This is the year is still a son of the Emperor Qianlong Emperor Yongzhang Emperor to do customized birthday gift. Precious. The double crane incense burner is made almost 1-to-1, following the true proportions of a dandelion crane. After saying the origin of this double crane incense burner, Dong Chunfeng gave a price of $25 million. The owner of the incense burner is naturally disappointed. He also wanted to borrow Dong Chunfeng's golden tongue, so that the price of this pair of double cranes incense burner to rise again arise it. But he was also asking for $25 million before and no one would take it. Now that the world's economic situation is bad, gold has skyrocketed, but antiques are not popular. Those who wanted it were counting on the price to be even lower. And there were even those who took advantage of the fire and offered $10 million. When calculated in this way, the price given by Dong Chunfeng was really considered fair. So the deal was struck, and Xiaoying-chun bought the pair of double crane incense burners for $25 million. After buying a bunch of bottles and cans, Xiaoying-chun followed Dong Chunfeng and left the family. It was only on the car ride home that He Liansong told Xiaoying-chun about Wang Yongjun. Xiaoying-chun couldn't believe it. He sent Dianing back to his country and bought a ticket from the airport in the same place and came back to the UK? I really don't know whether to call him honest or stubborn. But people have come. Xiao Yingchun thought about it. Then you send him the address of your house and let him come over. When Wang Yongjun received the localization and rushed over, Xiao Yingchun and others had just returned, and the workers were unloading the goods. Mr. He Liangsong was in a good mood and reminded him, be gentle, take it easy. Wang Yongjun silently walked over to Xiao Yingchun. Ms. Xiao, I'm sorry, I just came over. Xiao Yingchun met Wang Yongjun's face. I may need 2 more days to go back. Some things are ready to be shipped back to the country. You help me to see how to transport. Can ensure safety. Wang Yongjun had experience in this area and immediately said he wanted to see things first. When he saw what was contained inside one of the brocade boxes, Wang Yongjun fell silent. There was no doubt that this lot was even more precious than what Xiao Yingchun had auctioned off earlier. 114. 114. I'm going to contact. Wang Yongjun stepped aside to call his friend. When Wang Yongjun came back from the phone call, but he happened to see Xiao Yingchun talking to an old man with white hair in a tang suit. He suspected he was hallucinating when he got a good look at the man. Why is Master Dong in London? And isn't that Master Ho next to him? They both came to London at the same time? When did they get here? Why did you come? And why are they with Xiao Yingchun? When he walked over and heard Xiao Yingchun call Master Dong Master, he was once again shocked. When did Xiao Yingchun become Master Dong's disciple? There are many doubts in his mind. But Wang Yongjun is not a talkative person. Just waiting quietly at a short distance for Xiao Yingchun to finish talking with Dong Chunfeng, only to hear Dong Chunfeng said, tonight there is a dinner. The banquet is all the Chinese collectors in London to prepare. Is considered to be a welcome dinner. In a moment you let the family boy to accompany you to prepare a dress. Yes, master. Xiao Yingchun promised, only to turn around and realize that Wang Yongjun was standing not far away waiting for him. Anything? Obviously still in the same gentle tone as before. Wang Yongjun felt that something was different. It was as if the girl in front of me had a halo of light, a halo called fulfillment. She had shot up too quickly, but after not seeing her for a day, she had become Master Dong's disciple, which made Wang Yongjun somewhat skeptical of life. I worked that hard, hustled for a few years, saved up $1 million, and thought I had it made. Who knew people would overtake him overnight? If he hadn't spent a few days with Xiao Yingchun and knew Xiao Yingchun's character, Wang Yongjun would have thought that Xiao Yingchun had risen to the top by subterfuging Master Dong. I've just contacted my friend. And later on, after you've finished buying things on your side, you can just pack everything up and consign it back. Then I'll trouble you. Xiao Yingchun nodded and prepared to go find He Liangsong. Wang Yongjun followed suit. Why don't I take you and Mr. He there? Good. Xiao Yingchun didn't refuse. Wang Yongjun breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't refuse. Does it mean that the security contract continues to be honored this time? Wang Yongjun does not want to leave an impression of unprofessionalism and irresponsibility to any customer. Wang Yongjun drove He Liangsong's car and sent Xiao Yingchun to buy a dress according to the address given by He Liangsong. He Liangsong sat at the back with Xiao Yingchun, rambling about which place in London has high fashion dresses, and suddenly remembered Zhou Muwen. I'm sure she knows where to find a dress that fits you. I'll call her. Zhou Muwen heard that it was Xiao Yingchun who needed an evening gown, and immediately rushed over to meet up, and soon met up in a store of high fashion clothing. Zhou Muwen will also be attending the dinner tonight. She looked at Xiao Yingchun's beautiful and oriental qualities' obvious features. Yingchun, you still look good in a cheongsam. Why don't we try the cheongsam here? Xiao Yingchun was led to look at several cheongsams. A light pink cheongsam with a light gauze shawl design was taken in by Xiao Yingchun at a glance. And after trying it on, it was indeed very pretty. But Xiao Yingchun's waist was 2 points thinner. Xiao Yingchun and Zhou Muwen both think it looks good. The price of $90,000 is nothing compared to Dong Chunfeng's special support this time. Ding Dong immediately paid. After the designer and owner took Xiao Yingchun's measurements and told them to come pick it up later, he took it to be modified. He Liangsong again took Zhou Muwen and Xiao Yingchun to choose matching shoes and accessories. The pale pink pearl studs are pretty with white heels. Zhou Muwen insisted on sending Xiao Yingchun a white vintage handbag, used to match the light pink cheongsam just right, and white high-heeled shoes are also very echoed. But the price of 1900,000 but let Xiao Yingchun do not want to accept. She and Zhou Muwen is just a two-sided relationship. Accept her so expensive things. Xiao Yingchun feel wrong. Zhou Muwen coquettishly smiled, pulled Xiao Yingchun's arm and quietly said, Yingchun, you don't know. You that auction. I get the commission can buy many of these handbags. I'm thanking you for this. You quickly accept it. Next time there's a good thing like this, you'll look for me again. Xiao Yingchun indistinctly, also cannot help but smile, accepted her gift. But in the heart of the serious calculation next time to find her auction. By the time I'd bought my shoes and handbag and earrings and picked up my cheongsam, it was time to head to the dinner party. Xiaoyingchun simply went with He Liangsong and Zhou Muwen and headed for the hotel. The hotel's Pinehurst room is filled with guests tonight. Almost all of them Asian faces. Many people with glasses of wine each seeking to talk to and introduce themselves to people they know well. Dong Chunfeng, Xiaoyingchun, and the rest of the group had just entered the Songha Hall when they received a lot of attention. Xiaoyingchun was holding Dong Chunfeng. Zhou Muwen was holding He Liangsong. And many people were looking at Xiaoyingchun curiously. This is Master Dong's disciple? So young and pretty? Dong Chunfeng nodded one by one as the organizer of tonight's banquet greeted him, and immediately many collectors walked over to greet him as well. The two sides were introduced one by one, and finally the organizer simply invited Dong Chunfeng to give a few words. Dong Chunfeng was obviously used to this kind of scene, and spoke his words modestly and beautifully, finally inviting Xiaoyingchun onto the stage to formally introduce this as his disciple to everyone. Xiaoyingchun also smiled and greeted everyone. Looking at the joyous situation of the flower sedan chair, there was suddenly a slightly childish voice ringing out from below. Since Ms. Xiao is Master Dong's disciple, I think she's also very good at appraising collectibles. Why don't you show us? The cheerful atmosphere lurched, and everyone looked at the person who dared to provoke Xiaoyingchun, only to see that it was a little girl wearing a halter ultra-short skirt. The girl, who was only 16 or 17 years old, was dressed boldly, and her heavily made-up appearance could not cover the baby fat on her cheeks. A middle-aged man rushed forward and pulled her. Yuan. You can't be rude. Yuan, however, glanced at Xiaoyingchun and then at He Liangsong, her voice clear. What, Ms. Xiao doesn't dare? Xiaoyingchun smiled and looked frankly at the little girl. Who stipulates that my master's disciple must be proficient in appraisal? I don't understand appraisal. I followed my master and learned to be a man and to be wise in the ways of the world. In my mind, the best thing about master is not his ability to appraise antiques, but his wisdom in dealing with people. There was applause from below, and then the applause was loud. Dong Chunfeng also smiled faintly, but it was the little girl called Yuan who was dragged down by her father with her mouth covered. The scene was warming up again. Naturally, people don't trade at the dinner table, but of course, private invitations and agreements are possible. In just a moment's time, Huangli and Xiaoyingchun beside Dong Chunfeng received information handed over by several people. These people all said that they had something they wanted to transfer to Master Dong and wanted Master Dong to see if he would take it. Xiaoyingchun and Huangli came and took the information one by one and grouped them together. 115. A buffet-style dinner makes it easy to socialize. Dong Chunfeng was quickly surrounded by people. Xiaoyingchun also came out to get some air. Who knew that just as she came out, she heard a somewhat familiar voice. How could you do this, Brother Tsong? Sister Ning is so good to you. You actually moved on and drove her back to the country. It was the girl called Yuan. He Liangsong was speechless. How old are you? Yuan, what do you know about DER? What don't I understand? I have a boyfriend too. Yuan spoke, and as if to prove something, she even pushed her chest forward. He Liangsong was so scared that he took 2 steps back. Hey, I don't touch underage. Don't come in front of me. You're quite principled? If you are so principled, why do you still get so close to that Xiaoyingchun? Are you not picky? Xiaoyingchun felt oddly uninteresting. It turned out that this little girl provoked in public actually was brainwashed by Dianing, came to give Dianing as a gun. She turned around and was about to walk back. Who knew that she was seen by Yuan's sharp eyes? AI. Xiaoyingchun, don't you go. Xiaoyingchun pretended not to hear and continued to walk inside. Who knows that Yuan even thought Xiaoyingchun was cowardly. Actually trotted over and pulled Xiaoyingchun. I called you. Don't go. Xiaoyingchun paused in her steps and turned to look at Yuan, her tone clear and cold. I heard that those who are here today are collectors who have settled in London. Did you also grow up in London? Yuan was unsure. So what? I was under the impression that you foreigners were particularly concerned about human rights, a sense of boundaries, and respect for other people's destinies. Why are you getting involved in other people's business? Wouldn't it be out of bounds for you to start meddling in other people's affairs without knowing the full facts? Have you ever heard the saying, give a man a gun? Finishing these words without haste, Xiaoyingchun twisted his head and headed inside. Yuan stood in place. Dumbfounded, she actually dared to laugh at herself for being used as a gun? Put. He Liangsong's mockery was undisguised. Little girl, do you hear me? Stop being a gun for people. To He Liangsong, Yuan didn't dare to be as wanton as she was with Xiaoyingchun. Yet she still wanted to defend herself. Song brother, I have not been used as a gun. But Ning's sister really likes you. This Xiaoyingchun is robbing you. He Liangsong clasped his hands on his arms. You're also someone who has a boyfriend. So let me ask you, if you didn't like your boyfriend, would you stay with him? Yuan's chin lifted up. Extraordinarily arrogant, of course not. You don't like Paul. You don't approve of his advances. Normal? Normal. You like Pete and are with him. Do you think Pete is meddling in your relationship with Paul? Round hesitated, feeling as if he had fallen into a pit, but answered, won't. This is when your friend thinks Paul is better for you than Pete and goes after Paul. How would you feel? Round up. She's not stupid. It's so obvious. Doesn't she get it? He Liang Song is saying that he is the friend. Yuan froze for a moment and came back to her senses. Somewhat incredulous. Brother Tsong, you like this Xiaoying Chun and not Sister Ning Ning? But when we all play together, obviously Sister Ning Ning takes care of Brother Tsong so much. He Liang Song smiled. I've never had a crush on Dianing. He Liang Song can be good to whomever he wants to be good to, and if he doesn't want to be good to whomever he wants to be good to, he just goes bye-bye. If he really had that in mind for Dianing, he'd be afraid to do it because he was afraid of being responsible. Is he Liang Song, someone who was afraid to take responsibility? It's really because it doesn't feel like it. He Liang Song patted the top of Round's head and turned to walk into the banquet hall. Not far away came out a middle-aged man. It was Yuan's father, Chen Jiangwo. He walked to Chen Yuan with a serious face. Now you know you are wrong, right? Little age, do not do good. Call people instigate a few words to give people to go as a gun make. Dad. Chen Yuan stomped her feet and blankly glanced at her own father, but didn't believe his words. Didn't you say you were going back home? Why aren't you leaving yet? Chen Jiangwo blared at Chen Yuan without any good humor. It's not because of you, the uncaring one. Your mom said you're in love and she can't control it, so she asked me to come and talk to you properly. Chen Yuan was unconvinced. Falling in love is my own business. All my classmates fall in love and have children. Chen gasped and fell backwards. The father and daughter muttered for a long time in the garden, and finally Chen Yuan drooped her head and was brought to Xiaoying Chun. Miss Xiao, just now it was me who didn't understand the situation and embarrassed you. It's my fault. I apologize to you. Chen Yuan had unhappiness written all over her face, but it was good that the words of apology still came out. Xiaoying Chun didn't say it's okay first, but looked at Chen Jiangwo beside Chen Yuan. She wasn't stupid. The little girl had totally let her dad force her to come. Chen Jiangwo hurriedly introduced himself. Hello Ms. Xiao. My humble self, Chen Jiangwo, is the boss of Jianxin Real Estate. This is my daughter Chen Yuan. She spoke out of turn because she was provoked. Now I bring her here to apologize to you. I'll be strict next time. Xiaoying Chun froze for a moment. Jianxin Real Estate? Seems like I've heard of it somewhere. After a few seconds, Xiaoying Chun reacted. Is it that Jianxin Real Estate in Yangon City? Chen Jiangwo also froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Yes. Jianxin Real Estate also has a branch in Yong'an. Ms. Xiao is from Yangon City? Xiaoying Chun smiled and nodded. I was recently preparing for a trip to Yangon City. I didn't realize that was Miss Zhao's hometown. Xiaoying Chun hesitated. Should I say go back or should I say no? Chen Yuan, however, suddenly interjected. Dad, I want to go too. Sister Ning Ning is in Yangon City. I'm going to go and play with her. Chen Jiangwo blared at his daughter and then looked at Xiaoying Chun, handing over a business card. This is my business card. Is it convenient for Ms. Xiao to leave a phone number? Xiaoying Chun thought about it and took the business card. I'm not sure if I'll be in Yangon City by then, so we'll talk about it then? The two left their phone numbers and Xiaoying Chun went back to the banquet hall. Not long after, Dong Chuanfeng's banquet for them was also announced to be over, and he brought Xiaoying Chun and the others back to Elder He side. Everyone has made an appointment, and those who want to transfer their collections can go to the Yi family villa tomorrow to trade on the spot. The crowd dispersed and made an appointment to meet again the next day without mentioning it. Xiaoying Chun just arrived at home, suddenly received a phone call. It was Yi Yubinyi uncle who opened a pharmacy. Uncle Yi's tone on the phone was a bit anxious. Chun, when are you coming back? Xiaoying Chun was also a bit worried by his anxious tone. What's wrong? Our village is going to be demolished and relocated. Now the village is talking. If you don't come back as soon as possible, I'm afraid that your grandpa and aunt's side will have a problem. 116. Thanks to Xiaoying Chun's deliberate negotiation with those wholesalers in front of the supermarket last time, everyone in the village knew about Xiaoying Chun's aunt Guchenyu's shamelessness. Yi Yubin is naturally toward Xiaoying Chun, and of course hopes that Xiaoying Chun will come back as soon as possible to deal with it personally. Xiaoying Chun counted the time. The earliest will be the day after tomorrow to go back. She is not wanting her house to be demolished, but you always have to go back to find out the specifics. I won't be back for another 2 or 3 days. The village side trouble you to say hello to the village chief, village branch secretary, all except me. Who said it is not good? The title deed to this house is mine, and it's in my name only. Yi Yubin on the other side of the phone promised with a stack of voices. I know. I know. I'll go find the village chief and the village branch secretary. Don't be in a hurry, haha. Everything in foreign countries is safety first. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Xiaoying-chun let out a sigh of relief. With Uncle Yi there, at least he could know how far things had come. Dong Chunfeng listened to the side of the understanding. Saw her hang up the phone in a daze. Concerned about a sentence. What's wrong? You want to demolish the building? Xiaoying-chun nodded bitterly. That's a good thing. Why this expression? Dong Chunfeng looked at the young disciple derisively. How many people dream of demolition? Xiaoying-chun sighed. That house is the only thing my parents left me. Xiaoying-chun will explain the family's situation. And finally sighed, even the sky, I am not bad money. Just want to keep the memory of mom and dad gave me. How would be willing to demolish and relocate it? Dong Chunfeng nodded with understanding. It's a good thing that the young apprentice is emotionally attached. Master, how long before we can go back? Xiaoying-chun was distracted and wanted to go home. Dong Chunfeng thought for a moment. Strive to finish the matter tomorrow and go back the day after tomorrow? Good, thank you, Master. Xiaoying-chun immediately smiled with narrowed eyes. Good and sweet. Dong Chunfeng cried and laughed. You're quick to change your face. Xiaoying-chun remembered Fu Chunin in a trance. That guy's change of face is what is called fast. But whatever he liked and was willing to do, he would say yes while smiling nice and sweet. Come home later and you'll see him. What's Fu Chunin been up to all day? It's digging a tunnel. Earlier, after knowing that Xiaoying-chun was out of the house all this time, he started to call for digging tunnels. He bought a yard behind the marshal's house, had his personal guards dig holes in shifts, and dug a tunnel hard from his own yard to the yard over there. It was also convenient for Fu Chunin to quietly go out later. Feeling the convenience of the tunnels, Fu Chunin bought another courtyard inside and outside the city walls, letting his personal guards once again go digging tunnels in shifts. It is convenient to get out of the city silently. The cunning rabbit has 3 caves, and prevention is better than cure. And Fu Chunin also learned the art of war from his father. The tunnels were dug through, and he crept out of town again, making a trip to the veterans' village. The disabled veterans have work to do, and finally have enough to eat and wear, and have been treated for all kinds of diseases, and they all feel that they have something to look forward to in life. Hearing about the drought in the north, the people are easy to eat. Fu Chunin a few days ago called a few of his personal guards, quietly went to the most serious places of the disaster, bought some children in their teens back, and handed over to the veterans' training. The emperor is not looking for him recently, but the eunuch beside him has sent word that the ladies in the harem love Tao Tao Ji's rouge and powder, so that Fu Chunin knows better. What else can Fu Chunin do? Only obey. Box after box of rouge and powder soap to the palace. The palace from time to time to reward some things out, but are obviously with the palace seal. It's either carved or bright yellow. Even though he knew that Xiaoying-chun liked this kind of thing, Fu Chunin still had a cold heart. Fu's father and son are only 2 people in total, and they are considered loyal and devoted to the court, but they are guarding themselves like thieves. This full of civil and military. With the army is not the only Fu family. Why the sole focus on the Fu family does not let go? Why bother? Fu Chunin couldn't figure it out. This feeling of being clamped down on at all times made him resentful in his heart, but he had to pretend to be happy and dude on the surface. Good thing there's Xiaoying-chun. Xiaoying-chun's presence was like a light that gave him hope. It would be better if she would agree to marry herself and spend time together in the future. After a busy day, Fu Chunin returned to his house and went to sleep with anticipation. It was still light when he got up early again, washed and dressed, and sat down neatly at the table. It wasn't long before there was a knock on the door. It was Shiro coming over to bring breakfast. The little cook didn't understand why Fu Chunin needed breakfast at first light, but the master's words had to be listened to. She still dutifully wakes up at the end of the crib, close to 5 a.m., to make beefcake and prepare all kinds of food. Fu Chunin took the lunchbox for breakfast and cheerfully went to see Xiaoying-chun. After entering the Times supermarket and going up to the second floor, Xiaoying-chun had already returned and was nestled inside the sofa swiping her cell phone. Seeing Fu Chunin come in, Xiaoying-chun praised. This outfit looks good. The reddish-red color embroidered with silver thread, the matching embroidered silver thread belt, and a gauze hat on the head, looked quite tasteful. Fu Chunin was complimented and laughed. The slightly pleased look actually had a drop of shyness. It was not in vain that I had gotten up early in the morning and made up carefully, and Miss Xiao really thought it looked good. The new discovery that Fu Chunin can be shy made Xiaoying-chun couldn't help but laugh even harder. Pointing to the huge food box he was carrying, Xiaoying-chun took the initiative to digress. What are you bringing here? Fu Chunin held up the food box. This is breakfast. Xiaoying-chun, taking advantage of Fu Chunin's efforts to arrange breakfast one by one, Xiaoying-chun explained to him what is called jet lag. How long does it take for an airplane to go there? And what is an airplane? When Xiaoying-chun finished speaking, Fu Chunin was stunned. He looked at Xiaoying-chun. So that airplane of yours can fly more than 15,000 miles in 5 or 6 hours? Xiao Yingchen nodded. Fu Chainan shoved a pair of chopsticks silky smooth into Xiao Yingchuan's hands and gave her another beefcake with thin skin and lots of meat. You guys are too good for this airplane. Iron lumps can actually fly in the sky. Xiao Yingchen listened to Fu Chainan speaking in a shocked and envious tone about his feelings for the airplane, and unconsciously stuffed the aromatic beef patties into his mouth. By the time Xiao Yingchen reacted, the beefcake was already half-eaten. Xiao Yingchen looked at the beefcake that had been bitten into the shape of a curved moon, and her expression gradually became grave. Fu Chainan? Fu Chainan thought that the beef patties were not to his liking and asked, "What's wrong, is it not good?" Xiao Yingchen put the remaining half of the beef patty in the bowl in front of her. "I don't eat these at night. Next time you come over, don't bring breakfast, dinner for me. Then what are you going to eat at night?" Fu Chainan was obedient and asked immediately. "I've had dinner tonight. No snacks. I'm afraid of gaining weight." Xiao Yingchen chewed the beef cake in his mouth and swallowed. It really smelled. Disappointment swept across Fu Chainan's eyes, but his mouth agreed in a good manner. "Good," he answered with his mouth and reached out for the beef cake Xiao Yingchen had bitten. 117. 117. Xiao Yingchen was shocked. "What are you doing? If you don't eat it, I'll eat it for you so as not to waste the food," Fu Chainan explained. His big mouth opened and he was ready to eat. "Ugh, you wait." Xiao Yingchen was greatly embarrassed, busy snatching the beef patties back. "I've eaten this one. You eat something else." "But didn't you say you wouldn't eat?" Fu Chainan was still a bit reluctant. "We can't just throw it away, can we?" Xiao Yingchen gritted her teeth. "I'll eat." After a piece of beef cake went down, Xiao Yingchen felt fuller than ever. Fu Chainan was also happy and happily winded up eating the rest of the food. Xiao Yingchen helplessly brewed another hawthorn leaf tea to take the edge off. "I can't sleep even though I just ate, so I'll talk to Fu Chainan for a while. Do you want to go back to work?" Xiao Yingchen looked at Fu Chainan sitting nicely and remembered that he was very busy. Fu Chainan shook his head. "Things are all assigned down now. Except for coming to you to pick up the goods must be done by me. The others are doing the rest." "That's fine." Fu Chainan took the initiative to ask about London, as Xiao Yingchen narrated and showed him some more videos and pictures of London. Fu Chainan's eyes widened once again. So there really are so many people with high noses and blue eyes and yellow hair over the ocean. Fu Chainan is good at chatting, and soon guided Xiao Yingchen again to talk about various situations in London. When Xiao Yingchen yawned and looked at the time again, he realized that it was already the middle of the Z hour, 12 o'clock midnight. Thinking that Xiao Yingchen would have to get up early the next day, Fu Chainan reluctantly got up to say goodbye. "Then I'll go back first. What do you want to eat tomorrow? I'll bring it for you." Xiao Yingchen decisively refused. "No need. I don't eat at night. You don't have to bring more food over." Fu Chainan was a bit regretful. "Good." As Fu Chainan left, Xiao Yingchen also returned to the Yi family villa in London. After a dreamless night, Xiao Yingchen woke up early the next day and saw a message from Uncle Yi, saying that there are still many people in the village who want more compensation and are negotiating. It wasn't so quick to sign off on the compensation agreement. Xiao Yingchuan's grandparents and aunt and they didn't show up either. Thinking that if Xiao Yingchen could come back tomorrow, things would be fine, Xiao Yingchen returned the message to express his gratitude, and was about to put away his cell phone to go eat breakfast when his cell phone rang, and it was Uncle Yi again. Did the night go by and things take a new turn? Xiao Yingchen hurriedly answered the phone while her heart thumped. Who knows that the phone on the other end of the Uncle Yi said that there is no new change in things. He called to ask Xiao Yingchen has not contacted that phone number? What phone number? Xiao Yingchen froze for a split second before reacting. Was Uncle Yi talking about the phone call he gave himself? No contact yet. I'm embarrassed to bother people when I don't have anything I can't handle over here these days. Uncle Yi's side was silent for a moment. If you have time later, help me take a look at her. See if she's doing well over there. Is it convenient? Xiao Yingchen then dawned on me. Dare I say that Uncle Yi started out on people some thoughts, but too embarrassed to call himself. So he gave a number, wanting Xiao Yingchen to make this call. Stifling a laugh, Xiao Yingchen agreed in one gulp. I'll call her to ask about the situation when I'm done with my work later. And if it's not too late, I'll go back tomorrow. Good. Uncle Yi then let go of his heart, but then asked Xiao Yingchen to send him a message if there is any progress. Xiao Yingchen agreed and turned to go downstairs. Since breakfast, people have been coming over, tasting, bidding, selling if it's right, and regretfully giving up if it's not. In the beginning there were just collectors who kept sending collectibles over to Dong Chunfeng, all of them wanting to sell them to Dong Chunfeng. As more and more people came, some of the authentic pieces that Dong Chunfeng and Xiao Yingchen didn't want, onlookers were willing to bid to take them, one way or another. It's like a mini trade show. Authenticity has Dong Chunfeng gatekeeper. We can trust, the price will go with the market. Of course, there are some references in the front. The big difference. Some of the things that cost more than 100,000 yuan, Xiao Yingchen and Dong Chunfeng do not want. the rarity is not enough, not to be used to make up the number. All day long, it was just a matter of gulping down a few mouthfuls of food and then being done with it. I waited until it was dark to meet all the collectors who had made appointments for the day. Several auction houses called for another batch of items to be delivered for Dong Chunfeng to pick from. Xiaoyingchun consumption of 2 small goals. Dong Chunfeng was so exhausted that he didn't even eat dinner and went upstairs to rest. Xiaoyingchun, Huangli and Wang Yangjun also busy, these things but all bought. Need to be reorganized one by one to facilitate the subsequent loading of the cabinet. After a long time of being busy, Master he prepared a dinner to entertain the various collectors who came over today. Xiaoyingchun then remembered to call Uncle Ya's friend. When the phone was connected, Xiaoyingchun gave a hello and took the initiative to introduce himself. Hello, is this MS Tang Xiqiong? I am Yi Yubin's neighbor. My name is Xiaoyingchun. He asked me to call you when I come to London. After the woman on the other end of the phone said hello, she seemed to freeze for a moment before speaking. Are you MS Xiao? Xiaoyingchun was stunned. She knew herself? Without waiting for Xiaoyingchun to think about it, a woman with wavy hair not far away walked towards Xiaoyingchun with a cell phone in her hand. MS Xiao, I am Tang Xiqiong. The woman with wavy hair looked at Xiaoyingchun with a smile and gave Xiaoyingchun a slight nod. Xiaoyingchun's mouth grew slightly, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. It's a small world. Xiaoyingchun is really not the first time to see Tang Xiqiong. The first time to see Tang Xiqiong was in Tang Xiqiong's store. Her Chinese-inspired antique store was the first place Xiaoyingchun had seen in London that sold rosewood and pearwood collectibles. Tang Xiqiong couldn't tell her age. She looked like she was 30 or 40, with big red lips and curly eyelashes, and heavy makeup that made her look very flavorful. But I think that if you can be missed by Uncle Yi, you should not be too young. The second time was yesterday's dinner. It's kind of the third time we've seen each other today. Nah, he hadn't contacted her before, and the two didn't know each other across the street. Hello, I'm Yi Yubin's neighbor. He heard that I'm coming to London. Specially gave me a phone number of yours. Said that you are particularly good. Let me encounter difficulties can find you for help. Xiaoyingchun said, a little embarrassed herself. I've been so blindly busy since I got here that I didn't think to call you. And it was only yesterday when he asked me specifically that I remembered to give you a call. So I'm really sorry. Saying that, Xiaoyingchun hurriedly apologized. Tang Xiqiong didn't expect such a coincidence either. The pretty young lass left an extremely deep impression on her, not only because she was Dong Chunfeng's disciple, but also because in the past 2 days, Dong Chunfeng had been appraising and collecting all sorts of collectibles for her almost without compensation. 118. 118. It was also shocking to Tang Xiqiong that a young girl could actually come up with so much money and buy more than $100 million at a time. Some people have done the math for her, and in the past few days she has collected more than 200 million yuan worth of collectibles. There was absolutely no way that this money could have been paid out to her by Dong Chunfeng. This means she can actually come up with that much money at once. It's really something. While lamenting in her heart, Tang Xiqiong took the initiative to talk about her relationship with Yi Yubin. Turns out she's Yi Yubin's college classmate. It's just that after graduating from college, she and Yi Yubin went their separate ways and didn't see each other again for many years. Speaking of the past, Tang Xiqiong was a bit emotional and asked seemingly casually about Yi Yubin's current situation. When he heard that Yi Yubin was now keeping a pharmacy for a living, he froze. He's a doctor of pharmacy and he's actually running a dispensary in your village for a living? Xiaoyingchun was also shocked. Doctor of pharmacy? Tang Xiqiong didn't say anymore, and instead asked Xiaoyingchun to continue talking about Yi Yubin's situation. When she heard that Yi Yubin actually hadn't gotten married until now, she froze again. After a long period of silence, Tang Xiqiong sighed tersely and took the initiative to say, let's take a picture, and you can send it to him, so you can also deliver. Xiaoyingchun was of course willing, and immediately took a group photo with Tang Xiqiong at a 45-degree angle and sent it to Yi Yubin. After the photo was sent over, Yi Yubin's side showed that it was being inputted, and it took a long time before he sent over a sentence. She's prettier than before. Tang Xiqiong and Xiaoyingchun were at least in a relationship where they were photographed together. So she asked about Xiaoyingchun's relationship with Yi Yubin. Xiaoyingchun smiled. We were neighbors growing up. When I was a kid I saw him drunk and thought he was dead. I was so scared that I cried my eyes out. My dad heard the commotion and took him to the hospital. Yi Yubin's embarrassing things were said by Xiaoyingchun, and Tang Xiqiong was again in a daze for a while. Does he often drink? Xiaoyingchun nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. No. Now he has developed the habit of drinking beer for breakfast. I think if he continues to be so disheveled, sooner or later he will be finished. Tang Xiqiong thought for a moment. MS Xiao, why don't you give me his phone number? How many years old classmate? I don't even have his phone number now. Xiaoyingchun numbly gave it. Xiaoyingchun reckoned that the two of them might have had a moment. How else could these two people react the way they did? Tang Sicheng excused herself and left as the guests dispersed. Elder he was also tired as a master, so he was ready to go up and rest. Huang Li sent food up to Dong Chunfeng on his side, but ended up serving it down again in less than 2 minutes. Xiao Yingchun was stunned. What's wrong? Master doesn't eat? Huang Li explained. He's exhausted hard, and at this moment he says he has no appetite and can't eat. Then Huang Li was a little worried. Teacher's blood sugar is unstable. If she doesn't eat, it's easy to cause blood sugar fluctuations. Xiao Yingchun listened with worry and asked Huang Li, what does master like to eat? I'll get him some. Our craftsmanship may be mediocre, but it's the thought that counts, isn't it? Huang Li, teacher likes spicy food, but the chili here doesn't taste right. It's not that flavor. Xiao Yingchun dawned on him, let's just say that this London meal is really not very good. She suddenly remembered the beef chili sauce Fu Chainan had given her. She hadn't even had a chance to take it out since she'd never eaten by herself since she'd never been in London. Xiao Yingchun walked straight to the kitchen. I'll put down a bowl of noodles for master. Huang Li wanted to call Xiao Yingchun and tell her that the teacher didn't like eating noodles outside, but after opening his mouth he closed it again. Perhaps the teacher would be willing to take a bite for the sake of his pupil? In the kitchen, Auntie had just finished cleaning up, and when she saw Xiao Yingchun come in, she asked what she wanted. Hearing Xiao Yingchun say that she wanted to cook noodles for Dong Chunfeng, Auntie took the initiative to take out a handful of buckwheat noodles. This buckwheat noodles, it's what Grandpa he always eats. He and Master Dong both have high blood sugar and only eat buckwheat noodles. Xiao Yingchun understood. Thank you Auntie, I'll cook it myself then. Auntie took a look at Xiao Yingchun's appearance as someone who could cook, and was relieved to go and clean up the rest of the place. Boil the water. Put the noodles. After the noodles were cooked, Xiao Yingchun took a clean bowl and got a bowl of beef sauce straight out of the jar. Beef chili sauce over noodles. As the noodles stirred away, the fragrant smell wafted away. Elder He and He Liangsong, who were chatting with He Liangsong in the living room, smelled the odor and both looked at Xiao Yingchun. What is this? So fragrant? Xiao Yingchun smiled. Soba noodles. I mixed some of my own made sauce. Send it up for my master to try. I want to eat it too. As soon as He Liangsong saw the red, shiny and oily mixed noodles, he immediately started drooling. Xiao Yingchun cried and laughed. This is for my master. If you want to eat it, go cook it yourself. Is this chili sauce still available? Whether the noodles are good or not depends on the chili sauce, and He Liangsong knows that. There's more. It's in the fridge. Go get it if you want to eat it. Xiao Yingchun spoke out of her mouth and went upstairs with the noodles in her hand. As master he watched the scene. He inexplicably felt that his grandson and Xiao Yingchun were like an old married couple, full of the smoke and mirrors of life. Elder he expressed his satisfaction. Xiao Yingchun, who knew nothing about this, knocked on the door and heard a tired voice from inside, enter. Xiao Yingchun pushed the door in and saw Dong Chunfeng reclining on a recliner, unable to hide his exhaustion. Master, you've worked hard. I've made you a bowl of noodles. Would you like some? Dong Chunfeng just wanted to say no, but suddenly smelled the aroma of beef chili sauce and froze. What kind of noodles are these? Beef and chili sauce with soba noodles. Would you like to try it? Dong Chunfeng's appetite was aroused by the scent, and with a bit of effort, he got up and sat down at the table. The noodles were put down. Xiao Yingchun handed over a pair of chopsticks, and Dong Chunfeng's eyes widened in surprise after he took a taste. This beef chili sauce tastes very good. Where did you get it? Xiao Yingchun smiled shyly. I made it myself. I was afraid that I wouldn't be used to eating London's food, so I made some chili sauce myself. Dong Chunfeng nodded his head repeatedly. This flavor is really good. The beef also tastes particularly fragrant. The chili flavor is also very positive, and the seasoning is done quite well. Dong Chunfeng ate a bowl of noodles with beef and chili sauce. After eating his fill, Dong Chunfeng's entire body was much more energized. Yingchun, you have a heart. Xiao Yingchun was a bit embarrassed. You did so much for me. I just cooked a bowl of noodles. I did too little. Dong Chunfeng laughed. It is good that a disciple knows how to be grateful. But, Dong Chunfeng is not the kind of person who holds a favor in return. He laughed and sighed, when the national treasures outflow abroad too much. Although I have some thin name in the collection world, some want to bring back to the domestic national treasures but do not have that ability to bring back. How could I not be supportive when I heard that you, a young girl, had such a heart? At the end of the day, he's for a national treasure coming home. Xiao Yingchun was ashamed of herself as she listened. She thought for a moment and said seriously, Master, in my lifetime, but where I have the ability, I will definitely try to make more national treasures come home. Good. Dong Chunfeng looked at Xiao Yingchun with deep eyes, and that smile was as kind as it could be. 119. 119. Having eaten his fill, and having the energy to do so, Dong Chunfeng also decided to go downstairs to say hello to everyone, so as not to make everyone worry. Sure enough, Everyone was relieved to see Dong Chunfeng looking much better, and the bowl in Xiao Yingchuan's hand was empty. If this trip over-exhausted Master Dong, it would not be good for anyone's heart. Master He followed Master Dong this time, and also got to know quite a few contacts, but also picked and acquired several of those collections that Master Dong didn't want. His entire being was now permeated with contentment, and then he was even more satisfied when he saw Master Dong coming down hale and hearty. Master Dong, where else are we going tomorrow? Dong Chunfeng waved his hand. It's almost time. Get ready to go back. Shipping. Wang Yongjun familiar with the process, from packaging logistics to customs. He will help handle the whole process properly. Xiao Yingchun still trusted his character. Maybe it's because of Fu Chainan that it's extra easy to trust anyone from the military? If Xiao Yingchun was alone, she was very willing to put it into her time and space supermarket warehouse and take it home directly, saving a lot of logistics and insurance costs. These processes are vital if Naija is to cross the clear path. It's time to spend what you need to spend. Xiao Yingchun is ready to buy a ticket. But Huangli came to ask Xiao Yingchun ID number. He said to unify the booking. Xiao Yingchun was busy transferring his ID number to Huangli along with $100,000. I'll pay for the ticket. You book a business class for Master. Let him have a good rest. Without waiting for Huangli to say anything, Dong Chunfeng himself directly refused. No need for business class. What's the point of wasting that money? It's not like business class will fly faster. Huangli laughed and also explained from the sidelines. Teacher never flies business class. Xiao Yingchuan's surprised expression caused Dong Chunfeng to laugh as well. Didn't you young people say, time to save, time to spend, and ride a bicycle to the bar? Business class is 10 times more expensive. And with that kind of money, you can collect another piece of your collection. Xiao Yingchun was convinced. No wonder Dong Chunfeng can become the leading collector. This character is really good. Economy class then. But I have to pay for this airfare. Xiao Yingchun spoke with a firm resolve. And Dong Chunfeng didn't refuse. Success. You pay for it. You pay for it all. Xiao Yingchun counted together with He Laozi's and He Liangsong's, and transferred money to Huangli to help him book the tickets. Huangli was not polite this time, and familiarly began to book tickets. He Liangsong this time has already down the noodles. Hot mix a big bowl. The whole house is fragrant. Huangli sniffed and moved. Is there any more of that sauce? I'll cook some too. Xiao Yingchun looked at He Liangsong, who nodded. There's still half a bowl. Go try it. It's delicious. Xiao Yingchun smiled and got up. I'll go cook for you. Who else needs it? Wang Yongjun poked his head out of the storeroom. I'll have a bowl too. Master He, who is old and focuses on health, said he didn't need to, but urged Xiao Yingchun to save a little chili sauce for himself. He wanted to eat it in the morning. It was just too flavorful, and he wanted to taste it. Wang Yongjun can eat. Xiao Yingchun cooked a big bowl for him, and Huangli has a smaller appetite, which is an ordinary amount. 2 large bowls of beef chili sauce with noodles consumed the remaining half bowl of beef chili sauce. Xiao Yingchun took out another small half bowl from that jar in the storage room and put it in the refrigerator. After thinking about it, Xiao Yingchun felt that it was not right, and took another can of Lao Gan Ma Tang empty bottle from the shelf of the Time and Space supermarket. The beef sauce was then put into the empty jars of sriracha and placed in the refrigerator in the HO's kitchen. When the time comes, if they ask, tell them they backpacked it from their side of the house in a duffel bag. They shouldn't suspect anything anymore. The 2 young lads ate contentedly, and when they had finished eating, each rested as he should, and went about his business as he should. After returning to her room, Xiao Yingchun had time to go back to her small building in the Time Mart. This time Fu Chainan had arrived long ago and was sitting on the sofa waiting for Xiao Yingchun to come over. Seeing her coming, she stood up at once. Miss Xiao, been waiting for a long time, haven't you? Xiao Yingchun let him take a seat while taking the initiative to talk about the beef chili sauce. Hearing that the beef chili sauce by Lu made was so popular, Fu Chainan was also happy. If you guys like it, I'll get you another jar next time. Xiao Yingchun grinned. There is no hurry. I am abroad. It is not convenient to take this out. In order to let Fu Chainan understand why it is inconvenient to take out, Xiao Yingchun again explained what is security check. Why security check? Fu Chainan's face of attentive listening pleases the narrating Xiao Yingchun very well. This Fu Chainan, usually smiling with a little naive, at first glance is a rough man. In fact, know how to communicate with people, is a talent. That chat took us to 12 again. Each dispersed to sleep, and not to mention, the following morning, Xiao Yingchun woke up with a yawn, and when Dong Chunfeng saw her downstairs, he asked in surprise, Girl, did you not sleep well last night? A bit haggard. Xiao Yingchun touched her face, looking horrified. Really? Seeing that she cared, Dong Chunfeng was busy explaining again. It's fine. You young people are quick to recover. You'll be fine after a good night's sleep on the airplane. Xiao Yingchun and others returned home first, but Wang Yongjun stayed in London for antique consignments. Once inside the airport, the two old men found a cafe to sit in while the young men went to browse the airport duty-free. The main thing is actually Xiaoying-chun wants to buy it. It was her first time out of the country and she always wanted to bring something back with her. He Liang-tsong is an absolute expert when it comes to consumption, and he familiarly led Xiaoying-chun to the duty-free store. Xiaoying-chun looked at the logo's huge luxury goods and didn't want to shop. I want to buy some food to take back. Fu Dabu is a foodie. When he Liang-tsong heard that, he turned the corner and went to look at the food again. Xiaoying-chun was dazzled by the wide variety of snacks. Xiaoying-chun looked at the butter cookies, the kind Fu Chainan had never eaten. Chocolate, potato chips, various flavors of cookies. Fu Chainan have not eaten them all. There was also whiskey, and Ho Liang-chun recommended that she get the blended malt whiskey Naked Bird, saying that this tasted great. Don't look at this as a blended malt whiskey. It's actually aged in first fill sherry casks with original Macallan and Highland Nights. Xiaoying-chun doesn't know anything about wine, but one look at the bottle and she thought, so beautiful. Then bring 2 bottles for Uncle Yi and 2 for Fu Chainan? After buying the stuff, Xiaoying-chun looked satisfied and prepared to meet up with Elder He and Dong Chunfeng. He Liang-tsong looked on in amusement. This is not buying? Why are you buying all the food and drinks? Crafts to buy? Xiaoying-chun casually said. I use it for gifts. They all love this. Crafts even. He Liang-tsong already knew that Tang Xiqian was Xiaoying-chun's neighbor's classmate, and instantly understood in a second, this is for your neighbor to bring? Xiaoying-chun think about Fu Chainan. Our neighbors. So nodded. 120. 120. Huang Li only bought some snacks and desserts. See, Xiaoying-chun brought 4 bottles of wine, but also very surprised, she is not a person who loves to drink it. Brought for the elders? Huang Li asked curiously. Elderly? Xiaoying-chun then remembered that she hadn't bought anything for her master. She busily asked Huang Li, what does master like? I want to buy him something. Huang Li laughed. He loves tea, but only green tea. Xiaoying-chun's heart settled down a bit. If that's the case, then we'll wait until we return to China. The flight was at noon, but it was morning when I got back to Haicheng. Dong Chunfeng and Huang Li are going back to the capital, but Elder He, with He Liang-tsong and Xiaoying-chun, is going back to Yangon City. Xiaoying-chun was a bit reluctant to let go of Dong Chunfeng. Master, I'll go to the capital to look for you once I'm done with this side of things. Good. You first busy with your. Dong Chunfeng is still smiling in a kindly manner. Both sides bid farewell. Master He followed the driver back, and He Liang-tsong was ordered by Master He to send Xiaoying-chun home. Xiaoying-chun just got off the car. I saw my roller shutter was sprayed with a large demolition word. The word demolish was spray painted on the wall next to it. Not far away, next door to the rice noodle store, there was a group of people gathered together. Not knowing what to say, He Liang-tsong asked with some concern, do you need my help? Xiaoying-chun waved her hand to signal him to go, while she herself turned around and went into the kiosk, first putting all her traveling gifts on it, before she went out and headed over to the rice noodle store. Only when I got there did I realize that the people surrounding it were all from the village, and the ones who were surrounded at the very inside were actually from the demolition office. It turned out that some people in the village felt that the standard of compensation was unreasonable and were arguing with the people from the demolition office. I still have 3 houses in that backyard. Why don't you pay me back? The man who asked the question lived at the end of the village and usually loved to drink and had a big temper. He was the oldest of 3 brothers in his family. The second went in for a fight and the third ran out of sight. A prick no one wanted to mess with. The demolition office people tried to convince people with reason, your backyard house is illegal construction. When you did not have a license, you can only be compensated according to a few $100s a square foot. Xiaoying-chun had just listened to one ear when her arm was tapped. When she turned her head, she met the bearded face of Uncle Yi Yubin Yi. Xiaoying-chun hurriedly squeezed out and went to the pharmacy not far from Yi Yubin. At the entrance of the pharmacy, Yi Yubin dragged a stool to Xiaoying-chun. Just got back? Xiaoying-chun smiled and nodded, pointing to the layers of people over the demolition office. Yes, just came back. What is the situation over here? Yi Yubin snorted. What's the situation? It's not just insatiable. Yi Yubin then took the initiative to talk about this demolition. It turns out that Yangon City is preparing to build a new highway, passing through Wanxian County. The village site is designated as the exit of the highway. Therefore, the county is ready to acquire land. Not only Xiaoying-chun's village, as well as several nearby villages, the county is ready to acquire down. Later to engage in development. Close to the highway intersection to engage in industrial parks and supporting residential and civic project construction. The future investment attraction is also easier. The compensation standard for expropriation is divided into 2 major pieces. One is the amount of money according to how much the land is occupied, and the other is the amount of money according to how much the floor area is. The 2 pieces add up to the compensation rate. There are also individuals who have just renovated and will be compensated with a certain amount of money for the renovation. Xiaoying-chun happened to have just finished the renovation and was able to get compensation for the renovation. Of course, everything is subject to the housebook. A small, single-family house like Xiaoying-chun's is most convenient because there are no additions or siblings to split the money. And one person says it's okay. The villagers just quarreled with the house near the edge of the village. No one lives behind the house. It is circled a large backyard. Build their own shed pile of firewood and debris. This is not counted as compensation in the event of demolition. But he can make a fuss. The demolition office, in order to settle the matter, led a step. The two sheds also gave a few $100s a flat. He wasn't satisfied and demanded that the hundreds of square meters of backyard and that shed be brought up to demolition standards. That's a bit of a trick. Yi Yubin of course do not see this kind of tactics. He smothered his head to see the fun. Who knew that he saw Xiaoying-chun drilled into the crowd, which hurriedly pulled her out. Xiaoying-chun blinked her eyes and pointed to the floor under her feet. Uncle Yi, here in our village, is there a highway going through? Yi Yubin nodded, pointing at the man in the crowd who was arguing and spitting. It should be passing near Zhao Damao and his family. Just rubbing the edge of the village. It won't pass us here. Zhao Damao and the others are at the end of the village, 2 miles from the head of the village. Xiaoying-chun suddenly, so after we demolish this house, this place is used to engage in industrial parks and supporting residential civic projects? I suppose so. Xiaoying-chun understood. If it's a highway that goes right through your house, then you have to tear it down yourself. It's a national event, and you can't do it without it. But if it's just industrial parks and residential civic projects, can't it be negotiable? Xiaoying-chun's contemplation fell in Yi Yubin's eyes. That is, calculating how much money he can lose. Yi Yubin had already helped Xiaoying-chun understand. Your home is 160 square feet on the books, with 80 square feet of floor space. They pay out at $4,000 a square foot for floor area and $4,000 a square foot for footprint, and you end up with $960,000. There is also the renovation compensation, which is based on the renovation of each home. Like your home has just been renovated. The compensation should be quite a bit. That's over $1 million when you do the math. What can $1 million do for Xiaoying-chun now? Can buy a piece of the collection. Xiaoying-chun said that there were no waves in his heart, and he was even a little anxious. What if I don't want to be evicted? Will it turn out to be the biggest nail-biter of all time? Xiaoying-chun scratched his head, putting aside the fruitless question. Xiaoying-chun looked at Yi Yubin. Uncle Yi, I brought you 2 bottles of wine from London. Would you come with me to the house to get it? Yi Yubin was surprised as hell. What kind of wine? Whiskey. They don't sell liquor at the airport duty-free over there. Only this. It's better for my Nising-chun to remember that your uncle loves to drink. Yi Yubin got up and left. I want to try it tonight. Xiaoying-chun gave Yi Yubin 2 bottles of whiskey, and Yi Yubin should have left by rights. But he wanted to say something. Xiaoying-chun didn't say anything either, only looked at him derisively, waiting for him to ask or leave. In the end, Yi Yubin still couldn't hold back from asking, Tang Xiqiong, how is it now? Xiaoying-chun nodded. Not bad. She's quite pretty and has a lot of flavor. After thinking about it, Xiaoying-chun added, she's not married either. Same as you. Yi Yubin froze and smiled bitterly. I'm not like her. She now has a successful career and is beautiful, but I'm just a drug seller. Xiaoying-chun, however, remembered Tang Xiqiong's words. I heard from Sister Tang that you're a doctor of pharmacy? 121. 121. Yi Yubin was surprised for a moment. She told you that? What else did she tell you about me? Xiaoying-chun recalled and said everything she could think of, and bravely asked, Uncle Yi, do you have a story with her? Yi Yubin was silent for 2 seconds and glanced at Xiaoying-chun. Don't pry blindly when you're a little girl. At this Xiaoying-chun disagreed. I'll have to go to London in the future. Do you mean I won't even visit her in the future? Yi Yubin was gagged inside before saying quietly, she's the moon in the sky right now, and I'm the mud in the ground. We're not even in the same world anymore. What's the point of talking about it? That means there really is a story. But the two are separated. Xiaoying-chun didn't know how to comfort Yi Yubin, and could only watch him leave. Closing the door of the kiosk, Xiaoying-chun first took out the whiskey and various cookies and chocolates that she had brought for Fu Chenin, turned on the air conditioner, and checked the storehouse again. The coffers were largely emptied, and the most that remained was the gold and silver ingots in the cash register system. The good thing is that none of these things take up storage. They are separate spaces. Xiaoying-chun sat at the table and began to give Fu Chenin an inventory of things to mention. Once he went out for half a month, Fu Chenan's side of the goods sold almost before he was able to go home through the Time supermarket system. But there is no way to leave the gate to drive to pick up the goods. Once you leave the Time Mart, the person is still in the HO Villa in London. Going to have to pick it up soon after I get back this time. When it was dark, Fu Chainan came. Today, I'm wearing a moon white robe with a jade crown, and it's all quite nice. Sitting at the table was a girl wearing long pants and short-sleeved clothes. Her long hair was pulled out of a hairbun at the top of her head, and the rest of it was scattered down, and it looked quite relaxed. Fu Chainan had a big smile on his face. You're back. Xiao Yingchun nodded. Just arrived home a while ago. I brought you 2 bottles of foreign wine. After thinking about it, Xiao Yingchun explained. This is wine sold by real Western merchants. Oh, Fu Chainan was decidedly curious, and his gaze went to the 2 glass wine bottles embossed with strange characters. The text is so small. How did they manage to emboss it so circumscribed and regular? The 2 went up to the 2nd floor, and when they saw Fu Chainan holding the bottle of wine and studying it carefully, Xiao Yingchun didn't disturb them, and went to fetch the dishes over by herself, and familiarly began to divide the meal. Today's meal was chow mein, a big bowl of chow mein, with noodles and meat and vegetables, all fried together. Xiao Yingchun divided a small bowl out, and his own was enough. Fu Chainan put down the bottle fondly. I don't know what this Western wine tastes like. Xiao Yingchun saw his craving. Why don't you try it? Fu Chainan's eyes shone brightly. Do you drink? Xiao Yingchun thought for a moment. I'll drink a little bit? Good. Fu Chainan was instantly happy. Xiao Yingchun brought 2 glasses and poured 1 or 2 or so. You taste it? The 2 men picked up their cups. Xiao Yingchun's delicate hand passed the cup forward and touched it on Fu Chainan's cup. Speaking of which, we haven't had a drink together yet. Congratulations on owning your own business in the capital and having a better life in the future. As soon as this is said, Fu Chainan moved her heavy for a few points. This business is indeed lucrative. Nowadays a lot of people are red in the eyes. Even the emperor are red in the eyes, trying to reach out. Stories are wine. The more you drink, the more you have. Fu Chainan talked about being a master to the 7th prince. The 7th prince behaved extraordinarily disciplined and obedient, and also worked very hard. Although there was little progress in kung fu, his physique was much better, and recently he was able to eat and sleep, and look at all the meat. When the 2 were alone, the 7th prince's admiration and desire for Fu Chainan in his eyes was obvious, but Fu Chainan played dumb. But the 7th prince obviously didn't want to give up. He once asked Fu Chainan, Master, am I doing something wrong? Naturally, Fu Chainan said, everywhere is fine. The 7th prince was then aggrieved. Then why does Master always keep his distance from me? Fu Chainan was helpless. If you want to pick a fight, I have to say it explicitly. 7th Highness, His Majesty is very scrupulous about the Emperor's son forming a party with the civil and military ministers. I still need to keep a distance from 7th Highness, so that it's good for 7th Highness, and for the last general. The 7th prince knew that Fu Chainan was telling the truth and didn't dwell on it. But Fu Chainan also knew the 7th prince wasn't about to give up. Over a small drink, the 2 talked for an hour without realizing it. Xiao Yingchun was silent for a while after hearing Fu Chainan's words. Fu Chainan finished his agony with a pitiful look. Miss Xiao, what do you think I should do next? Xiao Yingchun didn't know it was a plan. Thought Fu Chainan really didn't know what to do to be good, and really helped him think of ideas. Fu family-army relationship you cannot tear off. Business is able to think. Or not. Your business from bright to dark it? Oh, Fu Chainan looked at Xiao Yingchun curiously. Xiao Yingchun followed her own train of thought and said, that Tao Tao Ji business of yours is too good. No matter what time of day people will be watching you. Why don't you find an opportunity to close down by the way and follow up with only wholesale and one-on-one service? What do you mean by one-on-one service? Xiao Yingchun grinned. Didn't you have a dozen beauties from your mansion make deliveries to the backyards of major families before? That's one-on-one service. Your beau just goes and delivers the goods. And as for how many were sold, people can't go from house to check? Besides, isn't the most profitable part of your business the ones you wholesale to the 6 great families? Fu Chainan listened to Xiao Yingchun's words, but in his heart, he was constantly calculating how to do Xiao Yingchun smooth closed. Along with Xiao Yingchun's words, his mind is getting more and more diffuse. When Fu Chainan came back to his senses, he realized that Xiao Yingchun had already finished the wine in his cup. Xiao Yingchun's eyes shone brightly and her mouth was still full of ideas. If the capital is too eye-catching, you could also use another place to continue wholesaling or open a chain of stores? Do you have enough people? Fu Chinding fixedly watched Xiao Yingchun speak, only feeling that the way she was seriously concentrating on figuring out a solution for herself was really nice to look at. Fu Chainan silently drank the wine in his cup and asked Xiao Yingchun again, do you want some more? Xiao Yingchun didn't think the wine was good, but she went to the refrigerator and got herself a bottle of green tea. Green tea to whiskey. Immediately the flavor of alcohol is much lighter. Also took a light sweetness. Delicious. Xiao Yingchun's eyes squinted cozily, and she pushed in front of Fu Chainan as if she was offering a treasure. Do you taste this? Fu Chainan poured a little for himself, and the taste was indeed sweeter and lighter than earlier. but he drank with the generals in the army and always found this flavor mild for gargling. Of course, on the lips he said, "This wine is too sweet, and I don't like sweet." Xiaoyingchen watched as he said he didn't like sweets while pulling open a packet of small sweet cookies he had brought for him, and without changing his face, he tasted a bite and threw in another. "General, don't you have to avoid lying?" 122. 122. But Xiaoyingchen was sure of one thing, this light, sweet cocktail taste was something only she liked to drink, and Fu Chainan didn't like it. She clinked glasses with Fu Chainan with her homemade cocktail. "Here, let's all get rich." Fu Chainan smiled and clinked glasses with her. "Good, all get rich." Without realizing it, Xiaoyingchen got so drunk that she stumbled when she stood up. Fu Chainan saw that she was going to pounce and hurriedly fished for someone in his arms. Warm fragrance and soft jade embrace full of arms, also exudes a sweet fragrance. Fu Chenmin's mind all swung, and then secretly scolded his own beast. "Miss Xiao, can you still go to your room by yourself?" Xiaoyingchen finally realized that she was drunk at this time, and she waved her hand, her tongue somewhat out of command. "I can. Go back to my room. I'll go back to show you." Fu Chenin would like to send her back to her room, but that would be a surprise to her. And how would Xiaoyingchen look at herself? Fu Chainan clenched his fists and held back. He'd been meaning to ask Xiaoyingchen how he thought about it, willing or unwilling to accept yourself, but he didn't dare ask. It's just a matter of waiting. Xiaoyingchen slept soundly this sleep, and was awakened in the morning by the sound of pounding on the door. She pulled back the curtains and looked down. Someone was downstairs whacking the roll-up door of the kiosk. There were also neighbors who heard the commotion and came to see the fun. Standing behind Guchunyu looking around and waiting, she rubbed her head, which still had a bit of a headache, and went downstairs, and outside the door her aunt Guchunyu was growling. "Ing-chun, Xiaoyingchen, you open the door." Xiaoyingchen didn't want to bother with her and was about to go back to her room for another nap when she heard another shout from outside the door. "Is something wrong with you? If you don't come down, I'm going to call the police to break down the door." Xiaoyingchen cursed an expletive in her heart and went to open the door with her chicken nest head. At the door opening, Guchunyu froze and took 2 steps backward sheepishly. Xiaoyingchen scratched his head, ignoring the crowd watching behind him. "Auntie, what are you doing here?" "I'm still sleeping." Guchunyu smelled the lingering smell of alcohol on Xiaoyingchuan's body and couldn't help but frown. "What's wrong with you, a single girl, drinking like this?" Xiaoyingchen reached out and rubbed her face, completely sobering up. "I'm asking you, what's the matter with coming over here?" Guchunyu then remembered the purpose of her visit, and immediately piled up a smile. "Isn't this going to be a demolition? I just came to ask, have you signed the demolition agreement?" Xiaoyingchen looked at her with a surprised expression. "What does this matter have to do with you?" Guchunyu eyes glared. "Alas, this land was given by your grandparents back then, and nowadays demolition is compensated in 2 parts. The house is compensated in part, and the land is compensated in part. Then it stands to reason that we'll have to share some of this land money." Xiaoyingchen understood. "It's here to fight for the demolition money. Is this your idea alone, or is it your idea with your uncle and grandparents?" Guchunyu paused, her eyes twinkling. "This is certainly an idea we all have together." Xiaoyingchen waved her hand with an indifferent and cold expression. "I don't agree. If you must, then go to court and I'll pay whatever the court awards. If the court awards it all to you, I don't want any of it, okay?" Guchunyu momentum a week, alas you this child. Family well, discussing the matter on the settlement. Always moving to the court to do what? Xiaoyingchen had discovered it. Auntie was a person who couldn't understand good words, and she liked to be disliked. "This is non-negotiable. Let me make a statement. This house is in my name. My parents are gone. This house is mine alone. None of you have a share in it. I won't share a penny of this house, demolished or not, with any of you. If you're not convinced, you just go ahead and sue. I won't stop you." Of course, Xie Yulin seems to be quite ruthless. It's fine for you to ask him to find people to vandalize. It's fine to hire a murderer to kill. Let's see if he goes to jail first, or if I'll give in first. After saying this, Xiaoyingchen took the initiative to walk to the door again to greet the onlookers' neighbors. "As you all saw today, if anything happens to me in the future, please call the police. I will never kill myself, and if I die, ask the law to do me justice. My only last words are to donate all my money to the orphanage and leave not a dime to my relatives or friends, and those who are here today are witnesses to that." "Ugh, you child." Guchunyu was caught off guard and her face went white. Xiaoyingchen ignored it, and while Guchunyu didn't enter the house, she directly entered the house and closed the door and locked it. Guchunyu was shut out and couldn't look back. As for what Guchunyu was chirping about with the neighbors down there, Xiaoyingchen didn't care. She opened her cell phone, only to find that there were many missed calls, including Guchunyu's, her aunt's, and her grandparents. The family group blew up too. Guchunyu, Ingchun, I heard you went abroad for a long time. This is your return, right? I came over to see you about the demolition. Then the compensation for the land that was demolished should, by definition, be shared by everyone. Ingchun, why don't you answer the phone? Xia Yulin, Xiao Ingchun, did you deliberately not answer the phone? You think you don't have to split the money just because you don't answer the phone? That land was given to me by my grandparents, and the money from it should be divided among everyone. Guchunyu, Ingchun, I'm downstairs at your house. Open the door. Why don't you answer your phone? Is something wrong? I'll call the police if you don't answer your phone. The aunt and uncle were as good as dead, leaving Guchunyu and Xia Yulin to send various messages in the group in one big paragraph for you and one big paragraph for me. Xiao Ingchun snorted indirectly at her aunt and uncle and grandparents. Auntie said that it was all of you's idea for her to come and ask me for a share of the money. So I'd like to ask, is what she said true? My aunt and uncle didn't reply, pretending not to see. Grandpa returned a voice. I didn't say that. It's that your aunt's family is financially strapped and just wanted to see if you could help her out a little. Grandma also sent a voice. I heard you went abroad to play? It's okay to have this money to play abroad and help your aunt. So what's the fun in foreign countries? Waste of money. Xiao Ingchun snorted. Just now I made it clear to my aunt in front of the neighbors. I don't agree to share the money with anyone. The title of the property is now in my name. So if you insist on wanting it, we suggest taking legal proceedings to sue. As my aunt and I have just said, I will pay you as much as the law sentences me to pay you, not a penny less. If the law decrees that I don't have to pay, then I won't pay, not a cent. Xia Yulin, Xiao Ingchun, how are you talking to my mom? Do you believe I'll kill you? Xiao Ingchun directly at Xia Yulin, I'll say it in front of you in an ugly way. If you dare to commit unlawful acts against me, I will directly call the police. I don't know whether to share the money or not when the time comes. As long as you go into the cell, you can't join the army or take the public examination in the next 3 generations. And it's not easy to find a job. So you can think about it. Yulin Xia. 123. 123. It happens to be Saturday. Resting aunts and uncles are holding a cell phone to pay close attention to this farce. See Xiao Ingchun frontal hard against Guchunyu, mother and son of 2. Manhwa lamented. You niece, how did you become so strong? Uncle's heart is also not to the sister Guchunyu's behavior. Sneered, if you are not strong, then give money. In your place, you give or not. Sister is also too greedy. Manhwa bristled. If it really goes to court, your sister won't get anything. Uncle smiled. Don't worry, she won't stop until she gets to the end. She'll only be happy if she hits the south wall. Manhwa laughed. Make a mess. Anyway, I do not get involved. If really make a mess down, we this one cannot be let's go. Xiao Ingchun pressed. She saw Huang Li's message. The master said that he wanted to hold an apprenticeship ceremony in the capital, and asked Xiao Ingchun to see when the batch of antiques would arrive in the country. It will be on display at that time, and anyone who has their eye on it will be able to transfer it on the spot. Xiao Ingchun took a look at this information and hurriedly contacted Wang Yongjun. Wang Yongjun's side has just finished customs clearance, and it will take 10 days at the earliest to arrive in Haicheng. Xiao Ingchun told Huang Li about the situation, and Huang Li replied not long after. The master said that he would hold an apprenticeship ceremony in the capital in half a month. Xiao Ingchun was touched in his heart. Okay, thank you, senior brother. Huang Li returned the smile. You're welcome. Xiao Ingchun remembered one thing and asked Huang Li, Senior, what does master like? I want to worship the master. I can't just go empty-handed? Huang Li mused at the cell phone screen on the other end. Teachers naturally love antiques, but in the eyes of the teacher, the slightly eye-catching antiques need hundreds of thousands of millions. As a gift to worship the teacher, it is too extravagant. He cannot come up with such an idea. After thinking about it, Huang Li said, Teacher's health hasn't been very good these past 2 years, so if there are good nourishing herbs, it would be fine, like wormwood or something that's a big hit right now. Xiao Ingchun, however, seemed to have thought of something. Many thanks, senior brother. I know. Huang Li was slightly stunned, reacting so quickly, worthy of being the disciple that master has his eye on. Dai Hengxin also sent a message, mainly apologizing for what happened to Dai Enning. Xiao Ingchun returned a smiley face and called it a day. He Liangsom also sent a message asking Xiao Ingchun if he wanted to have dinner together today. He wanted to talk to Xiao Ingchun about opening an auction company. Xiao Ingchun remembered Dong Chuanfeng's words and thought it was feasible. Okay, where did you say? He Liangsom was instantly excited. Or is it a tavern? Good. The two made an appointment, and Xiao Ingchun began to change and pack. After cleaning himself up on this side and throwing his dirty clothes into the washing machine, he went downstairs to reopen the supermarket door on this side. The aunt left, the neighbors dispersed, and the doorway was clear again. Not long after opening the door, Aunt Lu, who was in her 50s in the village, came over, her eyes glowing as soon as she entered. Ingchun, Your house can lose a lot of money, Lu. You cannot open this kiosk for a long time, right? Xiao gave a dry laugh. We'll talk about it when the time comes. What by then? People have said the highway is all set to begin construction, and the city is already bidding on it. Xiao listened for a while, a little surprised. Aunt Lu, you know a lot of things, even the city news you know. Auntie Lu smiled smugly. My home is also to be demolished and relocated. Well, their own family things cannot pay attention to. After a while of useless words, Aunt Lu finally came back to the topic. Chun, do you have a date? Xiao shook her head. No. Then you see my family Lu Songliang Hao, he works in a state-owned enterprise, more than 5,000 a month Lu. Xiao pursed her lips and smiled. I don't intend to find a date for a while. Why you are so old. Aunt Lu expressed her incomprehension and was ready to admonish a little. Xiao looked frankly at Aunt Lu and smiled nicely. I'm afraid the other party is coming for my family's compensation money. Auntie Lu, slightly embarrassed to be poked and prodded. With 2 sons in her family, she and her man couldn't afford 2 marital homes, no matter how hard they worked. It just so happens that Xiao is an only daughter, and both parents are dead. So once a girl gets married, it's all about the marital home, and she and her son can struggle for 20 years less. The more she thought about this marriage, the more suitable she felt, and Aunt Lu immediately came to Xiao side. Who knew that Xiao actually pouted back to his face? Aunt Lu was not willing to give up just like that. My family Songliang is quite good, and we are all neighbors. We know each other. If you guys stay together in the future, I can still help you with the kids and housework. Do you want to think about? Xiao smiled. Aunt Lu, I don't intend to consider this aspect for the time being. Doesn't it smell good to get money? How self-abusive is it to find a man to serve? Even if you really want to find it, there's still a food chain and waiting to be vetted. All around crushing what Lu Songliang. Aunt Lu left wanly, but similar things did not end there. Once upon a time, I thought Xiao, an orphan girl, was easy to be bullied, but now I see that she is about to become a millionaire demolitionist, which is a big piece of fat meat. Many people have moved on. In the course of the morning, those who came to the sidewalk and made all sorts of inquiries, those who came to the door on the pretext of buying water and those who had a straight look in their eyes. Xiao was so overwhelmed that she simply closed the kiosk directly and went out to the appointment. Empty Time Tavern Terrace. Familiar location. Only now less Dai Hengxin. Xiao felt that her entire body was relaxed. He Liangsong is discussing today's dishes with the chef. Okay, that's it. You can arrange the rest directly. Waiting for the chef to go away, He Liangsong hurriedly pulled out a chair for Xiao. Sister, you're here. Sit down. Sit down. I'm not used to you being so polite. Xiao smiled half jokingly, half seriously. Oops, you're my sister. What's wrong with me pulling a stool for you? The two men exchanged a few pleasantries and got right down to business. Open auction company He Liangsong is serious. Before he went to London to visit, he has also been to New York and Paris auction houses. A few big cities to wander through. And he's got his own ideas. I've found that this kind of company should be opened in a big city. There are more really rich people in big cities, and more people who can put out money for collections. So it's easier to gather popularity than in a small city like Yangon. When He Liangsong talks, he likes to gesture with both hands. As he sputtered and danced about his plan, Xiao had to admit, she was attracted to his plan. After a long time, He Liangsong came to an end, and he stared at Xiao closely. What do you think? Xiao nodded. Not bad. Nice? Just 2 words? He Liangsong couldn't believe it. 124. 124. Xiao pursed her lips and smiled. I think it's quite good. So where do you want to open this company? He Liangsong thought for a moment. How about driving to the capital? The He family actually had a company in the capital, but it was in real estate. In fact, He Liangsong's parents had been living in the capital a lot in recent years, because the He family's old mansion is in Yangon, and Master He often lives in Yangon. He Liangsong only often hangs out in Yangon. Xiao remembered that Dong Chunfeng was also in the capital and was happy. Okay, you seize the time. When the things come back, my master is going to hold a worship banquet, and is going to make an exhibition of these things, by the way, so we will sell them together then. But, Xiao stared at He Liangsong. Can we adjust this auction commission down a little? This time I went out for a stroll, and I also heard a lot of stories about the auction circuit from those of them, and I felt a great deal of emotion in my heart. A lot of times people don't want to go to auctions solely because the commissions are too high. $1 million thing with all sorts of costs would cost $300,000 or $400,000. He Liangsong, why do not know, but this is now the international auction house practice. Cannot be shifted by personal will. After thinking about it, he asked Xiao, do you think it's okay for us to have a membership system? How? Xiao also became curious. Once again, He Liang-tsong began to dance and talk with his hands. In He Liang-tsong's vision, many big shots do not dare to easily step into the collection circle, are afraid of hitting the eye, afraid of spending a lot of money to buy a fake. It's not just a loss of money, it's a loss of face. And Dong Chunfeng is the appraisal and collection of the world, to say a big one. After his hands identified things, everyone is recognized. This allows collectors to shoot with confidence. Xiaoing Chun out of things, Dong Chunfeng to help identify. He Liang-tsong is responsible for doing the beginning of Dai Hangxin's work. Of course, compared to Dai Hangxin, only a professor uncle, He Liang-tsong behind the old man, his network is much wider. Want to do this line of work is completely the right time and place and people. Not to mention Dong Chunfeng. After he finished his conception, Xiaoing Chun also nodded repeatedly. This method is feasible. Are you afraid of offending your domestic counterparts? After all, some of the country's larger auction companies' commission is not low. He Liang-tsong he strange smile, I told you to join the gang. You have Dong Chunfeng Dong Master behind you. Who does not know as long as the Dong Master over the eyes of the thing? That is certainly nothing to say. With Master Dong around, who dares to say anything? As for what to say behind the scenes, who has no one to say behind the scenes? Ho Liang-chung said I don't care. At this time the dishes also came up. He Liang-tsong gestured Xiaoing-chun to eat first before saying anything. After making an appointment with He Liang-tsong immediately started booking tickets and contacts to determine the time to go to Beijing. Xiaoing-chun then went home. She's been trying to hold on to her family's house lately. The village was noisy, and the demolition office near the site of Uncle Ye's pharmacy was occupied all day long. Some were there to sign, others to make trouble. Xiaoing-chun has nothing to do with it. Yi Yubin came by once and asked her what she really thought. Thinking of Yi Yubin's earlier reminder to break clear with her grandparents' side, Xiaoing-chun realized it as an afterthought. Uncle Yi, did you already know about the demolition? Yi Yubin hesitated for a moment, heard a little wind. Xiaoing-chun, Uncle Yi, I'll tell you the truth. You do not say out. This house I do not want to demolish. Uncle Yi didn't understand. Why? The compensation of 1 million or so is enough for Xiaoing-chun to buy an exceptionally good commercial house. What's so good about this old rags to riches village in the middle of the city, with no property and no greenery? Xiaoing-chun sighed. This is the only thought my parents left me. Yi Yubin didn't say anything once he heard this. Xiaoing-chun grew up in the favor of his parents, and he understands the deep affection for his parents. Xiaoing-chun pointed to his house. My house is at the entrance of the village, 2 miles short of the highway. It does not affect the construction of the country. If I don't want compensation and I don't want to be demolished, there shouldn't be any forced demolition, right? Yi Yubin thought for a moment. Maybe? Nowadays, in dealing with nail households, the relevant departments have long had a set of mature operational methods. The ones that can't be taken are the ones that would rather be rerouted than compromised. In other words, long past the time of the initial violent demolitions. As soon as this was said, Yi Yubin was also cautious. Don't tell anyone about this first. I'll help you poke around. Thanks Uncle Yi. Xiaoing-chun heatedly smiled and said goodbye to Yi Yubin, returning to the kiosk before he had time to check the information. Surprisingly, Lu Weiman, who hadn't ventured out for a long time, actually sent a text message. Ing-chun, your side is demolished, right? If you're willing to be my girlfriend, I can find a way to help you get the highest amount of compensation. Xiaoing-chun froze for a moment before reacting. She had only blacked out his WeChat, and hadn't gotten around to blacking out his phone. Xiaoing-chun simply pull black and delete one-stop processing. Who knows, after half an hour, an unfamiliar Haichang phone call. Xiaoing-chun picked up. Actually Lu Weiman. As soon as Xiaoing-chun heard Lu Weiman's voice, he immediately tried to hang up the phone. Lu Weiman obviously also knows his position in Xiaoing-chun's mind. Hurriedly shouted, first don't hang, I have something to tell you. Xiaoing-chun's hand paused, wanting to see what else this bastard could fart. Lu Weiman dry laugh, Ing-chun, you do not rush all. If you are willing to cooperate with me, I help you get beyond the current compensation amount of compensation. The excess part of our 50-50 split. How? If it were a normal person, for the sake of money, I'm afraid I'd just say yes. Nah, he's not even going to tear it down. Xiaoing-chun cannot help but think of Lu Weiman, that aunt. I think Lu Weiman can say this. With his aunt of that leader has a certain relationship. Get out. The news that Fu Chainan wants to buy Tao Taoji's store spread quickly in the capital. Nowadays, Fu Chainan can't be considered to be making money day in and day out. But he has made a lot of money. It must be reasonably affordable. But who knew that the world's lady of the Marquis of Ningyuan was willing to sell? But the young son of the Marquis of Ningyuan did not agree. This young son Ao Guangchuan, who was raised to be a playboy, let out the word. He wants to take back Tao Taoji's store. If Fu Chainan doesn't give up, then he has to pay a high rent. It wasn't that Fu Chainan couldn't afford the rent, but who wanted to be strangled? So Fu Chainan fought with Ao Guangchuan, who came to his door to cause trouble. How can a dude be a match for a pig-killing general? Ao Guangchuan was seriously injured and was carried back by the Ningyuan Marquis. The old Marquis wife of the Ningyuan Marquis house was furious and ordered the house steward, no matter what, the stores on Dark Fragrance Street must be taken back. He would rather compensate Fu Chainan for the breach of contract and take the store back. 125. 125. For a while, those who didn't look at Fu Chainan were looking at the joke. Those who sympathized with Fu Chainan secretly sighed for the good business of killing generals of pigs to come to an end. The families of those high-ranking officials whose families are well off do not take it seriously. They were the ones who enjoyed the privilege of calling the 16 golden hairpins in Fu Chainan's mansion to their doorsteps. As long as they are willing to let Fu Chainan's people come to their door, they can still buy things at the original price. It's up to them whether or not they are willing, and dare, to let Fu Chainan's people come to their door. Once again, Fu Chainan became a hotly debated headline topic in the capital. What's Fu Chainan doing? He led Dr. Nyo to treat Ao Guangchuan at the Ao family's manor located outside the city. The gold-drawn pear-wood bed. Ao Guangchuan lying on the bed ouch shouted, surnamed Fu. You are also too ruthless, little master, and I do not share the same day with you. Fu Chainan's expression did not move, only staring at Dr. Nyo. After Dr. Nyo did some checking, his tone was light. The young gentleman's injuries look quite serious, but the tendons and bones are not injured, so it will be fine if he recuperates for a period of time. Obviously Fu Chainan had used techniques to make Ao Guangchuan suffer a lot of pain without hurting the roots of his muscles and bones. The old Marquis lady with white hair got up at his words and saluted Fu Chainan. Many thanks to General Fu for being merciful. Fu Chainan was so frightened that he pressed the spring and jumped to the side. It shall not be, cannot be. The old Marquis thought otherwise. For you to think of Chunner's future and be willing to risk the world to secretly get him to the Fu family army is a great favor, old Marquis lady said, her eyes red. Fu Chainan was a bit ashamed. The Ao family has been loyal for generations, fighting for the country, and now only these two males are left. But Madame is willing to send the youngest son to the battlefield again. Fu Mao admires that. Old Marquis lady shook her head. I was the one who got sidetracked in my thinking all these years, always thinking that keeping him around was just good for him. But it's my fault as a mother that he's in this state now. The old Marquis was right in the beginning. Loving mothers spoil their children. It was me who spoiled him. Ao Guangchuan quit. Hey. How can you say bad things about me in my face? I am still breathing witch. Will you guys show some respect? The old Marquis wife hated him and extended her finger to poke him in the forehead. Am I wrong? You're hated in the capital. And nowadays you don't even have a girl from a good family to come to your door to talk about marriage. Your father has lived a life of valor. If you go to the Fu family army, don't degrade your father's reputation. The old Marquis wife rambled on a few more times, but after all, she was concerned about the presence of Fu Chainan, and gave her son some face, and didn't say anything else. When the old Marquis lady left, Fu Chainan looked at the nose and face of Ao Guangchuan, his tone cold. The Fu family army practice is very hard. If you wimp out, go to your mother now and tell her you admit your wimpiness, and I'll turn you down myself. The Fu doesn't take goons. Ao Guangchuan's body was now in severe pain, and only his eyes were flexible. Don't think I can't see that you're using agitation. This Gongzi doesn't eat this. Fu Chainan drew his legs and headed outside. Then I'll tell Mrs. Marquis Ningyuan that you've conceded and won't go. What are you talking about? Is this gentleman the one who was afraid? Just go. I'll wait for you to run away from the battlefield. Fu Chainan snorted contemptuously and also pulled his leg out of Ao Guangchuan's room. Ao Guangchuan's angry roar also came from the house. Impossible, absolutely impossible. In the front hall, the old Marquis wife was waiting for Fu Chainan. Fu Chainan rushed at her and bowed. I am going to have someone send him as soon as possible while he is still not mobile, lest he reverse himself and run away again when he can move. The old Marquis wife understood her son and immediately approved. This is best. Then let's just pull it in a carriage and go this way. Fu Chainan. Thunder and lightning. When it came to being ruthless, this lady Marquis Ningyuan was even more powerful than herself. Worthy of being a woman of valor who carried a gun into battle with the Marquis of Ningyuan back then. Ao Guangchuan's personal big maid, Hong Yi, brought up a bowl of medicine and coaxed with red eyes. Sir, drink the medicine. Can the slave girl help you up? Hey. Pain. After a burst of ghostly crying and howling, Ao small male was finally helped to sit against the fragrant soft big pillow, began to drink red leaf fed to the mouth of the drug. The little Gongzi, you must recuperate well. The slave girl is waiting for you to come back from your old home. The old Marquis wife discussed with Ao Guangchuan, the matter of going to the Fu family army should be kept secret from the public, so they declared to their family that they would send Ao Guangchuan back to his hometown to learn the rules, and when the rules were learned, when he would return. Ao Guangchuan heard that this was not right, and after swallowing the medicine in his mouth, He looked at Hong Ye with wide eyes. What do you mean by that? You're not coming with me? Hong Ye reddened her eyes. The old madam said that you are not allowed to bring any slave girl with you this time when you go back. She was the one who opened her face and received in Ao Guanchuan's room, and although she had not yet given her name, she was much more intimate than an ordinary person. Ao Guanchuan froze for a split second and also reacted. He was going to the army. How could he still bring a common maid? What about when you have needs of your own in the future? Is it time to turn to the 5 girls again? He sighed, suddenly feeling that the future was not bright. How about backtracking? Just calculating how to open his mouth. Ao Guanchuan had a burst of blackness in front of his eyes, and his thinking began to slow down. He realized with hindsight, shocked and angry. Red leaf, what did you feed me? Hong Yi began to fall tears, and his face gradually blurred. Gongzi, this is the medicine that calms the spirit, the old lady said, afraid that you do not want to go to the old home. This is going to let you set out. Ah, Ao Guanchuan unwillingly passed out completely, under the watchful eyes of Fu Chunan and the old marquis wife. A carriage with an unremarkable appearance left the mountain village in a bone-jarring manner. Fu Chunan was about to take his leave when the old marquis wife had someone hand over a land deed. This is the land deed of this manor. Together with 100 acres of fields and mountains, it is considered as the worship fee I paid for my incompetent child. Please accept. It's. Fu Chunan didn't want to take it, but the old marquis wife insisted on giving it. There's a natural cave attached to the side of the mountain behind this manor, and it's extremely convenient to use inside for storing things and whatnot. Dark fragrant street store we take back. You'll have one less entry. This manor's yearly entry of several hundred taels of silver is still there. You just take it. When Fu Chainan heard that there was a natural cave in the back, he didn't want to push back. Well then, this manor will be taken as if you had sold it to me. How much silver will you see it converted? The old marquis lady smiled. I know you are not poor in silver. Then give 2,000 taels of silver. That's the going rate, and it saves people from thinking this deal is out of the ordinary. Fu Chainan simply took 2,000 taels of silver bills and exchanged them for the land deed. Only when Fu Chunan took Dr. Niu far away did the sister beside the old marquis wife ask softly, Ma'am, why do you want the young son to go to the Fu family army? 126. 126. The old marquis wife looked indifferent. If you don't go to the Fu family's army, will you let him continue to be hated by people and dogs at home? Look at what kind of families are willing to marry recently. The third-grade official's family's firstborn young lady are not willing to marry only 5 or 6th-grade family. And still look at the mixed-up, poor family. The slightly better ones in the family are only willing to let the commoner daughters marry over the first daughters they used to climb up the ladder. The hallowed Ning Yuan marquis house had fallen to such a state, and the old marquis lady knew, if there was no change, the Ning Yuan marquis house would be finished. But the young gentleman has no heir as yet, the sister reminded hesitantly, thinking that she could still chase the carriage back. The old marquis wife gave the sister a look. Why do you think he has no heir until now? The sister was bewildered. Why? Naturally, it was because His Majesty the Emperor did not want the Marquis of Ningyuan to have another heir. Ao Guanchuan had a common roommate, but before she was married, she couldn't give birth to a concubine son, so the common roommate always drank the child avoidance soup. When we become married, we will inevitably want to branch out and multiply. However, some time ago, Ao Guanchuan outside drunkenness was carried back, just as the old marquis wife of the early years of the best friend of Dr. Meng came to the capital. Dr. Meng checked out. Ao Guanchuan was actually given an heirloom drug. If he hadn't eaten it and quickly spit it out again because of his drunkenness, I'm afraid he would have been really cut off. And that day with Ao Guanchuan dinner people, unprecedentedly there is His Majesty's most trusted forbidden army people, and that forbidden army captain also with Ao Guanchuan and sit side by side. The old marquis lady was shocked and furious. She had already kept such a low profile in order to keep this young son, but His Majesty was still not at ease. It was knowing the cause and effect of the matter that Ao Guanchuan, in shock, impulsively promised to be willing to go into the army. Fear of the emperor's scruples, the Ao family army did not dare to send, under the weighing of the only way to send the Fu family army. When Fu Chainan heard about it, he naturally cooperated, so he arranged the scene in a smooth manner. Since biding your time is not an option, let's go dark. In the Ningyuan Marquis mansion, the plain white Shizi's wife, who was less than 30 years old, was bringing a slim and tall boy to greet the old marquis wife. After the salute, Mrs. Shizi let the 12-year-old boy go to the next house first, leaving only the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, the two widows, to talk. Mother, has Uncle Junior been sent away? Mrs. Shizi asked softly. Sent away. The old marquis wife's tone carried a loss that outsiders couldn't hear. She was so close to this daughter-in-law that there was no need to hide it. I want Jierra to go to the Fu family army as well. Mrs. Shizi stated her intention. The old marquis wife, however, refused without thinking. No, Mrs. Sheetsy quietly looked at her mother-in-law. Why? Old Marquis lady sighed. No matter what time of the year, a country and court cannot be separated from its civil and military officials. Since Chunner has already gone to the army, Jer will stay at home and study well, and get a merit in the future. Then uncle and nephew will be able to support each other. Mrs. Shirzi was silent for a moment. But I'm worried about Jer's safety. Those people can lay a heirloom drug on Ao Guangchuan, and they can also do it to Ao Qingji. Mrs. Ho already had an idea. Jer is also 12 years old. It just so happens that Dr. Meng is recently in the capital. Let him follow Dr. Meng for 2 years. Even if you can only recognize unusual drugs, it's still a defense. In addition, the 7th prince in the palace has recently been placed as a disciple of Fu Chunan, and follows daily martial arts training. I see that Jer can also learn some from the guards in the mansion, so that he can at least be strong and healthy, and when he encounters a small thief, he can also have a little more possibility of escaping from the calamity. Thank you, mother, for thinking well of my stepson. In the living room of Xiao Yingchuan's house, Fu Chunan proudly tells Xiao Yingchun about the outcome of the matter, and Xiao Yingchun is surprised at his efficiency. We were just talking about this 2 days ago, and today it's done? Fu Chunan's chin rose slightly. That's for sure. That little haughty look made Xiao Yingchun also couldn't help but lose her smile. 200 acres of manor. That's a lot. What are you going to plant? As soon as this was mentioned, Fu Chenan's eyes shone brightly. What good advice do you have? Xiao Yingchun thought for a moment. Planting fruit trees? Fu Chenan, what fruit tree? Do you get much snow in the winter over there? How long are the snow days? Fu Chenan thought for a moment. 2 or 3 months? It's cold in winter. The ground is frozen. Xiao Yingchun has a plan. Southern fruits are definitely not suitable, but northern fruits can be. After searching on her cell phone, Xiao Yingchun asked Fu Chenan, do you have any cherries in this place? Pears? Apples? Fu Chenan looked at the picture and was amazed. All of these things are there, but these in your picture, they're so much bigger than the ones we have over there. Totally unseen and big. Xiao Yingchun laughed. Isn't it just big? The varieties of Fuji apples brought back from the small days have been improved many times. And the cherries and pears are also the best of the best after improvement. No matter from the flavor, size or production. It was not something that could be found in Fu Chenan's dynasty. Xiao Yingchun cheerfully suggested, this planting is not something that can be effective in 1 or 2 years. You have to be patient enough to do it. No problem, I have patience. Fu Chenan nodded without saying a word. Now the weather is hot. Not the season to plant fruit trees. Xiao Yingchun suggested that he wait until the winter before planting. And now this season can be ready to harvest the crops in the field. Chatting with Xiao Yingchun a big circle down. Fu Chenan heart has a plan, joyfully began to eat. The rest of the wine Fu Chenan didn't take away, so he put it in Xiao Yingchuan's supermarket, and he asked Xiao Yingchun with bright eyes, do you still drink a little bit of wine? Xiao Yingchun remembered her drunken state and shook her head decisively. You drink it, I'll just have a drink. Fu Chenan then poured himself a drink and clinked his glass with Xiao Yingchuan's drink, and the two of them drank while eating the dumplings. Dinner time for two is always so moody and relaxed. Another few days passed and the village was at the end of its demolition and signing. Those who at first watched the others make trouble, see that they can't make a mess. Also all sharply began to sign and take money, one way or another. Xiao Yingchun became the last few households did not sign, and the demolition of the temporary office side, but also finally quiet. Xiao Yingchun welcomed the first wave of demolition mobilizers. The other side began to say that the policy, after looking at the second floor at Xiao Yingchuan's newly renovated 2 rooms and 1 hall, and then proposed to give part of the decoration compensation. Xiao Yingchun to this tone of mild but firm, I do not want to tear down. I just want to keep the old house my parents gave me. The people in the demolition office don't believe in this kind of talk. All those who say they don't want to do it are doing so because they haven't reached the psychological price. So that big brother with glasses bought a bottle of water while advising Xiao Yingchun. MS. Xiao, you have any conditions you just mention it. You put forward. We will then react with the top. As long as the conditions are reasonable, the top will try to give satisfaction. You say is not it. Xiao Yingchun but balked. I really don't want to demolish. You see anyway, my house is not in the way of other demolition. Or this house for me to stay? PND staff. Yes, we won't demolish the house. Gu Chunyu's voice came out of nowhere, and everyone looked at Xiao Yingchun. 127. 127. Xiao Yingchun was stunned. Auntie, what's the matter with you? Gu Chunyu scowled at Xiao Yingchun. Wasn't it you who asked me to help talk about the demolition? Xiao Yingchuan's face darkened. I didn't call you, and I don't intend to demolish it. Gu Chunyu frowned and pulled Xiao Yingchuan's arm hard. You child, why are you still saying such things? It's all family. After saying that, Gu Chunyu looked at the demolition staff again. Right. Right. My niece said that we're not demolishing the house. The staff of the demolition office looked at Xiao Yingchun and asked hesitantly, Ms. Xiao, this is. Xiao Yingchun helplessly explained. This is my aunt, but this house has nothing to do with her. It's in my name alone. It doesn't count when she says so. Gu Chunyu became angry and stared at Xiao Yingchun. You child, what's going on? What's going on between our own families? Let's talk about it later. Let's save the house first. Xiao Yingchun had no choice but to directly drive people away. A few comrades. I'll take care of a family matter first. Or do you want to go back first? The demolition office of a look also no. This big woman is not a good talker. At the moment to look at each other, have got up to say goodbye. Gu Chunyu watched dumbfounded as they left. And only after they had gone far away did she look angrily at Xiao Yingchun. You child. What the hell is going on? I'm helping you. Don't you know? Xiao Yingchun coldly looked at Gu Chunyu. Auntie, I really don't intend to demolish the house. Gu Chunyu thinks otherwise. You're right to say you don't want to demolish the house now. And when your family is left at the end, you'll ask for a little more. And they won't be too calculating. No matter how much money the demolition gives me, I won't share a single penny with you. Xiao Yingchun offered a big kill. Gu Chunyu was dumbfounded for several seconds, confirming that Xiao Yingchun was telling the truth, before she unwillingly pulled a plastic stool and sat in front of Xiao Yingchun. I know you can't afford to part with your money, and I don't intend to part with the portion you can get now. I mean, I'll help you make a mess, and at the end of the day if I can find a way to get you back some more, you can just give me half of the extra. How's that sound? Xiao Yingchun's tone was unhurried. Not good. Ugh you child. Gu Chunyu was so angry that she spun in place. And after walking in two big circles with her arms crossed, she stared at Xiao Yingchun in disbelief. You've got nothing to lose. Why don't you do it? Xiao Yingchun pointed to the ceiling lightly. This is the only thing my parents gave me. And no matter what, I don't want it to be torn down. They're all gone. Don't you have to live your life? Why are you so stubborn? Gu Chunyu was almost thrown backward in anger. Xiao Yingchun remained unhurried. I've decided that I won't demolish the house. Gu Chunyu. Okay. I can't talk you out of it. I'll get your grandparents to talk to you. Gu Chunyu left after saying that. That windy appearance. Full of energy. Xiao Yingchun looked at her distant back and snorted. At noon Xiao Yingchun cooked her own noodles, and she still had a little bit of the beef chili sauce left over from earlier. I bought a shredded cucumber from a nearby grocery store and tossed it in, pouring a bit of crispy peanut rice on top. Yummy. By the way, this beef chili sauce master love to eat? Turn around and let food chain inside of the cook and then do some to the master to bring over. As we were eating, Auntie Lu from the village came again. She had come over to poke around after watching the demolition guys leave from here. Xiao Yingchun smiled and said he did not sign. Just finished renovating the house, and did not want to demolish the house. Aunt Lu really thought that Xiao Yingchun was deliberately hanging on to the demolition office with Xiao, so that she could ask for a higher price later. It's still the young people who have good brains. How come I don't have this fortune? My house has been renovated for more than 10 years, and people don't give much compensation for the renovation. You must have a lot of compensation for this freshly renovated one. Haru, how did you know this area was going to be demolished? I can't believe you knew to renovate the house in advance. Do you have some inside information? The building went out askew all of a sudden. Xiao Yingchun was helpless. The police have come to my house. Why I renovated the house to change the doors and windows. Don't you know? As soon as this is said, Aunt Lu also believe, then you are lucky. So many years without a thief. But the other day on the side of the thief, Xiao Yingchun couldn't help but roll her eyes. Aunt Lu, a thief enters in the middle of the night and stands in front of your bed with a knife. Do you want this luck? Auntie Lu. When Aunt Lu left, Xiao Yingchun received two more who came to see the fun. Unwelcome Xiao Yingchun directly pulled on the shutter, which does not come to money and cost the business of saliva. Do not do it. After eating the mixed noodles Xiao Yingchun realized, Wang Yongjun sent a message over. He has returned to Yangon and asked Xiao Yingchun where he was and if it was convenient to meet him. Remembering that he hadn't settled the expenses with Wang Yongjun, Xiao Yingchun told him to come over directly. Wang Yongjun did not take long to come directly over. He also saw Xiao Yingchun wall of the large demolition word. Entering the supermarket, Wang Yongjun directly asked, "Ready for demolition?" Xiao Yingchun waved her hand. "No, they said they want to demolish it." "I don't want to demolish it." "Ha, one more that doesn't understand." Xiao Yingchun patiently said again, "This is the house my parents kept for me. I don't want to part with it." Wang Yongjun understood in a second. "That's true. You're not too bad." Xiao Yingchun, "Forget it. Explain anything to him. How much is the total cost this time?" Xiao Yingchun went straight to the point. Once again, Wang Yongjun took a second to understand and pulled out a printed list from his satchel. The cost of hiring Wang Yongjun as a bodyguard and part-time interpreter was not the highest. The highest was the insurance and shipping costs of transporting the batch of antiques. Fortunately, Xiaoyingchun had expected this and was not distressed by the money. She and Wang Yongjun settled all the expenses first and then finally counted his salary. I've asked He Liang-song, and he said that if you work for someone as a bodyguard, the cost is 3,000 a day. Is that right? Wang Yongjun hesitated for a moment before nodding, but his mouth laughed. You can give as we agreed at the very beginning. This is what I agreed to. Xiaoyingchun, however, felt it was inappropriate. What you did is beyond the duties of a bodyguard. Not only did you keep me safe, but you also helped me as a translator and arranged for me to get things declared for shipping. In the end, Xiaoyingchun settled for Wang Yongjun according to the $3,000 a day. Wang Yongjun had mixed feelings. I left for 2 days in the middle because of personal matters, which is actually considered a dereliction of duty. But I didn't realize that Xiaoyingchun didn't mind. It's just that the time he left didn't count as money. After settling the accounts, Wang Yongjun had no more reason to stay, so he got up and took his leave. Xiaoyingchun felt overjoyed. Thanks for taking care of you during this time. If you have time, I'll treat you to a meal? Wang Yongjun was again habitually silent for 3 seconds before answering. What time? Xiaoyingchun, tomorrow at noon? Wang Yongjun looked strange. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Xiaoyingchun. 128. 128. Is it the Mid-Autumn Festival tomorrow? What a Mid-Autumn Festival for the reunion of all families. I'm sorry, I forgot. Then some other time? Which day are you free and we'll make another appointment? Xiaoyingchun smiled apologetically and took the initiative to change the time. Good. A few days then. Wang Yongjun smiled back. Only when Wang Yongjun left did Xiaoyingchun nestle into the recliner with disinterest. Mid-Autumn Festival, himself only one person. Where to reunion to go? Dazed and confused, Xiaoyingchun fell asleep. When she woke up, as soon as she opened her eyes she was confronted with a large head. Xiaoyingchun let out a short miserable cry. And only then did she react. It was actually Fu Qianan who had come. Fu Qianan rarely came early today. It turns out that Fu Qianan's side is also tomorrow's Mid-Autumn Festival. The 7th prince came early today and left early. Fu Qianan brought over ancient mooncakes and said that he was inviting Xiaoyingchun to eat mooncakes. There are 5 flavors here. Try them all to see which one tastes good, and I'll bring them over to you tomorrow. Fu Qianan offered 5 modest mooncakes in front of Xiaoyingchun with an expectant face. Xiaoyingchun met Fu Qianan's bright eyes. High sugar and high fat is not good for health, words cannot speak. It's just a matter of eating. Xiaoyingchun went to the kitchen and took out a steak knife, cutting each mooncake into 4 pieces. Come on, eat together. Fu Qianan knew that Xiaoyingchun didn't have a big appetite, but he didn't refuse, so the 2 of them ate 1 piece for you and 3 pieces for me. Sweet to greasy 5-kernel mooncake. Xiaoyingchun ate with a strange look. The ancients are really in love with sugar. Pass. The mooncake with green onion and green bean kernel. This one is good, hey. Savory and sweet, but the flavors are not even that heavy. This one's good. A mooncake with date paste and red bean filling that has a bit of a sandy texture to it. This one is also good. 5 spice beef stuffed mooncakes. Who the hell is liking this stuff? Pass. Puff pastry mooncake with a fat and lean pork filling. It's not a baked bun? The flavor is unexpectedly delicious. Xiaoyingchun didn't hold back and ate the entire crispy pork mooncake. One by one. I tasted them all and was full. She blinked her eyes and looked at Fu Qianan. I can't eat that meal. Why don't you eat it? Fu Qianan cried and laughed. A mooncake had been cut into 4 pieces, counting that she had only eaten 2 small mooncakes, and she was actually full? Sweeping the meal away in a whirlwind, Fu Qianan ascertained the flavor Xiaoyingchun wanted and asked her how much she wanted. Xiaoyingchun did the math. 3 boxes will be enough. Yi Yubin gave 1 box, He Liang-song gave 1 box, and he kept 1 box for himself, which was enough. Dai Hengxin's side is not that Xiaoyingchun can't afford to give up a box of mooncakes, but he is afraid that he will again mistakenly think that he is interested in him. Forget it, don't give it. Good. Fu Qianan made a note. Can you get me some more of that beef chili sauce from last time? It was so good. I want to give some to a friend. No problem. Fu Qianan once again took note. Thinking of master's love for beef chili sauce, Xiaoyingchun remembered something else. I'm going to pay my respects one of these days. Can you hunt down a better gift for me to pay my respects? Fu Qianan, what type do you want? Ginseng, right? Old mountain ginseng. Has to be good enough, and the money will come out of the payment. Fu Qianan nodded. I understand. I'll get it for you later. What day will the stuff we stocked earlier arrive? It's almost out of stock on Fu Qianan's side. It'll be here tomorrow. You'll pick it up in the morning. Fu Qianan looked at her with fixed eyes. Mid-Autumn Festival tomorrow. Don't you have to celebrate the festival? Xiaoyingchun spread her hands in a pretense of relief. Who do I live with? Fu Qianan. His father, Fu Zhonghai, guarded the border, and the emperor would not allow them to be reunited, so he's also a human being. With his heart swirling, Fu Chainan blurted out, "Let me accompany you through." Xiao Yingchun responded, "You're also alone in your house." Xiao Yingchun's complexion changed, and the two exchanged glances, rather sympathetically. Xiao Yingchun laughed. "Okay, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. I can do anything." Fu Chainan immediately smiled in a good-natured manner. He didn't have many chances to eat Xiao Yingchun's cooking. Xiao Yingchun was more likely to order takeout. Settled to come over tomorrow to eat dinner together. Fu Chainan and Xiao Yingchun de Liang dynasty over the custom of the Mid-Autumn Festival. It turns out that in the Great Liang dynasty for the Mid-Autumn Festival, small mooncakes can be eaten at any time, but there is a largest reunion mooncake bun, which is to be worshipped after the moon, and only then eaten according to the head of the people. If, in this family, someone is not at home, that person's share needs to be cut out and held in a red cloth to be kept. Reference is made here to the Shangxi custom of worshipping the moon and sharing mooncake buns. Xiao Yingchun said in the heart, but also got up the mind. Fu Chunin can think for their own considerations so thoughtful. They should also be on the heart. Come over early tomorrow morning so I can prepare the meal after I give you the stuff. Xiao Yingchun seriously urged. Fu Chainan, see her solemn, also nodded seriously, said good. Look very good. After sending Fu Chainan away, Xiao Yingchun realized that the family group on WeChat on her cell phone had blown up again. It turned out to be Grandma and Grandpa who sent a voice message in the group, asking Xiao Yingchun to go over for lunch tomorrow. Seeing that Xiao Yingchun didn't reply to the message, Aunt and Uncle, Aunt Guchunyu, and Cousin Xie Yulin all jumped out. Auntie, Yingchun probably didn't see the message? Uncle, how about a phone call? Aunt Guchunyu, what's with the phone call? I guess she saw it and deliberately pretended not to see it. She just doesn't want her share of the land compensation. Xie Yulin, that land was given to me by my grandparents, so why shouldn't she share it? Then Guchunyu and Xie Yulin started to build each other up, yin and yang. Xiao Yingchun, one sentence at a time. When Xiao Yingchun climbed the stairs to read it, he was all pissed off and laughed at them. Once upon a time that's how mom got yin-yang by them and finally compromised for the sake of so-called kinship, condescending to go to this meal. One more yin-yang at the dinner table, and you'll be resigned to their unreasonable demands. And they have to put on a smug "you should have done this a long time ago" look. Xiao Yingchun had wanted to keep this kinship for her mother's sake at first, but now it seemed that they were only using her family as a blood bag, or the deserved kind. In that case, let's not be rude. Sorry, I'm not available. Cousin Xie Yulin was the first to react. Not available? Why not? Xiao Yingchun, I'm going to my boyfriend's house for dinner tomorrow. Auntie jumped in. Yingchun, you have a boyfriend? When did this happen? Why don't you bring your boyfriend here so we can meet him? Xie Yulin jumped out again. That's right. Grandparents, these elders haven't crossed their eyes. We won't recognize this man. Guchunyu was worried in her heart. Yingchun, this person might be coming for your demolition money, so you have to keep your eyes open. Xiao Yingchun disliked back in a second. Aren't you coming for my demolition money? 129. 129. Guchunyu exploded. I'm your aunt. We're family. Can we be the same? Xiao Yingchun, yes. It's not a family that can't do the take a commissary to earn a year's worth of money for nothing and ask me for $60,000 in salary thing. Guchunyu, isn't this over? Xiao Yingchun, how did it go? At the beginning, did we agree that as long as the 60,000 yuan was paid out, we would have no more money entanglements in the future? Or are you ready to say that you will share my land compensation today, and when your house is demolished in the future, you will also share it with me? The group was dumbfounded in unison. How is this possible? Aunt Pan Huame finally stopped pretending to be dead. I didn't take a single penny of this $60,000. Yingchun, I still recognize you as my niece. Xiao Yingchun sharply and directly asked in return. If not a single cent of the land compensation is distributed to my aunt and uncle this time, will aunt and uncle also be willing to recognize me as their niece? Pan Huame doesn't answer, even though she knew in her heart that Xiao Yingchun would most likely not share her money. What if she did? What if she gets annoyed by Guchunyu and agrees to share the land compensation again? She'll definitely want to split it then. 2. You know that last time Guchunyu's $60,000, but not a single penny was distributed to the aunt and uncle, although her mouth didn't say it to her face. In her heart, her aunt was very mindful of this matter. Guchunyu got the money alone, but caused everyone to cut ties with Xiao Yingchun. In the future, my in-laws will only be supported by my own family and Guchunyu's family, so I'll be the one to suffer anyhow. According to the custom of Wanxian, if a son dies, his grandchildren have to take over the responsibility of supporting their grandparents from their parents. How could Pan Warmer be willing? Xiao Yingchun sent a heh in the group, and then sent a sentence, I'm an orphan, will not go to join in the fun, so as not to quarrel for money again. I'll state it once more for the record, this house is the last thought left to me by my parents. and I won't tear it down. It's useless for anyone to say anything. Having said that, everyone knows Xiaoyingchuan's attitude. This mid-autumn reunion dinner, she will not come to eat. If Xiaoyingchun bites the bullet and does not demolish the house, then the so-called land compensation does not exist at all. But also fight a hammer? After a long time, Grandpa sent a voice, Yingchun, your mom is gone, but you still have to live your life. It's rare to stumble upon a demolition. So if you can lose more money, you'll have a dowry when you marry. Xiaoyingchun sneered and pretended not to see this. Grandma also sent a voice, Yingchun, how are you an orphan? Grandma is still around. We're family. Xiaoyingchun answered back in seconds. Then if I were to marry, how much money would my grandparents give me for a dowry? Granny voice, I'm an old woman. Where do I get the money? Oh. Xiaoyingchun once again replied in seconds. So only I have an obligation to help the family, and the family has no responsibility to me to give money for the dowry chant? Such a family. You be it. I'll stay out of it. I can't afford such a loss. Everyone collectively didn't reply this time. Seeing the group subsided, Xiaoyingchun decisively withdrew from the group, played well and got the other team all over the place. Once upon a time, I was afraid that my mom would be upset and held back, but I let these people really think that I was easy to bully. Come on, make some noise. You're all shameless anyway, so let's just rip it all off. Everyone is stunned, withdrawn from the group, and Pan Huame was shocked. I really didn't expect that this niece of yours is so capable of disliking people. It's almost like she dislikes everyone she meets, or the kind that dislikes you in the face. Uncle sighed. Forget it, since we can't help her. We should stop thinking about her little demolition money. Pan Huame bristled. I am indifferent. Your big sister. I am afraid that the heart is going to be broken. Guchunyu is indeed going to be heartbroken. How could she not expect that Xiaoyingchun would not even give face to her grandparents, and that she would not come even if she was called to dinner at the Mid-Autumn Festival? Not only did she not come, she still made it clear that she would fight if she went, and that she did not want to share the money. She actually quit the group. How does she look nothing like her mom? Guchunyu complained to her son. Xia Yulin, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, rolled his eyes. Simply a shrew, doesn't care about family love at all. If you ask me, it's because auntie didn't teach her well in the first place. Alright, you also give me some ideas on how to get that dead girl to agree to demolish the house and agree to give us a share of the money. How can Xia Yulin do anything good? Everything he could think of was written in the penal code, but with Xiaoyingchuan's warning, he was also afraid that he would really make himself into a jail cell, and then he really couldn't find a daughter-in-law. He wouldn't dare do anything rash. After the war of words, Xiaoyingchun began to seriously think about what to prepare for Fu Chainan to eat tomorrow during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Fu Chainan can't eat seafood. Get him a river fish tomorrow? There are also mooncakes, so you can let Fu Chainan try all kinds of mooncakes from his own era. I'm sure he hasn't had any of the iced mooncakes that are so popular these days, so get him some to try. There are also popular Cantonese mooncakes, Soviet mooncakes and Hong Kong-style mooncakes around. Xiaoyingchun looked at the time and directly ordered timed delivery takeout and errands on a certain group and asked someone to deliver it to him tomorrow morning. What's another dish? Waking up early the next day, it was another busy day. Xiaoyingchun first called to confirm the time of delivery over to get a truckload of old soap and soap back, handing over the goods to Fu Chainan. Fu Chainan was sweating profusely. It's not an easy job for a porter. Xiaoyingchun gave Fu Chainan the mooncakes he had prepared and asked him to take them back to Bai Lu and the girls to try them and refresh their knowledge of mooncakes. Fu Chainan grinned, put down his own mooncake, laughed nervously and went back to take a bath and change his clothes. How can you come to dinner with Mr. Xiao and not dress up? Xiaoyingchun took advantage of this to send out the Dalian Dynasty mooncakes. He Liangsong's side uses errands. Yi Yubin's side delivers himself. After delivering the mooncakes, Xiaoyingchun began to prepare the ingredients for the mid-autumn reunion dinner. On Fu Chainan's side, he divides the goods, delivers them, and then changes and dresses up. Taking a look in the mirror and confirming that he was dressed quite well, Fu Chainan took the 2 old mountain ginsengs that he had searched for at a high price, and only then did he head for the Time and Space supermarket. Going up to the 2nd floor, Fu Chainan saw Xiaoyingchun at a glance, wearing an apron and busy in the kitchen. The woman with long hair tied up in pills is frying vegetables. The clanking sound is kinda weird to listen to. Fu Chainan couldn't help but slowly lean against the kitchen doorframe and watch Xiaoyingchun get busy. It's just like that, isn't it? As soon as Xiaoyingchun turned around, she met Fu Chainan's eyes. Fu Chainan wore a snow-white robe today, covered with a layer of reddish-violet light veil outside, and a white jade crown on his head. Is still weirdly good-looking. Xiaoyingchun also froze, then waved. Come get the bowl. Serve the dishes. 130. 130. Ugh, okay Lu. Fu Chainan responded busily. At the moment there is mandarin fish steaming in the steamer. Chicken stewed with potatoes simmering in the pot. and a cold cucumber, fungus, and bean curd in the fridge. 3 simple dishes and an 8-prawned melon and meatball soup. Xiaoling-chun brought out the coleslaw from the refrigerator and handed it over to Fu Chenan's side. Waiting for Fu Chenan to put the coleslaw to turn back, Xiaoling-chun put the potato stewed chicken in the soup pot in 3 or 2, sprinkled some green onions on top, and let Fu Chenan serve it out again. Fu Chenan set up the dishes and the steamed fish. The burning hot oil drizzled on top of the mandarin fish, making a piercing sound. Fu Chenan stood next to Xiaoling-chun and watched quietly. The cooktop, which is made of what looks like white iron, is clean to the point of being reflective. A pale blue fire burns at the bottom of the pot with almost no smoke. The vapor and flavor emanating from the pot had just risen when it was siphoned off through an opening in the top. Dirty kitchens can turn out to be so clean and tidy. The windows can be described as clear. Turns out the times are so good. Thinking about the kitchens of the DeLiang dynasty, it was impossible for the kitchens of even the most powerful families to have this kind of appearance. So this is the real different times. If the people of the great Liang dynasty also use such things, what will become? Fu Chenan couldn't help but start rambling. Xiaoling-chun put squash in the meatball soup stewed in the tile pot, turned around to see Fu Chenan staring at the same spot again, couldn't help but laugh. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a kitchen like this before? Fu Chenan nodded his head honestly. Indeed, I've never seen anything like it. Can you cook? It can also be used with a look. Can do a little, but doesn't cook very well. For the matter of Fu Dabu's cooking is not good. Fu Zhenghai is grateful. You have to eat so much when it's not well made, and if it tastes better, won't you have to eat more? That's why Fu Chenan's cooking skills have not improved for so many years. Here, bring out the loofah soup. Fu Chenan obediently did as he was told. The scene dawned on him like the day of 2 ordinary couples. When the mother cooks, the husband is responsible for a trip to listen to the command and play the hand. This makes his heart surge with hidden pleasure. He's fastidious. When the two sat down at the table, Xiaoling-chun slapped her head. Oops, forgot. Xiaoling-chun took the foreign wine and 2 glasses from last time, and got herself a bottle of microbrew and a bag of peanut rice. Come on, we're happy today. Let's drink together. Good. We'll drink together. Seeing Xiaoling-chun smile all over the place, Fu Chenan's heart suddenly settled. Even if it's just looking at the person in front of you on a regular basis, even if it doesn't go any further, it's pretty good. Pour the foreign wine for Fu Chenan's glass, pour a microbrew for himself, and open the peanuts in a small rice bowl. Xiaoling-chun raised his cup with a smile on his face. Here, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Fu Chenan smiled and raised his cup to meet him. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. With a crisp clink of glasses, Xiaoling-chun took a sip of the white peach-flavored wine and sighed contentedly before laying out the food for Fu Chenan. This fish should be eaten while it's hot. When it gets cold it will smell fishy. Try it? Fu Chenan agreed and took a chopstick. The tenderness and flavorful softness that melted in his mouth made Fu Chenan nod his head repeatedly. Yummy! Xiaoling-chun smiled again. If it's delicious you can eat more. She simply took a spoon and quaffed him over most of the fish. Here, eat. Aha! Fu Chenan was good and obedient to the fish that was delivered to the bowl, eating extraordinarily sweet. As a cook, there is nothing happier than to be recognized for one's cooking skills and to have the person in front of you eating well. Watching Fu Chenan eat the wind, Xiaoling-chun smiled and narrowed his eyes, gave him another chicken leg, and he himself also clamped a chicken wing and slowly ate it. The fish were taken out first, then the chickens. In between, Xiaoling-chun pinched his food twice more. When it came to it, Xiaoling-chun drank too much and became a bit of a tiger, directly picking up the big pot and giving Fu Chenan a pickle. Fu Chenan was more or less surprised. I didn't realize that Miss Shaw had such a side when she was drunk. A little bit naive, a little bit silly, and a little bit cute. Putting down the large pot of stewed chicken with potatoes, Xiaoling-chun smiled and advised. You eat first, wait until you've finished what's in the bowl before you say. Unsurprisingly, Xiaoling-chun was drunk. Fu Chenan looked at the girl who was shaking even as she sat there, a little worried that she would plant herself on the ground. Seeing that she was going for a second bottle, she hastened to stop it. You can't drink anymore. Why? Xiaoling-chun, not yet feeling drunk herself, expressed her disbelief. Fu Chenan pointed to the bottle. You're drunk. Xiaoling-chun listened to the advice. Forget it then. Eat some potatoes. The two of them swept the meal away, and Xiaoling-chun even ate a small mooncake before taking out the large mooncake bun with Fu Chenan. Fu Chenan himself will not get that moon worship ceremony. In the past 2 brown old man holiday. Who get this? He confessed to Xiaoling-chun. I won't. Xiaoling-chun, who was now so drunk that her eyes were misty, grinned and giggled. It's okay, we'll do what we want. She pulled Fu Chenan to stand shoulder to shoulder with herself and made a gesture of greeting to that mooncake bun with her hands folded and chanting. Fu Chenan, how it's kind of like worshipping heaven and earth. Fu Chenan evil thoughts. Xiaoling-chun but no evil thoughts. And Fu Chun into the mooncake's arching hands and bowing 3 times even finished. When she stood up straight, her body swayed. Fu Chainan was busy reaching out to help. Seeing that Xiao Chun already had an obvious drunkenness, Fu Chainan sent Xiao Chun to the door of the room, watched her enter the room, and then staggered and collapsed on the floor next to the bed. Aieee. Xiao Chun consciousness did not completely dissipate. She was a little embarrassed to roll over and sit up, but also did not forget to die duck mouth hard. I'm fine, just got a little weak in the knees. Seeing that it's hard for her to climb up, Fu Chainan, it's really not that I'm an animal. It's just that Miss Shaw is drunk. Fu Chainan convinced himself while entering Xiao Chun's room. Crouching down, he picked Xiao Chun up carefully and placed her on the bed again. People are soft and so are beds. This new discovery made Fu Chainan freeze again. He set Xiao Chun down, held back, didn't hold back, and carefully laid down next to Xiao Chun. This bed is lying on the soft, and the whole person sinks down a lot. This is also too comfortable. Do people in this time and place enjoy themselves so much? It turned out that the gap between people from different time and space was surprisingly large. Ordinary people can sleep in such soft beds, live in houses with constant temperature in all seasons, go out with trains and airplanes and cars, and have meals of all tastes and all kinds of things delivered to their homes with their cell phones. Fu Chainan suddenly thought the emperor of the Great Liang dynasty wasn't this comfortable. Was he? After rambling for a while, he looked sideways at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's eyes had already closed, but she wasn't asleep, because tears were raging from the corners of her eyes, and her pillow was already wet. 131. 131. Fu Chainan's heart skipped a beat. What's going on here? He was obviously smiling so happily just now. Fu Chainan couldn't help but lower his head and come to her ear to ask softly, "Why are you crying?" Xiao Chun looked sideways at Fu Chainan, deflated her mouth and choked out, "Today's Mid-Autumn Festival. I don't have a mom and dad." This could not be said, and as soon as it was out of his mouth, the tears flowed more fiercely and he whimpered and cried. Going from whimpering to howling was like opening a floodgate. Xiao Chun bawled while tugging at Fu Chainan's lapel, as if a person who had fallen into the water had grabbed a piece of driftwood against all odds. Fu Chainan hesitated for a moment and gently hugged Xiao Chun. The little girl cried with a trembling, loud voice. Fu Chainan opened his mouth and dryly uttered 2 words by her ear. "I am." However, it was these 2 words that made Xiao Chun cry even louder. She stumbled over the matter of her withdrawal from the family group as well. They all bully people. Once upon a time they bullied my mom and dad, and now they're bullying me. It would be fine if they were unrelated strangers, but they were mom's closest relatives. How can one's loved ones be bullied like this? Xiao Chun was aggrieved and angry. Mid-Autumn Festival. They do not think of their own good, but all come to count their own money. They are too bullying. Xiao Chun was crying. Fu Chainan had never encountered this kind of situation, and only felt a heart that was sour and soft. Only listening to her, and embracing her did not dare to move. After a while, Xiao Chun's cries subsided and she fell asleep exhausted. Fu Chainan was sweating profusely as he loosened his embrace and looked seriously at the crying little girl. Her eyes were a little swollen, her lips were red, her pillbox head was messy, and her dress was a little disheveled. "I can't. There's a reaction. It's about to turn into an animal." Fu Chainan turned his head woefully and got up, slapped himself, and turned to go out of the room. Shutting the door to his room behind him, Fu Chainan sat on the living room sofa, somewhat unable to return to his senses. The image just now seems to be still in front of us. The fragrant and soft little girl tugging tightly at her lapel, crying her eyes out. Fu Chun an afterthought a little cool, which realized that he was sweating through the air conditioner blue, penetrating cool, more tired than carrying 2 loads. He reached up and rubbed his face, staring at the door of the room, his eyes burning. He hadn't felt such outright longing for anyone since he was a child when his mother was leaving and he tried unsuccessfully to keep her. He longed to have this woman in his life from time to time, longed to protect her, give her warmth, and walk hand in hand with her as well. He longed for the two to be closer, and closer. In the marshal's mansion, Niu Xiniang heard that Fu Chunan hadn't come out since he entered his courtyard in the dark, and was still worried in her heart. "It's mid-autumn today. Father, is Anjali alright?" Niu Zhenxing naturally knew about Fu Chenan's situation. His own father is guarding the border, but his son is detained in the capital. Anjali, this is not good in his heart, but it's not like a few words of comfort on the lips can make this hard. Niu Zhenxing said in a deep voice. Angur is so powerful. How could anything happen? Niu Xunyang thought, that's right. Father, Willie too. I wonder how my brother is doing in Tazewell City. Niu Genxing's eyes swept with longing, but his mouth muttered, what can there be? Your brother's temperament. Once something happens, he runs the fastest and can't die. When we're in the marshal's mansion, we'll just plant good vegetables and medicines, raise good chickens and ducks, And keep an eye on the door, we can't care about anything else. Nyo Xiniang let out an "oh," picked up the rice bowl that was as big as her head, and puffed dry rice. Nyo Zhensheng looked guilty of worry. This girl is also 18. The amount of food like a man's family. The size of the cattle and horses. To propose a marriage is not one. Just as well. Her seemingly rough but simple nature was safer to keep around. If you really want to get married, you are afraid that the man will not be able to resist the beatings. And you will be arrested by the government if you kill someone by mistake. What is Dr. Nyo doing? He's treating Ao Guangchuan's injuries. Ao Guangchuan's buttocks are blossoming, and he is lying on the bed crying gently. Gently, oh, Dr. Bull's movements were heavier. You're still a soldier just like you. You wimp, what are you running for? You deserve to have your ass blown off. What a disgrace to our Fu family army. Ao Guangchuan cried with snot and tears coming out of his nose. Mother, I want to go home. Oh, exasperated. Dr. Nyo slapped Ao Guangchuan's uninjured spine. What are you howling for? With this skill of yours, you can escape? Ao Guangchuan, if he had something. His cries came to an abrupt end, and he turned his head to Nyo Daifu, his face full of hope. Nyo Daifu, how can I escape? That's natural to practice your skills. Even if they find out you escaped, they won't be able to catch you back. Dr. Nyo kindly gave him directions. Ao Guangchuan, the heart is as good as dead. If you had that ability, why would you run away? It turned out that Ao Guangchuan's previous injuries have been healed, but he entered the Fu family army not 2 days, because the training is too hard to escape. They ended up being brought back, court-martialed, and their asses opened up. Fu Zhonghai got Fu Chunan's letter and knew the reason. How could he let Ao Guangchuan escape? Naturally, it's time to fight, to cure, and to practice when you're cured. Ao Guangchuan instead of wanting to practice. Neho does not resist beating. You can't run away. After having a few drinks with a few generals, Fu Zhonghai stood on the city wall in his cotton jacket and looked at the moon. Not to mention, the moon is really big here. It's big and round. It hasn't rained in Yangzhou City for half a month straight. The river dried up and the water level in the wells began to drop. If it was usual, Fu Zhonghai would be worried, but this time he wasn't, because he has plastic buckets. He had the generals fill all the plastic buckets and screw the lids on tight. All the mineral water bottles that were once brought back were not thrown away. They were also filled up, all neatly yards together. When the actual wells dried up, the generals would be able to support themselves for at least another month with these buckets and bottles of water. And that extra month could greatly extend the general's chances of rediscovering water and more likely waiting for rain or snowfall. One can go 3 days without food, but not 3 days without water. At this moment, he somewhat missed Fu Chainan. If Fu Chainan was there, not only would there be endless water to drink, but there would also be all kinds of snacks, and lollipops. Fu Zhonghai swallowed his saliva. I heard that this kid is doing business in the capital, doing a good job, making a lot of money, and secretly had someone send himself 100 pieces of stab-proof clothing and stab-proof gloves. The little bugger has himself in mind. But remembering this time to send Ao Guangchuan over the personal guards reported things, Fu Zhonghai has the heart of indignation. The present emperor's scorn for the Fu family was already plainly visible. It was too difficult for my son to be alone in the capital, with no relatives, and to find ways to find opportunities for the Fu family army to develop. Being the king of the country, but being so small-minded, it is really disgraceful. The bottom of Fu Zhonghai's eyes went cold. 132. Palace. After the palace banquet, the 7th prince went to see his own mother, concubine Qi. Qi concubines live in the remote Qinghui Hall. Listen to all the cold. Daily no one comes to the door. Already in her 30s, concubine Qi had a lean figure, and her once gaudy face already had fine wrinkles, like an apple that had lost its moisture, with a somewhat parched epidermis. This appearance is not comparable to the new young concubines in the palace. The emperor has long forgotten about her existence, and has not come to the Qinghui Hall for several years. If she hadn't given birth to the 7th prince, concubine Qi's life would have been completely hopeless long ago. Today saw the sun, Qi concubine heart happy, this moment back to their own temple. Finally can talk. Concubine Qi looked at her skinny son. Did Ogre ever send a festival gift over to the master in mid-autumn? The 7th prince bowed, respectful and detached. When my son went over yesterday, he sent a jade trigger and a few boxes of mooncakes to master. Mooncakes are not worth any money. That jade trigger finger is rare expensive. Is that he spent 300 taels of silver private money? And then add the mother gave 200 taels to buy. Along with the 7th prince's words, concubine Qi nodded her head, and then uneasily urged, your master has great skills. You need to carefully learn from him. Son knows. In master's marshal's house, you need to practice well and be close to master. Son knows. Out of the marshal's mansion. Outside. Remember not to deliberately approach the master. let alone appear too close. Just be polite and courteous. Sun Nose. Although the seventh prince's Sun Nose appeared to be very deferential, concubine Chi still felt alienated. There was no way around it. When she fell out of favor, she was in no position to raise a royal son herself. The seventh prince was brought up by the nursing sister at the imperial palace, and she could only see the boy for 2 days a month. Over time, even if she had the desire to cultivate a relationship with her child, she would not be able to. Originally, she had all thought that she would just resign herself to her fate in this life, but suddenly one day, she heard that the seventh prince had been injured and almost died. At the critical moment, it was Fu Chainan of the Fu family army who saved him. When she thought of the Fu family's father and son's situation, it was as if she had found a lifesaver, and she immediately whispered to the seventh prince, she must do everything she can to catch Fu Chainan. Otherwise, in his life, he would have to live with his tail between his legs. Fortunately, the seventh prince was obedient, and when His Majesty the Emperor came to see him, he took the initiative to worship his master, Chainan, and learn martial arts to strengthen his body. His Majesty promised. This gives Chi concubine hope. If the seventh prince, who is ignored by everyone, can have a day to stand on the throne, himself, he will really be able to turn over. Concubine Chi's salary over the years is not much, behind the back of no mother's family to support, but also to take care of the palace up and down, is really not much money to save. The 200 taels given to the seventh prince is still what she saved. Watching the seventh prince take his leave, concubine Chi sighed in her heart. She hoped that this time the decision would not be another basket case. This night, Xiaoyingchun slept soundly, but there were many people who could not sleep at night. Xiaoyingchun woke up early the next morning with a bit of a hangover headache. She made herself a rare cup of black coffee and drank it down, which refreshed her. On the coffee table in the living room, quietly placed in a box, is 100-years-old mountain ginseng. Looking at the root whiskers meandering and circling being fixed in a box, even if she didn't know anything about ginseng, Xiaoyingchun knew that this thing must be worth a lot of money. This should be what Fu Chainan put here for himself last night. In the following days, Xiaoyingchun dealt with a set of mobilization and demolition personnel who came to do the work, while supplying Fu Chainan with a set of supplies. The stuff is still the same, but Xiaoyingchun is making some small changes every now and then. The color and type of lipids will be added from time to time. Nourishing, matte, colorless lip moisturizer. Soap shapes and scents change from time to time. Rose scent, lemon scent, orange scent, pink, green, orange. Mirrors are also slowly getting bigger and more expensive in size and shape. Pearls also from the beginning of the aristocratic exclusive, to the common people can afford to buy shaped beads in favor of. But these shaped beads, which are imported at only a few cents apiece, also require 10 taels of grain silver to buy a string of necklaces in various stores in the Diliang dynasty. Earrings and individual beads are also sold. And some small families who also have a little bit of spare money at home are willing to buy a few back and make them into earrings on. Hairpins of bright decorations. Gradually, do you have the latest Taiyataji goods became one of the items of comparison among the noble women in the capital. At the same time, Fu Chainan slowly began to retreat into the background. More and more inconspicuous. Deliveries to the world's families. He no longer personally handed over each time, but privately first through the tunnels out of the city, and then go to the ship in advance to carry the things, and then let the ship sail to the dock to deliver. It was only twice before Fu Chainan realized something was wrong. When two families went to receive the goods, the steward temporarily wanted to increase the order quantity, so he told the captain of the personal guards in charge of the delivery that he had already talked to General Fu. The pro-guard captain is not clear about the situation, but also really thought with Fu Chainan said well, and the other side also gave enough money for the goods silver. The pro-guard captain according to the amount that the steward wants to give. When he came back to report the accounts and hand over the silver check to Fu Chainan realized that something was wrong. These two families didn't report over so many orders before. Why did they temporarily give him 20% more goods? When the personal guard captain heard this, his complexion changed and he told the whole story. Fu Chainan sighed. The goods of these two families. Stop. No supply to them in the future. The captain of the personal guards did not understand. General, why is this? Anyway, they're paying for it. Wouldn't it be better to ask for more goods? Fu Chainan looked at the captain of the personal guards. Those who are masculine and open their mouths cannot be relied upon. Today he will cheat you for 20% more goods. How do you know if he will use my banner to talk to others in the future? It'll be too late to regret it when I've been punked into it. You have to realize that in the capital the Fu family are people without backstage. If we let someone catch the loophole and report it to the imperial court, we'll likely be devoured to the bone. The more Fu Chainan said, the more alarmed the personal guard captain became. Look at a simple business, or the site to give goods to the site to give money. The back will actually have such a big hidden danger. It's just horrible. Here, Fu Chunin had someone deliver a message to the old marquis lady of the Ningyuan marquis residence. The Ningyuan marquis carriage left the city in the afternoon, saying that the old marquis wife wanted to go to the Lingyun temple on the outskirts of the capital to pray for the blessing of her injured young son. In an unassuming villa, Fu Chunin, dressed in brown short beaten clothes, met with the old marquis wife, who was dressed in servant's clothes. In order to be more inconspicuous, the old marquis wife also wrapped her hair with a brown handkerchief and disguised herself as an ordinary woman together with the sisters who always followed beside her. Once they met, both of them smiled. They both did their best to stay out of sight. Fu Chainan was succinct. Sith boss removed 2 insubstantial partners and wanted to add 1 or 2 more. The first thing that came to my mind was the old marquis wife. I wonder if the house is interested in that.